Lin Yun, equipped with a remarkable tool known as the Slave Master System, found himself transported to the Marvel Universe, where he transformed all Marvel heroes into his subservience. Chapter 1. Lin Yun. New York City continued to thrive as it always had, with the bustling populace contributing their vigor to this capitalist nation. No one noticed the sudden appearance of an Asian man on the roadside, as though he had always belonged there. Where is this? What just happened? Lin Yun had been at home watching the newly released Black Panther, feeling quite displeased by the character portrayals and uttering a curse. What a dreadful foreign film. If only I could enter the Marvel Universe, I would turn all of you into slaves. Perhaps his words summoned misfortune. As darkness enveloped him, he found himself awakening in this unfamiliar place. A wave of shock washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Have I truly entered the Marvel Universe? If I had known, I wouldn't have spoken so recklessly, Lin Yun lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, an electronic voice resonated in his ear. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Welcome to the slave system. Stunned, Lin Yun realized this must be his extraordinary tool. Before he could entertain further thoughts, a multitude of blue lights materialized, forming a shimmering blue interface. Is this the system panel? Others surely cannot see it, he mused, glancing at the passers-by who appeared oblivious to his system interface. Reassured by their ignorance, he quickly regained his composure and focused on the blue screen before him. The screen consisted of 4 sections, with the first displaying his attributes. Name, Lin Yun. Race, human. Energy 1. Slave coins, 100. How peculiar. Why are there only 4 attributes? And why is my energy level just 1? Lin Yun pondered aloud. To his surprise, a mechanical voice provided an explanation for his confusion. Host, due to prolonged inactivity, your physical strength is minimal thus. Your energy level is calculated as 1. Lin Yun felt a flush of embarrassment. His lack of exercise had indeed warranted such a low rating. System, can others hear you? Do you possess intelligence? Who created you? Can I return to Earth? He queried in hushed tones. The host's inquiries are inaudible to others, and communication with the system can occur through thought alone. The system operates on a fixed protocol and lacks independent intelligence. As you grow stronger, you will naturally find a way back to Earth. The system answered each question methodically. That's wonderful, Lin Yun exclaimed with delight. What does the second page contain? He silently wondered. As if responding to his thoughts, the blue interface flipped to the second page, which bore the words storage space, beneath which lay rows of empty slots. Lin Yun inquired, is this my backpack system? Indeed, host. This is your backpack. By merely thinking, you can absorb inanimate objects within a 3-meter radius into it. The storage capacity is comparable to that of an 8-person university dormitory, the system clarified. Excitement surged through Lin Yun with this space. He could store numerous items without the burden of carrying them. Let's see the third page, he thought eagerly. The blue interface transitioned to the third page, revealing the word marketplace along with a list of items. Upon examination, Lin Yun noted only a few offerings in the marketplace: slave electric rod, slave worm, slave ball. Most items were obscured in gray, rendering them invisible. The slave electric rod temporarily immobilizes a target through a powerful shock, preparing them for the implantation of a slave worm, effective only on ordinary people, costing 1 slave coin. The slave worm, a peculiar creature that, when placed near an individual's ear, infiltrates their brain to exert control, also functions solely on ordinary people, costing 1 slave coin. The slave ball, a consumable item, can encapsulate a slave, allowing them to be summoned for battle when thrown at enemies. Wow, this is incredible, Lin Yun marveled, envisioning himself commanding countless followers as he ascended to the pinnacle of power, conveniently ignoring the implications of the term slave. By the way, how can I acquire slave coins? He asked the system. Slave coins can be obtained through energy conversion at a 1-to-1 ratio. The host may receive varying amounts of energy from their subjugated slaves each day, the system elucidated. Now, let's explore the final page, the fourth, Lin Yun said with anticipation as he opened it. The blue interface displayed the word mission. Focusing intently, he read the task outlined on the screen. Mission: capture a normal human as your slave to strive for survival in this world. Capturing a human as a slave. That seems a bit daunting, Lin Yun hesitated, feeling conflicted. As a reclusive individual, merely maintaining composure in an unfamiliar environment was already a significant achievement. The thought of seizing another person as a slave felt morally troubling. Just as he grappled with his uncertainty, the system's voice interjected, warning, successfully capturing a slave will grant you all that they possess. What does all entail? Lin Yun inquired, intrigued. All refers to the slave's energy, power, and wealth becoming yours. The system's mechanical voice resonated like a celestial melody in Lin Yun's ears. Engrossed in his dialogue with the system, Lin Yun failed to notice a patrolling police officer approaching in the distance. Officer Jimmy, feeling a sense of ennui during his patrol, caught sight of Lin Yun standing by the roadside, his expressions shifting dramatically, his eyes appearing vacant. Years of experience led Jimmy to suspect something was amiss, prompting him to investigate further. With determined strides, he advanced toward Lin Yun. Chapter 2. Subjugating Jimmy. Ordinary individuals possess a low sensitivity to their surroundings, often oblivious to the scrutiny of others. As Lin Yun, whose energy level was a mere 1, remained unaware of the approaching officer, it wasn't until Jimmy was just a few meters away that Lin Yun finally reacted. "Why is a police officer coming toward me?" Lin Yun gasped in surprise. He quickly questioned the system. "Do I have any identification in this world? Also, I realize I struggle with English." "Indeed, host. Your proficiency in English is limited, and the system has not provided you with any form of identification," the system's cold electronic voice responded. "The system advises that you promptly purchase 1 slave rod and 1 slave worm, then devise a method to control the approaching officer," it suggested. Once the host has taken control of the police officer, he can acquire the martial arts skills, English language proficiency, and other abilities possessed by the officer, the system's cold voice declared. Lin Yun's mind raced as he realized that he could not attack the officer in plain sight. He needed to lure the policeman to a secluded area. "Then I shall draw the officer into the alley behind me," Lin Yun thought, glancing at his surroundings and noting the alley conveniently located behind him. An assault within the confines of the alley might prove more prudent, as the likelihood of being captured by surveillance cameras in a dimly lit corner was significantly diminished. "Damn it, I'm the host, I shouldn't have to take such risks myself," Lin Yun fumed internally. He feigned nonchalance as he turned and strolled toward the alley, simultaneously casting a furtive glance at Jimmy, who was approaching from a distance. "Damn, he has indeed followed me," Lin Yun thought, a cold sweat beginning to trickle down his back. In his past life, he had heard tales of the violent nature of American police, who would draw their guns at the slightest provocation. Thus, he understood that he had but one chance to strike. "Purchase 1 slave stick and 1 slave bug, and have them delivered to me," Lin Yun commanded the system impatiently, doubting its ability to deliver items to him. "Purchase successful. The host currently has 98 slave coins remaining," came the system's frigid announcement as a dark rod and a green insect materialized in his hands. Simultaneously, instructions on the usage of the rod and the bug flooded Lin Yun's mind, providing him with the necessary knowledge. Jimmy, noticing Lin Yun's departure, quickened his pace to follow. "This guy must be up to something. I need to apprehend him for questioning," Jimmy mused, instinctively placing a hand on his waistband. The cold sensation of his firearm steadied his resolve. "If this kid is playing tricks, I'll give him a bullet," Jimmy calculated. "Stop! Don't move!" Jimmy shouted, having closed the distance to Lin Yun. However, he failed to realize that he had entered the shadowy alley. Lin Yun halted, his back now facing Officer Jimmy. His heart raced, and his breath quickened. Yet, in that critical moment, a brilliant idea struck him. "Store the slave stick and the slave bug in my backpack," Lin Yun ordered the system. "When the time comes, deliver the items back to me," he instructed. Gradually, he turned to face Jimmy. "Why?" Lin Yun asked, struggling with his rudimentary English. Although his command of the language was limited, he could manage simple phrases. "Blah blah blah," Jimmy replied, maintaining a safe distance of about a meter as he began his inquiry. He scrutinized Lin Yun, noting the young Asian's pallid complexion, tinged with a hint of color. This observation eased his tension, and he began to contemplate extorting some money. Asians are generally wealthy, he thought, and proceeded with the customary command. "Raise your hands so I can check for weapons." Lin Yun strained to comprehend a few key words. Raise hands. He slowly lifted his hands, indicating that he bore no weapons, while adopting a dejected expression to lower the officer's guard. Jimmy meticulously examined Lin Yun's slender fingers, analyzing his potential threat based on his training in criminal investigation. "Those hands appear delicate. He likely hasn't done any hard labor," Jimmy deduced, further convinced of Lin Yun's minimal threat level. As he barked orders, he retrieved handcuffs from his waist and approached Lin Yun. Despite maintaining his facade of despair, Lin Yun had already sentenced the officer in his mind. Jimmy closed the gap, now less than a meter away from Lin Yun, and began to place the handcuffs on Lin Yun's wrists. Inadvertently, he caught sight of a strange smile forming at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. "Slave stick, return to my hand," Lin Yun commanded just as Jimmy was about to secure him. In an instant, The previously empty palm of Lin Yun's right hand manifested the rod. Jimmy was taken aback, but the suddenness of it left him no time to react adequately, and he instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. Die, Lin Yun uttered, swinging the slave stick with lethal precision at such a close distance. True to its nature as a product of the system, the rod struck the officer with remarkable force. Jimmy's expression transformed from astonishment to sheer terror as he felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, akin to a violent electric shock. He collapsed to the ground, unable to muster any strength. Seeing Jimmy incapacitated by his slave stick, Lin Yun allowed himself a moment of triumph. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved the slave bug from his storage space and approached the fallen officer, crouching beside him to place the green insect near Jimmy's ear. The green slave bug stirred, seemingly detecting something, and then, under Jimmy's horrified gaze, it entered his ear canal. Lin Yun shuddered at the sight of the bug crawling into Jimmy's head. He then observed the fallen officer, who lay with closed eyes and a pale face, appearing to endure some inexplicable agony. Lin Yun understood that the slave bug was exerting control over the officer's neural pathways. After a tense wait of several minutes, Jimmy abruptly rose from the ground, coldly stating in English, "Master, your servant Jimmy reports for duty." Lin Yun remained silent, as a series of notifications from the system filled his mind. Mission accomplished. A new mission has commenced. As the host, how could you be without a base of operations? Mission, establish a base. Simultaneously, a new page appeared on the system's panel before Lin Yun's eyes, inscribed with the words, Slave Management. Chapter 3. The landing point. Lin Yun focused intently, noticing that beneath the newly appeared Slave Management panel, Jimmy's avatar was displayed. With a mere thought, a plethora of text materialized beneath Jimmy's image. This text served as an introduction to Jimmy, detailing aspects such as gender and age. Gender, male, age, X name. Jimmy among the text. Lin Yun found the information he was particularly interested in. Jimmy's skills: police combat techniques, acquired; police marksmanship, acquired; police English proficiency, acquired. Upon seeing this, Lin Yun instinctively extended his arm and gestured in the air. He felt as though a wealth of combat knowledge had suddenly filled his mind, encompassing techniques such as how to throw a punch and generate force. The system truly does not deceive me, Lin Yun remarked with satisfaction. He could already envision a future where he would enslave countless individuals, acquiring their myriad skills. How formidable that would be. Continuing to examine Jimmy's panel, Lin Yun observed a video window at the bottom that was playing continuously. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a playback of Jimmy's memories, beginning from his childhood. Curiosity sparked within him as Lin Yun inquired, "System, why not directly transfer the memories into my mind?" The system elucidated. If the host were to record too many memories from other beings, it would lead to mental disarray. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged. "Jimmy, do you hear me? Please respond if you do." The faint sound of a communicator emanated from Jimmy's waist. Jimmy turned to Lin Yun, awaiting his master's command. "Jimmy, take a leave and accompany me on an errand," Lin Yun instructed, articulating his words in fluent English. Upon hearing his master's command, the loyal Jimmy picked up the communicator and responded, "Received." Shortly thereafter, Jimmy deactivated the communicator, stating, "Great Master, your faithful servant Jimmy has requested leave from superiors for a period. Let me serve you." "Very well," Lin Yun said, casting an approving glance at Jimmy, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. "Now, Jimmy, let us keep a low profile with titles. It could lead to trouble otherwise. From now on, refer to me as boss in front of others," Lin Yun instructed thoughtfully. "Understood, Great Master," Jimmy replied. "Jimmy, can you think of any secluded spots nearby?" Lin Yun queried. "Great Master, New York comprises 5 boroughs, each containing its own secluded areas," Jimmy answered. "Huh." Lin Yun pondered, conflicted. Which borough should I choose? After a moment of contemplation, he realized he should specify the vicinity. "All right, Jimmy, please indicate the nearest suitable location for us to settle," Lin Yun emphasized. Jimmy tilted his head, pondering for a moment before responding. "Master, there's a small restaurant not far down the avenue, located at a corner, which seems to be doing quite well. This small restaurant spans 3 floors and is run by a white couple. They own the establishment and have no children. In addition, there are a few waitstaff." "How do you know so much?" Lin Yun asked, intrigued. "Because this white couple are friends of your loyal servant Jimmy," he replied. A smile crept on Lin Yun's face, marveling at the power of the slave worm. The original Jimmy, once enslaved, had swiftly divulged information regarding his friends. By the way, Jimmy, what is the name of this small restaurant? Reporting to you, Master, the restaurant is called Wayne's Hotel. The ownership lies with a white man, whose name is Wayne. Oh, Lin Yun's lips curled into a smile, eagerly anticipating the acquisition of Wayne's Hotel. Take me there now, Lin Yun commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, Master, Jimmy replied, his expression becoming serious. You lead the way, I will follow. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Lin Yun and Jimmy arrived in front of a hotel. It was a 3-story establishment, appearing to do well, with patrons frequently entering and exiting. Once you locate Wayne, tell him you wish to discuss a significant business deal. Then guide him to a guest room for a conversation, finding an opportunity to use the slave rod to incapacitate him, ultimately employing the slave worm to control him. Lin Yun whispered instructions to Jimmy while purchasing new slave rods and slave worms from the system to hand over to him. Here, this is how you use them. Lin Yun explained the operation of the slave rod and slave worm to Jimmy. I will guard the entrance to prevent any disturbances, Lin Yun stated. He had no concerns about Jimmy's reaction to the slave rod and slave worm, as Jimmy was now a slave. As such, he possessed no rights. If Wayne inquires about my identity, just say, I am your nephew. If there are any other gaps, feel free to fabricate details if Wayne questions you. Lin Yun added after a moment of thought. Yes, boss, Jimmy affirmed. The two entered the hotel, and not far ahead was the service desk. Lin Yun followed closely behind Jimmy as they swiftly approached the reception area. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? A young lady at the front desk inquired upon seeing Jimmy. Please connect me with Mr. Wayne. I have urgent business, Jimmy replied. Oh, isn't this Mr. Jimmy? He's a familiar face to our boss. I will contact him right away. Another attendant chimed in warmly upon recognizing Jimmy. At that moment, Lin Yun perceived a flaw in the plan. Jimmy, as a familiar acquaintance of Wayne, should be able to contact him directly by phone. There is no necessity to visit in person. Lin Yun felt a sinking sensation in his heart, though he maintained a facade of calm. On the 3rd floor of the hotel, Wayne, who was reviewing invoices, received a call. Boss, Mr. Jimmy wishes to see you, stating he has something important to discuss. The receptionist conveyed. Jimmy wants to see me? Then have him come to my room, number 312, Wayne instructed after a moment's contemplation. This Jimmy. Why didn't he call me sooner? If it's urgent, could it be a significant business deal? As a businessman, Wayne's mind raced with numerous thoughts. Meanwhile, at the front desk, Jimmy and Lin Yun learned that Wayne was available for a meeting and that it would take place in Wayne's room. Thus, Jimmy expertly led Lin Yun towards Wayne's chamber. As they walked, Lin Yun's heart raced at the prospect of enslaving Wayne, envisioning the entirety of Wayne's hotel as his own. He could hardly contain his excitement. Stay calm. Stay calm, Lin Yun murmured to himself. Before long, Jimmy and Lin Yun arrived before room 312. Wayne, your old friend has arrived. Jimmy called out loudly as he knocked on the door. Chapter 4. The message. The doors swung open, and Wayne greeted them with enthusiasm. Jimmy, long time no see. What brings you here today? He cast a puzzled glance at the young man standing beside Jimmy and inquired, Who is this? Wayne, this is my nephew. I brought him along to broaden his horizons, Jimmy replied with a smile. Wayne, I have a significant business matter to discuss with you. It would be inappropriate to converse here, Jimmy said, glancing around with concern. A significant business matter? Let us discuss it in the room then. I will ask the others to step away, Wayne suggested after a moment's thought. Stay here and wait for me, nephew. Jimmy instructed Lin Yun before turning to enter the room with Wayne. Lin Yun stood at the door, watching it close, and soon after, a young and attractive woman emerged from the room. This must be Wayne's secretary, Lin Yun surmised, observing the professional attire of the young woman. The young secretary glanced at Lin Yun for a moment before departing. It seemed that Wayne's room had excellent soundproofing, as Lin Yun could hear nothing of the conversation within. Did Jimmy succeed according to plan? Lin Yun felt a twinge of anxiety after waiting for about 10 minutes. Just as he contemplated making a swift exit, the door creaked open, revealing Jimmy's face. He opened his mouth to say, Boss, please come in and speak. Lin Yun quickly stepped inside and asked, How did it go? Jimmy carefully closed the door and replied, Great master, I have fulfilled my mission. Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction and noticed Wayne standing nearby. Seeing Lin Yun look over, Wayne spoke, Great master, your servant Wayne reports to you. Lin Yun nodded and curiously asked, Is the young woman who just left your secretary? Yes, master. If it pleases you, I shall present her to you, Wayne said coldly. No, thank you, Lin Yun quickly shook his head. Although tempted, he ultimately declined, considering certain circumstances. Realizing that the great master did not desire a woman, Wayne discreetly fell silent. Next, you must assist me in establishing my identity, Lin Yun instructed Wayne. Yes, master. Wayne replied. System, how many slave coins do I have left? Lin Yun inquired of the system. The cold voice of the system responded, Host. You currently have 96 slave coins remaining. Lin Yun calculated that he had spent 2 slave coins controlling Jimmy in the alley and another 2 for Wayne, leaving him with 96 slave coins. System. Why does the task of establishing a foothold still show as incomplete when I have already controlled Wayne? Lin Yun questioned, glancing at the task list in confusion. Host, you need to completely control Wayne's hotel for the task to be marked as complete, the system explained. Oh, I see. Lin Yun contemplated and made a decision. System, I wish to purchase 40 slave rods and 40 slave insects. Purchase successful. Goods have been delivered to storage. You now have 16 slave coins remaining. The system's cold voice echoed in his ears. With a thought, the blue system panel appeared before him, and with another thought, he navigated to the storage space. The icons for the slave rods and slave insects were displayed, yet Lin Yun felt a pang of regret, as this was a substantial expenditure of slave coins. By the way, system, with my 2 slaves, how much energy do I gain each day? Lin Yun inquired. From ordinary individuals, the host can obtain 0.2 energy daily, the system clarified. Understood. Lin Yun nodded, deciding not to delve deeper, as he could always check the system panel later to see how much energy he had accumulated. He then addressed Wayne, starting today, I appoint you as the captain of the slave management team. Here are the tools. As he spoke, Lin Yun summoned the slave insects and slave rods from the system storage and placed them on the floor. A pile of dark rods and a writhing mass of green insects appeared, eliciting a sense of dread. Yes, master. How should these tools be arranged? Wayne asked. Of course. They should be concealed first. We cannot allow others to notice anything amiss, Lin Yun replied. Master is wise, Wayne acknowledged. Indeed, master is wise, Jimmy chimed in eagerly. By the way, master, there is a hidden compartment in my study. Let us place these tools there for the time being, Wayne suggested after a moment of thought. Very well. Wayne, Jimmy, each of you take some and put the tools away immediately, Lin Yun commanded. After assigning tasks to Wayne and Jimmy, Lin Yun leisurely explored the lavishly decorated room, which exuded an air of opulence. He noticed a carpet on the floor and was taken aback, recalling that it had once cost several $1,000s, but now such expenses seemed trivial. His ambition was to enslave the heroes of the Marvel Universe. Enslaving ordinary people was merely a warm-up. As he pondered, Wayne approached, standing respectfully to the side. Lin Yun snapped out of his reverie and asked, What is it? Great master, Wayne and Jimmy have arranged the tools. Good. Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction, then recalled his task of establishing a foothold. You and Jimmy must control all the key figures in Wayne's hotel over the next few days. Do you understand? Lin Yun said coldly. Understood, master. Wayne and Jimmy replied in unison. Seeing their obedience, Lin Yun felt a sense of comfort. With such compliant slaves, capturing the Marvel heroes was merely a matter of time. By the way, bring me some recent newspapers to review, Lin Yun instructed after a moment's consideration. Soon, Wayne returned with the latest newspapers. Lin Yun settled into a chair in the study, sipping the tea poured by Wayne, and began to scrutinize the papers. As he read, a sensational news item caught his attention. Playboy Tony photographed on a date with a certain starlet. Lin Yun read aloud, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Chapter 5. The Levis Bank Robbery. Tony, isn't that Iron Man? It seems that, at present, Tony is not yet Iron Man, Lin Yun observed, carefully examining the other articles in the newspaper, noting that there was no mention of Tony having become Iron Man. Given Tony's flamboyant personality, Lin Yun believed that if he had developed the iron armor, he would undoubtedly proclaim himself as Iron Man. This is promising news. It implies a high feasibility of controlling Tony at this time, Lin Yun reflected, though hesitation crept in. The Marvel Universe was notoriously complex and without thorough investigation. Lin Yun dared not act recklessly. Certain hidden matters often eluded newspaper coverage, as the government tended to suppress such information. Meanwhile, ordinary people continued to live in a seemingly idyllic world. Wayne, come here for a moment, Lin Yun called out. Master, how may I assist you? Wayne replied respectfully as he approached. I require you to mobilize your subordinates to investigate matters concerning the S.H.I.E.L.D, mutants, and Hydra, Lin Yun instructed. Furthermore, it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution to ensure our enemies remain oblivious to our activities, Lin Yun added after a brief pause. He certainly did not wish to find himself at Wayne's hotel only to discover a throng of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surrounding the entrance the following day. Convey this to Jimmy and collaborate with him. Lin Yun continued to contemplate how to establish his own faction. Logically, a faction necessitates resources, personnel, and military strength. Presently, Wayne's hotel income could address some of the financial needs. In terms of personnel, the slave insects could continuously subjugate ordinary individuals, allowing Lin Yun to convert all energy into slave coins. According to his calculations, he could initially acquire 8 personnel, and with the increasing base, he could garner even more daily. What a splendid mathematical conundrum, Lin Yun mused, finally comprehending the system's formidable capabilities in managing such staggering data increments. No wonder the system could traverse the vast expanses of a universe. He then dismissed his chaotic thoughts and turned his attention to military matters. Currently, the most urgent task is to procure firearms, Lin Yun murmured, as the slaves would not escape if they were given orders. They could easily serve as loyal enforcers. The pressing issue was arming them. To arm the slaves, at the very least, firearms were necessary, yet he could not currently engage with the gangs. After all, the gang's power surpassed his own, posing a significant risk in any dealings. This is truly a vexing predicament, Lin Yun pondered before a brilliant idea struck him. Jimmy, is there any way you could procure a batch of unregistered firearms? Lin Yun inquired. Jimmy scratched his head and replied, Great master. All firearms in the police department are logged. All right, Jimmy. I had also inquired about which police precinct you belong to. Master, New York has 5 boroughs. We are currently in Manhattan, and the headquarters of the New York Police Department is located here, Jimmy explained. So, you're a police officer at the Manhattan headquarters? Yes. Then I request that you become the chief of the New York City headquarters. Is that feasible? Lin Yun asked, as he was not entirely familiar with the city's organizational structure. Master, the chief is appointed by the mayor, Jimmy clarified. Lin Yun contemplated this for a moment and then said, Jimmy, return to the precinct. Have Wayne orchestrate criminal activities among his men, and you can apprehend the offenders. This way, you will expedite your promotion. Should anyone obstruct us, eliminate them. Yes, master. Your wisdom will illuminate the entirety of America, Jimmy replied. A few days later, at a small bank in Manhattan known as Levi's Bank. Levi's Bank was an ordinary establishment, operating as usual. As the lunch hour approached, the tellers believed the morning had passed uneventfully. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a flush complexion strode briskly down the bank's exterior corridor, carrying a black leather case. He stopped outside the bank entrance. His eyes were filled with menace as he pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. Disregarding those in line, he advanced directly to the counter. The patrons noticed the man's brazen behavior and began to murmur in discontent. Who does he think he is? Is he trying to cut in line? The teller, a middle-aged woman named Maria, glanced at the man but remained silent, as such occurrences were not uncommon. However, the words that escaped the man's lips sent a wave of anxiety through her. I have a bomb in my black case. Do not move. Quickly, hand over the money. His menacing voice resonated, causing Maria to tense up, while those nearby were similarly gripped by fear. Stay calm, Maria attempted to soothe the man's agitation, pressing the alarm button discreetly under the counter. The majority of the security personnel on duty were now captivated by the middle-aged man's actions. Get down. At that moment, 2 masked gunmen burst through the door, firing into the ceiling. Help! It's a robbery. The previously orderly line of customers erupted into chaos, panic-stricken shouts filling the air. One security guard stealthily reached for his sidearm, but a masked gunman, having noticed, swiftly redirected his aim. Bang, bang, bang. The gunman fired 3 shots, each one striking the guard's chest. The guard collapsed helplessly onto the cold concrete floor, blood seeping from his wounds and staining the pristine tiles. The remaining security personnel paled, paralyzed by fear, unwilling to act recklessly. After all, they were merely trying to earn a living. None wished to gamble with their lives. The surrounding crowd obediently crouched on the floor, clutching their heads like lambs awaiting slaughter. The masked gunman cast a disdainful glance before addressing the middle-aged man. Hannibal, hurry and instruct the teller to retrieve the money. The middle-aged man, named Hannibal, glared menacingly at Maria and commanded, Hurry, give me the money. With trembling hands, Maria gathered the cash from the counter, hoping to buy time for the arrival of the police. After all, Upon hearing Hannibal's threat about the bomb, she had immediately pressed the alarm button. Perhaps fate was responding to Maria's silent plea, as the sound of police sirens echoed nearby, like the ominous harbinger of death. A flicker of panic crossed the masked gunman's eyes. Chapter 6. A shift in circumstances, damn it. It's you, it's you. The masked gunman leader heard the police sirens and, in a frenzied state, lamented loudly. How dare you call the police? I will see you all dead. He seethed through clenched teeth. Kill these people. We will retreat immediately. The leader commanded coldly. At his command, Hannibal and another masked gunman wasted no time in unleashing violence. The scene was too gruesome to describe in detail. Before long, the assailants ceased their carnage, yet only a few souls remained alive within the bank. They resembled demons risen from the depths of hell, devoid of humanity. Hannibal, have you set the bomb? We must withdraw, the masked gunman leader instructed, then hurriedly exited through the opposite side of the bank with another gunman, leaving Hannibal behind. Damn it, how dare you leave before me? Hannibal muttered resentfully as he hastily retrieved the bomb from the case. He placed the explosive near the entrance, calculating the timing before setting the detonation. Ha! I will blow you all to pieces, Hannibal chuckled darkly before sprinting away with his case. Moments later, several police cars arrived at a distance from Levi's bank. The vehicles came to a halt, their doors flinging open as several officers leapt out, taking cover with precision. Among them was Jimmy, who intentionally delayed his exit, falling behind the group. The leader of this police force is a sergeant, who holds a rank just below that of the deputy chief within the department. Typically, most operations are under the sergeant's purview, and there are several sergeants in the New York City headquarters. The sergeant in charge this time is named Lake, who sits in the command vehicle directing the actions of the personnel. Get ready, all teams. Yes, Sergeant. One police officer, wielding a megaphone, approached the bank and shouted, You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. After numerous attempts, the bank remained eerily silent, showing no signs of life. Lake's anxiety began to mount. He had witnessed such scenarios before, scenes of a major incident that had resulted in numerous fatalities. Team 1 breached the premises immediately. Authorized to fire at will, he commanded urgently. Upon hearing the sergeant's orders, the leader of Team 1 quickly rallied his team. Among them was Jimmy, who had been hastily reassigned due to the critical situation. Obeying his superior's command, Jimmy deliberately lagged behind, placing himself at the rear of the team. Charge! The leader of Team 1 bellowed, leading his officers toward the entrance. With a thunderous explosion, a brilliant fireball erupted. Jimmy felt a shockwave propel him into the air, crashing onto the bank's entrance corridor, as if his very insides had been turned inside out. Ouch! My hand! He exclaimed, noticing a fellow officer nearby, bloodied and injured, seemingly struck by shrapnel. Yet this officer appeared unfazed by his grievous wound, for a severed hand lay a short distance away. By comparison, I am fortunate, Jimmy thought, shifting his gaze in search of the leader of Team 1, spotting a grotesque mass in the distance. Judging by the tattered uniform and stature, he concluded it was the team leader. Chapter 7. Abandonment, damn it. Sergeant Lake descended from the command vehicle, witnessing the horrific scene unfold before him. He understood that very few from Team 1 would survive. Teams 2 and 3 approached the bank from the other side entrances he ordered. The leaders of the other teams, upon hearing the sergeant's command, launched an assault from the flanks. The subsequent wave of officers successfully secured the bank. Surrounded by a throng of officers, Sergeant Lake entered the crime scene. These scoundrels shall be brought to justice, he vowed. The hellish sight before them revealed a bank floor stained crimson, littered with dismembered bodies and terrifying visages alongside mangled flesh. Many newly inducted officers recoiled in horror, shielding their eyes, while some even succumbed to nausea. Lake closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, then regained his composure. Team 2 remained to process the scene. The rest of you, continue the pursuit of the culprits. The leader of Team 2 halted upon hearing the sergeant's directive, instructing his subordinates to begin the grim task of clearing the site. Meanwhile, Sergeant Lake led the remaining officers in the hunt for the criminals. Yet, contrary to their intentions, they were unable to capture the perpetrators. In a secluded location, a middle-aged man with a menacing demeanor stealthily advanced. Clutching a canister of gasoline, he moved through a warehouse marked with flammable warnings. The warehouse was silent and deserted as he muttered to himself, pouring gasoline throughout the space. For the great master, he proclaimed, igniting a lighter and discarding it onto the floor before hastily departing. Elsewhere, a somewhat disheveled man discreetly trailed a passerby. Unbeknownst to the pedestrian, the man followed closely behind, absorbed his phone while his bag hung from his shoulder. Suddenly, he felt a lightness, causing him to gasp in shock. "My bag is gone." Spotting the shifty figure hastily retreating, the pedestrian shouted, "Thief! Help catch the thief!" The street erupted into chaos, with some individuals pulling out their phones to call for help, while others pursued the thief in an attempt to recapture their belongings. At the Wayne Hotel, Lin Yun leisurely sat in his study, perusing the latest news articles. Beside him lay a telephone with a dedicated line, ensuring a degree of confidentiality. Though Lin Yun maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, he felt a flicker of anxiety within. Ringing, Lin Yun reached for the phone. "Hello, Wayne, what's the situation?" "Great master. We currently have over 100 individuals mobilized. Earlier, we deployed more than 20 to create chaos throughout the city, drawing significant police attention." After a brief pause, the voice on the other end continued, "Great master, shall we proceed with an assault on the Manhattan headquarters to capture the police chief?" Lin Yun fell silent, contemplating. He still had over 80 individuals at his disposal. However, based on previous intelligence, the Manhattan headquarters boasted a minimum of 100 officers. It would be unwise to attempt an immediate takeover, especially given that an attack would likely provoke military intervention, complete with aircraft, tanks, and artillery. After careful consideration, Lin Yun ultimately decided against the assault on the Manhattan headquarters. "By the way, how is the investigation I requested coming along?" Lin Yun inquired. Chapter 8. Lake S. Crisis. After a moment's pause, the voice on the other end responded, "Great master, I have utilized all my channels to gather information. Regarding S.H.I.E.L.D, I did manage to uncover some intelligence. S.H.I.E.L.D, formerly known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, operates under the International Security Council. Unfortunately, I have not been able to secure any further information about S.H.I.E.L.D, nor any leads on mutants or Hydra." Upon hearing Wayne's report, Lin Yun fell into deep contemplation. To have S.H.I.E.L.D, yet no sign of Hydra or mutants. What a curious world we inhabit. Perhaps mutants and Hydra are simply deftly concealed, eluding detection. Or perhaps, in truth, they do not exist at all. This could very well be some distorted cinematic universe, Lin Yun speculated. We have already initiated a significant wave of assaults. We cannot emerge empty-handed. We must apprehend Sergeant Lake and intensify our infiltration of the New York Manhattan Police Department, Lin Yun commanded after deliberation. Nightfall draped New York in its enchanting allure once more. Sergeant Lake, weary and drained, exited the precinct. As a sergeant, he was entitled to a private vehicle, though he typically utilized a patrol car for official duties. However, he opted for his personal car when returning home after a long day. Having long been divorced, he now had only one cherished daughter. Despite his exhaustion, he always prioritized spending quality time with her, valuing their moments together. Ringing. A familiar ringtone echoed as Lake retrieved his phone. Glancing at the screen, he saw the name Dear Little Treasure. His daughter was calling. A smile graced Sergeant Lake's face as he pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone, an unfamiliar voice emerged. "Your daughter is in our hands. Come immediately to Franklin Tower, 19 Washington Street." Soon after, the unmistakable sound of a girl weeping echoed through the receiver. It was the voice of his daughter, Angel. Lake was taken aback, his heart racing as he anxiously inquired, "What do you want from me?" A harsh beep signaled the abrupt end of the call. Sheriff Lake stepped forward, intending to seek assistance from his colleagues inside the sheriff's office. However, just a few paces in, the phone rang once more. Lake's expression tightened as he answered, "If you dare to call the police, we will kill her." The line went dead again. Lake's heart sank. He realized someone must be watching him closely. Otherwise, how could they act with such brazen confidence? Clenching his jaw, he opened the car door, started the engine, and sped toward Franklin Tower. As a sheriff, Lake did not harbor any illusions about the possibility of salvation from the kidnappers. Driving with a facade of nonchalance, he discreetly pressed the alarm button with his other hand, hoping the police would arrive in time. Soon, he reached Franklin Tower, quickly parking his vehicle and rushing toward the building. While hurrying inside, he recalled details about Franklin Tower, constructed in the last century to honor Franklin's contributions to America. The building had become vacant over time, leaving only its dilapidated structure behind. In short, no one resided there anymore. With a heavy heart, Lake made his way toward room 19. Chapter 9. Further developments inside room 19. Two masked gunmen patrolled with their weapons drawn. The room, a modest two-bedroom layout, featured a worn-out sofa upon which a young girl was bound, Lake's daughter, Angel. Fear was etched on Angel's face as she struggled to comprehend why she had been kidnapped. "Daddy, please come save me," she prayed fervently in her heart, longing for her father's rescue. The gunmen exchanged lewd glances, one speaking inappropriately to his companion. The other shot him a cold look, retorting, "That's not what the boss instructed us." Angel squirmed in terror, apprehensive of the dreadful fate that may await her. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a burly white man named Vega, a trusted henchman of Wayne. He surveyed the two gunmen with a hint of disdain. These two fools, he thought. Wayne had ordered to dispose of them after the job was done. Vega's mind raced as he commanded, "Lake is on his way. Prepare to capture him." "Yes, boss," the masked gunmen replied in unison. A knock echoed at the door. Lake stood before room 19, gently rapping on the door. "Open the door," Vega signaled to one of the gunmen. Drawing his handgun and checking the safety, he positioned himself beside Angel on the sofa. The other gunman took cover, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, the New York Police Department received Lake's distress call. Commissioner Boss slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What are you all doing? Our sheriff has been taken hostage. Go assist Lake immediately." One sheriff stepped forward, stating, "We gathered intelligence from the vicinity of Lake's home. An informant reported seeing two strangers leave with Lake's daughter. They appeared to be in a black sedan, heading toward Washington Street." And then, Commissioner Boss pressed, visibly frustrated. "Washington Street is rather isolated and sparsely populated. Due to the urgency, we haven't yet gathered further information." "Useless. You're all worthless," Boss berated, panting heavily due to his corpulence. The officers standing nearby silently cursed, wishing for his demise. "Where's Deputy Andre?" "Bring him to me," Boss commanded, taking a deep breath. "Deputy is on his way from home," one sheriff replied. "Contact Andre, place him in command, and let him lead the operation to capture these lawless criminals." "I will coordinate from headquarters," Boss strategized. Thus, the entire police department sprang into action. Back at the scene, the masked gunman approached the door and released the latch. As the door swung open, Lake's face came into view. "Please let my daughter go. We can negotiate," Lake pleaded. Scanning the room's layout while observing his daughter bound on the sofa, a hulking white man standing beside her. Seeing that Angel appeared unharmed, Lake sighed in relief. At that moment, the gunman at the door, wary, instructed, "Hand over your weapon and communication device." Chapter 10. Lake's submission. Sheriff Lake hesitated, knowing that unarmed police officers in the presence of desperate criminals often met grim fates. Thus, he was reluctant to relinquish his weapon and communication device. The gunman, noticing Lake's indecision, reminded him, "Your daughter is still in our possession." Bound on the sofa, Angel sensed her father's arrival and began to squirm anxiously, yearning for escape. But Vega was not about to let her go. He grasped her throat tightly, warning, "Don't move, or I will snap your neck." Terrified, Angel trembled like a helpless kitten, too frightened to make a sound. Seeing her fear, Vega eventually released his grip. Lake, peering through the door's crack and witnessing Angel's plight, felt a surge of urgency. Desperate to rescue her, fearful for her life, he reluctantly handed over his weapon and communication device. The gunman at the door accepted the items and said, "You may enter now." Lake stepped through the opening, his eyes immediately locking onto his daughter. "Angel, are you all right? Daddy will save you," he called out, his voice filled with urgency. Suppressing his anger, he turned to Vega, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want with my daughter?" Vega smirked enigmatically. "We are here to recruit you as an ally." "What?" Lake could hardly believe his ears. Just then, a sudden gust of wind brushed against him. A sense of danger crept in. Lake instinctively ducked forward, narrowly evading an attack from behind. However, Vega lunged at him, and Lake quickly defended himself, only to find another masked gunman tackling him from behind. Panic surged through Lake as he fought back, throwing punches in a desperate attempt to break free from the gunman's iron grip. Vajam abruptly drew a pitch-black rod from his waist and struck at Lake. Unable to evade due to the masked gunman-esque grip, Lake could only attempt to shield himself with his arm. Soon, he felt the area where he was struck grow, sore, and weak, and then his entire body succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the ground. "What is this?" Lake pondered inwardly. Consider this a lesson. The masked assailant, now smeared in blood, snarled viciously before delivering a kick to Lake's side. "Daddy," Angel called out helplessly. Lake, filled with regret, murmured, "I'm sorry, Daddy is useless." Vane, unconcerned with the unfolding chaos, cautiously extracted a box from his person and opened it under Lake's bewildered gaze. Inside wriggled a green worm. Gently, Vane picked up the worm and leaned toward Lake. "What are you going to do?" Lake asked in rising terror. "Do not fret. Soon you shall be one of us," Vajam replied with a sinister smile, placing the worm in Lake's ear canal amidst his horrified stare. Lake felt a creeping sensation, as if something was slowly burrowing deeper within him. Ah. Deputy Director Andre was seated in a vehicle en route to the police station, having finally awaited a holiday for a much-needed respite. However, he was startled to learn of a significant incident occurring at the precinct. Chapter 11. Andre's confusion as a key figure within the police department. Andre was acutely aware of his position. Director Boss, who had ascended through connections, rarely engaged in work, leaving the department's performance to Andre's stewardship. After Boss eventually departed, Andre anticipated that he might ascend to the role of chief, provided no further unexpected appointments occurred. Andre hastily arrived at the precinct, quickly summoning officers and setting off. On Washington Street, Andre, accompanied by a group of officers, commenced an investigation. Before long, the astute Andre honed in on the Franklin building. "Let us proceed to this location." Surrounded completely, Andre commanded the officers, encircling the Franklin building. "Team 1, move in." Andre urged his subordinates to take action. Bang, bang, bang. Officers forcefully kicked open the doors, layer by layer. They soon discovered Lake and his daughter, unconscious in room 19. Moreover, 2 gruesome corpses lay nearby. "Take Sheriff Lake and his daughter to the hospital," Andre instructed after a moment of contemplation. He bent down, touching the blood on the corpses, remarking, "This blood is still warm," indicating the deceased perished not long ago. He examined the fingers and masks of the bodies, noting the oversized knuckles and the black masks. Surely, these belonged to the masked gunmen. How did they meet their end? Could it be an internal conflict? Thoughts raced through Andre's mind. The wounds on the gunmen were evidently fatal. He murmured, "Have you made any discoveries?" Andre inquired, rising to address the nearby officers. Each officer presented their insights, which Andre mentally cataloged, seeking to gather more information to solve the case effectively. Lin Yun sat quietly in his study, his gaze deep and malevolent, concealing his thoughts from anyone. The phone on his desk rang, and Lin Yun answered it. On the other end, Vane respectfully reported, "Great Master. We have implanted the slave worm into Lake's mind. Soon Sheriff Lake will become our ally." "Excellent work. By the way, how goes the task of controlling everyone at Vane Hotel?" Lin Yun inquired. "Great Master. All individuals at Vane Hotel have been implanted with slave worms and will obey your commands without question," Vane replied dutifully. "Good. Continue your infiltration of the police headquarters." "Await my next instructions," Lin Yun commanded. "Yes, Master." Lin Yun's focus shifted to the system, as he had just received notification that the task footing was marked complete. Finally, the task is accomplished. Ding. Alerting host. The shop has been updated, featuring a one-time functional module. Please purchase promptly to enhance your abilities. The system S.H.I.E.L.D. electronic voice announced. "What is a one-time functional module?" Lin Yun inquired curiously while accessing the system shop. Host. A one-time functional module equates to a skill. The term one-time was added to prompt urgency in purchase, the system explained. "Ah, I see." At that moment, a flicker of blue light illuminated the air, revealing the system shop. Chapter 12. Energy Shield. Lin Yun blinked, focusing intently. Within the system shop alongside the slave gang, slave worm, and slave orb, an additional icon appeared. Clearly inscribed on this icon was one-time functional module, Energy Shield. Lin Yun glanced at the price, which displayed as 0. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Why is the price of the one-time functional module 0? The system clarified, "This is a benefit granted by the system, hence the price is 0. "Ah, understood." Lin Yun concentrated, maneuvering the cursor over the icon for a closer inspection. The one-time energy module, Energy Shield, would automatically install upon purchase, providing basic protection based on the host's energy value. This energy shield appears quite extraordinary, Lin Yun mused. Is this energy shield active at all times? If my energy reaches 1,000, how will the protection scale? Lin Yun queried. The system responded, the energy shield remains active continuously, with its protective value being 1/10 of the host's energy. Understood. Display my panel, Lin Yun commanded. With a beep, The splendid system panel unfolded before him. Name: Lin Yun. Gender: male. Energy: 1 slave currency. 20. Lin Yun observed his energy value of 1. Recalling that he had previously converted all energy obtained from slaves into slave currency. He had then spent all his slave currency on slave worms, leaving him with little energy or currency. First, I shall purchase the energy shield, then attend to other matters, Lin Yun decided. Purchase the energy shield, he instructed. Purchase successful. The system S.H.I.E.L.D. electronic voice confirmed. Instantly, Lin Yun sensed a difference around him. He discovered a thin membrane enveloping his body, seemingly invisible to the naked eye. Calculating, Lin Yun realized that with his current energy at 1, the membrane could absorb 0. 1 damage. System, assess what attacks my current membrane can withstand. According to calculations, the membrane can defend against attacks from small blades, such as daggers or knives, the system replied. Lin Yun contemplated deciding to conduct a practical test and called out, "Summon someone." A guard stationed outside the study heard Lin Yun's cries and promptly entered the room. "Bring me a small knife and prick my arm," Lin Yun commanded the guard. "Yes, great master," the guard replied, quickly exiting the room. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a small knife in hand. "Great master, I dare not offend you," the guard said, though his imposing stature belied his trepidation in Lin Yun's presence. Lin Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "If you pierce my arm, I shall grant you clemency." Upon hearing this, the guard relaxed, directing the knife towards Lin Yun's arm. However, as the knife made contact, it inexplicably veered aside. Lin Yun widened his eyes, attentively sensing the phenomenon. He realized that upon touching the membrane, the knife would glide away. "It seems the energy shield disperses the knife's assault," Lin Yun surmised. "Very well, you may leave," Lin Yun instructed the guard, who then slowly exited the study. Elsewhere, in St. Martin Hospital, a patient lay on a bed. Chapter 13. Discovery. Sheriff Lake gradually opened his eyes, feeling a faint ache in his head, uncertain of its origin. "What is happening? How did I end up here?" Lake pondered aloud. His gaze fell upon the adjacent bed, where a frail girl lay. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as his daughter, Angel. Not far away sat a disinterested officer, engrossed in his phone. Hearing movement from the bed, the officer looked up. "Sheriff, you're finally awake," the officer exclaimed with delight. "I am awake," Lake replied. His keen mind began to cloud, as a voice echoed within him, incessantly stating, "Your master is Lin Yun." Gradually, Lake regained his bearings, realizing that his master was indeed Lin Yun, and his mission was to seize this world for him. With clarity restored, he declared, "I am fine. Let us celebrate tonight." The officer quickly responded, "Sheriff, I will call a doctor to examine you." "No need, see. I am well," Lake insisted, rising from the bed to approach the officer. The officer regarded Lake with skepticism, saying, "Sheriff, you are far too dedicated. You're clearly unwell, yet still pushing through." "I assure you, I am fine," Lake replied, exasperated. During the prior altercation, Vega had not inflicted harm upon Lake. Thus his health remained intact. After a doctor was summoned to assess him, the officer finally accepted that Lake was indeed unharmed. Sheriff Lake tidied himself and departed with his team back to the precinct, while Angel, still young and traumatized by her abduction, remained hospitalized for recovery. As Lake settled into the car, he engaged in casual conversation with the officer while contemplating, "My master shall soon dispatch someone to contact me. By proactively returning to the precinct to gather intelligence, I can earn my master's favor." Before long, Lake and the officer arrived at the precinct. Colleagues recognized Lake and remarked, "Sheriff Lake, back to work so soon? Shouldn't you rest at home for a few days?" "I am fine," Lake replied, wearied by their concern. Navigating through the precinct, Sheriff Lake reached Andre's office. From his earlier conversation with the officer, he learned that Andre was overseeing the recent events. Thus, he sought out Andre directly. "Deputy Chief Andre, do you have any new leads?" Lake inquired upon entering the office. "Welcome back, Sheriff Lake. In light of recent events, I have indeed made some new discoveries," Andre responded, lighting a cigarette and taking a contemplative puff. "What discoveries?" Lake demanded, agitated. "New York City has experienced a notably low crime rate in recent years." Earning commendations from higher authorities, Andre began, recounting the city's recent circumstances. Then, his eyes brightened as he continued. "However, in the past month, crime rates have surged significantly across the city. This indicates an increase in criminal activity. What could be the cause?" "There is but one explanation. A new organized crime syndicate has emerged," Andre asserted confidently, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Sheriff Lake felt a wave of dread wash over him, prompting him to ask, what else has Deputy Chief Andre uncovered? Chapter 14. Surveillance. A satisfied smile spread across Andre's face as he said, these criminals share a distinct characteristic. By identifying this trait, we can trace their movements. What characteristic? Lake inquired. Suddenly, Andre's demeanor shifted to a somber tone. Sheriff Lake, you are also a subject of suspicion. We must conduct an investigation. You may leave for now. Lake's expression darkened as he recognized his eagerness had aroused Andre's suspicion. You are right, Deputy Chief. I shall take my leave, Lake conceded, turning away. As he departed, Andre couldn't shake a sense of doubt regarding Lake's demeanor. As an astute deputy chief, he sensed something was amiss. What was off about him? Andre pondered. Indeed, his temperament. The original Sheriff Lake would not exhibit such anxiety, Andre analyzed. Of course, I cannot rely solely on this for suspicion. Nonetheless, protocol dictates that Sheriff Lake must be monitored and scrutinized. After a moment's thought, Andre picked up the phone on his desk and began dialing. He intended to contact a trusted associate, aware that many within the precinct were untrustworthy. Is this Robert? I require your assistance. Please keep an eye on a sheriff named Lake. I suspect he may have betrayed us. In a private investigation office in New York City, a middle-aged Caucasian man ended the call. He possessed piercing, hawk-like eyes that were hard to forget. Moreover, his physique was lean and devoid of excess. Yet at that moment, he muttered under his breath, Damn Andre, always bringing me trouble. For the sake of friendship, I shall assist you. After all, I do call myself Holmes. Fu, come here, he called out. In no time, an Asian man approached, saying, Master, how may I serve you? He was Robert's top disciple, Ah Fu. Born in America to Chinese parents, he had developed a fondness for television dramas, leading him to adopt the name Ah Fu. Go and surveil a sheriff named Lake. Observe any connections he may have with others, and prioritize your safety, Robert instructed. Be careful. I would rather not have to retrieve your body later, Robert added, concern evident in his tone. Master, you are too kind to me, Ah Fu replied cheerfully. You rascal, hurry up, Robert admonished sternly. Indeed, master, I shall go at once, replied Ah Fu. Lin Yun sat quietly in his study, his gaze profound. No one could fathom his thoughts. He remained motionless, akin to a king upon his throne. Outside the study, two muscular men stood guard, resembling sentinels protecting Lin Yun within. Beyond them, several more robust men patrolled continuously, vigilant against potential intruders. In summary, Lin Yun's residence was heavily fortified to the extent that even a mosquito could not infiltrate. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang incessantly, and Lin Yun skillfully picked it up, pressing the answer button. Great master, we are prepared to seek an opportunity to contact Lake. Chapter 15. Investigating the masked veilsman. Make sure to establish contact, Lin Yun responded calmly, a sense of melancholy inexplicably filling his heart, as if influenced by an enigmatic force. Before long, as the wheels of fate turned, Lin Yun gradually found his footing, the gloom within him slowly dissipating. Wayne, convey the order to Lake to find a way to control Deputy Director Andre. Lin Yun instructed, a sheet of paper resting on his desk. It contained intelligence gathered by Wayne and other subordinates, revealing that the chief of the Manhattan Bureau was Boss and the deputy director was Andre. Understood. I shall comply with the great master's command, Wayne responded from the other end of the line. In a conference room at the New York Police Department, officers filled the seats. At the forefront loomed a massive screen displaying the words, Case Analysis. Standing beneath the grand screen, Andre surveyed all the officers present. Among them were several sheriffs, while the rest were elite officers, a true gathering of the finest. I need not elaborate. You may already have your suspicions, Andre remarked, tapping the screen to change the displayed content. Several violent incidents have occurred in New York City in the past few days, resulting in casualties. Alone, this might not raise alarms, as gang conflicts and resulting injuries are commonplace in New York. The crux lies in the fact that this is a premeditated event, potentially concealing a monumental conspiracy. Andre spoke slowly, keenly observing the expressions of the officers present. As anticipated, many wore peculiar expressions. Andre silently noted these individuals, suspecting that some within the police department had already allied with the gangs. He surmised that the recent violent events were orchestrated by a gang organization, perhaps shrouded in a staggering conspiracy. The sheriffs began to exchange views, discussing their perspectives on the matter. In my recent investigations, I have uncovered a crucial detail, Andre stated, tapping the screen to display new information. Several gruesome corpses appeared on the screen, bloodied and distressing to behold. Andre glanced at the assembled officers and inquired, "Do you notice any commonalities?" These corpses were criminals shot dead by the police. The shared trait is that they all wore masked veils, Andre elucidated. The masked veils serve as a hallmark. By tracing their origin, we may uncover further clues. At this juncture, Andre began issuing commands, organizing the officers into groups to launch a citywide investigation into the masked veils. He knew he must rely on these officers, for without them, conducting an investigation in the vast expanse of New York City would be impossible. The citywide probe into masked veils was a strategic initiative orchestrated by Andre, aimed at uncovering more leads. Lin Yun sat silently in his study, utterly still, his gaze profoundly inscrutable. No one could discern his contemplations. Ring, ring, ring. The phone sounded again, and Lin Yun extended his hand to grasp it, expertly pressing the answer button. "Great master, your humble servant Wayne has news to share," came Wayne's respectful voice from the other end. "Speak, Wayne," Lin Yun replied with indifference, for as a leader, he must always maintain his authority. "Great master, I have learned through an insider in the department that Andre intends to investigate the origin of the masked veils," Wayne conveyed respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. This presented a vulnerability. Should Andre pursue the source of the veils, all evidence would inevitably lead back to him. "Master, should we eliminate those shopkeepers who create the masked veils for us?" Wayne inquired respectfully. "Indeed, dispose of them all. This will ensure my safety," Lin Yun commanded coldly. Chapter 16. The Vanquished Understood. "Great master," Wayne replied with deference. "Then proceed. I await your favorable news," Lin Yun stated indifferently, ever the authoritative leader. In New York City, at a small roadside tailor shop, the proprietor, an elderly woman named A.C., was already hard at work, diligently sewing. As a lower-class white woman in New York City, her life was steeped in poverty. Each day, she struggled to sustain herself through menial sewing tasks. And she also had a young granddaughter to care for. The child, still quite small, had been picked up by AC from the streets, despite her own solitude. AC could not resist bringing the little life home with her. Even though this choice made her life more difficult, AC harbored no regrets about her decision. As she mended a customer's clothing, AC reminisced about an incident from a few days prior. A tall white man had visited her shop, ordering several hundred masked veils, which represented a significant boost to AC's income. This order greatly improved her living conditions. How wonderful it would be if such opportunities arose more frequently, AC mused. As for the purpose of the masked veils, she paid it no heed. Perhaps her age rendered her oblivious to such matters. AC glanced at the wall of her shop, where a hidden compartment lay. She often placed her granddaughter within it to sleep, as the child was still very young, and the compartment was spacious enough to accommodate her. At this moment, her granddaughter, in a deep slumber, was safely nestled in the hidden space, alleviating AC's fears of losing her. A few hundred meters from the tailor shop, a brooding white man strode purposefully. His expression was dark, and an internal struggle raged within him. As a capable assistant to the leader of the Vega gang, Jax was often dispatched to undertake significant tasks, including silencing witnesses. Yet, Jax felt a pang of anguish. For the elderly AC had once assisted him. Though AC had long since forgotten this act of kindness, Jax wished to repay her, which was why he had entrusted the previous masked veil order to her. Although the order was modest, it was a decent business for AC. However, this time, Vega's leader, aware of Jax's connection to AC, had specifically assigned him to handle the matter. Jax felt immense gratitude, knowing that Vega's leader was a relative of the hotel owner Wayne, who seemed to be backed by powerful allies. Thus, he speculated that this matter was ordered from above. Now that he was in charge, it did not necessarily mean he had to eliminate Granny AC. However, this time he was met with disappointment. He had arrived at a location not far from the tailor shop and witnessed a scene he had hoped to avoid. Several police officers were surrounding Granny AC, and one officer, who appeared to be the leader, was smiling as he asked, "Granny, due to official business, we need to investigate what you have sold recently." Granny AC looked at the officers with surprise. The frail old woman paused for a moment before responding. "Let me think." Jax, watching from a distance, felt a sense of foreboding despite not being able to hear them. Standing away from the police, he made a painful decision. He would shoot Granny AC. "Do not blame me. Blame the police," Jex murmured as he drew his pistol from his waist. He aimed at Granny AC from afar and, with a cold demeanor, pulled the trigger. He emptied the magazine and swiftly departed from the scene. He clearly saw several bullets strike Granny AC, and judging by her injuries, she would not survive. After firing, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as he silently uttered, "May your soul rest in peace and ascend to heaven. Amen." Chapter 17. Developments. Granny AC. Her eyes, filled with terror, collapsed to the ground, several bullet wounds gaping in her chest. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, rapidly staining her upper body a vivid red. Her consciousness gradually faded into darkness, and she fell silent. She was dead. The police officers, each crouched on the ground, wore expressions of fear, having not anticipated such an unexpected attack. One of them, a sheriff, had also been struck by a stray bullet in his arm and was gritting his teeth against the pain. Markov, the team leader, quickly drew his weapon, ready to retaliate. But after a prolonged wait with no further attacks, Markov realized the assailant had already fled. "Damn it," he cursed, then pulled out his phone to contact the hospital. One officer approached to assess Granny AC's injuries and reported, "Captain, the shopkeeper is dead." Markov's expression darkened. As a confidant of Deputy Director Andre, he had been tasked with investigating several key locations, one of which was Granny AC's shop. He did not expect the mastermind behind this to be so brazen as to assassinate a civilian in broad daylight. "You all, tend to your injuries if you are hurt. Those who are uninjured, follow me. We must search this tailor shop. There should be some clues left behind," Markov instructed his team. Thus, the uninjured officers accompanied Markov into the shop to begin their search. "Captain, there's a child here," one officer exclaimed, pulling a young girl from a hidden compartment. The girl, only a few years old, wore an expression of sheer terror, her small frame trembling uncontrollably, clearly traumatized by the bloody scene she had witnessed. "Ah, poor child," Markov sighed, fully aware that children raised in such circumstances often bear emotional scars. "Captain, I found a ledger," another officer excitedly called out. Upon hearing this, Markov hurried over and took the ledger from the officer's hands. He casually flipped through its pages and noted, "Indeed, this appears to be the clue we need. Let us prepare to return and report our findings," Markov said, glancing at the ambulance approaching in the distance. "Also, let us take this girl back with us." At home, Lake sat on a stool, utterly dispirited. As an experienced sheriff, he had realized he was being watched. Over the past few days, he had inadvertently noticed several unfamiliar faces lingering near his home. Coupled with Andre's earlier remarks, Lake understood he could not afford to venture out carelessly, lest he arouse suspicion. In essence, Lake found himself trapped within the confines of his own home. Just as he was consumed by these thoughts, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. Lake quickly glanced at the unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button and listened quietly. "Hello, I am Wajia. I've been instructed to inform you to find a way to earn Andre's trust. The necessary items will be sent to you via courier," said a rough male voice on the other end of the line. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Lake replied cautiously, maintaining the demeanor of a sheriff. The call ended abruptly. Lake fell into deep contemplation, suspecting the caller was an associate of the Great Master. However, he was wary of being drawn into a trap by those with ulterior motives. Chapter 18. Next steps. As long as the Great Master appears before me, I shall recognize him, Lake murmured to himself. "Director, and here is the information we have gathered," Markov said as he handed the ledger to Andre in his office. "You've worked hard. Please take a rest." "I will review this ledger," Andre replied. Markov nodded, choosing not to disturb Andre's contemplation as he exited the office. This scene did not go unnoticed by a keen observer in the police station, namely Officer Jimmy. Feigning nonchalance, Jimmy discreetly took note of the event. In the previous operation at Levi's bank, their captain had perished and the other team members had suffered severe injuries. Jimmy, being in relatively good condition, had been promoted to captain, coincidentally under Lake's command. In the police station, Lin Yun had not actively expanded his influence, as doing so might attract unwanted attention from certain departments. Andre sat in his chair, one hand holding a cigarette, taking occasional puffs while the other rhythmically tapped the desk. It was evident he was engrossed in deep thought. Andre flipped through the ledger, examining its contents meticulously. Written by Granny AC, the ledger contained various notes, including records of the shop's business dealings. Andre quickly flipped to the last page and began reviewing the preceding entries, soon finding the information he sought. 384 mast hoods. Could this criminal organization have so many operatives? Andre's expression grew grave as he realized he had underestimated this criminal group. Perhaps this is merely my conjecture. Andre reassured himself. Yet he could not help but regard this criminal organization with increasing seriousness. Purchaser, Jex. Andre continued reading, committing the name to memory. Secretary, please summon Captain Markov. Andre instructed his secretary. Before long, Markov entered, looking puzzled. Director Andre, what is it you wish to discuss? Dispatch a C-level wanted notice for an individual named Jex, Andre ordered. He is the purchaser of a mass hoods and is undoubtedly connected to a significant criminal organization. Moreover, he is a suspect in Granny Acey's murder, Andre asserted confidently. The C-level wanted notice signifies that this individual has become a suspect and must be apprehended. I suspect Jax has already fled. You need to inform all branches to monitor his movements. Understood, Director, and I will take care of it immediately. Markov nodded and replied. As Markov departed with his orders, Andre couldn't help but sigh. What a troublesome season this is. In the dimly lit study, Lin Yun sat regally, his expression indifferent, as if nothing could capture his interest. Ding ding ding. A phone rang, and Lin Yun expertly answered, pressing the call button. On the other end, Wayne's voice resonated. Great Master, I have instructed Vega to contact Lake. Furthermore, Vega assured me that everything has been handled. No one will trace it back, Wayne declared confidently, unaware of any additional clues at the scene. Well done, Lin Yun praised. All credit goes to your wisdom, Master. Your brilliance shall illuminate all of America, Wayne replied. Chapter 19. AFO Surveillance Lake sat silently in his room, his brows tightly knitted, his mind restless. His thoughts drifted as if he were in a daze. A version of Lake appeared beside him, saying, Curse it, why are you not seeking your master? What are you doing sitting here? You must depart immediately. For your great master. Eliminate all enemies. Lake shook his head, a look of astonishment crossing the face of the other Lake. Then, the other Lake vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared. A hallucination? Lake murmured. While he pondered, he remained oblivious to the fact that someone in the distance was tirelessly keeping watch over him. Lake's residence was a two-story house, and he sat near the window. The window was left open, for Lake disliked darkness. Thus, it was always ajar, and this occasion was no exception. After receiving a phone call hinting at someone watching him, Lake rose. He glanced outside, but found nothing of consequence, so he closed the window. Hiding in the shadows, he sought to avoid detection. Lake relished the feeling of darkness, as it bestowed upon him a sense of security. At a distant street corner stood AFO, Robert's apprentice, assigned to surveil Lake. He held a special radio in his hand, playing music incessantly. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be a mere radio, but in truth, it was not. As a professional private detective, carrying a conspicuous camera around would easily attract unwanted attention and potential mishaps. However, the radio in AFO's possession was ingeniously modified, equipped with photographic and recording capabilities. The buttons on the radio could be turned to adjust the camera's direction. It was a powerful tool, essential for any private detective. AFO smiled with satisfaction, declaring, I am truly a genius. He boasted, for he had personally crafted the modifications to this radio. My master mentioned that this person seems to have drawn the curtains. AFO casually scanned Lake's home from a distance, muttering to himself, Never mind, I shall hide the device in the corner. There's no one around now. After a moment's thought, AFO switched off the radio's sound and surveyed his surroundings. The area was quiet, with only a few passers-by. Waiting until no one was around, AFO stealthily moved to the overgrown corner. Placing the radio here should pose no problem, AFO mused. He adjusted the buttons, directing the camera lens toward Lake's residence. After a final check and finding everything in order, AFO concealed the radio within the underbrush. Having secured the camera, AFO departed with a sense of elation. For he had not only set up the radio, but had also hired a few idle ruffians to keep an eye on Lake. Now he intended to take a break, for AFO too felt tired and desired a place to unwind. Lake remained completely unaware of AFO's radio setup, only vaguely sensing that someone might be watching him. Yet, he brushed it off, as he was preoccupied with devising a way to manipulate Deputy Director Andre. Meanwhile, an unforeseen event unfolded that Lin Yun had not anticipated. Chapter 20. Jax in trouble. Jax hurried back to his rented accommodation, situated in a secluded area. Generally speaking, the police would not venture here. This region harbored a significant number of illegal immigrants, and police inspections often sparked a series of social upheavals, leading officers to instinctively overlook this place. Inside the small, yet distinctly scented rental, the air was thick with a woman's fragrance. Jax couldn't help but smile. It was the scent of his girlfriend. Despite his frequent clandestine killings, he remained a naive romantic, placing great importance on his girlfriend. Most of his earnings were devoted to her. Yet today, he sensed something amiss with the fragrance. Why does it smell so strong? With an irritating undertone. Jax's mood shifted uneasily. "Little Chilly, where are you?" he called out. "Jax, you're back." A rustling voice emerged from the bedroom, followed by another voice. "That is definitely my girlfriend's voice," Jax confirmed internally. The bedroom door swung open, revealing a stunning woman emerging from a room, her face flushed, her gaze glazed. Jax approached her, but his instincts as a killer alerted him to the faint sheen of sweat on her skin. "You're sweating," Jax remarked casually. "Yes, I was working out in the room," Little Chilly replied, momentarily taken aback, her dazed eyes betraying her. Jax paused, recalling that his girlfriend typically disliked exercising. Why would she claim to be working out today? A troubling thought crept into his mind. His girlfriend was hiding something from him. "I'll go grab something from the room," Jax said, shifting his focus. "Don't. Let me get it for you," Little Chilly quickly interjected, a flicker of panic in her eyes. "I can get it myself." "It's no trouble," Jax insisted. "You must be tired today. Just sit and rest," she urged, blocking his path. "No, I'll get it myself," Jax persisted, stepping forward. Unable to deter him, Little Chilly let him advance, clinging to a sliver of hope that Jax would remain oblivious. As Jack entered the bedroom, he was immediately enveloped by a familiar scent, causing his expression to darken ominously. This is the odor of male semen. An overwhelming surge of anger welled up within him. "Speak, where is that man?" Jack suppressed his fury, his gaze fixed intently on Little Chilly. Little Chilly, taken aback, stammered, "Jack, what are you talking about?" Taking a deep breath, Jack strode to the bedside and peered beneath it. There, he beheld a pair of terrified eyes and the naked form of a handsome man. "Come out," Jack commanded, extending his robust hand to seize the man's neck, dragging him from beneath the bed. His physique was imposing, akin to an eagle grasping a chick. "You will perish." Jack's mind was ablaze with rage as one hand tightened around the man's throat while the other struck his face with brutal force. Chapter 21. Jack's fury. The handsome man struggled futilely, his neck gripped tightly, causing his face to redden. "Let me go," he mumbled incoherently. Fear consumed him. Should he endure this again, he vowed to never again. Yet, the world is devoid of such ifs. At that moment, Jack's colossal fist descended, landing a devastating blow to his face. Jack continued to rain down punches, his opponent's once handsome visage transformed, unrecognizable beneath the swelling and bruising. Little Chilly stood frozen, astonished. The man who usually cowered before her had transformed into a figure of terror. Jack's expression contorted with rage, but as the beating progressed, his fury began to dissipate. Observing the handsome man he had captured, Jack murmured, "He is nearly out of breath." He turned away, discarding the man's body onto the floor. Glancing at Little Chilly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Little Chilly seemed to sense the impending danger, clinging desperately to Jack's leg. Tears streaming as she pleaded, "I will never dare again. Please spare me. I will never dare again. Jack, don't kill me," she continued to beg. A momentary flash of malice crossed Jack's eyes, but recollections of their past tenderness caused him to hesitate briefly. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the back of Little Chilly's head, rendering her unconscious. As she collapsed, Jack spat, "Wretched woman." He changed out of his bloodied clothes, swiftly gathering his belongings before departing the room. Not long after, Little Chilly stirred back to consciousness, her gaze falling upon the lifeless body of the man. And the horrifying events flooded back to her mind. Call the police, she thought, terror gripping her as she beheld the scene. With trembling hands, she retrieved her phone and dialed for help. "My boyfriend Jack has committed murder." Murder cases, regardless of location, are treated with utmost seriousness. In no time, the local police precinct dispatched personnel, led by a sheriff, to the scene. Sheriff Weenie entered the room, directing officers to document and manage the scene. "Sheriff, this appears to be a crime of passion," an assistant informed him. "A man named Jack has killed another man," the assistant reported. "What did you say, Jack?" Sheriff Weenie inquired, as the name struck a chord of familiarity. "Yes, Sheriff. The murderer is named Jack," the assistant confirmed. "I recall now. I've seen Jack's name on a wanted poster. He is indeed the fugitive Jack, Sheriff Weenie concluded. Bring the victim back to the precinct for a thorough investigation. Sheriff Weenie ordered. The group then escorted the victim, Little Chili, back to the police station. Describe your boyfriend Jack's characteristics, an officer asked in the interrogation room. Little Chili began slowly. As the officers in the precinct gathered more information, their understanding of Jack expanded beyond merely knowing his name. Report this information up the chain, the police chief instructed. The news traveled through the ranks, reaching Manhattan's headquarters where Ender learned of the latest details regarding the wanted fugitive Jack. Chapter 22. Jack's captured deputy chief. Here is Jack's file. Captain Markov approached Ender, presenting a thick stack of documents. Ender accepted the file, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. You may take a break." Captain Markov nodded and exited. Settling in, Ender began to peruse the information. From Little Chili's testimony, many details about Jack emerged. Perhaps Jack had never suspected that Little Chili would betray him. Jack, a New Yorker, born in XXX year. As Ender read, a mental image of a tall, somewhat Navi-looking white man began to form. Yet, he was undeniably a killer. Ender suspected that the elderly Mrs. Vix was a victim of Jack's hand. Little Chili's account indicated that Jack frequently practiced marksmanship at a shooting range, leading Ender to believe Jack was quite skilled with firearms. Of course, all of this was mere speculation. He could not draw conclusions without concrete evidence regarding Mrs. Vix. Please summon Captain Markov, Ender instructed his secretary. Soon after, Captain Markov arrived. Captain Markov, take my orders and issue an A-level wanted notice for the fugitive Jack, Ender commanded. Understood, Chief. An A-level wanted notice pertains to a fugitive accused of murder, representing the highest level of alert. Jack departed his apartment, engulfed in profound confusion. Little Chili, why have you betrayed me? He murmured to himself. In a daze, he wandered the streets, unable to quell the sorrow of being cast aside. Like a lost soul, he roamed for some time before shaking off the despondency. Only then did he become aware of the sweat trickling down his forehead. He realized that his aimless wandering would soon expose him. With this thought, he quickly turned and headed toward a more secluded area. Sheriff, an informant has spotted Jack, an officer reported to Sheriff Weenie. Quickly, prepare to apprehend Jack, Weenie exclaimed with excitement. Having served as sheriff for many years, capturing Jack could potentially elevate him to deputy chief. At that moment, Jack found himself cornered, trapped by the police in a dead-end alley. The alley was shrouded in white smoke, released from the police's smoke bombs. This was intended to obscure visibility and prevent Jack from resorting to desperate measures. Jack felt an overwhelming sense of urgency as he glanced at the towering walls flanking him. Realizing that scaling them was an impossible feat, just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Suddenly, a painful sting shot through his calf, rendering his lower body numb. Damn the police, they've used tranquilizer darts. A series of quick, successive whizzes followed, and Jax found himself unable to evade them, succumbing to further shots. Powerless, he collapsed to the ground, feebly attempting to pull himself up, but to no avail. Before long, several officers clad in bulletproof vests stormed in, surrounding him and forcefully pinning him to the floor. We've got him. Quickly, put on the handcuffs. Disarm the suspect. Chapter 23. A further development in a dimly lit room. Lin Yun sat impassively upon his throne, leisurely perusing a newspaper beside him. At that moment, the phone rang, its insistent tone piercing the silence. Lin Yun expertly picked up the receiver and pressed the answer button. Great master, the servant is in dire trouble, came Wayne's frantic voice from the other end. Lin Yun's brow furrowed in concern. What has transpired to cause such a disturbance? Great master, Jax has been arrested. What? Jax has been apprehended? Lin Yun's voice trembled with suppressed fury. Wayne, trembling with fear, wiped the sweat from his brow. Due to certain circumstances, Jax fell into the hands of the police. Lin Yun fell silent, swiftly inquiring within his mind, will Jax reveal my whereabouts? Rest assured, host, the slave under your control will not divulge any of the master's information. If they attempt to forcibly extract information, the slave's mind will shatter. The cold voice of the system echoed in his mind. Excellent. Lin Yun sighed in relief. Over this period, he had fully savored the intoxicating taste of power, finding it increasingly difficult to detach from such a sensation. Moreover, nourished by energy, the scars of his past had vanished, transforming him into a remarkably handsome figure. If Lin Yun were to stroll down the streets of America now, countless women would undoubtedly approach him, eager for a date. What a mundane world, Lin Yun mused, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. Wayne, do not fret. I have faith that Jax will not betray our secrets, Lin Yun stated calmly. By the way, do report on our current numbers, Lin Yun inquired. Great Master, we now have over 300 members. At your command, they shall obey without hesitation, Wayne replied respectfully. Haha, I am the king, the sovereign of this world, Lin Yun proclaimed, rising to his feet, arms raised in triumph, laughter echoing through the room. Seating himself once more, he spoke in a low voice. Keep a close watch on the police department. I eagerly anticipate Lake's actions. Yes, Great Master, Wayne replied with deference. Meanwhile, Sheriff Lake had waited long enough and finally regained his composure. For the Great Master, I shall risk suspicion to capture Andre, he vowed, determined to eliminate all adversaries for his master. Is Mr. Lake home? I have a delivery for you. Kindly sign for your package, a voice called from outside, accompanied by persistent knocking at the door. Lake's heart raced. This must be the item mentioned in the previous phone call. He approached the door, peering through the peephole to find an impatient courier clad in red, knocking on the door. I'm coming, Lake responded, opening the door. Here, your package, the courier grumbled, thrusting the item into Lake's hands. Please sign here. Of course, Lake replied. After signing, he dismissed the courier and examined the package, noting its considerable weight, suggesting it contained something significant. He retreated into his room, securing the door behind him, and eagerly unwrapped the parcel. The contents gradually revealed themselves: a sheet of paper, a dark stick, and a box. Chapter 24. Interrogating Jack. Sheriff Lake scrutinized the modest items within the package. What could be documented on this paper? Lake pondered, picking it up for a closer examination. The paper detailed that the box contained slave worms, which, when placed in a person's ear, would burrow in, turning them into one of their own. A subsequent line indicated that the dark stick was a slave rod, equipped with a touch-sensitive switch that, upon contact with an enemy, would incapacitate them, rendering them utterly defenseless. Essentially, the slave rod functioned as a powerful stun device, inflicting no physical harm. Truly a marvel of dark technology. With these items, how could I possibly fail to control Andre? Lake's mind rejoiced at the prospect. I should wait for an opportunity when only Andre is present. Use the slave rod to incapacitate him, and then introduce the slave worm into his ear. Sheriff Lake schemed eagerly. This plan is excellent. I shall execute it during my next visit to the police station, he thought with satisfaction. On the other side, in the police interrogation room, Jax was bound to a specially designed chair that offered no comfort. He squirmed uncomfortably, the cramped space exacerbating his distress. Before him sat a table surrounded by several officers, all fixated on him with unwavering intensity. Enough, let's begin, someone signaled. The lead officer nodded and cleared his throat. At XXX o'clock this afternoon, where were you? He inquired. Jax lowered his head, avoiding the officer's gaze, responding only with silence. The officer, undeterred, pressed on. Did you purchase a large quantity of masks from Miss AIC? Where are the masks now? Are you affiliated with a major criminal organization? Who is your superior? Jax resolutely sealed his lips, understanding that he might face the death penalty for killing the adulterer. Yet he remained unafraid. Even in death, he would not divulge his superior's identity. Moreover, a vague intuition told him he would not perish. Someone from above would surely come to rescue him. Very well, the officer said, nodding before departing with his team. However, a few unsavory-looking officers remained behind. One remarked, seems this kid is quite stubborn, refusing to speak. Another suggested, why not give him a beating? Let him know the power of the police. A third officer interjected, are you fools? If this kid ends up injured and the media catches wind, we'll be in deep trouble. I propose a gentler approach. You make a compelling point, the remaining officers concurred. Bring the flashlight and shine it in his eyes. One officer instructed. Before long, an officer returned with a rather peculiar flashlight that flickered on and off incessantly. This method was precisely what the officers referred to as a gentle approach. The relentless beam of light cast upon the suspect's face deprived him of respite, sapping his spirit. After enduring this torment repeatedly, the suspect would ultimately yield and confess. This tactic, devised by the officers, had proven effective time and again. The officers directed the flashlight towards Jax, continuously illuminating his face. Jax was overwhelmed by a blinding whiteness that enveloped his vision, rendering him uncomfortable and distressed. Chapter 25. Desperation in the dim interrogation room. Jack's eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and terrifyingly red. No one knew the extent of what he had endured. Jax perceived only a blinding whiteness in his field of vision, as if devoid of any human presence, which instilled a profound sense of fear within him. As long as you cooperate, it won't be so unbearable, one officer coaxed. Speak up, and we won't make it difficult for you. Another officer joined the chorus of intimidation and persuasion. Jax instinctively tensed his body, attempting to break free from the interrogation chair. Sensing the shift, the officers swiftly restrained him. In a low growl, Jax spat out, "I will kill you. I will kill you." The officers regarded Jack's outburst with indifference, remarking, "Do you truly believe you have a chance? You worthless scum? Speak. Hurry up and speak. Say it now. Confess immediately, or you will regret it." Captain Markov pushed open the door to the interrogation room, declaring, "I need to assess the situation." Upon hearing this, the officers tidied up their surroundings and opened the door for Captain Markov to enter. As he stepped inside, Captain Markov surveyed the environment, gaining insight into the officers' methods, which were beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Moreover, the officers were adept in psychology, capable of uncovering the vulnerabilities in a suspect's mindset, compelling them to confess. Has the suspect admitted guilt? Captain Markov inquired with certainty. He anticipated the officers would respond with, "The suspect has confessed." Then, all would be well. The officers exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, stating, "Captain Markov, this fellow is quite obstinate. He hasn't uttered a word. He has not confessed. We have tried various methods. Continue your efforts. I will inform Deputy Director Andre of this news," Captain Markov said, furrowing his brow, as the situation was not as he had envisioned. "Forget it. Let me relay this information to Deputy Director Andre," Captain Markov contemplated, deciding to pass this challenging issue to him. As for the chief, he completely disregarded that concern. Everyone in the department was aware that the headquarters relied entirely on Deputy Director Andre's support, while the chief was merely a figurehead. Captain Markov instructed the officers to persist with the interrogation before proceeding to find Deputy Director Andre. In the office, Captain Markov briefed Andre on the situation. "Director, the officers conducting the interrogation report that the suspect, Jax, remains unyielding." Upon hearing this, Andre frowned. Throughout his lengthy career, he had always detested encountering a suspect who stubbornly refused to speak. "Have special methods been employed?" Andre inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope. "Director, the officers claim they have utilized all approaches. If this continues, the suspect may go blind," Captain Markov replied. "Very well. I am now informed of the situation. You may leave," Andre said, still furrowing his brow. Upon hearing the deputy director's words, Captain Markov turned and exited, returning to his post to resume his work. In the office, Andre lit a cigarette and began to ponder. As an ardent advocate of interrogation techniques, Andre understood that no one is devoid of weaknesses. It is merely a matter of discovering them. Chapter 26. Monitoring results. Deputy Director Andre was lost in deep contemplation, striving to identify the vulnerabilities of the suspect, Jax, in order to compel him to confess. What should I do? Meanwhile, on a secluded street, few passers-by were present. Ah-Fu stealthily approached a corner, ensuring the coast was clear before retrieving his specially crafted radio from the bushes. He examined the device and noted that its markings remained unchanged since the last time he had concealed it, indicating that no one had tampered with it. "It seems no one has discovered my radio. I can thoroughly review the video footage upon returning," Ah-Fu thought to himself, feeling a surge of delight. "This will allow me to complete my master's task." Although Ah-Fu's mind was racing with thoughts, he maintained a calm exterior as he pressed a button on the radio. A melodious tune began to emanate from the device, and Ah-Fu hummed along as he made his way home. While he could report directly to his master's detective agency, Ah-Fu preferred to return to his own home, ensuring matters were handled before informing his master. "That way, my master will surely be pleased." Eagerly, Ah-Fu hurried home. Having lost his parents at a young age, he was left with a modest inheritance. However, Ah-Fu was not interested in formal education. His true passion lay in becoming a detective. Thus, his home was adorned with various detective tools. Before long, Ah-Fu arrived home. He entered his bedroom, where a state-of-the-art personal computer awaited, rumored to be one of the latest and most powerful models from Stork Industries. Skillfully, Ah-Fu disassembled the radio and extracted a hard drive, which he connected to the computer's interface. The progress bar on the computer sped by, and Ah-Fu clicked to begin reviewing the video recordings stored on the hard drive. As the video commenced, scenes unfolded one after another, prompting Ah Fu to jot down all the points of confusion in his notebook. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity, the sky outside had changed several times by the time Ah Fu completed his review of the video records. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes and glanced at the densely scribbled notes beside him, muttering, "I'm exhausted. I need a good night's sleep." With that, he stripped off his clothes and climbed into bed. Several hours later, Ah Fu finally awoke, stretching lazily and exclaiming, "That was a wonderful sleep. Time to continue my research." With that, he sat up, quickly donned his clothes, and returned to his notes, analyzing them further. According to the records in the video, Sheriff Lake has been hiding at home these past few days. It seems Sheriff Lake has not communicated with any strangers. Of course, this may merely be a FAOD. There could be other reasons. Ah Fu scribbled his speculations in another notebook. "I'll take this to my master, and the task will be complete." After he tidied up briefly before heading out to catch a ride to his Master Robert's detective agency. "Master, my surveillance has yielded some results. Here is the summary of my findings," Afyu said with a cheerful grin as he presented the documents to his mentor Robert. "Well done. You've worked hard these past few days. I shall grant you a few days off," Robert remarked, scanning Afyu with his eagle-like gaze. "Thank you, Master. I will take my leave now," Afyu replied, eagerly slipping away. "Make sure to hand over these documents to Andre later," Robert murmured to himself. "Why do I have an unsettling premonition?" Chapter 27. Reflections before the net tightens in the dimly lit room. Lin Yun remained in his familiar posture. A telephone within arm's reach. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and Lin Yun skillfully picked it up, pressing the answer button. "Great Master, your wisdom illuminates the entirety of America," Wayne said respectfully from the other end. Hearing Wayne's words, Lin Yun was drawn into a reverie. When he first traversed into this world, he had been so fragile, even with the system's assistance. There was a high likelihood of being apprehended by the police on grounds of illegal immigration. Yet, Lin Yun had steeled himself, believing that fortune favors the bold. Fortunately, he succeeded, managing to subjugate Officer Jimmy. Through a series of calculated maneuvers, he expanded his ranks, amassing an ever-growing number of followers. Lin Yun began to feel a sense of imperial grandeur, yet he understood that this was merely a product of the system. The system was but a tool. One must never become arrogant simply because one possesses a tool, for such power is derived from the tool and not from oneself. Lin Yun resolved that in his future travels across worlds, he would diligently gather rare treasures and resources. "System, display the panel. I wish to scrutinize it closely," he commanded. A dazzling blue light flickered, revealing a technologically advanced character panel before Lin Yun. Name, Lin Yun race. Human energy, 1 slave coins. 100 such low energy is due to my failure to retain the energy provided by the slaves, he mused. Instead, I have converted it all into slave coins to continually purchase slave insects and expand my forces. Lin Yun recalled his earlier strategies. "By the way, system, how many slaves do I currently possess?" he inquired. Since he had taken matters into his own hands to enslave others, he understood the inherent risks involved. Therefore, he had tasked his top slave, Wayne, with handling subsequent operations. As for the initial slave, Jimmy, Lin Yun had long since disregarded him. As Lin Yun posed his question, the brilliant character panel began to shift, transforming into the slave panel. At the top of the slave panel, it distinctly stated that the host had acquired 638 slaves. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated having such a vast number of slaves. One astonishing figure. 638 slaves could encircle a football field multiple times. "I believe it's time to stir things up at the Manhattan precinct." Lin Yun felt a surge of excitement within. "It is time to tighten the net," he declared to himself. "Wayne, send a message to Sheriff Lake. Instruct him to launch an assault on Andre as soon as possible," Lin Yun commanded. "By the way, how many operatives do we have at the Manhattan precinct?" Lin Yun inquired. "Great Master, we have over 120 operatives at the Manhattan precinct," Wayne reported. "Jimmy and his team account for more than 20. The rest are scattered across various departments within the precinct. Thus, under the guidance of the Great Master, nearly 1/3 of the personnel at the Manhattan precinct are our insiders." "You've done well," Lin Yun remarked appreciatively. He could envision that most of Andre's actions were laid bare before his slaves, rendering Andre utterly exposed. "Great Master, I do not seek to take credit. This is largely due to Captain Jimmy bringing his team to be influenced by us," Wayne added. "Inform Sheriff Lake that our insiders at the precinct will assist him." "Yes, Great Master, I shall attend to it immediately," Wayne replied respectfully. It is time to tighten the net, Lin Yun murmured to himself. Chapter 28. Sheriff Lake in action inside the precinct. Everything appeared calm on the surface, yet beneath, turmoil brewed. Great master, an elderly cleaning lady murmured as she swept the corridor, pausing occasionally to offer prayers for the esteemed Lin Yun. You are the master. This world is your domain. She chanted fervently. Nearby officers instinctively overlooked the elderly woman, as their perception led them to believe that older individuals often had peculiar habits. A hurried woman approached, tapping the cleaning lady on the shoulder and whispering urgently, "Hurry up, the great master has issued a new order to turn Andre into our ally." Understood. The cleaning lady continued her task, aware that something significant was about to transpire. Meanwhile, a clerk was engrossed in his paperwork when his phone vibrated suddenly. He clicked to check the notification, revealing a message with a single word, Andre. Are we to convert Andre into our ally? This matter should unfold swiftly, the clerk pondered, deleting the message to avoid leaving a trace. He resumed his work. Andre sat in his office, his keen instincts telling him that today felt different from the usual. Passing officers and auxiliary personnel seemed to be observing him with unusual intent, causing him considerable unease. Is there something wrong with my attire today? Andre mused, rising to inspect himself in a mirror within the office. Everything seems fine, he reassured himself. Could it be that I am overly concerned with others' perceptions? He furrowed his brow. Perplexed, he returned to his desk and picked up a book to read. At the precinct entrance, Sheriff Lake paused, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Earlier, he had received a call informing him that insiders within the precinct would aid him. This revelation served as a reassuring balm for Sheriff Lake, prompting him to rush to the precinct. Now, he stood at the entrance. Great master, I shall fulfill your will, Sheriff Lake declared, striding purposefully toward the door. Good day. Sheriff Lake greeted the officer stationed at the entrance. Indeed, Sheriff Lake acknowledged curtly. He proceeded directly toward Andre's office, unwavering in his resolve, for in his heart, he understood that this was a matter of great importance to the esteemed master, and it must be executed flawlessly. Sheriff Lake inserted the slave rod into his rear foot, where a baton had once rested, now supplanted by the slave rod. Meanwhile, the slave insect was contained within a box nestled in one of his pockets. As he walked, he observed the people within the precinct. Sheriff Lake noticed that many cast obscure glances his way as he passed, seemingly laden with meaning. These must be the subordinates of the great master, Sheriff Lake mused inwardly. At that moment, Andre remained immersed in the world of his book, blissfully unaware of the impending catastrophe looming on the horizon. Chapter 29. Developments in the precinct. Knock, knock, knock. Sheriff Lake finally arrived at the door of Deputy Director Andrew S.'s office. He approached and rapped sharply on the door, announcing, Deputy Director, I have matters to discuss. Andrew, drawn from his literary reverie by the knocking, replied, Come in. Though the door muffled his words, Andrew caught a hint of urgency that piqued his interest. Sheriff Lake steadied himself, embodying the composure expected of a police officer, especially in critical moments. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, his demeanor calm, a stark contrast to his earlier agitation. Please, take a seat, Andrew said, a hint of curiosity in his tone as he noted the perspiration on Sheriff Lake's brow. He had lowered his guard slightly, but only just. After all, it was a curious matter that Sheriff Lake had emerged unscathed from the clutches of the criminals. Deputy Director, in recent days, my informant has reported a significant piece of information that I feel compelled to share with you. What news? Andrew inquired, leaning forward slightly, intrigued by Lake's words. Well, it's... Sheriff Lake hesitated, sensing Andrew's growing interest, but then fell silent again. Noticing his hesitation, Andrew pressed, Why the pause? Lake pointed toward the wall and whispered, Walls have ears. Then come closer and speak quietly, Andrew suggested, gesturing for Lake to approach. He felt no fear of any schemes, assured by the presence of his secretary on the other side of the office. Should anything go awry, he could simply call for assistance. Sheriff Lake moved closer, maintaining the distance required to utilize the slave rod effectively, which could paralyze a person upon contact without causing harm. As Lake positioned himself near Andrew, the latter instinctively tensed, urging, Speak. Deputy Director, the information my informant provided is that Sheriff Lake is an insider. What? Andrew gasped, instinctively gazing into Lake's eyes. Just then, a black rod swung toward him. An instinct warned him to evade the blow. Andrew lunged aside, using a chair to shield himself from the attack. "Secretary, come help. Andrew has betrayed us," he shouted. Sheriff Lake did not relent at Andrew's words, fully aware of the principle that one must seize the moment of weakness. He continued his assault with the rod. Andrew frantically used the chair as a barrier, his heart racing with hope as footsteps approached. "The secretary is coming to my aid. Hold on," he encouraged himself. Chapter 30. The secretary's betrayal. As long as the secretary arrives, we can collaborate and surely subdue Lake, Andrew thought. "Quickly, secretary. Attack Lake from behind," he commanded, shielding himself from Lake's strikes. However, the secretary remained silent, merely moving closer. Andrew's heart filled with confusion as he glanced at her through the gaps in his defense. To his dismay, he saw a deep malice reflected in her eyes. "Secretary, what has happened to you?" he asked, fear creeping into his voice. In his mind, he believed that she could never be swayed by the criminal faction, having chosen her for her integrity when selecting a secretary. Now, the malice in her gaze was unrecognizable. Andrew felt a wave of despair wash over him, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Submit willingly," the secretary shouted, lunging at him with the black rod. In the struggle, Andrew momentarily faltered, and the secretary's rod struck his back. A wave of paralysis surged through him, rendering him weak as he collapsed onto the cold floor. He attempted to rise, but his muscles betrayed him, leaving him powerless. He tried to speak, but his voice was muffled, emerging only as a faint whisper. He looked at the secretary, searching her eyes for answers, his heart heavy with betrayal. "Why are you doing this? I treated you well. Why this treachery?" A profound sense of betrayal enveloped him, and he stared intently at her. The secretary, perceiving his gaze, replied sorrowfully, "Deputy Director Andrew, I have not betrayed you. I merely wish for you to join our ranks." "Not betrayed?" he echoed, disbelief flooding his mind. "You attacked me and claimed there is no betrayal? Have you lost your senses?" As if reading his thoughts, the secretary's sorrow deepened. "Deputy Director Andrew, I assure you, I have not betrayed you. This is merely a sacred ritual to initiate you into our fold." "A sacred ritual? What does that entail?" Andrew lay on the ground, his mind racing with thoughts. Visions of brutal, blood-soaked ceremonies associated with ancient religions flooded his consciousness, reminiscent of the accounts of the priests of the Incan Empire who conducted sacred rites to appease their deities. These sacred rituals often involve the extraction of the internal organs of the sacrificial victim, offered to the deities. Upon contemplating this, despair gripped Andre's heart, a wave of dread enveloping his mind. Sheriff Lake, who had been closely observing Andre's condition, noticed the fear in his eyes and sought to reassure him. "Deputy Director Andre, there is no need for fear. It will be over swiftly." With that, Sheriff Lake extended his hand and retrieved a box from his pocket. Seeing this, Andre's mind raced with trepidation, suspecting that the box contained an anesthetic. He recalled from his readings that, during such sacred ceremonies, the sacrificial victim is first administered a tranquilizer to render them unconscious and devoid of pain. Chapter 31. Andre's turnabout. It is over. Andre's eyes widened. He wished to witness it all firsthand. "I truly hope this is but a dream. How wonderful that would be," he sighed inwardly. The secretary, her once beautiful eyes now fixed intently on Andre, yearned to bear witness to the sacred rite. How enchanting it would be. "Deputy Director Andre, once the sacred ritual is performed, you shall belong to us, and your freedom shall no longer be restricted." Sheriff Lake carefully opened the box, revealing a transparent container within, housing a writhing green worm. "Behold the worm of the divine. How exquisite it is," the secretary exclaimed in admiration. "Worm?" Andre's horror intensified at the sight. He recalled Sheriff Lake's ominous words. "Once the ceremony is performed, you shall be one of us." What could that possibly entail? Avid reader that he was, Andre's mind drifted to a book he had once perused, detailing monstrous creatures from around the globe. One page spoke of an ancient land in distant Asia, where a creature was artificially cultivated, a worm-like monster capable of entering a human body and thriving within. This creature would then exert various influences on its host. There was a particular worm, known as the serpent worm, said to parasitize snakes, giving them their elongated shape. Once, a man who adored eating snakes, consuming them at every meal, mysteriously disappeared. Later, a woodcutter named Zhang encountered a figure crawling on the ground, ragged and disheveled, bearing a striking resemblance to the missing man. Terrified, he fled the scene. Perhaps this worm will transform me into a creature that crawls upon the earth, Andre thought in fear, his heart racing uncontrollably. The tale was indeed chilling. Sheriff Lake, devoid of other thoughts, focused solely on obeying his master's commands, his neural pathways evidently altered by the slave worm, twisting his thoughts into aberrations. Lake approached Andre, the green worm in hand, leaning closer to him, and uttered, "Andre, embrace your rebirth." He then positioned the worm near Andre's ear, for the slave worm would instinctively crawl inside when placed near a human's ear. Andre's eyes widened in terror. He understood the necessity of preventing this strange entity from entering his ear, yet he found himself paralyzed, engulfed in despair. Perhaps, though, fate had not entirely abandoned him. Suddenly, voices echoed from outside. "Deputy Director, may I enter? Captain Markov sent me to convey a message." The voice belonged to a young officer, anxiously awaiting a response at the door. A flicker of hope ignited within Andre. Perhaps this reckless young officer could be his savior. "Come in," burst through the door. Andre silently implored. Hearing the young officer's voice, Sheriff Lake froze momentarily, his expression turning grave. He glanced at the secretary, conveying a silent message. Understanding his cue, the secretary rose and approached the door. Chapter 32. The malcontent. The secretary positioned herself at the door and spoke. "The deputy director is aware. Please return." Upon hearing her words, Andre's hope plummeted once more. "Who are you?" the young officer inquired upon receiving a response. "I am the deputy director's secretary," she replied. The officer, recognizing the voice belonged to a young woman, could not help but entertain a malicious thought. Surely the deputy director and his young female secretary are engaged in some illicit affair. However, in this day and age, he dared only to think such thoughts, not utter them aloud. "Very well, but Captain Markov insisted that I must see the deputy director," the young officer stated, recalling the captain's instructions. The secretary's demeanor shifted, her expression turning serious upon hearing the officer's declaration. Andre felt a surge of exhilaration. Perhaps a turning point was at hand, indicating that Captain Markov had uncovered something significant. The secretary turned to Sheriff Lake, seeking guidance on how to proceed. Lake gestured subtly, indicating that the officer should be dismissed. "The deputy director requests that you return and inform Captain Markov to come see me," the secretary said, her tone growing impatient. The young officer, perceiving her impatience, muttered under his breath, abusing authority. "Understood. I shall return to inform Captain Markov," he replied. With that, the young officer left, hastening to report to Captain Markov without having encountered the deputy director. Once he departed, the secretary exhaled in relief, her desire to transform Andre into her own growing ever more fervent. Sheriff Lake, eager not to let the situation spiral further out of control, swiftly placed the writhing green worm into Andre's ear canal. The worm seemed to sense its surroundings and began its journey from the ear into the neural pathways of his brain. Andre, in a state of utter despair, watched helplessly as darkness enveloped him, succumbing to unconsciousness. With the worm now inside Andre's ear and him rendered unconscious, Sheriff Lake moved Andre to the sofa, awaiting his awakening. "We must tidy the surroundings to avoid drawing attention," Lake remarked, observing the chaos left by their scuffle. Indeed, the secretary agreed. The two began to restore order to the office, concealing broken items in shadowy corners. Meanwhile, Captain Markov, accompanied by several officers, encircled a group of women. His expression was grim. It was alarming to have apprehended malcontents within the precinct today, leaving him both astonished and fearful. Chapter 33. Weary Andre, what constitutes a bad cultist? Such individuals are those who adhere to the doctrines of newly emerged malevolent deities. Just moments ago, Captain Markov inadvertently overheard a gathering of elderly women in the corridor. Out of sheer boredom, he stealthily decided to follow them. Due to the distance, he could only catch snippets of their conversation. Master, control, kill. Captain Markov, astute and perceptive regarding such chaotic matters, promptly summoned his teammates to encircle the women. However, the elderly women remained tight-lipped, leaving Captain Markov at a loss for how to proceed. He resolved to dispatch a young officer to inform Deputy Director Andre. "Captain, the Deputy Director's secretary just informed me that you are to report in person," the young officer stated. Upon hearing this, Captain Markov nodded, indicating his acknowledgement. He felt no surprise or suspicion regarding Deputy Director Andre's request for a personal report. It was quite common for Captain Markov, as Andre's trusted confidant, to be assigned significant tasks. Perhaps the deputy director has another matter requiring my attention, Captain Markov speculated internally. You all keep a close watch on these cultists. He instructed his nearby teammates. I must personally meet with Deputy Director Andre. His teammates nodded in understanding, their expressions reflecting envy. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Being close to Deputy Director Andre, Captain Markov's ascent within the ranks was notably swift, eliciting admiration from his colleagues. Captain Markov, fully aware of their sentiments, chose not to address it as he proceeded toward Andre's office. As he walked, he contemplated, according to the deputy director, he intends to promote me to chief in a few days. Perhaps this meeting pertains to that very matter, he mused, his anticipation growing to the point of wishing he could fly to Andre's office. Having departed, Captain Markov left his teammates to monitor the elderly women, who numbered around 10. They remained compliant, with one elder, seemingly their leader, whispering reassurances to the others. Do not fear. The police will not dare to harm us. She comforted. Just wait. Do not be afraid. Captain Markov soon arrived at Deputy Director Andre's office. He knocked gently and announced, Deputy Director, I have arrived. From within, Andre's hoarse voice responded, sounding weary and drained. Come in. Captain Markov entered and was taken aback to find another figure present, Sheriff Lake. Sheriff Lake, what brings you here? Captain Markov inquired. Before Lake could respond, Andre's fatigued voice interjected, Sheriff Lake has passed the organizational review and has returned to report. Noticing Andre's unusually tired demeanor, Captain Markov glanced over. Andre remained seated, one hand holding a cigarette, his expression betraying extreme fatigue, as if he had not slept all night. Deputy Director, you appear unwell. You seem fine this morning, Captain Markov remarked. Perhaps I did not rest well at noon. Andre explained. By the way, Deputy Director, I just apprehended a group of cultists at the precinct, Captain Markov recalled, eager to share the news. Cultists? Andre's expression turned serious upon hearing Markov's words. Indeed, they are cultists comprised of a group of cleaning ladies, Captain Markov confirmed. I understand. I will have the personnel department handle this matter, Andre replied after a moment's reflection. Very well, Deputy Director. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Captain Markov subtly inquired, aware of Sheriff Lake's presence and hesitant to broach personal matters concerning his position. Perhaps sensing his implication, Andre responded, I am aware of your situation. In a few days, I will arrange for the personnel department to address it. Thank you, Deputy Director, Captain Markov expressed, his spirits lifted. Also, here is the notification for tomorrow's meeting. Please disseminate it. Andre handed him a piece of paper from his desk. I understand. I will attend to it immediately. Captain Markov affirmed. Chapter 34. Plan for tomorrow. Captain Markov cast a lingering glance at Sheriff Lake before departing from Andre's office. He needed to hurry to distribute the notifications, inviting the precinct chiefs and the sheriff from across New York City to the meeting. At that gathering, a significant number of key figures within the New York City police system would convene, and Captain Markov had to ensure the notifications reached the relevant individuals without delay. Once Captain Markov left, Andre took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, Lake, tomorrow we shall fulfill the will of our great master. More than 100 significant figures from the police system will be captured in one fell swoop at headquarters. Lake responded, Andre, your wisdom is commendable. This plan is indeed excellent. We must now strategize on how to execute this capture effectively. Andre smiled. Did you not just mention that we have many allies within the precinct? We could introduce a sedative into the ventilation system of the meeting room, he suggested. Lake grinned wickedly at Andre's devious scheme. Moreover, we could double our efforts by adding the sedative to the refreshments, while positioning our people outside to guard the entrance. As Andre became increasingly animated in his plotting, it was clear he harbored a wealth of malice. And what of Captain Markov? How do you intend to deal with him? Sheriff Lake inquired. Captain Markov is my capable subordinate. He shall naturally join our ranks, Andre replied coolly. Are you suggesting we eliminate him? Lake asked, his tone laced with concern. No, I merely propose that as long as we do not jeopardize the master's grand design, you may handle other matters as you see fit. Lake clarified. I will first relay this information to our master, he added. In a dimly lit study, Lin Yun sat impassively in an ornate chair, a telephone resting a short distance away. Ring, ring. The phone rang persistently, and Lin Yun skillfully picked up the receiver, pressing the connect button. On the other end, a familiar voice emerged. He recognized it as Wayne's. Great Master, I bear splendid news. Sheriff Lake has succeeded. Deputy Director Andre has joined our ranks. Indeed, that is indeed splendid news, Lin Yun replied. Great Master, Andre has informed us that he will convene a meeting tomorrow, where all key figures within the New York police system will be present. At that time, Andre plans to ensnare them all in one grand sweep. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun finally felt a flicker of joy, exclaiming, "Well done. You all are truly exemplary slaves. You are indeed a group of qualified servants," Lin Yun praised. Upon hearing Lin Yun's commendation, Wayne on the other end of the line could not help but express his gratitude. Master, you are exceedingly benevolent and magnificent. As your slave, I am willing to traverse fire and water for you. Lin Yun replied, very well, very well. You are truly my good slaves. Master, Sheriff Lake has expressed his desire to visit you tomorrow, Wayne reported respectfully. Sheriff Lake wishes to see me? Ah, he has yet to meet me, Lin Yun mused. Thus, he generously declared, as the great master, I permit it. Master, Sheriff Lake will surely appreciate your kindness and generosity, Wayne responded with respect. Ha ha, Lin Yun laughed heartily. Chapter 35. A prelude to the meeting. Jax remained bound in the interrogation room, seemingly forgotten, save for the occasional delivery of water and food. The group of officers who had previously interrogated him had vanished without a trace. Jax realized that something must have transpired within the police department. However, he was uncertain when Wayne would come to his rescue. Just as he was lost in thought, the iron door of the interrogation room swung open with a clang. A stranger, a police officer with a stern demeanor, entered and broke into a smile upon seeing Jax. You must be Jax. A gentleman has sent someone to bail you out. You are temporarily released without charges. His delight stemmed from the fact that he would receive a share of the bail money, naturally making him quite cheerful. The stranger removed the keys from his pocket and approached to unshackle Jax, saying, Follow me. I will escort you out. Jax couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Although he had taken several lives, the police possessed no evidence, and he could simply buy his freedom. However, that bail was a substantial sum, which brought a mist to Jax's eyes. The boss is truly magnificent. I must repay him by eliminating more adversaries. From Lin Yun's perspective, the headquarters was on the verge of falling into his grasp. Even if he expended a significant sum, he would soon reclaim it from those who had benefited. Moreover, Jax's criminal record would likely be expunged by the following day, rendering him once again an ordinary citizen without a past. Deputy Director Winnie sat in his office, having recently apprehended the perpetrator of a passionate crime, thus earning commendation. Coincidentally, the former deputy director had retired, promoting him to his current position. Tomorrow, there is a meeting, Deputy Director Winnie murmured, holding a notice. I truly despise these tedious meetings. I really don't want to attend, he lamented, as he had always found such gatherings dreary and monotonous. Yet, he was compelled to comply, as the notice mandated attendance, with threats of reprimand for failure to appear. Very well, I suppose I shall go. After some consideration, Deputy Director Winnie resigned himself to the inevitable. Simultaneously, notifications of the meeting circulated through various precincts across New York. All right, I'll be there tomorrow. Understood, I will attend. Very well, I'll arrive early. Similar declarations echoed as many sheriffs and precinct heads prepared for the event, with only a few unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. My family is ill. I cannot attend. My wife is in labor. I'm unable to go. Time passed, and soon the day arrived. Numerous vehicles transported key figures of the police system towards the headquarters, causing some roadways to become congested due to the sheer volume. At the entrance of the headquarters, the crowd had swelled significantly, with countless vehicles queued in the nearby parking lot. One by one, important members of the police system rushed inside, exchanging greetings with familiar faces. You've arrived. Oh, what a coincidence. You're here too. As conversations ensued, these prominent figures gradually entered the expansive conference room designated for the meeting. Darkness loomed ahead. Chapter 36. A shift in the meeting. The conference room filled with personnel from the police system. What is the purpose of today's meeting? I heard it involves some ideological education. It seems to indeed be about ideological education. Amidst the murmurs, silence soon fell as Andre stepped into the room, clearing his throat. The meeting is now in session. As the attendees struggled to stay awake, a shift occurred. Andre announced, I welcome Captain Markov to continue leading the meeting. I'm gonna step out for a moment. Captain Markov took over Andre's role, continuing to preside over the tedious proceedings. Meanwhile, Andre discreetly exited the venue. signaling his accomplices to act. No one noticed the door to the conference room being quietly locked. A substance-inducing drowsiness was introduced through the ventilation system, gradually permeating the air and infiltrating the bodies of those present. Additionally, the source of the refreshments contained a sedative, though it required longer to take effect, serving as a secondary precaution. Suddenly, a sheriff collapsed to the floor, prompting the attention of the crowd. What is happening? I feel so dizzy. This is bad. Someone has drugged us. Panic ensued as individuals attempted to rush to the door, only to discover it locked tight. This is a premeditated attack. Fear and anger surged as all eyes turned towards Captain Markov, who, as Andrei's close associate, was presumed to know more. As more people succumbed and fell, Captain Markov leaned against the podium, his head bowed. He too felt waves of dizziness and exclaimed in alarm, "It's not me. I don't know what is happening." Before he could ponder further, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the officers could no longer withstand the effects, collapsing in a heap. A scant few remained, shouting from the windows, "Help!" Yet outside, no one heard their cries. Nearby officers were all accomplices of Andrei, indifferent to their pleas. Eventually, even the last few, after calling for help, succumbed to the dizziness and fell. After a brief interval, the intoxicating agents from a ventilation were removed by Andrei's associates. Then, donning gas masks, Andrei and his group entered. Handcuff them all, and conduct the sacred ritual one by one, Andrei commanded his followers. The individuals behind him were all slaves to Lin Yun, their identities being police officers within the headquarters. Move swiftly, urged Andrei. The slaves promptly produced the already prepared slave worms, placing them near the ears of the unconscious officers. The slave worms seemed to sense something, wriggling their way into the neural pathways, exerting control over them. Pain. It hurt so much. The unconscious sheriff and deputy chief began to convulse, as if engulfed in excruciating agony, involuntarily voicing their distress. Close the door tightly and continue to guard these individuals. I must share this splendid news with our illustrious master. Andrei, filled with excitement, hurried to his office, eager to report this development over the phone. Chapter 37. The meeting. Lin Yun sat quietly in his study, enjoying an exceedingly leisurely time. No longer did he need to hustle for a living, nor did he have to toil over burdensome tasks. Wealth was abundant. During this period, he had subconsciously included the assets of the slaves as part of his own fortune. Thus, Lin Yun could not ascertain the exact amount of his wealth, but conservatively estimating, it amounted to at least several $billion. Consequently, Lin Yun found little concern for money now. As for tasks, he did not need to exert himself. With a mere command, over 600 slaves would spring into action, diligently executing his orders. This life is truly delightful, Lin Yun remarked. By the way, should I invite a few women for amusement? The thought flickered through his mind, only to be suppressed shortly thereafter. Forget it. Humans truly become lustful when their needs are met, Lin Yun sighed. Just as Lin Yun was lost in these thoughts, the telephone on his desk rang. Ring, ring. He picked up the phone, pressing the answer button with familiarity. On the other end, he heard Wayne S.'s voice. Great Master, Deputy Chief Andrei just contacted me, stating that he has captured all the key figures within the police system. Well done, Lin Yun replied. Great Master, now that we have taken control of the New York Police Department, what should our next step be? Wayne inquired respectfully. What to do? Lin Yun pondered, tapping his fingers on the desk. I have yet to decide on the next course of action. Continue with your usual operations. Await my further instructions, Lin Yun stated after a moment of reflection. Yes, Great Master, Wayne responded respectfully. Wayne then recalled something and continued. Great Master, as per our plan, Sheriff Lake will soon arrive at the Wayne Hotel. Sheriff Lake, Lin Yun recalled, remembering that Wayne had previously mentioned Sheriff Lake's desire to meet him, which he had permitted. I understand, Lin Yun said. Very well, Great Master. I shall not disturb your repose further, and will take my leave for now, Wayne said respectfully. Lin Yun nodded, hanging up the phone and picking up a cup of pu'er tea from his desk. Having sipped a few mouthfuls, a robust guard rushed in, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. Great Master, a man named Lake wishes to see you. Let him in, Lin Yun instructed. Yes, the guard replied, rising to exit. Soon, Sheriff Lake entered the mysterious room, guided by the guard. This room was deemed mysterious because it was the dwelling of the Great Master. Sheriff Lake curiously surveyed his surroundings. Objects that once appeared ordinary to him now seemed shrouded in mystery due to their association with the Master. The guard led Sheriff Lake into the study. At once, Sheriff Lake spotted the man seated in the chair. Before him sat a figure whose eyes radiated an enigmatic aura, exuding the majesty of a ruler. "Oh, great master, I finally meet you," Sheriff Lake exclaimed with a tone of reverence, before prostrating himself before Lin Yun. Chapter 38. Captain Markov's Fury Rise, Lin Yun commanded. "No, great master, as your servant, I am overwhelmed with joy at witnessing your divine presence." "And I must bow multiple times," Sheriff Lake insisted, prostrating himself earnestly. To an unknowing observer, Sheriff Lake's expression might suggest he was on a pilgrimage. Seeing Sheriff Lake's steadfastness, Lin Yun chose not to intervene excessively. He sat comfortably in his chair, akin to a deity, accepting the homage of his devotee. After a series of bows, Sheriff Lake finally ceased, rising from the floor. Lin Yun noted the red marks on Sheriff Lake's forehead from the impact of bowing against the ground. "Your dedication is commendable, Sheriff Lake," Lin Yun remarked. "No, it is my duty as a servant. To see the great master's visage is a fulfillment of my existence," Sheriff Lake replied respectfully. "You have done well in bringing Andre to our side. That required extraordinary courage and remarkable initiative," Lin Yun praised, recalling Sheriff Lake's actions. "Great master, these strategies were conceived by you. I merely executed a trivial task," Sheriff Lake explained. "You speak true," Lin Yun said, feeling a refreshing satisfaction akin to a cool beverage. Lin Yun regarded Sheriff Lake with newfound respect, and after a brief exchange, he concluded, "Sheriff Lake, I am somewhat fatigued. We shall end our meeting here for today." "Yes, great master," Sheriff Lake responded, departing. Within the conference room of the New York Police Department, various sheriffs began to awaken. Once fully conscious, they realized that the entire world was an illusion, with only the words of Master Lin Yun holding truth. All matters must revolve around the interests of Lin Yun. Everything else could be disregarded. "Oh, great Master Lin Yun. Indeed, having lived half a life, I now realize that only the words of Master Lin Yun are the truth. Indeed, Master Lin Yun is our deity." "No, you are mistaken. Master Lin Yun is our everything." "Indeed, your words hold merit." The atmosphere was such that if reporters from the freedom-loving American media were to witness it, they might very well lose their minds. Yet, the significant figures within the police system felt no oddity. Instead, they accepted it as customary, as if they had always acted this way. Andre pushed open the conference room door, leading several officers inside, announcing, "Everyone from now on, we are all slaves to the great Master Lin Yun. Let us assist one another." Of course, the group of slaves responded in unison. "By the way, assist in removing the handcuffs from everyone," Andre instructed, glancing at those still shackled, and promptly ordered the nearby officers to help free them. Shortly after, seeing that everyone's restraints had been removed, Andre continued, "Everyone may return to their original positions and continue working, awaiting the master's new directives. When a master's new instructions are issued, I will convey them on his behalf." All right, the crowd responded, gradually leaving the meeting room to return to their respective tasks. Upon awakening from the podium, Captain Markov quickly approached Andre's side, his voice laced with anger. Chapter 39. Heroic level mission, why didn't you tell me sooner that the greatest person in the world is Master Lin Yun? As someone close to you, why didn't you inform me earlier? I have been deceived by the media for so long. I was under the impression that the greatest person in the world was the President of the United States. Captain Markov unleashed a torrent of words, feeling deeply disheartened that Andre had not revealed the truth of this world to him, that the most remarkable individual is indeed Master Lin Yun. I was afraid you wouldn't believe me, which is why I didn't tell you," Andre stammered, struggling to formulate a response to Markov's barrage of questions. Markov remained upset, but Andre's repeated reassurances gradually alleviated the turmoil within him. Lin Yun sat in the dimly lit room, his gaze fixed on a newspaper before him, which featured a large close-up photograph of a figure. It was a dandy, exuding arrogance with an air of superiority. He was none other than Tony, the renowned head of Stark Industries. The article reported that Tony Stark announced an enhanced collaboration with government agencies. Enhanced collaboration? What exactly does that entail? Lin Yun pondered thoughtfully. Stark Industries is widely known as a company whose primary industry revolves around arms development. If Lin Yun's intuition served him correctly, it likely indicated that Stark Industries is strengthening its partnership with the government in arms development. This assumption needed verification. Lin Yun reached for the telephone on the desk and dialed Wayne. The call connected promptly, And Lin Yun inquired, Wayne, please have Andre investigate whether Stark Industries has been assisting the U.S. government in developing new weaponry. Understood, Master, Wayne replied. Lin Yun had confidence that the New York City headquarters, as a power center of the local government, had intricate connections with various government departments. Information regarding whether Stark Industries was aiding in the development of new weapons for the government would be easily accessible, though specific development details would undoubtedly be classified. After Wayne agreed to look into it, Lin Yun hung up the phone. What should I do now? He found himself lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a cold electronic voice resonated in his mind. Beep. Detection indicates that the host's control over 1,000 slaves has been achieved, unlocking a new mission. Function module, Mind Distortion I, activated. Taken aback by the system's chilling announcement, Lin Yun had anticipated a lengthy wait before new missions would be issued. He was surprised that a new task was presented so swiftly, along with a new functional module. Curiosity piqued, Lin Yun commanded. Display the new mission and the new functional module. A dazzling blue light materialized in the air, forming a new combination, and a mission list unfolded before Lin Yun. Heroic level. As the new deity destined to dominate the entire universe, how can you lack formidable heroic level slaves? Set forth immediately and capture Iron Man Tony to serve as your heroic level slave. At this moment, Lin Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. He could finally pursue Tony. Even the system had proactively assigned him a task to capture Tony. Lin Yun reflected that he had grown weary of capturing ordinary individuals as slaves, as they seemed devoid of potential for growth. Chapter 40. Mind Distortion I. Thus, Lin Yun's interest in enslaving ordinary people began to wane. By the way, system, what exactly is this newly introduced heroic level? Lin Yun inquired, glancing at the mission's designation. Upon hearing Lin Yun's question, the system explained, host. The heroic level denotes the difficulty of the task, while also reflecting the qualifications of the slave. Regarding slave qualifications, I can disclose a portion of the information. They can be categorized as ordinary or heroic level. Heroic level sounds rather extraordinary, Lin Yun remarked. Indeed, host. The majority of individuals are ordinary. Only those with special abilities can be classified as heroic level. Of course, there are varying strengths within the heroic level. What category do I fall under? Lin Yun asked, eager to establish a benchmark for his own abilities. Host, you currently possess an energy shield, which can be regarded as a special ability, thus qualifying you as heroic level. However, you would be considered among the weaker subset of that category, the system added. Very well. I believe I will grow stronger in the future and become the mightiest of the heroic level, Lin Yun asserted resolutely. Having gained a better understanding of the heroic level, Lin Yun eagerly opened the system's marketplace. Within the marketplace, in addition to the usual slave rods, slave insects, and slave orbs, a new icon appeared. This icon was predominantly black, adorned with a peculiar eye at its center, as if concealing deeper darkness within. Lin Yun cast a glance before quickly turning away, asking system, why does this new item seem so eerie? In response to Lin Yun's inquiry, the system clarified, host, this is a module that, once purchased, will be immediately installed in your eye. Its function allows you to lock onto heroic level individuals through visual contact. It can amplify the darker aspects of a heroic level individual's psyche, gradually distorting their mind to recognize the host as their master. Additionally, upon locking onto a heroic level individual, you will gain immediate spatial awareness of them. However, this module can only be activated once per day and can lock on only one individual at a time. The system elaborated on the limitations and functions of this module. Lin Yun gained a clearer understanding and felt an intensified desire to install this module. He recalled another question and asked, system, you mentioned visual contact. What does that entail? Upon hearing Lin Yun's query, the system responded, host, you simply need to ensure your sight is directed at the body of the individual you wish to control, at which point you can initiate the action through your thoughts. Oh, so I can see someone from a distance and then activate it with my mind, Lin Yun exclaimed excitedly. He was eager to find an ordinary person to test the module's power, so that when it came time to confront heroic level individuals, he would not feel flustered. By the way, this should function like the energy shield and not require any additional slave coins, right? Lin Yun inquired. Correct, host. This module also does not require additional slave coins for purchase, the system confirmed. Very well. Purchase it immediately and proceed with the installation. Lin Yun commanded eagerly without further deliberation. Purchase successful. Installation will commence shortly. Chapter 41. Preparing for the experiment, a luminous icon transformed into a radiant beam, penetrating Lin Yun's left eye, initiating a profound metamorphosis. Lin Yun felt a series of sharp pangs emanating from his left eye, distorting the images before him. What is happening? He hastily inquired of the system. This is due to the mind distortion module altering the host's left eye, resulting in a temporary distortion of the visual field. The system elucidated. Ah, I see, Lin Yun responded. The pain persisted, accompanied by a sensation of tearing, as Lin Yun gradually realized that he had lost sight in his left eye. After a moment, he sensed the tearing sensation dissipating. He touched the skin around his eye, noting a slight swelling, likely a consequence of the modifications affecting the nearby muscles. Modification successful, a cold, electronic voice announced, signifying the completion of the procedure. Guard, bring me a mirror, Lin Yun commanded after a moment of contemplation. The guard stationed outside the study heard the call of his esteemed master and quickly summoned several companions to locate a large mirror, which they then carried into the study and positioned before Lin Yun. Covering his left eye with one hand to conceal its peculiar condition, he waved his other hand dismissively. Yes, you may leave now. Upon hearing Lin Yun's decree, the guards responded in unison, Yes, great master. As the guards exited, Lin Yun approached the mirror, scrutinizing his appearance. Reflected in the glass was indeed a strikingly handsome man, yet his left eye was markedly different. The once black iris now harbored a profound darkness, as if concealing some secret. This was Lin Yun's perception, a sentiment perhaps lost on the average individual. I feel an urge to find a subject for experimentation, Lin Yun murmured, his words laced with a palpable malice. Guard, prepare a vehicle for me. I wish to stroll the streets. Lin Yun beckoned to the guard outside. Yes, great master, the guard replied. On the street, a luxurious sports car sped by, capturing the attention of numerous passers-by. Wow, a wealthy individual, exclaimed one onlooker, eyes wide with envy. I'm not envious. Soon I will have my own car, retorted a nearby man with disdain. What kind of junk do you drive? I bet it's only worth a few $1,000s, the onlooker scoffed. What did you say? Repeat that. The man shouted in dissatisfaction. This trivial exchange did not concern Lin Yun, who remained unfazed by the spectacle. At that moment, he sat in the passenger seat of the sports car, donning dark sunglasses to mask the anomaly in his left eye. While Lin Yun was confident that most would overlook his unusual eye, he could not dismiss the gaze of the observant, prompting him to wear the sunglasses for concealment. The driver was one of Lin Yun's guards, diligently maneuvering the vehicle, while the other seats were occupied by muscular guards tasked with ensuring Lin Yun's safety. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the guard waists were bulging, concealed weapons tucked within. Lin Yun, seated in the sports car, observed the pedestrians, lost in contemplation. Who should I choose as a test subject? Chapter 42. The experiment commences. Selecting a test subject is indeed a serious matter. Lin Yun pondered deeply. The choice of a test subject could lead to myriad outcomes, necessitating Lin Yun's utmost caution. Who should I choose? Lin Yun mused again. Should he select a man or a woman? After deliberation, he resolved to first choose a woman. After all, men were commonplace, whereas selecting a woman would be far more captivating. With this thought, Lin Yun's gaze began to scan the women along the street. At that moment, a young woman caught his attention. She was a weary-looking American girl, with flowing golden hair and deep sapphire eyes. Yet those eyes appeared dull, filled with despair and despondence. This girl has a story, Lin Yun maliciously contemplated. You will do. Succumb to the influence of external forces. Lin Yun instructed the driver to slow down, fixating his gaze on the American girl while silently commanding, activate the ability. As Lin Yun focused his intent, a dark beam shot from his left eye, striking the American girl. No one noticed, for the speed of the beam was astonishing. By the time Lin Yun registered the event, it had vanished. Had Lin Yun been an observer rather than the wielder, he might have doubted the clarity of his vision. As the beam shot forth, Lin Yun felt as if something was being drawn from his eye. He surmised that this entity was a unique substance capable of altering one's psyche. I must return. Ensure you gather information on this girl, Lin Yun instructed, pointing at the American girl. Yes, great master, one of the guards affirmed. The sports car halted, and one guard disembarked to follow the girl. The others remained to safeguard Lin Yun. The girl's name was Venus, and her melancholic demeanor stemmed from a tragic narrative. Alas, living in this world is so burdensome. My father abandoned my mother and me. My mother fell gravely ill. How can my meager income address these troubles? As Venus walked along the street, her sorrowful gaze attracted the attention of many men. Numerous suitors approached, drawn to her striking beauty. Yet Venus was in no mood to entertain such advances. Thus, she declined all invitations. A devout Christian, Venus despised street courting. She prioritized self-respect and virtue. What should I do? At that moment, a dark beam, akin to a laser, struck her from afar. Venus felt an inexplicable force entering her being. What is happening to me? Confused, she glanced around, sensing something amiss within herself. What is transpiring? These wretched men approach me merely for my beauty. I should eliminate them all. Yes, indeed. I should rid myself of these pests. Terrifying thoughts flooded Venus's mind, as if another entity within her was voicing these sentiments. Why do such malevolent thoughts plague my mind? This is terrifying. Venus instinctively placed her hand over her heart, her thoughts spiraling into worry. Chapter 43. The inner transformation of Venus. No, these men deserve to perish. If they do not deserve to die, then why did my father abandon my mother? If they do not deserve to die, then why do these men only notice my appearance? Thoughts surged within Venus like relentless waves, threatening to engulf her. No, this is not my true sentiment. This is merely my own chaotic musings. Venus murmured to herself, pondering whether the immense pressure within her mind had led to such tumultuous thoughts. Yet almost instinctively, her mind conjured more. These men who greet me are simply enamored with my looks. They merely wish to toy with my body, those wretched men. Eliminate them. Eradicate all these men who covet me. This is not me. Venus abruptly halted, clutching her head and crying out. Her distressed demeanor, particularly the vulnerable look as she shielded her head, captured the attention of many men. Among the open-minded Americans, there were certainly those eager to rescue a damsel in distress on the street. A notably handsome young man, upon witnessing Venus's pitiable state, felt a stir of compassion within him. His name was Alan, radiating sunshine with a warm smile. Indeed, wherever Alan strolled, he attracted the gaze of numerous women. With unwavering confidence, he noticed that as he approached Venus, many men who had been advancing toward her hesitated, feeling a sense of inferiority. Alan felt a surge of self-satisfaction. He swiftly reached Venus's side, grasping her delicate hand, and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right? Do you need my assistance?" As Venus felt the warmth of his grip, she gradually regained her composure and turned her gaze toward Alan. His striking features captivated her attention, prompting her to steal a few more glances. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Noticing her lingering gaze, Alan sensed an opportunity and continued, "How about I accompany you to that coffee shop over there?" After a moment's contemplation, perhaps influenced by Alan's appealing appearance, Venus decided to accept the suggestion. Together, they strolled toward a nearby CAF. "By the way, what is your name?" "I believe a girl as beautiful as you must have a lovely name," Alan remarked. Venus managed a faint smile as she replied, "My name is Venus." "And you?" "Venus. What a truly lovely name." "I am Alan, and I envy your name," he said, striving to showcase his charm. Not far behind them, a burly man was absorbed in his phone, yet his camera was secretly aimed at the retreating figures of Venus and Alan. His gaze was cold and detached as he silently shadowed them, resolutely thinking, "I will fulfill the task assigned by my master," unaware of the man's pursuit. Venus and Alan entered the CAF, found a table, and ordered coffee. The muscular man followed discreetly, settling into a secluded corner. Chapter 44. The frightening CAF. Once seated, the two engaged in conversation. Soon, the server arrived with their coffees. "Saint Sir, miss, here are your coffees. Please enjoy." Alan took a sip of his drink, savoring its flavor, while Venus lifted hers and took a small sip. "This coffee has a delightful taste, reminiscent of a sweet sensation," Alan remarked. Venus nodded in agreement. "Yes. I visited this CAF a few times, and the locals seemed to appreciate its flavor." They chatted about various topics, until Alan shyly inquired, "What happened earlier? If you don't mind sharing, I would like to know." Typically, Alan was confident in his allure, having won the hearts of many young women. Venus pondered his question, preparing to respond when suddenly, the world around her transformed dramatically. The once bright atmosphere of the CAF darkened, as if a vibrant canvas had been tainted with shadows. The voices of patrons faded into hushed whispers, as if engaged in conspiratorial murmurs. In Venus's eyes, Alan's previously bashful expression morphed into one of deceit, with a glimmer of greed lurking in his gaze. His handsome visage no longer captivated her. Instead, it grew cold and distant. "What is wrong with you?" Alan asked curiously, observing Venus. Her mouth, which had been poised to speak, now clamped shut, her eyes wide with terror. Yet, she could hear Alan's voice clearly. "What is wrong with you?" His inquiry resonated, but she also perceived the desire and avarice in his eyes. "What on earth is happening?" Venus lowered her head, whispering words of self-reassurance. All the men in the CAF were fixated on her, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they slowly advanced toward her like specters. Alan was among them, his pale arm reaching out toward Venus. "Ah!" Venus screamed, flailing her arms in a desperate attempt to fend them off. "What is happening?" Alan's voice boomed, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. The surreal world began to solidify, separating illusion from reality. "What is happening to me?" Venus gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Before her lay shattered coffee cups, fragments scattered everywhere, while Alan was splattered with brown coffee, staring at her in shock. Nearby, patrons gaped, mistaking the scene for a quarrel between lovers. The server approached, observing the broken glass without anger, merely informing Alan of the need for compensation. Then, she summoned assistants to clean up the shattered remnants. Alan suppressed his confusion and curiosity, waiting patiently for Venus to provide an explanation once the server departed. "I'm sorry, I just experienced a hallucination," Venus panted, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "A hallucination?" Alan thought, somewhat skeptical of her explanation, but refrained from pressing further. After all, Venus did not appear to be mentally unstable, leading him to believe that her claim of a hallucination was merely an excuse. He had encountered women like Venus before, who occasionally displayed erratic behavior. Ultimately, he had been able to win them over and, when weary of the relationship, found a convenient reason to part ways. Chapter 45. Alan's bizarre transformation. Following the unexpected turn of events, Alan gradually lost patience and felt inclined to leave. "I'll escort you back," he proposed, a thought he had mulled over carefully. "Today, it seems that I cannot immediately indulge in Venus. It would be better to escort her home, leaving a favorable impression and awaiting the next opportunity." "All right," Venus replied absently, her thoughts entirely captivated by the strange scene she had just witnessed. What on earth was that? Could it truly have been just a dream? Alas! Seeing Venus acquiesce, Alan summoned the waiter. "Could you please bring the bill?" The waiter swiftly calculated the total and informed Alan of the amount due. Alan readily produced the money and handed it to the waiter. "Let us depart," Alan said. Venus responded, and the two gradually exited the CAF. The day had passed swiftly. Although their conversation in the CAF seemed brief, time had flown by. As Venus emerged from the CAF in a daze, she noticed that dusk had begun to settle, rendering distant buildings increasingly indistinct. Only faint glimmers remained in the sky. As darkness encroached upon the light, observing the nightfall, Venus involuntarily shivered. Alan, oblivious to Venus's unease, urged her forward. "Let us go." Venus nodded and began her walk home. In the past, she had found it quite charming for a gentleman to escort a lady home, but today, she felt no such interest. As they walked, Alan occasionally brought up various topics, attempting to gauge Venus's state of mind. The muscular man, having noticed Alan and Venus leave, quickly rose, preoccupied with his phone, and stealthily followed them. While walking, Alan attempted to lighten the mood with playful banter, hoping to elicit a smile from Venus. However, her persistent expression of indifference gradually stirred his impatience. Alan found himself falling silent, scrutinizing Venus intently, perhaps guided by some mysterious force. A wave of agitation began to swell within him. Suddenly, he began to deliberately observe Venus's figure, her elegant posture, the alluring curves of her hips, her long, slender legs. Though he had previously overlooked these details, they now captivated his attention for reasons he could not fathom. A surge of heat rose from his abdomen, prompting him to swallow hard. "I must resist." A powerful desire surged within Alan's mind, overwhelming him with an impulse he struggled to comprehend. Venus, lost in her thoughts, listened to Alan's words, yet her mind remained unfocused. As they walked, noticing that Alan had ceased speaking, she cast a sidelong glance at him. In his eyes, she detected a raw malice, unmasked and predatory, as if he wished to devour her whole. Startled, Venus halted in her tracks, taking a cautious step back, fear evident in her voice. Alan, what are you planning to do? Upon seeing Venus stop and pose her question, Alan abandoned any pretense. His eyes burned with desire as he gazed at Venus, his mind consumed by primal urges, yearning to pounce upon her. Chapter 46. Descent. The surrounding darkness deepened inexplicably, seemingly banishing the remaining light, perhaps intensifying Alan's frenzy. They found themselves in a secluded area, devoid of passersby. This isolation magnified Alan's desires, rendering him helpless to resist. I only wish to ravage you, Alan uttered, his eyes aflame, articulating words that had once felt foreign to him as he prepared to commit acts he had never contemplated. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a primal roar and lunged toward Venus with fervor. At the sight of his advancing hand, Venus felt as though a thunderous clap resounded in her mind. The current scene mirrored the vision she had experienced in the S.H.I.E.L.D. The hand was identical, ghastly pale and terrifying. In her terror, Venus could not evade his grasp. Alan violently tore at her clothing, exposing her smooth skin. As Alan's eyes grew bloodshot and his excitement escalated, he let out a roar akin to a beast and lunged forward. Alan, no, please don't. Venus cried out in sheer terror, struggling to comprehend his transformation from a charming young man into a creature driven solely by lust. As she spoke, she desperately attempted to evade him. Perhaps fortune favored her, for she narrowly escaped Alan's assault. Damn it, let go! Alan shouted as he fell to the ground, raising his head like a wild animal, his blood-red eyes fixed on Venus, growling lowly. Then, with renewed fervor, he lunged at her again, and this time, luck would not be on Venus's side. Caught off guard, she felt a tremendous force as Alan pinned her to the ground. Venus struggled fiercely, attempting to push him away. But how could a woman resist the strength of a man? Despair washed over her. As Alan pressed her down, his mind was consumed by carnal thoughts, eagerly reaching for her most intimate areas. Yet, amidst her struggles, he could only graze her smooth thighs. Help! Venus cried out as despair engulfed her, her mind swirling with horrific thoughts. How dare Alan do this? I must kill him. I will tear him to shreds. Within her, a darker version of herself emerged, echoing savage and terrifying sentiments that looped incessantly. Help me, Venus implored this other self. In some mysterious realm, within a fleeting moment, Venus merged with this darker aspect of herself. She had succumbed. I will kill you. A surge of strength welled up within Venus, empowering her as if she were filled with boundless energy. With a fierce shove, she pushed Alan away, thwarting his vile intentions. Then, her gaze fell upon a sharp stone lying on the ground. With swift determination, she grasped it just as Alan lunged at her again, intent on overpowering her once more. A cold smile graced Venus's lips. In her eyes, Alan's movement appeared to slow, as if the film of reality had been set to a crawl. Chapter 47. Confrontation. In an instant, Venus traced a swift arc in the air with the sharp stone, allowing Alan to crash into her. Yet by this time, the madness in Alan's eyes had begun to fade, as if some mysterious force was withdrawing from him, restoring his clarity. Help me! Alan clutched his throat, where a long wound had appeared, his severed trachea leaking air and blood. At the very moment when Alan lunged forward, Venus swiftly slashed his neck with a sharp stone, sealing his fate. Alan fixed his gaze on Venus, his lips moving as if he wished to utter something, yet ultimately, no words escaped him. Venus, indifferent, forcefully pushed him to the ground and dragged him by the arm toward a more secluded area. The night deepened around them, seemingly cloaking this malevolent scene, obscuring the wickedness that transpired. The muscular man scratched his head in frustration, standing still as he pondered where to go, for he had just lost track of Alan. Strange. I was clearly following closely behind them just moments ago, he mused, but after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he resolved to continue searching. If all else failed, he would return to report his findings. Thus, the muscular man arbitrarily chose a direction and made his way forward. As blood continued to flow, Alan's consciousness began to fade. He struggled to comprehend why he had acted in such a manner. What had transpired? Dragged along the rough ground, the intense pain caused him to lose consciousness, never to awaken again. Venus, cold and unfeeling, continued to drag Alan until she found an ideal spot, a refuse heap. With a chilling detachment, she positioned Alan face up, disregarding the stench emanating from the garbage as she commenced her grim task to dismember him. Head, hands, feet, torso. Venus coldly sliced through the flesh with her sharp stone. meticulously dividing him into 6 parts. When confronted with bone that resisted her blade, she summoned an unnatural strength acquired from her fall from grace to break it. It was indeed peculiar. Ever since Venus's descent, she had gained extraordinary power and a merciless will, rendering her actions grotesquely alien to the ordinary. After severing the body into 6 segments, she fearlessly continued to carve them into smaller pieces. As she worked, droplets of blood occasionally splattered against the inky walls, staining them with an eerie crimson hue. The darkness concealed this gruesome spectacle, yet the sound of flesh being cleaved echoed in the silence. Approaching midnight, Venus stood up, her body smeared with blood, the remnants of Alan barely recognizable, reduced to a pile of processed remains. A smile spread across Venus's face. She felt an exhilarating sense of release, her long-suppressed spirit finally liberated. How delightful it is to take a life, she mused. With disdain, she glanced at Alan's dismembered remains and then moved aside, pushing refuse from the heap to cover the remnants. Though some bloodstains remained, most were obscured by the debris she had rearranged. Venus was confident that Alan's remains would not be discovered for at least 3 days, as refuse collection occurred only every 3 days. By that time, she believed she would have concealed herself well away from prying eyes. Chapter 48. The face of the divine. With this thought, Venus no longer hesitated, swiftly making her way home under the cloak of night. Along the way, she deliberately avoided areas with visible surveillance cameras, opting for secluded paths. Before long, she finally returned home. Due to her mother's poor health, she often retired early for the night. Thus, Venus quietly opened the door, ensuring it was securely shut before she stealthily gathered her soiled clothes and retreated to the bathroom for a cleansing wash. Warm water cascaded from the showerhead, cascading over her delicate form, washing away the blood and diluting it in the torrent. Venus couldn't help but admire her graceful silhouette in the glass mirror beside her. Reluctantly, she turned off the water, dried her skin, and donned a clean outfit. Once prepared, she placed her bloodied garments into a black plastic bag, concealing it beneath her bed, intending to dispose of it at the first opportunity. Satisfied that everything was in order, Venus finally laid down to rest. As soon as her back touched the mattress, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she quickly succumbed to slumber. It was a dark world, enveloped in shadows with no glimmer of light. Yet Venus drifted through it like a fish in water, feeling utterly at ease. Where am I? Is this the realm of dreams? Venus wondered aloud, her consciousness remarkably lucid, her surroundings vividly clear. She couldn't help but speculate that this might be the lucid dreaming described in various texts. With a sudden impulse, she attempted to ascend into the air, and indeed, her body soared like a bird, gliding freely through the void. A distant scene captured her attention, and curiosity propelled her closer, for she believed that if this were a dream, it held no peril. As Venus approached, the spectacle gradually revealed itself before her. It was a floating square of white jade, vast enough to encompass several football fields, its surface gleaming with the luster of the precious stone. Compelled, Venus descended and landed upon the ground. This place is unfamiliar. How could it manifest in my dreams? She pondered, casting her gaze around the square. She finally made a discovery. At the very center stood a statue, towering at the height of 2 men, resembling an ancient Greek deity. What made it divine? Venus discerned an aura of inviolable authority emanating from the sculpture, an overwhelming presence that evoked thoughts of a god. Drawn to the statue, she approached, scrutinizing the figure meticulously. The young man depicted had one eye wide open, seemingly brimming with mysterious power, while the rest of his expression remained tranquil, as if indifferent to all. Sacred, noble, imbued with strength, and exuding dominion over all. Venus recalled a passage from a book she had read, which stated, "I am the foremost among the world, the greatest victor, the supreme ruler. This is the final existence, with no rebirth." She now felt that this phrase perfectly encapsulated the essence of the deity portrayed in the sculpture. This must be a god, Venus thought, etching the visage of the divine figure deeply into her memory, sensing an intuition that she would soon encounter a god. Chapter 49. Arrangements. Lin Yun sat in his dimly lit study, before him an unseen screen displaying the entirety of Venus's actions in real time. He had witnessed her fall into brutality, observing everything she experienced in her dreams. Venus displayed no hint of shame, for she had completely succumbed to her dark transformation. poised to become a more capable subordinate under Lin Yun's command. The ability to view Venus's live feed stemmed from the power of the distorted eye embedded within his left eye, allowing him to lock onto individuals and observe their true circumstances. The distorted eye's control over Venus was akin to using a sledgehammer to swat a fly. For even heroic figures could not withstand its influence and would inevitably be dominated. The passage of time varies in pace, contingent upon the abilities of the heroic figures involved. Strange, why does my statue appear in Venus's dream? Lin Yun inquired, perplexed, to the system. The system elucidated. This signifies that Venus has completely succumbed to the host's control. Anyone under the host's dominion will inevitably bear a mark of the host. This mark may not necessarily be the host's statue. It could manifest as other traits of the host, but a sign will always appear. The mark not only signifies the slave's allegiance, but also serves as proof of the connection to the host. Ah, I see. Lin Yun nodded, pondering deeply. Yet, why do I sense that ordinary individuals seem devoid of such a mark? Lin Yun suddenly posed a grave question, prompting further inquiry to the system. The system, unhurried, responded. The mark of ordinary people is the slave worm in their minds, which is also linked to the host. Ah, I understand. Lin Yun remarked thoughtfully, reluctantly accepting this explanation. He then ceased to dwell on this matter and redirected his thoughts to Venus's current predicament. How can I assist Venus? Lin Yun contemplated. Undoubtedly, Venus's situation was dire. She had committed murder, and in America, a place that ostensibly upholds the rule of law, the government would not hesitate to deal with Venus severely. Lin Yun could not bear this circumstance. As the de facto master of slaves, how could he allow his slave to be slain by others? Such an occurrence would substantially undermine his own interests. Thus, Lin Yun urgently needed to resolve this dilemma. It appears I must contact Wayne, so he can reach out to Andre to address this matter. Lin Yun mused, devising a solution. The plan involved impersonation. Finding a female death row inmate to take Venus's place during the execution. As for the records at the police station, they would soon be destroyed, leaving no trace of the underlying deception. Should any discovery occur, Lin Yun concluded that it would merely silence the individual involved. With this thought, Lin Yun picked up the phone and called Wayne. The call connected swiftly, and Wayne's voice resonated on the other end. Good morning, esteemed master. Good morning. Lin Yun responded for the first time, eliciting a voice of heartfelt gratitude from the other end. Esteemed master, you are truly benevolent. Enough of that. I have a task for you, Lin Yun stated. Wayne composed himself and listened attentively. You must inform Andre that our new companion has been born, named Venus. In the refuse at the corner of XXX Street, there lies a dismembered corpse that requires your prompt attention. This was done by Venus. Instruct Andre to find a female death row inmate to substitute for Venus during the execution. It is imperative that this matter is executed flawlessly, Lin Yun commanded. Understood. Esteemed master, I shall attend to it immediately, Wayne replied respectfully. Chapter 50. Securing the scene, a discreet private call was placed to the headquarters. And soon a new phone on Andre's desk rang with a persistent tone. Andre picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. The esteemed master has informed us of the birth of our new companion. Her name is Venus, and she has just committed murder. The esteemed master has instructed that you must handle the scene to prevent negative societal repercussions and find a female death row inmate to replace Venus in the execution. By the way, the murder scene is located in the refuse deeper in the corner of XXX Street. That is all. Have a pleasant day. The call ended swiftly, leaving Andre in deep contemplation. The crucial question was, who should be dispatched for this task? Currently, there were 3 candidates, Jimmy, Lake, and Markov, all of whom could be assigned to execute the mission. However, based on the previous conversation, 3 tasks needed addressing. These included notifying the victim's family, managing the crime scene, and selecting a female death row inmate for execution. Secretary, please summon Jimmy, Lake, and Markov to my office. The secretary promptly gathered the 3, who assembled in Andre's office. Once the door was secured, Andre began assigning tasks to each individual. Jimmy, prepare yourself to notify the victim's family. Sheriff Lake, you will lead a reliable team to manage the scene and investigate the victim's identity. Markov, you must immediately head to the prison to select a female death row inmate for execution and create the necessary records. Each of the 3 nodded, affirming their commitment to fulfilling the esteemed master's directives. Seeing their readiness, Andre waved his hand, urging them to proceed. Sheriff Lake, accompanied by a trustworthy group of officers, arrived at the murder scene to manage the remnants left behind. Many officers, upon witnessing the horrific scene, nearly retched but maintained their professional composure to continue their duties. Each officer lifted water hoses to wash away the bloodstains from the ground, guiding the evidence into the sewers. The remnants were collected and subsequently taken back by Sheriff Lake for destruction rather than preservation as evidence. Fortunately, these officers were loyal companions of Sheriff Lake, unwavering in their fidelity. Thus, he felt no trepidation as he methodically carried out his responsibilities. Sheriff, here is the victim's identification. One officer handed over a bloody document to Sheriff Lake. The victim's name is Alan, with identification number XXXXXX, Lake stated. Connect with the police intranet to gather more detailed information on Alan, Lake instructed. A few officers began searching on their laptops and quickly unearthed detailed data about Alan, including his home address and family contact number. This is the information obtained from the police intranet about Alan. His home address is XXXX, and the family contact number is XXXX. Send this information to Captain Jimmy, Lake ordered. Understood, Sheriff. The officers complied, transmitting the information to Captain Jimmy via their laptops. Due to Sheriff Lake's presence, the scene soon attracted several reporters and onlookers. A few reporters attempted to breach the scene to capture photographs, but were firmly restrained by the police officers maintaining order. Observing the reporters' anxious expressions, Sheriff Lake chose to ignore them, instead instructing his officers to reinforce the perimeter and expel all unrelated individuals. Chapter 51. The Execution. Meanwhile, Jimmy received the information sent by the police and proceeded to Alan's residence as per the provided address to convey the tragic news of Alan's demise. "Oh, Alan, your death is so tragic. Officer, you must help us avenge him," Alan's family lamented to Captain Jimmy, expressing their profound sorrow. "Do not worry. Our police department will diligently bring the perpetrator to justice," Jimmy assured Alan's grieving relatives with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing the officer's pledge, Alan's family ceased their weeping, silently preparing for his funeral, enveloped in sorrow. Certainly, Alan left behind only shattered remnants in the world. To spare Alan's relatives further grief, the police department decided against returning these items to his family. Once notifications were properly conveyed, Captain Jimmy led Alan's family to the police station to document related matters. These formalities were deemed essential and unavoidable. Meanwhile, in a dim and foreboding cell, a series of death row inmates awaited their fate. Most of these condemned individuals bore grotesque visages, though a few appeared deceptively ordinary, a mere facade. Upon closer inspection of their heinous acts, one could only feel deepening disdain. "These wretches," muttered Sheriff Markoff as he ambled down the corridor, casting a look of contempt at the prisoners. Accompanied by several robust officers, all armed and vigilant, Markoff perused a file in his hand, occasionally scrutinizing the inmates within their cells. The majority of those under his gaze trembled in fear. Yet some of the more malevolent among them glared defiantly at Markoff, cursing under their breath. Markoff dismissed them entirely. In his eyes, they were already dead, merely awaiting execution. "Marilyn," he called after reviewing the file. One of the strong officers retrieved a key and approached Marilyn's cell, unlocking the door. The others swiftly entered, placing the still-dazed Marilyn into a hood, gagging her mouth and escorting her out. Marilyn was utterly bewildered. Although she was a condemned prisoner, it was evidently not yet her time for execution. What was happening? She longed to speak, but the officers held her firmly, rendering her mute. The officers coldly escorted Marilyn to a cramped interrogation room, where Sheriff Markoff sat, reading from a freshly compiled dossier detailing her crimes. Marilyn, female, seduced, and murdered several individuals, including a neighbor and a former boyfriend. Just days ago, you cruelly took Alan's life on XXX Street at night. Marilyn's confusion deepened. While she indeed had killed her neighbor and ex-boyfriend, she could not fathom having ever murdered someone named Alan. "This is an impersonation," she twisted in her restraints, attempting to voice her protest. However, the officers denied her any opportunity, pressing down on her with unyielding force. One officer manipulated her hand, imprinting a red mark in a confession ledger. "Take her away. Execute her," Sheriff Markoff declared coldly, sealing Marilyn's grim fate. Overcome with despair, Marilyn began to sob, yearning to articulate her thoughts, yet was mercilessly dragged away by the officers. Chapter 52. News report, a gunshot rang out, burying everything in silence. Sheriff Markov emerged from the cell, unfazed, and resumed his duties. Jimmy Lake and Markov completed their assignments and returned to the police station to inform Deputy Director Andre of the results. Andre nodded, signaling his understanding of the outcome. Next, they were to relay the incident to the public. Venus groggily rose from her bed, feeling utterly drained, as if her very essence had been siphoned away. Her stomach growled insistently, and she sensed a profound hunger. Hastily, she got out of bed to seek nourishment. Her mother, noticing her deep slumber, had risen early to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Venus eagerly devoured her mother's culinary offerings, finding her appetite insatiably robust compared to previous days. Consequently, she cleared her plate with fervor. After her meal, Venus reclined on the sofa in the living room for a brief respite. Choosing not to engage with her phone, she switched on the television, landing on a news broadcast. A particular report captured her attention. This is the New York Times, delivering the latest updates. Last night, a homicide occurred on XXX Street, with the scene described as gruesome. The police have apprehended the perpetrator, a woman named Marilyn, known for luring victims to their demise. She has previously killed her neighbor and ex-boyfriend, displaying extreme malice. The New York Times will continue to follow this developing story. Venus was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. She had initially contemplated fleeing, yet the news claimed the suspect had been captured, complete with name and details. Doubt crept in. Was this a ruse by the police to disorient her? Or perhaps, under pressure, they had found a scapegoat to close the case? Her brow furrowed, then gradually relaxed. As a possibility dawned upon her, the Great Master had orchestrated this cover-up. "Thank you for your mercy, Great Master," Venus silently expressed. "I shall dedicate everything to you, body and soul," she added in her heart. Lin Yun sat in a shadowy room, a telephone resting on the table before him. Soon the phone rang. Ring, ring. Lin Yun adeptly picked up the receiver and pressed the answer button. "Great Master, your will has been executed flawlessly. Venus's actions have been concealed," came the respectful voice of Wayne from the other end. "Shall we send someone to contact Venus?" Wayne inquired deferentially. "Not necessary. Let things unfold naturally," Lin Yun replied after a moment's consideration. "Next, arrange for an event featuring Tony. I wish to attend," he directed. Having already witnessed the potency of the mind distortion through Venus, Lin Yun was no longer skeptical. Venus's actions had confirmed its capabilities. He was convinced that the mind distortion could lead Tony to his downfall and transform him into his subordinate. "Yes, Great Master. I will ensure this matter is handled promptly. Please await my update," Wayne replied respectfully. Lin Yun ended the call, his gaze penetrating as he looked through the window at the towering Stark Industries building in the distance. "Tony will inevitably fall into my grasp." Chapter 53. Tony's Anomaly. The National Military Equipment Exhibition is a grand annual event in the United States. This event spans approximately a week and takes place in a location within New York. Stark Industries has been invited, and as its leader, Tony occasionally makes an appearance. In the Stark Industries section, there are designated areas for visitors to rest. Lin Yun leisurely occupied a seat in the last row, flanked by several muscular men who discreetly safeguarded his safety. Checking his watch, Lin Yun estimated the time, believing Tony would soon make an appearance. Due to Tony's status as a renowned playboy across the United States, his presence in such a venue was inevitable, accompanied by a throng of beautiful women. "He's here! He's here! Tony has arrived!" someone exclaimed in astonishment, and a surge of people rushed toward the spot where Tony appeared. Lin Yun glanced over. At the entrance, a multitude of reporters emerged, wielding brand new cameras, incessantly capturing images of a solitary figure at the center. The man striding forward bore two elegant mustaches at the corners of his mouth, his expression radiating unparalleled pride. This was the playboy, Tony. Tony smiled as he moved through the crowd, flanked by several stunning women, embodying the essence of a life well lived. Beside him stood a few stern-faced security personnel, vigilantly surveying the surroundings to ensure Tony's safety. Many onlookers gazed at Tony with envy, wishing they could step forward and seize the opportunity to live such a life. "How enviable! If only I were Tony, how wonderful that would be," the passers-by marveled. Lin Yun observed the scene with indifference, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Tony, aware that such a glance could easily draw Tony's attention. Around him, numerous bystanders rose to their feet, utilizing their devices to capture images of Tony from afar. Lin Yun remained seated, coldly watching Tony, as this demeanor rendered him less conspicuous. Activate ability. Lin Yun intently focused on Tony, silently invoking his mental distortion. His left pupil gradually deepened to a pitch-black hue, fortuitously concealed by sunglasses, preventing onlookers from noticing the transformation in his eyes. A spectral light emanated from Lin Yun's gaze, swiftly traversing the crowd and striking Tony, who was surrounded by beautiful women. This ethereal light bore color, yet its velocity rendered it undetectable. Perhaps a few passerby caught a glimpse out of the corner of their eyes, dismissing it as an illusion. Tony's smiling countenance gradually stiffened, yet a trace of his smile lingered. One of the striking women, holding onto one of Tony's arms, inadvertently brushed against him with her chest. Noticing his facial expression, she inquired with concern, "Tony, what's wrong?" The other elegantly dressed women nearby turned their gazes toward Tony, their expressions filled with confusion. Tony, bewildered, scanned the surroundings and remarked, "It felt like someone just tapped me." "Who?" The crowd instinctively halted, and the security personnel tasked with protecting Tony grew increasingly serious, casting suspicious glances at the onlookers. Just as Tony was about to utter something further, a wave of dizziness swept over him. Tony's vision darkened, his legs weakened, and he lost consciousness. Those beside him erupted in cries, and chaos ensued. Chapter 54. Strange Dreams. What happened to Tony? Tony has fainted. Quick, call for an ambulance. I'll call right away. The security personnel shouted in alarm. Some retrieved their phones to dial for help, while others lifted Tony, and still, others blocked inquisitive passersby from approaching. The scene was a frenzy, yet Lin Yun found little interest in remaining. "Driver, let us depart," he murmured to a nearby guard, and they exited the area. Several guards silently followed, ensuring Lin Yun's protection. Onlookers nearby were taken aback by the spectacle. Goodness, it turns out he's a wealthy individual feigning modesty. How do you know he's wealthy? Just look at the imposing figures surrounding him. They're clearly bodyguards, and their vigilance indicates the young man is someone significant. Ordinary people can't afford such protection. This affluent individual must be a rich heir. How imbibit. Lin Yun overheard their comments, but paid them no heed, as they belonged to entirely different strata of society. Others' admiration or disparagement mattered little to him. Tony felt as though he were suspended in a frigid, high altitude, his body succumbing to an unseen force, plummeting downward. He struggled to open his eyes and gaze upward, where a vibrant world lay distant above him. He beheld chirping birds, flourishing blossoms, and joyful children running about. That child appeared strikingly familiar, causing Tony to contemplate, "Isn't that me?" In that moment, he realized with clarity. Yet, his body remained ensnared by a mysterious force, continuing its descent. Tony made an effort to peer below. Beneath him stretched an endless abyss of darkness, composed of an impenetrable fog, cold and silent, devoid of life. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, descending like a serpent into the inky mist, seemingly intent on dispelling it. In the flicker of that light, Tony glimpsed what lay beneath the obscuring fog. It revealed a desolate land. But the ground that unfolded before him was no longer blackened soil, it was white. Scattered across it were shattered bones, myriad skulls seemingly narrating tales of their former suffering. Moreover, he beheld a decaying corpse silently resting on the earth, its visage twisted in agony, suggesting it had endured immense pain. A sense of familiarity surged within Tony. This must be someone he recognized. Before he could investigate further, the unending black fog surged, consuming the descending lightning. The dark world returned to its shrouded state, while Tony's form continued its descent toward the earth below. What should I do? Tony pondered. Before he could delve deeper into thought, a cascade of light enveloped him. Accompanied by voices, and all anomalies vanished. "Tony, how is he?" "The doctor says Tony likely fainted from exhaustion." "Look, Tony is waking up." Tony slowly opened his eyes, discovering himself lying on a pristine hospital bed, a beam of sunlight streaming through the window, imparting a sense of comfort. Chapter 55. Tony's secret nearby. A woman gazed at Tony with concern, speaking softly. "Are you feeling better?" This woman, clad in what was unmistakably an executive's uniform, accentuated her curves, exuding an alluring charm. She was none other than Tony's renowned aide, Pepper Potts. Pepper sported short hair, with a slender face, smooth skin, and a well-proportioned figure, embodying the essence of beauty. Moreover, Pepper was not only a steadfast support in Tony's personal life, but also a formidable ally in his professional endeavors. earning Tony's unwavering respect and affection. Of course, the employees of Stark Industries have been gossiping about the extraordinary relationship between the two. Indeed, it is true that Tony and Pepper, while not married, share a bond that surpasses that of a typical couple. "I'm fine, just had a nightmare," Tony said, sitting up in bed. "What was the dream about?" Pepper inquired. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Tony recounted the visions and sensations from his dream. "I fell in my dream. I saw beautiful sights in the sky, yet below, there appeared a hellish landscape. This troubles me," Tony said, his expression darkening. "It reminds me of the night before my father passed away, when I too experienced a terrifying nightmare. And then my father died. Now, it has returned." Upon hearing this, Pepper enveloped Tony in her arms, gently comforting him. "It's all right. Let the past remain in the past. Trust me, everything will be fine." As Tony lay in Pepper's embrace, he inhaled her fragrance, feeling the softness of her body and the smoothness of her skin. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, eliciting a reaction. "Pepper, could you close the doors and windows? I have a secret to share," Tony said with a sly glint in his eyes. He resided in a luxurious hospital room, spacious and devoid of other patients, and crucially, there were no surveillance cameras, a privilege of the opulent accommodations that one would not find in standard wards. "All right," Pepper obediently complied, ensuring that all doors and windows were securely closed. Observing Pepper's silhouette, her uniform accentuating her curves, Tony felt a surge of desire. Once she had finished, the room dimmed slightly, and she approached him, saying, "I've closed everything. Now, what is your secret?" The secret is Tony descended from a bed, stepping up to Pepper and suddenly pushing her against the bedside. Tony Pepper exclaimed in surprise. After a fervent encounter, Tony returned to the bed, a satisfied expression on his face, while Pepper adjusted her disheveled attire, playfully reproaching him. "Tony, your incorrigible." Tony found it curious that he had been so spirited today, seeking thrill in the hospital room. The two continued their exchange. In the Wayne Hotel, a blue holographic screen displayed a live feed of Tony's antics, akin to an online movie. Just as Tony was about to engage in a physical confrontation with Pepper, Lin Yun switched off the live broadcast, no longer interested in watching. "It appears the mind-twisting device has indeed borne fruit. I can ascertain that Tony's personality has shifted in certain aspects," Lin Yun murmured. "Further observation is required." Chapter 56. The strange sound. Tony lay quietly on the hospital bed, his eyes half closed in restful repose. It had been a long time since he had the opportunity to relax in such a manner. At work, he was a relentless workaholic, and in life, he maintained the same fervor. Rarely did he find such a chance to genuinely unwind. "Pepper, could you open the window? I wish to bask in the sunlight," Tony instructed. Upon hearing this, Pepper rose and approached the window, opening it anew. Shortly thereafter, she had tidied up the remnants of their earlier encounter and returned with food. "Tony, eat. I suspect you're hungry," Pepper said softly. "Feed me," Tony replied. Pepper shook her head, but unwrapped the food, beginning to feed him. Tony lay back, eyes squinted, savoring the morsels as he chewed and swallowed. "All right, Pepper, you should rest now. Let me be alone for a while," he said, halting her feeding. "Okay, but take care of yourself," she cautioned, though she did not resist his request. Pepper departed, leaving Tony to his thoughts. He lay back, pondering. That dream felt so vivid. Could it be a metaphor? A warning from above? A sense of unease enveloped him, a disquieting emotion spreading through his heart. An unsettling chill crept down his spine, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. The light in the room inexplicably dimmed, even though the sunlight outside remained bright. For some reason, Tony perceived the room's illumination as sinister. A sudden noise pierced the silence, a jarring sound as the window's glass scraped against its frame. "Why is the window closed?" Tony wondered aloud, perplexed as he gazed at the shut window. He distinctly remembered asking Pepper to reopen it to let the sunlight in. But now, with her gone, who had closed it? It must have been the wind, Tony reasoned, approaching the window for a closer inspection. "Perhaps someone is trying to frighten me for monetary gain," he thought, chuckling to himself. As the head of Stark Industries, he believed that the hospital was well guarded by his company's security personnel, making it difficult for anyone to abduct him. Returning to bed, he tried to delve deeper into the meaning of his dream. Tick-tock, tick-tock, he heard a faint sound, reminiscent of water droplets hitting the ground. Tony focused his attention, but after a while, the sound ceased. "It seems I've truly been overworked and am now hallucinating," he mused wryly, shifting his position to contemplate the dream further. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the sound returned, echoing like droplets falling. I can hear it, Tony said, his expression growing serious. A stiffness settling over him. Chapter 57. The repetitive sound. Am I imagining things? A ludicrous thought flitted through Tony's mind, prompting him to shake his head and dismiss it. I should call a doctor to check on my health, he resolved, adhering to his belief in the supremacy of science. Ignoring the faint sound, he climbed out of bed and headed toward the door, attempting to turn the knob. Tony twisted the handle, only to be met with a series of clicks, as if the lock had malfunctioned and was now inoperable. How strange. Why would the lock break at this moment? Tony wondered, a sense of unease creeping over him. Everything felt bizarre, leaving him with a growing sense of suspicion. Well, perhaps it broke just now, he reassured himself. He pondered for a moment, recalling that there was a telephone beside his bed. Surely, he could contact the hospital personnel through it and request someone to come and assist him. Tony glanced at the spot where the phone was placed and breathed a sigh of relief. The phone remained in its original position. Approaching it, he reached out to pick it up, almost tossing it aside in surprise. The texture of this phone feels oddly lifelike, Tony mused, perplexed. He attempted to stroke the surface again, discovering its rough exterior devoid of any peculiarities. Don't be paranoid, he reassured himself, yet an unsettling tension crept into his mind. He dialed the number, but only static greeted him from the other end. No one answered. No connection, no response. He tried again, but the outcome was unchanged. The familiar sound of dripping water persisted, like a devilish heartbeat echoing in Tony's thoughts. I refuse to believe I cannot trace the source of this water sound, he declared. He began to wander around the room, attempting to locate the origin of the noise, gradually narrowing his search. It's beneath the bed, he concluded. Crouching down, he nervously peered under the bed, only to find nothing. Impossible. How can there be nothing? With my genius intellect, how can I not uncover the cause? I am the head of Stark Industries, a notorious playboy. I cannot possibly fail to identify the reason. The incessant dripping persisted, annoying him to the point of frustration. Tony erupted in a loud roar, venting his pent-up emotions. It seems I must break free. The events unfolding here are far too bizarre, he resolved after some contemplation. Surveying the hospital room, he noticed a tool left in the corner, a discarded force stand. Perhaps the doctor had forgotten to take it, yet it appeared relatively clean, suggesting it had been tended to regularly. Tony approached the force stand, gripped it in his hands, and prepared to use it to break down the door. The door was constructed of glass and metal, and Tony intended to smash the glass at the bottom, making his escape through that opening. This time, I refuse to believe anything strange will occur with the glass, he said as he swung the force stand toward the door. With a resounding crash, the door shattered under his force, rendering his original plan moot. Yet, this was not entirely unfavorable. After all, Tony had no desire to crawl out through the bottom of the door. The door tilted open, revealing the world beyond the hospital room. And Tony could not help but gaze outside. Chapter 58. The repetitive hallway layout peering through the jagged opening he had created, Tony surveyed the surroundings. Where am I? He queried in confusion, but no one was there to answer, as he had been unconscious when brought to the hospital. Thus, Tony surveyed his surroundings, carefully observing. It appears I am in the corridor of a hospital ward. This corridor bore an inexplicable aura. The walls were no longer smooth, but rather yellowed and stained with an unidentifiable substance. To his astonishment, he noticed withered weeds growing at the base of the walls, seemingly long dead. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Tony felt an eerie chill emanating from the corridor's lighting. Is anyone there? He called out in a typical survival manner. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? His voice echoed hauntingly through the corridor, gradually diminishing until it vanished. Saw no one. Strange. Where has everyone gone? Tony anxiously scanned his surroundings, seeking answers. He glanced at his room number, 13. Room 13 was the last in a series, with rooms ranging from 1 to 12 preceding it. Next to room 1 was a staircase leading both up and down. This was Tony's deduction based on his observations. He was decidedly uncomfortable in this place, particularly within the narrow corridor, which always evoked an unpleasant sensation. I should search for a doctor. This place gives me goosebumps. Tony hurriedly resolved, making his way toward the staircase beside room 1. He could not fathom why there was no one around. Yet, Tony was convinced that there would surely be someone below. Most hospital departments typically place their reception areas and other institutions on ground floor, and perhaps he would encounter someone upon descending. After all, in some hospitals, The vast space could mean only a handful of individuals occupied an entire building. As he approached the staircase, he reflected on the persistent, dripping sound that had plagued him. He realized it had quietly vanished at some point. This is a good sign. This was arguably the sole piece of good news, Tony thought. As he walked toward the staircase, he observed the doors of rooms 1 to 12, all firmly shut, preventing any glimpse into what transpired within. Thus, he could not ascertain whether anyone occupied those rooms. However, when he had called out earlier, no one had appeared. Tony buried his doubts deep within, unwilling to contemplate them further for fear of uncovering something terrifying. He swiftly reached the staircase and descended without hesitation to the next level. This floor mirrored the layout of the one he had just vacated, with rooms numbered 1 to 13, and the silence was equally unsettling. Tony shook his head in confusion, sensing something was amiss, prompting him to descend to yet another level. The corridor appeared too quiet and desolate, suggesting an absence of life, and thus he continued downward. Upon arriving at the next floor, he found the corridor's layout unchanged, identical to that of his previous ward, still numbered 1 to 13. Strange? Chapter 59. Let me contemplate. Tony's astute mind raced to uncover the peculiarity of this place. What exactly is strange? Where is it? Standing at the stairwell, he scrutinized the corridor's environment. The walls remained mottled and yellowed, while withered weeds grew at the bottom, giving the impression of abandonment and desolation, devoid of human presence. In that moment, Tony experienced an uncanny sensation of being in a world entirely his own. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this tedious thought from his mind. This place is far too strange. Each floor mirrors the one above, Tony grumbled in discontent. Identical, he reiterated, casting another glance down the corridor. Indeed, the current level appeared remarkably similar to the one preceding it. Tony's heart sank. An unsettling chill seemed to rise from his abdomen, causing his body to shiver involuntarily. This notion is utterly unappealing. Tony managed to force a wry smile. I shall ascend to the upper floor to investigate, he contemplated, resolving to venture upstairs once more. He turned and made his way upwards. In the midst of the corridor on this level, room 7's pristine glass door slowly revealed a hazy visage, with emotionless eyes fixated on Tony's retreating figure. As he ascended, Tony felt an unsettling sensation, as though something were observing him from behind, prompting him to quicken his pace. Something seemed to be watching me just now, he pondered, though he dismissed the notion as a mere figment of his imagination. Before long, he arrived at the corridor on the upper level, recalling that he had previously occupied an even higher floor. Without lingering unnecessarily, he continued upward, reaching the floor he had originally inhabited. The layout of this floor was familiar to Tony, comprising rooms 1 through 13 alongside what appeared to be an abandoned corridor. To validate his suspicions, Tony deliberately marked a 0 on the wall at the staircase's entrance on this level. He did not tarry long and proceeded to ascend further. Upon reaching the next flight of stairs, he glanced at the wall by the exit. On the white wall, a crooked 0 mirrored the mark he had just drawn. In that moment, the symbol seemed to mock him. Could this possibly be? An ominous thought crept into Tony's mind. Unable to restrain himself, he rushed up the stairs, seeking confirmation. Indeed, it is as I feared, he mused as he reached the top of the stairs, where another crooked 0 lingered on the white wall. Undeterred, Tony pressed onward, but this time, his flicker of hope extinguished. At the staircase's entrance, the crooked 0 remained, a solitary reminder of his futile endeavor. This corridor is an endless loop, Tony remarked. What on earth is happening? How did I become ensnared in such a place? As a scientist, Tony quickly regained his composure and began to devise a plan to escape this disheartening location. Let me consider this carefully. Chapter 60. The peculiar pepper. Although Tony was an astute scientist, he had never encountered such a predicament, leaving him momentarily at a loss for ideas. First, I shall explore this area, he resolved, deciding to personally investigate the various rooms. However, there is one matter I must ascertain first. He hastened toward room 13 at the corridor's end, where the adjacent rooms were eerily quiet, devoid of any lurking monstrosities, yet a nagging unease persisted within him. Soon, he stood before the entrance of room 13. The glass door was askew, as if subjected to violent destruction, shards of glass lying quietly on the floor. An abandoned stand lay discarded nearby, appearing to have been carelessly left behind. All of this clearly indicated to Tony that he had indeed returned to the same room 13 he had previously occupied. This corridor is directly above the one I originally inhabited, and it mirrors my earlier exit, he reasoned. This implies that only rooms 1 through 13 and the corridor are repeating. Thus, I am trapped in this place. With that thought, Tony boldly pushed open the door to room 13 and stepped inside. The sight before him was astonishing. A woman lay on the bed, her brow furrowed, as if in slumber. Tony's eyes widened as he scrutinized her closely. In this eerie place, the sudden appearance of another person bewildered him. "Is it not Pepper?" he exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the figure on the bed. "Pepper, what has happened to you? Awaken at once," Tony urged, approaching the bed and shaking the slumbering Pepper anxiously. Pepper stirred, her delicate features revealing a look of confusion. "What is wrong with me? Pepper, had you not returned home? Why are you in my bed?" Seeing Pepper filled Tony with joy, yet his heart brimmed with questions. Pepper furrowed her brow, seemingly recalling something, before slowly replying. "I remember returning home, but then everything went dark and I lost awareness. When I awoke, I saw your anxious face." "What transpired?" she inquired, puzzled. "We are ensnared in a repeating corridor," Tony stated grimly. "This is rooms 1 through 13, manifesting in both the upper and lower levels." Tony elucidated to Pepper. "I intended to check room 13 and discovered you unconscious here. I now plan to begin my exploration from room 1, hoping to uncover some clues," Tony declared. "Very well. I shall assist you," Pepper responded. Tony led Pepper outside, with her trailing closely behind. As they passed room 13's entrance, Pepper discreetly picked up a shard of sharp glass from the floor and concealed it within her pocket, while Tony remained oblivious to this strange behavior, preoccupied with thoughts of potential clues in room 1. Soon, Tony arrived at the door of room 1 and reached for the handle. The door was unlocked, and he stepped inside. Surveying the room, he noted that its furnishings were strikingly similar to those of room 13, save for an additional wooden table beside the bed. Chapter 61. The sinister Pepper on the wooden table rested a cup of steaming water, the vapor rising languidly from its surface. "Strange. There's a cup of hot water here, yet no one is present," Tony mused, perplexed. Pepper nodded in agreement, sharing his bewilderment. Tony turned his gaze back to the bed, observing that the covers were haphazardly strewn aside, as if someone had violently thrown them off. An image flashed in Tony's mind, someone pouring water into the cup, then lying down to wait for it to cool before drinking. Yet for some reason, it seemed that an alarming event had transpired, causing this person to rise and accidentally disturb the cup. Where could this person have gone? Tony pondered aloud, sharing his thoughts with Pepper. Pepper furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Tony continued to search the room intently, hoping to uncover further evidence, but he soon realized he had found nothing. After all, Tony's essence was that of a scientist, not a detective. "Pepper, let us thoroughly search this room for any clues," Tony suggested after a moment's reflection. "Very well," Pepper replied, and together they began their search. However, Tony remained unaware of the peculiar expression that crossed Pepper's face as she looked down. Pepper lowered her head, rummaging through the items in the room, occasionally glancing up at Tony's neck, her tongue teasingly licking her lips. In her eyes, it seemed Tony had transformed into something delectable. A chill coursed through Tony's spine, prompting him to halt his movements and quietly signal Pepper. "It feels like something is watching me. I sensed it earlier. It appears my instincts were not mistaken," Tony whispered, sharing his apprehensions with Pepper. She nodded, her gaze fixed intently on him, an unsettling emotion coursing through her. Tony swallowed hard. The strangeness of their surroundings weighed heavily on him, and he yearned for some relief from the mounting tension. "Pepper, I want you," she suddenly exclaimed, lunging at him, her breath warm against his face. "Close the door first." Tony's heart raced as he pushed her away, his emotions in turmoil. Upon hearing his command, Pepper quickly shut the door and embraced him once more. "Let S move to the bed." Tony suppressed his own desires, lifting Pepper and placing her gently on the bed. They soon engaged in a passionate struggle, leaving countless marks in their wake. Tony trembled, finally pausing his actions. Pepper lay beside him, exposed and radiant. He felt utterly drained, not merely fatigued, but utterly spent. "I need to rest." Tony's weary body urged him into a hazy stupor, teetering between wakefulness and slumber. Despite his drowsiness, he remained aware of his surroundings. At that moment, he noticed Pepper quietly rising, her hands reaching for something among the garments strewn by the bed. Curiosity piqued. He maintained a semblance of wakefulness, eager to discern her intentions. Pepper, now bare, retrieved a sharp shard of glass. her expression morphing into a menacing grimace as she approached Tony. Chapter 62. The monster without skin. Tony's eyes flew open in alarm as he beheld Pepper's grotesque visage. "Pepper, what are you doing?" His awakening startled her, halting her actions as she gazed at him in anguish. Her expression twisted into one of torment as she writhed uneasily. "Save me, Tony. I feel a demon lurking within me, yearning to escape." "Run," she cried, rolling off the bed, covering her face as her body trembled uncontrollably. "Pepper." Tony instinctively reached for her, only to be violently rebuffed. "Go," she screamed, her voice now almost unrecognizable. "Ah, it's coming out." Pepper shrieked in terror. Tony watched in horror as her hands, seemingly possessed, plunged deep in her chest, pulling away her skin as if shedding clothing. Blood-red flesh was revealed, veins pulsating, crimson liquid cascading forth. Before Tony stood a monster devoid of human skin, its eyes void of emotion, fixating on him like a predator. The transformation of Pepper from a beautiful woman to this abomination left Tony aghast, nearly toppling from the bed. "Pepper," Tony's fingers trembled, speech escaping him. He was a scientist, not a theologian, and could scarcely fathom her metamorphosis. Yet the monster roared, advancing towards him, claws outstretched. Tony scrambled to evade, leaping to the floor on the opposite side. With a tearing sound, although he escaped, the bed suffered the monster's wrath, deep gashes marring the bedding. Tony's heart raced. Had that clawed at him, he would have borne grievous wounds, possibly even fatal blood loss. "Die, monster!" he bellowed, seizing a nearby glass of hot water and hurling it at the creature. The glass shattered upon impact, shards scattering, yet the monster merely roared in fury, its chest heaving as it prepared for an attack. That monster is about to unleash a skill, Tony realized, grabbing a wooden table and flinging it at the creature in a desperate bid to interrupt its assault. However, the monster had already gathered its strength. Its gaping maw unleashed a torrent of blood-red liquid toward Tony. In that instant, the table collided with the crimson stream mid-air. The table crumpled to the ground, sizzling ominously as the corrosive liquid wreaked havoc on its surface. Tony observed, appalled, as the table became pockmarked by the liquid. Had it splashed on him, it would have been akin to being doused in acid, leaving him disfigured, perhaps even blind. His heart raced. He had narrowly escaped death. The monster, incensed by the interruption, let out a furious roar and quickened its pace toward Tony. Chapter 63. The method to vanquish the monster. Tony was not one to succumb to despair. He rapidly devised a strategy to eliminate this monstrosity. Clearly, conventional tools would be ineffective against this creature, as evidenced by his prior attempt with the glass. The monster was unfazed by the shattered glass and the sound it produced. Moreover, the skinless beast exuded a corrosive blood-red liquid, as demonstrated by the fate of the wooden table. What am I to do? Tony furrowed his brow, contemplating his options. Yet the monster offered him little time for deliberation, its roars growing louder as it approached. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Tony turned and fled, spotting the door to his room. An idea struck him. Surely, the monster would not possess the ability to open the door. Upon exiting the room, he swiftly closed the door behind him. Though it was unlatched, he hoped the creature would remain immobile. Only then did Tony exhale a labored sigh of relief, but a horrifying thought struck him, nearly causing him to retch. If Pepper had been an imposter, he had engaged in a physical struggle with a monster. The mere thought made him nauseous. However, another possibility lingered in his mind. Perhaps Pepper had been possessed by a creature, resulting in her grotesque transformation. Conflicted emotions swirled within him as he resolved to take one step at a time. "Pepper, I shall find a way to save you." Tony glanced back at room 1, where shadows seemed to creep closer beyond the hazy glass door. That is the monster drawing near. I can no longer delay. A solution must be found immediately, or I shall perish here. Sweat beaded on Tony's forehead as his mind raced. How do humans confront such monsters? How did our ancestors contend with these creatures? Ah, I have it. Fire. Many myths speak of the gods gifting humanity with flame, enabling survival in the dark. Fire can repel beasts and dispel various malevolent entities. His thoughts widened, drawing upon the myths he had previously encountered in search of clues. Moments later, excitement surged within Tony. He had devised a plan to slay the monster with fire. I must locate a lighter or anything that can ignite a flame. He promptly headed toward room 13, believing that perhaps he could buy some time and evade the monster's pursuit. Moreover, Tony harbored a premonition that room 13 might harbor items capable of kindling fire. This instinct was a curious source of confidence. Bang! The glass door of room 1 seemed to be struck violently. Cracks appeared, and then a flesh-colored hand reached through the shattered glass. The owner of that hand let out an enraged roar, and with force. The entire glass door was flung aside as the monster, its body adorned with shards of glass, emerged. Where's the lighter? Tony frantically paced within room 13, searching desperately for the item he sought. It cannot be. My intuition assured me it would be here. He shouted in frustration. His demeanor transformed from that of a charming playboy to a pitiable soul fighting for survival. I must search more thoroughly, he reassured himself. Suddenly, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him. Chapter 64. Bound. Tony, quickly bind him. Do not let him move. Remove anything from his hands. Do not allow him to harm anyone further. Angry male voices echoed from afar, mingled with the sounds of shoes scraping against the floor and hushed conversations. Gradually regaining consciousness, Tony heard these voices but refrained from opening his eyes immediately, opting instead to listen intently to his surroundings. He sensed that he was seated in a chair, firmly restrained by ropes. What is happening? Why am I bound? Didn't I just face an attack? I remember preparing to set fire to the monster. Confusion enveloped Tony as he continued to eavesdrop on the nearby conversation. Two individuals appeared to be moving not far from him, engaged in dialogue. How strange. How did I end up in this situation? One lamented, we lack connections, so we were assigned to guard this wealthy man. The other replied with a hint of sarcasm. By the way, what is wrong with this wealthy man? I hear he suddenly went mad and severely injured his assistant. And now, his assistant appears to have been taken into the emergency room for treatment, the other added, his tone tinged with sympathy. Wow, mental illness is truly terrifying. Indeed, this patient even attempted to set the hospital ablaze. Fortunately, it was stopped, with his eyes still closed. Tony could bear no more, having heard of his assistant's grievous condition. And his assistant, was that not Pepper? ISNT Pepper, already transformed into a monster? How could I have caused her such harm? Panic coursed through Tony's mind, a whirlwind of thoughts colliding within. He opened his eyes and exclaimed, release me. I'm fine now. Upon hearing his voice, the two guards turned their astonished gazes upon him. Go inform the attending physician that the patient is coherent. After a brief discussion, one of them hurried off to relay the news, while the other remained to guard him. What has happened to my assistant, Pepper? Tony inquired urgently, struggling to comprehend the events that had transpired. But one thing was certain. He had returned to the tangible world. No longer did he hear the eerie sound of dripping water, nor did he face grotesque, skinless monsters. Everything felt secure. The remaining guard, initially reluctant to speak, seemed swayed by the urgency in Tony's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, your assistant, Pepper, was severely injured by you and has been taken into the operating room. It is said her injuries are critical, and she may become a vegetative state. At this revelation, Tony's mind exploded with disbelief, as if he had lost consciousness. He murmured, how could I have done such a thing? God, grant me forgiveness for my sins. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with despair, and the guard, witnessing Tony's distress, chose to remain silent, leaving only silence in the ward. Soon, a flurry of footsteps approached, as if a multitude were hurrying to the scene. Tony turned his gaze toward the door, eager to clarify the circumstances of his condition and to inquire about Pepper's status. He could wait no longer. However, the individuals who entered the room left Tony utterly astonished. Chapter 65. If there is a God, please help me. A somber-looking middle-aged man entered, followed by a group of distressed shareholders. As they entered, they collectively fixed their gaze upon Tony. Seeing this assembly, Tony was taken aback. Obadiah, why is he here? Why have the shareholders all come? This grim man was Obadiah, a veteran of the company and a member of the board. What reason could he have for bringing this group of shareholders? Obadiah cast a cold glance at him before stating, Tony, due to your mental illness, the board has decided that you are no longer the CEO of the company. Take the time to recuperate. With that, Obadiah disregarded Tony's reaction and strode out with the shareholders in tow. This is my father's legacy. How dare you usurp my power? Tony exclaimed in disbelief. For Stark Industries was a creation of his father's, a legacy bequeathed to him. He could scarcely believe that his position had been stripped away in such a manner. How could the shareholders agree to Obadiah's proposal? Tony thought in anguish. for he could not afford to lose this position, nor the control over the company. The guard assigned to Tony merely watched, their minds racing with speculation about the unfolding drama. Soon, the attending physician arrived. After examining Tony's condition, he indicated that although Tony was temporarily awake, it was imperative for him to remain hospitalized for observation to prevent a relapse of his mental illness. Tony acquiesced, for he had already lost his position as CEO and held no authority over the company's personnel decisions. In essence, he had relinquished control over Stark Industries. Moreover, his most trusted assistant, Pepper, remained in a coma. Compared to the company, Tony was far more reluctant to lose Pepper, seeing that Tony's condition was stable. The physician instructed the staff to untie the restraints binding him. Tony was liberated. "Pepper, I will come to see you soon," Tony murmured softly. He hurried to the emergency room, eager to ascertain Pepper's condition, only to be halted at the door. "The patient is still undergoing resuscitation. Please do not disturb." Tony sank onto a bench outside the emergency room, his head bowed, hands covering his face as silent sobs racked his body. "Pepper, you must recover." Nearby, several individuals who appeared gravely ill glanced at their own medical reports, their silent tears mirroring Tony's anguish. Thus, his quiet weeping went unnoticed. Eventually, Tony gathered his composure and began to reflect on the events that had transpired. "I must have entered that repetitive space after Pepper left," he thought. "My physical body, in reality, must have acted unconsciously, leading to the grievous injury of Pepper upon her return." This was Tony's conjecture, a synthesis of the recent turmoil he had experienced. Whether he was correct or mistaken was uncertain. The door to the emergency room swung open, and a nurse emerged. Addressing the crowd, "Who is a relative of Miss Pepper?" I am her relative," Tony replied hastily, rising to his feet. The nurse hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sir, please prepare yourself. Miss Pepper has suffered brain damage, and under the current medical conditions, there is no hope for recovery. She will never awaken." At her words, Tony staggered back a step, nearly collapsing. The nurse, noting his fragile state, refrained from further commentary and departed. Tony sat helplessly on the bench, whispering to himself, "If the current medical conditions offer no hope, does that mean Pepper will never awaken? Then I shall never see her smile again. How I wish, if there's a God, please help me." Chapter 66. Conversion Divinity. A flash of light coursed through Tony's heart, stirring tumultuous waves within his soul, yet his visage betrayed no hint of this inner turmoil. The omen of a dream. Tony recalled a recent dream in which he had encountered a corpse, a figure that felt eerily familiar. At that moment, he had dismissed it as mere folly, unworthy of attention. Now, the identity of that corpse became alarmingly clear. It was Pepper. "No, that is not Pepper. That is not Pepper. Not Pepper." Tony instinctively clutched his head, voicelessly screaming in despair. In a daze, he perceived the apparition of a young Asian man before him, his left eye wide open, seemingly brimming with boundless energy ready to erupt. Is this divinity? Tony wiped his eyes, attempting to scrutinize the deity's features more closely. Yet, this appeared to be but a figment of his imagination, and the divine figure vanished. With a sigh, Tony felt the presence of the divine once more. The figure smiled, radiating a sanctified aura, its lips moving as if uttering something. Tony strained to discern the divine message, reciting it in his mind, word for word. "Convert to me, and all shall be redeemed." A wave of ecstasy surged through Tony's heart. This was a manifestation of divinity, a revelation bestowed upon him. "Pepper, I can save you. My sins can be absolved." Tony's demeanor grew increasingly erratic as he laughed maniacally, his mind altered by the recent events. Previously, he had held no belief in such entities, a stance shaped by his identity as a scientist. Yet now, though still a scientist, his skepticism had begun to wane, replaced by a burgeoning faith in the divine. "Oh God, I wish to convert to you, to become your new instrument. Oh God, I wish to convert to you, to cleanse myself of sin." Tony seemed to sense a calling, softly chanting ominous phrases. His gaze appeared to penetrate layers of reality, arriving at the infernal realm inhabited by sinners. Within that realm of transgression, he glimpsed his own figure, a sinner scorched by hellfire, granted salvation by the true deity. An insidious power began to swirl around Tony, growing stronger with his conversion. He became inseparably intertwined with this dark force. Nearby onlookers felt a chilling dread permeate their hearts. What was happening? They shivered, perplexed. Tony rose from his seat extending his hand, exclaiming with fervor, "I have never felt so alive." At that moment, Tony felt invigorated, his thoughts racing at an extraordinary pace. An array of brilliant ideas bursting forth from his mind. Indeed, this malevolent energy not only endowed Tony with a more robust physique, but also significantly enhanced his mental acuity. For scientists, the mind is paramount. Thus, the Tony who had converted to the divine should now be regarded as the divine scientist. "Pepper, I am coming to save you," Tony whispered, glancing towards the emergency room. His mind, now bolstered by the dark power, was flooded with groundbreaking medical techniques. In his heart, he had devised a plan to rescue Pepper. Chapter 67. Fusion. The Marvel Universe encompasses countless dimensions, with myriad trajectories and infinite outcomes. This is the allure of the Marvel Universe, the endless possibilities it presents. Of course, as ordinary individuals, we remain oblivious to the true nature of the Marvel Universe. However, we can offer a simplistic depiction of its structure. If one were to liken it to a tree, the trunk would represent the primary universe, while the leaves adorning the branches would symbolize each parallel universe. The fluctuations within the primary Marvel Universe influence the parallel universes, and, conversely, the changes within these parallel realms can impact the main Marvel Universe. A seemingly inconspicuous leaf has begun to subtly alter in color. This indicates that this parallel universe has been invaded by some force. Naturally, the deities within the primary Marvel Universe remain indifferent to such shifts in the parallel realms, as the obliteration of such insignificant universes would pose no threat to the stability of the main Marvel Universe. Parallel universes typically possess survival instincts akin to those of animals. In their quest for existence, they often engage in unexpected actions. This particular parallel universe resembles a lion with its gaping maw, fiercely clamping down on an adjacent parallel universe and refusing to relinquish its grip. This mechanism serves as a safeguard for the universe, for when it bites into a neighboring one, the two will merge, giving birth to a new parallel universe. The forces of justice within this newly formed universe will be significantly enhanced, allowing for a more robust resistance against the encroachment of evil. Meanwhile, Lin Yun leisurely sat in his study, savoring the delectable offerings presented by his attendant, while observing Tony's various antics. At that moment, the system's alert sounded, announcing to Lin Yun, "Heroic figure Tony has been enslaved." Detection confirms that the protagonist has successfully enslaved Tony. New tasks are now available. A new task has emerged. Lin Yun mused, feeling a surge of joy, for new tasks signified his continuous growth and increasing strength. However, before Lin Yun could contemplate his next move, the system's urgent alarm blared. "Warning, the system has detected the formation of a new universe. Please be advised of potential dangers." The formation of a new universe poses imminent dangers? Lin Yun pondered, curiosity piqued. "System, please elaborate." In response to Lin Yun's command, the system divulged its knowledge from the database. This universe has been corrupted by the host's power, particularly as the host has enslaved the main character, Tony, thus completely altering the narrative's trajectory. To prevent being entirely consumed by the host, the universe will instinctively seek to merge with nearby universes, much like a drowning individual grasping for anything within reach. Upon merging, a new universe will emerge, bolstering the forces of justice, which will then strive to eradicate all evil. As a leader of this evil force, the host's future appears grim. After processing the system's explanation, Lin Yun found himself at a loss for words, rubbing his nose in disbelief. "I've unwittingly become the villain of this universe. Yet, I consider myself a virtuous individual. Surely there must be some mistake." Lin Yun fell into deep contemplation, deliberating on how to confront the impending threat. After all, these so-called heroes of justice acted solely upon their self-righteous ideals, heedless of the consequences. Chapter 68. The jettisoned missile. Lin Yun was lost in thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, a sign of his profound contemplation manifesting in involuntary movements. "System, open the panel so I may view the new task," Lin Yun commanded. Following his directive, a dazzling blue panel materialized in the air, formed from vibrant blue lines, revealing the new task. As the man whom Tony refers to as a god, you are required to establish your own cult and construct a temple dedicated to yourself. Completion reward, mental power. Upon reading the task's description, Lin Yun felt a swell of excitement. The system had preemptively revealed the reward, indicating its extraordinary nature. Curiosity compelled Lin Yun to inquire, what exactly is this mental power? The system elucidated, as the host, you must be weary of the daily necessity to communicate with your subordinates via telephone. Once the host acquires mental power, you will be able to convey your thoughts directly into the minds of your subordinates. I see. That is truly remarkable, Lin Yun exclaimed, envisioning himself seated upon a grand temple, radiating boundless light from his left eye, distorting the minds of the masses and crafting his own image within their psyches. Mental power would enable him to transmit the voice of a deity to his subordinates, motivating them to strive in reverence of the divine. Indeed, this is astonishing, Lin Yun reiterated. Reminder, the host must take personal action to demonstrate the divine power to the world, the system advised. Understood, no problem, Lin Yun nodded. Resolute in his mission to showcase the might of the divine, compelling all to become his subordinates. Meanwhile, Pepper had been settled into a luxurious hospital room. Once the hospital staff departed, Tony entered Pepper's room. He found her eyes tightly shut, her face marred by visible wounds and fear, which caused him great anguish. Pepper, it is my fault, he lamented. Soon, I will bring you home. But now is not the time. I must utilize your slumber to divert attention from outsiders. If I were to heal you, those who seek to usurp my power would undoubtedly return like ravenous wolves. Tony caressed Pepper's battered face, his expression gradually turning cold. He strode away, no longer the Tony of old, but rather a slave with increasingly complex motives. Before long, Tony found himself back at 10880 Malibu Street, his home and sanctuary. Upon entering the living room, a familiar voice greeted him. Welcome back, my master Tony. Database analysis indicates that you carry a heavy burden. I recommend physical exercise to alleviate your negative emotions. This was Jarvis, the intelligent system Tony had created, renowned for its formidable capabilities. The name Jarvis was chosen in honor of the family's former butler. Jarvis, do you have any updates? Tony inquired. Indeed, recently Colonel James left a voicemail. Would you like to listen? Jarvis replied. Play it, Tony responded without hesitation, for Colonel James was a good friend from the military. Generally, as a busy scientist, Tony would dismiss most people, but he valued James's insights. Tony, this is Colonel James. The government's weapons development department has decided to send me to accompany you to the Middle East for the development of the Jettison missile. Chapter 69. Obadiah's Conspiracy Jettison Missile. Tony mused briefly before deciding to embark on the trip to the Middle East. Previously, when he was still the chairman of Stark Industries, he had signed an agreement with the government's weapons development department. The arrangement involved assisting the government in developing new weapons to combat terrorist activities. Ultimately, Tony, after discussions with the government, resolved to create a new missile designed to neutralize the frequent terrorist threats. This missile was named the Jettison Missile, featuring a warhead capable of splitting upon launch to achieve multiple target strikes. Furthermore, it was equipped with an infrared scanner to track and engage terrorists within a specified range. It appears that I must travel to the Middle East to fulfill this agreement, Tony contemplated. The reason the government's weapons development department insisted on inviting Tony was that his intellect was irreplaceable. Soon, Tony located Colonel James and, accompanied by the colonel, proceeded to the U.S. military base in the Middle East. Damn it, why wasn't I invited to develop the Jettison missile? Is my intellect inferior to that of that insufferable brat, Tony? I possess decades of experience in military weapon development. I am an expert in this field. Why did the R&D department invite that wretched fellow instead of me? In the chairman's office at the top of Stark Industries, Obadiah stood furiously before an enormous desk. A remarkably advanced computer sat before him, countless data scrolling across the screen. Damn it, I want him dead. I want to be the only genius left in the world. I will seize complete control of Stark Industries. Obadiah shouted in rage, his expression shifting constantly until he resolved to eliminate Tony. He reached for his phone and dialed a mysterious number. This is Obadiah. Help me eliminate Tony. You can acquire Stark Industries' latest military weaponry. A deep voice responded from the other end of the line. Not enough. Far from enough. What else do you desire? Obadiah suppressed his fury and inquired. I also require the latest research data on new energy from Stark Industries. The voice on the other end stated. Obadiah was taken aback upon hearing the demand for Stark Industries' new energy research data. Indeed, Stark Industries had been discreetly researching the application of new energy to expand its business. But how could the person on the other end know about it? Obadiah instinctively decided to conduct a new round of scrutiny on the research team to identify the source of the leak. Very well, I agree. After a moment's hesitation, Obadiah acquiesced. He resolved to provide a trivial amount of information to deceive the other party, knowing they wouldn't comprehend it anyway. As for the true core content, Obadiah was far too astute to relinquish it. Good, you will soon see Tony's severed head, the voice on the phone declared. Unbeknownst to Tony, a dreadful conspiracy was weaving its web around him, intent on capturing or even killing him. Chapter 70. Danger approaches. The cosmic cycle of consumption unfolds neither swiftly nor slowly. On the Pacific Ocean, a cruise ship leisurely glided across the water, specifically designed for the affluent. On board, numerous elegantly attired gentlemen approached the ladies of their interest, engaging in conversation. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sea and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" A golden ring of light. A golden halo appeared on the tranquil surface of the water, capturing everyone's attention. Not far from the cruise ship, a golden line materialized in the calm sea, with sparks of golden particles scattering at its edges. The golden line began to spin, forming a golden ring that seemed to connect to an unknown realm. A figure clad in a black robe adorned with red markings emerged, a flowing cloak billowing behind him, granting him an ethereal presence. This is a new dimension. I shall heed the supreme mage's teachings to seek out evil and eradicate it. Upon noticing the distant cruise ship, he performed an incantation that erased the memories of those nearby. I, Yang, shall fulfill the supreme mage's command and punish the wicked. After orienting himself, Yang reopened the portal, setting his course for America. Lin Yun sat in his study, his left eye exhibiting an unusual phenomenon. If one were to approach closely, they would see figures within it. He was utilizing his mind-twisting ocular ability to observe Tony's situation. Noticing Tony had arrived at the U.S. military base in the Middle East, Lin Yun understood that the plot of Iron Man had officially commenced. Subsequently, Tony would face numerous challenges, leading to the development of the iron armor. Lin Yun was particularly intrigued by the iron armor. Because ordinary individuals could don it in the film, Tony was merely an ordinary man, yet once clad in the armor, he could contend vibrantly with various superheroes. This indicated the exceptional capabilities of the armor, allowing an ordinary person to battle against extraordinary beings. Perhaps I could eventually equip my common slaves with iron armor. Wouldn't that mean I would possess a multitude of low-tier Iron Men? The thought startled Lin Yun. It seems I must patiently await the unfolding of the plot. Lin Yun mused, deciding not to interfere and instead quietly anticipate the developments. At the U.S. military testing ground, Tony proudly extended his arms. Behind him, a jettery missile was launched by the military, subsequently splitting into countless warheads that descended upon a distant hillside. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a violent explosion erupted on the hillside, and as the smoke dissipated, it revealed that the hillside had nearly been flattened. All right, that concludes today's testing. Let's head back to the base. After a moment's contemplation, Tony declared. Noticing Tony seemed fatigued, an officer summoned someone to bring him a cold drink. Tony accepted it gratefully and began to drink. By the way, why haven't I seen Colonel James today? Tony glanced around but failed to spot his friend. The colonel had prior commitments, so he couldn't attend today. Tony nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Stark, allow us to escort you back to the base, a U.S. military officer suggested. Thus, they all boarded a jeep and headed toward the base, unaware that danger was imminent on the road ahead. Chapter 71. A terrorist attack. To travel from the military testing ground to the base, one must traverse a road situated in the heart of the desert. From a distance, the desert appeared entirely yellow, devoid of any greenery. The central road resembled a white ribbon against the barren landscape. A cloud of dust billowed as several jeeps escorted Tony back to the base. In one jeep, several soldiers seated beside Tony observed him with curious eyes, their intense stares making him somewhat uncomfortable. To break the tension, Tony remarked, "It feels like you're taking me to a military tribunal. What madness is this? What have I done?" This humor seemed to fall flat, prompting Tony to retort sarcastically, "Are you not allowed to speak, soldiers?" He cast a disdainful glance at the group. One soldier could not contain himself and replied, "We can speak, sir." "Ah, I see. So this is all directed at me." Tony feigned seriousness. A soldier seated beside Tony turned to speak. "No, please do not frighten them." "My goodness, you are a woman." "To be honest, I couldn't tell at first," Tony remarked, glancing at the soldier's face. "Sir, I'm actually a pilot," the female soldier emphasized. "You have quite an impressive figure. I find it hard to look away, Tony chuckled. One soldier, unable to contain himself, interjected with a gossiping expression. I heard that all 12 cover girls from Maxim magazine last year have been with you? That's a good question. It's roughly half true, Tony replied slowly, as everyone eagerly gazed at him, hoping for some insider information. At that moment, an explosion erupted nearby. The vehicle at the front was struck by the shockwave of the blast, lifting it high into the air, and the faces of the American soldiers inside turned to sheer terror. After soaring into the air, the vehicle fell to the side under the influence of gravity. Its body twisted and deformed. At this time, the vehicle Tony was in screeched to a halt, and the expressions of everyone inside were filled with astonishment. This area was under American military control, and under normal circumstances, attackers would not dare to strike, as they had already been dealt with by the U.S. forces. So where were these assailants coming from? The soldiers in the vehicle were bewildered, never expecting that attackers would dare to make a move. But soon, the soldiers regained their composure as the driver shouted, "Mr. Tony, stay inside the vehicle. Kane, your responsibility is to protect Mr. Tony. Do not be afraid, Mr. Tony. We will repel the attackers shortly." The driver and the soldiers immediately disembarked, preparing to set up defenses. Quick, use the communication devices to contact base and request immediate support. If anything happens to Mr. Tony, no one will bear the consequences. One soldier frantically operated his communication device, but soon he spoke with a quiver in his voice. The nearby signals are being jammed. We cannot reach the base. This is disastrous. These attackers have come prepared. Hidden nearby, the assassins emerge from their concealed positions, brandishing fierce machine guns and unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the American troops, resulting in heavy casualties. In this desperate situation, many U.S. vehicles were destroyed, and soldiers fell one after another. Tony curled up inside the vehicle, dodging the stray bullets. The soldier tasked with protecting him had vanished, leaving uncertain whether he had gone to assist or had been shot. Hiding in the vehicle will not suffice. I must find a way to escape, Tony contemplated. Chapter 72. Aftermath of the attack, Tony suppressed his fear. Although his mind and body had been enhanced, he could not withstand the lethal force of a bullet. Stray bullets whizzed past him, creating numerous holes around him. Fortunately, Tony remained unscathed. He swiftly sprinted past the threat of gunfire. Reaching a small hillock about 6 or 7 meters away, Tony quickly lay down in a safe spot on the hill, his once pristine suit now covered in dust. But he paid it no mind. He hurriedly retrieved a specially designed communicator from his pocket, capable of penetrating most signal jamming to send out his location information. As Tony operated the device, the screen displayed that the message had been sent. He exhaled in relief, but then he heard the piercing whistle of a missile flying toward him. A missile, seemingly out of nowhere, landed perilously close to Tony. His eyes widened in horror as he saw the clear marking on the missile, manufactured by Stark Industries. The missile exploded, and Tony lost consciousness, his last thought being, "Damn it, who sold Stark Industries missiles to the assassins?" As the sounds of gunfire on the battlefield gradually diminished, the cries of the wounded faded into silence. The assassins, their faces concealed with black cloth, strode among the bodies of the American soldiers, mercilessly delivering final shots to any still breathing. Under their brutal slaughter, virtually no one survived. A tall Central Asian man approached, accompanied by several masked assassins. He surveyed the corpses of the American soldiers and inquired, "Have you found Tony's body?" "Report, Chief Mohan. We have not yet located him," replied one masked assassin. Upon hearing this report, the Central Asian man narrowed his eyes and struck the assassin across the face. "Get going and find him." The assassins quickly scattered to search the area. Before long, one of them returned, reporting, "Chief Mohan, we have found Tony, but it seems he is gravely injured and not dead yet. Should we behead him?" Mohan pondered for a moment. Killing Tony is less valuable than keeping him alive. An alive Tony can assist the organization in developing new powerful weapons, perhaps even enabling the organization to dominate the world. As for Obadiah, I will simply tell him Tony is dead. With that thought, Mohan slapped the assassin again, scolding, "Hurry and bring Tony back to base for medical attention." "Yes, Chief," the assassin replied, suppressing his pain. Soon, the assassins hoisted Tony onto a jeep and sped toward their base, believing their actions to be unnoticed. Little did they know, everything was being observed by Lin Yun. Seated in his study, countless images flickered in his left eye. If one were to look closely, they would see the very scenes of the assassins attacking Tony. Lin Yun tapped his desk thoughtfully. "Tony's life is temporarily secure. He should soon create his iron armor. I simply need to observe the unfolding situation. After contemplating, Lin Yun set aside his thoughts about Tony and shifted focus to his system tasks. Now, I need to prepare to establish a cult and construct a temple. Chapter 73. The Cult of Hope and Redemption. What should I name the cult? Lin Yun pondered. The name of the cult must not be too sinister. An evil name often attracts the attention and eradication of righteous forces. Thus, Lin Yun believed the name should embody neutrality or righteousness. How about the Cult of Hope and Redemption? Lin Yun mused, reflecting on various cult names he knew before settling on this one. What then should be the core doctrine? Lin Yun fell into deep thought. This doctrine was of utmost importance. It encapsulated the cult's ideology, allowing ordinary people to quickly determine whether they wish to join. Since the name is the Cult of Hope and Redemption, let the doctrine center on hope and redemption. Lin Yun thought, and soon he conceived the core tenet. Those who join this cult, even in a life devoid of hope, shall find hope. Members of the cult will attain redemption. Perhaps this is the case, although further details are still required. Lin Yun pondered. What should we name the deity? The system is called the Slave Master System. So let us name the deity the god of slaves. Lin Yun contemplated. Then what is my position within the sect? The leader, the Pope, the spokesperson of the deity. After some thought, Lin Yun expressed his dissatisfaction with that title. I am the god. Why should I demean myself? Very well. Henceforth I shall be the god within the church, the true god of slaves. Let be so. Lin Yun smiled, satisfied with his decision. The east coast of America is densely populated and bustling with activity, in stark contrast to the sparsely populated and economically underdeveloped western regions. Due to the lack of economic development, the inhabitants here appear rather ignorant, lacking scientific understanding, and are thus more inclined to believe in the existence of deities. In a remote town in the American West known as Schindler, originally established during the gold rush, the town has gradually become deserted as the frenzy subsided. On this day, a young man clad in a priest's garb, holding a black leather book, leisurely walked into the town. This individual is Lin Yun, with a serene smile upon his face. Lin Yun observed the town. His presence in Schindler was prompted by reports of a series of mysterious events that had transpired there. Curiosity led Lin Yun to seek the truth behind these occurrences while simultaneously spreading his teachings. Bars serve as common gathering places for people in the West. Within these establishments, one can often unintentionally overhear numerous clandestine conversations, akin to the inns of China. Schindler's Bar. Lin Yun noted the name and stepped inside amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Inside the bar, numerous attractive men and women entwined together, moving rhythmically to captivating music. Most patrons paid no heed to Lin Yun's arrival, though a few sober individuals took notice. Ignoring their stares, Lin Yun approached the bartender, ordered a coffee, and settled into an unoccupied corner. While ostensibly savoring his beverage, he attentively listened to the murmurs around him. The patrons believed their conversations were hushed, unaware that Lin Yun could discern their feigned exchanges. Look, another priest has arrived. This priest probably hopes to exorcise demons for a reward. I don't believe in demons. Chapter 74. Promoting and Recruiting Demon. Upon hearing their discussion, Lin Yun fell into contemplation. He was uncertain whether demons truly existed. What was certain was that some supernatural entity was involved. After gathering the information he sought, Lin Yun exited the bar and wandered the streets. He aimed to actively seek out individuals in need of exorcism. Such tales would undoubtedly circulate in the small town of Schindler, and many would likely discuss them in casual conversation. As he attentively listened for tidbits about demons, he overheard an address. 7 Market Street. A passerby said in terror to his companion, "Something dreadful has occurred there. The eldest daughter of the Levin family has transformed into a blood-sucking demon." The companion laughed dismissively. "Surely there are no blood-sucking demons. You must be joking." Having heard this, Lin Yun approached the two passers-by with a smile and inquired, "Gentlemen, could you please direct me to 7 Market Street?" "Who are you?" one passerby asked in surprise. "As you can see, I am a priest, here to perform an exorcism." "Exorcism? Do demons truly exist in this world?" The passers-by curiously probed further. "Indeed, demons exist. The reality of this world is merely obscured. Would you care to join our church for a chance to witness the true world?" Lin Yun enticingly proposed. "Are you part of a new sect?" they asked, their eyes filled with skepticism. "Yes, we are a burgeoning sect, and we possess a legitimate certificate issued by the government." Lin Yun clarified. This was indeed true, as Lin Yun had already arranged for Wayne to register the Hope and Redemption sect's official documentation. Never mind. I have already committed to a traditional religion and cannot switch, the passers-by politely declined. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. These two individuals had rejected his invitation. Was this his first failure? He quickly regained his composure. That's quite all right. By the way, could you tell me how to get to 7 Marcus Street? Lin Yun asked. He no longer felt inclined to persuade them to join the church. In his eyes, they were already lost causes. Go that way, then turn, and then XXX, they instructed. Lin Yun dismissed them and strode purposefully towards 7 Marcus Street. As he walked, he adopted the persona of a legendary bard, reciting grandiose verses. Ah, you are the one true deity. Your might is unmatched. Your form is incredibly robust. You are redemption. You are hope. While singing his self-composed verses, Lin Yun's actions indeed attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, the majority merely murmured to each other. This must be a fool. I think he is just cosplaying. Hearing their remarks, Lin Yun felt a wave of disappointment. His abilities were evidently insufficient to awaken the truth in these souls yearning for salvation. Soon, Lin Yun arrived at 7 Marcus Street. This location was, in fact, a villa. The villa was enclosed by an iron fence, with only a single entrance. From the appearance of these facilities, Lin Yun surmised that the occupants of this villa must be either wealthy or of high social standing. Surveying the iron gate, he located the intercom button. Approaching it, he pressed the button. A series of sounds echoed, and soon a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair emerged. Who are you? Chapter 75. The monster in the room. I am a genuine priest capable of assisting the Levin family, Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man's expression shifted momentarily before returning to a calm demeanor. He coldly stated, I'm sorry, Mr. Priest. The Levin family is not experiencing any strange occurrences and does not require your assistance. Please do not heed rumors. Lin Yun smiled. He was not inclined to believe the middle-aged man's words. As the saying goes, every tale that circulates must have roots in reality. The strange happenings at 7 Marcus Street in this small town could hardly be fabrications. After a moment of thought, Lin Yun replied, You cannot make decisions on behalf of your master. Perhaps you should inform him of my arrival. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted, revealing a fleeting glimmer of menace. However, he quickly masked it once more. Sir, you make a compelling point. I shall promptly report to the master, the middle-aged man said, then turned to convey the message. Lin Yun remained where he was, confident that the Levin family, faced with such a predicament, would be desperate upon encountering an exorcist. However, the middle-aged man had taken it upon himself to make a decision on behalf of the master, leaving Lin Yun to ponder if there was more beneath the surface. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, Lin Yun mused with a slight smile. Before long, the middle-aged man re-emerged, his face adorned with a smile. Mr. Levin invites you to the parlor. He is exceedingly pleased with your arrival. By the way, I am Mr. Levin's butler. My name is Mark, the butler said warmly. Soon, Lin Yun was led by butler Mark to the parlor. Upon entering, a middle-aged man, whose expression bore a deep frown, stood up upon seeing Lin Yun. Welcome, pastor, he greeted. This must be the master of the house, Lin Yun surmised. Greetings, Mr. Levin. I can see the worry etched on your face. Perhaps it is best not to linger on pleasantries. Kindly take me to assess the situation, Lin Yun suggested. At this, Mr. Levin managed a strained smile. Excellent, pastor. Please, follow me, Mr. Levin gestured, and Lin Yun followed him. As they walked, Mr. Levin summoned his composure, stating, My daughter, her name is Lily. She is an exemplary student, never venturing into secluded places for leisure. However, there was an occasion when Lily accompanied her classmates to Marcus Mountain. The day after their return, my daughter underwent a profound transformation. Alas, Mr. Levin sighed, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Shortly, they arrived at a door adorned with an unusual circular magic circle. Lin Yun recalled that this was an ancient European talisman reputed to repel demonic forces. Certainly, Lin Yun was uncertain of its efficacy. From within the room, faint sounds emerged, reminiscent of teeth gnashing against flesh. What manner of creature resides in this room? Lin Yun shuddered at the thought. A terrifying notion crept into his mind. Could Mr. Levin be harboring some monstrosity within, and had summoned an exorcist merely to feed it? Chapter 76. The inhuman female monster. Do not let your imagination run wild. Lin Yun reassured himself. Mark, unlock the door and allow the pastor to enter, Mr. Laven instructed the butler. Upon hearing the command, Mark's face briefly reflected a hint of fear. Yet, he dared not defy Mr. Laven's orders. Suppressing his trepidation, he feigned calmness as he retrieved a key from his waist. Approaching the door, Mark inserted the key into the lock and turned it. The door opened halfway, but did not fully yield. Pastor, Miss Lily is fearful of light. If she sees light, she becomes agitated and may cause harm. Last time, I nearly came to harm, Mark recalled, trembling slightly at the memory. That seems more than mere injury, Lin Yun speculated, observing Mark's shivering form. However, Lin Yun felt no fear, for he was embodying the role of a pastor, a figure unperturbed by evil. He dismissed his thoughts and sidestepped, entering the room. Seeing Lin Yun step inside, Mr. Laven turned to Mark and said, "Mark, I have other matters to attend to. You stay with the pastor." With that, Mr. Laven strode away, leaving behind his retreating silhouette. A convenient excuse, other matters to attend to. In truth, he fears for his own life, Mark muttered under his breath. I shall bide my time. Soon, all of your wealth will be mine, he thought menacingly, suppressing his fear as he entered the room. Inside, a grand bed dominated the space, upon which lay a girl bound by thick ropes, her limbs splayed. Her eyes were covered with a white cloth, shrouded in mystery. Remarkably, 2 elongated fangs protruded from her mouth, marking her as anything but ordinary. Additionally, her fingernails had grown several centimeters long, a vivid crimson hue accentuating their unnatural appearance. The girl seemed to sense the presence of newcomers and open her mouth, revealing a set of shark-like teeth, as if she intended to lunge forward. Yet, the robust ropes dutifully held her in place, securing this girl, or rather, this creature, firmly. Lin Yun noticed a nearby iron basin containing bloody raw pork. It was evident that Laven or Mark frequently provided Lily with raw meat to sustain her existence. What affliction plagues her eyes, that they are concealed beneath a white cloth? Lin Yun inquired, puzzled. That is because since she transformed into this state, her eyes have acquired a strange power. If you gaze into her eyes, you will gradually become entranced and drawn to her, Mark explained, emphasizing the word injury, as if hinting at something deeper. Looking at Lily's mouth, with its shark-like teeth and exposed fangs, Lin Yun grasped the true meaning of the implied danger. After some contemplation, he stated, "Remove the cloth from Lily's face. I wish to see what is so extraordinary about her eyes." Mark's face paled, resembling a bitter melon, and he immediately replied, "Pastor, I cannot." Chapter 77. The invasion of alien energy. Indeed, Mark was merely an ordinary man, naturally fearful of the beast. Lin Yun realized he had overlooked this fact and decided to take matters into his own hands. "Very well, I shall do it myself." Upon hearing Lin Yun's intent to remove the cloth, Mark sighed with relief, though tension still lingered in the air. Lin Yun felt no trepidation. He approached Lily. Sensing movement, began to roar, perceiving an inexplicable threat. "Mark, be cautious. Do not look into Lily's eyes," Lin Yun recalled Mark's earlier warning and instructed. Mark had already turned away, facing the opposite direction. Hearing Lin Yun's command, he nodded to indicate his understanding. Lin Yun said nothing further. He sidestepped Lily's outstretched limbs and reached out to remove the white cloth covering her eyes. A pair of blood-red eyes, filled with a savage ferocity, emerged before Lin Yun, captivating him entirely. Holding the cloth, he stood transfixed, a smile gracing his face, seemingly entranced by those eyes. Lin Yun was astonished to discover that his body had become rigid, as a mysterious blood-red force invaded his consciousness. Soon, a cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed within his mind. "Insignificant mortal, I am quite pleased with your body. Hand over your body obediently, and then submit to me." At that moment, Lin Yun heard the indifferent voice of the system. Alien energy invasion detected. Should it be eradicated and converted? Host immobilized. Default selection. Eradicate and convert. Then, a series of panicked voices resounded in Lin Yun's head. "What is happening? No, please don't kill me. Spare me." As the voices subsided, Lin Yun found his body returning to its normal state, no longer rigid. He glanced at the bed where the still-bound Lily lay, now deeply asleep with her face restored to its usual beauty, though she would likely be unwell for some time. "All right, Mark. I have eliminated the demon from Miss Lily," Lin Yun stated. Upon hearing Lin Yun's voice, Mark turned in surprise to assess the situation. "The demon has truly vanished," the butler exclaimed, looking at Lily in astonishment. At that moment, the terrifying changes in Leilili's nails and teeth had disappeared. Your abilities are truly remarkable, dear priest. Mark could not help but marvel. Please follow me. I must inform Mr. Levin of this situation immediately. Mark's demeanor had shifted to one of respect, employing formal address. In his heart, Lin Yun was a mysterious and powerful priest who, without displaying any outward strength, had quietly vanquished the demon. Mark believed that the priest's power must be exceedingly high to accomplish such a feat unnoticed. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Conversion of alien energy successful. Earned 100 energy points. Acquired alien energy memory fragments. Saved. Does the host wish to read? Default, no. As Lin Yun followed Mark to find Mr. Levin, he felt a stirring within him upon hearing the system's voice and commanded, read memory. Chapter 78. The Lava World with Lin Yun's Intent. A series of images materialized in his mind. It was a realm brimming with magma and flames, with a river of molten rock flowing through its center. For now, let us refer to this place as the Lava World. The Lava World is a domain of scorching heat and molten substance, where all life emerges from the banks of the central magma river. These beings are filled with fury and violence, embodying the very essence of survival. Countless factions have arisen around this central river, yet their existence is fleeting, marked by rapid birth and demise. I, Bailai, was born. I believed I would reign over the entire Lava World, for I possessed an innate mental prowess capable of invading the minds of others, controlling them to become my minions. However, in a fateful battle, my body was shattered. Unbelievably, my physical form had been destroyed. Yet, due to my formidable mental strength, my consciousness persisted even after the loss of my body. The enemy, terrified by this reality, sought to obliterate me entirely, compelling me to flee in desperation. During one escape, I stumbled into a cave where I unexpectedly discovered a mysterious passage. Upon traversing this passage, I found myself in another world, a realm of legend. Indeed, I had arrived in the fabled otherworld. In this world, the inhabitants possessed feeble physiques and lackluster spirits. It was a realm untouched by development. All the people would become my sustenance, fueling my ascent to power. However, my immediate priority was to find a body and claim it as my own. After wandering nearby for several days, I learned the language of this world through mental invasion. I discovered that the nearby town was called Schindler, where the locals refer to beings like me as demons and devils. I pondered, was I not the first to arrive in this world? I resolved to remain hidden and observe this realm closely. One day, I set my sights on the body of Leilili from the Levin family. I perceived that her body harbored greater potential for development. Seizing an opportunity, I infiltrated Leilili's form. To my dismay, I encountered a bloodline power within her that thwarted my efforts. Vampire, what is this? Yet, this force could not withstand me for long. Though Leilili's unusual condition was soon discovered, I was captured by those called by Lake. Cursed be this bloodline power, it rendered me powerless. Once I claimed this body, I would tear them all apart. Some mortals attempted to drive me away, but they were utterly incapable. Soon, another mortal arrived. This one seemed intent on gazing into my eyes, and my strength was returning slightly. I thought to seize this opportunity to persuade him to eliminate the bothersome butler mark. What is this? Spare me. The system's projection concluded here, and the demon known as Bailai lost his life. Lin Yun could not help but ponder. A brand new otherworld, filled with legendary demons and devils. How utterly fascinating. It seems the entrance lies upon Mount Marcus, and within Leilili resides a bloodline power. With Bailai's memories mentioning vampires, Mount Marcus and vampires. There must be a connection, Lin Yun mused. Chapter 79. The Exorcism Aftermath. Welcome back, dear priest. Levin approached with heartfelt enthusiasm. Lin Yun paused his contemplation, realizing he had unwittingly returned to the parlor. Mr. Levin, you have no idea how perilous it was just now. The demon revealed itself and lunged at us. Fortunately, with the priest's presence, he recited a mysterious incantation and bravely engaged the demon in combat. After a fierce struggle, the priest ultimately vanquished the demon, and Miss Leilili has returned to normal. Mark the butler chimed in, embellishing the tale. Upon hearing Mark's words, Levin's face lit up with joy. I'm truly grateful to you, dear priest. By the way, in my haste, I forgot to inquire about your name. Levin said warmly. My name is Lin Yun. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Hearing Lin Yun's name, Both Levin and Mark silently repeated it, committing it to memory. I am sincerely thankful to you. Priest Lin Yun, Levin expressed with respect. Surely, Priest Lin Yun has come to Schindler Town to spread the glory of the Lord. Levin conjectured based on his past experiences. You are partly correct, yet also mistaken. Lin Yun's expression grew serious. Why did Pastor Lin say that? Levin asked in confusion, while Mark beside him looked at Lin Yun with curiosity. I am indeed here to spread doctrine, but not that of the God S sect. Not of the God S sect. Then it must be a new cult worshipping a new deity, Levin pondered. These new sects may be in dire need of funds. I could assist in constructing a church as compensation, Levin thought, ultimately deciding on this course of action. Pastor Lin, to express my gratitude, I have decided to assist you in building a church in the bustling area of the town, Levin declared, though his heart bled at the thought. That's a fortune. But to show my appreciation, I must do this. Fortunately, I own a construction company, Levin mused internally. Then, I shall graciously accept. I hope Mr. Levin can help promote my cause. Where does Mr. Lin reside? Levin inquired. I'm staying at a lodge named Schindler in town, Lin Yun replied. After concluding his conversation with Levin, Lin Yun departed, retreating to the Schindler Lodge to rest. In the darkness, Tony gradually regained consciousness. He felt a persistent pain in his chest, and his throat was parched and burning. Water, I need water, Tony croaked. Someone heard Tony's voice and brought a bowl of water to his lips. Tony drank eagerly, and once quenched, he began to observe his surroundings. It was a rudimentary cave, cluttered with rusty machine parts in the corners, and the only exit was blocked by a heavy iron door. Above the iron door, several devices flickered with red light. Tony understood they were cameras, monitoring his every move. At that moment, another wave of pain surged through his chest. He glanced down and was taken aback. What happened to my chest? A car battery was bound to his chest, and he felt a tearing pain within. Allow me to explain, said the person who had just given him water. He wore a white coat, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. My name is Ethan, and as you can see, I am a doctor. I recognize you. You're Mr. Tony, often seen on television. The murderers kidnapped me and forced me to work for them. Not long ago, you were brought here by these murderers. At that time, you were gravely injured and unconscious. Particularly, shrapnel struck your chest. I performed surgery to remove most of the fragments from your chest. However, some remnants remain, and they will gradually flow toward your heart with blood circulation. So, I used a car battery to attract the fragments from your chest, Ethan explained clearly. Tony recalled the scene as Ethan spoke. I nearly perished for my own company's product, Tony murmured. Yet, he did not display excessive agitation. A sense of vengeance simmered within him. But the immediate priority was to escape, Tony concluded. Ethan, do you know the origins of these murderers? While working for them, I inadvertently overheard a term mentioned repeatedly. Ethan pondered before responding. What term? The 10 Commandments gang. I've never heard of it. It seems like some secret society. Tony replied, recalling what he knew. Creak, creak. The thick iron door blocking the cave's only exit emitted a mechanical grinding sound. Ethan anxiously gestured for Tony to remain silent. Don't speak. They are coming. The iron door swung open, and a tall Central Asian man entered, accompanied by several armed murderers. Mr. Tony, I trust you are resting well, mocked Merck, the leading Central Asian. Thanks to your kindness, my back aches, Tony retorted. It seems Mr. Tony still does not comprehend his predicament, Merck sneered. Let us give Mr. Tony a warm welcome, Merck ordered one of the murderers. One murderer approached, striking Tony's head with the butt of his gun, knocking him to the ground. Tony curled up, feeling a fiery sensation in his abdomen. Something seemed to be dripping from his head. When he touched it, his palm turned crimson. It hurts, my head is broken, he exclaimed. Seeing Tony helpless on the ground, Merck impatiently commanded, lift Mr. Tony up. Two murderers stepped forward, each grasping one of Tony's sides, hoisting him up. Mr. Tony, now you must understand your situation, Merck said. Blood trickled down Tony's face, his disheveled hair cascading to the sides, and he moved his lips. I understand. In his heart, Tony regarded this as a temporary concession. Given the opportunity, he would surely seek vengeance. For now, refusal could lead to his demise. As long as these murderers still wish to exploit my value, I have a chance to escape, Tony thought. Seeing Tony verbally yield, Merck, with ulterior motives, stated, Mr. Tony, I require your assistance with something. Chapter 81. Manufacturing Jetler missiles without waiting for Tony's response, Merck continued. The reason I haven't killed you is that you are still a brilliant scientist. I need you to help me produce more gentler missiles, preferably with enhanced firepower. Perhaps then, I shall return your freedom. I'm certain you will agree, Merc said, fixing his gaze on Tony. Resigned, Tony nodded in agreement. He wanted to avoid further beatings. Excellent, Mr. Tony. I recall a Chinese saying that fits perfectly here. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Merc feigned a smile. Very well, I will arrange for the materials to be delivered to you tomorrow. If the materials are insufficient, feel free to instruct my subordinates. Merc added. Tony nodded in agreement. Only Ethan, who remained silent, felt a surge of anxiety. Their conversation concluded in this peculiar atmosphere, and Merc left with his men, satisfied. Once the murderers had departed, a worried Ethan turned to Tony. Tony, do you truly intend to assist these murderers in creating more powerful missiles? No, Ethan, do not worry. I'm merely biding my time, Tony reassured him. Thank goodness, I thought you were actually contemplating siding with them. Ethan sighed in relief. I merely intend to seize this opportunity, for I have devised a plan, Tony replied calmly, though his disheveled appearance did not reflect his composure. What plan? Ethan's eyes sparkled with hope. Can I trust you, Ethan? Tony suddenly turned to Ethan, gazing intently into his eyes as he posed a question. Trust me. I can keep a secret, Ethan replied without a hint of hesitation. This response stirred a subtle warmth in Tony's heart. He discerned from Ethan's gaze that he was not an assassin sent to surveil him. I just had an idea, to create a suit of iron armor and escape from here. This armor should possess offensive capabilities, flight capabilities, and the ability to carry a person, Tony analyzed, articulating his vision to Ethan. Ethan couldn't help but marvel at Tony's intellect, almost envisioning their successful escape from this place. How will you acquire the materials necessary for making missiles? Ethan dismissed any impractical notions and inquired. Patience. When those assassins arrive tomorrow, you'll see my method, Tony replied confidently. All right, Ethan nodded in agreement. I'm in excruciating pain. Please help me to the bed. I need to rest, Tony lamented. I thought you were fine, Ethan said helplessly, assisting Tony to the bed so he could lie down and recuperate. The following day, clank, clank. The heavy iron door at the cave's entrance creaked and groaned as it opened. Several assassins entered and approached Tony, stating, Please, Mr. Tony, give your orders. Tony scoffed. You should have brought a pen and paper first. How foolish. The expressions of the assassins darkened, but without orders from their superiors, they dared not act against Tony. Very well, I will fetch it now, one of the assassins said, quickly returning with a pen and a stack of paper. Tony accepted them and began inscribing a list of materials based on his ingenuity. Before long, he finished. Quickly, gather these materials for me. Chapter 82. The banquet soon. The assassins brought most of the materials listed, though some would not arrive for a few days. Tony pretended to commence the manufacturing process. A few assassins seemed eager to assist, but Tony discontentedly remarked, Do you even understand what a circuit is? Do you comprehend what joules are? The assassins' faces fell, clearly lacking knowledge of such advanced concepts. Tony continued to feign the manufacturing process until he grew frustrated and bellowed, Cease your surveillance. It stifles my creativity and hampers my ability to forge powerful weapons. The assassins were taken aback, and after a brief discussion, they withdrew. Witnessing this, Tony expressed satisfaction to Ethan beside him. See, my approach worked splendidly. They left at once. Ethan smirked. Perhaps they already received a directive from their superiors, hence their indifference. Upon hearing Ethan's perspective, Tony narrowed his eyes and remarked, It seems these assassins are quite confident. Tony chose not to dwell on it further and earnestly began developing the iron armor, which represented his sole hope for escape. Lin Yun sat in a corner of the lobby of the Schindler Hotel, savoring a cup of coffee. The lobby bustled with patrons, yet none noticed the peculiar glint in Lin Yun's left eye. His gaze seemed to penetrate vast distances, observing Tony's current circumstances. As Tony toiled away, a suit of iron armor gradually took shape. It would be several days before the armor's completion. Thus, Lin Yun withdrew his gaze. Regarding the armor's creation, Lin Yun found it absurd that, in the film, Tony managed to fabricate it right under the noses of the assassins. Such a feat was truly remarkable. The assassins appeared remarkably foolish. Perhaps it was Tony's status as the protagonist that rendered them so naive. Lin Yun chose to abandon thoughts of Tony and let events unfold freely. At that moment, a middle-aged man with graying hair entered the Schindler Hotel. Those who recognized the man began to whisper amongst themselves. ISNT that Mark? What's he doing at the hotel? Could there be an important guest here? Those unfamiliar with Mark inquired of their companions. Who is Mark? You don't know Mark? Mark is the butler of Mr. Levin, the wealthy man in town. You mean the one who owns the construction company? Exactly. Mark paused, surveying the crowd until he quickly spotted Lin Yun. He approached Lin Yun respectfully, saying, Esteemed Pastor Lin Yun, Miss Lily wishes to personally thank you and has organized a banquet. May I inquire if you are available to attend? Those nearby were astonished by Mark's words. Miss Lily, the beautiful daughter of the Levin family, desired to express her gratitude to this outsider. Could it be that Miss Lily had taken an interest in the stranger? Many onlookers felt a stir of curiosity. Certainly, I happen to be free at the moment, Lin Yun replied. Mark then led Lin Yun to the banquet venue, and onlookers gazed enviously at Lin Yun's departing figure. Chapter 83. Progress of the banquet. Before continuing, I must mention an important development. Since Tony's disappearance, significant changes had occurred within the American government. In a congressional meeting, 2 senators were embroiled in a heated debate. I must emphasize that Tony's disappearance warrants our utmost attention. We need to increase the military budget to ensure the safety of American citizens. These incompetent troops wish to raise the budget? Absolutely not. We must conduct an internal review to root out traitors, another senator vehemently opposed. The 2 men glared at each other, their faces flushed and breath heavy, much like 2 roosters in a fierce contest. This conflict persisted, reflecting the considerable unease among the American elite regarding Tony's absence. Most advocated for an enhanced military budget to confront the emerging global wave of terrorism. Meanwhile, Obadiah received a phone call from the assassins. You claim you killed Tony. Where's the evidence? Obadiah questioned skeptically. You stated that when the missile struck, Tony was obliterated, leaving only remnants of clothing. Please send me the photo, Obadiah requested. Soon, a photograph arrived in Obadiah's email inbox. Upon opening it, he saw a charred corpse that vaguely resembled Tony's figure. However, due to the body's scorched state, the features were indistinguishable, leading Obadiah to reluctantly accept the assassin's claim. I hope you are not deceiving me. You assured me that the promised information would be delivered promptly, Obadiah threatened. The night had deepened, yet a luxurious hotel remained ablaze with vibrant lights and lively revelry. Countless handsome men and beautiful women gathered, engaged in discussions about various aspects of life, perhaps even selecting suitable partners among themselves. Among this crowd, 2 individuals commanded the most attention, one being the host of the soiree, Lily. Tonight, Lily had adorned herself with deliberate elegance, donning a black, low-cut gown that revealed ample expanse of her pristine skin, accentuating her alluring curves. Perhaps having indulged in a bit too much libation, her cheeks bore a delicate flush, and her expression radiated a charming shyness, further amplifying her captivating allure. Many young men frequently cast their gazes upon Lily, inciting the displeasure of their female companions. Another noteworthy figure was a clergyman who, clad in his priestly attire, appeared oddly out of place amidst the formally dressed attendees. However, the clergyman remained utterly unfazed, his demeanor remarkably composed. His enigmatic and captivating eyes, when meeting yours, seemed to possess a magical quality, capable of penetrating the depths of your soul. This clergyman is no ordinary man, murmured the thoughts of the vast majority. Lily, adjusting her hands to gather everyone's attention, spoke. A few days ago, Pastor Lin Yun rendered me invaluable assistance. Tonight, I have organized this banquet to express my gratitude to Pastor Lin Yun. Your presence brings me immense joy. Now, let us all enjoy this evening's festivities. Upon hearing Lily's concluding remarks, many single men found their way to similarly unattached women in the crowd to dance. Yet, a number of young men continued to fixate their eyes on Lily, eager to make their move. However, Lily's subsequent actions dashed most of their hopes. Chapter 84. The Wealthy Goblin, Mr. Lin Yun. May I invite you for a dance? Lily approached Lin Yun, her sparkling eyes meeting his. Certainly, Lin Yun replied. Do not assume that Lin Yun lacked dancing skills. He had indeed learned to dance prior to his arrival in this realm. Though his proficiency may not have been remarkable, he possessed a fundamental understanding of the art. Lily nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, unforeseen events often transpire. A slightly inebriated, corpulent man approached, slurring, Miss Lily, allow me to dance with you. This outsider is surely unworthy of your attention. Lin Yun cast a bemused glance at the man, surprised by the interruption. Goblin, I have already invited this gentleman. Please do not disturb us, Lily stated with evident dissatisfaction. Lin Yun nodded in agreement. The man, referred to as Goblin, leaned closer to Lin Yun, exhaling a pungent stench of alcohol. Lin Yun instinctively furrowed his brow and took a step back. Kid, I'll give you 8,000. Just step aside, Goblin said, his eyes clouded. He then opened his mouth wide, releasing another wave of foul breath. I have no need for that, Lin Yun replied calmly. As a master of over 1,000 slaves, Lin Yun was entirely uninterested in Goblin's offer of 8,000. The total assets of his slaves exceeded 10 billion. Naturally, a significant portion of that belonged to Tony, who held a substantial stake in Stark Industries. Thus, as Tony's master, Lin Yun was hardly in want of money. Even if Lin Yun were destitute, he would not be swayed by such a paltry sum, as it pertained to his dignity. Goblin, clearly oblivious to Lin Yun's true wealth, was accustomed to wielding money to achieve his desires, only to find himself thwarted this time. Fuming, he retorted, Is that not enough for you? I'll offer you 20,000 to leave Miss Lily alone. Internally, he thought, You poor fool, I refuse to believe I cannot buy you off. Lily, overhearing Goblin's words, cast a worried glance at Lin Yun. She feared he might succumb to temptation, recalling previous instances where less fortunate individuals had faltered under such enticements. Sir, you overestimate my needs. I am not in want of money, Lin Yun replied, unfazed. Just put on a show, huh? A pauper dressed as a priest, Goblin retorted, his vision still blurred by intoxication. He opened his mouth again, releasing another wave of putrid breath. Alas, Lin Yun sighed. What time is it? Disregarding Goblin, Lin Yun glanced at his watch. Goblin, noticing Lin Yun's indifference, intended to speak but caught sight of Lin Yun's exquisite pocket watch, suddenly sobering up. His tongue faltered, eyes wide in disbelief. This is the latest ultra-complex unique pocket watch from Patek Philippe? Goblin exclaimed, astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. It's already past 8 in the evening, Lin Yun replied to Lily, tucking away the watch without acknowledging Goblin. Chapter 85. The precious pocket watch. At this moment, Goblin fell silent. His mind raced to recall the details of the latest ultra-complex unique pocket watch from Patek Philippe. This remarkable timepiece boasted over 1,000 components and 25 intricate functions, crafted from platinum, with some internal components made from meteorite, diamonds, gold, and even dinosaur bones, truly a treasure beyond compare. As an avid horologist, Goblin yearned to possess such a watch. However, with a price tag of 4 million, his entire net worth hovered around 5 million. It was evident that purchasing this watch would render him financially destitute. Reluctantly, Goblin had to settle for a mere few $1,000s for a different timepiece. Now, with his sobriety restored, memories of his earlier behavior flooded back, causing him considerable distress. Although he believed his actions were justified, the realization that a mere priest could possess such an extravagant watch suggested that he was dealing with someone far more formidable than he had anticipated. Goblin felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Indeed, he was intimidated. Despite his substantial assets, Goblin was not a fool. With great effort, he forced a smile onto his face and said, Mr. Lin Yun, I was merely jesting earlier. Please forgive my indiscretion. Not a problem. I graciously accept your apology, Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Miss Lily, I must take my leave, Goblin said, his demeanor markedly altered. How strange. Why is Goblin acting so differently today? He was so arrogant just moments ago, Lily pondered, baffled. Nevertheless, she refrained from intervening, acknowledging that Goblin was an important partner in her father's business. Suppressing the sweat on his brow, Goblin shuffled away, his corpulent figure retreating from the scene. Once outside, a brisk wind greeted him. The Goblin's mind began to clear once more, and a sudden thought surged forth, prompting a wave of regret. I was foolish. That priest's pocket watch could very well be a counterfeit. Why did I flee? I should have exposed him. The Goblin shook his hands in dismay and spoke aloud. Nevertheless, returning now might only invite ridicule. I shall seek out the maid instead. The thought of his maid's alluring figure caused the Goblin to emit a series of amused chuckles. At this moment, no one else remained to impede Lin Yun. Lin Yun's hand rested on Lily's waist, feeling the warmth of her flesh, which stirred an inexplicable sensation within him. Lily's cheeks flushed slightly. She could sense the charm emanating from the man beside her and found herself lost in its allure. This is not good, Lin Yun reminded himself. Struggling to extricate himself from the atmosphere, he instinctively released his grip, Lily, caught off guard, swayed as if about to fall. Realizing his recklessness, Lin Yun reached out to steady her. Only then did Lily emerge from the spellbinding ambience, placing a hand upon her pristine chest. "You startle me," Lily said, her complexion paling slightly. "I truly apologize for that. I lost my focus for a moment," Lin Yun replied, his tone tinged with regret. Chapter 86. The scream of Bell. "Not at all," Lily reassured Lin Yun. "By the way, my father asked me to inform you that the new church won't be ready for another month," she said apologetically. Lin Yun nodded, acknowledging her words. He felt an urge to depart, fearing he might act impulsively if he lingered. "The hour grows late. I shall take my leave," Lin Yun stated calmly. "It's still quite early," Lily replied. "Why not stay a little longer?" "No, I must leave now," Lin Yun insisted. Seeing that she could not persuade him to stay, Lily ceased her efforts. After exchanging farewells, Lin Yun set off alone on the path back to the inn. It was a tranquil gravel road, flanked by two-story houses. Many windows were draped with curtains, with only faint glimmers of light seeping through. Lin Yun walked alone along this path, enveloped by an eerie silence. Aside from himself, not a soul was in sight. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings. One might find it rather foreboding to tread a quiet road alone at night, with the houses hushed and only dim yellow light trickling through. At that moment, something even more chilling transpired. In Lin Yun's view, the second floor of one house was illuminated. The curtains filtered the light, casting shadows in the distance. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged on the curtains, gradually transforming into a grotesque form, seemingly engaged in some activity. Had it remained merely that, Lin Yun would not have been overly concerned. However, the shadow swiftly vanished, and a dark crimson substance splattered against the curtains, causing them to tremble. Then, a harrowing scream pierced the air. The sound was laden with agony, and Lin Yun could almost feel the immense suffering of its source. The entire town was roused by this cacophony. Countless extinguished lights flickered back to life, and the quietude of the town erupted into chaos. What transpired? Who screamed just now? I don't know. We should call the police. People from the nearby houses emerged, their gazes fixated on the origin of the scream. Isn't that the Bell residence? Poor Bell. I fear he has encountered danger. Was that not obvious? That scream was utterly terrifying. And what of Bell's daughter? She will likely be sent to an orphanage or placed under her mother's care. While most eyes were drawn to the Bell household, no one dared to approach it, fearing the possibility of encountering a murderer still within. Lin Yun paused, suddenly reluctant to hasten back to the inn, sensing that this incident might somehow intertwine with his fate. The efficiency of the American police is commendable. Before long, a squad car arrived at the scene, cordoning off the area. Lin Yun, remaining at the site, was invited for questioning. He recounted his observations without reservation. Soon, the police indicated that Lin Yun was free to depart. He nodded in acknowledgement and continued to observe from a distance, employing his keen hearing to gather information. At this juncture, several notable figures from the town arrived, one of whom captured Lin Yun's attention. Chapter 87. The missing brain tissue. This was an elderly gentleman clad in formal priestly attire, accompanied by several other priests. Lin Yun's interest was piqued by the fact that this man was a legitimate Catholic priest. He discerned this from the priest's behavior and demeanor. Perhaps he is the head of the town's church, Lin Yun speculated. Typically, a priest of such standing would not be followed by numerous subordinates. The priest approached the apparent leader of the police, engaging in conversation. Lin Yun leaned in to eavesdrop on their discourse. "Father Adrian, your timing is impeccable," said the police leader. "A murder has just occurred here. The soul of the deceased surely requires your solace." The police leader addressed Father Adrian with a tone of urgency. "Indeed, Sheriff Alex, you speak the truth. We are all wayward lambs in the eyes of God. This is my duty," Father Adrian replied solemnly, crossing himself. The other priests, witnessing Father Adrian's gesture, mirrored his actions. "This will comfort the soul of the departed and dispel evil," Father Adrian added. The police leaders exchanged glances before mimicking the gesture. They then shifted to other topics of discussion, which Lin Yun found uninteresting, prompting him to cease listening. It is worth noting that priests typically serve as the heads of local churches. Lin Yun continued to listen intently to the unfolding situation. A composed individual in a white lab coat approached the police leader, leaning in to speak. "Sheriff Alex, I have made a preliminary examination of the body and discovered a horrifying fact. The corpse bore no external wounds, yet the organs within the skull are entirely missing. There's a single injury on the face, seemingly inflicted by a violent force. All of the brain tissue has vanished. The forensic expert spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Very well. Gather a few individuals to transport the body back to the precinct for autopsy and investigation, instructed Sheriff Alex. The others present exchanged puzzled glances with Sheriff Alex. With a gesture of helplessness, Sheriff Alex extended his hands. Maintain confidentiality. The coroner has just informed me of certain details regarding the body. To put it bluntly, it appears we have encountered a deranged serial killer. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun became intrigued and continued to listen intently. This sinner will undoubtedly descend into hell, declared Adrian. Sheriff Alex, you must apprehend this fiend swiftly and ensure he is punished, Adrian insisted once more. Alex nodded, indicating his understanding. Lin Yun fell into contemplation. A murderer capable of swiftly taking lives and extracting cerebral matter. Was this feasible? It was highly plausible that the killer had consumed the brain tissue. However, based on Lin Yun's observations, he did not believe this was the act of a mere murderer. It was far more likely that it was the work of a supernatural entity. Of course, such an entity would undoubtedly lean towards malevolence. This raised another question. From whence did this supernatural being originate? Lin Yun felt a pressing need to examine the scene, but the police would certainly not permit him entry. Chapter 88. Monsters of the Lava World, how shall we proceed? Should we sneak in? Or perhaps control the officers and enter directly? Lin Yun pondered. At that moment, a priest approached, standing before Lin Yun with an air of indifference. Come with me. Father Adrian wishes to see you. Very well. Lin Yun nodded slightly and followed the priest. At this juncture, Father Adrian had ceased conversing with Sheriff Alex and had stepped aside. You are the Lin Yun priest of whom the townsfolk have spoken these past few days, Adrian remarked, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. Indeed, Lin Yun replied coolly. I have heard them say you possess extraordinary abilities. What is your perspective on this murder case? Adrian pressed, advancing closer. I find this matter quite unusual. The perpetrator is likely not human, Lin Yun articulated without hesitation, only to be met with Adrian's evident disdain. How peculiar. I have had no prior interaction with Adrian. So why does he regard me with such contempt? Lin Yun mused internally. Not human? I suspect it is you who has strayed from the path. What do you mean, not human? Are you suggesting it is a demon? This misguided notion is one only someone lost in delusion would believe. God has proclaimed that sincere faith in him will shield one from all evil. You have embarked upon a misguided journey. Adrian's disdain deepened, spittle flying from his lips. Lin Yun instinctively took a step back, finally comprehending the source of Adrian's demeanor. It stemmed from Adrian's belief that Lin Yun's lack of faith was erroneous. Perhaps Adrian remained unaware of the deeper tenets of Lin Yun's sect. Otherwise, Lin Yun suspected Adrian might become unhinged. Observing Adrian's increasingly deranged expression, Lin Yun spoke up. What nonsense about God? I am the divine. Adrian was momentarily taken aback. His subordinates around him frozen in astonishment, gazing at Lin Yun with wide eyes. Madness, sheer madness. You heretic, you're destined for hell. Lin Yun cast a dismissive glance at Adrian, disinterested in further discourse. Seeing that Lin Yun ignored him, Adrian resorted to frantic gesturing and cursing. The air shimmered, twisting as a distorted shadow emerged, its form grotesque, causing an ache within the observer's head. What is this creature? Adrian and his subordinate shouted, collapsing to the ground in a state of disarray. The shadow moved swiftly, darting towards one of Adrian's subordinates. Then, like a parasite, it burrowed into the man's orifices. The subordinate suddenly clutched his head and writhed, blood gushing forth and splattering onto Adrian. What is happening? God, save me. Adrian ceased his tirade against Lin Yun, fervently tracing a cross upon his chest. The shadow emerged from the subordinate's features, leaving behind a corpse with a gaping wound in its face. Peering through the gash, Lin Yun noted that the brain matter within the priest's skull had entirely vanished. Moreover, the priest's face was devoid of eyes, replaced by two dark voids. This is a creature from the lava world, Lin Yun deduced, synthesizing his memories. How did it manifest here? Chapter 89. Journey to Marcus Mountain. As if sensing Lin Yun's gaze, the shadow lunged toward him like a specter, prompting Lin Yun to instinctively raise his right hand in defense. He felt an unusual force collide against the barrier of his protective shield, attempting to penetrate it. However, the shadow failed, rebounding from the energy shield. Alert! Under attack by foreign energy, the adversary is unable to breach the energy shield. Energy consumption, 1 point. Remaining energy, 100 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yun's interest was piqued. System, display my status panel. In response to the host command, a brilliant array of lights materialized before Lin Yun. Name, Lin Yun race. Human energy, 100 slave coins. 888 since I defeated the lava monster named Bile. I have accumulated 100 energy. Lin Yun recalled the fluctuations in his energy levels. Dismiss the panel, Lin Yun instructed. As he spoke, the vibrant blue interface vanished. At that moment, the eerie shadow had already dissipated. Only Adrian remained, slumped on the ground, muttering about heresy. This bizarre shadow must have traversed from the interdimensional portal located at Marcus Mountain, Lin Yun contemplated. It likely retreated back to the other side of Marcus Mountain. Lin Yun concluded. Do you know the direction of Marcus Mountain? Lin Yun inquired of the surviving priests beside Adrian. The priests exchanged glances, their faces contorted with revulsion. Only one middle-aged priest maintained a semblance of composure, struggling to articulate, My lord, Marcus Mountain lies in that direction. He pointed towards a moderately sized mountain that loomed ominously in the night, resembling a predator awaiting prey. Unfazed, Lin Yun asked, What is your name? He appreciated this priest's lack of animosity, as it often indicated a potential for conversion to his sect. I am Washington, the priest replied, bewildered. Lin Yun made a mental note of the priest's name. At this moment, the circumstances here were also detected by the police, and several officers approached, seemingly intent on investigating the situation. Lin Yun contemplated. I must hasten to Marcus Mountain to ascertain the situation there, and, in the process, capture this enigmatic shadow. Thus, he disregarded the unfolding scene and set off towards Marcus Mountain. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Lin Yun realized that he had not sufficiently considered his circumstances. He lacked any rapid means of transportation, and walking would take several hours at the very least. He tapped his head, recalling that he had placed a vehicle in his system space to prevent such situations. Indeed, he also possessed the car keys. With a flourish of his hand, a relatively new car appeared before him, and he retrieved the keys from the system space. Lin Yun opened the car door and entered, utilizing the vehicle's navigation system to locate Marcus Mountain before starting the engine. After about an hour's drive, Lin Yun arrived at the foot of Marcus Mountain. There were no accommodations such as hotels at the mountain's base, and naturally, there were no people around. No, to be precise, there was not a soul in sight, except for Lin Yun. The time was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, and the surrounding woods were eerily silent and enveloped in darkness. Unfazed, Lin Yun proceeded towards the location of the interdimensional passage based on his memory. Throughout his journey, no peculiar incidents occurred, and he soon arrived at the cave concealing the interdimensional portal. This was a cave situated in a secluded area, obscured by vines. Unless these vines were moved aside, the cave behind them would remain undiscovered. Approaching the vines, Lin Yun noted that they bore sharp thorns, and any ordinary person attempting to touch them would likely sustain injuries and risk infection from outdoor pathogens. However, Lin Yun's body was enveloped in an energy shield, allowing him to move the vines aside without harm. Grasping the vines, he found the thorns harmless against the skin due to the cushioning effect of the energy shield. Once the vines were pushed aside, a dark cavern entrance was revealed before him. Ordinary individuals would likely require a torch to venture inside, yet Lin Yun's body, nourished by energy, could see clearly in the darkness. Thus, he entered the cave, which offered no alternate paths, only a singular route. Following the path recorded in his memory, Lin Yun advanced. As he walked, he sensed the route inclined downward, seemingly leading underground. He paid no heed to the insects or snakes encountered along the way, as these creatures posed no threat to his energy shield, leaving him unperturbed. After traversing roughly 10 meters, Lin Yun reached the end of the passage. This terminus spanned approximately several square meters, surrounded by stone walls with no other routes. Recalling the details etched in his memory, Lin Yun began his search at this juncture, quickly fixing his gaze upon a light source roughly the size of a glass bead. This luminescent orb floated in the air, radiating a white glow, its form fluctuating from a tiny point of light to the size of a glass bead, then back again, repeating this cycle. Lin Yun pondered for a moment before refraining from reaching out to touch the light source, instead opting to consult the system. System, is this the passage to another world? Why does it seem so small? The system elucidated, based on the size of this passage, only objects of modest dimensions may traverse it. Therefore, the two creatures previously encountered by the host were likely not very large and possessed limited strength. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yun recalled the strange shadow creature. He scanned the surroundings, but sensed no presence of the shadowy entity. It appears that the enigmatic shadow creature is not here. I misjudged its location. This peculiar shadow must still be lurking in Schindler Town, Lin Yun concluded. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Wayne's number. Wayne, I need to instruct you to carry out a task. Great Master, your servant Wayne is at your command. Acquire Marcus Mountain adjacent to Schindler Town for me. Yes, Great Master. Once Lin Yun conveyed his instructions, he hung up the phone and stowed it away. I must travel to the other side of the portal to establish control there, lest these monsters continuously emerge from the other realm into Schindler Town. Lin Yun reflected, intending to make Schindler Town one of the strongholds for his sect. Thus, he must first eliminate the surrounding dangers. He resolved to venture into the lava world. Chapter 91. The Mandate of Ancient One System. If I touch this light source, I will be drawn into the teleportation passage, correct? There should be no danger during this process, right? Lin Yun inquired of the system. The system replied, there is no danger. Upon hearing this assurance, Lin Yun slowly extended his hand to touch the light source. As his fingertip made contact with the luminescent orb, an immense gravitational pull surged forth, drawing Lin Yun toward the light. The orb expanded dramatically from the size of a glass bead to that of a person, engulfing Lin Yun entirely. This is not how I envisioned this, he thought, his awareness remaining relatively clear as he traversed a bizarre passage that seemed to shift incessantly. Yet a force from behind propelled him forward in the correct direction. Uncertain of how long it had been, Lin Yun eventually succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. He vaguely recalled rushing toward a luminous exit before the scene froze. Time passed, and Lin Yun was awakened by the voice of the system. Detected changes in time and spatial coordinates, recording coordinate points. Coordinates recorded. He languidly opened his eyes. Have I arrived in the lava world? Immediately, he felt a wave of searing heat wash over him, accompanied by the scent of molten rock. Upon careful observation, he discovered that he lay deep within a cave, surrounded by red and gray volcanic rock. The cave's temperature was not cool like those found on Earth, but rather suffused with heat and intensity. Lin Yun reached down to touch the ground, finding it exceedingly hot. Any ordinary person would soon feel discomfort from prolonged exposure. However, for Lin Yun, shielded by energy, the heat posed no threat. He stood and surveyed his surroundings, quickly spotting the interdimensional portal's glowing sphere floating nearby. Instead of touching the luminescent orb again, he began to calculate the duration of his passage through the other realm. It seems I lingered in the passage for quite some time, at least a dozen hours. But I wonder what the time ratio between the two worlds is? It appears I must return to ascertain this temporal discrepancy. Lin Yun pondered for a moment before deciding to venture outside. At least for now, he believed he would not encounter any life-threatening dangers. In New York City, a bustling street teemed with passers-by. Within the distorted dimensions of this street, a golden line materialized out of thin air, forming a luminous golden ring. Surrounding the ring, countless golden particles emitted a radiant glow, cascading into the dimensions. A figure cloaked in black emerged from the other side of the ring. Upon stepping out, he closed his eyes, forming intricate hand seals to amplify his senses and detect any anomalies in New York City. The Supreme Mage possessed formidable perceptual abilities, allowing him to sense irregularities in time and space, thereby guarding against time travelers, interdimensional invaders, and extraterrestrial threats. This perceptual prowess was not only useful for defense, but also for identifying the source of malevolence. The cloaked individual was none other than Yang, the disciple of the Supreme Mage. At that moment, Yang intensified his perception to investigate the malevolence lurking within New York City. Soon, he ceased his actions. Evil is omnipresent, he murmured. Indeed, crime permeated New York City, and thus the sources of evil were widespread. Yang sought out those who employed supernatural abilities for nefarious purposes, significantly narrowing his search. Master Gu Yi once said that the supernatural evil originated in New York. He recalled, ultimately leading to the enslavement of the entire realm. As for other information, she mentioned she could not glimpse it. Recalling Master Gu Yi's instructions, Yang furrowed his brow. After re-evaluating the supernatural malevolence in New York City, he pinpointed several targets and took flight. Chapter 92. The werewolf battle with Yang in a quiet alley. A drunken homeless man staggered down the center, while a ragged beggar lay against the wall. However, a closer inspection revealed that the beggar's physique was anything but frail. Rather, it was robust and muscular. The drunken man's perception of the world was swaying, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the beggar. A fleeting glance was all he afforded before his thoughts returned to the wine he had consumed. That wine was exquisite. Bring me another 10 glasses and do not stop. As he mumbled, the drunken man inadvertently twisted his ankle and tumbled towards the beggar's resting place. Thud! He felt as though he had landed on a mass of soft flesh. The seemingly slumbering beggar awoke. So hungry, the beggar seized the drunken man's arm and pulled it towards his mouth, voraciously tearing into it. A jolt of intense pain surged through the drunken man's arm, snapping him partially back to awareness. "You lunatic, let go of my arm." He struggled, attempting to extract his hand from the beggar's grasp. In his frantic struggle, he caught a glimpse of the beggar's face and was struck with horror. "Monster, help!" The beggar was no longer human. His visage was obscured by thick wolf fur, and his eyes gleamed with a beastly green hue. The hand that had once clutched the drunken man's arm had transformed into a powerful wolf paw, gripping him tightly. Indeed, this was a supernatural creature, a werewolf. Seemingly irritated by the drunken man's cries, the werewolf opened its maw, lined with sharp fangs, and sank its teeth into the drunken man's throat. Gulp! A chilling sound of blood being consumed echoed through the alley. However, the werewolf's actions abruptly halted as it noticed a cloaked figure emerging within the alley. "Monster, damn be you," the figure Yang declared. Yang's words seemed to enrage the werewolf, which let out a furious roar before hurling the corpse of the drunken man towards Yang, testing his strength. The body flew through the air, whistling like a boulder hurled forth. Yang deftly sidestepped, but the wall beside him was not so fortunate, shattering upon impact with the flying corpse. The force splintered the body into pieces, scattering organs, limbs, and bodily fluids, transforming the scene into a veritable slaughterhouse. Yang carefully avoided the splattering blood, his gaze toward the werewolf increasingly filled with contempt. He observed the crimson liquid trickling down the wall, pooling on the uneven ground and forming a small river. The werewolf, surveying the gruesome scene, felt no fear. Rather, it reveled in its bloodlust. "Mage, perish," it muttered through clenched teeth. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in the werewolf's eyes as it charged at Yang, its sharp claws aimed to strike. Yang remained impassive, performing a complex hand seal, which conjured an enigmatic yellow shield that swiftly materialized before him, absorbing the werewolf's assault. The tremendous force was thwarted by the shield, leaving the werewolf astonished. Chapter 93. Living in New York, the werewolf recalled a time when it had employed this very tactic against an ordinary human out of boredom. The result had been catastrophic. As the individual was shattered into pieces upon impact, the force of the collision immense. "Oh right, that person was a woman," it mused. Later, where her husband came looking for her, he too was devoured. Quite a delectable taste, the werewolf thought distractedly. Seeing its attack yield no effect, the werewolf's anger flared. This was one of its signature moves, yet it had proven ineffective. Unconvinced, it lunged again with its razor-sharp claws towards Yang. Yang swiftly leaped back, evading the werewolf's deadly claws. The adjacent wall suffered again, punctured by the werewolf's talons, leaving 5 gaping holes. Had those claws struck a mere human, death would have been certain. Yet, the werewolf felt an unsettling chill. It recalled countless foes it had dispatched with these very moves. If its enemies could withstand them, they would not do so lightly. Gazing at the expressionless face of the cloaked figure, the werewolf felt a wave of dread wash over it and considered retreating. But at that moment, Yang had already gauged the werewolf's strength and remarked, "Merely an ordinary supernatural evil creature." He again performed the enigmatic hand seal, causing the surrounding buildings to spin, appending the entire environment into a terrifying transformation. The dimensional reality had inverted. Countless structures revolved like gears, forcing the werewolf to constantly shift its position to avoid falling through the gaps. This was Yang's true power, transposing the fabric of reality into a mirrored space. In this mirrored realm, all that transpired was challenging for the outside world to perceive. Thus, Yang had deliberately shifted that horrific, slaughterhouse-like environment into the mirrored space. The werewolf's eyes were filled with terror, its barren mind utterly unable to comprehend how it had arrived in such a peculiar place. "It must be the black-robed figure before me who is behind this." Yang, once again forming an intricate hand seal, conjured 2 golden threads that shimmered with a mysterious luminescence in his hands. With a swift motion, he lashed the golden threads toward the werewolf, who, caught off guard, found its waist ensnared. It struggled helplessly against the binding. Yang exerted force, tightening the golden threads around the werewolf, then pulled to either side with determination. With a final cry, the werewolf met its demise at Yang's hands. Seeing the creature slain, Yang retracted the golden threads and resumed his enigmatic hand gestures. Buildings ceased their dizzying rotations, returning to their original positions as the dimensions realigned. Yang found himself back in the real world. Yet the once gruesome scene of slaughter had vanished without a trace. No one was aware of the battle that had transpired. Only Yang knew that 2 lives had been lost here. Onward to the next target, Yang declared. Soon enough, he identified his next quarry, a vampire poised to feast on human blood, but it was swiftly obliterated by Yang. He proceeded to his subsequent target, a deranged scientist conducting illicit human experiments, who also met a swift end at Yang's hands. Instead of moving on again, he paused to ponder. What truly is the source of this malevolence? After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at no conclusion. Thus, he resolved to remain in New York, to observe and await the arrival of his mentor, the Ancient One. Chapter 94. Energy Absorption Module. 2 flowers bloom, each representing its own branch. As Lin Yun prepared to venture outside the cave to explore, a cold, mechanical voice from the system interrupted him. Beep. Confirming host's entry into a new world. New module unlocked in the system shop. Unlocking new functional module. Please access the system shop for details. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. It seems the system still considers me too weak. Nonetheless, the introduction of a new module is quite fortuitous. With this thought, Lin Yun directed his mind, and a vibrant light curtain materialized before him. The first page displayed Lin Yun's profile. Name, Lin Yun. Race, human energy, 100 slave coins, 888. Lin Yun glanced over it and quickly shifted his focus away from his profile. Display the system shop. Obeying his command, the text on the light curtain began to shift, revealing new content. System shop appeared prominently before Lin Yun. He paid little heed to it, swiftly scanning past items like slave bugs and slave rods, until his gaze landed on a newly appeared icon. The icon was dark red, featuring a bloodied hand, open as if emanating a powerful suction from its palm. Lin Yun envisioned that hand plunging into an enemy's skull, and with the activation of its absorbing force, the foe would be reduced to ashes. How formidable! Lin Yun marveled. He noticed several lines of black text materializing above the icon and read them aloud. Energy Absorption Module. Base level, Heroic. Power determined by host's energy consumption. Function, consume energy to absorb the energy from enemies or slaves, replenishing oneself. Note, no slave coins required. Available for free acquisition. Upon reading this, Lin Yun felt a surge of joy. The chronic lack of energy had always been a pressing concern. Energy had myriad uses, from expanding the number of his subordinates to purchasing items from the system shop. Thus, Lin Yun had been perpetually in the red, often finding his energy levels stagnating at 1. It was crucial to note that if his energy reached 0, he would lose his life. At times, he was grateful that his weakness had spared him from deadly dangers. I need more energy. The thought of the energy's potential ignited a fervor within him. His attention was drawn to the word slave in the description of the module's function. A sudden idea struck Lin Yun's mind, causing his heart to race. Could it be that I can absorb the energy of my enslaved subordinates when my own energy is insufficient? However, as illustrated in that vision, the cost would be their transformation into ash. Lin Yun pondered, a flicker of wickedness flashing in his eyes before quickly dissipating. This method should only be reserved as a last resort. I shall install the functional module now. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Yun resolved to install the module immediately and test its power on a creature from another realm. He also intended to explore the lava world during this endeavor. System, install the module for me. Upon hearing Lin Yun's command, the system promptly set to work. The icon for the energy absorption module transformed into a stream of red light and flew into the palm of Lin Yun's left hand. Chapter 95. The rabbits of the lava world. Lin Yun felt a wave of searing heat emanating from his palm, as if a living entity was writhing within. He surmised that an energy organ had formed there. Well, that was his conjecture. In any case, the energy absorption module had successfully integrated into his palm. Lin Yun raised his left hand for inspection, discovering a mysterious symbol etched into his palm. Thus, I can absorb energy now, can I? Lin Yun was skeptical. It seems I need to find a creature from another realm to test its potency. With that, he resumed his journey, stepping outside the cave. After about 10 minutes, Lin Yun arrived at the cave's entrance. A massive reddish-brown boulder blocked the exit, reminiscent of the demon named by Lai, who had likely left it behind. It was intended to conceal the entrance, though Lin Yun mused that it would not deter intangible creatures from intruding. He approached the boulder, took a deep breath, and then shifted it slightly to create a passage. You might be astonished that Lin Yun could move such a heavy stone, weighing several hundred pounds. Yet, the truth was that after prolonged energy cultivation, Lin Yun's strength had approached a staggering 1,000 pounds. However, he typically refrained from showcasing his strength, which led others to overlook it. Once Lin Yun repositioned the boulder, streams of dim red light poured in. Stepping through the gap left by the boulder, Lin Yun emerged from the cave, witnessing the wonders of the other world for the first time. The sky was a blend of dusky yellow and crimson clouds, while distant volcanoes sporadically erupted with reddish-brown lava, accompanied by dark volcanic ash. The air outside was significantly hotter than within the cave, a pervasive heat enveloping everything. Indeed, this world bore no sun, at least not one Lin Yun had observed. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was enveloped in a forest. Yet the vegetation here was not lush and green. Rather, it was largely reduced to mere trunks, with only a sparse scattering of leaves remaining. Lin Yun understood that this desolation was likely due to a lack of moisture, which had rendered the trees into such a state. Consequently, the underbrush had fared even worse, with most of the ground now exposed, consisting primarily of parched, barren sand. Only a few types of wild grass had managed to endure, their leaves appearing withered and yellowed. This desolate, lifeless landscape left a profound first impression on Lin Yun as he entered the lava world. Casting his gaze into the distance, he spotted a rabbit with red eyes, frantically fleeing. This creature bore a striking resemblance to those in the real world, but its fur was a deep reddish-brown, and its eyes mirrored this hue. What could be pursuing that rabbit? Lin Yun pondered, his curiosity piqued. Reflecting on the environment, he concluded that the biological conditions of the lava world closely resembled the depictions of hell he had encountered in novels. Perhaps I shall refer to these creatures as demons. He mused. After contemplating for a while, he repositioned a nearby boulder to obscure the entrance of the cave. He then gathered some plants nearby, arranging them at the cave's mouth for further concealment. Satisfied with his handiwork, Lin Yun felt a slight sense of security regarding the interdimensional passage within the cave. With this, it is unlikely anyone will discover the entrance, he remarked. Subsequently, he decided to head toward the area where the rabbit had previously appeared, driven by a premonition that he would uncover something significant. Not long after, Lin Yun arrived at the location where the rabbit had been seen. He clearly discerned a trail of blood droplets leading into the distance. Recalling the rabbit's frantic demeanor, he deduced that it had sustained an injury. Who could be responsible for this? He wondered, examining the bloodstains as he began to track the source. After walking a short distance, he heard voices approaching from not far ahead, seemingly drawing closer to his position. Observing his surroundings, he noticed a sturdy tree nearby. He swiftly moved to conceal himself behind it. The footsteps drew nearer, yet the speakers seemed oblivious to his presence. Lin Yun chose not to initiate an attack, as he found the language they spoke eerily familiar. Ah, it is the tongue of the demon I previously vanquished, the one known as the Bili demon. I shall dub this language the lava tongue, he concluded, recalling the memories of the Bili demon, which allowed him to comprehend their words. We can feast on rabbit meat. Excellent. The repetition of these phrases began to wear on Lin Yun's patience. As the speakers passed his hiding spot, he caught a glimpse of their appearance. They could hardly be considered human. Standing less than 5 feet tall, they were draped in what appeared to be animal skins, their skin a dark hue interspersed with red, and white scales growing from their limbs. Each wielded a wooden spear, one of them clutching a freshly killed rabbit. A foul odor lingered in the air as they moved on. These are the dwarf demons, Lin Yun deduced, drawing from his recollections of the Bili demon. They were described as greedy, cunning, and lustful creatures. According to the memories he retained, these dwarf demons were prolific and could be found throughout the lava world. existing at the lowest tier of demon society, subjugated by their superiors. With this knowledge, Lin Yun resolved to act. "You two halt," he commanded, stepping out from behind the tree. The dwarf demons turned in surprise, spotting a demon standing before them, towering at a height of 175 meters. Lin Yun noted the blood-red eyes of the dwarf demons, filled with primal lust. Despite their diminutive stature, they appeared powerfully built, their muscles bulging. According to the memories of the Bili demon, dwarf demons typically lived in tribes, with their warriors venturing out to hunt. The two dwarf demons exchanged glances before lunging at Lin Yun, their spears aimed at his torso. "How dare you attack me? You seek death," Lin Yun retorted. Initially, he had intended to have the dwarf demons lead him to their tribe, hoping to subjugate their kin and spare their lives. However, their audacity to strike first was unforgivable. With a cold expression, he swiftly evaded their assault, extending his left hand toward the one grasping the rabbit and unleashing an energy-absorbing force. An invisible pull emanated from Lin Yun's palm, causing the dwarf demon holding the rabbit to plummet from the air. Its body trembled uncontrollably, as if it had become a puddle of mud, contorting and twisting until it disintegrated into a pile of ashes. The energy extracted from its form wafted upward like a dark mist, swirling into Lin Yun's palm. Due to the distance, energy consumption is 0.7. Energy acquired is 1.0, the system informed him. A net gain of 0.3 energy, with some lost at distance, Lin Yun calculated. At this moment, the other dwarf demon had discarded its weapon and lay trembling on the ground. "Spare me, great wizard. Please, spare me." In its eyes, the ability to unleash such a bizarre and lethal force marked Lin Yun as a formidable demon sorcerer. Lin Yun coldly replied, "Retrieve your belongings and take me to your tribe." The dwarf demon shivered, seemingly deaf to his demands. Lin Yun, growing impatient, reiterated, "If you do not lead me there, you shall meet the same fate as that pile of ashes." He gestured toward the remains of the dwarf demon he had just slain. A flicker of fear crossed the dwarf demon's eyes. It was unwilling to perish, but equally reluctant to guide this unfamiliar demon sorcerer to its tribe. Initially, it and its companion had assumed Lin Yun was an ordinary demon due to his lack of visible musculature, prompting them to attempt to kill him and use his body as sustenance. Yet they had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable demon was, in fact, a sorcerer of considerable power. The memory of its companion's bizarre demise lingered in its mind. It did not wish to share the same fate. Thus, it relinquished any remaining loyalty to its tribe and chose to serve as a guide. "Great wizard, do not kill me. I will lead the way," the dwarf demon tremulously offered. Lin Yun nodded, stating, "As long as you perform your duties well, I shall spare your life." Yet, he contemplated that even those willing to act as guides could turn traitor at any moment. So he resolved to either eliminate or enslave this creature once his objectives were achieved. Perhaps encouraged by Lin Yun's promise, the diminutive demon regained some semblance of courage. It picked up the rabbit from the ground and hurriedly led Lin Yun towards its tribe. Throughout the journey, Lin Yun refrained from speaking, intent on preserving the air of mystery surrounding his identity as a demon sorcerer. According to the memories of the demon Bile, the world primarily consisted of two types of professions: warriors and demon sorcerers. The powers of a demon sorcerer were both enigmatic and formidable. The weak could summon wraiths from a distance, while the strong could even obliterate a mountain. Currently, Lin Yun could only be considered a relatively weak demon sorcerer, although he was still significantly more powerful than others of his rank. Most powerful demon sorcerers resided in the central regions of the lava world, alleviating Lin Yun's concerns about encountering them, as his position, based on Bile's recollections, was quite distant from that central area. As Lin Yun contemplated Bile's memories, he followed closely behind the diminutive demon. Soon, they crossed over a hill and arrived at a secluded valley. The diminutive demon halted, fear evident in its eyes as it addressed Lin Yun. "Master Sorcerer, we have arrived." "Good, you have done well. Now, take me to meet your tribe's chieftain," Lin Yun commanded. Chapter 98. Ruthless Slaughter. The diminutive demon trembled slightly before leading the way. Lin Yun followed indifferently, delving deeper into the valley. It must be noted that the location chosen by the diminutive demon was quite advantageous, offering a degree of secrecy that significantly ensured the safety of the tribe's members. Walking alongside the diminutive demon, Lin Yun soon beheld the structure of this world-S tribe. The outer perimeter was characterized by low wooden walls, seemingly designed to deter outsiders. Perhaps it also provided a psychological sense of security to the tribe's members. In the center of the tribe stood several dilapidated wooden houses, appearing no different from those in the real world. However, the terrifying countenances of the inhabitants would undoubtedly instill dread. Lin Yun also observed the desiccated corpses of blood-red, unknown creatures hanging on wooden racks, presumably intended as sustenance for the diminutive demons. Upon the arrival of an outsider, numerous gazes turned towards them, filled with fear and trepidation. The diminutive demon leading Lin Yun appeared to be one of the tribe's formidable warriors, as evidenced by the expressions of the other diminutive demons. Before long, Lin Yun was brought to the entrance of a very shabby wooden house. "We have arrived, Master Sorcerer," the diminutive demon announced. Lin Yun pushed the door open and stepped inside. Within the room sat an ancient diminutive demon on a small chair. Upon seeing Lin Yun, it spoke, "Outsider, what business do you have with me?" Lin Yun coldly replied, "Every member of this tribe must immediately revere me as a deity and become my servants." The elderly diminutive demon's face revealed shock, and it retorted with indignation. "Did I hear you incorrectly? Do you think our tribe lacks sorcerers? How dare you act so brazenly here?" Lin Yun, dismissing further conversation, extended his left hand and activated his energy absorption module. An invisible force locked onto the elderly diminutive demon, whose face contorted in terror before it screamed and was reduced to a pile of ashes. Lin Yun smirked wickedly. Yet, it was insufficient, far from enough. He craved more energy. Turning around, he discovered that the diminutive demon who had led him had vanished during his conversation with the chieftain. "Consider yourself fortunate," Lin Yun scoffed. He exited the wooden house, only to find that, in response to the chieftain's shriek, numerous demons had mobilized, brandishing various weapons as they encircled him, their eyes glinting with hunger. Lin Yun clearly observed that many demons drooled at the corners of their mouths, while others gazed greedily at his form. "D!" shouted an unknown demon, prompting a swarm of demons to charge at Lin Yun. "Do you think numbers matter?" Lin Yun retorted with a cold laugh. He activated his energy absorption module once more, locking onto those surrounding him. A chorus of screams erupted. Terror etched across the faces of the demons as they twisted and contorted, leaving only ashes in their wake. The system's notification echoed in Lin Yun's ears, informing him of the energy he had amassed. Thus, Lin Yun unleashed a massacre. Regardless of age, any demon he encountered was consumed by the energy absorption module, reduced to ashes. Chapter 99. Confrontation with the demon sorcerer. Wherever Lin Yun traversed, only heaps of ashes remained. However, a few demons had managed to escape, those who fled at the onset of his slaughter. He had no desire to pursue them. "Strange. Where is the demon sorcerer of the tribes?" chieftain mentioned. Lin Yun mused. Could it be that the chieftain deceived me? At that moment, an enraged voice echoed from afar. Lin Yun turned to see a diminutive demon soaring towards him. Its back sported short, bat-like wings, allowing it to fly. That must be the demon sorcerer, Lin Yun contemplated. The demon sorcerer surveyed the ravaged tribe, its fierce gaze locking onto Lin Yun. Having received an urgent communication from the chieftain shortly after departing, it returned only to find the tribe devastated. "You will pay for this," the demon sorcerer hissed through gritted teeth. From the state of affairs, it understood that it faced a formidable opponent. Otherwise, how could such carnage transpire in such a brief span? Thus, the demon sorcerer began to chant an arcane incantation, unleashing its most potent skill. Countless flames erupted in the air, coalescing into a massive fireball, its fiery glow and searing heat reminiscent of a catastrophic blaze. The fireball, nearly 5 meters in diameter, hurtled towards Lin Yun. "Dodge!" Lin Yun exclaimed, leaping aside to avoid the direct impact of the fireball. He had not anticipated that a mere demon sorcerer could wield such a formidable fireball spell. "I have been too careless." With a resounding explosion, 2 nearby wooden houses collapsed, flames igniting the ground and transforming the scene into a sea of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying demon sorcerer trembled, seemingly exhausted. It gazed down at the inferno below, reflecting, "This fireball skill is the most powerful technique I can barely master. I have seldom encountered enemies who survive its onslaught." Its gaze swept over the burning expanse. "Is it dead? What?" It stared in disbelief as a figure emerged from the flames. The figure was surrounded by countless flames, Yet the searing heat and high temperatures inflicted no harm upon him. However, Lin Yun's heart brimmed with rage. "How dare you attack me and cause me to lose 100 points of energy?" he muttered angrily. His gaze locked onto the demon sorcerer hovering in the sky as he extended his left hand, activating the energy absorption module. A wave of terror surged within the airborne demon sorcerer, as if he were being targeted by an unparalleled evil. "No!" The sorcerer cried out in horror, writhing in a desperate attempt to evade the impending danger. Yet, his complexion twisted in agony, and his form disintegrated into a cloud of ashes, plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, the essence within the sorcerer's body transformed into a swirl of black smoke, flowing into the palm of Lin Yun's left hand. Ding! After converting the alien energy, the host has gained a total of 300 points of energy, the system reported. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yun felt a pang of regret. He had just vanquished over 70 demons, along with the 300 points from the sorcerer. Initially, he had nearly 500 points of energy, but the sorcerer's devastating attack had cost him 100 points. What a tremendous loss. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that, compared to his previous energy levels, he had made significant progress. He had originally intended to subdue these demons to guard the interdimensional passage, but he had changed his mind at the last moment, opting to convert them into energy instead. "I will continue searching this tribe to see if I can find anything valuable," Lin Yun contemplated. Chapter 100. Tony's Iron Armor 2 Flowers Blossom. Each expressing its own branch. In the dimly lit cave, a man covered in grime was working alongside his assistant, utilizing advanced equipment to construct a new mech. A machine, seemingly crafted from iron sheets, was gradually taking shape, filling the grimy man with joy. "Ethan, once this mech is completed, we can escape from here," Tony whispered to Ethan beside him. Hearing Tony's words, Ethan's heart swelled with happiness, as it signified his chance to leave this dreadful place and reunite with his family. Suddenly, the iron door of the cave creaked open, and several mercenaries entered. "Mr. Tony, it has been a while. Why have you not produced the new Jatari missile?" One mercenary inquired, scrutinizing Tony and the mech that was coming to fruition. "These new weapons require more development time. They cannot be fabricated as swiftly as an AK-47, Tony replied. Sensing the skepticism in the mercenary's eyes, he felt a tightening in his chest. He had initially planned to enhance the mech with additional functional modules to ensure safety during their escape. However, it was evident that the mercenaries were beginning to doubt him. "Tomorrow, I must escape," Tony resolved silently. After the mercenaries posed a few more questions, they departed to report back to their leader. Once they were gone, Tony turned to Ethan with concern. "I need to accelerate the process. The mercenaries already suspect me. Some functional modules on the mech must be omitted." The following day, Tony surveyed the mech before him with dissatisfaction. It could be considered the first-generation armor. Its exterior offered only moderate protection. The left arm was equipped with a flamethrower and machine gun, while the right arm housed a single Sidewinder missile. However, the critical movement mechanisms were exposed, making it vulnerable to immediate destruction if struck. "Ethan, disable the surveillance cameras," Tony ordered. "I will activate the core systems of the armor." As he connected the computer data port to the armor's port, he began typing codes into the computer. Upon hearing Tony's command, Ethan used a tool to disable the cameras. The two anxiously awaited the activation of the armor. Meanwhile, the mercenaries monitoring Tony quickly noticed the malfunctioning cameras and rushed over. The iron door blocking the cave's entrance emitted mechanical sounds as it slowly opened. Suddenly, a wave of searing flames erupted, catching the mercenaries off guard, causing them to collapse in agony. The air was filled with the scent of roasting flesh, creating a terrifying scene as the intense flames charred the mercenaries' faces. Tony emerged from the armor, which he donned for protection, and saw several enemies who had narrowly evaded his flamethrower attack on the ground. Without hesitation, he activated the machine gun in his hand, unleashing a barrage of bullets that tore through the mercenaries. "Stay close to me, Ethan," Tony urged, exhilarated by his initial success in battle while reminding Ethan to follow closely. Ethan quickly retrieved a weapon from the ground and trailed behind Tony, as the gunfire prompted the mercenaries outside to spring into action. Chapter 101. Scavenging the Spoils of the Demon Tribe, 2 Flowers Blossom. Each expressing its own branch. In the realm of molten lava, after vanquishing the demon sorcerer, Lin Yun wished to inspect his personal panel and commanded, "System, open my personal panel." In response to Lin Yun's directive, a brilliant blue panel gradually materialized before him. Name: Lin Yun. Race: human energy. 394 slave coins. 400. Excellent. I now possess nearly 400 points of energy, Lin Yun remarked, satisfied with his energy count. By the way, this tribe may be impoverished, but there should still be some spoils, he mused, moving to sift through the ashes left by the demon sorcerer. Found it! Lin Yun exclaimed in delight as he uncovered several crystal shards from the ashes. These crystals appeared dark on the outside, yet they seemed to contain molten magma flowing within. This is lava crystal, Lin Yun exclaimed with joy. Recalling the memories of demons he had encountered, he recognized lava crystals as a specialty of this fiery realm, serving as a form of hard currency. They held considerable value and could be used to replenish energy during cultivation or for trade. Lin Yun dug deeper and was astonished to discover over a dozen lava crystals among the ashes of the demon sorcerer. Incredible, he marveled. After thoroughly scavenging the ashes, Lin Yun noticed some other miscellaneous items. However, their worth paled in comparison to that of the lava crystals, so he chose not to take them. The chief of this demon tribe must possess even more valuable items, Lin Yun thought, his excitement renewed as he made his way to the chief's residence. He pushed open the collapsed wooden hut, which had succumbed to the onslaught of flames, and began his search. Found it! Lin Yun exclaimed joyfully as he unearthed a wooden chest from beneath a fallen wall. The wooden chest bore no lock, merely adorned with peculiar patterns. Lin Yun, filled with excitement, opened the chest, but his pupils constricted in shock, for from within the chest flew several sharp blades aimed directly at his face, their lethal aura catching him off guard. He instinctively shut his eyes, hoping his energy shield would withstand the onslaught. Attack successfully defended. Energy consumed. 1. Energy consumed. 1. Energy consumed. 1. The blades fell impotently to the ground, and Lin Yun exhaled in relief. I managed to block it. I had no idea this chest contained a mechanism. He mused as he examined the interior of the chest for the source of the trap. Soon, he discerned a series of mechanisms along the inner walls. The moment he opened the chest, the hidden blades were triggered. Contemplating the presence of a mechanism, Lin Yun surmised that there must be something valuable within. He focused intently and discovered an egg, its surface adorned with countless arcane patterns. This must be an egg of some creature, he pondered. Surely, I can hatch this creature and make it my servant. With that thought, he carefully placed the egg into his system space alongside the lava crystal and departed from the ravaged tribe. I shall return to the Marvel world, he decided. After all this time, I wonder what has transpired there. My loyal subordinates must surely miss their great master. After a period of travel, he rediscovered the cave that housed the interdimensional portal and embarked on his journey through realms. Chapter 102. The death of Ethan. Quickly, someone is attempting to escape. The assailant, gripped by terror, fired his weapon at the armored figure before him. However, the bullets merely clanged against Tony's Iron Man suit, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. The assailant crumbled in despair. Tony, arriving on the scene, ruthlessly seized the assailant by the throat with the mechanical arm of his suit. He then slammed the assailant violently against the nearby wall, blood splattering in a gruesome display of crimson and white. The bloody spectacle deterred many approaching assailants, prompting a resigned sigh from Tony. He understood that such measures were necessary to instill fear in these ruthless killers. Otherwise, the difficulties he faced in his escape would multiply exponentially. Observing the hesitant assailants, Tony coldly activated the spare machine gun in his left arm. The magazine opened, and the gun swung like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the assailants. They fell like weeds, their wails echoing throughout the base. The suddenness of Tony's assault caught the assailants off guard. Their hastily assembled ranks were utterly unprepared to counter his onslaught. Quickly, report to Chief Muhammad, shouted a small-time leader, hiding behind cover. Yes, I'm on it, replied an assailant, rushing to inform Chief Muhammad. Hearing the report, Muhammad's lips curled into a cruel smile. Excellent. Let us observe the performance of this new weapon. He positioned himself safely and raised binoculars to survey the scene. As he watched his men fall one by one to Tony's mechanized onslaught, a thrill coursed through him. The power of this new weapon is formidable, he mused. Those with ordinary firearms stand no chance. He then spotted Ethan trailing behind Tony, and a malicious grin spread across his face. Send someone with a rocket launcher to eliminate that Ethan, he commanded his men. Soon, on the battlefield, an assailant hefted a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher and fired in Ethan's direction. Witnessing this unfold, Muhammad's smile widened. Tony, this should provoke your latent potential. Let us see what else you conceal. Tony, noticing the trail of smoke from the rocket's launch, instinctively sought refuge behind a nearby cover. However, Ethan was caught in the explosion, struck by shrapnel, and left gasping for breath. Ethan, Tony shouted in despair. Ethan, who had cared for Tony during this ordeal, summoned his final reserves of strength. Leave, don't worry about me, he gasped, his head tilting as he succumbed to death. The sudden turn of events stunned Tony, igniting a fierce rage within him. He activated the Sidewinder missile mounted in his right arm, launching it towards the position of the rocket launcher. With a resounding explosion, the assailant who had fired the rocket was obliterated along with several others nearby. Ethan, I have avenged you, Tony vowed. Chapter 103. Tony returns to America. Tony's silent cries echoed in his heart. He surveyed the encroaching assailants, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. He then activated the hidden capabilities of his suit. A plume of white gas emitted from the thrusters on his back, propelling him skyward as he soared into the distance. What? Muhammad gasped, witnessing Tony's ascent through his binoculars, utterly astonished. He turned to the dazed assailants beside him and slapped one across the face. Fools, go, gather your men and pursue him. The assailants, snapping back to reality, rallied their comrades to chase after Tony's trail. Guided by his suit, Tony ascended into the sky, swiftly evading his pursuers. Yet, his heart sank with each passing moment. Fuel remaining, 30. Fuel remaining, 20. Fuel remaining, 10. Imminent crash. Tony had no time to safely land the suit before it plummeted. As some components had sustained damage during the battle and lost functionality, while others had overheated. With a thunderous crash, Tony's suit spiraled toward the desert, emitting a deafening sound. Thank goodness it didn't explode, he thought gratefully. He had installed a shock absorption system, which proved invaluable. He emerged unscathed, yet the weight of Ethan's death burdened him heavily. With a heavy heart, he pressed a control button and struggled to extricate himself from the confines of the metal shell. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a wave of scorching heat, his body temperature rising steadily, and perspiration increasing in abundance. Damn the sweltering heat, Tony muttered in discontent. He was acutely aware that most individuals who perished in the desert did so due to the extreme heat and lack of water. Let us move forward quickly. I hope to find the American rescue team. Disregarding the heap of metallic armor beside him, Tony hastened onward. He knew that even if he had distanced himself from the assailants, they could still potentially pursue him. Thus, he had to flee even further. Approximately 2 hours later, a group of sweat-drenched mercenaries arrived on camels at the site of Tony's crash. This is the place. Where is he? He must have escaped. Look over there. It seems there are remnants of the armor worn by that American tycoon. Bring it back. Otherwise, the leader will not spare us. Unbeknownst to Tony, events were unfolding at his crash site. He trudged through the desert, fatigued, with an arid mouth. I've been walking for about 2 hours, Tony estimated. Oh God, grant me the strength to survive. He wiped the sweat from his brow and continued his arduous trek across the desert. His vision blurred gradually, yet his consciousness commanded him to press onward, refusing to be captured by the mercenaries. In the distance, an American military helicopter approached, but Tony, utterly exhausted, could scarcely muster the strength to speak. In the end, as his awareness faded, he only heard the sound of the helicopter's rotor blades and the shouts of soldiers. In the darkness, Tony felt as if he could not move, until a divine presence approached and lifted him. The presence soon vanished, replaced by a blinding white light. Tony heard the familiar voice of Colonel James greeting him. Tony, welcome back to America. Chapter 104. The remnants of new weaponry. Tony struggled to open his eyes, seeing Colonel James gazing at him with warmth. Where am I? Tony inquired laboriously, surveying the medical equipment around him. The surrounding medical apparatus and environment seemed vaguely familiar. This is the finest treatment center in all of America, equipped with various advanced technologies, James explained. Of course, this is a military secret base. For confidentiality reasons, I cannot disclose the location. Tony nodded to indicate his understanding and then closed his eyes to rest. He recalled the voices he had heard while unconscious, realizing he had been discovered by a rescue team searching the desert. Subsequently, the military, under James's direction, transported him to a clandestine military base for treatment. Seeing Tony closing his eyes to rest, James refrained from disturbing him further. "If you need anything, Tony, just call me on the phone by your bedside," James said. Tony nodded in acknowledgement. "What? Tony is alive?" "He has already returned to America. He is currently receiving treatment at a secret military base." Obadiah lazily picked up the phone to converse with an American military officer. However, upon hearing the officer's revelations, he became both furious and terrified. After concluding the call with the American officer, Obadiah's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. "That scoundrel! How dare he deceive me?" He cursed vehemently before dialing a mysterious number. "Tony is not dead." Obadiah quickly connected the call, suppressing his rage. On the other end, the voice seemed to anticipate his concern and spoke leisurely. "Mr. Obadiah, do not be hasty. While we have not eliminated Tony, we have obtained the remnants of his latest weaponry. Do you require it?" Upon hearing that Tony had developed new weaponry, Obadiah quelled his anger and inquired eagerly, "What kind of new weapon?" He had ceased to care whether the mercenaries had completed their assigned tasks. He was fervently intent on acquiring the remnants of Tony's new weapon. This weapon possesses flight capabilities and boasts formidable firepower. Crucially, it is a weapon technology akin to a mechanical exoskeleton. As he listened to the description from the other end of the line, Obadiah felt an insatiable itch within him. "Speak, what are your conditions?" Obadiah was not naive enough to believe that these treacherous mercenaries would provide him with the weaponry remnants for free. There had to be stipulations. Indeed, he soon heard the voice on the other end articulate, "Once you succeed in your research, you will need to provide us with a copy of the data." "Very well. It's a deal." Obadiah agreed without hesitation, intending to negotiate the data provision later as circumstances allowed. He chuckled coldly, contemplating the immense value of the new weapon remnants. This afternoon, the weapon remnants will be transported to America. The location is XXXX. The mechanical exoskeleton is currently the most avant-garde military technology. If Obadiah could secure the weapon remnants and release them before Tony, all accolades would rightfully belong to him. With this thought, Obadiah's heart raced wildly. A clandestine cargo ship docked at a pier in New York City, where several Middle Eastern individuals unloaded the cargo and transported it to a rendezvous point. From there, the items were delivered to Obadiah's laboratory. Chapter 105. The continuation of the Bell story in Obadiah's laboratory. He, alongside a team of scientists, commenced the restoration of the weapon remnants. With the aid of advanced instruments, the 3D imaging of Tony's new weapon remnants was meticulously reconstructed. "This is truly a stroke of genius," remarked a masked scientist with silvery hair. His eyes brimmed with astonishment, as he had never encountered such a marvelous design. "Based on our laboratory's materials and technology, we should be able to manufacture it," Obadiah inquired uncertainly. "Yes, but to enhance the power of the exoskeleton, we require a greater energy output. Energy is precisely our shortcoming." After hearing this, Obadiah stated, "Focus on manufacturing. I will find a way to improve the energy output." Upon hearing the directive from Obadiah, the highest authority in the laboratory, the team commenced their work. After his treatment, Tony discovered that the remaining shrapnel in his chest had been successfully removed. Post-surgery, he felt a sense of relief as his lingering anxiety dissipated. Due to excessive blood loss from the surgery, Tony's complexion appeared extremely pale. He began to reflect on who had colluded with the mercenaries to orchestrate his demise. Before long, he identified his primary suspect within the upper echelons of his company, Obadiah. "Eliminating me would benefit Obadiah the most, and he has always been at odds with me." Tony pondered. He suspected that the control center computers at Stark Industries held incriminating evidence against Obadiah. However, for now, I must remain in a state of concealment. Biding my time, Tony pondered. "Colonel James, I would appreciate it if you could send me a new laptop," Tony said, picking up the phone beside his bed to call Colonel James. He decided to do so because a brilliant idea had emerged in his mind to counter Obadiah. In a mysterious, interdimensional passage, Lin Yun hazily returned to a cave in the real world. A gust of cold air, distinct from the molten world, jolted him awake. And Lin Yun realized he had returned to reality. He retrieved his phone from the system space on his person and checked, discovering that time in the real world was synchronized with that of the molten world. This meant that if 6 days had passed in the real world, the same amount of time had elapsed in the molten world. Lin Yun exited the cave and carefully concealed its entrance once more. He descended the mountain, located his parked car, restarted it, and made his way back to Schindlertown. As he approached Schindlertown, Lin Yun noticed many people with expressions of panic, as if something dreadful had transpired in the town. Moreover, numerous passers-by cast suspicious glances at those coming from outside the town. Consequently, Lin Yun stepped forward and stopped a passerby. "Get away, you demon," the passerby snapped irritably. However, Lin Yun detected a flicker of undeniable terror in the passerby's eyes, prompting him to grip the individual firmly and coldly inquire, "What has happened?" The passerby, initially inclined to vent his frustration, softened upon meeting Lin Yun's indifferent gaze and replied obediently, "Ever since Belle's mysterious death, people in the town have been dying one after another." Chapter 106. I can save you. Upon hearing the passerby's account, Lin Yun grasped the situation unfolding in the town. He released his grip, allowing the passerby to depart. Belle, the individual slain by that shadowy entity from the molten world, he mused. At the time, I believed that this enigmatic shadow had retreated back to the molten world, which is why I ventured there. Over the past few days, a series of deaths have occurred in the town. The victims' brain tissues have mysteriously vanished. Thus, I can surmise that this peculiar shadow is still lurking in Schindler Town, Lin Yun concluded. He was confident that this time he would not be mistaken. Determined to take the initiative, he resolved to eliminate the mysterious shadow while simultaneously harvesting some additional energy for himself. Lin Yun then strolled through the streets of the town, seeking out suspicious individuals. As he traversed one street and entered another, he soon heard a loud commotion in the distance. "Useless priest, get out of Schindler Town." A small group of people surrounded a church, brandishing signs and shouting loudly. The church was remarkably ornate, clearly of Orthodox design, yet its doors remained firmly shut, ignoring the crowd outside. Curious, Lin Yun approached, still clad in his clerical attire, drawing the ire of several sign-wielding individuals who encircled him menacingly. "I am not affiliated with this church," Lin Yun stated. "Spare me your lies," mocked a man with a hostile demeanor, swiftly retrieving an egg from his pocket and hurling it at Lin Yun, expecting him to be drenched in its contents and beg for mercy. However, the onlookers' expressions shifted to astonishment as they witnessed the egg shatter upon reaching Lin Yun, yet its yolk and whites fell harmlessly to the ground, leaving Lin Yun completely unscathed. What is happening?" the man exclaimed, his gaze towards Lin Yun now tinged with fear. "Can you tell me what has transpired?" Lin Yun asked coolly. His frigid gaze imposed considerable pressure upon the individuals before him. The man gritted his teeth and replied, "Father, please forgive my earlier offense. Here's the situation. My name is Jenny. That night, I witnessed the shadow demon devour an innocent person. It was not a murder at all, and so we came to seek help from Father Adrian. However, he abandoned us, hiding within this safe church." Jenny spoke with indignation, feeling betrayed as a devout parishioner who had donated generously. Lin Yun gazed at the church. Ever since acquiring the energy absorption module, he could sense the distribution and presence of energy around him. He distinctly felt that there were dozens of life energies active within the church, while mysterious force surrounded it, offering protection. Yet, this force appeared limited, capable of safeguarding only a finite number of individuals. No wonder these people outside have been forsaken by Adrian, Lin Yun mused, casting a thoughtful glance at Jenny and his companions. "I possess a method to save you. Would you care to hear it?" Lin Yun said, revealing a mysterious smile. Chapter 107. The suspect quickly tell us. "What is the method?" Jenny asked, his eyes fixed eagerly on Lin Yun. "Father, please." Jenny and his companions looked at Lin Yun anxiously, their eyes brimming with hope. "It is quite simple. Join the Church of Hope and Redemption. The church will directly assist you in eliminating this enigmatic shadow," Lin Yun said leisurely. "Will the Church of Hope and Redemption truly aid us?" Jenny queried skeptically. "Of course. I am a member of the church. Do you doubt my capabilities?" Feigning indignation, Lin Yun pointed towards a distant tree and activated his energy absorption module. Before their astonished eyes, the once lush tree rapidly shed its leaves, dehydrating into a withered husk. This astonishing spectacle left Jenny and the others, who had never witnessed such mystical power, utterly speechless. "This power is simply incredible. I now believe you can vanquish the shadow demon," Jenny said, a flattering smile spreading across his face. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and cling to Lin Yun's leg. Yet years of experience told him that such actions would only invite disdain. "Father, I wish to join your sect immediately." "Certainly, just sign your name here," Lin Yun replied with a beaming smile, casually producing a sheet of paper and handing it to Jenny. "It is that simple." Jenny, astonished, could hardly believe it. This was an extraordinary opportunity, devoid of stringent conditions. He was elated and swiftly snatched the paper from Lin Yun's grasp. With fervent strokes, he inscribed his name. As others witnessed Jenny take the lead in joining the cult of hope and redemption, they too were emboldened, quickly seizing the paper to inscribe their names. Soon, a significant number had written their names down. A portion remained as mere bystanders, but Lin Yun paid little attention to them. His concern lay solely with the lives of his followers. Observing those who had joined his sect, Lin Yun raised his hand and proclaimed, "I hereby declare that all members of the cult of hope and redemption shall receive my protection." He continued, "Now, I shall lead you to vanquish that malevolent shadow, to eradicate the source of the dangers threatening your lives." After delivering an impassioned speech, Lin Yun turned to Jenny and inquired, in recent days, "Have there been any individuals in the town exhibiting particularly strange behavior? Take me there. I can directly discern if anyone has been possessed by the shadow," Lin Yun asserted. "Those displaying odd behaviors, those with unusual routines." Upon hearing Lin Yun's question, the newly joined members of the cult, led by Jenny, began to ponder. "Ah, I remember now." A middle-aged man, whose demeanor seemed rather unsteady, suddenly exclaimed, "The shadow must have possessed that Tom fellow." All eyes turned towards him, and the middle-aged man, filled with fervor, continued, "Yesterday, Tom brought a group of addicts to his home to smoke marijuana. He spoke some bizarre phrases to me. Something about how human brain tissue is the most delectable. Now that I think about it, Tom must be under the shadow's influence," the man said excitedly. "How do you know this so clearly?" Jenny curiously asked Lin Yun. "That is because Tom once invited me to partake in smoking marijuana," the man replied. "But I declined due to my busy schedule. Let's go to Tom's house. I need to identify the shadow," Lin Yun concluded decisively. Chapter 108. The frantic Tom, the previously suppressed spirits of the group, seemed to find an outlet, their faces flushing with excitement. "Jenny, lead the way. By the way, what is your name?" Lin Yun turned to the middle-aged man beside him. "My name is Joyce," the man replied respectfully. He felt a surge of joy, realizing that being acknowledged by a member of the clergy signified his worth. As Jenny walked on, he began sharing what he knew about Tom. Tom was in his 20s, a vagrant with a penchant for marijuana, surrounded by a band of dubious friends. Before long, they arrived at Tom's residence. Someone approached the door and knocked. "Is anyone home?" An impatient voice echoed from within, brimming with chaotic energy. "Get lost." The group's expression soured, and Jenny stepped forward, shouting, "Open the door immediately. We need to conduct an inspection." "Get lost," the voice repeated, laced with irritation and frenzy. "Break the door down. Something feels amiss inside," Lin Yun instructed. Since acquiring the energy module, he could sense energy fluctuations within a certain range. Now, he distinctly felt an abnormal life force emanating from Tom's home, intertwined with an essence reminiscent of molten rock. Understanding Lin Yun's command, the group grew resolute, their eyes blazing with determination. They procured tools to dismantle the barriers surrounding Tom's house, then charged inside. Lin Yun moved among them, and upon seeing the pastor following suit, Jenny felt reassured. Upon entering Tom's abode, they beheld Tom, pallid and ghastly, glaring at them like a specter. Surrounding him were several drug addicts, sprawled in disarray, indulging in their vice. The air was thick with the scent of marijuana, and Lin Yun furrowed his brow in discontent. The addicts' pupils dilated, their faces alight with manic energy, showing no reaction to the intruders, muttering strange phrases. "I see it. I see the divine. The divine. The divine is black. You should not intrude. You are disrupting the divine ceremony," Tom hissed ominously. His complexion was ashen, his body emaciated, resembling a corpse. "You have been possessed by the shadow, yet remain oblivious. Soon, you shall perish," Lin Yun stated coldly. Through the energy module, Lin Yun could clearly detect a dark energy cluster residing in Tom's mind, shifting intermittently. "What nonsense are you spouting, Shadow? That is clearly the divine," Tom muttered to himself. "With the divine's aid, I shall become the ruler of this world," Tom boasted. "Regardless of your attempts to thwart me, you all shall perish." Such terrifying proclamations instilled fear among the group, prompting them to shout at Lin Yun in desperation. "Kill him! Kill him! Slay this demon!" Lin Yun smiled faintly, extending his left hand to lock onto Tom's position, activating his ability. Energy absorption. Tom was engulfed in terror, sensing as if a dreadful maw had fixed its gaze upon him. Before he could react, his entire body began to contort violently, black substance oozing from his face as if attempting to flee. Trying to escape? Lin Yun scoffed. Chapter 109. The development of mechas. The black substance writhed, yet could not break free, gradually transforming into streams of energy that flowed into Lin Yun's left hand. Along with the dark material, the shadow was absorbed by Lin Yun's grasp, and Tom collapsed to the ground. I can no longer sense the divine. Divine, do not forsake me. Tom's expression turned frenzied as he stumbled to his feet, only to crash back down again. Tom has lost his mind. There is no saving him. The group discussed coldly, their admiration for Lin Yun deepening. In a mere moment, he had annihilated this sinister shadow. Such power was truly formidable. Witnessing Lin Yun's miraculous ability, the crowd was filled with envy, secretly resolving to curry favor with him. Lin Yun remained impassive, noting their reactions inwardly. The shadow has been vanquished. You may return home with peace of mind. In due time, the Church of Hope and Redemption will be restored. You are all welcome to visit, Lin Yun announced. The crowd nodded in agreement, promising to attend. Yet, a few remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned with Lin Yun's words. Lin Yun resolved that those who joined his sect would regret not attending when the time came. Indeed, one should not mistake Lin Yun's frequent smiles for kindness. Now, I kindly ask you to take care of these addicts on the floor. After some contemplation, Lin Yun decided to leave the matter of the addicts to the group. He then departed alone, returning to the Schindler Inn. In a clandestine military base of the United States, Tony summoned James to procure a sophisticated laptop for him, then dismissed him. Tony activated the computer, connected it to the base's network, and conducted a thorough examination of the system. Utilizing his extraordinary hacking prowess, he eliminated the surveillance programs embedded within the device and subsequently linked it to his home computer. Before long, he established a connection with J.A.R.V.I.S. external control system. Welcome, Master. The familiar voice of his digital butler resonated through Tony's headphones, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. I hereby command you to access my workshop and initiate the design of a new suit of armor. Following Tony's directive, J.A.R.V.I.S. opened the workshop, which was instantly filled with a futuristic ambience, vividly visible to Tony through the remote network. He began to type furiously, crafting a new control system for the Iron Man suit, one that would respond with enhanced speed and feature a newly optimized structural design. In terms of performance, Tony anticipated that it would entirely surpass the initial model he had constructed within the confines of the terrorist space. Indeed, this was Tony's vision, to remotely develop his new armor. Meanwhile, in Obadiah's underground laboratory, a cadre of scientists was assisting him in the reconstruction of a new iron machine from the remnants of the original model. With its colossal frame, array of lethal weaponry, and immense power, this iron machine was gradually taking shape under Obadiah and the scientists' diligent efforts. Observing the formidable design schematics, Obadiah's ambition swelled. All these scientists who were privy to the architecture of my iron machine must be eliminated to prevent any leaks, he thought darkly. As he glanced at the jubilant scientists celebrating the machine's capabilities, a flicker of murderous intent flashing across his mind. Chapter 110. The Rise of Obadiah as time passed. Obadiah's iron armor was successfully developed. In the basement, surrounded by a group of scientists, he gazed upon the imposing iron armor. With its dark exterior exuding strength, Obadiah expressed his delight, proclaiming, "Since you appear so formidable, I shall name you Iron Tyrant. Now, I must test your capabilities." A subtle, unnoticed smirk played on Obadiah's lips as he activated the entry button and ascended into the iron machine's cockpit. The screens before him displayed a plethora of information regarding the machine's operation. Sitting within the armor, Obadiah perceived the scientists on the ground as diminutive, while he felt an overwhelming sense of power. "Die," he uttered as he activated the machine guns on the Iron Tyrant. In an instant, a barrage of metal fire erupted, mercilessly shredding the unsuspecting scientists before him. "He intends to silence us," exclaimed one of the scientists who had narrowly escaped the initial onslaught. As he stumbled toward the basement exit, Obadiah, with a cold chuckle, maneuvered the Iron Tyrant in pursuit. "You think you can escape? I've long since sealed the basement exits." He ruthlessly crushed one scientist underfoot, then continued to patrol the basement, hunting down the remaining scientists until, using infrared sensors, he confirmed the area was devoid of life. "Tony, your time is nigh," he declared. However, I still need to make further modifications to the armor's power. In the military base, Tony was diligently operating his laptop, finalizing the control system for the new armor. An inexplicable sense of urgency washed over him, prompting him to hasten his progress. The new armor was gradually taking shape. When the time comes, I shall have James retrieve it for me, Tony contemplated. His vision was for the armor to be housed within a briefcase. In the event of combat, the briefcase would open, and the armor would materialize to fit the user's physique. Outside the military base, a sign read, "Military Zone, no entry." Yet, a mysterious large truck suddenly breached the perimeter fence. A group of patrolling soldiers rushed forward in indignation, only to discover the driver's seat was unoccupied. Autonomous driving? One soldier exclaimed in disbelief, just as the rear of the truck swung open, revealing the massive iron tyrant leaping forth. "Oh my God!" The soldiers gasped. "What is that?" They shouted in astonishment, unleashing a hail of gunfire in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. "Futile," Obadiah remarked coldly from within the iron tyrant, observing the frantic soldiers. The machine's robust arm extended, grasping one soldier with a vice-like grip, and with a brutal force, he was reduced to a mist of blood amidst his agonized cries. "Ah!" shouted several comrades, whose eyes filled with rage at the sight of their fallen friend. "Quick, use the RPG. I'll draw its fire." One soldier frantically urged his allies, firing his weapon wildly. Chapter 111. The Power of the Iron Tyrant Seeking Death, Obadiah sneered. The infrared scanner before him clearly displayed the outline of a red figure moving behind nearby cover. High-energy response. A soldier, concealed behind the barricade, was attempting to arm an RPG rocket launcher to strike at Obadiah's Iron Tyrant. With a disdainful grin, Obadiah pressed the missile launch button. A missile swiftly targeted the soldier, obliterating him and the cover in a fiery explosion. Boom! The remaining soldiers looked on in terror at the unfolding devastation. "Quick, call for the tank battalion." One soldier shouted into the radio, urging for immediate reinforcements. Meanwhile, Obadiah coldly continued his rampage, directing his path toward Tony's location. "What? You say an Iron Man is attacking the base?" An officer in the command center exclaimed. "Very well. I shall authorize the deployment of the tank battalion immediately." Tanks rolled out from the encampment, advancing toward Obadiah's position. Target locked, fire. The thunderous sounds of cannon fire echoed, dense smoke billowing into the air. Seeking death, Obadiah deftly maneuvered the Iron Tyrant, evading the explosions around him. "Let me show you this." He pressed a button within the Iron Tyrant, locking onto an exposed tank within his sights and launching an assault. Bang! The tank's driver felt a tremendous force slam against the front, causing the entire vehicle to shudder. Not good. The front armor has been breached. It's an armor-piercing round. The terrified words had yet to fully escape his lips when a deafening explosion resounded, creating a massive breach in the front of the tank. All personnel within the tank perished, leaving no survivors. One tank attempted to maneuver around and launch an attack from behind, but Obadiah was quick to detect the movement. He deftly operated the Iron Overlord, effortlessly lifting a nearby truck as if it were a mere toy, and hurled it towards the tank. "No!" The tank's observer cried out in despair. The tank was crushed under the weight of the incoming truck, resembling a sandbag, and soon its engine ignited in a fiery explosion. Obadiah erupted into maniacal laughter upon witnessing the scene. The Iron Overlord was indeed formidable, capable of lifting over 50 tons and equipped with a variety of weapons, which left Obadiah thoroughly pleased. "Tony, where are you? Show yourself." Obadiah activated the sound system of the Iron Overlord, bellowing loudly. This system altered his voice to some degree, rendering it impossible for enemies to ascertain the identity of the driver. "Tony's adversary? Quick, assemble experts to analyze this armored behemoth." Several commanders in the base's command center ordered. On the battlefield, the remaining tanks continued to engage Obadiah. Growing impatient, he fired specialized armor-piercing rounds once more. And with a resounding explosion, another tank that clung stubbornly to him was rendered inoperative. Perhaps fate had conspired to hear Obadiah's unspoken wishes, for in the distance, a dazzling mech soared rapidly towards him and landed nearby, from which Tony's furious voice emanated. "Obadiah, you are truly despicable." Chapter 112. Tony's battle against the Iron Overlord. "The one who deserved condemnation is you," Obadiah retorted with a cold smirk, promptly launching an armor-piercing round towards Tony. Tony swiftly dodged, evading the incoming projectile. The round sailed past his original position, puncturing a nearby truck with a significant hole. Damn it, Tony muttered under his breath. Due to Abadiah's unexpected assault, Tony had no choice but to summon his drones to deliver the newly completed mech. Time was of the essence, and thus only grenade launchers and missiles were hastily installed. Die, Abadiah! Tony gritted his teeth as he pressed the grenade launcher S button. A grenade was swiftly launched, targeting the upper body of the Iron Overlord. Bang! To his surprise, the Iron Overlord extended its left arm to intercept the grenade, neutralizing its destructive potential entirely. A special shield had emerged from the left arm, absorbing both the kinetic energy and the explosion. Ha ha ha! Tony, did you truly think you could surprise me? Prepare to meet your end. Abadiah, nestled within the Iron Overlord, cackled as he seized a nearby truck and swung it at Tony like a weapon. With agility, Tony ascended into the sky, evading Abadiah's ground attack using the flight capabilities of his mech. Do you think that just because you are airborne, I cannot reach you? Abadiah sneered. The protective layer of the Iron Overlord's left palm flipped open, revealing a dark weapon aperture that locked onto Tony in midair. Experience the might of my laser weaponry. With Abadiah's derisive laughter, brilliant beams of laser shot forth. Laser, be cautious. Tony deftly maneuvered in the air to avoid the onslaught of lasers. However, some buildings suffered the consequences, scorched by the Iron Overlord's lasers, leaving deep, burning gashes in their wake. As their battle raged on, structures around them began to crumble. What do you think you're scurrying off to, little insect? Abadiah shouted angrily, pursuing Tony relentlessly. Sir, energy levels have dropped to 50. Please conclude this swiftly. Jarvis's voice echoed within Tony's armor. I must devise a strategy to approach the head of Abadiah's mech for a decisive blow. Utilizing the scans from his mech, Tony deduced that Abadiah was controlling the machine from its head. In the command center of the base, several commanders were utterly captivated by the Iron Overlord's might. Quick, report this upward. We must find a way to acquire these two machines. They will undoubtedly enhance our military capabilities exponentially. Meanwhile, Abadiah, growing increasingly impatient, began to regain his composure. Tony, you flit about like a cockroach. Do you really think I cannot capture you? He pressed a button, unleashing his hidden ace, the magnetic propulsion turbine engine, granting the Iron Overlord the ability to fly. With a sudden burst, blue flames erupted from the rear of the Iron Overlord. The massive machine ascended into the sky. Tony watched in astonishment, having presumed the Iron Overlord incapable of flight, only to realize that Abadiah had anticipated this possibility all along. Nevertheless, this works to my advantage. I can lure the Iron Overlord to a deserted area and eliminate it. My mech technology must not fall into the wrong hands. Tony contemplated as he sped away from the U.S. military's secret base, with the enraged Abadiah in pursuit, controlling the Iron Overlord. Chapter 113. Is everything coming to an end? In a desolate area, Tony halted his rapid movements, awaiting the approach of the Iron Overlord. Abadiah pursued relentlessly, unleashing an armor-piercing round without hesitation. Tony sidestepped to evade the shot. Jarvis, maximize the system's power. Jarvis's voice responded, Sir, if we proceed, the remaining energy will only sustain operations for a few minutes. I have a plan. Set the power to maximum. Instantly, the power of the suit surged, propelling Tony's mech to unprecedented speeds. He effortlessly evaded all of the Iron Overlord's attacks, successfully closing in on its head, where 5 metallic claws emerged and firmly grasped the protruding section of the Iron Overlord's head. Get off me! Abadiah shouted in fury from within the Iron Overlord. Yet Tony detected a hint of panic in his voice, prompting him to respond with a cold smile. Prepare to perish, Abadiah. The palm cannon on the left side of Tony's suit ignited, and he pressed it against the Iron Overlord's head to fire. Bang! A powerful recoil reverberated through him as Jarvis relayed. The left cannon is damaged and cannot be used again. The Iron Overlord's left hand grasped Tony's body, prompting Abadiah to erupt into triumphant laughter. With your weaponry, do you think you can destroy my head? Dream on. I will crush you. The Iron Overlord's hands tightened around a portion of Tony's suit, exerting immense pressure. Creak, creak, creak. The suit began to groan under the strain. Sir, the suit is experiencing excessive stress. Please disengage within a specified time frame. Estimated remaining time, 10, 9, 8. Tony exerted tremendous force as he maneuvered the mech, delivering a powerful kick to the Iron Monarch's midsection. The immense recoil reverberated through, causing the Iron Monarch to momentarily loosen its grip. Seizing this opportunity, Tony escaped from the clutches of the Iron Monarch. His gaze swept across the area he had just attacked, and he noticed a white mark on the Iron Monarch's head. This indicated that the Iron Monarch possessed formidable defensive capabilities, suggesting that a cunning strategy was required rather than a direct assault. Jarvis, calculate and hypothesize potential weaknesses in the Obadiah mech, he commanded. Upon receiving Tony's directive, Jarvis swiftly processed the information, and within mere seconds, a new schematic appeared before Tony. The flaw lies within the engine used for flight, Jarvis revealed. The Iron Monarch's flight engine will freeze in high-altitude, low-temperature environments, rendering it inoperable. A wave of relief washed over Tony, akin to a soothing balm for his anxious heart. "Damn it," he exclaimed, launching an aggressive attack against Obadiah, who appeared furious and intent on tearing Tony apart. "I will kill you." Tony piloted his mech with blistering speed towards the frigid heights. Oblivious to the flaw in his flight engine, Obadiah pursued him into the cold, elevated depths. As Obadiah readied himself to mercilessly dispatch Tony, he suddenly heard an ominous sound emanating from his flight engine. Glancing at the screen in alarm, he was horrified to read the notifications. Flight engine malfunction, unable to repair. Flight speed decreasing. Estimated time to 0, 15 seconds. No. Obadiah frantically pressed buttons, attempting to restart the flight engine, but to no avail. In the throes of despair, he plummeted alongside the Iron Monarch, descending rapidly from the sky and crashing to the ground in a catastrophic explosion. "It is all over," Tony murmured as he hovered above the site of the Iron Monarch's destruction, his emotions swirling within. Chapter 114. General Ross. Tony silently noted the location of the Iron Monarch's explosion before hastening home. The footage of his battle with the Iron Monarch had been witnessed and recorded by many. Behind the scenes, numerous developments concerning Tony were set to unfold across the nation. In the hospital room, Tony released his scalpel, fixating his gaze on Pepper, who lay in a starkly pale state. Though a hint of color was gradually returning, signaling her recovery, he remained by her bedside, vigilantly awaiting the awakening of his beloved. After several hours, Pepper slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon Tony, who sat beside her, weariness etched across his face. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. "Forgive me," Tony implored as he grasped her hand, his voice filled with urgency. Pepper nodded slightly before closing her eyes again. Though rescued from her comatose state, her body remained frail and in need of rest. Thus, Tony's heartache was alleviated. At Stark Industries, the board convened to elect a new chairman following Obadiah's disappearance. The expressions of the members varied. Some aspired to the chairmanship, others were loyalists to Obadiah, while some were mere opportunists, and a faction aligned with Tony emerged. After a series of subtle skirmishes, the time for the final vote arrived. "The results are in," announced the moderator. "Congratulations to Mr. Tony Stark, who has won by majority vote and is now the new chairman. Let us celebrate the return of our former chairman." Tony ascended to the chairman's position, reclaiming leadership of Stark Industries. Clearing his throat, he proceeded to outline his vision for the company's new direction. In Congress, Tony stood before the assembly, addressing a gathering of lawmakers. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, and numerous electronic devices were trained on his figure, while cameras flashed incessantly. In recent days, a new type of weapon has circulated online, a congressman began. "It is referred to as Iron Man, Mr. Stark. Do you have any comments on this?" Tony surveyed the crowd, extending his hand as he proclaimed, "I am Iron Man." The atmosphere erupted as cameras captured this historic moment. The birth of America's superhero, Iron Man. The untold secrets of Tony and Iron Man. A historic moment. Iron Man, Tony. Countless newspapers and media outlets disseminated Tony's declaration across the globe. "Iron Man Tony," Lin Yun mused, setting down the newspaper. "It seems I must find an opportunity to meet my subordinate, the formidable Iron Slave, Tony." In a clandestine military base conference room, high-ranking American military officials convened. These leaders represented a faction advocating for the United States to assert global dominance through military might, while advocating brutal suppression of dissent within. Their leader was General Ross. After a vigorous debate and discussion, General Ross slammed his hand on the table, bringing order to the chaotic scene. "Dispatch personnel to acquire the technology of Iron Man. With Iron Man's technology at our disposal, We will no longer need to sacrifice so many soldiers' lives in the face of extraterrestrial threats and monsters. Long live America! Chapter 115. Returned to New York in his home workshop, Tony was engrossed in researching his mech systems on the computer. "Sir, Colonel James has arrived," announced Jarvis. "I have directed him to the living room." Snapping out his focus, Tony replied, "All right, I'll be there shortly." He tidied his workspace before heading to the living room. A colonel of African descent sat on the sofa, his expression somewhat peculiar. Tony approached and greeted him. "Colonel James, my good friend, what brings you here?" "Tony, you remain as charming as ever." Colonel James smiled, embracing Tony. "By the way, I have a gift for you," Tony said with a mysterious grin. "Though, the gift isn't ready just yet. I'll have to deliver it later." "What kind of gift?" "Now you have me curious," James inquired. "You'll find out in due time. It's a secret for now." "All right then." James relented, dropping the subject. "I presume you have business to discuss," Tony suggested. "Indeed, there's a matter at hand," James replied, his tone turning serious. "As the head of the U.S. Army's Weapons Development Division, I have been sent by higher authorities to seek your assistance. They're likely after my technology for the iron suit," Tony remarked with a sardonic smile. "That is impossible. I cannot entrust the technology of the iron suit to anyone," Tony reflected before adding emphatically. "If the military acquires the iron suit, they could better ensure the safety of America," James urged. "I will not share the technology of the iron suit with anyone," Tony insisted. "Please relay my message. I will not surrender the manufacturing technology of the iron suit to those generals." Seeing Tony's unwavering stance, James sighed, ceasing his persuasion. He rose from his seat, and with Tony showing no intention of seeing him off, he departed alone. Tony watched James's retreating figure and sighed in resignation. "James, you will never grasp the ambitions of those in power. I do this for the freedom and peace of the American people," James asserted. Within a secret military base of the U.S. Army, General Ross slammed his palm on the table in frustration. "Damn Tony, refusing to hand over the manufacturing technology of the iron suit. His intentions are nefarious. He has betrayed the safety of the American people." The general seated beside him, witnessing his fury, mirrored his anger and joined in his lament. Soon, General Ross quelled his outrage. "You must devise a solution to this issue. We could pursue self-development," one general suggested, garnering the agreement of the majority. Thus, General Ross resolved to allocate funding for the development of the iron suit. At an airport in New York City, a plane gradually decelerated and came to a halt. A young man disembarked from the aircraft. He possessed a mysterious and powerful left eye, exuding an aura of authority that made him stand out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. "Look, there's a handsome guy. Wow, he must be wealthy." However, the young man's stern expression rendered the infatuated onlookers hesitant to approach, leaving them to watch as he was whisked away in a luxurious car. Chapter 116. Yang's discovery this young man was none other than the illustrious Lin Yun. The driver of the car was Lin Yun's capable assistant, Wayne. "Wayne, have any peculiar occurrences transpired in New York City recently?" Wayne, attentive to his esteemed master's inquiry, pondered briefly before responding. "Indeed, great master. There have been strange reports. Allegedly, a battle between werewolves and vampires has been witnessed. Furthermore, a figure in a black robe has emerged, purportedly combating these supernatural beings. I instructed my subordinates to verify the sightings, and they seem credible." Upon hearing Wayne's report, Lin Yun raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the cosmos. He envisioned a parallel universe gradually approaching this realm. Should that day arrive and his strength remain inadequate, he would face annihilation at the hands of righteous forces. "I must expedite the strengthening of the Church's military might, eradicate the forces of justice, and capture more slaves," Lin Yun mused, furrowing his brow. "Arrange for Tony to visit me discreetly," Lin Yun commanded Wayne. "Certainly, great master." The group returned to Wayne's hotel, where Lin Yun temporarily took residence. Yang, a favored disciple of the Ancient One, strolled casually down the street clad in a dark robe. Passers-by regarded him with indifference, despite the unusual attire he donned. "That individual must be imitating the recently popular superhero, the Sorcerer," one remarked. Indeed, the superhero the Sorcerer had become the talk of the town in New York City. He was said to wear a black robe, shrouded in mystery, wielding extraordinary magic as a champion of justice. Yang mused, glancing toward the opposite side of the street. There, A menacing young white man was dragging a young woman into a shadowy corner. The woman's mouth was tightly covered, her limbs thrashing in futility as she was dragged into the alley. The young man grinned wickedly as he brandished a dark club, striking the woman's body. She collapsed limply into his arms. Surveying the surroundings and finding no one approaching, he murmured, "Do not blame me. I merely wish for you to become like me." Yang halted, closely observing the young man's actions. The young man greedily leaned in, inhaling the woman's scent deeply. Then, with a grave expression, he retrieved an opaque box from his pocket and carefully opened it. Inside lay a transparent glass tube, within which writhed a greenish worm. What is he planning? Yang continued to watch, intrigued. He sensed no dark power emanating from the worm, yet the young man's actions appeared sinister, igniting Yang's suspicions. The young man cautiously opened the glass tube and extracted the green worm. "May the divine protect me," he muttered before positioning the worm near the woman's ear. Chapter 117. The underground factory. The green worm seemed to sense something, wriggling its repulsive body as it burrowed into the woman's brain. She convulsed, as if enduring immense agony, her complexion paling. Yet the young man merely chuckled with a sinister glee at the sight. Yang formed a mystical gesture with his hands and recited an incantation, his figure gradually fading until he vanished. He transformed into a ghostly presence. Silently, Yang traversed several buildings, arriving at the young man's side, observing intently. The young man continued to smile eerily, oblivious to Yang's magic. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary individual, incapable of perceiving Yang's enchantment. After a brief interval, the woman slowly opened her eyes. "We are all slaves of the great master now. Will you marry me?" the young man exclaimed with excitement. The woman weakly nodded, realizing that her previous beliefs had been misguided. Only by following the divine's path could one find truth. "Great master?" Yang pondered, intrigued by the young man's words. "It seems this individual has been controlled by that strange worm," Yang mused, observing the scene closely, astonished. Instead of magic, he employed a peculiar organism. Could this be the source of darkness? And the mastermind behind this young man must be the elusive figure I seek. Yang's mind raced as he unraveled the hidden conspiracy. Follow him and uncover the mastermind. Noticing the young man helping the woman to her feet, seemingly ready to depart, Yang stealthily trailed behind. The young Caucasian appeared to have a plan, nodding occasionally as he altered his course. Unbeknownst to him, Yang stealthily followed in the shadows. Soon, the young man escorted a woman to what seemed to be an abandoned factory, where he opened a concealed passage leading to a hidden underground facility. Yang, having transformed into an ethereal presence capable of traversing walls, ceased his pursuit of the young man upon entering the underground factory, opting instead to explore this clandestine realm. He estimated that there were at least 100 individuals present. The incessant roar of machinery filled the air as an array of armaments was crafted, all illicitly produced without official documentation. What are the intentions of the forces operating behind the scenes? He pondered. Surely, there is more to uncover here. Continuing his exploration, Yang stumbled upon another side of the factory, where a secret passage led him in a different direction. It was there that he discovered several enormous white containers, teeming with writhing green insects that exuded a repulsive and terrifying aura. I must eradicate these vile creatures, should they escape into New York City. Countless individuals could fall under the sway of dark forces. Without regard for concealment, Yang formed a mysterious hand gesture, chanting an incantation. A sphere of golden light materialized in his grasp. As he hurled the luminous orb, it sped forth, colliding with the writhing insects. They writhed as though plunged into boiling oil, emitting anguished cries before dissolving into a putrid sludge. The commotion drew the attention of those within the underground factory. "What on earth is happening?" a voice exclaimed. "Oh, dear heavens!" another cried. "Who has destroyed the sacred insects?" A portly supervisor bellowed orders to his subordinates to search for the intruder. Enraged, the workers armed themselves with various weapons and began their search. "If the deity becomes aware of this, we are all doomed," the supervisor warned. He then retrieved a USB drive for a pinhole camera. "Quickly, bring me a computer. This USB must contain a record of the enemy's appearance." One of the workers hurried off to fetch the device. "This is bad. I must destroy that USB," Yang thought as he recited another incantation, manipulating the ground to twist and turn warping the very environment around him. "Mirror space," he declared. "What is happening?" The corpulent supervisor struggled to maintain his balance in this disorienting realm. His gaze fell upon a figure in a black cloak standing in the distance. "It's that cursed magician. Kill him," he commanded. Upon hearing the supervisor's orders, several armed workers cocked their weapons and aimed at Yang. He quickly raised a yellow shield, deflecting the incoming bullets, which ricocheted back, striking the workers. "Ah!" one cried. "I've been hit." Bullets the size of a fingertip punctured the workers, causing blood to spatter. It was an overwhelming massacre, with Yang destroying the USB, yet claiming many lives in the process. As the remaining individuals glared at him with hatred, muttering blasphemous curses, the mirror space spun, entombing them within its confines. Returning to the real world, Yang summoned a ball of flames, igniting a portion of the factory. After waiting for the fire to grow, he activated a portal and departed. "I shall continue to eradicate evil." In a comfortable room, Lin Yun sat in an opulent chair, his expression dark and brooding. Before him knelt Wayne, trembling with fear. "Great Master, we have received reports that one of our crucial underground arms factories has been destroyed," he stammered, "and we have lost a batch of slave insects." Lin Yun sighed deeply. He had already been informed of this calamity, as the system had alerted him moments before. System alert. A large number of slave insects have been exterminated. System alert. A large number of slaves have been eliminated. List of lost slaves includes. Despite having prior knowledge, Lin Yun felt a surge of anger upon hearing Wayne's report. He resolved to capture this adversary and bend him to his will. The flames of the underground factory rapidly intensified, spreading to the surrounding abandoned structures, engulfing them in a blaze that lit the sky crimson. Black smoke billowed above the factory, drawing the attention of passers-by who promptly contacted New York's fire department. Soon, a joint team of firefighters and police arrived at the scene, cordoning off the area to prevent unauthorized access. Yet, unbeknownst to them, these officers and firefighters were all slaves of Lin Yun, effectively concealing the true cause of the fire. Elsewhere, in a secret underground military base established by Lin Yun's subordinate Wayne, hundreds stood solemnly in a vast square, listening intently to an officer addressing them. This officer, a key figure within the base, was tasked with training more slaves with military capabilities. "Attention," he barked. "A line." Noticing some slaves performing their drills incorrectly, he approached and struck one with his whip to correct their posture. At the entrance of the clandestine military base, a slave dragged an unconscious individual into the facility. He arrived at a records office and addressed a staff member. "ID XXX, mission accomplished. One individual transformed and brought back." The staff member, pen in hand, swiftly documented the details and took a photograph for the records. "Please remember to collect the next batch of divine insects for your use." Two individuals engaged in conversation, oblivious to the ethereal figure of a sorcerer observing them from above in a transparent form. This sorcerer was Yang, a disciple of the Ancient One. Yang surveyed the surrounding architecture and the bustling populace, remarking, "There is no trace of dark power among these people." However, he noted their peculiar behavior, leading him to suspect them as agents of the dark forces. "This must be a stronghold of the dark powers," he concluded, determined to obliterate this base. Yang believed it would deliver a significant blow to the dark forces, thereby drawing out those lurking in the shadows. The calamity struck. Yang's form materialized, swiftly capturing the attention of numerous enslaved individuals. "An outsider has invaded. Kill him and present him to our master." "Kill!" The throngs of slaves shouted frantically, uttering blasphemous words as they armed themselves and charged at Yang. Yet, in the face of Yang's formidable magical prowess, these ordinary slaves stood no chance, falling one by one. Ultimately, it was a one-sided massacre. Soon after, Yang ignited flames, engulfing the entire base in a sea of fire. He then opened a portal, seeking his next target. Lin Yun sat in a lavish chair, his expression darkened, as the system's notifications echoed in his ears. System notification: a significant number of slave insects have been exterminated. System notification: a large number of slaves have been eliminated. List of lost slaves includes. As Yang dispatched many of Lin Yun's slaves, the system promptly alerted him, igniting a wave of fury within him. "That accursed sorcerer! I shall make you my slave and seize all your abilities." Ding. Crisis detected. The system temporarily activates the Guardian Transformation feature. Chapter 120. The Void Assassin Guardian Transformation feature. Upon hearing of this new capability, Lin Yun felt a surge of excitement. The very name suggested its formidable nature, and indeed, it was powerful. System, explain this feature to me at once, he urged with urgency. Host, this feature is temporarily available. Thus, you may only possess one transformed guardian at present. By sacrificing the life of 200 slaves and infusing their essence into a chosen slave, you could transform them into a guardian unit. The strength of this guardian is extraordinary and will surely suffice to confront any crisis faced by the host. You may currently choose to transform one slave into a void assassin. Void assassins specialize in targeting sorcerers, possessing the ability to seal off areas and execute close-quarter assassinations. As the system's words faded, a dazzling blue interface materialized before Lin Yun, revealing a new panel. On the screen was a cloaked assassin clad in purple attire, wielding seemingly unremarkable daggers, their face obscured by a dark cloth. How splendid! I want him, Lin Yun exclaimed with fervor. In his eyes, the sorcerer was already marked for death. Indeed, none who stood against Lin Yun would meet a favorable end. Host, please select 200 slaves. The panel displaying the assassin swiftly vanished, replaced by a list of all slaves. Lin Yun recognized names such as Tony and Wayne among them. Without hesitation, he excluded the familiar names and opted for those of unknown slaves, quickly selecting 200 in total. These 200 will suffice, Lin Yun confirmed after careful consideration. As he spoke, on a street in New York City, a thief stealthily approached a woman, brandishing a sharp blade to cut her bag. Suddenly, the thief let out a terrified scream, vanishing into thin air. Bystanders witnessed this horrifying spectacle, their faces etched with fear. My heavens, what just happened? Where'd he go? Call the police. Elsewhere, in a humble room, a young white man lay resting on his bed when he too screamed, disappearing without a trace. Such occurrences became frequent in New York, dismissed by the media as mysterious phenomena, ultimately forgotten. Meanwhile, Lin Yun watched with delight as names of the enslaved faded from the screen before him. 200 slaves have been sacrificed. Please select a target, the system prompted. Thompson, come here, Lin Yun called out to the guard outside. A robust man entered, head bowed, awaiting Lin Yun's command. He was Thompson, one of Lin Yun's guards. Let be him, Lin Yun conveyed mentally to the system. Transformation initiated. Thompson trembled as powerful muscles melted away, reshaping his physique into a streamlined form. He donned purple garb, wielding unassuming daggers, his face concealed by a black mask, revealing only his cold, merciless eyes. Yet, he promptly knelt, trembling with joy. Thank you for your great master's blessing. Chapter 121. Sealing the portal quickly. Go and kill him, Lin Yun commanded, filled with disdain for the sorcerer. Yes, I will take care of it, the void assassin Thompson replied, readying himself for action. Wait, Lin Yun suddenly halted the assassin's departure. He pondered for a moment. I almost forgot my greatest ability. While I control a slave, I can copy their abilities. Therefore, if I dominate this sorcerer, I shall acquire all his skills, portals, various magics. That would be truly exhilarating. And if I control the Ancient One, I would gain all his capabilities: energy projection, object penetration, longevity, illusions, flight, hypnosis, shields, alchemy, telekinesis, teleportation, interdimensional travel, remote summoning. The thought sent Lin Yun's heart racing, his ambitions swelling. Remember, capture the sorcerer for me, Lin Yun reiterated to the void assassin. Yes, my great master, Thompson nodded vigorously. Pleased, Lin Yun dismissed him. As he spoke, Thompson's form vanished instantly, concealing his presence. What a terrifying ability, Lin Yun mused, scanning the room to find that the void assassin's energy had dissipated in mere moments, indicating the strength of his powers. On a secluded street, Yang effortlessly dispatched a werewolf creature before obliterating its corporeal form. Who come forth? You have been discovered. Yang turned around, gazing indifferently at a certain spot on the street. Under his scrutiny, the outline of a figure gradually emerged, its stiff face and comical expression mocking Yang. An imposter. Yang's pupils involuntarily constricted, his calm demeanor faltering. A sharp dagger, thrust from behind him, aimed directly at his heart. If that dagger struck true, even a sorcerer like Yang would be unable to escape death. Clang! Indeed, the dagger struck him, but his entire being shattered into glass fragments, scattering across the ground. Mirror substitute. In another location, Yang appeared, his face a mask of terror as he looked at the shard strewn about, a pang of pain coursing through him. This was his last line of defense, usable only once within a short span of time. If the dagger comes again, my life may truly be at stake. The thought sent waves of headache through Yang. He resolved to retreat for the time being. Chanting an incantation and gesturing with his hands, he attempted to summon a portal to escape. When no golden portal appeared in the air, cold sweat trickled down Yang's brow. Could it be? But it was too late. He felt a violent blow to the back of his head and succumbed to unconsciousness. I shall seal his abilities. Thompson spoke coldly, bringing his hand near Yang's body, infusing it with energy to restrict his powers. Estimating that Yang could not escape, Thompson leaped into the air, disappearing from sight. Chapter 122. Rapid corrosion ability. Lin Yun sat quietly in the luxurious chair of his study, awaiting the return of the Void Assassin. He held unwavering faith in the assassin's capabilities, harboring no fear of failure, for the Void Assassin was forged from the essence of 200 slaves. Suddenly, the void trembled, and Lin Yun sensed a minuscule energy approaching. This subtle energy was so faint that it could easily be overlooked without careful observation. It indicated the exceptional stealth of the Void Assassin, undetectable by ordinary individuals. Naturally, as the master, Lin Yun's abilities surpassed those of the assassin. Ding! Congratulations! The Void Assassin under your command has defeated the sorcerer, delivering a significant blow to the forces of justice. You have unlocked the achievement, Nemesis of Justice. Reward: Upgraded Mind Distortion Eye. You may now use it 10 times daily, simultaneously locking on at 10 targets. Moreover, the Mind Distortion Eye now possesses enhanced rapid corrosion capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun couldn't help but rejoice. His power had significantly amplified, especially with the increased usage of the crucial Mind Distortion Eye. This is simply splendid. I shall enslave more heroes. Lin Yun clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A purple figure materialized from the void, gradually taking shape before Lin Yun, holding onto a captive. It is the sorcerer. Lin Yun recognized the identity of the captive at a glance. He sensed a mysterious power within the sorcerer, yet it was currently restrained by another force. This is to prevent the sorcerer from escaping. Lin Yun quickly discerned that the sorcerer's magic calling ability had been locked down by the Void Assassin. Haha! Lin Yun let out a hearty laugh. This sound seemed to awaken the unconscious Yang, who opened his bewildered eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar place, where a young man was laughing heartily nearby. Just as he attempted to scrutinize the young man's features, a tremendous force struck the back of his head, plunging him back into unconsciousness. After knocking Yang out, the Void Assassin knelt, lifting Yang's body as if it were a precious treasure, and proclaimed, "Great Master, your servant has fulfilled his mission. Well done. You have performed admirably." Lin Yun nodded. Place him on the ground. Upon hearing Lin Yun's command, the Void Assassin obediently set the sorcerer down, awaiting further instructions. Seeing the sorcerer laid upon the ground, Lin Yun activated his Mind Distortion Eye. Lock onto the sorcerer, utilize rapid corrosion ability, activate. With the invocation of his will, a black ethereal light shot from his left eye, swiftly penetrating the sorcerer's body. The speed of this ethereal light was astonishing. Even Lin Yun could only catch a fleeting glimpse of its dark form. No longer contemplating the light's velocity, Lin Yun focused on the sorcerer on the ground. At that moment, the sorcerer's body appeared to be suffering immense agony, trembling uncontrollably, and most terrifyingly, he emitted horrific, involuntary screams. Cover his mouth. Witnessing the sorcerer's dreadful state, Lin Yun exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 123. Monster number 1. Upon hearing the command of the great Master Lin Yun, the Void Assassin obediently moved forward to cover the sorcerer's mouth. In his unconscious state, the sorcerer seemed to sense the approaching hand of the Void Assassin and bit down fiercely. Lin Yun, engrossed in observing the sorcerer's body, failed to notice this minor incident. At that moment, the sorcerer's physique began to expand. His skin swelled, and ruptured veins could no longer contain the flow of blood. Thus, droplets of blood oozed from his skin, staining the sorcerer's black robe. The sorcerer's body continued to swell until it reached 1.5 times its original size, then abruptly halted. However, during this transformation, the sorcerer's robe had been torn asunder, leaving only a bare form. Its exterior was marred by numerous skin fissures, revealing translucent veins beneath. This bizarre appearance led Lin Yun to perceive him as a monster. As the creature caught Lin Yun's gaze, drool dripped from its mouth, and it grinned vacantly. Failed? Lin Yun pondered, yet a nagging suspicion lingered in his mind. Thus, he inquired of the system. System, what is happening? I recall that the slaves I control always refer to me as their master. Why is it different now? Upon hearing Lin Yun's query, the system elucidated. The rapid corrosion ability inevitably seizes the abilities of the target. However, due to the rapid nature of the process, there is a substantial likelihood that the corroded individual may transform into a monster. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yun fell silent. He cast a pitying glance at the creature, then chose to disregard it. Noticing Lin Yun's gaze, the monster recoiled, shrinking its bare neck in fear. From its vacant eyes, Lin Yun discerned a primal instinct of terror. Let's name it Monster 1. Void Assassin, you're tasked with taking care of Monster 1. Lin Yun pondered briefly before assigning the challenging responsibility to the Void Assassin. Great Master, I assure you I shall not fail in my mission, the Void Assassin responded respectfully, casting a glance at Monster 1. As if sensing the Void Assassin's gaze, Monster 1 opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, exuding a subtle threat. Take it away. Lin Yun waved his hand, allowing the Void Assassin to proceed with its duties. Unfazed by Monster 1's intimidation, the Void Assassin stepped forward, firmly controlling the beast before departing with it. Once both had left, Lin Yun settled into his luxurious chair. It appears that after the failure of rapid corrosion, the corroded has lost its abilities. He had distinctly sensed that Monster 1 had lost its magical prowess and had transformed into a fearsome beast. Well, I still come out ahead. I shall never incur a loss. With this thought, Lin Yun felt a surge of excitement. It is time for me to assess my spoils. With a mere thought, a brilliant blue screen materialized before him, clearly displaying the skills he had acquired from the sorcerer. This is absolutely exhilarating. Chapter 124, Testing the Acquired Skills: Flight, Teleportation, Hypnosis, Shield, Invisibility, Fireburn. Lin Yun joyfully enunciated each skill. These 6 skills were the entirety of what Yang possessed. It could be said that the system had successfully transferred all of Yang's abilities to Lin Yun. He was genuinely thrilled, his cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. I am truly grateful to Yang, Lin Yun said with a smug smile. Right, I must test these skills to avoid any mishaps during future battles. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yun activated the skill of flight. He felt his body become weightless, and with a slight exertion, he floated into the air. Utilizing his will, he discovered he could control his direction and fly at will. This is simply delightful. He marveled as he soared like a bird within the confines of the room, but soon realized the space was rather limited. Perhaps I should do this instead. With a thought, he formed a mystical hand gesture and chanted an enchanting incantation. Suddenly, a golden outline burst forth, radiating brilliant golden particles, swirling to create a golden ring-shaped portal tall enough for a person. Lin Yun gazed through the portal, clearly seeing the scenery beyond. It seems to be high above. Fearlessly, he stepped through the portal and experienced a wondrous shift in scenery, finding himself at a great height. A chill wind swept past him, accompanied by a whistling sound, and Lin Yun realized he was soaring through the sky. Beside him, the portal slowly dissipated. The power of teleportation is truly formidable. Combined with flight, I shall never need to travel by car again. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yun felt a wave of curiosity. What's that? He spotted a small, rapidly moving black dot in the distance. With a flicker of thought, he rendered himself invisible. This was one of Yang's skills, invisibility. The black dot swiftly approached, whizzing past Lin Yun, but he caught a glimpse of its full form. It resembled a flying backpack adorned with numerous blinking sensors, emblazoned with the words of the U.S. military. That must be a new weapon the U.S. military is developing, Lin Yun speculated. However, he quickly lost interest, for he was there to experiment with flight and teleportation, not to investigate other matters. Thus, he swiftly redirected his attention back to his invisibility. He attempted to fly while remaining invisible, and his figure shifted fluidly in the air, maintaining the state of invisibility. Yet, when he tried to use the teleportation portal, his form became visible again. This invisibility is somewhat inconvenient. Does using most skills reveal my form? Lin Yun remarked, reapplying invisibility before testing the shield ability. A yellow shield quickly materialized in his hand, but his invisibility was simultaneously dispelled. Well, it seems I cannot use invisibility with most skills, Lin Yun concluded. Next, I shall test the maximum speed of flight. After some thought, he resolved to gauge the speed of his flight so as to gain a deeper understanding of it. Chapter 125. Testing the acquired skills. 2. The howling wind rushed past Lin Yun's ears as he diligently observed and estimated his flying speed. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, though perhaps it would be more apt to describe him as a swiftly moving automobile. It is well known that the top speed of a car can reach 200 kilometers per hour, while that of an airplane can soar to 600 kilometers per hour. At this moment, Lin Yun's flying speed had already matched the maximum driving speed of a car. The intense pressure, air currents, and humidity would typically affect high-altitude flight. But Lin Yun was shielded by his own energy barrier, rendering him impervious to these factors. Thus, he could keep his eyes open, taking in the scenery around him, experiencing an exhilarating sensation from the flight. No wonder, since ancient times, humanity has yearned to soar into the skies, Lin Yun mused, reflecting on history. He activated the invisibility skill, transforming into a ghostly figure gliding through the air. A Boeing passenger plane flew by in the distance, piquing Lin Yun's curiosity. He accelerated, quickly catching up to the Boeing aircraft. The thunderous roar of the engines echoed from the aircraft's tail, and Lin Yun swiftly drew close. He controlled his form, landing atop the plane, and due to contact with the physical surface, his figure became visible. Standing atop the plane, he gazed at the distant scenery, feeling a sense of serene bliss. This is the flight power that countless individuals dream of, and I have already attained it. Suddenly, he felt an urge to enter the airplane, and so he rendered himself invisible once more, transforming into a transparent entity and passing through the plane's interior. Inside the passenger aircraft, many travelers sat in their seats, engrossed in their phones or engaged in their own activities. Flight attendants moved about the aisle, selling various snacks. After observing for a moment, Lin Yun lost interest and soared away. He hovered in the sky, watching the departing Boeing passenger plane, while his mind continued to contemplate the skills he had acquired. Hypnosis. This skill holds little significance for me, and its applicability is rather limited. Lin Yun reflected on the efficacy of hypnosis, subsequently diverting his attention away from it. As for the protective shield, I feel it is similarly of little value to me. After all, the protective shield can only guard against attacks from most angles, failing to provide comprehensive protection. My inherent shield function can defend against attacks from all directions, rendering the protective shield considerably inferior. Lin Yun pondered, soon losing interest in the protective shield as well. The skill overlapped with his own shielding ability and lacked robustness, making it somewhat superfluous. Now, the final skill, Flame Scorch. Lin Yun gestured, invoking a mysterious incantation, and soon a sphere of blazing fire manifested in his hand. Though the fire was merely the size of a standard basketball, its lethal potency was formidable. The peripheral temperature should be around 800 degrees, while the core temperature is approximately 1,000 degrees. Indeed, but it appears to hold little utility for me. After analyzing these skills, Lin Yun stood aloft, engulfed in melancholy. I am still far too weak. I require more potent abilities. Chapter 126. The Quest for Strengthening. The system detects a strong desire within the host to become stronger, thus initiating a new task. Determination to strengthen. Young one, you lament your weakness, yet yearn for power. So what are you waiting for? Hint. Utilize the intellect of your mind to unearth your potential. Task Reward 1. Unlocking new items in the marketplace. Task Reward 2. An initial seed of infinite developmental potential for dimensions. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly possible? Nevertheless, this means I can acquire more rewarding items, which is quite commendable. He rapidly calculated within, recognizing that the system's tasks were inherently beneficial to him. Thus he resolved to complete them. Display the task panel. Lin Yun commanded. Following his directive, the task panel swiftly appeared before him, detailing his latest mission. After thorough confirmation, Lin Yun realized his earlier perceptions were not mere illusions. The system had indeed assigned him a task, yet the rewards elicited a sense of bewilderment. While the first reward seemed reasonable, the second appeared rather peculiar. What is the initial seed of dimensions? Lin Yun inquired curiously. The initial seed of dimensions represents the primordial visage of a dimension, the system succinctly elucidated. Yet Lin Yun, inspired by the system's words, found his mind drifting into delightful fantasies. Just by its name, this object seems extraordinary. The system claims this is the primordial visage of the dimension. Could it be that this dimension seed has the potential to burgeon into a colossal realm, and that this realm would be solely mine? With this thought, Lin Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. In my own dimension, I could truly ascend to divinity. A wave of excitement coursed through him as he yearned to obtain this dimensional seed immediately. I must fulfill this task splendidly. Lin Yun contemplated, then recited the incantation, opening a portal of golden rings. Returning to his study in the Wayne Hotel in New York, he sank onto the opulent sofa, deep in thought. How shall I accomplish this task? I should first examine the task hints. As Lin Yun mused, he accessed the task panel. Task hint: utilize the intellect of your mind to unearth your potential. He read the words aloud, one by one. Where might I excavate my potential? He pondered, frowning deeply. Thoughts raced through his mind, only to be dismissed one after another. Enhancing my physical capabilities? No, that is not feasible at this time. Utilizing the power of technology? That doesn't seem to suit me either. It must pertain to skills. Lin Yun suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, rising with delight. He joyfully paced within the study, nodding vigorously. It must be this, undoubtedly. The system is guiding me to explore my own skills. As the host, my greatest asset is my plethora of skills. And these skills can indeed be actively excavated to unleash greater power. At that moment, Lin Yun couldn't help but marvel at his own astuteness. Lin Yun, you are truly brilliant. He praised himself heartily before resuming contemplation on how to harness the latent potential of his skills. Chapter 127. Energy Transfer. I wish to ascertain how many skills I possess. Lin Yun mused, and with a thought, the blue-hued system panel swiftly transformed, soon presenting a list of skills. Skill list: shooting, English, reconnaissance, mechanical analysis, mecha design, physics, electronics, etc. Gazing at the extensive array of skills, Lin Yun was momentarily perplexed. There are far too many skills. Can they not be categorized? He attempted to command the system to organize these skills for clearer visibility. System, can you categorize these skills? Prioritize displaying those related to combat. Upon receiving Lin Yun's command, the system promptly commenced its task. Instructions received. Categorization in progress. Categorization successful. Execution complete. The blue-hued system panel rapidly transformed before Lin Yun, displaying rows of text anew. This time, the skill panel showcased precisely what Lin Yun sought. Combat-related skills: energy shield, mind distortion, energy absorption, flight, teleportation, invisibility, hypnosis, protective shield, flame scorch. Among these, I placed the utmost importance on mind distortion and energy absorption. Lin Yun recited his skills, focusing on those he valued most. I sense boundless potential within these two skills. He concluded, I should prioritize excavating the power of these two abilities. Lin Yun then pondered how to enhance the potency of these skills. I must not limit my perspective based solely on the names of the skills. I should approach this from various angles. Lin Yun furrowed his brow, pacing anxiously within the study. Indeed, I can consider this from an opposite perspective, he exclaimed joyfully, delving into deeper contemplation. From the opposite perspective, mind distortion would imply unaltered mind. That doesn't seem viable. What about energy absorption? Absorption, energy transfer. Now that seems intriguing. Can energy be understood as the ability to transmit power? If so, does this imply that I can output energy? At this thought, Lin Yun's heart raced with exhilaration. He sensed that he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, realizing that, to some extent, he could enhance his abilities without relying solely on the system. Outputting energy? What would happen if I were to release energy? With this in mind, Lin Yun extended his left hand, attempting to project energy from the palm. He concentrated, invoking a mysterious force to manipulate the energy, striving to push it outward. It seems I can feel something. Lin Yun gasped in surprise, only to discover that the energy slipped from his grasp. Why did I fail? It's a matter of control. He endeavored to strengthen his mental command over the energy, and indeed, he managed to stabilize it. The energy remained under his control, and Lin Yun felt a surge of joy. Next, I'll attempt to channel energy from my left hand. After a moment of contemplation, he continued to guide the energy with profound intent, directing it outwards from his left hand. In that fleeting instant, Lin Yun succeeded. He genuinely propelled energy forth from his hand. However, almost immediately he felt a sharp pain in his mind, causing him to lose control over the energy. What just happened? He instinctively rubbed his aching head and spoke aloud. Chapter 128. The energy vessel. It seems that when I attempted to control the energy from my left hand, it became uncontrollable, and I felt a significant pain in my head. Lin Yun reflected on his recent actions. Could the headache signify some form of mental strain? He mused. If that is the case, my thoughts must not stray too far from my body, or I risk injury. Is it due to the weakness of my own mind that I cannot extend my thoughts beyond my physical form? A flurry of ideas raced through his mind, but Lin Yun leaned towards the notion that his mental strength was insufficient for such detachment. How, then, can I transmit energy under these circumstances? Must I remain within my physical limits? Eureka! Lin Yun exclaimed joyfully, recalling numerous books he had perused, which often mentioned that mages utilized various tools in their spellcasting. Guards, enter! He called out to those outside the door, and shortly thereafter, several robust guards entered, standing respectfully before him, awaiting his command. Fetch me an assortment of gemstones and crystal orbs. I require them. Yes, great master. In no time, the obedient attendants returned with a collection of gemstones in various hues and a number of crystalline orbs. Place them on the table. Then, you may return to your posts. After a moment of thought, Lin Yun instructed. Upon hearing their master's command, the guards exited the study in an orderly manner, resuming their vigil outside. Before experimenting with these auxiliary tools, I must first assess the behavior of energy when detached from my body. I overlooked this earlier. Lin Yun focused his mind, manipulating a small fragment of energy to extend beyond his body. As the energy ventured a mere short distance from him, he quickly retracted it, noting that his mind remained unscathed. The minuscule energy he expelled gradually dissipated, disappearing without a trace. It appears the environment naturally absorbs it. Lin Yun pondered. Now I realize that the environment cannot retain even the slightest energy. I have a hypothesis. My own body serves as a vast vessel, capable of holding considerable energy. Could it be that the environment is also an immense container, wherein energy is not absorbed, but merely diluted? With this realization, Lin Yun felt a surge of excitement. Are these gemstones also miniature vessels? He gazed at the array of exquisite gemstones and crystal orbs on the table. I should experiment. After all, the risk is minimal. With this thought, Lin Yun reached for a translucent crystal orb. I have heard that crystal orbs are often employed in various mystical cultures. Reflecting on the historical reverence for crystal orbs, he concentrated, channeling a thread of energy into the orb. Crack! The orb shattered before him, seemingly too fragile to withstand even that slight energy. Let us try another orb. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yun picked up another crystal orb and again attempted to infuse it with energy, only for it to break once more. Chapter 129. The Energy Ruby Useless Trinkets. Lin Yun lamented, setting aside the shattered orb. Let us try a few more. He thought for a moment before again grasping a crystal orb for experimentation. After several impatient attempts, he found himself unable to use the orbs effectively. It seems crystal orbs are ill-suited as energy vessels. Lin Yun concluded, casting a disdainful glance at the numerous orbs remaining on the table. Guards, remove all the crystal orbs. The guards, having heard their master's command, respectfully entered and collected the broken and intact orbs alike. Next, I shall test whether these gemstones can serve as energy vessels. As he spoke, Lin Yun reached for a prized emerald, roughly the size of a dragon's eye, which shimmered with a green luminescence under the light. He endeavored to manipulate the energy with profound intent, directing it into the emerald. Success! The emerald, once emitting a faint glow, now radiated a vibrant luminescence, leaving no doubt of its extraordinary nature. Other gemstones should also function as vessels. As he thought, he began to experiment with gemstones of varying colors, attempting to infuse them with energy. Ruby successful, onyx successful, sapphire successful. All these gemstones have largely succeeded. Lin Yun contemplated, recognizing that gemstones could indeed endure the infusion of energy. Which gemstone can contain the most energy, which would allow for swifter energy transmission? He meticulously tested each gemstone, many of which shattered under excessive energy. Ultimately, the gemstone that remained intact was the ruby. I favor rubies. It seems that rubies are the most effective energy vessels. How much energy input can a ruby withstand? Lin Yun pondered while estimating the energy he could impart using the system. Before long, he ceased his energy input into the ruby, sensing that it had reached its limit. Further attempts might result in an explosion. This intuition had served Lin Yun well on numerous occasions, instilling in him a profound trust in his instincts. Observing the diminishing energy value on the system panel, Lin Yun concluded that the ruby, roughly the size of a longan fruit, could contain 10 units of energy. For reference, the energy value of an average person was 1 unit, meaning that 10 units equated to the energy of 10 ordinary individuals. Thus, it seems I have mastered the technique of energy transmission, he mused. This ought to signify the completion of my task. Scratching his head, Lin Yun held the ruby in his left hand, a wave of confusion washing over him. It was then that the system seemingly responded to his thoughts with a melodious computer voice. Congratulations, host, on mastering a new skill. A new skill has been added to your skill list. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The determination to become stronger. Rewards, including the initial seed of the dimension, have been delivered to your backpack. New items in the marketplace have been unlocked. Please check at your convenience. Chapter 130. Connecting the pipeline. This is absolutely delightful. My abilities are set to receive a significant enhancement. However, before I explore the new items in the marketplace and the initial seed of the dimension, I must attend to another matter. That is to unleash various forms of magic. This will divert the attention of certain righteous forces, granting me more time to grow stronger. Lin Yun contemplated this, calming his mind and temporarily setting aside thoughts of new items and the dimensional seed. I have a brilliant idea. He recalled the Marvel film Doctor Strange, where Doctor Strange acquired the book of S.H.I.E.L.D. This tome, authored by a triune demon known as the S.H.I.E.L.D, contained a plethora of spells. Doctor Strange could channel formidable magical power through a conduit from the magical entity, occasionally receiving immense strength directly from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Could I create a similar book of magic? Lin Yun mused, envisioning enticing those who delve into mysticism to draw energy from him. His eyes glinted with a strange light as he remembered that his mind twisting, I possessed a locking function. Could I perhaps focus this ability on the ruby? With this thought, Lin Yun eagerly began his experiment. He placed the vibrant ruby on the table and fixed his gaze upon it, then concentrated and commanded in his mind. Activate ability, lock onto the ruby. A mysterious intent surged forth, and a dark ethereal light shot from Lin Yun's left eye, striking the ruby. Remarkably, he felt an unusual connection established between himself and the ruby. Unlike when locking onto a person where one could only observe their surroundings, locking onto the ruby allowed him to sense a tangible bond. Is this connection due to the fact that the target is an energy vessel? Lin Yun speculated. At this moment, while locked onto the ruby, he faintly perceived the link between them, akin to a conduit. This connection is indeed a pipeline, he murmured. This means I can transmit energy through this pipeline into the ruby. Others may also harness the power of this ruby. Excitement bubbled within Lin Yun. If others utilized their energy through the ruby, dependency would inevitably develop. Once dependency took root, relinquishing such a structured system would become nearly impossible. My next step is to determine how to encourage others to utilize the energy contained within the ruby. Lost in thought, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. I should enlist others to assist with the research, rather than laboring alone in contemplation. This sparked a splendid idea to sell the ruby. After Lin Yun's energy infusion, the ruby gleamed more vibrantly, radiating a subtle red glow under the sunlight. Its appearance was undeniably captivating. However, its diminutive size diminished its perceived value. Yet, as a commodity, the ruby required attractive packaging to elevate its overall price. Lin Yun smiled at this notion. Creating packaging is my forte. Chapter 131. Crafting the packaging from ancient times to the present, it has been well known that an item must possess an appealing package to fetch a good price. The vast majority of people are often swayed by external appearances before they assess the intrinsic value. Lin Yun, unwilling to let his ruby gather dust or be overlooked, resolved to create an exquisite package. Of course, beautiful packaging is not merely a plastic bag. The imagination can run wild. Packaging can take myriad forms. As long as it is feasible, I plan to create a book as the packaging for the ruby, Lin Yun declared after some thought. He envisioned a wondrous tome inspired by the book of S.H.I.E.L.D, tailored to his own design. Guards, come in, he called out. As his voice echoed, two brawny figures entered. Bowing respectfully, "Great master, how may we serve you?" "Bring me a computer. I need to design something," Lin Yun commanded. The guards, eager to fulfill their master's request, promptly returned with the latest, top-of-the-line computer. "I'm also quite skilled at design," Lin Yun remarked with a hint of pride. He owed this knowledge to Tony, as his enslavement of Tony had granted him insights into design. Thus equipped with this knowledge, Lin Yun was ready to put it into practice. The book's cover must bear intricate patterns, and the color should evoke a sense of mystery. There must also be a designated space for the embedded gem, positioned centrally within the pages. Before long, a design for a mysterious book materialized on the computer screen, reflecting Lin Yun's thoughts. "I must also consider the materials for constructing the book. Utilizing specific materials at the gem's location will ensure a more secure integration with the tome." As Lin Yun's ideas crystallized, more intricate details began to emerge. "This is truly a perfect design," he exclaimed, pausing to admire the design on the screen and marveling at his creation. "Now that the exterior of the book is well designed," he stated, "I must proceed to compose the content within. First, I must inscribe the doctrines and related matters of the sect I have created. Those who join this sect, even in a life devoid of hope, shall find hope. Those who become members of the sect shall attain salvation. The church venerates but one deity, the god of slaves. The name of the god of slaves is Lin Yun, whose strength is unparalleled, commanding an infinite multitude of slaves. Through devout faith, one may establish a connection with the divine and acquire the power of the deity. The mystery lies above the stone of God." Lin Yun gazed contentedly at the text before him, deciding to continue augmenting its content. He incorporated his musings regarding the utilization of energy, along with various other scattered thoughts. How is energy utilized within living beings? How is energy employed within the human body? Does energy confer immortality upon individuals? Of course, Lin Yun refrained from documenting the secrets of energy conduits. He was not yet prepared to disclose such information. When the time came for Lin Yun to attain immense power, even if others were to uncover the mysteries of energy conduits, he would remain unfazed by their scrutiny, including that of the divine. Chapter 132. Anthony Guard. "Come in." Lin Yun called out to the door, and soon two muscular men entered with utmost respect. "Take this ruby and the design blueprint and have it manufactured, and ensure it is embedded according to the parameters outlined in the design." Upon hearing the great master's command, the two guards departed with the blueprint and gemstone. In the bustling streets of New York City, a middle-aged man named Anthony strolled slowly. Before long, he halted in front of a shop. He raised his gaze to observe the name of the establishment, Mystical Magical Artifacts Store. "This is the place." Anthony approached, the shop adorned with numerous enigmatic items. There were peachwood swords from China, exorcism masks from Europe, and mysterious symbols from South America. Within this store, Anthony felt the essence of diverse cultures converging. Yet, many were aware that this so-called mystical magical artifact store housed no genuine magical items, only imitations or handcrafted curios. However, Anthony knew that beneath this shop lay a vast artificial underground cavern. In this cavern, many enthusiasts of the esoteric gathered, exchanging experiences and discoveries. Anthony's knowledge of this place was imparted by an old friend, an elderly gentleman, appearing quite aged, slumped over the counter, half asleep. Upon noticing Anthony's entrance, he lifted his head and inquired, "Sir, what items do you wish to purchase?" "We have." After patiently listening to the elderly gentleman's sales pitch, Anthony interjected, "I was recommended by Mr. Code." Upon hearing the name of Mr. Code, the old man nodded and ceased his attempts at persuasion. "Young man, hurry out and escort this gentleman." A robust young Caucasian emerged from the back, warmly addressing Anthony. "Right this way." Anthony followed the young man to the rear of the shop, entering a passageway. The walls of this passageway were adorned with oil lamps, casting a dim light that evoked a sense of returning to the medieval era. If only it were the Middle Ages now, magic would abound. As a middle-aged man enamored with magic, Anthony longed daily for the encounter with the arcane, yearning to master its art. Yet thus far, he had only experienced one mysterious occurrence in his youth. Were it not for that singular experience, Anthony believed he might have found it difficult to persist in his pursuit of magical power. May this time yield fruitful results. Anthony pondered. Meanwhile, the young man led the way, regaling Anthony with tales of the mystical magical artifacts store's history. Our establishment has been in existence for approximately 50 years. Initially, the proprietor constructed the underground cavern for storage purposes. Who would have thought it would evolve into a gathering place for those fond of the esoteric? Before long, the young man guided Anthony to a bronze door. The door was adorned with intricate symbols, and Anthony noted that these motifs conveyed a sense of protection, as recorded in various tomes. The young man flashed a mysterious smile at Anthony before pushing open the bronze door. Before him unfolded a cavernous world unlike anything Anthony had ever witnessed. Chapter 133. The God of Slave Journal. This was an underground cavern, home to over 100 individuals who resided here long-term. Some congregated together, discussing their insights into the mysteries of the universe. I shall first take you to the auction house. There will be a great many people there, as a bidding event is underway today. I've heard a new batch of items related to the arcane has arrived, the young man explained, leading Anthony toward the auction house within the cavern. Due to space constraints, the auction house contains some mysterious items collected by our establishment, as well as some privately auctioned items. Before long, the two arrived at the auction house. While termed an auction house, it was essentially a spacious room where Anthony and the young man entered. Upon reaching the auction house, the young man turned to Anthony and said, "I shall leave you here. Sir, you may explore the exhibition area featuring items collected by our store." The young man gestured toward a larger exhibition area in the distance. "If you find it unappealing, you may also visit other private exhibition areas." "Very well," Anthony nodded. After bidding farewell to the young man, he made his way directly to the largest exhibition area. The exhibition area was bustling with people. Some gathered in clusters discussing various matters. The items within the exhibition were sealed within glass cases, securely constructed with surveillance cameras to prevent theft. Anthony observed that the exhibition area was divided into two sections, the new area and the old area. The new area contained recently arrived items, while the old area housed items that had been displayed for quite some time. Anthony yearned for books related to magic, fully aware that knowledge is the wellspring of human advancement. There should be relevant books in the old area. He mused as he walked toward the old area to admire its offerings. Human skulls, crystal balls. These are not what I seek. Anthony sighed in disappointment as he continued his search. Eureka! There's a book here. Alas, this tome on magic is one I have already perused. It seems I must venture to the new area and try my luck. If I cannot find any new books, this day shall have been in vain. With a heavy sigh, Anthony proceeded to the new area. The new area was noticeably more crowded than the old area, with many engaged in discussions, occasionally jotting down notes inspired by their conversations. In front of a glass enclosure, a few individuals seemed to be embroiled in a dispute. Intrigued, Anthony approached, only to be captivated by the content of their quarrel. This spellbook clearly appears to be newly crafted. It's evidently a forgery. I doubt the store would be so foolish as to deceive us with counterfeit items. Then it must have some unique attributes. Gradually, the group continued their argument and eventually departed, leaving the spellbook seemingly overlooked. Is this a new spellbook? Anthony leaned closer, peering through the transparent glass to observe the tome's appearance. The cover of the spellbook was a striking red and black, adorned with mysterious patterns that Anthony had never encountered before. Emblazoned on the cover were the words, "The Journal of the God of Slaves." It is indeed a new spellbook, he mused, and a divine one at that. This is the first time I've encountered such an advanced tome. He pondered, should I purchase this book? Chapter 134. Preparations for research. I cannot leave this place without a worthwhile acquisition. After some contemplation, Anthony resolved to buy it. He discreetly memorized the location of the spellbook and then wandered through other sections, hoping to discover additional magical tomes. Soon, after a cursory examination of the new area, Anthony was disappointed to find that only one spellbook was available. The rest were merely enigmatic artifacts, yet Anthony's interest lay solely in spellbooks. He approached a staff member engrossed in reading, whose chest bore a badge inscribed with staff. "I wish to purchase a spellbook from this location." Anthony directly expressed his intent. The staff member quickly emerged from his reading trance, nodding in acknowledgement. "Which spellbook has caught your eye, sir?" "The Journal of the God of Slaves," Anthony replied slowly, scrutinizing the staff member's expression for any hint of insight. The staff member responded, "Please, follow me." Anthony was then escorted to a soundproof room for a routine inquiry. "I shall briefly outline the merits and drawbacks of this book," the staff member began. "We suspect this spellbook may be a manuscript from an emerging cult." Anthony patiently listened to the staff member's explanation. "Very well, I have made my decision. I I wish to purchase this book. After happily paying several $100,000 and signing an agreement with the auction house, Anthony departed. In a few days, the spell book will be delivered securely to his home. On a bustling street in New York City, within a luxurious villa, Anthony was quietly perusing the newspaper. Suddenly, his female housekeeper entered, carrying a box. "Mr. Anthony, I have received your delivery." "Thank you," Anthony replied, setting the newspaper aside and nodding graciously. Once the housekeeper exited, Anthony locked the door and proceeded to unbox the delivery. Inside the package was yet another box. Upon opening it, he discovered, to his delight, the spell book he had purchased days prior, The Journal of the God of Slaves. Anthony softly uttered the title, extending his hand to gently caress the book's surface. A unique texture, characteristic of books, resonated in his palm. He flipped through the initial pages, eager to begin his reading. However, as he delved into the text, he found himself entranced, standing motionless for an extended period. The Cult of Hope and Redemption. This is a sect I have never heard of before. Could it be a recent phenomenon? A wave of uncertainty washed over Anthony. He closed the book to gather his thoughts, only to realize he had stood there for quite some time. The package lay discarded on the floor, creating a disheveled appearance that displeased him. Disliking untidiness, he carefully placed the spellbook away and summoned his housekeeper to tidy up. It is getting late. Checking the time, Anthony realized how late it had become. After dinner, I shall dedicate my evening to studying this book. He contemplated his evening plans. Time passed swiftly, and soon after dining with his family, Anthony retreated alone to his laboratory with the spellbook in hand. Chapter 135. Anthony's Disappointment. Anthony illuminated the laboratory and secured the door. Seated in a comfortable chair, he opened the spellbook to conduct his research. The God of Slaves, Lin Yun. He turned to a page that bore the name of the God of Slaves and meticulously examined the text concerning this deity. The God of Slaves possesses immense power, and this tome is a record from the God of Slaves, suggesting I must draw strength from him. Though the spell book was substantial, Anthony's keen intellect allowed him to read swiftly. He first skimmed through, selecting passages of interest and jotting down page numbers in a separate notebook. "I found it," Anthony exclaimed with excitement, having discovered a particular phrase. "The secret lies atop the Stone of the Gods." The Stone of the Gods? Where could this stone be? With urgency, Anthony flipped through the pages, sensing that the method to acquire magic was intrinsically linked to the Stone of the Gods. In the center of the book, he noticed a red object faintly glowing. He hurriedly turned to the middle of the spell book, revealing a red gemstone embedded within. Ordinarily, a ruby would not emit light. Yet this gemstone radiated a soft red glow, casting a faint illumination upon the surrounding pages. Could this be the Stone of the Gods? Hesitantly, Anthony reached out to touch the ruby, nearly dropping the spellbook in shock. However, elation soon followed. "I can feel it. Is this the magical energy utilized by sorcerers?" At the moment he made contact with the softly glowing ruby, a delicate sensation rushed into his fingertip, akin to a tiny creature. Suppressing his excitement, Anthony lifted his finger for closer inspection. To the naked eye, his fingertip appeared unchanged, yet he distinctly sensed a flowing energy within. This ethereal essence coursed through his finger, eventually dissipating into nothingness. The loss of this extraordinary sensation left Anthony with a profound emptiness. He felt as though something vital had vanished. "I must master this power." Anthony suppressed the tumult of thoughts within him and once more gazed upon the Stone of God in the book, discovering that it still emitted a faint crimson glow, unchanged in the slightest. If earlier he harbored doubts about the existence of the God of Slaves, Lin Yun, at this moment he was convinced of the deity's reality. How else could one account for the existence of the Stone of God? Anthony speculated that this Stone of God was likely crafted by the God of Slaves himself. As for the peculiarities that others had doubted within the book, Anthony disregarded them entirely. His mind was fixated solely on one thought: to draw power from a Stone of God. Once more, Anthony extended his finger, attempting to touch the Stone of God. As expected, a wondrous stream, akin to a current, surged into his fingertip. He raised his finger to observe it again, feeling the energy within flow, dissipating rapidly, yet leaving behind a trace. However, this trace of energy too soon faded into nothingness. "Why can't this magical energy remain within my finger?" Anthony exclaimed in frustration, tugging at his hair in despair. Chapter 136. Devout Anthony. Why? Anthony lamented, tormented by the pursuit of magic he had chased for a lifetime, only to encounter such a scene that felt akin to plummeting into an abyss. He sat despondently in his chair, staring vacantly at the still glowing stone of God. I cannot give up. This is my lifelong dream. With great effort, Anthony calmed himself. His gaze shifted to the magical tome, the manuscript of the God of Slaves. Of course, the answers must lie within the book. As if struck by a revelation, he resumed flipping through the pages of the magical tome. His excitement grew, mingled with frustration. All of this pertains to the two words, energy. I can deduce that energy equates to the legendary magical energy. And what is the means to acquire this energy? Anxiously, Anthony turned the pages until his eyes fell upon a particular phrase. Only through sincere devotion can the deity sense your piety and grant you the ability to wield extraordinary power. Sincere devotion? Anthony's expression fluctuated as he recalled his own identity as a devout Catholic, worshiping God. Yet the text urged him to sincerely believe in the God of Slaves. Lin Yun, plunging him into a moral quandary. As long as the God of Slaves allows me to wield extraordinary power, becoming a follower of the God of Slaves might not be such a bad choice. Tempted by the allure of extraordinary power, Anthony swiftly relinquished his identity as a Catholic. O God of Slaves, please bestow upon me great power. Rising from his chair, Anthony knelt on the ground, placing the magical tome before him and fervently bowing his head. The cold floor mercilessly struck his forehead, blood trickling down his face and soaking the ground. Yet, Anthony seemed oblivious to the pain, feeling instead a sense of liberation as decades of suppressed frustration flowed forth with his blood. Indeed, for decades he had endured. Whenever he spoke of his quest for magical power, he was met with ridicule. What magic power exists in this world? Such mysticism is mere nonsense. The owner of the Stone of God silently observed all of this, deeming Anthony's character commendable and worthy of intervention. Thus, the entire magical tome began to levitate, ascending more than a meter above the ground. What is this? Anthony marveled at the spectacle. The glow of the Stone of God intensified, transforming into a brilliant crimson light that blinded him. The laboratory was engulfed in a sea of red light, intertwining with the original white illumination, rendering the space bizarre. As the light from the Stone of God swelled to a peak, it unleashed a bolt of crimson lightning that struck Anthony, forging a connection between them. Instinctively, Anthony closed his eyes, feeling an immense energy surge unceasingly into his body, expanding and wreaking havoc upon his form. Yet simultaneously, it seemed to rapidly mend his flesh, as torrents of blood flowed from him, a consequence of his organs buckling under the pressure. Chapter 137. Anthony's Transformation. Anthony lost consciousness, slipping into a void devoid of awareness or perception of the world outside. Everything now rests upon your fortune, spoke the owner of the Stone of God coldly. The Stone of God continued to emit crimson lightning, linking to Anthony's form for ongoing transformation. As the red lightning coursed through him, his garments were reduced to tattered remnants. After a considerable time, the glow of the Stone of God gradually dimmed, severing its connection with Anthony, who lay feebly upon the ground. Perhaps Anthony was fortunate, having withstood the trial without perishing. After a while, he felt his fingers twitch and gradually regained consciousness. He opened his mouth, realizing his throat was parched, as though he had not drunk water in ages. Struggling, he managed to rise, sensing an unfamiliarity in his body, as if he had acquired a completely new form. Anthony noticed the magical tome lying on the ground and wobbled towards it, extending his hand to retrieve it. What? Is this my hand? He gazed in astonishment at his outstretched arm, which bore skin that was parched and devoid of moisture, resembling that of an elderly individual. Is this the price I must pay? He pondered laboriously, his mind sluggish, grappling with even the simplest of thoughts. Choosing not to dwell on it further, he picked up the fallen tome and placed it on the table. Anthony observed that the glow of the Stone of God within the tome had faded significantly, yet he had no inclination to contemplate this matter. He was eager to behold his current appearance. Slowly, he approached a mirror within the laboratory. He scarcely recognized the reflection before him. The figure in the mirror bore hair ashen, a face etched with wrinkles, and skin parched and withered, an unmistakably aged Anthony. He was no longer the vibrant middle-aged man he once was. Extending his hands, he found them still dry and lifeless, lacking the luster of vitality. With his tattered rags, he appeared akin to a destitute beggar. Every gain comes with a loss. Anthony silently recited a maxim he had gleaned from the book, seeking solace within. Though I have transformed into this, I have also grown stronger. He gently clasped his hands, acutely aware of a surge of energy coursing and swirling within him. What delighted him most was that this energy would not dissipate as it had before, leaving nothing behind. This signifies boundless possibilities. Anthony pondered with great effort, believing that with the magic energy now residing within him, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness and conjure countless opportunities. Numerous experiments requiring magical energy could soon commence. This thought invigorated him. Moreover, the inevitability of aging need not be insurmountable. A spark of realization illuminated Anthony's mind, further elevating his spirits. First, I must address my own condition, ensuring that others cannot perceive my aging. Then, I shall embark upon magical experiments. 2 flowers bloom, each on their own branch. Chapter 138. Return to Schindler Town. It is said that Lin Yun closely monitored Anthony's actions. Calculating the time, he concluded it was nearly time for him to return to Schindler Town. Considering the timeline, Lin Yun surmised that the church should be nearing completion, and he was likely to obtain the rewards from his previous task. System, open the panel. I wish to review the task. Upon hearing the host's command, a dazzling blue light flickered, and a technologically advanced panel materialized before Lin Yun. This is the task previously issued by the system. Lin Yun recalled that when he had enslaved Tony, the system had announced a mission to establish a cult and a temple. The system panel distinctly displayed the prior tasks, and Lin Yun read each line aloud. As the man regarded as a deity by Tony, you are required to create your own cult and construct your own temple. Completion reward. Power of thought. Upon reading this task description, Lin Yun felt a surge of excitement. The power of thought was a wondrous force, enabling Lin Yun to convey his voice instantly to his enslaved followers. In simpler terms, he could communicate with them telepathically, bypassing the need to summon them aloud. With his thought, Lin Yun could no longer contain himself. Chanting a mysterious incantation and forming intricate hand gestures, a golden spiral rapidly swirled before him, showering the surroundings with countless golden particles. Soon, a golden portal appeared before Lin Yun, who calmly approached it. In an instant, he found himself at the outskirts of a remote town in the western United States. Once there, Lin Yun waved his hand, causing the portal to vanish. Then, he retrieved a Ferrari from the system's space, ignited the engine, and drove toward the town. Upon reaching the town's outskirts, Lin Yun parked the Ferrari and strolled leisurely toward Schindler Town. Clearly, after the recent series of events, Lin Yun had gained a modicum of fame within the town. An excited man rushed toward him from the roadside, exclaiming loudly, "Master Lin Yun, it has been far too long. You are." Lin Yun regarded the man with confusion, quickly pondering his identity, but ultimately shook his head in resignation, indicating he had forgotten the man's name. "Master Lin Yun, I am Jenny, the Jenny you saved." The man's emotions surged, and he lunged forward, embracing Lin Yun's leg and recounting the tale of his rescue. "When demons were slaughtering people in Schindler Town, it was thanks to you, Master Lin Yun, that I was saved. Master Lin Yun, you are like a second parent to me." Jenny released Lin Yun's leg, vigorously wiping away his tears. "I see," Lin Yun replied with a slight nod. "I have heard that Master Lin Yun is to preside over a new church. I wish to serve as your assistant. May I?" Jenny implored earnestly. "Certainly." Lin Yun nodded affirmatively. As it happened, his new church was about to begin operations, and he would undoubtedly need additional hands. "Indeed, I have acquired a free laborer. It seems luck is on my side," Lin Yun mused as he strode forward, with Jenny respectfully trailing beside him. Jenny quickly adapted to his new role, quietly following Lin Yun, ever ready to absorb the master's teachings. Chapter 139. "Look into my eyes, master. Where are we headed?" After walking a short distance, Jenny could no longer suppress his curiosity and respectfully inquired. "First, we shall visit the Schindler Inn for some tea." The two soon arrived at the Schindler Inn, seated themselves, and began to sip their tea. Before long, a middle-aged man with graying hair hurriedly entered the inn, his forehead glistening with sweat. He neglected to wipe it properly, and, after a hasty attempt, rushed to stand before Lin Yun. "Is that not Mark? What brings him to the inn? Fool, do you not see Master Lin Yun seated over there?" Several passers-by observed the gray-haired man, Mark, and began to discuss among themselves. One knowledgeable onlooker, after dismissing the others, spoke up. Are you referring to the renowned exorcist, Master Lin Yun? Indeed. After a moment of astonishment, the onlookers regarded the illustrious exorcist Lin Yun with respectful gazes. Suddenly, a middle-aged man at the table dropped his tea set, producing a sharp clatter as if he had stumbled upon a momentous discovery, his complexion paling with an unusual flush. Master Lin Yun. The man abruptly rose from his seat and approached Lin Yun. Then, he fell to the ground, clinging tightly to Lin Yun's leg. Master Lin Yun, do you remember me? I am Joyce. Lin Yun furrowed his brow in confusion, his mind racing to recall the man's identity, but ultimately shook his head in resignation, indicating that he could not remember. I am Joyce. Master Lin Yun, you saved my life. At this moment, Jenny stepped forward, respectfully informing Lin Yun, Master, he was also one of the nearly slain by the demon. I understand now. Lin Yun nodded, as fragments of past events began to resurface in his mind, prompted by Jenny's reminder. Rise, Lin Yun commanded. Upon hearing the order, Joyce obediently stood, respectfully awaiting further instructions. I wish to serve as your assistant. May I? Joyce asked, visibly anxious. Of course. Lin Yun replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Excellent. I have gained another free laborer. My charm is truly remarkable. At that moment, the middle-aged man Mark approached Lin Yun, bowing low with an exceedingly humble demeanor. Master Lin Yun, the church has been completed. Due to Mr. Levin's busy schedule, he is unable to attend the church's inauguration ceremony tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will bring a team to handle the transition of church affairs and finances. Lin Yun nodded, indicating his understanding, then spoke. Jenny, you are responsible for liaising with Butler Mark. This will be a great opportunity to hone your skills. Upon hearing the esteemed exorcist Master Lin Yun's words, Jenny nodded enthusiastically, assuring that he would fulfill this task diligently. Butler Mark, having delivered his message, took his leave. Meanwhile, Jenny remained in a state of excitement, while Joyce displayed a look of jealousy. Lin Yun smiled mysteriously and said to Jenny, Jenny, look into my eyes. Chapter 140. The disdain number. Upon hearing Lin Yun's voice, Jenny instinctively gazed into his eyes. A dark, ethereal light shot from Lin Yun's eyes into Jenny's, unnoticed by those around them, including Jenny himself. Yet, Jenny seemed to momentarily lose focus, and then, in a daze, uttered, What just happened? Joyce, standing nearby, was equally perplexed by the occurrence, but Lin Yun had no intention of taking further action at that moment. All right, Jenny, I shall return to rest now. Tomorrow is the day I will bestow blessings upon everyone. Lin Yun spoke slowly, outlining the tasks ahead. Yes, Master, Jenny replied respectfully, his heart swelling with admiration for Lin Yun, drawing ever closer to him. Joyce concurred. The next day, at the center of Schindler Town, a newly constructed church, exuding an aura of mystery, stood proudly, adorned with decorations unlike any traditional Catholic church, radiating a sense of hope. Not far from the church, a temporary platform had been erected, bearing a banner that read, Welcome, Exorcist Master Lin Yun. The seats below were filled with spectators, engaged in fervent whispers and discussions. Their tones were imbued with enthusiasm and reverence. Master Lin Yun is truly remarkable. When I meet Master Lin Yun later, I must express my gratitude. I am an ardent admirer of Master Lin Yun. He is the true exorcist, and Father Adrian is a fraud, utterly incomparable to Master Lin Yun. Indeed, Master Lin Yun is the genuine master. The fervent crowd extolled the greatness of Master Lin Yun while disparaging Father Adrian. Several individuals with furtive glances exchanged looks, and one quietly slipped away. What did they say? Father Adrian, seated at his desk, inquired darkly of the informant before him. The informant hesitated, stammering, and upon noticing Father Adrian's deepening displeasure, finally gritted his teeth and said, These ignorant fools are slandering you, my lord. The content is far too disgusting. It would be better if you did not listen. Father Adrian's expression darkened further. He seemed to close his eyes, envisioning the grotesque faces of these fools and their disdain for him. What do these fools know? Enraged, Father Adrian slammed his hand on the desk, causing a hole to form in the wooden surface under his force. I have lost my composure, realizing his lapse. Father Adrian waved his hand irritably, dismissing the informant. The informant visibly sighed in relief as he exited the study. Damn Lin Yun, the heretic, how dare he be so brazen? With only himself remaining in the room, Father Adrian became increasingly agitated pacing nervously. Finally, he clenched his teeth, as if making a resolute decision. Approaching his desk, he picked up the phone and dialed an abhorrent number. "Is this Chris Bella? This is Father Adrian. I accept your proposal." After a brief conversation on the other end, he hung up the phone. With a long sigh, Father Adrian murmured, "The Lord will understand my actions." Chapter 141. The True Master. The flowers bloom in pairs, each representing its own branch. Meanwhile, the informant returned to the platform outside the new church, continuing to hide with his companions, monitoring the scene. The audience below grew increasingly fervent, no longer discussing but intently watching for Master Lin Yun's imminent appearance. Before long, Lin Yun ascended the platform amidst the gaze of the crowd. He surveyed the eager faces below, their expressions brimming with anticipation, and spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm." Upon hearing Master Lin Yun's soothing words, the crowd settled slightly. However, before Lin Yun could utter another word, a man suddenly stood up from the audience, shouting angrily, "What, Master Lin Yun? He is nothing but a fraud. Get out, leave Schindlertown. Die, you deceiver." He then pulled a rotten egg from his pocket and hurled it at Lin Yun, attempting to humiliate him before the crowd. Yet, Lin Yun merely gestured with his left hand, and an invisible force restrained the rotten egg, sending it back towards its original trajectory. With a resounding smack, the egg struck the man squarely in the face, releasing a foul odor that made those nearby grimace in disgust. You demon! Devil! How dare you?" The man, seemingly unable to accept the outcome, babbled incoherently. Everything had transpired too swiftly for the fervent audience to grasp. By the time they processed the event, a wave of anger engulfed the man. "How dare you attempt to harm the master? You seek death." An audience member seated beside him stood up in rage, shouting. He braved the stench emanating from the man and charged forward, delivering a resounding slap to his face. "Well done." The fervent audience erupted in cheers, eager to join in. "Strip him of his clothes. Expel him from the venue." Someone shouted, and the enraged audience surged forward, tearing at the man's garments. The man struggled desperately, but he was outnumbered, and soon very little of his clothing remained, leaving him nearly bare. Yet, the frenzied crowd, still unsatisfied, began to pick up chairs from the ground and hurl them at the man. He received several blows, blood streaming from his wounds. But this blood seemed to incite the audience's fervor, and they grew even more agitated. The man was truly terrified, screaming in despair. "Enough, cease," Lin Yun commanded, his voice echoing, subduing the crowd. As the crowd regained their composure, they glanced at the injured man on the ground, slowly coming to terms with the gravity of the situation, and were inevitably struck by Master Lin Yun's compassion. "Master is truly benevolent," one remarked. "If it were me, I would have killed that scoundrel," another chimed in. "Indeed, Master possesses a magnanimous heart, far beyond our humble selves," a third added. The injured man, realizing that no one was attacking him any longer and freed from the life-and-death tension of the moment, began to weep uncontrollably. Observing this, the onlookers curiously inquired, "Why are you suddenly crying?" Wiping away his tears and snot, the man spoke earnestly. "Today, I have discovered that there are truly noble individuals like the Master in this world. I loathe myself for my previous actions. I'm not worthy of being called a human." Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 142. The Sorceress. At that moment, Lin Yun had approached the man unbeknownst to him, and with a smile, he said, "As long as you can correct your mistakes, that is what truly matters." Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the man lunged forward, fervently clutching Lin Yun's leg, refusing to let go. "Master Lin Yun, I have truly erred. It is only now that I realize the magnitude of my transgressions in offending a true master. I, Leon, am willing to serve you and propagate your teachings." Lin Yun nodded with approval, a smile gracing his features. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd understood that an opportunity had presented itself. Enthusiastic followers prostrated themselves on the ground, paying homage to the Master. "Master, you are benevolent. Master, you are majestic. Master, accept us as your disciples." Seeing the fervor of the crowd, how could Lin Yun deny their desire to join his sect? He welcomed each one, eager to embrace all who wished to join. Meanwhile, Jenny was busily recording the number of new disciples, her heart filled with admiration for Master Lin Yun. Following the true Master Lin Yun will surely lead to the pinnacle of life, she pondered. Before long, the number of disciples swelled rapidly. and the renown of Master Lin Yun spread throughout Schindler Town. The townsfolk learned of the true master residing among them, whose name was Lin Yun. On this day, Lin Yun stood at the pulpit of his new church, addressing the gathered disciples about the core tenets of their faith. Our sect is named the Sect of Hope and Redemption, he proclaimed, and at its core lie hope and redemption. Now, how shall we grasp? Suddenly, a sorrowful woman burst into the church, pursued by a teaching assistant who attempted to restrain her. The master is preaching the doctrine. You cannot interrupt. Stop right there, the woman exclaimed. Evidently, the woman summoned an unexpected strength and evaded the assistant's grasp, rushing to stand before Lin Yun. Master, please save my daughter, she cried, overwhelmed with despair upon seeing him. Observing her distress, Lin Yun paused his teachings, and a compassionate disciple urged, Master is merciful. Please do not weep. Share your plight with us. Taking the disciple's cue, the woman composed herself and recounted her tale, albeit with difficulty. My name is Ruth, and I have a beloved daughter named Sharon. We lived a blissful and tranquil life. However, I received a call from the school just now, informing me that Sharon is missing. As she spoke, a disciple contemplated, isn't this merely a case of a missing person? But Ruth's subsequent revelations indicated that the situation was far more complicated. She hesitated, then continued, no one in the town is willing to assist me. They all claim that Sharon is a witch. The majority of the disciples listening to Ruth's account displayed expressions of sympathy. After all, most ordinary people are reluctant to involve themselves in matters pertaining to witches, whether true or false, to avoid potential danger. The police said they would find her as soon as possible. Ruth continued, her eyes pleading, but I fear that before they can find Sharon, At this moment, Ruth gazed imploringly at Master Lin Yun. A witch? Intriguing indeed. Chapter 143. Gaining the power of thought. As Lin Yun pondered the unfolding events, the familiar voice of the system resonated in his mind. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. The system has detected that you have completed the task of constructing the temple. As a reward, you are granted the powerful power of thought, allowing you to communicate with the minds of your subordinates from a distance, showcasing the might of the slave god. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What is this? Why have you suddenly appeared? Why did you not settle this earlier? He questioned the system, his expression impassive. My sincerest apologies, host, the system replied. Due to a minor error, the completion of your task was delayed. I see, Lin Yun reflected, realizing that the system was merely a tool and could, to some extent, make mistakes. He understood that he should not overly rely on the system, but should also engage in rigorous training to enhance his own strength. True power lies within oneself. Having come to this realization, Lin Yun felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Could this be the legendary moment of enlightenment? As the power of thought coursed through him, Lin Yun felt a rhythmic pulsing in his heart, a mysterious energy enveloping him. In that moment, he sensed invisible threads extending from his beating heart, weaving outwards, undetectable to the naked eye, before fading into nothingness. Yet, Lin Yun, the owner of these threads, perceived them clearly as they traversed the town, across fields and roads, connecting him to his slaves. These threads remained unnoticed by ordinary individuals and eluded the attention of the elite. Only those stronger than Lin Yun could sense them. However, Lin Yun himself was unaware of the extent of his own power, as the number of his slaves continued to grow, each one serving as a reservoir of energy. In times of necessity, with but a thought, Lin Yun could transform his slaves into energy for his own absorption, propelling himself to unprecedented heights. Yet for now, Lin Yun recognized that he required his slaves to continuously labor for him, generating greater value. To understand, a proficient slave owner would never hastily terminate the life of a slave, thereby exhausting all potential profits in one fell swoop. The optimal approach would be to continuously compel the slaves to labor until their very last breath. Although Lin Yun underwent a labyrinth of contemplation within, to the onlookers, it appeared as though he had merely pondered for a few fleeting seconds. Then Lin Yun raised his gaze to meet Ruth's, calmly articulating this matter. Before he could elaborate further, an intense scream pierced the air. Lin Yun remained unaffected by the shrill cry, yet the majority of the congregation, being ordinary folk, were thrown into disarray by its force. The opulent stained glass windows of the church trembled under the impact of the scream, shattering into a myriad of fragments that scattered like petals in the wind. Fortunately, due to the considerable distance from the windows, the congregants emerged unscathed, albeit profoundly shaken, their faces paling to a ghostly hue. This scream is rife with malice. What has occurred? Chapter 144. The demise of Dryfer. What is happening? What has transpired? That was terrifying. The once panicked congregation, now stabilizing, murmured among themselves, bewildered by the recent outburst. That was Sharon's voice. Indeed, that is correct. It was Sharon's voice. Please, Master Lin Yun, you must save my daughter. Ruth, a distraught woman, appeared to recall something. Tears and snot streaming down her face as she implored Lin Yun. Upon witnessing Ruth's anguished expression, Lin Yun nodded, assuring her that he would indeed assist in locating Sharon. He speculated that perhaps Sharon was indeed a witch, for that scream could very well be connected to her. From that cry, Lin Yun discerned not only resentment, but also an immense power. It was conceivable that he could extract the witch's strength from Sharon, thereby augmenting his own might. Moreover, both Sharon and Ruth could return to a life of ordinary happiness. With this thought, a smile unfurled across Lin Yun's face. What a splendidly advantageous arrangement. In the aftermath of that scream, a malevolent force emanating from the witch began to spread from its source, gradually radiating outward. The skies over the town of S.H.I.E.L.D darkened ominously, the atmosphere growing oppressive as the fate of the town veered towards the unknown. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the outskirts of the town. Driver Dryfer, piloting a van, was leisurely navigating through the inspection station. The pace at the inspection station was excruciatingly slow, and the bored Dryfer surveyed his surroundings. Strange, why has fog begun to rise in broad daylight? Dryfer gazed at the distant fog that had seemingly materialized from nowhere, perplexed. He lifted his eyes to the sun above. Though the sun continued to radiate its light, Dryfer shivered at the sight of the encroaching fog. Good grief! At that moment, the inspection station raised its barrier, permitting Dryfer to pass. As he drove away, he glanced back at the eerily appearing mist and opted for an alternate route. Initially, this decision posed no issue, yet Dryfer's expression soon shifted to one of astonishment. Before him, fog was not merely a singular entity. It had multiplied, gradually enveloping the surroundings. The sun, as if sensing something amiss, was swiftly obscured by a gathering storm cloud, casting the entire sky into shadow. Dryfer managed a strained smile, muttering, "It seems I must proceed with caution. I hope no mishaps occur." Dryfer observed his surroundings. In mere moments, he found himself surrounded by a thick fog, reminiscent of a fog-laden road at 3 or 4 in the morning. He switched on his headlights and continued to drive slowly. Shortly thereafter, Dryfer spotted several figures meandering through the fog ahead. "Who goes there?" Dryfer called out, honking his horn as a warning. Yet, in an instant, those figures lunged forward, shattering the windshield and seizing Dryfer's head. In excruciating pain, Dryfer struggled, but he soon succumbed to his fate. This grim tableau unfolded around the town of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Yun, to a certain extent, sensed these occurrences but merely chuckled coldly. Chapter 145. The Diminutive Corpse. Everyone, please follow my lead, Lin Yun instructed, signaling the individuals behind him to keep pace, lest they find themselves on a path to demise. Quickly, heed the master's words. The congregation, sensing the gravity of the situation, assisted one another. Chanting a mysterious incantation, Lin Yun executed intricate gestures with his hands, conjuring a golden ring that swiftly spiraled to form a golden portal. A portal? One of the congregants gasped in awe, gazing enviously at the shimmering entrance. When Lin Yun manifested the portal, he had already pinpointed the location of the scream. Entering the portal would immediately transport them to the scene of the incident. "You all should remain here." After some contemplation, Lin Yun resolved to keep the ordinary congregants behind, sensing that death may soon follow. When fatalities occurred, it was invariably the ordinary folk who bore the brunt of misfortune. Upon hearing Master Lin Yun's words, the congregation exhaled in relief. Wonderful. However, observing the expressions of disappointment on many faces, Lin Yun felt a twinge of disillusionment. It appears they will not transform into slaves. These commoners are of little use. Though he harbored such thoughts, Lin Yun nonetheless raised his left hand slightly, unleashing an invisible force that enveloped the entire church in protection. "Ruth, let us proceed." Lin Yun addressed the distressed woman beside him before stepping into the golden portal. Upon crossing the threshold, Lin Yun found himself in an underground chamber. At the center of the stone chamber lay a vast, inverted pentagram, its lines exuding a pungent odor of blood. It was evident that the lines forming the pentagram had been inscribed with human blood. At the heart of the pentagram stood a pitch-black cross, upon which hung a diminutive corpse, shrouded in darkness. Yet, it could not merely be termed a corpse, for Lin Yun could still perceive a faint flicker of life within, desperately pulsating. "Sharon, how have you come to this state?" As Ruth traversed the portal, she beheld the tiny corpse and collapsed in anguish, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Yun, with an impassive demeanor, surveyed the chamber until he soon spotted a section of the floor. He approached and extended his hand. In an instant, a secret passageway materialized before him. At the entrance of the passage, Lin Yun noticed the chaotic footprints left behind by those who had fled, a testament to their hurried escape. These clowns seemed to have encountered something terrifying, fleeing in fear. "Ah!" Lin Yun extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against a streak of blood on the ground. "It appears that these clowns have sustained injuries." At that moment, Ruth, cradling Sharon in her arms, could feel the flicker of life within the child growing ever fainter. Ruth seemed to sense something amiss. She gently laid Sharon down and approached Lin Yun, kneeling before him. "Master, I implore you, save my child. I, Ruth, am willing to serve you." Lin Yun nodded indifferently, for such a trivial matter was merely a matter of energy to him, while for an ordinary person, it was an insurmountable challenge. "As you wish." With a subtle flick of his left hand, a surge of energy burst forth, penetrating the frail body before him. Chapter 146. The resurrection of Sharon. With the aid of this mysterious force, the diminutive corpse transformed, rejuvenating from its withered state into vibrant flesh, as life gradually surged back into its being. This miraculous scene unfolded before Ruth, eliciting expressions of astonishment and gratitude from her. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master," Ruth exclaimed with fervor, stepping forward to liberate the small body from the cross. However, the corpse was bound with iron chains. Observing this, Lin Yun waved his hand lightly. A searing flame materialized, and under Lin Yun's masterful control, the chains were effortlessly severed. Throughout this process, the small body remained unscathed, demonstrating Lin Yun's exceptional magical prowess. "Sharon, Sharon, what has happened to you?" Ruth wept as she embraced the small body, her hands trembling as she brushed away the remnants of Sharon's face. The visage of Sharon appeared as if it had been scorched by intense flames, rendering her almost ghostly. Yet Ruth felt no fear. She held Sharon tightly, tears streaming down her face. As Sharon's form absorbed Lin Yun's energy, her fingers twitched slightly, and she began to awaken. The world around her was shrouded in darkness. Sharon could not perceive her surroundings and felt a searing pain in her eyes. It was as though her eyes had been rendered useless, and indeed, they had been damaged. "Mom!" Sharon heard her mother's cries and instinctively called out. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Ruth's emotions surged, her face flushed with overwhelming intensity. "Dear, it's all right. Everything will be fine. Mother will always be by your side." Hearing her mother's voice, Sharon calmed momentarily, but soon cried out in fear. "I can't see. What has happened to my eyes?" Realizing her daughter's despair, Ruth understood that Sharon had lost her sight. "No, Sharon is still a child." At that moment, memories of her recent ordeal flooded Sharon's mind, and she began to mutter incoherently. Don't come near. Please, no." Seeing her daughter in such a state, Ruth panicked completely, casting a helpless glance towards Lin Yun, who stood nearby. Lin Yun caught Ruth's gaze and nodded slightly, extending his left hand once more. A wave of energy surged from his hand, entering Sharon's eyes to mend them. As her sight was restored, Sharon's heart began to settle. She once again beheld the beautiful reality around her, nestled in her mother's embrace. In the distance stood a young man exuding an aura of sovereignty, yet he instilled fear within Sharon. Simultaneously, she contemplated that this young man might be her savior. Though Sharon was but a child, possessing the intellect of a witch far surpassing that of ordinary folk, she quickly grasped the situation. Yet, she was still a child, and upon seeing her mother, she could not help but cry. "Mom, I almost couldn't see you again." The two embraced, weeping together. Lin Yun approached, regarding Sharon with an impassive expression. "Who was it that kidnapped you?" Chapter 147. The tongue monster, and it seems something has escaped? Lin Yun pondered, adding, "It was Alessa." Sharon lay in her mother's arms, speaking softly. "She is another version of me. She took away all my power. Beyond that, Sharon could articulate nothing more. At that moment, a blood-red tongue shot from the ceiling of the subterranean chamber, aimed at Ruth with lethal intent. Both Ruth and Sharon were taken aback. Unprepared for such an assault, Lin Yun extended his hand with indifference, pointing towards the tongue. As a delectable aroma wafted through the air, a long, crimson tongue fell to the ground, writhing in agony. In that fleeting instant, Lin Yun had intercepted the tongue with flames, severing it effortlessly. Seeing Lin Yun resolve the threat with such ease, Ruth exhaled a sigh of relief and reassured Sharon in her arms. Do not fear. Master Lin Yun is incredibly powerful. He will surely ensure our safety. Sharon, hearing her mother's words, gazed at Lin Yun with her newly restored eyes, which shimmered with hope. As the immediate danger subsided, the onlookers turned their attention to the ceiling. Upon doing so, they collectively gasped, especially Ruth, whose face drained of color. A monstrous entity clung to the ceiling, its central form featuring a gaping maw from which the severed tongue had been expelled. The creature resembled a spider, its limbs unmistakably human, creating the grotesque appearance of a human-appendaged monstrosity. Yet at that moment, the creature fixated on Lin Yun, hesitating to make a move. In its limited intellect, it recalled how this seemingly ordinary being had effortlessly severed its most formidable weapon. This creature should not exist in Schindler Town, Lin Yun mused, sensing no trace of the molten realm's essence emanating from the monster, indicating it could not have originated from there. Perhaps the creature's feeble mind mistook Lin Yun's presence as intimidation, and without hesitation, it launched another attack. With its limbs braced against the ceiling, it propelled itself towards Lin Yun with tremendous force, leveraging gravity. Its human-like appendages glinted menacingly, poised to strike at Lin Yun. The speed of the assault was ghastly, one that an ordinary person could not evade, destined to perish beneath its lethal grasp. Ruth and Sharon watched in horror, understanding that Master Lin Yun could not possibly be so weak. He would surely vanquish the monster in short order. Master, be careful. Lin Yun coldly observed the monstrous creature lunging towards him. With a focused gaze from his left eye, a spectral light erupted forth, penetrating the beast's mind. The creature, seemingly losing control, plummeted to the ground of the stone chamber, its hefty form shattering the magical lines etched upon the floor, creating a deep indentation. Then, Lin Yun raised his left hand, summoning a fierce inferno that reduced the creature to ashes. I have discerned the origins of this monster, he declared. Loose, Sharon. You are to return to the chapel via the portal. The chapel is fortified by my power and will not be assailed for the time being. His tone brooked no dissent, and the two complied without argument. With a swift gesture, Lin Yun conjured a golden ring that spiraled into existence, rapidly forming a golden portal. Step through the portal, and you shall arrive at my chapel. Upon hearing his words, Luce and Sharon obediently entered the portal, transitioning to Lin Yun's sanctuary. Sensing their arrival, Lin Yun dispelled the portal, which swiftly disintegrated into golden particles, returning to the embrace of nature. Within the confines of his chapel, Lin Yun left behind a protective aura, ensuring its safety. Should any force threaten the sanctuary, he would be alerted in an instant and could reopen the portal to hasten his arrival. During the confrontation with the monster, Lin Yun gleaned numerous insights from its mind through his abilities. He discovered that the creature's master was Alessa, the very figure Sharon had mentioned. Alessa emerged during the torturous ordeal inflicted upon Sharon, manifesting as the embodiment of Sharon's darker self, having siphoned away all her witchly powers. However, the creature's memories contained no information about the abductor, leaving Lin Yun in the dark. Yet, the environment of the underground chamber, with its magical array, peculiar crosses, and suspended figures, all pointed to one conclusion. The abductor must be a cultist. This monstrous entity was a manifestation of the corrupted power of Alessa, dispatched to investigate the situation, driven by Alessa's awareness of Sharon's revival, intent on eliminating her to avert unforeseen consequences. Lin Yun could not discern Alessa's appearance from the creature's recollections, for her visage was shrouded in a veil of darkness, revealing only a diminutive silhouette. Why, despite my prowess, am I unable to perceive? Lin Yun mused, astonished, before consulting the system for an explanation. The opposing force is comparable to the host's, or there exists a unique artifact concealing its presence. The system's elucidation left Lin Yun visibly astonished, as it was his first encounter with an adversary of similar strength. Previously, he had always triumphed effortlessly. Let us hope this encounter does not disappoint me, he contemplated, recalling the system's mention of a unique artifact. This implies that Alessa possesses a remarkable item. The glint of intrigue sparkled in Lin Yun's eyes as his interest in Alessa deepened. He sensed a portentous event on the horizon, one that could alter the fate of the entire town of Schindler, spiraling into a terrifying unknown. By the way, where's Alessa now? Lin Yun coldly surveyed his surroundings, posing a pointed inquiry. Perhaps I should adopt a different perspective. Where might Alessa venture? He pondered, considering that although Alessa was born from Sharon's darker side, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance for Sharon's suffering, leading her to the cultist stronghold. Indeed, I am quite clever. Lin Yun congratulated himself as he advanced towards the underground passage. His form gradually became translucent, akin to a specter, as he glided into the tunnel. This is indeed a promising route, he mused, drifting through the passage and discovering numerous concealed traps. Any ordinary individual traversing this path would likely meet a grim fate. The mechanisms were formidable, far beyond Lin Yun's initial assumptions. Alongside the path lay protruding poisoned arrows. A closer inspection revealed their lethal coatings. One careless touch would spell doom for any unwary soul. As Lin Yun observed a cockroach scuttling across the ground, his distaste for the creature ignited a surge of energy within him, propelling the unfortunate insect into the poisoned spikes. The hapless cockroach, propelled by Lin Yun's force, collided with the lethal tips, succumbing swiftly to the venom, quivering momentarily before perishing. However, Lin Yun had not anticipated the arrow's additional function. The cockroach's unfortunate interaction triggered a mechanism, and he soon heard the gears whirring in rapid succession, unleashing a barrage of arrows from both sides of the passage aimed at him. Lin Yun's pupils constricted in shock, yet his ghostly form rendered him impervious to physical harm, allowing the arrows to pass harmlessly through him and embed themselves in the walls. The cultist's traps are remarkably intricate, he remarked, a hint of coldness lacing his tone, revealing a darker aspect of his nature to those who knew him. With the traps already activated, Lin Yun pressed on, gliding further into the depths. Ahead, he spotted another trap, an inconspicuous mound of earth that would easily escape the notice of an ordinary person. Yet Lin Yun sensed its hidden malice. At that moment, a mouse emerged from the shadows, recklessly darting into Lin Yun's vicinity. His aversion to rodents, akin to his disdain for cockroaches, prompted Lin Yun to flick his left hand, sending a subtle pulse of energy that struck the mouse, sending it tumbling away from a mound. Startled by the sudden force, the mouse scurried erratically, inadvertently stepping onto the hidden trigger. The trap sprang mercilessly, and Lin Yun heard the mechanism whirring to life as the mound split open, revealing sharp steel spikes that pierced the mouse's body with brutal efficiency, leaving it suspended like fresh meat on display. If an ordinary person were to step on this landmine trap, it is highly likely that their foot would be pierced through. Do not be deceived into thinking that mere shoes could withstand the sharp steel spikes. Lin Yun observed this scene with a cold smile, his heart filled with disdain, treating the traps with utter indifference. He continued to glide forward, his ghostly form passing through numerous mechanisms, all of which posed no threat to him in his current state. After traversing a considerable distance, Lin Yun found himself in an open area. Chapter 150. The cultist Luke. In this expansive space stood a towering altar. While Lin Yun had arrived through a passageway, other passageways branched out from different sides of the open area, and the one Lin Yun had traversed was merely one of them. This indicated the altar's significance. Indeed, atop the altar there was a dark cross, and hanging from it was a decayed black corpse, which had long since rotted and emitted a foul stench. To Lin Yun's astonishment, beside the corpse stood a cultist clad in a black robe. The cultist fixated intently on the foul-smelling cadaver, showing no sign of disgust, as he held a bowl-like object beneath the corpse to collect the dripping corpse oil. Lin Yun felt a surge of malevolent energy emanating from the oil, filled with the anguished cries of vengeful souls and a sense of death. At that moment, Lin Yun saw the cultist eagerly dip a finger into the bowl and taste the corpse oil. This is the flavor of magical power. The cultist Luke's face lit up with a look of bliss as he savored the enhancement of his inner strength. Indeed, the essence of the corpse is the finest method to amplify magical prowess. While contemplating this, Luke scanned his surroundings, determined not to jeopardize this hard-earned opportunity. His gaze fell upon another passageway's exit, and his expression stiffened. Damn it, how can anyone be here? Luke struggled to maintain his composure, feigning indifference. He felt a surge of relief, knowing that the consumption of the corpse oil would not only enhance his magic for a time, but also enabled him to perceive things ordinary individuals could not. When Luke's gaze swept over Lin Yun, the latter revealed a cold smile. You actually discovered me. He ceased to remain concealed, allowing his form to manifest. Speak. Who was the mastermind? I can grant you a swift end. Lin Yun's calm words seemed to pierce Luke's heart, igniting a swell of anger within him. He detested individuals who appeared to be righteous crusaders. For such a person, Luke only desired to eliminate him and hang his body upon the cross to savor the corpse oil. Luke instinctively disregarded Lin Yun's words, for the corpse behind him was that of a crusader who had inadvertently stumbled into this place. The crusader had uttered words akin to Lin Yun's, so Luke paid little heed to him. Stubborn fool. Lin Yun, growing impatient, extended his left hand. His powerful energy surged forth, rapidly expanding from a fist-sized fireball into a blazing sphere the size of a small car, generating intense heat that scorched the ground beneath. Luke's astonishment turned to terror as he felt an urgent compulsion to flee. A voice within him incessantly warned that this individual could obliterate him in an instant. He suspected that the person before him possessed power rivaling that of legendary heroes from ancient lore. Yet Luke's legs turned to jelly, and he struggled to suppress his urge to urinate. I say, do not kill me. Chapter 151. The church in turmoil. Terrified by Lin Yun's formidable power, Luke surrendered without hesitation. He promptly betrayed his superiors. The mastermind is Bella. She orchestrates everything, seeking to obtain power from the witch. She has colluded with Father Adrian to execute this scheme. Luke babbled incoherently, revealing all he knew. After hearing his confession, Lin Yun gained a clearer understanding of the unfolding events. He had, to a significant extent, grasped the entirety of the situation. Since you are so wise to the times, I shall spare your life, Lin Yun stated coldly, then shot a beam of dark ethereal light from his left eye into Luke's body. As a cultist, Luke, having consumed the corpse oil, perceived this beam with a chill in his heart, realizing he could not escape this fate of being controlled. Thus he knelt down, proclaiming, Great Master, allow me to serve you. Lin Yun glanced at him impassively and replied, Stay here. Await my summons. Having spoken, Lin Yun formed a golden loop with his hands, which materialized from nothing and swiftly spiraled, emitting golden particles to create a portal. He stepped through the portal, heading toward the church. Just moments ago, he sensed that the church was under assault from a powerful force and was on the verge of collapse. Witnessing Lin Yun's extraordinary magic, Luke felt a surge of admiration. This master's strength is truly formidable. His fondness for this new master grew, and he was willing to do anything for him, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Inside the church, the congregation huddled in fear in the corners as the structure trembled intermittently, with debris falling from the ceiling. The minions of S.H.I.E.L.D are coming. Sharon clutched her mother's hand, speaking in a trembling voice. Several congregants shot hateful glares at Sharon, their eyes filled with a ravenous desire, making her shrink beside her mother, Ruth. It's all this witch's fault. She lured the demons here. One congregant shouted, eyes brimming with greed and desire, having lost their clarity. Before he could finish speaking, a long tentacle seemed to breach the church's defenses, ensnaring a congregant and dragging them outward. Creak, creak. A chilling sound of gnashing teeth echoed from outside, and the screams of the abducted congregant abruptly ceased, leaving only the eerie crunching behind. A terrifying, blood-red giant eye loomed close to the window, and countless streams of blood wriggled like insects, seemingly attempting to burrow in from the edges of the window, yet temporarily halted by the dwindling energy of the church. This eye, resembling a millstone in size, peered into the sanctuary. A worshipper inadvertently made eye contact with the giant eye and instantly lost his sanity, frantically shouting, We will die. Everything will perish. All shall succumb to the dominion of Lord Alessa. The crowd recoiled in terror from the deranged devotee, who, oblivious to their fear, produced a knife and began to lash out at those nearby. A golden ring swirled rapidly, forming a golden portal through which a towering figure emerged. Chapter 152, Mount. Lin Yun arrived at the scene, his imposing stature eliciting surprise from the few rational worshippers remaining in the church. "Master Lin Yun has come. Master Lin Yun, save us. Master." Yet Lin Yun merely cast a frigid gaze upon these worthless devotees, causing their spirits to plummet. "Useless slaves shall inevitably be discarded by nature," Lin Yun declared indifferently, a death sentence for these feckless worshippers. He was profoundly weary of their ineptitude. As a slave master, he found no value in them, rendering them as inconsequential as any other useless slave. Disregarding them entirely, he turned his attention to the outside of the church. There, a colossal sphere of energy radiated its ominous energy outward. Lin Yun sensed a small dog darting toward it, only to be transformed into a new monstrosity by the energy. This new creature was particularly striking, adorned with numerous grotesque, oily, writhing tentacles reminiscent of an octopus. The entity that possessed this energy was the very monster that had just been spying on the church through its blood-red eye. The creature seemed to sense Lin Yun's gaze and lunged forward, shattering the church's remaining energy shield without a sound. The residual force threatened to bring the entire structure crashing down. Countless stones, ashes, and debris fell from the ceiling, raining down upon the gathered crowd, who screamed in terror, many meeting their demise in an instant. Lin Yun observed the chaos with a detached demeanor before stepping outside. As if sensing Lin Yun's threat, a massive purple tentacle lifted a boulder and hurled it toward him. Lin Yun's expression remained impassive as he raised his left hand slightly, conjuring a gigantic yellow-brown shield that swiftly materialized before him, deflecting the boulder's assault. A thunderous sound erupted as the boulder collided with the shield, disintegrating into dust, while clouds of stone debris enveloped the church. Seizing the opportunity, the purple tentacle snatched another worshipper and dragged him out of the sanctuary. Creeping, bone-chilling sounds of gnawing echoed from outside, and the voice of the snatched devotee quickly faded, leaving only the horrific sounds of flesh being consumed. Lin Yun coldly pushed open the locked doors and stepped outside, revealing the true form of the monster. It was a dreadful, octopus-like creature, boasting a terrifying blood-red eye and a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, adorned with numerous purple tentacles, each equipped with suckers and barbs. The creature's body towered far above Lin Yun, who stood but a single height, while this abomination loomed 6 stories tall. Its blood-red eye was the size of a car, radiating brutality, and it fixated intently on Lin Yun. "Not bad," Lin Yun mused. "You could serve as my mount." He admired the creature's colossal form, a faint smile gracing his lips. This smile seemingly provoked the beast, which lashed out with its tentacles, a dozen or more shimmering with purple light as they lunged toward Lin Yun. Chapter 153. The military force of thousands. Lin Yun, once more expressionless, extended his left arm, summoning a colossal 5-meter-high yellow-brown shield that swiftly took shape, adorned with intricate magical patterns, standing resolutely before him. Clash! The purple tentacles collided with the shield, but unexpectedly, as Lin Yun had not anticipated, the tentacles began to corrode the shield almost immediately upon contact. He could visibly see the shield thinning and weakening at an alarming rate. These purple lights possess a corrosive energy, he quickly deduced. However, Lin Yun sought to further test the beast's abilities, as he intended to claim it as his mount. Thus, he intensified his energy output. The shield, receiving Lin Yun's energy infusion, rapidly regained its original form, even growing larger. A sizzling sound filled the air as the shield and purple energy clashed, and Lin Yun distinctly heard the noise of the shield being eroded, yet he paid it no mind. Meanwhile, in the outside world, military satellites in the United States clearly registered intense electromagnetic interference around Schindlerstown, resulting in a loss of surveillance footage. This anomaly was swiftly reported by the automated reporting systems of the military satellites. Consequently, a chain reaction ensued, leading to new developments. A military base closest to Schindlerstown received a call from higher authorities, ordering immediate investigation of the situation. "Schindlerstown has lost contact with the outside world. We are ordered to proceed at once," the officer relayed. "Other experts will follow, but we must first investigate." A military force exceeding 1,000 troops, equipped with tanks and transport vehicles, set out toward Schindlerstown. "Oh my God, what has happened?" Upon reaching the outskirts of Schindlerstown, the troops found the fog thickening, rendering their electronic communication devices ineffective, leaving them disoriented. "Quick, find a way." We need to re-establish contact with the outside. An irate officer berated the terrified communications soldier, who desperately fiddled with the electronic equipment in an attempt to connect with the outside world. Yet all efforts proved futile, as this area had been sealed and disrupted by S.H.I.E.L.D's power, rendering modern electronic devices ineffective. What is that? A monster. A forward reconnaissance unit encountered the very creature that the Dryfer, had previously encountered. These monsters seemed to have devoured many, giving rise to even more of their kind. Thus, the soldiers faced not one or two monsters, but a multitude, an overwhelming swarm. If the sheer number of monsters is not astonishing, what truly plunges these soldiers into despair is the remarkable agility of the creatures, far surpassing their own capabilities. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as several monsters fell victim to the soldiers' bullets. Yet, before one soldier could fully savor his fleeting triumph, a creature leapt before him, seizing his head in its jaws. Oh my God! What kind of monster am I battling? I want to go home. Some soldiers attempted to retaliate with heavy weaponry, but the majority of their electronic systems failed them. Only those manual weapons remained operational, allowing this unit to stave off annihilation, albeit at a high cost. Chapter 154. The town's demise. Alyssa's dark power was corroding the entirety of Schindler Town, enveloped in a dense white mist from which no one could escape. Within this fog, horrific monsters emerged, mercilessly attacking any person they encountered. There were areas free of the white mist, but these were invariably occupied by powerful creatures. Anyone trespassing into their territory would face ruthless assault. Help me! A woman fell to the ground, extending her hand toward her fleeing boyfriend. But her boyfriend seemed oblivious, continuing his frantic escape, rendering his earlier promise of eternal devotion meaningless. In truth, most people's words are akin to empty declarations. Only in dire circumstances can one discern the sincerity of another's promises. From the white mist emerged a monstrous creature resembling a dog, its limbs composed of writhing tentacles, which seized the woman and began to devour her. Her horrified screams spurred her boyfriend to run even faster. Yet, the creature, still unsatisfied after consuming the woman, caught her scent and pursued him. Unaware that the creature had resumed its chase, the man merely felt grateful for his girlfriend's sacrifice. He too would soon meet a fate akin to hers. Within a nearby house, a man trembled, tightly clutching his wife and daughter. Outside, a massive gorilla, covered in thick fur, violently battered against the sturdy iron door. With each tremendous impact, the door visibly warped under the gorilla's strength. The creature paused, catching the scent of food in the air, and resumed its relentless assault on the door. This family, too, could not escape the grim fate that awaited them. Such scenes unfolded throughout Schindler Town, as one after another, humans fell prey to the monsters. Despair permeated the air, so pervasive that those with a heightened sense could clearly perceive the suffocating dread enveloping the town. Alyssa stood at an underground altar, her appearance eerily reminiscent of Sharon, sharing the visage of a young girl. Yet, Alyssa's face radiated a sinister power, evoking the image of a wicked witch. In her hands, she conjured a black glow, binding a middle-aged woman in place. Crispella, did you not call me a witch? Then I shall embrace the role of a true sorceress. As Alyssa spoke, she reached forward and wrenched an arm from the woman's body. Then, revealing her pristine white teeth, she began to consume the severed limb, savoring each bite. What exquisite flesh! She mused, relishing her meal. Crispella, immobilized and silenced, could only watch in horror as the witch devoured her own arm, a chill washing over her. The agony of losing her limb tormented her relentlessly, twisting her features and causing sweat to pour from her brow. Alyssa lifted her gaze, as if peering through barriers, towards a distant point in Schindler Town. The time was drawing near. Chapter 155. Lin Yun's predicament. 2 flowers bloom, each reflecting its own branch. Before Lin Yun, a colossal shield continued to shimmer with energy, protecting him from the octopus monster's violet tentacle strikes. Yet unease gnawed at his heart. He sensed an insidious vessel at the town's center, relentlessly absorbing the despair and anguish permeating the atmosphere. With each passing moment, the intensity of its energy grew increasingly formidable. The sheer volume of this energy left Lin Yun visibly shaken. It was his first encounter with such a concentration of power being siphoned by a single entity. It seems I must hasten my efforts. I must subdue the octopus monster before me. As Lin Yun maintained the gigantic shield, he resolved inwardly. He focused his left eye on the monster's blood-red, ferocious gaze, unleashing a stream of black, ethereal light towards it. To his surprise, a red barrier descended over the creature's eye, repelling the dark energy. Undeterred, the ethereal light surged toward the monster once more. Yet again, a red membrane formed on the creature's body, deflecting the attack. After 2 failed attempts, the ethereal light returned to Lin Yun. He was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered a monster capable of resisting his mind-distorting power. In the past, nothing had stood against it. Pondering his options, Lin Yun raised his left hand slightly, conjuring a massive fireball that rapidly expanded from the size of a fist to that of a bus. The immense energy radiated outward, igniting nearby wooden structures, causing them to warp and spontaneously combust. With a gentle motion, Lin Yun directed the colossal fireball towards the octopus monster. The intense heat swiftly roasted several tentacles that could not evade its path. The monster's gaping maw unleashed a torrent of green liquid, dousing the fireball and extinguishing it, transforming it into a sphere of corrosive liquid that splashed onto the ground, eroding it instantly. Lin Yun's expression shifted once more. He realized he lacked the powerful techniques necessary to swiftly eliminate this creature. Mind distortion, energy absorption, flight teleportation, hypnosis, protective shield, invisibility, flame incineration. Reviewing his skills, Lin Yun contemplated trying hypnosis on the octopus monster. Target locked, initiating hypnosis. To his dismay, the creature merely shook its head, seemingly unaffected. Useless skill. Just as Lin Yun felt despondent, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, akin to divine revelation. Host's emotional state is deteriorating. The system temporarily activates Guardian creation function. What Guardian? Lin Yun raised his head in confusion, inquiring of the system within his mind. The cold, emotionless system succinctly uttered a few words. Tian Nual Warrior. Chapter 156. The Tian Nual Warrior. Lin Yun slowly savored these words, which seemed to possess an enchanting allure, stirring a deep yearning within him. Tian Nual Warrior. What is that? He asked the system. Upon hearing Lin Yun's query, the system displayed a blue holographic screen for his inspection. The screen depicted a warrior clad in advanced high-tech armor, constructed from cutting-edge materials and wielding formidable abilities, including Energy Light Slash, Energy Light Flash, and Energy Shield, among others. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yun suddenly felt a favorable impression of the Tian Nual Warrior. He surmised that it could at least hold off the octopus monster, if not vanquish it entirely. Then, system, hasten to create one for me, Lin Yun said nonchalantly. Upon receiving the host command, the system commenced the fabrication of the Tian Nual Warrior. Energy consumption initiated. Manufacturing countdown. As the system's voice echoed, a white-blue figure gradually materialized before Lin Yun, emanating a sense of fluid power from its icy exterior. This is truly magnificent. Lin Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration of the Tian Nual Warrior's form. As the Tian Nual Warrior took shape, 2 points of blue light ignited on its head, and it knelt gracefully before Lin Yun. Tian Nual Warrior, Holy Sword, pledges allegiance to the Great Master. Hearing the loyal voice of the Tian Nual Warrior, Lin Yun's spirits soared. Go forth, Tian Nual Warrior, ensnare this monster, even capture it. Lin Yun commanded, extending his left hand toward the octopus creature before him. Upon receiving Lin Yun's order, the blue light upon the Tian Nual Warrior's face blazed brightly. Yes, Great Master, the Tian Nual Warrior shall prove its loyalty. The Tian Nual Warrior, Holy Sword, rose to its feet, moving with a lightness akin to a nimble bird as it leaped toward the octopus monster. As it approached, blue particles rapidly coalesced in its right hand, forming a blue lightsaber that sliced through the advancing purple tentacles. Without a sound, the blue lightsaber effortlessly severed the purple appendages. Upon witnessing the battle between the octopus monster and the Tian Nual Warrior, Lin Yun extended his hand and opened a portal, directing himself toward the center of the town. However, perhaps he had arrived too late. When he reached the town's center, he beheld a small girl standing there, her form surrounded by a tide of despair that flowed into her being. Alyssa, the little girl wore an expression of delight, but upon sensing Lin Yun's arrival, her gaze shifted toward him. Lin Yun saw the hatred in her eyes, and countless distorted shadows writhed around her. These phantoms wailed and emitted piercing, harrowing cries. The sound sharp and jarring. Lin Yun understood that these were the souls of those Alyssa had slain, now part of her being, augmenting her power. Perhaps sensing that Lin Yun was not to be trifled with, a smile crept across Alyssa's face. "Join me. Become a god in my new world." As she spoke, Alyssa conjured a spectacle of light not far from Lin Yun, showcasing various scenes from her new world. The Misty World, as Alyssa had named it, would be her dominion, where she reigned as the God King, wielding immense authority over countless realms, with a multitude of new gods beneath her. Such an offer held immense allure for many powerful entities. To become a god in a new world, how enticing. "No, I desire to seize your energy," Lin Yun replied, his tone indifferent. Chapter 157. The Oppression of the Misty World. What did you say? A cruel expression crossed Alyssa's face. She had not anticipated Lin Yun's rejection, especially as even the octopus monster had acquiesced. What infuriated Alyssa most was that this individual dared to covet her energy. Despicable human, Alyssa screamed, unleashing a barrage of blood-red, razor-sharp wires toward Lin Yun. He deftly dodged as one of the wires pierced the spot where he had just stood, followed by a multitude of sharp wires slithering toward him like serpents, ensnaring the area around him. These wires coiled, encircling Lin Yun as if seeking to strangle him. Lin Yun could clearly see the still-warm blood upon the wires, evidence of their recent lethal purpose. Yet, he remained unfazed, understanding that even if they attacked, they could not harm him. "This sight is rather tiresome," Lin Yun mused, observing the writhing wires. He extended his left hand, unleashing a roaring inferno that melted a substantial area of wires into molten metal, which fell to the ground. After incinerating a significant expanse, Lin Yun realized that Alyssa was merely stalling for time. He redirected his focus, only to hear Alyssa erupt into maniacal laughter. "You are too late to realize." Accompanying her words, a powerful energy radiated outward like a tempest, causing most structures to collapse under the onslaught. Those humans who remained within these buildings faced utter devastation, perishing from the energy surge or being crushed beneath the debris. Moreover, the entire area surrounding Schindler Town was engulfed in darkness, losing all illumination. The once flat ground began to sink, being consumed by the overlapping misty world, dragged into an unknown realm. Lin Yun gazed at all of this with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. He sustained no injuries, buoyed by his ability to fly and shielded by an energy barrier. Yet, he felt the oppressive weight of the surrounding space, as if an immense mountain were pressing down upon him. Though the light had vanished, Lin Yun could still see clearly. He observed Alyssa, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. If her previous form had been solely malevolent, now she exuded an aura of sanctity. Is this the change that comes with becoming a god? Lin Yun speculated, witnessing the world revel in Alyssa's ascendance, as boundless power surged into her being. Alyssa's strength grew exponentially, soon surpassing Lin Yun's by tenfold. At that moment, Alyssa appeared to awaken from her newfound might. Fixing her cruel gaze upon Lin Yun, the force of the world began to suppress Lin Yun alongside Alicia's preferences, rendering him as if he were under the weight of the entire universe. Even though this world was merely a nascent, small one, Lin Yun found himself in peril. Chapter 158. Reinvestigating the initial seed of the plane embraced the punishment from the divine. Alicia seemed highly satisfied with her identity, as her left hand emitted a golden radiance that spiraled toward Lin Yun like a great dragon. With agile movements, Lin Yun deftly evaded Alicia's assault and regarded her with indifference. He extended his left hand, and a flame slowly took shape within it. However, to his disappointment, the fireball size appeared constrained by the surrounding space, preventing it from growing to the dimensions of a small vehicle as before. Seeing Lin Yun's apparent attempt at utilizing a skill fail, Alicia could not help but break into a derisive laugh. In my domain, I am a god. Submit to the punishment from the divine." Upon finishing her declaration, the golden light in Alicia's left hand rapidly expanded into a dragon-like form with a 10-meter diameter, coiling toward Lin Yun. Around him, countless chains emerged from the void of the world, encircling Lin Yun from all directions. Although an energy shield protected him, preventing the chains from physically ensnaring him, they nonetheless obstructed his escape. Moreover, Lin Yun sensed that the chains had locked this space, rendering any spatial displacement impossible. He also felt that if he attempted to use such abilities, he might plunge into even graver danger. "I must endure this." Lin Yun swiftly made his decision, unleashing all his energy. A massive shield, 10 meters tall and a rich brown hue, formed in his hands, breaking through the surrounding chains and providing him with protection. The golden dragon of light collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar. The immense brown shield nearly shattered but held firm under Lin Yun's full support. After the clash of the two different colors of light, they scattered outward, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The entire sky transformed into a tapestry of gold and brown. I wonder how much longer you can withstand. Alicia unleashed a powerful golden radiance, striking directly at Lin Yun, who struggled to endure under the world's oppression and Alicia's formidable assault. He felt his energy deplete tenfold under the weight of the world. What could have sustained him for 10 hours now barely lasted 10 minutes. While Lin Yun maintained a calm demeanor, his mind was troubled. This situation is untenable. Lin Yun's mind raced as he pondered deeply. Alicia relies on the support of the world. How can I strip the world of its backing for her? As he grappled with this dilemma, an item he had nearly forgotten sprang to mind. The initial seed of the plane. Lin Yun promptly accessed his system space to examine the specifics of the initial seed of the plane, and a wave of joy washed over him. The heavens do not forsake me. The information regarding the initial seed of the plane was clearly displayed in his bag. The initial seed of the plane. The essence of a new realm, equally alluring to a recently birthed world. The seed has defaulted you as its master. You shall be the arbiter of the world's authority. Upon reading this, Lin Yun needed no further contemplation. Chapter 159. Lin Yun turns the tide. He swiftly retrieved the initial seed of the plane from his bag, showcasing it to the world, a golden seed pulsating with vibrant life, drawing the attention of all around. Lin Yun distinctly sensed Alicia's avaricious gaze and her desperate yearning. Hurry, bring it to me. Lin Yun, of course, disregarded her. He noted that the world's oppressive force against him had significantly diminished, redirecting all its focus toward the seed. Sensing an opportunity, Lin Yun threw the seed with great force, watching it transform into a streak of light that burrowed into the earth. No, Alicia cried out in terror, realizing she was too late to intercept the seed due to its speed and nature. The ground trembled violently as the seed penetrated it, as if heralding the apocalypse. A luminous stream darted beneath the surface, heading toward the world's core, which seemed to welcome its arrival, drawing in countless energy pulses to assimilate the radiant energy. Yet, the stream retaliated, unleashing countless green vines that intertwined with the energy pulses. Consequently, many of the world's powers were siphoned away from Alicia, drastically reducing the strength that had been bolstering her. Alicia watched in horror as her power rapidly diminished, visibly manifesting in the now shrinking golden dragon of light aimed at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, meanwhile, felt the oppressive force of the world ease significantly, and the energy consumption within him also decreased. A sinister smile crept onto his face. Your demise is imminent. Lin Yun coldly extended his left hand, a small flame gradually taking shape, expanding before Alicia's very eyes. How large? It exceeded 10 meters in diameter, growing larger with each moment. 11 meters, 12 meters, 13 meters, 14 meters, 15 meters. Ultimately, the fireball reached a diameter of around 20 meters. No! Alicia screamed in terror, attempting to form a protective shield with her golden energy. But all her efforts were in vain. Lin Yun coldly detonated the massive fireball. A superplanetary explosion. It was as if an atomic bomb had been detonated beside Alicia, unleashing a torrent of radiant heat in all directions, crystallizing the ground instantaneously. A dark mushroom cloud ascended from Alicia, spreading outward. For Alicia, half her body was vaporized, exposing her skeletal structure, a gruesome sight, yet she remained alive. Lin Yun sensed that Alicia's remaining energy was dangerously low, placing her in a state of mere survival. As the god of the mist world, Alicia's injuries severely weakened the core strength of her realm, causing her to falter in the process of absorbing Lin Yun's seed. Lin Yun's initial seed of the plane seized the advantage, forcefully claiming control over the world's core. Spare me. Alicia, on the brink of death, lowered her proud head and uttered words of supplication. Lin Yun, momentarily taken aback, withdrew his outstretched hand. Though he had intended to eliminate Alicia, her plea stirred a different thought within him. Chapter 160. The Unnamed New World. Indeed, Lin Yun had changed his mind, because it can be said that Alicia serves as a formidable servant for him, especially after her demonstration of immense strength in the recent series of battles. Although this formidable power is largely augmented by the Mist World, one cannot deny that Alicia's inherent strength is also remarkably powerful, second only to Lin Yun. Yield your dominion over this world, Lin Yun stated after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing Lin Yun's demand, a flicker of hesitation crossed Alicia's face. It is essential to recognize that the power of the world is extraordinarily potent, with vast potential for development. Surrendering her authority over the world could mean relinquishing any chance of resurgence. Observing the uncertainty etched on Alicia's visage, Lin Yun coldly remarked, "Refusal leads to death." The mention of death prompted Alicia to acquiesce, temporarily yielding her power, biding her time for future schemes. "Very well," she replied, clenching her teeth. At that moment, fleshly tendrils began to sprout from her body, rapidly restoring her form. Alicia painfully controlled the world's authority within her, extricating it from her corporeal self. A look of agony was evident on her countenance, for her dominion had long since become one with her being. To reclaim it now felt akin to severing her own flesh. Her heart brimmed with resentment, yet she dared not express it, enduring in silence. Lin Yun observed all of this with indifference. A failure should embody the essence of defeat, not adopt an alternative facade. Thus, he remained unconcerned with Alicia's emotional state, fixated solely on acquiring the authority of the Mist World. The manifestation of the Mist World's authority appeared as a feeble haze, intricately depicting various terrains of the realm. At first glance, it resembled a map, yet the flickering arcane runes hinted at its extraordinary nature, suggesting it was anything but ordinary. Lin Yun extended his left hand, channeling his energy to draw the authority of the Mist World towards him. Without a single glance, he absorbed it into his being. The moment Lin Yun assimilated the world's authority, the entire Mist World underwent a profound transformation. The once gloomy atmosphere suddenly lightened. Moreover, Lin Yun's planar initialization seed swiftly consumed the original core of the world, supplanting it entirely. The structure of the world underwent continuous alterations before gradually stabilizing. Lin Yun sensed the world's jubilant celebration, welcoming a new deity to its throne. The power of the world coalesced around Lin Yun, replenishing his previously expended energy at an astonishing rate, continuously increasing. 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, ultimately halting at approximately 10,000. Yet, Lin Yun understood that his true energy level was closer to 1,000. The excess was merely a temporary enhancement from the world's power. Do not forget your true strength, Lin Yun reminded himself, cautioning against missteps. This new world was still in its infancy. Thus, it was plausible that events akin to Lin Yun's recent acquisition of the Mist World could occur again. He resolved to remain vigilant, anticipating that after enduring a minimum of 5 centuries, the world's strength would amplify, significantly diminishing the likelihood of such occurrences. Having obtained control over the world, Lin Yun felt as though he possessed the abilities akin to a creator deity within this realm. Chapter 161. Additional arrangements for the new world indeed. Lin Yun felt the augmentation of his capabilities through the power of the world, rendering him as formidable as the god of creation depicted in myth. "Let there be a tempest," he uttered calmly. The world seemed to respond, as the air currents nearby were disturbed by the world's force, gradually forming a gentle breeze that spiraled into a fierce whirlwind encircling Lin Yun. "Go forth," Lin Yun commanded, sensing the tempest's might as he pointed towards the ruins of Schindler Town. Upon receiving Lin Yun's directive, the tempest surged forth, ravaging the already devastated remains of Schindler Town, further assailing the monsters and the few surviving humans. Yet Lin Yun remained unfazed, feeling the world's power swirling around him, obedient to his command. The authority he wielded allowed him to glimpse into any corner of the world. The realm, though not vast, comparable to a large city, was still significantly expansive for the insignificant ordinary person. Do not underestimate the size of a megacity. For instance, the area of the capital city of Huaxiao exceeds 10,000 square kilometers, housing tens of millions of inhabitants. Lin Yun was thoroughly satisfied, realizing he could comfortably reside in this world, free from a need to return to the Marvel dimension. Even if the Supreme Sorcerer were to enter this world, Lin Yun felt assured in his ability to expel him. Of course, such an encounter might severely damage the world, necessitating a prolonged recovery. Casting aside such thoughts, Lin Yun dissipated the tempest he had summoned. I should bestow a name upon this world, he contemplated. Let it be called the slave world. Lin Yun, filled with enthusiasm, designated this name for the realm, aptly reflecting his own essence while indicating that the inhabitants of the slave world are indeed his subordinates. The power of the world seemed to comprehend Lin Yun's command, responding with heightened exuberance, becoming more vibrant. Although he was eager to initiate further plans for the world, certain additional matters required his attention. For instance, what should be done with Alicia, who had just surrendered the world as authority to him? Lin Yun gazed at Alicia, who appeared as a young girl, lost in thought. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. Alicia, you shall remain in Schindler Town for the time being. Do not act without my command, he instructed in a tone of warning. Alicia, resigned, nodded in acquiescence to Lin Yun's directive. By the way, where are my Tianhuo warriors? After addressing Alicia, Lin Yun recalled his formidable guardians, the Tianhuo warriors. Previously, he had instructed them to entangle the octopus-like creature while he attended to other matters. With this thought, Lin Yun utilized the world authority to shift his perspective, quickly locating the Tianhuo warriors and the octopus-like monster. Before him, the Tianhuo warrior appeared battered and broken, its mechanized exterior heavily damaged, revealing steel-like components, while what seemed to be energy liquid seeped from the fractures. Chapter 162, Additional Arrangements for the New World Part 2, The Tianhuo warrior appears to be a robot, Lin Yun realized. Although the Tianhuo warrior's condition was dire, it stood resiliently, its blue energy sword flickering, signifying instability in its power. The octopus monster lay on the ground, helplessly thrashing its countless purple tentacles, its body marred by numerous sword wounds, and its blood red eye gradually losing its luster. I cannot allow it to perish. Seeing the dire condition of the octopus monster, Lin Yun quickly inquired of Alessa, what is the origin of the octopus monster? Upon hearing Lin Yun's question, Alessa began to explain slowly. The octopus monster was not created by my powers, but was drawn from another realm by the allure of my misty world. I promised it a place among the new gods of my misty realm. The octopus monster possesses the ability to traverse the void, allowing it to journey from its otherworldly domain to our world. With Alessa's explanation, Lin Yun gained a clearer understanding of the octopus monster's origins. Then Alessa paused and added, it seems it once mentioned its name, Cthulhu. It appears to hail from a world called Rulaya. After hearing Alessa's elucidation, Lin Yun found himself increasingly intrigued by Cthulhu. However, I must first revive Cthulhu. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Yun opened a portal and approached Cthulhu. Upon Lin Yun's arrival, the Tenno warrior knelt before him on one knee, declaring, Great Master, I have fulfilled your command and vanquished this beast. Lin Yun nodded slightly, noting the warrior's injuries, and permitted him to rest. Once the Tenno warrior had found a place to recuperate, Lin Yun realized for the first time that he lacked a dwelling in this new world. After resolving these matters, I shall construct my palace. Setting aside these extraneous thoughts, Lin Yun delved into Cthulhu's mind with his mental prowess, sensing a chaotic torrent of rage within. Clearly, Cthulhu was a fierce monster. Cthulhu, acknowledge me as your master, and I shall grant you life. Upon receiving Lin Yun's mental command, Cthulhu's fury intensified. I, Cthulhu, bow to no one. Seeing Cthulhu's defiance in the face of imminent death, Lin Yun's patience waned, yet he was unwilling to relinquish his grip on Cthulhu. Thus, Lin Yun channeled a minuscule fraction of the world's power into Cthulhu. The world's power is boundless in its potential. Although inherently neutral under Lin Yun's will, it swiftly transformed into a force capable of healing Cthulhu. Cthulhu's vital signs improved significantly, narrowly escaping the clutches of death. Yet in a fit of rage, Cthulhu lashed out with a purple tentacle in an attempt to strike Lin Yun. Humph! Lin Yun scoffed, causing the ground beneath Cthulhu's immense form to fracture, swallowing the creature into the depths below, suppressing it beneath the earth. I shall return when I have the means to tame you. It appears that everything must first become my slave to yield obediently. A revelation dawned upon Lin Yun, intensifying his resolve to transform all into his subservience. Two flowers bloom, each expressing its own branch. Chapter 163, Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the external world, the mist surrounding the town of Schindler dissipated. Yet the town itself vanished. All its inhabitants disappeared, along with the soldiers battling the monsters at the outskirts. Had there not been some traceable remnants left behind, the investigators would have surmised that Schindler Town had never existed. At the periphery of Schindler Town, a series of laboratories had been established, and researchers hurriedly moved about, engaging in discussions. In one laboratory, several individuals who appeared to be key researchers sat at a long table, observing the slideshow projected before them. They listened intently as Chief Scientist S.H.I.E.L.D explained. Our researchers, equipped with protective gear, entered the original site of Schindler Town and detected a powerful residual energy. This energy is highly corrosive. Prolonged exposure to such an environment could cause a person's brain to lose normal perception, leading to erratic behavior. S.H.I.E.L.D spoke. He presented a recently recorded video. The footage depicted a researcher unexpectedly murdering a colleague, executing bizarre movements that rendered the scene utterly horrifying. We regret that we ultimately had to eliminate him, S.H.I.E.L.D stated as he displayed an image depicting the condition of the original site of Schindler Town, which appeared as though the ground and a layer of soil had been excavated. The town has mysteriously vanished, and we remain completely unaware of what transpired. At this point, S.H.I.E.L.D paused before posing another question. Although we lack understanding of the events at that time, we can investigate the circumstances leading up to the incident in Schindler Town. As S.H.I.E.L.D spoke, the door to the conference room was abruptly flung open, and a resolute middle-aged man entered, flanked by several soldiers. S.H.I.E.L.D regarded him with curiosity. The middle-aged man seemed to sense S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confusion and said, "Please, everyone, step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D." The soldiers behind him glared menacingly at the group, prompting them to exit the conference room in bewilderment. Once the room was cleared, leaving only S.H.I.E.L.D., the middle-aged man smiled. "Very well, Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D. I am Coulson, an agent of Level 8. You have been forcibly conscripted by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mouth fell agape at Coulson's words. S.H.I.E.L.D. truly exists? I thought it was merely a legend. Coulson, having encountered many individuals who reacted similarly to S.H.I.E.L.D., proceeded to explain slowly. S.H.I.E.L.D. is no myth. It was established during World War II. Now, I will discuss these matters with you in due time. At present, I must inform you that you will be joining a new research team. This team is primarily tasked with investigating the disappearance of Schindler Town. By the way, remember to maintain confidentiality. Soon, the perimeter of Schindler Town was cordoned off, establishing it as a restricted area to prevent the general public from accessing it. The original researchers were absorbed into S.H.I.E.L.D., becoming its employees. Chapter 164. Nick of S.H.I.E.L.D. Above the Earth, a colossal aircraft carrier soared through the skies over the Pacific Ocean. This was a true aircraft carrier, capable of flying at high altitudes and hovering effortlessly. It surpassed conventional waterborne carriers by an immeasurable degree, embodying a form of advanced technology. Moreover, the exterior of this enormous aircraft carrier was clad in cutting-edge stealth materials, rendering it undetectable by surveillance tools. Such a renowned aircraft carrier was no ordinary vessel. It was the illustrious headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, it is the central base of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. has ingeniously utilized advanced technology to construct this aircraft carrier, which hovers in the skies, enabling real-time surveillance of global events while evading detection by its adversary, Hydra. In the safest part of the aircraft carrier, within a concealed command room, the door swung open. Agent Coulson entered, carrying a stack of documents, where a one-eyed black man sat in a chair. This one-eyed man emanated an aura of calm authority, exuding the essence of power. Director Nick, I have completed the task you assigned. I have temporarily secured the area around Schindler S. Town. Our newly recruited scientist, S.H.I.E.L.D., is diligently researching the truth of the matter. Coulson paused momentarily, then handed the documents to Director Nick. Indeed, this one-eyed man is Nick, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick listened intently to Coulson's report, taking the documents and studying them with great care. His position as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. attests to Nick's formidable abilities and intellect. He quickly discerned some unusual information within the documents. This report mentions several vanishing towns, many of which are associated with certain religious practices. According to recorded accounts, the primary religious figures in those towns included Father Adrian, Father Lin Yun, Chris Bella, among others. As Nick sifted through the information, he contemplated that the so-called gods, or religions, might largely be advanced civilizations cloaked in mystery. Perhaps an extraterrestrial entity had abducted the inhabitants of Schindler's Town using some form of advanced technology, Nick mused. He couldn't help but recall the alien corpses he had encountered in Area 51, a chill running down his spine. No matter what kind of alien you are, S.H.I.E.L.D will bring you to justice. Nick resolved to protect Earth from extraterrestrial incursions. Inform scientists saying that I appreciate his research. Encourage him to persevere. Nick instructed Coulson, gesturing for him to leave the office. There's a lingering sense that a deeper conspiracy lurks behind this matter, Nick murmured, massaging his temples. He rose and began to pace slowly within his office. Sigh. This truly feels like a tumultuous era, in mysterious multiverse. The distance between Nick's dimension and another was steadily diminishing, and the energies between them began to intertwine. Chapter 165. Ancient One and Dormammu. Within the dimensional barrier, a white-robed sorcerer stood at a distance from the void, gazing curiously at another dimension. Strange. Why have I not sensed the presence of Yang? This sorcerer is the Ancient One. On the other side, a dark cosmos began to encroach upon his realm, prompting a look of distaste on the Ancient One's face. In an instant, the Ancient One moved, scenes of terror flowing backward like a torrent as he arrived at a dreadful place. The black sky, imbued with malevolent power, advanced toward him. Enough, Dormammu. The dark ruler behind the shroud responded to the Ancient One's voice, causing a mountain-like skull composed of viscous energy to form nearby. This skull was not the typical human skull, but rather a grotesque visage made of flowing liquid. The liquid continuously shifted, maintaining the skull's form, its fearsome mouth opening and closing, uttering words the Ancient One dreaded to hear. Ancient One, your life force diminishes. Why not draw upon the energy of the dark dimension? Upon hearing Dormammu's words, the Ancient One fell into an unusual silence before finally replying. Dormammu, do not tempt me. I do not fear death. A powerful surge of magical energy emanated from him, warning Dormammu to refrain from interference. Dormammu's massive mouth opened and closed, proclaiming, Ancient One, you cannot escape yet. Despite this ominous declaration, the dark dimension gradually receded, ceasing its assault on the Ancient One's realm. Seeing Dormammu's retreat, the Ancient One released a sigh of relief. Although he claimed he could hold his own against Dormammu, he was reluctant to engage. For reasons unknown, he felt his physical form waning. This decay was perilous. Should he confront Dormammu again, his corporeal state would likely deteriorate further. The thought of losing his physical form was unfathomable to the Ancient One. As the supreme sorcerer, he cast aside these distractions and contemplated the new world. His gaze turned toward another realm, remembering Yang. Yang had previously set out to another dimension under his command. Yet he had not received any communication from Yang in a long time, which troubled him greatly. Now that the distance between dimensions is narrow, perhaps I should make a visit. After some reflection, the Ancient One conjured a spell, summoning a portal for interdimensional travel. He opened the portal and ventured into the new world. For now, let us refer to the world the Ancient One visited as the Iron Man world. Above the Pacific Ocean, a golden vortex spun rapidly, emitting countless golden particles, forming a portal. The Ancient One, clad in white robes and a sorcerer's hat, emerged, hovering above the ocean. Not far beneath the surface, a massive shark ruthlessly preyed upon smaller fish. Witnessing this scene, the Ancient One's expression soured. Chapter 166. The Slave World Development Plan. The Ancient One considered the situation, but chose not to interfere with the shark's predatory behavior. He attempted to sense Yang's soul and presence, but regrettably, he found no trace of Yang or any remnants left behind. It was as if a powerful force had erased Yang from existence, filling the Ancient One with concern. Moreover, during his probing, he discovered a rampant proliferation of magical artifacts and powers, particularly in New York City, which displeased him greatly. The Ancient One established the Camartage Sanctum primarily to combat the excessive use of magical powers and to retrieve magical artifacts. Only within the sanctum could one learn magic, and all matters related to magic were closely monitored by Camartage. This rule also reflected the Ancient One's own sentiments. He did not wish for so many individuals to wield magic. In the perception of the Ancient One, the magical energy response in New York City greatly surpassed that of any other American city. His gaze swept across the entire metropolis, searching for suspicious activity. In a dimly lit laboratory, a magic enthusiast named Anthony was experimenting with a spell he had devised, holding a rabbit in his hands. Recently, he had conceived a simple application of magical energy and was preparing to test it. Due to his altered physiology, Anthony's spiritual perception far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and he sensed a powerful consciousness subtly sweeping over his laboratory. His heightened awareness allowed him to sense the immense pressure carried by this consciousness. A bead of sweat formed on Anthony's forehead as he hurriedly grasped the handwritten notes of the god of slaves, silently praying, "Great god of slaves, please bless me." Through the ruby embedded in the book, Lin Yun, situated in the realm of slaves, was acutely aware of Anthony's prayer. This content was transmitted to Lin Yun like a peculiar essence, yet he refrained from accepting it, choosing instead to store it within the divine gemstone of his spellbook. For Lin Yun, these prayers represented an emotional thought process, and he had a premonition that accepting such a thing without reservation could lead to the loss of his own consciousness. Thus, he directly stored it within the ruby of Anthony's spellbook, which could serve as a source of energy for Anthony when necessary. Indeed, in a certain sense, emotional thoughts could also be considered a form of energy. After reviewing the prayer's content, Lin Yun transmitted some of his own energy through a conduit, concealing Anthony's presence, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. After scanning the vicinity of Anthony's laboratory several times without results, the powerful consciousness quickly departed. Utilizing the slaves he had strategically placed throughout New York City, Lin Yun swiftly discerned the identity of the consciousness's master. It is the Ancient One. Upon realizing that the Ancient One had entered the Iron Man world, Lin Yun frowned. He understood well the nature of the Ancient One, recognizing that Anthony's potential magical energy system could face suppression or even annihilation at the hands of the Ancient One. I must hasten the development plan of the slave realm and enhance my own power. Chapter 167. Streamlining the world with these thoughts in mind. Lin Yun turned his attention away from the situation in the Iron Man world, for the Supreme Mage, the Ancient One, had vanished from sight. Lin Yun surmised that the Ancient One must be engaged in some clandestine endeavor, and given his current capabilities, he could not track the Supreme Mage, thus refraining from utilizing his mental faculties for scanning. After some contemplation, Lin Yun redirected his focus. How should I design the environment of this world? He pondered, and with a flicker of thought, he vanished, penetrating layers of soil to reach the core of the world. At the core of the world lay a golden seed-like entity, surrounded by earthy mud. The presence of this core repelled the surrounding soil, creating a flat expanse. At the center of this expanse, the world core floated serenely, emanating the essence of the world. As if sensing the arrival of the world god, the world core rejoiced, and the surrounding essence of the world surged in response. Approaching the world core, Lin Yun reached out, feeling a warm sensation. The world authority within him stirred, yearning to merge with the core. Lin Yun quickly soothed the world authority within him while accelerating its integration with the core, ensuring that it would not easily be lost. Observing the pervasive essence of the world, Lin Yun experienced a moment of enlightenment. The essence of the world was fundamentally connected to the world's sustenance. It was evident that all life activities within the world depended on the essence's participation, and as the essence gradually diminished, the world itself would inevitably move toward oblivion. Thus, Lin Yun recognized the critical importance of nurturing the essence of the world. He must ensure it remained in a state of positive circulation. How to develop the essence of the world. This aligned with the principles of commerce, to increase resources and reduce waste. How to augment the essence. Lin Yun pondered deeply, recalling the principles of national development, realizing that many concepts in the world share commonalities. Self-development and external exploitation are both effective methods for enhancing the essence of the world. How can I promote self-development within this world? Lin Yun cast his gaze toward Schindler's Town. From his divine perspective, all who had survived the numerous tribulations, both human and magical, manifested before him. Beneath a collapsed wall, a gaunt man crouched, fearfully watching a monstrous creature swaggering in the distance. This creature, once a dog, had mutated post-catastrophe, its limbs transforming into tentacle-like appendages. Clearly, this dog had been infected by the powers of Alessa, leading to its transformation driven by an inner yearning. Although the dog had sensed the man's concealed presence, it was no longer hungry and thus showed little interest in hunting him, instead discreetly marking his location. From Lin Yun's divine perspective, the dog's behavior was apparent. He noted its burgeoning intelligence, pondering that it might evolve to possess intellect akin to that of humans. Chapter 168. Expanding the world, however, as the magical dog continued its evolution, it would inevitably draw upon the surrounding essence of the world, depleting it in the process. This realization stirred a flicker of murderous intent within Lin Yun, while the magical dog sensed an ominous malice directed at it, engulfed by overwhelming fear. The dog's primitive instincts took over. It involuntarily expelled various substances onto the ground. Being an early stage of evolution, it retained such primitive structures, which it might eventually shed after many transformations. Yet, Lin Yun chose to abandon his murderous thoughts, realizing that any biological advancement would invariably consume the essence of the world, hindering its growth. Thus, fostering the evolution of these beings conflicted with the essence's enhancement, leading him to discard that notion. I need to think further. Unbeknownst to Lin Yun, as he relinquished his murderous intent, the magical dog seemed to revive, its heart filled with dread and a gnawing hunger, directing its fierce gaze toward the man hidden in the corner. The man trembled, believing he could evade detection, but the impatient magical dog lunged forward, savagely tearing into him. Although Lin Yun was able to witness the recent events, he remained oblivious to the fact that a man's death was indirectly caused by him. To a certain extent, Lin Yun's grasp over the world's authority was still superficial and vague. Having chosen to forego the advancement of biological evolution, Lin Yun was left with no option but to pursue a path of external plunder. This route was fraught with both risks and opportunities. During acts of plunder, there was a possibility of being invaded by other realms or being targeted by malevolent deities. However, should he succeed in seizing the power of other worlds to enhance the slave realm, the strength of the slave realm would be significantly augmented, rendering Lin Yun's own power even more formidable under the influence of this newfound strength. Moreover, the resources acquired through external plunder could also provide Lin Yun with opportunities to grow stronger. This path appears promising, Lin Yun contemplated, feeling an overwhelming desire to put his thoughts into action and embark on a campaign of external conquest. Yet, he recognized that he must first continue his deliberations regarding the world. Previously, Lin Yun had conceived a plan for resource generation, and now he sought to devise a strategy for resource conservation, conserving world power. He mused, then, exercising his authority, he extracted 9/10 of the world power that permeated the realm, leaving only a fraction for the life forms within. In the external world, the inhabitants of Schindler Town acutely sensed the shift in their surroundings. Countless streams of world power flowed towards Lin Yun, forming a liquid-like manifestation in the air due to its density. How should I store this world power? He pondered, extending his hand and feeling as though he were mired in a quagmire, overwhelmed by the sheer concentration of world power around him. As the supreme deity of the world, Lin Yun harbored a deep-seated fear of others seizing this power, compelling him to undertake a bold action. Chapter 169. Throttling the world, he directly consumed the world power. With his left hand, he initiated an absorption process akin to a gaping maw, devouring the world power in great gulps. Due to his status as the world's supreme deity, the world power offered no resistance and was effortlessly drawn into his being. Even more astonishingly, Lin Yun increased the frequency of his absorption, creating a tempest that consumed the surrounding world power entirely. Without pausing, he continued this process, resembling an enormous vessel that contained all this energy. I no longer fear anyone stealing my world power, Lin Yun declared with satisfaction. He accessed his system panel and observed the continuous rise in his energy value. Initially, with the augmentation of world power, his energy level reached 10,000, but in reality, it had only been around 1,000. Now, after consuming 9/10 of the world's power, his value was not merely the original 1,000, but was steadily increasing. 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, and finally stabilizing around 12,000. With 12,000 energy units, even the likes of the Ancient One would be repelled. Lin Yun assessed his newfound strength, quickly arriving at a gratifying conclusion, albeit one predicated on the consumption of 9/10 of the world power. Thus, even if biological evolution occurs, there will be little world power left to claim, he mused, thoroughly pleased with his actions. Now that the majority of the world power is secure, I must strategize how to plunder from the outside. He relished the thought. Indeed, the world power was mostly safe, having been absorbed into his very being. How could it not be secure? However, before I contemplate external plunder, I should take a moment to observe my world. Truth be told, following his previous encounter with Alessa, Lin Yun had scarcely had the opportunity to examine his world closely. Now, he found himself with the time to do so. With a mere thought, the entirety of his world unfolded within Lin Yun's consciousness. The expanse of his world measured approximately 10,000 square kilometers, akin to the area of Beijing's northern district in his past life. It is important to note that 10,000 square kilometers is no trifling size. For instance, Beijing's northern district houses over 1 million residents, suggesting that Lin Yun's world could support several 100,000 inhabitants. Of course, in comparison to the realms of ancient deities, Lin Yun's world was decidedly diminutive. Casting aside such thoughts, he scrutinized the world's periphery. The edges of the world were shrouded in darkness, resembling a passage to a lifeless void. In truth, crossing beyond the world's borders would lead to the vast emptiness of the universe. Between dimensions, worlds, and nations lay this void. The void was rife with various perils that even ordinary deities might not survive. However, certain beings or deities endowed with unique talents did not fear the void as much. Yet, such extraordinary beings were exceedingly rare. Chapter 170. Establishing the world environment. Thus, generally speaking, no one would foolishly venture into the void. Instead, they would employ specialized methods to traverse to alternate worlds. Lin Yun once again surveyed the precise location of his slave world within the void. With access to the authority of the ancestral world and his own augmented strength, his vision transcended the boundaries of his realm. He felt as though his gaze pierced the heavens, soaring to unimaginable heights. Under such conditions, Lin Yun clearly beheld his slave world, appearing like a flickering ember. Nestled atop the Iron Man world. Before Lin Yun could glean more, an unexpected event transpired. A voice filled with wrath resonated, and he felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him. In an instant, Lin Yun found himself plummeting from the heavens, returning to the slave world. What was that? He recalled the encounter, a golden humanoid energy entity that had expelled him, forcing him back to the slave realm. Was that the Life Tribunal? He pondered, questioning his earlier assumption while feeling grateful that he had not been attacked by the Life Tribunal. After all, the Life Tribunal is one of the most formidable beings in the Marvel multiverse, manifesting as a golden humanoid energy entity tasked with maintaining balance across the Marvel parallel universes. Perhaps he had yet to attract the attention of the Life Tribunal. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced an assault. His previous actions had been perilously reckless. Although Lin Yun had relied on his world authority and personal power, he remained vulnerable amid the infinite void. In a sense, this state could be likened to a stellar entity traversing the cosmos, albeit augmented by his formidable strength and world authority, thus resembling a more powerful version of a stellar expedition. Nonetheless, even if the Life Tribunal were to attack him, Lin Yun felt no trepidation, for he possessed a powerful system. Evidently, my destruction of the Iron Man universe has not drawn the attention of the Court of Life at all. After all, within the Marvel multiverse, there exists an overwhelming number of dimensions that naturally pay no heed to this realm, which is on the brink of devastation, Lin Yun pondered. He ceased to concern himself with matters beyond the world, and instead directed his gaze toward his realm of slaves. The entire world was predominantly flat terrain, with only a few sparse blades of grass emerging here and there, and at the very center lay the mostly ruinous town of Schindler. The landscape requires alteration, otherwise, it appears excessively monotonous. Lin Yun extended his hand to communicate with the core of the world, for by leveraging the world's core, the energy expenditure involved in reshaping the terrain will be significantly reduced. I demand the formation of hills. The core of the world responded to Lin Yun's command, and soon, the land in the southern region began to rise, gradually transforming into a hilly landscape. To the northwest, a desert must be established. Lin Yun conveyed his thoughts to the world core, which summoned the residual energies of the world from the northwest and redirected them to other areas. Consequently, the previously flat terrain swiftly succumbed to arid conditions, manifesting as a desert. The entire periphery of the world shall be encircled by oceans. Utilizing the peril of the sea will effectively hinder life within the world from probing the edges. Lin Yun continued to contemplate the terrain of his domain. The remaining portions in the west and north shall be filled with mountains. The east and central regions will retain their original flat topography. Chapter 171. Configuration complete. Lin Yun articulated his visions, and the world underwent transformations in kind. Yet, the remaining humans in Schindler Town remained oblivious to the monumental changes unfolding around them. Do transfer the Cthulhu octopus creature to the depths of the Northern Sea. Lin Yun added as an afterthought, and the World Core dutifully complied with his directive. Cthulhu was powerless to resist, as its form remained grievously injured and was suppressed by the world's energies. It was swiftly relocated to the depths of the Northern Sea. Lin Yun surveyed the alterations to his world with satisfaction. The current state consisted of southern hills, northern and western mountains, a desert in the northwest, plains in the central and eastern regions, while the edges of the world were encircled by oceans. A sudden thought struck Lin Yun. Would the world absorb energies from the external void? Utilizing his authority, he observed the outer perimeter of the world. Faint strands of energy, drifting in the void, were being absorbed by the slave world. However, the degree of absorption was minimal, indicating that reliance solely on this energy intake was insufficient. Ensure the transfer of energy from the vicinity of the Northern Sea. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yun redirected the energy from the edge of the Northern Sea away from the void, channeling it to the central region. This way, any energy absorbed from the Northern Sea would be redirected to the center. The rationale behind this maneuver was to prevent Cthulhu from covertly siphoning energy from the Northern Sea beneath his very nose. Therefore, he opted to relocate all energy from the Northern Sea, rendering it an energy-deficient zone. With this, I shall feel considerably more at ease, Lin Yun mused. Moreover, I must safeguard the position of the World Core from prying eyes. Lin Yun contemplated further. Perhaps I shall reside adjacent to the World Core. He deemed it prudent to relocate the World Core and construct a dwelling for himself in proximity. Thus, he continued his dialogue with the World Core. Soon, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. I shall make my abode in the heavens, Lin Yun resolved, utilizing his authority to erect a lavish dwelling high above. It requires some concealment, he remarked, conjuring an opaque white cloud to obscure his residence. I shall place the World Core within the confines of my abode. As he spoke, his form instantly materialized in the sky. Nearby, he created a massive, opaque white cloud, upon which he stepped, finding it soft and exceedingly comfortable. The luxurious house stood majestically atop this cloud, exuding an ethereal quality. Approaching the entrance, he discovered the interior devoid of furnishings, save for the still-floating World Core. All the furniture shall be provided, Lin Yun declared, harnessing the energies of the world to extravagantly conjure furnishings. One by one, exquisite items materialized from nothingness, transformed by the energies of the world into genuine furnishings. I find myself quite content with my modest wealth, Lin Yun quipped to himself, suddenly reminded of his overarching mission, to subjugate all Marvel heroes. Contemplating this, he let out a sigh. My strength remains insufficient. I must first accumulate power and await my opportunity. Chapter 172. Instruments of Conquest. Quickly shaking off his momentary despondency, Lin Yun redirected his focus to his realm of slaves. The environmental modifications are essentially complete. Yet, do I require the addition of celestial bodies like the sun? Lin Yun considered, ultimately dismissing the notion. As the future embodiment of the god of slaves, how could his realm possibly harbor a sun? Thus, I shall designate the daylight as overcast, with nightfall plunging the world into darkness. Lin Yun deliberated, subsequently communicating his designations to the World Core, effectively finalizing the configuration of his dominion. Reflecting on the prospect of future alterations to the foundational settings, he resolved to make changes as necessary. Now, I shall embark upon the campaign of conquest, Lin Yun resolved. I can emulate the divine realm and plunder from myriad worlds to sustain myself. A surge of excitement coursed through him at this realization. First, I must create a device, one capable of collecting the energies of the world and its diverse resources. Lin Yun recalled having read about a concept in an online novel, wherein the servants of a deity were termed reincarnators who utilized watches. Then perhaps I shall fashion a watch as well. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he found it somewhat implausible. Instead, he opted to create a container that could transform into whatever the user desired, guided by their intentions. Yet, it shall default to a watch. In the hands of the user, it may morph into their preferred form. Lin Yun meticulously conceptualized this container. Linking his consciousness to the world core, he drew upon his experience and began the creation process. A sleek black, high-tech watch emerged, its design unremarkable at first glance. To conceal its true purpose, Lin Yun adorned the watch with a digital display that continuously cycled through the current time. It could also be manually adjusted for time settings and alarms, appearing merely as an ordinary electronic timepiece. However, upon manual interaction or direct mental engagement, one discovers the intricate nuances within. The electronic watch, at times, proves to be quite captivating, Lin Yun remarked as he crafted another quartz timepiece, a model that necessitated manual winding through a chain mechanism. The watch's face displayed continuously moving hands. Indeed, let us default to this quartz watch, he concluded. Having designed the exterior, he proceeded to configure the watch's practical functionalities. The watch possessed the capacity to gather and store resources within a defined range, akin to a storage function. Naturally, Lin Yun initialized the watch with a space equivalent to the size of a suitcase. The creation of such spaces demanded a significant expenditure of Lin Yun's energy. He could not afford to fabricate a vast space without consequence, as that would be unprofitable. Moreover, leveraging the core of the world allowed him to create space. Yet even a suitcase-sized area consumed several times the energy compared to other endeavors. Fortunately, Lin Yun's formidable power at present enabled him to withstand these costs, albeit the energy underwent a complete transformation in nature, rendering it irretrievable thereafter. The watches, having undergone such a metamorphosis, could not be absorbed directly by him. As Lin Yun pondered the next creation, he contemplated what should come next. With the watch already established, it functioned as a client. Thus, a terminal for data transmission was necessary. Lin Yun mused. In certain respects, Lin Yun himself could serve as the terminal, receiving resources and energy sent from the watch's client. However, this posed an inherent risk. Enemies might trace Lin Yun's whereabouts through the watch. Should he expose himself, harm could swiftly follow. Despite being the supreme deity of a world, he remained relatively weak. His domain was too small, and his period of development too brief, rendering him quite vulnerable. Within the infinite multiverse, gods were far from scarce. In fact, they were numerous. Given the countless humans and myriad life forms populating the multiverse, the number was unfathomable. Consequently, from this vast pool, countless deities emerged. Many had begun cultivating their powers since the dawn of the ancient cosmos, and countless years had passed since then, resulting in a plethora of formidable gods in the void. These deities remained largely unknown, yet no one could deny their existence. In summary, Lin Yun's strength was quite diminutive among the multitude of gods, making it prudent not to connect himself directly as the terminal linked to the watch. Additionally, serving as a terminal necessitated constant processing of data sent by the user, which could lead to potential malfunctions. This was a mere conjecture in Lin Yun's mind. He resolved to create a terminal container to link with the watch, subsequently connecting this container to himself. The terminal container would function not only as a processor, but also as an intermediary. Should enemies invade, Lin Yun could swiftly sever the connection, minimizing damage. What materials would serve as the terminal container? Lin Yun pondered. It appears I currently lack suitable materials, he noted, inspecting his belongings and finding none that could serve as the terminal container. It seems I must expend the power of the world to create the container. Lin Yun assessed his energy reserves, totaling over 10,000, and since the energy bore striking similarities to the power of the world, he could utilize it for creation. However, he required the strength of the world's core, as energy and the power of the world were not entirely identical. Placing his hand upon the core, Lin Yun established communication. He intended to undertake a significant endeavor, for the quality of the terminal container would dictate how many watches could be linked simultaneously. Thus, he planned to expend several thousand energy units for its creation. The terminal container shall take the form of a warm yellow sphere, he envisioned. As he communicated with the world's core, he transmitted around 5,000 of his energy in one go, causing the core to illuminate and transform the energy. Due to their similar nature, upon conversion to world power, 5,000 units remained. Lin Yun grimaced at the sight of his dwindling energy. He had started with around 10,000, and after the expenditure, only 5,000 remained. It felt as if he had returned to square one. Yet the creation of this terminal container justified the substantial energy expenditure. With the passage of time, a warm yellow sphere gradually came into being. This sphere was as large as an aircraft, emanating a warm yellow glow that illuminated the surroundings as if it were day. Lin Yun gazed upon the sphere with satisfaction, for it was entirely under his control from the outset, being an inanimate object devoid of consciousness. Had it possessed sentience upon creation, Lin Yun would have needed to devise a means to eliminate its intelligence. Seeing the sphere, Lin Yun felt a profound sense of contentment. Given that the sphere consumed 5,000 energy units, it could simultaneously handle connections from 5,000 ordinary individuals, and in the future, he could upgrade it further. This thought led Lin Yun to reflect on his system. Perhaps the system, too, was a type of container pre-configured with a series of rules and stocked with various resources. He contemplated the notion that if he could somehow unlock this container, would it not allow him to access all the treasures within? This fleeting thought caused Lin Yun to self-deprecate. You've overthought this, setting aside the question of whether the system was indeed a container. Lin Yun shifted his focus back to the terminal container. First, I need to establish a connection between the two, Lin Yun stated. Since mastering this world, he had free reign over its rules, granting him a solid understanding of how to set and apply them. The entire world was in constant flux. As the saying goes, matter is in motion. Given that the world is in perpetual movement, Lin Yun, as the supreme deity, could perceive the connections of energy conduits throughout the realm, comprehending their transmission, as he had become intimately familiar with the majority of these pathways. Thus, utilizing this knowledge posed little challenge. Unlike before, when creating a ruby necessitated the assistance of the system as mind-twisting eye for precision, Lin Yun now required no such extraneous aids as he had gained mastery. His understanding of his own abilities had also deepened. These abilities represented various rules he had already acquired, which he could employ to achieve the desired effects. Lin Yun contemplated further. In Lin Yun's mind, a multitude of mysterious and profound thoughts surged forth. He extended his hand and connected with the core of the world, harnessing its power to link the quartz watch with the terminal container. An invisible connection formed between the two entities, one that could only be severed by a force far exceeding the energy of the terminal container. Of course, there is also the possibility that under the influence of certain powers, the connection could be temporarily disrupted, akin to being shielded. Lin Yun gazed contentedly at the linkage, recognizing it as a small step towards his grand ambitions, yet a monumental leap for his own success. This connection could also be perceived as an energy conduit, as they were fundamentally similar. Having designed the watch and terminal container, Lin Yun began to ponder his next steps. These two are essentially fundamental tools. Thus, I must also design tools for their utilization and other ancillary elements. He continued to reflect, moving forward with the next phase of his design. Chapter 175. Establishing rules for the terminal container. I recall that within the divine space, users can view their attribute panels, Lin Yun mused, inputting the command that would allow users to access their attribute panels into the terminal container. But what attributes should be viewable? He contemplated. He believed that unlike his own system panel, which was succinct, the attributes accessible via the watch should be intricate and elaborate. The more complex the attributes, the more impressive the watch would appear to the majority of users who favored sophistication. Let me configure it this way, he decided. The attribute panel will consist of constitution, strength, agility, and intelligence. Lin Yun swiftly conceived these fundamental attributes and input them into the terminal container, establishing inherent rules. Constitution pertains to vitality and various bodily metrics. Strength relates to offensive power and associated data. Agility concerns speed and the swiftness of actions, encompassing all speed-related aspects. Intelligence is linked to cognitive processing speed, reaction time, and the ability to wield supernatural forces. With these thoughts, Lin Yun promptly finalized the basic attributes and recorded their descriptions into the terminal container. The watch will also allow users to inquire about their name, age, and a myriad of miscellaneous items. If I find it lacking later, I can always expand on the design. He continued to ponder, realizing numerous aspects awaited his creativity. First, I shall establish the essentials. Crucially, once users acquire the watch, their lives commence a countdown. During this period, users can complete tasks provided by the terminal container or gather resources to exchange for additional days of life to sustain their existence. Should their life days dwindle, the terminal container will mercilessly terminate them. What a splendid idea, Lin Yun reflected while entering this vital rule into the terminal container. To him, ensuring that users were constantly in a perilous state would motivate them to incessantly undertake tasks and gather resources, preventing any idleness and ensuring diligent work on his behalf. A sense of pride welled within him as he recognized his own ingenuity. I will implement a task system that continuously issues assignments, stipulating various rules for the completion of specific tasks. Furthermore, users must not disclose any pertinent information. Should they do so, the terminal container will automatically eliminate them. Lin Yun appended this rule to ensure the terminal container security, substantially mitigating the risk of information leaks. With confidentiality maintained, the likelihood of the terminal container facing attacks would also diminish significantly. He resolved to monitor the multitude of users vigilantly. Thus, I need to incorporate a recording feature. Additionally, I shall implement sensitive word monitoring. This should help avert potential issues. Lin Yun persistently added new regulations to the terminal container, deciding to conduct a preliminary test to ascertain any potential flaws in its operation. Chapter 176. Test subjects first. I shall select personnel. Lin Yun directed his gaze towards the world of Iron Man, where he noticed the original location of Schindler's Town and was struck with inspiration. Isn't it home to some S.H.I.E.L.D agents? He contemplated. I could incorporate them into my plan. The objective of the task shall be survival. Upon successful completion, they may return to the real world. With deep contemplation, he reached out to communicate with the terminal controller, utilizing its formidable energy to draw individuals from the Iron Man universe into the slave world. Due to this being his inaugural attempt, Lin Yun refrained from summoning too many individuals. He summoned the scientist S.H.I.E.L.D, Iron Man Tony, and several others, totaling 10 individuals. In the real world within S.H.I.E.L.D, Scientist S.H.I.E.L.D was engrossed in analyzing documents pertaining to the possible disappearance of Schindler's Town when a powerful force transmitted through, pulling him into the slave world. The S.H.I.E.L.D facility, equipped with numerous surveillance cameras and energy sensors, quickly detected S.H.I.E.L.D's disappearance. However, due to the rapidity of his vanishing, they were left bewildered. Although the energy sensor indicated a significant energy surge at the moment of S.H.I.E.L.D's disappearance, the staff were unable to determine his whereabouts. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D vanished mysteriously, a testament to Lin Yun's prowess. Meanwhile, in another area, Iron Man Tony was diligently working on his new armor, which boasted enhanced firepower and safety features. Suddenly, he lifted his head, sensing an unseen call. A powerful force enveloped him, transporting him to the slave world. Tony recognized this force, having encountered it previously. Without a moment to ponder, he found himself traversing a dark, narrow passageway toward an unknown destination. I've arrived. As his eyes adjusted, he realized he had landed in an abandoned town, its characteristics strikingly familiar. This must be styled after the West. He observed that he and several others lay beside a collapsed wall, encased within a transparent energy shield. Tony refrained from reaching out to touch anything, aware that the unknown could pose unforeseen dangers. Standing upright, unlike the others who lay prone, he seemed to have received a preferential treatment. Noticing that the others remained unconscious, he began to scrutinize their identities closely. A scientist clad entirely in a white lab coat, a person dressed like an official, a youth resembling a small-time delinquent, 3 students, 2 young girls, a middle-aged woman, and an elderly man gathered in the vicinity. Among the trio of students, one was overweight, another was slight and somewhat unseemly, and the last appeared quite robust. The 2 girls presented a stark contrast. One was strikingly beautiful, while the other was rather unattractive. The middle-aged woman and the elderly man exuded an air typical of the common folk. How intriguing, Tony remarked, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. As a leading scientist, he pieced together the elements at play, realizing that the situation might be tied to a deity he revered. Chapter 177. Tony's panel. Damn it. The youth, resembling a delinquent, approached with a brash demeanor, his words dripping with contempt. as if he wished for nothing more than the demise of others. Upon noticing the individuals sprawled around him, he was taken aback, and then his gaze fell upon Tony, whom he perceived as harmless. "You got some nerve kidnapping me," he blustered. "You should know that I—" As he continued, the formerly unconscious individuals began to regain consciousness. "Where are we? Are we filming a movie? Have we traveled through time? Please, let's go back." The cacophony of voices buzzed incessantly, aggravating the young delinquent. "What are you all yelling about? Don't you see me here?" The crowd turned their attention to him, and one individual, dressed as a government official, exerted significant pressure, causing the delinquent to fall silent. This official bore a grim visage, with a sharp, hawkish nose and a frigid gaze that commanded respect. His eyes swept over the crowd before landing on the irreverent Tony. A flicker of surprise crossed his features, though he quickly masked it. This man was S.H.I.E.L.D, a congressional member. His attention then shifted to the scientist, S.H.I.E.L.D, while the others faded from his interest. S.H.I.E.L.D adhered strictly to his principle of focusing solely on those with potential benefit, disregarding the inconsequential. He strode purposefully to Tony and inquired in a hushed tone, "ISNT this are Mr. Tony? What discoveries have you made?" Tony recognized S.H.I.E.L.D, as his status as the CEO of a prominent military enterprise necessitated interactions with Congress, making their acquaintance inevitable. Reflecting on S.H.I.E.L.D's inquiry, Tony replied, "Follow the instructions and do not defy them." S.H.I.E.L.D, puzzled by the warning, felt a sense of confusion but respected Tony's silence and refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D regained his senses and spotted Tony. Although Tony was a well-known figure, S.H.I.E.L.D was not familiar to him. Nevertheless, S.H.I.E.L.D approached and engaged Tony in conversation. As discussions flourished, small groups formed. Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D, and S.H.I.E.L.D constituted one circle, while the delinquent mingled with the students, and the girls were led by the middle-aged woman. Amidst the chatter, they noticed the enclosure around them, and some attempted to escape, but to no avail. Additionally, they discovered identical watches on their wrists, which emitted a voice in their minds. Assistance device activated. User, Tony. Your attribute panel is as follows: Constitution 1, Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 50. Tony regarded the attributes with a sense of pride regarding his intelligence. "It seems I am indeed a genius scientist." As he continued to examine the information, a particular detail caught his attention. Remaining life, 23 hours and 36 minutes. Divine observation. Due to your favor with the god of slavery, you are under divine scrutiny. His heart raced momentarily, but he quickly regained composure. Mission initiated. Survive for 23 hours. Reward: 3 additional days of life. Special long-term mission activated. Develop a universal mech suit and submit it. Reward: all rewards doubled. Chapter 178. The lottery. Before the start, the realization of their predicament began to dawn upon everyone, leading to a marked decrease in chatter. Even the most boisterous delinquent fell quiet. This must be a game orchestrated by God or an extraterrestrial, the overweight student speculated, drawing from the web novels he had previously encountered. "Come on, the rewards are too meager. Besides, our time is running out." A slender, somewhat unsightly student expressed dissatisfaction, quickly immersing himself in the grim reality and worrying for his future. The students wore expressions of despair, while the middle-aged woman grew increasingly anxious. "I was just playing mahjong, and now I find myself in this predicament. Oh my heavens!" At that moment, a voice echoed in their ears simultaneously. "User, congratulations. Your novice gift pack has arrived. Please check it." The overweight student anxiously connected to the assistance device and discovered the novice gift pack stored within. Novice gift pack, which may yield skills or items. With good fortune, you might draw 2 items. With lesser luck, at least 1. Users are urged to open the gift pack promptly. It will expire in 23 hours. Upon hearing the system's reminder, the overweight student ceased to contemplate further and hastily chose to open it immediately. A dazzling light enveloped him as he initiated the process, and his expression brightened. "I actually drew 2 items. His name was Zhang Quanling, who, being indulgent and lethargic, was notably overweight. This unexpected encounter in what appeared to be a divine realm filled him with hope for a transformative opportunity. Perhaps I can turn my fortunes around." Zhang Quanling reveled in his thoughts as he carefully examined the items he had drawn. However, his expression shifted to one of amusement. Fat manipulator. You can expend your fat to launch attacks against foes. Mega supplement. A miraculous pill that may save your life in critical moments. Is this a joke? Zhang Quanling grumbled internally. At that moment, others also engaged in their own draws, some elated, others disheartened, each expression a reflection of the myriad human experiences. Tony's luck was average. He drew but one item, yet he stared, astonished, at what he had received. Iron Battle Suit. A formidable suit, though it possesses limited energy, usable for only 5 minutes. A wave of frustration washed over him. Wasn't this merely the mech he had designed? The supreme deity has likely made modifications to it. However, at certain times, it can be employed as a trump card. Chun-Yi also drew a handgun, while Sane unfortunately ended up with a kettle filled with scalding water. The trio exchanged some basic information, yet the more crucial details remained undisclosed, as this was an unfamiliar environment where trust among individuals was not guaranteed. At that moment, the protective energy shield surrounding them began to wane, gradually relinquishing its safeguarding presence. A cold, indifferent voice echoed in their ears, causing a palpable tension among them. The survival mission is about to commence. Countdown 5, 4, 3. With a final chime, the protective barrier shattered completely. Chapter 179, Survival Test completed. A chilling sound emerged from behind a nearby wall, prompting bewilderment among the group. In such an eerie place, any noise was suspect, and it was best to avoid areas emitting strange sounds. The overweight student, Zhang Quanling, recalled certain scenarios he had seen on television and cautioned, "Be careful. Don't go near." Yet, the unfolding events often surpassed their expectations. A blood-red tongue suddenly slithered out from behind the wall. Due to the tongue's rapid movement, they were momentarily stunned, and a female student in front was ensnared around the neck, being dragged backward. "Help me," she cried in terror, her hands clutching her throat in a desperate grasp. The tongue left a trail of marks on the ground as it pulled her away. By this time, the group reacted. An elderly man standing nearby drew a knife from his pocket, rushing to sever the tongue and rescue the girl. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. The old man did indeed slice through the tongue, but the severed end spewed forth a greenish liquid. Standing too close, several drops accidentally splattered into his eyes. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, dropping his weapon to the ground, clutching his eyes as sizzling sounds emitted from his face. Fresh pus and blood streamed down, as his eyes were grotesquely corroded into 2 gaping holes. With his sight obliterated, the old man was left virtually incapacitated. Everyone be cautious of the liquid. It is corrosive. The girl near the severed tongue was also splashed with a copious amount of the liquid, her clothing quickly disintegrating into numerous holes. The exposed skin revealed raw, crimson flesh beneath. Little concern was afforded to the girl's fate, as each individual was preoccupied with their own survival. A horde of monstrous creatures with tentacles, drawn by the scent of fresh prey, began to converge upon them. Meanwhile, a pack of canine monsters, once the town's domestic and wild dogs, greedily surrounded Tony and the others. Expressions of uncertainty and alarm flickered across the group's faces as they gazed at the menacing creatures. One of the canine monsters stood at the forefront, drooling profusely, leaving corrosive droplets upon the ground. "There are too many of these monsters," Zhang Quanling murmured. A young thug, seemingly unable to endure the encirclement, brandished the light machine gun he had drawn. His mind was filled with knowledge and imagery regarding its operation, enabling him to wield it effortlessly. Initially intending to use the machine gun to dominate his peers, the presence of so many creatures left him no choice but to resort to it for survival. The sound of gunfire erupted, akin to the tolling of death's bell, as the low-defense canine monsters were torn apart by the bullet's powerful force. Their anguished cries mingled with the sounds of flesh being shredded, one by one collapsing before the onslaught. However, the young thug's triumphant demeanor was short-lived, as the auxiliary system's voice interrupted. "Test completed. Preparing for return." Chapter 180. Unfortunate Sane? The group heard the system's announcement, their expressions reflecting confusion. The task had clearly stated to endure for 23 hours, yet abruptly concluded, leaving everyone astonished. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a minor test devised by Lin Yun. He sought to assess whether the system functioned correctly, and upon observation, found no issues. He perceived that while the group might barely withstand the creatures momentarily, their eventual demise was inevitable. Except for a couple of individuals he intended to protect, the rest would undoubtedly meet their end. Thus, Lin Yun decisively terminated their mission within the terminal container. Communicating with the world's core, he transported everyone back to their original locations. What Lin Yun did not anticipate was that his actions would alter the world to some degree once more. The individuals were enveloped within energy conduits, returning to their prior positions. This time, their consciousness was not obscured by Lin Yun, allowing them to perceive their passage through a narrow corridor. A bright light appeared ahead, propelling S.H.I.E.L.D toward it against his will. Once acclimated, he discovered himself amidst high-tech decor, realizing he had returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Not far away lay the physical document S.H.I.E.L.D had been perusing moments ago, now disheveled, as if rifled through numerous times. Oh no, S.H.I.E.L.D thought anxiously, scanning the surroundings and spotting several surveillance cameras distinctive to S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as he contemplated his next move, the door swung open, revealing Coulson. His expression grave, flanked by several soldiers. With a cold gaze directed at S.H.I.E.L.D, he commanded, "Take him away. Imprison him." As S.H.I.E.L.D attempted to voice his concerns, a chilling electronic tone resonated in his mind. "Please refrain from disclosing any related information. Disclosure will be met with termination." Upon hearing the frigid electronic warning, S.H.I.E.L.D wisely closed his mouth, uncertain of the auxiliary device's true nature. Consequently, he complied and was escorted away. Meanwhile, Zhang Quanling found himself back in his own room. Since he had initially been transported to the slave world from his room, he did not experience the same ordeal as S.H.I.E.L.D. Exhausted, Zhang Quanling reclined on his bed, stretching comfortably with his favorite turkey noodles at his bedside. He eagerly tore open the packaging of the noodles and devoured them heartily. The crunching sounds echoed as he quickly finished the turkey noodles. He then reached for the soda, placed nearby, and drank deeply, letting out a satisfied burp before reclining once more. It seems that what just transpired was not an illusion, he murmured to himself. A great tonic. He attempted to summon the auxiliary device from his consciousness, and a black, aromatic elixir appeared before Zhang Quanling. This is real. Upon witnessing the elixir materialize, the rotund Zhang Quanling was convinced that everything he had encountered was indeed genuine, not a figment of his imagination. This watch is real too. Zhang Quanling caressed the watch on his wrist, emitting a laugh reminiscent of a lovesick fool. It seems my rise to prominence has finally arrived. Chapter 181. The Scarlet Sword of Annihilation. Once Lin Yun observed that everyone had returned to the realm of reality, he ceased to pay them any further attention, indifferent to their fates and outcomes. For these individuals were nothing more than his puppets, or, to put it another way, his pawns. Does a chess player concern himself with the fate of his pieces? No, he does not. Each flower blooms on its own branch. Lin Yun expressed great satisfaction with the results of this terminal containers test. At that moment, a voice from the system within his consciousness rang out. Reminder to the host. Please check the newly unlocked items in the shop. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yun recalled that he had unlocked new items in the shop after completing the task Become Stronger. However, due to a series of incessant events, he had temporarily forgotten about this matter. Now, with the system's reminder, Lin Yun suddenly realized that he could once again enhance his capabilities. All right, system, open the shop. Let me see what new items have been unlocked. As Lin Yun spoke, a brilliant blue screen appeared before him, detailing the newly unlocked items. Lin Yun scrutinized the screen and discovered that two entirely new items had been unlocked: the Scarlet Sword of Annihilation and the Divine Power Corrosion Module. Oh, this is the first time a weapon has appeared in the shop. Lin Yun exclaimed in astonishment, hastily examining the detailed information of these two items. The Scarlet Sword of Annihilation, quality, divine artifact. Requires two special materials from the universe for its creation. Possesses automatic repair capabilities and formidable lethality. I must collect materials for creation? Lin Yun remarked with dissatisfaction, then considered assigning this task to the slaves and reincarnators he would summon later. Reincarnators were those newcomers controlled by Lin Yun through his watch. I should check what materials are required. Lin Yun clicked on the weapon for further inspection and found that it required the core of a star as its energy source, along with a rare material from the universe. This material was named Crimson Crystal, and it indicated that 1 cubic unit of Crimson Crystal was needed. Upon seeing the requirements, Lin Yun was both surprised and deeply impressed by the weapon. It truly deserves the title of a divine artifact. It requires the core of a star as its energy source. Lin Yun was astounded, estimating that a star was akin to the sun, with the core being its innermost component, resembling a perpetual motion machine. With this thought, Lin Yun felt an even greater desire for this weapon. By the way, let me see what the other item is. The Divine Power Infection Module, a powerful module that could be installed for free, endowing energy with special properties. Its function is to imbue the user's energy with strong infective capabilities, allowing the infected to be transformed into the user's slaves. Fantastic, this is exactly what I need. Upon seeing this module, Lin Yun was overjoyed. This module held significant importance for him. Once his energy possessed infective properties, anyone, including reincarnators, who utilized Lin Yun's energy would unwittingly become his slaves. In a certain sense, this greatly enhanced Lin Yun's soft power. The system is truly remarkable. After contemplating, Lin Yun commanded the system, install the infection module. Upon hearing Lin Yun's voice, the infection module from the shop transformed into a streak of light and entered Lin Yun's body, altering the nature of his energy. Chapter 182. Interrogating S.H.I.E.L.D. A colossal aircraft carrier hovered above the Pacific Ocean, serving as the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was the place where the United States upheld global peace, from which many orders were issued, influencing changes around the world. The nemesis of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, had long been defeated and could only hide in the shadows, clinging to survival. In a cell with white walls on all sides, the mysteriously disappeared and subsequently returned scientist S.H.I.E.L.D. was detained. S.H.I.E.L.D. gazed helplessly at the surrounding walls, constructed from a new type of material that could block telecommunications signals to a certain extent. Thus, even if someone wished to contact the outside world from within the cell, it was impossible. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mind raced as he pondered how to respond to the situation at hand. His previous disappearance had already drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., making his sudden return highly suspicious. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a tightly knit military organization that would not tolerate any questionable factors or individuals. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. currently faced a crisis. At that moment, a faint mechanical whirring sound emanated from the walls, and several cameras emerged, focusing on S.H.I.E.L.D. Then, a voice emerged from the playback device mounted on the wall. S.H.I.E.L.D., please answer the following questions truthfully. S.H.I.E.L.D. reluctantly shifted his focus, attentively listening to what the voice had to say. Please answer. Where did you go the day before yesterday? What activities did you engage in? S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and instinctively replied, the day before yesterday, I went to. Suddenly, a cold, electronic voice interrupted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s train of thought, jolting him back to clarity. Neurotoxin detected affecting the host, reawakening the host. Upon hearing the electronic prompt, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s anger surged. Clearly, during that brief moment, neurotoxins had been secretly released from the walls. The interrogators aimed to impair S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mental state to extract the information they desired. Yet for S.H.I.E.L.D., this was intolerable. He understood that if these neurotoxins could influence him to a certain extent, they would ultimately damage his brain. And the brain was the most crucial element for S.H.I.E.L.D. as a scientist. He could not endure the thought of his brain being harmed. He refrained from attempting to determine the source of the neurotoxin's release, knowing that the cameras were undoubtedly trained on him. These thoughts flickered through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mind in an instant, while only a few seconds passed in the external world. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. had resorted to such measures, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt justified in fabricating lies. That day, it seemed I was taken away by some force, and then I lost consciousness. I can't remember anything. S.H.I.E.L.D. spoke half-truths, half-lies. He understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. surely had psychological experts, and if he spoke nothing but deception, he would undoubtedly be exposed. Thus, he resolved to speak in a manner that blended truth and falsehood, ensuring he would not be discovered. In a monitoring room, several individuals with serious expressions were seated. They coldly observed and meticulously analyzed the words of S.H.I.E.L.D. displayed on the high-definition screen. Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s statements, a psychological expert scrutinized S.H.I.E.L.D.'s facial expressions and remarked, "He is not lying." Chapter 183. The capture mission. Meanwhile, a female expert diligently reviewed the results on her laptop. Equipped with the latest software from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, utilizing the most advanced neural networks, rendering the software remarkably powerful. The program analyzed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s facial expressions and determined a 100% probability that he was truthful. The group continued to question S.H.I.E.L.D. on various matters, to which he responded with ignorance. They failed to realize that S.H.I.E.L.D. had long since escaped the influence of the neurotoxin. Assuming S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words to be genuine, they recorded their findings and began their discussions. An assistant, aiding the group, then shut off the neurotoxin release valve and activated a different gas. This gas neutralized the effects of the neurotoxin. Yet those affected could not recall the events that had transpired. Noticing that the experts had lost interest in S.H.I.E.L.D., the assistant turned off the video surveillance. In another scene, Tony, who not only adored women but also had a passion for racing, was meticulously fine-tuning his race car beside the racetrack. A reporter, microphone in hand, accompanied by a cameraman, approached Tony while enthusiastically announcing, "Welcome to the New York City racing competition. Here, we have the top racers from across New York State. Our television station will bring you the latest racing news." Upon spotting Tony, the reporter paused and addressed the camera. "Look who we have here. This is none other than Mr. Tony, America's affluent playboy." The reporter grew increasingly animated, gesturing for the cameraman to focus on Tony, whose appearance on the broadcast significantly boosted viewership. Pepper, visibly displeased, approached and swiftly engaged with the reporter, effectively driving him away. "Annoying reporters. I've already chased off several today," she exclaimed. Hearing her words, Tony reassured her, "I've grown accustomed to it." Pepper added, "You're racing today, and I won't allow these reporters to distract you." The two conversed cheerfully, unaware that someone lurked in the shadows, watching intently. This individual, gritting their teeth, muttered, "That thief has taken everything from my family. If it weren't for him, my father wouldn't have died of rage. I shall have my revenge." Oblivious to the imminent threat, Tony cheerfully climbed into his race car and prepared to hit the track. As the signal sounded, he activated his car, shooting forth like an arrow. He expertly maneuvered through the curves, overtaking one competitor after another. Meanwhile, Zhang Quanling lay peacefully in bed, leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds. He chose to remain indoors, fearing another surprise assault from the system. If he were to vanish unexpectedly, it would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar. "I wonder when the system will issue the next task." There is no precise timing. Just as he finished speaking, the system's cold electronic voice echoed. "New capture mission released. Target, Ivan Vanko." Chapter 184. Ivan Vanko, Ivan Vanko. Zhang Quanling pronounced the name with a hint of peculiarity. Indeed, he must be Russian. Zhang quickly deduced this, for only Russians bore such names. Being a genuine American of Chinese descent, he swiftly identified the target as a Russian. "Teleportation will commence shortly. Please prepare yourself." The system's electronic voice continued its announcements, causing Zhang to panic. "I haven't finished my seeds yet." However, the system disregarded his concerns and enveloped Zhang in energy, commencing the teleportation process. He was swiftly transported through the energy conduit. Zhang found himself bewilderingly appearing in a restroom, which, fortunately, was momentarily unoccupied. He still held sunflower seeds in his hand. Just then, someone entered, intending to use the facilities, and cast a disdainful glance at Zhang, who was munching seeds in the restroom. Realizing he was still in his pajamas, Zhang hurried into a stall and locked the door. "Fortunately, I have stored clothes in my watch's storage." As he spoke, he opened the storage compartment and retrieved the prepared attire. After changing into more suitable clothing, he heard the system's voice again. "Capture mission. Map displaying teammates." Energized by the system's announcement, Zhang eagerly opened the map. Not only did it display his teammates, but it also illustrated the current terrain. "Capture reward. 1 week of survival." Upon reading this, Zhang's face drained of color as he quickly checked his remaining time, discovering only 11 hours left. "In 11 hours, I will be eliminated. I must complete this mission within that time." The map indicated several blue markers flashing, denoting his teammates. Zhang hastily made his way toward the nearest blue dot, keenly observing his surroundings. Clearly, he was inside a large building filled with shops selling racing-related merchandise. This must be during the race, Zhang thought, contemplating another possibility. The target might be connected to racing. As he pondered, he stepped outside, only to be astonished by the sight before him. "What magnificent race cars!" he exclaimed, marveling at the vehicles speeding along the track. "No wonder racing is deemed essential for man. I must buy one for myself," he murmured. At that moment, an unexpected incident unfolded. A man, not far from the racetrack, suddenly charged onto the course. He removed his clothing, revealing flickering electrical currents beneath. At some point, he produced 2 long electric whips. As a race car sped by, he swung the whips, striking the vehicle mid-flight, which was violently torn apart and crashed to the ground, igniting into flames. At the rupture of the racing car, it was evident that the damage had been inflicted by the searing heat of the electric whip. Just as Zhang Quanling stood in astonishment at this scene, the system's voice resonated in his ears. "Target identified. Engage immediately." Chapter 185. The Fierce Capture Battle. What? That is the target? Zhang Quanling was momentarily taken aback. but then quickly realized that this was indeed the individual he was tasked to apprehend. Of course, he was not alone in this endeavor. His companions were with him as well. Before we delve into the fates of the other reincarnators, let us first discuss their circumstances. The ruffian in question, known as Zhang Ming, was a local bully in the alley adjacent to his home, undeniably a dominant figure among the miscreants. Since his return from the world of slavery, emboldened by his wristwatch's spatial storage and an impressively powerful light machine gun, his ambitions had grown increasingly grandiose. "Do you yield?" As he spoke, Zhang Ming lifted his fist from the face of fellow thug. Although he was a kingpin among ruffians, he faced fierce competition from others vying for supremacy. The thug he had just mercilessly beaten was another contender for dominance, one whom Zhang Ming had long despised. "Boss, I concede," the beaten thug repeated, though malice brewed within him. "How dare you strike me? I will certainly inform my boss. Let him take revenge for me." Both the dominant figures and the ordinary thugs were under the control of higher-ups, so while the beaten thug feigned submission, he was secretly plotting revenge. At that moment, Zhang Ming's expression drastically changed. He threw the thug aside and dashed into an alleyway. The defeated thug did not linger to inquire about Zhang Ming's sudden shift, instead fleeing while hurling a parting threat. "Curse you, just wait. I will call for reinforcements and make you pay." Zhang Ming's shift in demeanor was due to a system alert indicating an imminent countdown for teleportation. In a panic, he sought refuge in the alley to escape detection as he prepared to teleport. An energy conduit enveloped Zhang Ming, transporting him to his destination while providing pertinent task information. Capture mission, target, Ivan Vanko. Upon arriving near the racetrack, Zhang Ming was disoriented, his limited education hindering his understanding of many things. However, he managed to decipher the map's indications and made his way towards the nearest marked location. "Those flickering blue dots must be my teammates." As he walked, he murmured to himself, his gaze drifting to the affluent crowds and glamorous women surrounding him, an avaricious glint in his eyes. "All of this will be mine." Approaching the blue-marked teammate, he recognized the figure of a stout student from a previous encounter. Isn't that the chubby student from last time? Before he could greet him, a deafening explosion erupted from the racetrack. A car cleaved in two by the electric whip, leaving Zhang Ming awestruck. "This is incredible. If I had such power, I would undoubtedly become the leader, surrounded by beauty and wealth." As Zhang Ming indulged in these thoughts, his attention shifted to the scantily clad, blonde women in the distance. Before he could dwell further, the system's urgent voice rang out, alerting him. "Task target has appeared. Engage immediately." "Task target has appeared. Engage immediately." Zhang Ming turned his gaze to the racetrack, where a nearly bare-chested Russian stood, eyeing the track with predatory intent. His chest was adorned with a protective apparatus, surrounded by wires that transmitted electricity from the power source to the electric whip in his hands, which crackled ominously. Indeed, we can refer to him as the electric whip. In Ivan's hands were two whips pulsating with high-voltage energy, trailing erratic currents that crackled with fearsome intensity, evoking a sense of dread. The glowing whips resembled razor-sharp knives, capable of effortlessly slicing through flesh. Upon hearing the system's alert, Zhang Ming unhesitatingly retrieved the light machine gun he had won from a lottery, aiming it at the electric whip on the track. The gun spat fire like the flames of death, seeking to extinguish the life of the electric whip. Nearby, innocent bystanders who escaped the whip's wrath met their end at the hands of the thug. Zhang Quanling, hearing the familiar sound of gunfire, turned to see Zhang Ming, a lowly thug among the reincarnators, eliciting a dismissive expression from him. Zhang Ming, however, took note of this and etched it into his memory. The onlookers, witnessing the emergence of a light machine gun, erupted into chaos, some dropping to the ground, others fleeing, and a few brandishing handguns at Zhang Ming, demanding, "Drop your weapon." Enraged, Zhang Ming redirected his aim and opened fire. Those who dared to challenge him were reduced to mere remnants, blood spilling across the ground. Chapter 186. The Fierce Capture Battle. Part 2. Such carnage left Zhang Quanling in stunned disbelief, prompting him to exclaim, "Why would you do this?" Upon hearing Zhang Quanling's incredulous inquiry, Zhang Ming, his eyes bloodshot, aimed his machine gun at him and retorted, "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Confronted with the ominous muzzle of the gun, Zhang Quanling faltered, his face flushed with anger, unwilling to further provoke Zhang Ming. Seeing Zhang Quanling's reluctance to engage, Zhang Ming seized the opportunity to press his advantage. "Considering your physique, why not become my subordinate?" Zhang Quanling, initially cowed by the threat of the machine gun. Recall the saying, good people are often taken advantage of. The sight of Zhang Ming's ruffian demeanor ignited a fire of indignation within him. Don't push me. Even the docile can be formidable. Noticing Zhang Quanling's reddening face, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Zhang Ming's mind, causing him to reconsider his pressure tactics. He chuckled, brother. I was merely joking. Why the long face? Zhang Quanling's growing disdain for Zhang Ming was palpable, yet due to the mission's demands, he resolved to temporarily set aside their conflict. First, the task must be completed. Though their disagreement was brief, the situation on the field had shifted dramatically. Earlier, Zhang Ming had launched an assault with his light machine gun, but the electric whip had rendered his efforts futile. It appeared that the whip was enveloped by a formidable electromagnetic field, repelling the rapidly approaching bullets and nullifying their effectiveness. What to do now? Zhang Ming pondered aloud, realizing the significant disadvantage posed by the electromagnetic field, which severely diminished the effectiveness of his light machine gun. This is a significant disadvantage for him, as he heavily relies on the function of the light machine gun. To elaborate, a light machine gun is a firearm that is comparatively lighter than both heavy and general-purpose machine guns. It is capable of fully automatic fire, providing sustained suppressive firepower that a rifle cannot match. Equipped with a robust and elongated barrel, it typically serves as a support weapon for infantry during assaults and defensive positions, allowing for individual portability and operation. Thus, it is one of the most formidable personal weapons available. It is evident that Zhang Ming is profoundly dependent on the power of the light machine gun, and without its assistance, his strength diminishes significantly. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Quanling felt a surge of joy, for his abilities remained unaffected by the electromagnetic field, allowing him to retain his full strength. The sight of Zhang Ming struggling only heightened Zhang Quanling's satisfaction. Let us momentarily set aside the circumstances of both individuals and redirect our focus to Tony, the central figure of this predicament, who now finds himself in a perilous situation. Tony had been joyfully racing, overtaking numerous competitors, when unexpectedly, an adversary emerged and split his vehicle in two. Reacting swiftly, Tony managed to escape from the car just in time to avoid the explosion. However, the abruptness of the incident caused him to twist his ankle, leaving him helplessly sprawled on the ground. Instead of approaching to finish him off, the assailant remained at a distance, rambling on. You, Stark family, a lineage of thieves. Your father stole all the research, leading to my father's demise. Hearing these words, Tony couldn't help but reflect on his own father. My father, Howard Stark, was a millionaire, an arms dealer, a genius. He single-handedly established Stark Industries and was a participant and designer of the Super Soldier program, which successfully created Captain America and later assisted in the formation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony recalled his recent interactions with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the knowledge he had gained, partly through infiltrating their networks. Father, how did you truly die? The mysterious circumstances surrounding his father's death darkened Tony's thoughts. Recognizing the assailant's words, he pondered whether he might learn about past events from this individual, perhaps the son of a friend of his father. Contemplating this, Tony's expression softened. He considered that perhaps the assailant harbored some unresolved issues with him, leading to the current situation. Misunderstandings among individuals can be terrifying, often resulting in violent confrontations and estrangement. With this in mind, Tony spoke up. Hey, my friend, perhaps you have misinterpreted something. I assure you, my father was no thief. There must be some misunderstanding. Chapter 187. The Fierce Capture Battle 3. The assailant scoffed upon hearing Tony's explanation, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Regardless, I will kill you today. As the assailant swung his long electromagnetic whip, Tony swiftly dodged aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, he noticed a long scorch mark where he had been standing, a clear indication of the whip's intense heat. One must not underestimate the power of high-temperature attacks. Many modern weapons utilize this principle, such as laser cutting, showcasing the formidable force of elevated temperatures. Listen to me carefully, Tony urged while evading the whip strikes. Meanwhile, those who had fled during the chaos began to return, with various small television station representatives recklessly approaching to capture live footage of the unfolding drama. This is XX Television, bringing you the latest report. One excited leader announced into the camera, with Tony battling the assailant in the background, a spectacle that quickly boosted the station's ratings. Simultaneously, The local police received emergency calls and promptly dispatched personnel and equipment to the scene, turning our attention to S.H.I.E.L.D. Ever since his confinement and interrogation, he had been devoid of any contact with the outside world. The prison system automatically provided meals, preventing S.H.I.E.L.D. from encountering anyone. Thus, he resorted to pondering scientific problems to alleviate his solitude. Yet one fateful day, an opportunity arose. S.H.I.E.L.D. sat bored on the edge of his bed, contemplating scientific queries. Suddenly, the cold, mechanical voice of the system interrupted his thoughts. Teleportation countdown initiated. Capture mission activated. Please open the panel to view the task. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In an instant, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s entire being was enveloped by an invisible energy conduit, seemingly preparing to transport him to the mission site. However, the cell appeared equipped with energy disruption devices, quickly detecting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s unusual behavior. The apparatus within the cell triggered alarms and disruptions, causing the lights to flash red, filling the room with a sense of foreboding. The energy interference instruments emitted waves, altering the surrounding spatial conditions. S.H.I.E.L.D. felt the energy conduit constricting him, becoming unstable, casting doubt on his survival. Yet, the system's subsequent announcement eased his tension. Energy disturbance detected, increasing output to ensure safety. A surge of energy flowed from the mysterious realm, fortifying the conduit and overcoming the interference, successfully transporting S.H.I.E.L.D. away. Meanwhile, the main control computer monitoring the area sounded alarms, alerting personnel to the unexpected situation. What is happening? Energy instability detected. Prisoner S.H.I.E.L.D. has vanished. Several individuals, their expressions grave, exchanged concerned glances and accessed the computer for details. Upon reviewing the records, they were met with astonishment. The video displayed incessant wave patterns, as if a potent energy had interfered, leaving no trace of the event. Activate the backup surveillance cameras, one commanded, and a newly operational camera revealed the cell to be completely empty. S.H.I.E.L.D. was gone. Furthermore, the exit had not been forcibly breached, leading to a sense of unease among the observers. Just like last time, another mysterious disappearance. Next time, we shall extract information from him through interrogation. Upon hearing a suggestion from one of the members, the crowd unanimously expressed their agreement. S.H.I.E.L.D. was being transported through an energy conduit, and soon his expression shifted dramatically as he found himself in a restroom. The restroom was empty, so S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sudden appearance went unnoticed, and no extraordinary event occurred. At last, I have escaped. S.H.I.E.L.D. wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. He did not wish to remain imprisoned any longer, and from his observations of S.H.I.E.L.D's methods, he noted their ruthlessness. It was better to flee. Let me first check the mission. The mission is to capture Ivan Vanko. Upon seeing this name, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a flicker of recognition. It seemed he had encountered it before. Right? I remember now. I once heard a speech by Igor Vanko at a conference for scientists, and Ivan Vanko appears to be Igor Vanko's son. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mind raced as he recalled these details. Chapter 188. The Fierce Capture Battle for How Strange. Why has the mission tasked me with capturing Ivan Vanko? S.H.I.E.L.D. pondered this repeatedly, but after several mental exercises yielded little, he decided to abandon the thought. There is too little information. S.H.I.E.L.D. lamented internally. He glanced at the system panel and noted his life expectancy was dwindling. Thus, it became imperative to complete this mission, or he could perish due to lack of time. Without further contemplation, he swiftly opened the map, where a red dot flickered, indicating the enemy's location, alongside blue dots representing his allies. S.H.I.E.L.D. surveyed his attire, clad in a white lab coat, which cast doubt on his identity. Determined to change, he exited the restroom and surveyed his surroundings. He discovered he was inside a commercial building, bustling with people, and decided to procure a new outfit from a mall. However, upon patting his pockets, he realized he possessed nothing, as all his belongings had been confiscated during his imprisonment. How frustrating. He recalled the system space, but regretted not considering it sooner due to the abruptness of his situation. Yet now is not the time for regret. For a distant explosion resonated from outside the commercial building, causing it to tremble and instilling panic among the occupants. What has happened? The target must have appeared, and something must have transpired. S.H.I.E.L.D. contemplated. As a scientist, he possessed strong logical reasoning skills and quickly deduced the situation. Ignoring his attire, he hurried towards the target location to join his teammates. He observed on the map that numerous blue dots were in motion, all converging towards the red dot. Due to the unexpected chaos, no one paid attention to S.H.I.E.L.D's clothing. Most individuals were frantically fleeing, while others brandished handguns, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. As S.H.I.E.L.D pressed toward the source of the explosion, we turn our attention to Tony's predicament. At that moment, Tony was in disarray. His once elegant suit was now soiled and wrinkled, portraying a state of utter dishevelment. His formerly stylish hairstyle had devolved into a chaotic mess. "Tony, hang in there." Pepper drove her sports car swiftly home to retrieve Tony's equipment case. This case contained the latest armor Tony had developed, boasting an impressive increase in firepower, approximately 20% greater than his previous models. Due to Pepper's rapid driving and the proximity of her home to the scene, she returned in a mere matter of minutes. "Tony, hold on." Pepper prayed fervently as she dashed towards Tony's position, her heart easing upon seeing him unharmed. "Catch, Tony!" she shouted as she hurled the equipment case in his direction. Disheveled Tony appeared as if he had spotted a beacon of hope, racing towards the case. The impatient electrical whip seemed to sense this, striking out at Tony while taunting him. "You coward, stop right there. Don't scurry around like a rat." Tony crouched, narrowly avoiding the whip that lashed overhead, internally berating the situation. "Do you think I'm foolish enough to stand still for you to strike? Only a fool would do that." The whip struck the ground fiercely, tearing a gash into the solid surface and emitting intense heat. Tony felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the searing whip. He dared not withstand its assault, knowing it could cleave him in two like a cake, resulting in instant demise. Thus, the cautious Tony continued to evade the electrical whip strikes. He swiftly activated the lock on the equipment case, placing his fingerprint on the sensor, and it opened to reveal a stunning suit. The armor appeared to detect Tony's arrival, extending a mechanical apparatus that swiftly enveloped his form, morphing and assembling around him. In mere seconds, the battle suit materialized on Tony's body, with the case's exterior transforming into the suit's shell. The entire armor, a striking blend of red and other colors, created an unforgettable visual impact. Chapter 189. The beginning of another universe's story. The night in City B remained vibrant and beautiful, yet Meng Zhang, walking the streets, felt incapable of appreciating the scenery. He was unemployed. In this era, where it was said that graduation led to unemployment, Meng Zhang, a senior, found himself ensnared in this unfortunate reality. "Sigh, I still have no means for tomorrow's meals," Meng Zhang lamented, patting his empty pockets. He paused, gazing at a nearby late-night eatery bustling with cheerful middle-aged patrons raising their glasses and savoring fragrant Peking duck. The irresistible aroma of roasted duck wafted from the establishment, permeating the street air and enticing Meng Zhang's senses. The scent triggered an unrelenting grumble from his stomach. Though he had just eaten, he had spent his last 7 yuan. "I'm feeling a bit hungry," he admitted helplessly, forcing his gaze away, aware he did not belong there. "It seems I must seek temporary work," Meng Zhang contemplated. As the situation continued to deteriorate, with no employment and no income, it would not be long before the unfortunate Meng Zhang succumbed to starvation. "Alas, it is all my fault for not studying diligently in my youth, leading me to this predicament," Meng Zhang lamented, reflecting sorrowfully on his university days. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently." Now, Meng Zhang often found himself regretting why he had not applied himself more in his studies. He set aside these futile feelings of regret and resolved to seek employment. With his head bowed, he walked a few steps, only to be met with an increasingly loud commotion around him. "What is happening?" Meng Zhang said, displeased as he raised his head to survey his surroundings. His expression shifted to one of astonishment. He noticed a throng of people emerging from the shops, all gazing upward in awe. "What has occurred in the sky?" Meng Zhang straightened and looked up, his surprise mounting. A colossal object resembling a meteor descended from outer space, gradually approaching a specific area on Earth. At the European Astronomical Observatory, several researchers adjusted their remote telescopes, observing the meteor's descent. Soon, their faces reflected astonishment. The meteor shows no signs of disintegration upon entering the atmosphere. This contradicts our previous estimates of disintegration timing. Meanwhile, at the American Astronomical Observatory, a similar scene unfolded as researchers tracked the meteor. Their expressions shifted to amazement. The meteor is actually changing course. This has never occurred before. Quickly, assistants. Track the meteor's anticipated landing zone. The projected landing zone is City B, an assistant replied. "What? The meteor vanished upon nearing City B's sky. Across the globe, all astronomical institutions that had witnessed this extraordinary meteor echoed similar queries. While these astronomical agencies indulged in speculation, Meng Zhang's astonishment only grew. In the distance, the meteor disintegrated, and a fist-sized azure light descended like a rainbow towards Meng Zhang's position. Before he could react, it struck him on the forehead. Instantly, Meng Zhang lost consciousness, plunging into profound darkness, while his physical form became ethereal. In the final second of his awareness, he thought, "That hurts." Unbeknownst to Meng Zhang, this peculiar scene was witnessed by a few individuals nearby. "Did you see that? A young man was struck by a blue light and vanished." "What young man? You must be seeing things." The group debated, ultimately concluding that one of them had simply misperceived the event. Soon, the incident became a topic of jest, evolving into a curious urban legend. This legend recounted the tale of a man who was struck and disappeared by a blue light on a certain day. Those who heard the story scoffed, dismissing it as unfrightening. Gradually, the incident faded from collective memory. In the mysterious cosmos, countless extraordinary events transpired as an inconspicuous azure light darted through space, entering a wondrous realm. In New York City, in the dark, deserted alley of Queens, a blue dragon spirit manifested from nothingness. This dragon spirit was no larger than a finger, yet exuded an air of majestic authority. Most intriguingly, a blue pearl floated within its mouth. The pearl shimmered with a cerulean hue, within which blue energy appeared to flow. If a discerning individual were present, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is an unparalleled treasure. It surpasses even the S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, the azure dragon spirit appeared disoriented, blinking its rabbit-like eyes as it gradually regained awareness. "What has happened to me?" Fragments of countless memories surged within its mind, inducing a throbbing headache. However, the peculiar spiritual essence soon stabilized its consciousness. "All right, I was struck dead by the dragon pearl, but I have also gained strength, transforming into the azure dragon spirit." Having been immersed in online literature for years, Meng Zhang swiftly accepted his extraordinary circumstances. "Strange, why do I lack any dragon lineage?" Meng Zhang pondered as he expelled the azure pearl from his mouth for inspection. Soon, he discovered a disheartening truth. For some inexplicable reason, he had only obtained the dragon pearl, devoid of any other memories or legacies. Very well, so be it. Meng Zhang returned the pearl to his mouth, storing it away. He felt no discomfort. Perhaps the pearl naturally harmonized with his being. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through. Meng Zhang felt as though his entire body was being scraped by sharp blades, causing his dragon spirit to writhe in the air. Just as he believed he might perish in this state, the azure pearl emitted a soft blue light, enveloping him in a protective aura. Phew, phew, phew. Breathless, Meng Zhang steadied himself as his previously contorted form gradually regained stability under the pearl's blue glow. "What was that? I nearly perished," Meng Zhang murmured in terror. The sensation of impending death left a profound impression on him, and he swore never to endure such agony again. Why did that gentle breeze feel like it could claim my life? Meng Zhang pondered deeply. Chapter 190, Another Universe, 2 Breeze, Life. I understand now. Meng Zhang's excitement surged as he uncovered the reason. It was due to the frailty of his dragon spirit that the mere breeze felt as though it could take his life. This principle could similarly be observed in ordinary individuals. If a person were in poor health, a cool breeze might indeed lead to severe illness or even death. To avoid such weakness, one must consume nutrients to replenish energy or wear warm clothing to prevent illness. By this logic, Meng Zhang needed to restore his energy or find a coat to wear. A coat? Meng Zhang mused. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the alley, accompanied by shouts and insults from several individuals. "Yellow-skinned monkey, hurry up. Go to hell. XXX." Startled by the approaching voices, Meng Zhang felt a surge of panic. Are people coming? Can I hide? Anxiety gripped Meng Zhang as he focused his thoughts, causing his dragon spirit form to shift from solid to ethereal, gradually concealing itself deeper in its original position. Curious, he glanced at his body, noticing its color had become exceedingly faint, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. He felt as if he had transformed like a chameleon, and this state seemed to allow him to venture into an unknown realm. Certainly, Meng Zhang was cautious not to misuse his abilities, for history has shown that many reckless individuals have met with dire fates. The radiance of the dragon pearl seems to have dimmed slightly, as the azure dragon pearl rested in his mouth. Meng Zhang keenly sensed that its emitted azure light appeared to wane, which inevitably stirred a sense of concern within him. Perhaps the dragon pearl also requires a replenishment of energy? He pondered anxiously. At that moment, the owners of the footsteps he had heard earlier had arrived in the alley. Their presence now vividly revealed before Meng Zhang. A group of American youths with vibrant hairstyles were seen pushing a frail Asian young man into the alley. Yellow skin, trash. Kneel before me. The group of ruffians spewed profanities as they forcefully pressed the Asian youth down to the ground. The weakly built young man struggled with all his might, yet he was still compelled to kneel before them. Noticing the Asian youth's resistance, one of the ruffians delivered a forceful kick to his calf. Ah! A cry of pain escaped the young man's lips as a sharp ache surged through his leg. He felt his strength give way, collapsing to the ground before the ruffians. Seeing this, the gang erupted into raucous laughter. You've knelt before us now. Oh, you want to be our little lapdog? You're just a dog licking your master's toes. With their arrogant grins and piercing laughter, the Asian youth, keeping his head bowed, felt an overwhelming surge of helpless humiliation, prompting him to shout in fury. I, Lin Yun, swear to kill you all. The ruffians were taken aback by Lin Yun's defiance. Ha, what did you say? You want to kill us? You must be asking for a beating. With that, they surrounded Lin Yun, landing punch after punch upon his face, leaving him bloodied. Chapter 191. The outer layer of another universe yet. What he received in return was a gaze of deepening hatred from Lin Yun, which only angered one of the ruffians further. How dare you look at me like that? I'll make sure to beat you to death. He seized Lin Yun by the head and violently slammed it against the concrete wall. Bang, bang, bang. As his head collided with the wall, blood began to flow down. Lin Yun's breath became increasingly faint, prompting one ruffian to spit on him in contempt. You filthy yellow skin, how dare you look at me like that? Another ruffian forcefully shoved Lin Yun's body and then kicked him hard. Feigning death, are we? After a while, Lin Yun remained motionless. One ruffian, seemingly the most cunning of the group, remarked he might have passed out. Let us leave here and report back to Boss Blake. This time, I've surely avenged Boss Blake. I wonder how he will reward me? As they chatted and laughed heartily, they strode away, indifferent to whether Lin Yun lived or died, as if such deeds were commonplace for them. In the shadows, a pair of azure eyes coldly observed the unfolding scene. As Lin Yun was brutally beaten to death, Meng Zhang slowly murmured, the outer layer has arrived. Indeed, in Meng Zhang's mind, the physical body served as a protective outer layer for the dragon soul. Of course, there may be other forms of protection for the dragon soul, but the most readily available option was undoubtedly the physical body. Witnessing Lin Yun's tragic end, Meng Zhang did not wish to intervene. Rather, he could not afford to. He was in a weakened state, and risking his life to save another would be a grave miscalculation. It was wiser to wait until his strength was restored before aiding others. Then, dear brother Lin Yun, I shall gladly accept your body. I will also avenge you, Meng Zhang declared, transforming into a stream of azure light and swiftly entering Lin Yun's still warm corpse. This was a small expanse of consciousness, yet it was fracturing clearly on the path to destruction. However, from beyond this realm of consciousness, a streak of azure light emerged, coiling into a dragon that spiraled within the space. This must be where human consciousness resides, Meng Zhang mused. With the arrival of the azure dragon soul, the entire realm of consciousness was bathed in a brilliant azure glow, and the previously fractured areas began to restore themselves. Even more astonishing, mysterious substances drifting within the realm of consciousness surged toward the azure dragon, being absorbed by the dragon pearl in its mouth. This is the original owner's memory. Meng Zhang expelled the dragon pearl from his mouth and held it in his left hand, noticing countless images playing across its surface. As the dragon pearl continued to absorb these substances, its luminosity gradually increased. This must be a form of energizing. However, Meng Zhang's curiosity was piqued more by the memories of the original owner displayed on the pearl's surface. He wished to examine them closely, resulting in a segment of the original owner's memory flooding into his mind. Truly remarkable, Meng Zhang marveled at the powerful capabilities of the dragon pearl. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Lin Yun's body underwent a miraculous transformation. Blood that had pooled around him seemed to be drawn by some mystical force, gradually flowing backward, like worms burrowing into Lin Yun's form. Though Lin Yun's body bore many wounds, upon absorbing the blood, it was as if he had ingested a potent restorative, rapidly healing his injuries. His battered face began to regain its original appearance, albeit with subtle alterations. One of his fingers twitched, and then a strong arm pushed against the ground, allowing Meng Zhang to rise from the earth. He opened his eyes. They were azure at first, but quickly flickered back to their original hue. If a knowledgeable observer had witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, "Indeed, a legendary resurrection. I am Meng Zhang." Meng Zhang attempted to speak, feeling a profound emotion swell within him, the sensation of being alive once more. As he gradually acclimated to his new body, he absorbed the original owner's memories in their entirety. Lin Yun, an Asian youth, 22 years of age. His parents had long since passed, leaving him only an old house with nothing else to his name. Currently, Lin Yun was attending a community college, relying on part-time work to cover his living expenses and tuition fees. A rather ordinary fate, Meng Zhang remarked. As for Blake and the ruffians from earlier, they were the bullies of the community college, deriving pleasure from tormenting, extorting, and beating the frail Lin Yun. "I will swiftly end your lives," Meng Zhang vowed, sealing the fates of the ruffians and the bully Blake. Unbeknownst to the rascals and bullies wandering about, they remain blissfully ignorant that their lives are but a few fleeting days from their inevitable end. "I must return home first," Meng Zhang deliberated before making his decision. It was impractical for him to linger here, especially as night had fallen. It was only natural to avoid raising suspicions about his whereabouts. He took a moment to orient himself before stepping out of the narrow alley. The original owner's residence was situated in Queens, New York, nestled within a neighborhood that was neither affluent nor impoverished. From a distance, Meng Zhang spotted the large, gnarled tree, its branches bare and lifeless, standing sentinel before his home. Surrounding it was a protective fence, with a pair of rusted iron gates secured by a heavy lock. As he approached the entrance, the sound of animals wailing filled the air. The joyful cries heralded the arrival of a yellow dog bounding toward him, its eyes fixated on Meng Zhang. "Good boy, Xiao Huang. Fetch me the keys," he instructed, affectionately ruffling the dog's fur. The golden retriever, obedient to his command, scampered off to retrieve the keys. Watching the dog, Meng Zhang was flooded with memories of the original owner. This yellow dog had been raised since a tender age and was aptly named Xiao Huang due to its golden coat. The clever pup was typically entrusted with the keys, which were left beside a flower pot at home, to avoid the risk of them falling into the hands of bullies and ruffians. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Meng Zhang's expression darkened. Another motive for vengeance was born. The yellow dog returned, keys clamped in its mouth, and sat before him, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meng Zhang took the keys, unlocked the door, and stepped inside, closing it securely behind him. The dog seemed overjoyed at his presence, leaping about in excitement. "There's food by the flower pot. Eat and call for me when you're done," he instructed. "Be a good guard dog. I'm heading inside now." Meng Zhang entered the dimly lit room, which bore the marks of age and neglect, a testament to the original owner's limited means. He made his way to the bedroom, retrieved a clean set of clothes, and entered the bathroom. Though his physique had returned to its original form, his clothes remained soiled and wrinkled, a remnant of the earlier scuffle with the bullies. From the original owner's memories, Meng Zhang discerned that it was now 1928, a year preceding the Great Depression that would sweep across America. This appears to be a reality devoid of supernatural forces, he mused, yet it seems otherwise. The original owner had never encountered or heard of superheroes, yet numerous legends and myths spoke of them, suggesting that this world was not as simple as it seemed. It is improbable that the Dragon Balls would transport me to an uncomplicated reality, Meng Zhang reflected. It is quite plausible that I have arrived at the inception of the Marvel Universe. He recalled that Captain America was born in 1920 and, considering the present year, the hero would still be a mere 8 years old. A rueful smile crept across his face as he contemplated the implications. No longer preoccupied with the tales of Marvel, he turned his thoughts to survival and personal growth. The Marvel Universe was undeniably perilous, particularly for an ordinary individual. In this frightening world, common people had no rights. One could easily be crushed by a supervillain or meet their end beneath a falling car or due to an energy leak. The existence of an ordinary person was fraught with peril, and Meng Zhang, now aware of his newfound abilities through the Dragon Balls, refused to accept a life of mediocrity. Thus, he knew he must seek his own advancement. Without developing his strength, he would be effortlessly extinguished by the whims of superheroes or supervillains. To cultivate his power, Meng Zhang needed to explore the myriad applications of the Dragon Balls and find ways to earn a living. Lacking financial resources could lead to his demise before he could even begin to grow. A penny can indeed thwart even the mightiest of heroes, he lamented. Tomorrow morning, I shall attend community college, and in the afternoon and evening, I will continue my work as a delivery person, he resolved, recognizing the original owner's routine. Let me work for a few days before resigning. This will help avert suspicion, he contemplated. After a refreshing shower and a change of clothes, Meng Zhang retired to bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The dawn of a new day arrived, and Meng Zhang hastily rose, completing his morning rituals before stepping out with his keys in hand. He boarded a bus, racing to school, and upon finding his classroom, he settled into his seat just as the lesson commenced. With a sudden thwack, a piece of chalk soared through the air, striking his head. Anticipating the assault, Meng Zhang had managed to tilt his head just in time to evade the projectile. Turning to survey the classroom, he spotted the imposing figure of the bully, Blake, and a cadre of thuggish companions seated at a distance. The ruffians cast taunting glances in his direction, while Blake glared menacingly, muttering, "Meet me in the restroom after class." Meng Zhang acknowledged him with a slight nod before redirecting his focus back to the lesson. Meanwhile, the other white students around him reveled in the anticipation of the impending altercation. Chapter 193. Another universe. Like a dog, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Meng Zhang gathered his belongings, only to notice a towering figure looming beside him. "Come along quietly to the restroom," Blake sneered, his burly arm draping across Meng Zhang's shoulders. The group of thugs encircled him, preventing any chance of escape. "Looks like you can take a beating," Blake taunted. "But today, you won't get away. Let's see how you handle what we have in store for you, yellow-skinned boy," one of the ruffians jeered, revealing their grotesque features. "Your appearance disgusts me," Meng Zhang retorted, remaining composed. "How dare you?" The thug glared fiercely at him. "Oh, so you dare talk back? You'll soon learn your place in the restroom," another thug scoffed. With a dismissive wave of his arm, Blake commanded, "Take him to the restroom." The thugs approached, intending to shove Meng Zhang along. "Don't touch me. I can walk on my own," Meng Zhang replied calmly. The ruffians exchanged glances, reluctantly permitting him to walk unaided, fearing the consequences of being caught by the school authorities. However, they anticipated that once inside the dark confines of the restroom, they could unleash their brutality. He, they chuckled, already envisioning the scene of their impending assault on Meng Zhang. Meng Zhang's lips curled into a smile, bringing joy to the crowd around him. It seems that yellow-skinned brat is about to get beaten again. Indeed, those yellow-skinned individuals should return to their own country. And as for the women, let the beautiful ones stay, while the ugly ones should leave America at once. As they witnessed Meng Zhang being taken away by a group of ruffians and bullies, a cluster of white college students erupted in derisive laughter, their tone dripping with disdain. Soon, Meng Zhang, accompanied by the ruffians and the bully, arrived at a dilapidated restroom on campus. This restroom, an outdated structure, was of a rare design. In the innermost corner, a relatively spacious area had become a temporary repository for numerous human excretions. 3 ruffians and 1 bully, a total of 4. Meng Zhang calculated the number of adversaries in his mind. At that moment, aside from Meng Zhang and his captors, there was no one else in the restroom. "Jack, guard the door. If anyone comes to use the restroom, stop them and announce my name," commanded the bully, Blake, directing the ruffian named Jack to secure the restroom entrance. Jack, upon hearing Blake's order, cast a regretful glance at Meng Zhang, muttering a few words before stepping to the entrance. Blake and the other 2 ruffians then circled around Meng Zhang, sneering at him. "You were quite arrogant a moment ago. Why the silence now?" taunted the ruffian who had previously been rebuffed by Meng Zhang. "I am not silent. I simply do not wish to converse with dogs," Meng Zhang sighed and replied. "What did you say, dog?" The ruffian was taken aback. "Ha ha ha." Blake and another ruffian erupted in laughter. "Tom, he just called you a dog." Blake pointed at Meng Zhang and said, "Your lack of manners is appalling. I am tempted to sever your hand," Meng Zhang remarked, displeased, as Blake pointed at him. "What did you say?" "You were just asking to be hit," Blake retorted angrily. With that, he swung his fist forcefully towards Meng Zhang's face. "What?" Blake stared in astonishment as his powerful punch was firmly grasped by the frail Meng Zhang's right hand. "What are you waiting for? Hit him." Blake quickly urged the 2 ruffians beside him while simultaneously trying to wrench his hand free from Meng Zhang's grip. Blake was robust, towering over Meng Zhang by 2 heads, yet his right hand was firmly held by Meng Zhang, leaving the ruffians momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Blake's command, the two ruffians lunged at Meng Zhang. Meng Zhang released Blake's hand and swiftly kicked one ruffian in the waist, sending him crashing to the ground. The other ruffian attempted to grapple Meng Zhang's waist, but was met with a punch to the face, causing him to fall as well. Unable to rise for the moment, the two ruffians lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Yet Meng Zhang seemed indifferent, as the cries of such scum elicited no sympathy. Seeing two ruffians effortlessly incapacitated by Meng Zhang's strikes, Blake's pupils constricted in fear. Noticing that Meng Zhang had momentarily released his grip, Blake thought to himself, "This guy may have learned some combat techniques, but he cannot match my strength." He swung again, only to have his fist caught once more by Meng Zhang. "That was merely an appetizer," Meng Zhang sneered, tightening his grip. Instantly, Blake felt as if his hand were ensnared in a vice, excruciating pain radiating through him. "It's killing me. My bones are shattering." All the intense agony surged to Blake's mind, causing his face to flush red. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he had emerged from boiling water. Meng Zhang released his grip, and Blake, seeming utterly drained, cradled his injured hand as he sat on the ground, his eyes filled with terror, unwilling to meet Meng Zhang's gaze again. Meng Zhang chuckled coldly, having deliberately exerted force to create fissures in Blake's hand bones. Hearing the cries, Jack, who had been guarding the restroom entrance, rushed over. "What is happening here?" Jack stared in astonishment at the scene before him, questioning his own eyesight. "It's you, Jack." Meng Zhang advanced towards Jack with a cold smile, easily seizing his neck and lifting him off the ground. "Let go of me, ugh," Jack gasped as Meng Zhang lifted him with indifference, slamming him against the nearby wall like a toy. "Is that enjoyable?" Bang, bang, bang. Jack's head collided with the wall, blood streaming down his face and staining the old wall. "Don't kill me. Spare me. Spare me," Jack clawed desperately at Meng Zhang's hand, attempting to free himself from the chokehold, feeling darkness closing in as if death were imminent. Seeing Jack in such a state, Meng Zhang released him, stating, "This is what you deserve." Jack crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath, his face marred by the rough wall, resembling a ghoul. Having thoroughly dealt with the bully and ruffians, Meng Zhang lost much of his interest. "Very well. As long as you agree to one condition, I shall let you go." "What condition?" Blake asked fearfully. With an expressionless face, Meng Zhang extended his filthy shoe, indicating, "If you lick my shoe like a dog, I will spare you." "What?" Chapter 194. A continuation of fate while the tale of another universe is undoubtedly captivating. Our story of the enslaved deity Lin Yun has yet to unfold in its entirety. So let us redirect our focus back to Lin Yun. Please note that the Marvel Universe is a multiverse, which may lead to the recurrence of names. In reality, many individuals share the same names, so let us not dwell on such trivialities. Let us concentrate on the riveting narrative itself. Thank you all. Now, we continue from Chapter 188, recounting the battle between Tony and the electric whip on a racetrack, as well as the mission of capture. Previously, we noted how the electric whip relentlessly pursued Tony, who, lacking armor, found himself in perilous situations. However, he ultimately secured the equipment case containing his armor. With a whirring of machinery, a dazzling suit enveloped Tony, providing him with protection. As he was shielded by this formidable armor, Tony gazed at the data panels materializing around him, feeling an undeniable sense of relief. It is worth noting that within this armor's internal system resided his self-developed assistant, J.A.R.V.I.S., capable of connecting to external networks for data simulation. In essence, it was immensely powerful, a cornerstone of Tony's confidence. J.A.R.V.I.S. analyzed the opponent's attack patterns and formulate a counter-strategy. As Tony dodged the searing strikes of the electric whip, he commanded the internal systems of the armor. Upon receiving Tony's directive, J.A.R.V.I.S. swiftly accessed its database, which contained a wealth of combat techniques from various countries and schools of thought, like the Shaolin Kung Fu of China, the Karate of Japan, the Wrestling of America, and the Muay Thai of Thailand. The battle unfolded with fervor, as the battle suit continuously recorded the electric whip's offensive maneuvers. Jarvis swiftly devised countermeasures and conveyed them to Tony. Dodge to the left. Attack straight ahead. The electric whip grew increasingly furious, realizing that the armored Tony was far more formidable than before. Without the suit, Tony resembled a nimble monkey, but now, clad in armor, he moved with the agility of a clever primate. Damn it, stop right there. Your family is a clan of thieves. All members of your family deserve to die. Men should be enslaved for generations, and women sold to bars. The electric whip's rage swelled, and its words became increasingly venomous. Each utterance struck Tony like a dagger to the heart, but he was no longer the same Tony. He had transformed. You deserve to die, Tony spat out. His inner darkness ignited, though the expression of hatred flickered across his face before swiftly retreating into the shadows. Nevertheless, the steel energy cannon in his hand quietly amassed formidable energy, its white glow as vibrant as ever. Tony murmured, evading the searing lash of the electric whip once more, and without hesitation, unleashed the energy cannon that had already gathered tremendous destructive power. The energy cannon shot forth like a streak of light, erupting with overwhelming force. The electric whip let out a wretched cry, involuntarily halting its movements. Gazing down in despair, before him, a gaping hole had been blasted through his chest by the energy cannon, revealing charred flesh and crimson blood. The scent wafting in the air, incessantly assaulting the electric whip's senses. Chapter 195. The capture mission concludes. The electric whip seemed poised to utter something, but then succumbed, collapsing to the ground. His life signs dwindled rapidly, and when they reached zero, it would indeed mark the end for the electric whip. The scene shifted dramatically, leaving the dispatched reincarnators utterly dumbfounded. Is he really dead? Zhang Quanling, the portly figure, lamented. His ability revolved around manipulating fat to attack foes, and he carried a large energy supplement. Eager to harness his skills, Zhang had vowed to embrace the life of a joyful glutton. Now, he felt disheartened, as he had planned to expend his own fat to complete the capture mission, only to discover it had already been achieved, leaving him bewildered. The ruffian Zhang Ming erupted in curses. What the hell is going on? Triple X. Upon hearing the foul language spill from Zhang Ming's lips, the plump Zhang Quanling discreetly stepped back, growing increasingly irritated by the ruffian. Meanwhile, Sane and the remaining individuals appeared somewhat dazed, though thankfully, the mission had concluded successfully. Just as the group pondered their next steps, a cold, electronic voice resonated. Target confirmed. Commencing capture. Before the horrified gazes of those present at the racetrack, the assailant, Ivan Vanko, who had been writhing on the ground, vanished without a trace. Akin to a mysterious event. In an unseen dimension, a robust energy conduit enveloped Ivan Vanko, transporting him to a clandestine world of servitude. Of course, during this process, Ivan remained unconscious. Even if he were awake, he would be compelled into slumber to preserve the secrets of this slave world. Back at the racetrack, journalists and news personnel, like cats scenting blood, fervently recorded the event, their faces alight with excitement. I'm going to strike it rich. Once these videos are released, I'll surely ascend to the position of deputy editor at the newspaper. Haha. But soon, their elation turned to despair. Police vehicles arrived in droves, armed to the teeth. Everyone freeze. Put down your weapons. A police officer shouted through a megaphone, flanked by vigilant colleagues. The officers cast fierce glances at the crowd, as if ready to fire at the slightest provocation. Most were aware of the notorious nature of American police. A single misstep could result in gunfire, prompting many to relinquish their arms and await interrogation. However, a few individuals, weapon in hand, inexplicably stirred up unrest with the officers. Yet, calm was restored swiftly. Once order was regained, questioning and investigations commenced, alongside inquiries into Tony's well-being. At that moment, the reincarnators received a chilling electronic notification. Capture complete. Rewards dispensed. Please select 1. Return to the slave world. 2. Return to your residence. The reincarnators' expressions varied upon receiving the prompt, their thoughts unknown. Zhang Quanling, fearful of the dangers in the slave world, soon considered his future prospects. Clearly, according to the typical narrative, the slave world must hold vast opportunities waiting for me. With this thought, Zhang gritted his teeth and chose to return to the slave world. Chapter 196. Zhang Quanling's new discovery. As Zhang Quanling made his choice, he felt a sudden darkness envelop him, consciousness slipping away, leaving him oblivious to everything. During this process, he struggled to open his eyes, yearning to comprehend the transition. But alas, in the blink of an eye, he lost awareness, unable to grasp the teleportation. After an indeterminate passage of time, Zhang Quanling was abruptly roused by the cold electronic voice beside him. You have returned to the slave world. Zhang Quanling exerted effort to open his eyes, feeling as though his head was heavy, akin to the dizziness experienced after a long bus ride. When the slave world is this? He scanned his surroundings with difficulty, as his mind remained foggy and uncomfortable. The landscape was an endless expanse of plains, with dilapidated structures dotting the horizon, whispering of grandeur long past. Further afield, the terrain gave way to rugged hills. Perhaps even more distant landscapes awaited discovery, but given Zhang Quanling's current abilities, such vistas remained beyond his reach. Those crumbling buildings might bear traces of human activity, Zhang Quanling surmised, now aware that this realm was known as the slave world. It was evident that a place named thus would not be insignificant. Suddenly, he recalled the initial teleportation, when they had seemingly arrived in a quaint Western-style town for a survival test. The dilapidated structures he now observed were reminiscent of the very location where they had undergone that survival trial. Upon reflecting on this, Zhang Quanling suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, followed swiftly by a cold sweat, exclaiming, "That was perilous. What shall we do now?" Zhang Quanling felt a wave of inner turmoil. He had discerned that the location of his first test coincided with the recently encountered dilapidated town. However, the gruesome scenes from that test still haunted him, leaving him in a state of distress. It could be said that the moment he closed his eyes, the image of the girl being dragged away and slain by that elongated monster's tongue persisted in his mind, inducing profound terror within him. This truly can lead to death, Zhang Quanling muttered. Yet if I do not take risks now, based on the infinite flow novels I have read, the further I venture, the greater the danger and the higher the mortality rate. Early development is crucial, and typically, the dangers in the initial stages are more bluster than actual peril. With this in mind, Zhang Quanling clenched his teeth once more, trembling hands retrieving the unfinished sunflower seeds from his pocket, which he began to eat. The delectable seeds eased his anxious spirit considerably. I will proceed, while observing, he resolved. At the first sign of trouble, I shall flee. With determination set, Zhang Quanling munched on seeds as he made his way towards the distant dilapidated town. However, he soon recognized that the obstacle before him was not the unknown dangers of the town, but rather the long journey ahead. This must be several kilometers, he lamented. Reaching the town will surely exhaust me. As time passed, Zhang Quanling pressed on toward the ruined town, refusing to give up. When fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he retrieved snacks and water from his watch's storage space, already prepared for such an occasion. I cannot relent. This is a necessary path toward my ascent. How can one succeed without enduring hardship? Only through suffering can one attain greatness. Chapter 197. Zhang Quanling's exploration and encounter was uncertain how much time had passed, yet the dim sky remained unchanged. Zhang Quanling, however, discovered that he was now close to the dilapidated town. Surveying his surroundings, he sought a place to conceal himself, and soon spotted several twisted remnants of buildings nearby. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Quanling discerned that these ruins appeared to have once been human furniture, though he could not fathom why they lay outside the town. He hurried to the tangle of debris, concealing himself as he scrutinized the remnants. Among the wreckage, not only were there entwined pieces of furniture, but also various other miscellaneous items, such as torn clothing. Perhaps there lies some information within, Zhang Quanling pondered. Yet when contemplating why these ruins were present, he admitted to being a recluse, utterly at a loss. He extended his hand, disdainfully rummaging through the clutter, and soon enough, he uncovered a clue, a tattered newspaper, yellowed and greened with age, the lower half torn beyond recognition, leaving only the top portion filled with dense English text. Upon seeing the intricate English script, Zhang Quanling's expression darkened. I do not understand English, he lamented, nearly crying out in despair, but the thought of the terrifying monsters kept him silent. Despite his claims, he possessed some understanding of English and set about deciphering the newspaper with great effort. What does this word mean? It seems to refer to a town. What about this one? With a sigh of resignation, Zhang Quanling set the newspaper down, realizing he had gleaned only a singular piece of information. This is a town. Sighing heavily, he suddenly noticed a small girl with an evil glint in her eyes standing silently before him, nearly causing him to scream. Dare to shout, and I shall kill you, the girl said coldly, her words sending chills down Zhang Quanling's spine. Without any visible action from her, Zhang Quanling felt as though an invisible, icy hand was gripping his neck tightly, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. It felt as if his neck were being crushed, oxygen eluding him as if he were drowning. Desperately, he clawed at his throat, but to no avail. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the girl's malevolent gaze and the cruel smile at the corner of her lips. As Zhang Quanling's consciousness began to fade, on the brink of death, a sudden clap of thunder echoed through the air. The girl seemed to sense something amiss and hastily released her grip on him. Zhang Quanling collapsed to the ground, limbs trembling and saliva uncontrollably spilling from his lips. He could distinctly feel his chest rising and falling. The heart that had nearly ceased beating now revived. After a brief moment, Zhang Quanling regained his senses, lowering his head in fear, too terrified to make a sound. From his recent encounter, Zhang Quanling understood that the girl before him was no innocent child, but a heartless demon. Chapter 198. Zhang Quanling encounters S.H.I.E.L.D. Raise your head and look at me, the girl's voice commanded. Instinctively, Zhang Quanling lifted his gaze, meeting the girl's evil eyes, causing his heart to race and his legs to weaken as he knelt before her. Lift your head, she insisted, her tone brooking no argument. Zhang Quanling complied, his heart racing with trepidation, his eyes darting away from her face, revealing his inner turmoil. Who is this person? She is quick to resort to violence. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the girl's expression shift, as if she were contemplating something. The girl paid no mind to Zhang Quanling's thoughts, continuing her monologue. My name is Alessa. From now on, you shall be my subordinate. You will address me as lady. Upon uttering this, Alessa paused, regarding Zhang Quanling with a look of intrigue. Suddenly realizing what was expected of him, Zhang Quanling hurriedly responded, lady. Upon hearing his address, Alessa nodded in approval. Come with me, she instructed, turning away without a glance at Zhang Quanling as she began to walk toward the dilapidated town. What should I do? After a few moments of deliberation, Zhang Quanling resolved to follow this potential ally, despite her near-fatal threat. In this unfamiliar world, he had finally encountered another person, and for the time being, his life was spared by this demon. As Zhang Quanling contemplated the situation, a shiver coursed through his body, prompting him to hastily jog after Alicia. He dared not show any displeasure towards her, aware that a mere word from Alicia could spell his doom. Upon noticing Zhang Quanling's pursuit, Alicia spoke. This small town was once known as Schindler's Town. She continued, now, it is plagued by many wandering monsters. These creatures are all servants of the dark deity. Alicia casually uttered a few vague statements, each laden with disjointed information. The pair swiftly entered the dilapidated town, where Zhang Quanling's gaze fell upon the ruins and pervasive desolation that surrounded them. The ground was stained with brownish blood, and scattered remnants of corpses lay about, while the air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay. Their movements drew the attention of lurking eyes from the shadows. Terrifying monsters, with crimson eyes and fearsome jaws lined with sharp teeth, observed them. Zhang Quanling had no doubt that these beasts could easily rend him asunder. He felt immensely grateful for Alicia's presence. Had he recklessly ventured alone, he would likely have met a grisly fate. What exactly is Alicia's power? Zhang Quanling pondered, noticing that the monsters seemed to cower and retreat in her presence, fearful of being discovered. Yet, some dazed canine-like creatures lunged towards Alicia, seemingly intent on devouring her. These grotesque beasts were devoid of fur and flesh, their blood and sinew grotesquely exposed, eliciting revulsion. Beneath their crimson flesh, countless writhing tendrils seemed poised to burst forth at any moment. Chapter 199. Zhang Quanling at work without any visible effort from Alicia. Dark brown wires tipped with deadly barbs materialized near the canine creatures, ensnaring them. The creatures, sensing their impending doom, unleashed the numerous tendrils that had been concealed within their flesh, transforming into spiny, porcupine-like forms. However, unlike a porcupine's quills, these creatures sprouted grotesque, bloodied purple appendages, which were utterly repulsive. Clearly, the bloodied tendrils were no match for the dark brown wires, which swiftly strangled them, leaving behind heaps of shredded flesh. The dog-like monstrosity, realizing its peril, attempted to escape the confines of the wires, but it was futile. The dark brown wires constricted tightly, exposing its remaining flesh in a grotesque display. With a powerful twist, the wires executed their deadly task, and the creature let out a mournful wail before being torn into a gory mess. Once the task was completed, The wires retreated silently. Zhang Quanling realized with horror that the dark hue of the wires was stained with blood. How many must have perished? He wondered, but his thoughts were interrupted as Alicia cast him a dangerous glance. The lurking monsters in the shadows retreated even further, terrified of Alicia's wrath. Alicia resumed her stride, leading the way, and spoke once more. You would do well to remain within my line of sight. Yes, my lady, Zhang Quanling replied hastily. For a time, silence enveloped them as they walked until they arrived before a crumbling church, where Alicia finally halted. This shall be our base of operations henceforth, she declared, ushering Zhang Quanling inside. The church's roof had long since collapsed, casting shadows over the debris-strewn floor, where countless remnants of human limbs lay, accompanied by an aura of malevolence, as if a fierce battle had once taken place. Clean this place up, Alicia commanded, waving her hand dismissively, conjuring gusts of wind that swept away the dust and grime, renewing the once tainted space. As the dust settled, Alicia found a room within the church to rest, leaving Zhang Quanling to toil alone. Is this what I am reduced to? A mere laborer? He lamented, resigned to his fate, aware of the dangers lurking outside and the possibility that Alicia was observing him from the shadows. Thus, Zhang Quanling remained ensnared in the realm of servitude. Meanwhile, we turn our attention to the captured Ivan Vanko, who had been enveloped by energy conduits and sent into unconsciousness, transported to the realm of slavery. In the northwestern desert of this world, a motionless body lay on the ground. This was Ivan Vanko, still in a state of unconsciousness. Beside the core of the world, the god of slavery, Lin Yun, caressed the world's core, channeling its power to cast his gaze upon Ivan Vanko. Chapter 200. Enslaving Ivan Vanko, all shall become slaves to the god of slavery, Lin Yun declared coldly, before opening a golden portal and stepping through. He emerged in the northwestern desert, where the forces of the world surged, seemingly welcoming the arrival of this deity. Lin Yun extended his hand, and tendrils of energy slithered forth, akin to venomous serpents, penetrating Ivan Vanko's body. Ivan Vanko convulsed in agony, his form trembling uncontrollably. This was Lin Yun's latest discovery. By infusing his unique corrosive energy into an enemy's body, he could rapidly decay them from within. Before long, when Ivan Vanko's tremors ceased, it signified that he had been sufficiently corroded. Lin Yun withdrew his energy. Ivan Vanko suddenly opened his eyes, groggily surveying his surroundings. Upon spotting Lin Yun, clarity returned to his gaze. My lord, Ivan Vanko reports for duty, he proclaimed, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, as if Lin Yun's words were the very creed of his existence. My warrior, Lin Yun replied, I shall send you to Earth. You must eliminate at least 3 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to prove your loyalty to me. Yes, my great lord, Ivan Vanko fervently responded. Lin Yun discreetly checked the system's slave panel, confirming Ivan Vanko's name had appeared. With a wave of his hand, a black portal manifested before Ivan Vanko, revealing an energy conduit gradually forming, leading to a location on Earth. Without hesitation, Ivan Vanko stepped into the black portal. Shortly thereafter, he found himself in a dimly lit alleyway in New York. Surveying his surroundings, Ivan Vanko realized he was ensconced in the shadows of a narrow passage. Not far from him lay a homeless man nestled within a cardboard box. I require new attire for disguise, Ivan Vanko mused, his gaze fixating on the slumbering vagrant. Approaching the man, he delivered a swift blow, rendering the dreamer unconscious for several hours. Then, he stripped off his own garments and exchanged them with the homeless man's. After adjusting the ill-fitting clothes, Ivan Vanko emerged from the narrow alley, masquerading as a beggar. Several hours later, he exited a clothing store, now adorned in a completely new ensemble. His pockets were filled with dollars, obtained from unsavory youths at the roadside. Next, I require intelligence, he concluded, making his way to a nearby phone booth to dial a familiar number. Justin Hammer, it's me. Justin Hammer, a billionaire arms manufacturer and one of Ivan Vanko's friends and financial backers, responded with a hint of surprise. Thank heavens, I thought you had been abducted by aliens. Come pick me up. I have matters to discuss. I'm at XXX Street, number XXX. Soon, a sleek, expensive car arrived, drawing envious glances from passers-by, and whisked him away. Chapter 201. Assassination of S.H.I.E.L.D. employees in aftermath at the pinnacle of a towering skyscraper lay Hammer's office. As a billionaire, Hammer spared no expense on himself or his talent. Ivan Vanko, a distinguished weapons development expert, was highly valued in Hammer's eyes. To him, Vanko was a living cash cow, continually generating wealth. Yet, when Vanko no longer held value, Hammer would unceremoniously discard him. A true capitalist. Speak, Hammer initiated, scrutinizing Vanko and noting the absence of any injuries. According to his intelligence reports, Vanko had previously attempted to attack Tony Stark, only to be shot and subsequently vanish. What has Vanko been up to during this time? Hammer was intrigued by the narrative behind Vanko's disappearance, sensing untold opportunities within. Regrettably, I can no longer seize Vanko's salary. Initially, Hammer supported Vanko's quest for revenge against Tony, believing it would eliminate a formidable rival and yield greater profit. However, Tony remained alive. Contemplating, Hammer adopted a listening demeanor. I intend to eliminate 3 S.H.I.E.L.D employees. I require pertinent information. Hammer was taken aback by Vanko's declaration. Have you lost your mind? Provoking such a colossal entity as S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet Vanko's subsequent words compelled Hammer to reconsider the possibilities. In exchange, I will transfer all my current technological shares to you. The mere mention of shares and dollars shattered Hammer's defenses. For unbeknownst to many, Vanko's holdings could be converted into nearly tens of millions of dollars. Very well, I shall procure the S.H.I.E.L.D. employee records for you post-haste and arrange your escape route. Head to Mexico. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reach does not extend there. Days later, within a private dental office, customers entered as they typically would, only to be met with screams echoing from within. There's been a murder. The doctor has been killed. New York was gripped by a series of homicides. The victims, all notably low profile, yet inexplicably targeted. S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly assumed control of the investigation, swiftly sealing off related information. How dare they kill our S.H.I.E.L.D. employees? These reckless outlaws. We have completely lost the trail of the murderer. This criminal is evidently no ordinary individual. Within a spacious office aboard a colossal aircraft carrier, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper echelons were visibly incensed. At the center sat Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Raising his hand for silence, he absorbed the opinions of his colleagues. A realization crystallizing in his mind. We need to assemble a formidable team of heroes to confront these extraordinary outlaws. This team shall be called the Avengers. Chapter 202. Unrest in New Mexico, the Avengers? Is this to be a new Special Forces unit? Do we not already possess numerous Special Forces? Why must we establish another? This will only inflate our budget. As discussions erupted, Nick Fury urged calm and elaborated. Do you recall our greatest adversary during World War II? The Nazi-supported Hydra. Though Hydra has been vanquished, we suffered the loss of our esteemed superhero, Captain America. Upon hearing Fury mention Captain America, the expressions among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s leaders shifted. They were acutely aware of Steve Rogers, the military's engineered super soldier and emblem of American spirit. In the climactic battle against Hydra, Captain America had vanished, a significant blow to American morale. This year in New York, numerous peculiar incidents have transpired. Though they have been resolved, I still sense something amiss. The disappearance of Schindler's Town is particularly unsettling. Thus, I propose we reorganize a special unit composed entirely of superheroes to address these anomalies, preventing the needless sacrifice of ordinary soldiers. Fury's proposition garnered unanimous support among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper echelon, with no dissent. Just as they were poised to delve deeper into the details, a panicked soldier burst in. Director, we have anomalous weather phenomena reported in New Mexico. These anomalies are accompanied by intense energy field reactions. Upon hearing this, Fury recognized the gravity of the situation. He promptly set aside discussions of forming a superhero unit and made haste to the Emergency Operations Center. The Emergency Operations Center was a vital location aboard the airborne aircraft carrier, designated for the most urgent matters and staffed by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s finest scientists and cutting-edge equipment. Nick Fury swiftly arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Emergency Operations Center, where numerous personnel were diligently engaged in their tasks. At the center, a large screen displayed a map of New Mexico, USA, with a red dot pulsating at a certain location. Upon entering the Emergency Operations Center, Fury was approached by his aide, Agent Coulson, who reported the current situation. Anomalous celestial phenomena have been detected in New Mexico, he began. Our intelligence department received word that an astronomical team, led by Jane Foster, has been dispatched to investigate. Initially, we did not regard it with much concern, Coulson continued. However, we later monitored that the unusual celestial occurrences coincided with intense fluctuations in energy fields. Our scientists believe that this energy phenomenon may possess some form of unique teleportation capability, which is beyond the reach of S.H.I.E.L.D's current technology. Listening intently to Agent Coulson's report, Fury was plunged into deep contemplation. What on earth could this be? Aliens, or perhaps something entirely different? Yet, the scanned intelligence available left Fury unable to ascertain what transpired within the energy anomaly. After a moment of reflection, he spoke decisively. Chapter 203, S.H.I.E.L.D. Personnel deploy Coulson, Natasha Romanoff. You two will lead a team to New Mexico to investigate the situation. He instructed, if necessary, you may call for additional support. The two agents Fury named were among S.H.I.E.L.D's finest operatives and his most trusted subordinates. Other personnel, while competent, might be intelligence agents dispatched by the military, and some of his trusted aides might possess personality flaws that could inadvertently lead to information leaks. Therefore, after careful consideration, Fury opted for Agent Coulson and Agent Natasha Romanoff, the latter being a formidable Russian operative whose beauty often disarmed adversaries. Both agents were known for their discretion, maintaining confidentiality even outside the confines of the helicarrier, which instilled Fury with confidence. Understood, Director, they replied. We will prepare shortly and depart immediately. With a nod of acknowledgement, the two agents began their preparations. Fury sighed quietly. Our manpower is woefully insufficient. I hope they return safely. Despite being exceptional agents, Coulson and Romanoff were still mere mortals. This incident further ignited Fury's ambition to establish the Avengers Initiative. With a flurry of calls and directives emanating from S.H.I.E.L.D, a proficient special operations unit was swiftly assembled, comprising numerous researchers. This elite team, under government coordination, boarded a chartered aircraft bound for the site of the anomaly in New Mexico. Meanwhile, the nearest observatory in New Mexico had already deployed an astronomical team to the site of the unusual phenomena. The team consisted of 4 individuals: male astronomer Eric Selvig, female astronomer Jane Foster, and their assistants Daisy and Luis. The anomaly was located in a remote wilderness beyond a small town, so the team decided to rest in the town before setting out at dawn to investigate. S.H.I.E.L.D had taken note of the anomalies, as had the local observatory in New Mexico. Naturally, the god of slaves, Lin Yun, was also aware of the situation. He recalled the plot of a film he had watched featuring celestial phenomena in New Mexico. It's from a movie Thor, Lin Yun affirmed. It had been quite some time since he had seen the film, making the specifics of the plot somewhat hazy. It seemed to feature Thor, the malevolent Loki, and the destructive weapons of the Asgardian realm. And the formidable Asgard itself. Reflecting on this, Lin Yun's expression turned solemn. In his understanding, Thor, Loki, Odin, and their ilk were deemed gods, though their true powers remained a mystery. He also recalled Thor's enchanted hammer, forged from the core of a dying planet and wielded with the wood of Yggdrasil, which sounded extraordinarily powerful. Odin's weapon, Gungnir, was rumored to be equally formidable. Lin Yun's demeanor grew increasingly stoic as he realized his own strength must be amplified infinitely, and he required a suitable weapon. Otherwise, he would be unable to confront the impending pantheon of Norse gods. Chapter 204, Devouring Cthulhu and the Hidden Aspects of Divinity, recognizing the gravity of his situation. Lin Yun turned his gaze toward the tentacled monstrosity, Cthulhu, suppressed deep beneath the northern seas of the slave world. Cthulhu possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse the void, with an energy that could drive men to madness. Lin Yun recalled the incident at the church in Schindler's Town, where a worshiper had inadvertently glimpsed Cthulhu's eyes and lost all rationality. What intriguing ability, he mused, a wicked smile creeping across his face as he felt a surge of inspiration. As his thoughts flowed, a golden portal materialized, and Lin Yun strode confidently through it. Moments later, he found himself hovering above the northern seas of the slave world. Upon his arrival, the ocean seemed to awaken, conjuring colossal waves that parted, forming a downward path. This pathway, entirely composed of condensed water, bore the strength of brick under nature's immense power. Lin Yun, intrigued, descended step by step until he reached the prison that contained Cthulhu. This prison, entirely of water, ensnared the eldritch being. At Lin Yun's command, chains of water coiled tightly around Cthulhu, rendering it immobile. Upon noticing Lin Yun's presence, Cthulhu emitted a furious roar, a sound that was both nauseating and maddening. Yet, this tactic held no sway over Lin Yun. He remained unaffected. I ask you once more, Cthulhu, will you submit to me and become my steed? Lin Yun conveyed the essence of his inquiry through mental projection, only to be met with defiance. I, Cthulhu, shall not bow to anyone. Very well. Then I shall bestow upon you death, Lin Yun retorted, losing patience. He resolved to annihilate Cthulhu and claim all that it possessed as his own. Such was the terrifying nature of the god of slaves, enslaving all. Enslavement could signify not only the subjugation of an enemy's mind, but also their annihilation in body. Lin Yun extended his dreadful hand once more, drawing near to the frenzied Cthulhu, unleashing his formidable abilities. Cthulhu seemed to sense something amiss, attempting to struggle wildly. But the iron chains surrounding him held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. All of Cthulhu's essence, including its traversal through the void and its maddening attributes, transformed into streams of purple energy, which Lin Yun absorbed. Cthulhu's terrifying blood-red eyes gradually dimmed, and the once vibrant tentacles emanating from its body lost their former luster. As the energy within Cthulhu dissipated, Lin Yun's expression morphed into one of eerie delight. He perceived the colors of the world around him shifting incessantly, as though he had entered a realm of illusions. Illusion, Lin Yun gasped, suddenly realizing that Cthulhu before him had withered into a mere expanse of skin, as if drained entirely. Behind him, in the void, bizarre purple tentacles emerged, writhing and swaying as though forming a disc-like mass of appendages. Each of these strange purple tentacles bore small blood-red eyes that blinked incessantly, while atop them loomed a colossal blood-red orb. Lin Yun sensed the bizarre spectacle behind him, as if his consciousness had reached out, and he spoke. This is the unseen aspect of divinity. Chapter 205, Journey to R'lyeh legend has it that one of the attributes of divinity is its invisible aspect. This aspect remains unseen due to its terrifying nature, which has led to the demise of all who have gazed upon it. In Lin Yun's perception, the peculiar tentacles behind him could be retracted at will. With a mere thought, these fearsome appendages slowly receded, vanishing from sight. Yet, Lin Yun felt as if these tentacles existed within a strange realm, seemingly residing upon the skin of his back. His consciousness could sense that this realm was teeming with writhing, dreadful tentacles, and he was the sovereign of this domain. Tearing open the fabric of his back, he beheld a grotesque, blood-red eye glaring back at him. Then let us name this realm the Crimson Space, Lin Yun mused. Dressing himself once more, Lin Yun focused his thoughts, as if unleashing some monstrous entity from the point of origin on his back, where countless tentacles surged forth, swaying in all directions. Upon witnessing the eyes upon those tentacles, a realization dawned upon him. These eyes are inclined towards psychic assault. As previously mentioned, when Lin Yun unleashed the tentacles from his back, he would enter a state known as the unseen aspect of divinity. Any observer of the spectacle would suffer an assault on their psyche. Though Lin Yun had yet to test the capabilities of these tentacles, he speculated they possessed the ability to ensnare physical entities and corrupt the mind. I shall first journey to Cthulhu's homeland, R'lyeh. Lin Yun set a modest goal for himself, subsequently opening a portal that led him to the fringes of the slave world. As he gazed out, the edge of the slave world once teemed with oceanic waters, but now a vast expanse had been cleaved away by the void, revealing a vacuum. Beyond this world lay infinite darkness, punctuated by distant starlight, the nature of which remained a mystery to him. Lin Yun possessed no knowledge of this realm, nor did he choose to absorb Cthulhu's memories, opting instead to store them within his system. He did not dwell on it further, extending his hand and propelling himself into the boundless void like a shooting star. This void was not akin to the familiar Milky Way, filled with stars and debris, but rather a realm where the scattered lights were likely harbingers of danger. Moreover, the void was as desolate, dark, and frigid as the universe itself. Upon entering the void, Lin Yun felt a wave of extreme, cold energy eroding his being. This energy did not alter his mind, but gradually froze the energy of the affected, halting their life force until death ensued. Thus, without special means to cope, many would perish during their travels through the void. However, Lin Yun was well prepared. The tentacles behind him unfurled like a peacock, displaying its plumage. Once these tentacles spread, he no longer felt the encroaching chill. Instead, it seemed as though they neutralized the frigid energy assailing him. Upon further experimentation, Lin Yun discovered that the tentacles could absorb this chilling energy to augment his own power. No wonder Cthulhu fearlessly traverses this terrifying void, he remarked. Then, guided by the memories within him, he proceeded in a particular direction, following the recollections of Cthulhu's mind. The void remained dark and desolate, and Lin Yun could not ascertain how long he had traveled. Chapter 206. Seizing Relia, Lin Yun's speed of flight was unparalleled, and since his powers had significantly increased, he had yet to test just how rapidly he could soar. However, one thing was certain: Relia was not exceedingly distant from the slave world. After all, how could the former Cthulhu have sensed Alessa's summons otherwise? Before long, Lin Yun arrived at the threshold of a new world. This world appeared as an expansive ocean, a veritable water world. Lin Yun sensed a familiar pulsation at the edge of this realm and hurriedly approached, focusing his gaze. Two oddly shaped deep ones guarded the borders of this world, kneeling reverently upon Lin Yun's arrival. Indeed, these must be the deep ones Patriarch Dagon and Matriarch Hydra. Lin Yun discerned from Cthulhu's memories stored within his system. The deep ones were the devoted subjects of Cthulhu, serving the great entity. Their bodies were murky green, with white underbellies, sleek skin, and fish-like heads adorned with webbed limbs. They possessed gills, clearly marking them as peculiar beings. Lin Yun merely nodded, transmitting his will to the leaders of the Deep Ones. I, Cthulhu, shall henceforth be known as the god of slaves. Roar, roar, roar. The leaders of the Deep Ones bellowed, communicating Lin Yun's decree through their unique means. Though they could not comprehend why their great lord Cthulhu had suddenly adopted the title of god of slaves, their reverence remained unwavering. Seeing the Deep One leaders offer no further reaction, Lin Yun proclaimed his new intent. That was to collide and merge the water world with another realm. The two Deep Ones were momentarily startled, yet they quickly acquiesced to Lin Yun's words. For in their eyes, Lin Yun was their god, their grand object of worship. Observing this, Lin Yun advanced towards the only city within the water world, Relia. The two Deep One leaders trailed behind him, and upon entering the water world, Lin Yun perceived that this realm's essence was nearly depleted, explaining Cthulhu's quest for new opportunities in other worlds. Lin Yun sensed the faint authority he had seized from Cthulhu's body, which should be sufficient to compel the movement of the entire world. He arrived at the Grand Stone Palace in Relia, the resting place of Cthulhu. Within the city, he observed the existence of tens of thousands of Deep Ones. His gaze drifted to other realms, realizing that in this land devoid of dry land, no other humanoid beings had emerged. In a vast, endless ocean, only fish and shrimp inhabited the waters, devoid of any other life forms. What a desolate aquatic world, he mused. This scene solidified Lin Yun's resolve to merge the two worlds, as this water world seemed to lack any prospects for development. He attuned himself to the location of the slave world, resonating with its core, and using his meager authority to propel the water world forward, both realms advancing in unison. The ocean roiled as towering waves surged, while the seabed quaked and split apart. Chapter 207. The fusion of Relia. The tens of thousands of Deep Ones in Relia were initially alarmed, but quickly regained their composure. Their leaders assured them that the strange phenomenon was merely a manifestation of the great slave god, posing no significant danger. In truth, aside from the towering waves and the cracking seabed, nothing more perilous transpired in the world. The collapse of the world was an impossibility. Had that occurred, Lin Yun would have been exceedingly enraged. Meanwhile, in the slave world, the ground trembled, and the dilapidated structures in Schindlertown suffered further devastation. Some hidden monsters fled in panic, igniting a series of bloody incidents. In the church where Alicia resided, the ground shook violently, yet the edifice remained standing. This brought a sense of calm to Zhang Quanling, who gradually acclimated to the tremors. He discreetly glanced at Alicia, convinced she must have shielded the church. Otherwise, it would not have withstood such intense shaking. During his stay at the church, he inadvertently learned more about the town from Alicia. Besides Alicia, there was another individual whom she detested immensely. That loathsome Tin Man. The Tin Man was the name he heard from Alicia, who expressed her disdain for him. Once, she nearly clashed with this Tin Man, an encounter Zhang Quanling witnessed. The Tin Man was a formidable warrior, radiating a blue glow, wielding a stunning blue lightsaber, with two piercing blue orbs upon his head. To Zhang Quanling, the Tin Man exuded an aura of great power. Additionally, some survivors of the town lived under the protection of the Tin Man, while a few reincarnators had been captured by Alicia and enslaved by her. Shifting our focus to New Mexico, as Lin Yun endeavored to enhance his strength, circumstances in New Mexico began to change. In the distant wilderness outside the town, an unusual celestial phenomenon dissipated as dawn approached. Upon waking, the astronomer Jim Foster was astonished to find the strange event had vanished. She quickly roused her companions, still wrapped in slumber, urging them to investigate the wilderness. However, once they prepared for departure, they discovered the town had been cordoned off. Armed soldiers patrolled, prohibiting anyone from entering the wilderness beyond the town. Let us through. No, a terrorist has escaped into the wilderness. For the safety of the people, no one is allowed to enter. But we are researchers from the observatory. Surely we can pass? No, that is an order from above. Hearing the soldiers' rigid explanations, Jim Foster and her companions retreated, disheartened. Who knows how long this blockade will last? It seems this research trip has been thwarted. We might as well head to the bar for a drink. Indeed, we might as well go to the bar. Complaints echoed among her teammates, and Jim Foster, finding no reason to object, agreed. Thus, they made their way to the town's only bar. Chapter 208. The man named Thor, the sole bar in town, named Nightshade Rose, was a quintessential tavern. At its entrance, two scantily clad bunny girls beckoned passers-by to enter. Come on in. Join us for some fun. Nightshade Rose offers you a unique experience. After evading the bunny girls' advances, Jim Foster and her team entered the establishment, seeking a quiet spot to order drinks. Yet, in such a lively venue, tranquility was hard to come by. Before long, several men approached, attempting to strike up conversations. Meanwhile, her colleagues, Lewis and Daisy, had already immersed themselves in the exuberant crowd. Amidst the cacophony of music, Jim Foster, disinterested in joining the revelry, observed her surroundings with boredom. A peculiar man caught her eye, a tall, robust figure with a stern countenance, his features outlined by intricate lines. Jim Foster felt her heart flutter momentarily, a sensation she scarcely recognized. The imposing, brooding man bore an air of melancholy. Possessing a keen intuition, Jim Foster sensed he harbored troubling thoughts. However, she soon redirected her attention to her colleague, Eric Shavik, a longtime friend and a married man. Their conversation meandered through mundane topics, and they enjoyed a pleasant exchange. What? You say you have no money? Then what are you drinking? Hand over your cash. A ruckus drew her gaze to a commotion. Several burly men surrounded the very man she had noticed earlier, embroiled in a dispute, while the bartender stood by, visibly displeased. Search him for anything of value. The men restrained the figure, rummaging through his belongings. The man, his face contorted in anger, shouted, "You mere mortals, get away from me. How dare you desecrate Thor, the god of thunder?" Jim Foster, seated at a distance, couldn't help but smile at his declaration. She surmised that he was not merely a penniless drunk seeking free drinks. The bartender seemed to have realized something and muttered to himself, "Is this person perhaps mentally unstable?" Jane Foster quickly rose and approached, her compassion stirred. Eager to assist the man, "Allow me to cover this gentleman's tab," she offered. Upon hearing her words, the bartender chuckled. "Thank you, generous lady." With someone voluntarily stepping in to pay, the bartender ceased to harass the man and waved for a few burly men to release him. "Please, follow me. Let's have a chat." The man expressed gratitude for Jane Foster's timely intervention and accompanied her back to her original seat. "Thank you so much for your assistance," he said. "My name is Thor. In the realm of the gods, My friends call me Thor the Thunderer." After uttering these words, the self-proclaimed Thor gazed curiously at the peculiar expressions on the faces of the two before him. "What is it? Why do you look so bewildered?" Chapter 209. Jane and Thor, are you truly Thor the Thunderer? Jane Foster inquired skeptically, while her colleague regarded the man with a look that suggested he believed him to be a fool. "And where's your hammer?" she pressed. "Isn't Thor always seen with his hammer?" Deciding to tease the man, she posed the question, but her words seemed to evoke a melancholic memory in the self-proclaimed Thor, casting a somber air over the conversation. His gaze became wistful as he slowly replied, "I made a grave mistake, and, as a consequence, my father cast me down to earth and stripped me of my divine powers. Now, even my hammer has forsaken me. I am but a shadow of my former self." His words, delivered with a certain gravitas, led Jane Foster to believe much of what he said. "And who is your father?" she asked. At her question, Thor's eyes brightened with pride. "He is the ruler of the 9 realms, the master of Asgard. He is Odin." Odin? The name struck both astronomers with astonishment, leaving them further perplexed. Erik Selvig's expression grew increasingly incredulous. He recognized that despite the man's seemingly clear demeanor, he might very well be delusional. It occurred to him that this man might have convinced himself he was a mythological figure, the formidable, awe-inspiring Thor. Yet, he noticed that his colleague Jane Foster appeared to be captivated by the man's words, their proximity to one another growing closer. Could it be that Jane Foster has fallen for this delusional individual? This absurd thought crossed his mind, but a closer inspection revealed that she indeed seemed to harbor such feelings. As one of her colleagues, Erik felt compelled to prevent Jane from falling into a potential trap. "Jane, we should take our leave," he suggested. "It's getting late." Upon hearing his reminder, Jane awoke from her reverie and reluctantly bid farewell to Thor. They rejoined their other colleagues, who were still reveling, and exited the bar together. However, an unsettling premonition lingered in Erik's mind as he glanced back, discovering that the man was brazenly trailing behind them. "What do you want?" he demanded with a feigned authority. "I don't know where to go, so I thought I would follow you," Thor replied, somewhat helplessly. "Then come along with us," Jane interjected before Erik could voice any objections. "I'm not sure this is appropriate," he began, but Jane insisted on including Thor, and the group acquiesced, accepting him into their midst. Feeling welcomed, Thor was deeply touched and declared, "Once I regain my powers and reclaim my artifact, I shall repay you all." The others merely chuckled, dismissing his words. But Jane Foster replied earnestly, "Thor, I require no repayment from you." At her declaration, Thor regarded Jane closely. She was a scientist and undeniably beautiful. The combination of these qualities lent her a unique allure that stirred something within him. Their eyes met, and an unusual emotion began to blossom between them. Chapter 210. The Discovery of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cough. Erik Selvig intentionally interrupted the moment with a series of coughs. Both individuals snapped back to reality, a budding romantic tension lingering in their hearts. Meanwhile, the astronomy team faced delays as the wilderness was sealed off by soldiers, forcing them to retreat to their lodgings in town. Meanwhile, Coulson and Natasha Romanoff had already arrived at the site of the unusual celestial phenomenon. Standing side by side, they gazed in awe at a remarkable object, a hammer adorned with intricate, esoteric engravings, embedded firmly into the ground, leaving a multitude of cracks around its base. When the wind swept through the arid landscape, the hammer remained motionless as though it had taken root. Could this be the source of the recent anomaly? Coulson pondered aloud. "Perhaps," Natasha replied. "There are many things in this world that humanity has yet to comprehend." At that moment, the site had transformed into a research facility, with various researchers photographing the hammer and others scanning it with devices. Through their investigations, S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel discovered that the hammer was indeed anchored to the ground, unable to be uprooted. Furthermore, there was no danger for those who approached it. "This situation is undeniably peculiar," Coulson remarked, as a realization dawned upon him. Just then, an enthusiastic researcher approached Coulson, a tablet in hand. "Captain, take a look at this." The researcher swiped through images on the tablet, presenting a wealth of data, which culminated in a hastily generated 3D model of a hammer. "Are you suggesting that this hammer belongs to Thor the Thunderer from Norse mythology?" Natasha inquired incredulously. "Myths are often dismissed as mere fabrications," the researcher replied. "Yet, The extraordinary hammer before us compels us to reconsider the existence of legendary figures. As the group engaged in debate, they failed to notice a concealed figure approaching the hammer, adorned with a menacing helmet and a dark, brooding demeanor. He is the malevolent god Loki, master of magic. Loki extended his hand, attempting to forcibly lift the hammer of Thor, but as expected, it remained immovable. Damn, Father. Even if he has stripped Thor of his divine powers, he muttered, he still does not reclaim the hammer, clearly intending for Thor to ascend the throne. The throne is rightfully mine. The wicked god, Loki, clenched his teeth, his expression dark and sinister, embodying the very essence of a villain. I shall kill Thor. Let Father abandon this thought. With this resolution, Loki stealthily departed, utilizing the Rainbow Bridge to return to the Celestial Palace. Now that Father lies in slumber, he thought, I shall activate the war machine, the destroyer, to eliminate Thor. As Loki contemplated his plan, he evaded the gaze of the Celestial Palace's patrollers and arrived at the chamber, housing the formidable weapon, the destroyer. The destroyer, a super armor forged by Odin, could be controlled remotely by its wielder. Chapter 211. The Slaughter of the Destroyer. Go forth. Destroyer, slay Thor, the god of thunder. The frigid war machine roared to life, recording its mission, destined for relentless carnage. While the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the wilderness debated the hammer of Thor, a beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens, opening a vast energy field. Countless storms churned ominously, heralding the malevolence of the intruder. All eyes turned toward the source of the radiant light, where a colossal metallic warrior emerged, remotely controlled by the wicked god Loki. Due to the immense distance between the Celestial Palace and Earth, the destroyer acted solely on internal commands, with Loki observing the scene through a transmission. This great distance rendered Loki's control over each command a strenuous endeavor. The destroyer's unfeeling red eyes scanned the crowd, searching for Thor's whereabouts. Its presence clearly signaled ill intent, prompting the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to aim their weapons at the destroyer. At that moment, one researcher, seemingly unable to withstand the tension, fired his handgun. Bang! The gunshot echoed like a challenge, and Loki promptly commanded the destroyer, kill these people. The destroyer's eyes ignited with a fierce glow, locking onto the shooter, unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the researcher in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, instilling a profound terror. This marked the beginning of the battle. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents launched their attack on the destroyer. Take cover. Coulson and Natasha Romanoff quickly sought refuge behind obstacles to ensure their safety. Yet, what could mere firearms do against the formidable destroyer? Fueled by rage, the destroyer mercilessly unleashed its wrath. It charged forward, seizing a researcher and crushing him into a grotesque pulp. The researcher's agonizing screams echoed in the air, blood pooling on the ground. Witnessing the horrific expression of terror on their fallen comrade's face, the morale of the remaining researchers plummeted. The sight of the destroyer's brutal killings was utterly chilling. Imagine a living being compressed by overwhelming force, akin to being crushed beneath a tire. Internal organs ruptured, bones shattered and mingled with the viscera, while the pressure forced the eyes from their sockets. It was a sight too ghastly to behold. Where in the world did this monstrous creature come from? Coulson exclaimed, his voice tinged with despair. He felt utterly powerless, having just witnessed a soldier bravely fire a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher at the destroyer, only to see it have no effect whatsoever. In this desolate wilderness, researchers and soldiers alike were present. Now, several soldiers rushed to Coulson's side, escorting him and Natasha Romanoff toward the town. The soldiers stationed in the town quickly joined the fray, providing support in the battle. The sounds of gunfire could not conceal the awareness of the townsfolk, including Jane Foster and others. Chapter 212. The Warriors of the Celestial Palace. At that moment, a beam of rainbow light suddenly appeared above the town, transporting 3 men and 1 woman to its center. The unexpected phenomenon drew the attention of the townspeople, yet none dared to approach. The 4 figures donned exquisite Asgardian armor, their stern visages reminiscent of mythological beings. This is Earth, one remarked. It feels different from what I imagined. Let's speak of that later, interjected the woman. We must find Thor. The trio of men consisted of Asgardian warriors Hogun, Fandral, and Volstagg, accompanied by Thor's wife, Sif. having sensed disturbances in the Celestial Palace. They feared for Thor's safety in the absence of his divine powers and thus came to Earth to assist him. I can feel Thor's presence, S.H.I.E.L.D. declared. Follow me. With her sharp spear in hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. led the three warriors towards Thor's location. At that moment, Thor and Jane Foster were dining in a restaurant. The sounds of combat outside capturing their attention. They have arrived, Jane Foster inquired. My friends, Thor replied, a twinge of apprehension swelling within him at the thought of Sif's arrival. Hello, Thor. The four warriors of the Celestial Palace entered the restaurant, calling out to the god of thunder. Seeing his friends, Thor's heart swelled with joy. He rushed forward to embrace them. How have you fared? Sif asked, her eyes glistening. I am well, Thor replied awkwardly. I am but a mortal now, devoid of my powers. No, you will always be Thor, the god of thunder. The warriors reassured him in unison, sensing his despondency. The warmth of their encouragement filled Thor with elation. Meanwhile, Jane Foster and her companions, witnessing the warriors' impressive attire, began to believe Thor's claims and no longer regarded him as delusional. Thor introduced his Asgardian friends to his companions from the mortal realm. Your armor is truly magnificent. That spear, wow. Jane Foster's teammates marveled, showering the warriors with praise. Noticing Sif's intimate hold on Thor's hand, Jane's eyes burned with a fiery jealousy. Sif, feeling Jane's gaze, looked on with curiosity. Thor, upon witnessing the scene, felt a dull ache in his head and swiftly redirected the conversation. How did you come from the Celestial Palace to find me? In response to Thor's inquiry, Sif explained, we sensed something amiss in the Celestial Palace and feared for your safety, which prompted us to come to Earth to protect you. Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of energy swept through the restaurant's ceiling, creating a gaping hole. Sunlight streamed through the opening, scattering countless shards of stone, glass, and debris. The warriors of the Celestial Palace quickly shielded the now powerless Tony, ensuring that Jane Foster and the others remained safe as well. Let us charge out. We cannot see the enemy from within the restaurant. The battle-hungry Thor declared, eager for combat. As the god of thunder, he wielded the power of lightning and had an insatiable passion for war. Thus, he led the charge outside. The four warriors from the Celestial Palace were taken aback, but promptly followed Thor into the fray. Chapter 213. The Resurrection of Thor, a magnificent structure of pure metal, with two eternal crimson eyes. It is the destroyer of the Celestial Palace. The four warriors recognized their foe immediately as the war machine known as the Destroyer. Why is the Destroyer here? Only three can control this machine within the Celestial Palace. Odin, Thor, and Loki. Could it be Loki? The group quickly concluded that Loki was the one controlling the machine. With Odin recently in slumber and Loki's recent mysterious activities, suspicions arose. You guessed correctly. As a reward for your astute deduction, I invite you to perish. Loki's derisive laughter echoed from the Destroyer, confirming their fears. Thor stepped forward, a hint of confusion in his voice. Brother, why would you do this? Upon hearing Thor's question, Loki paused momentarily before bursting into a twisted laugh. Of course, it is for the throne. That wretched father has favored you too much. Why should you inherit the throne? I am clearly more deserving than you. The voice of the malevolent Loki emanated from the Destroyer, unleashing his spite. Meanwhile, Jane Foster and her team, observing from a distance, were now fully convinced of Thor's prior warnings. We struck gold. We are in the presence of Thor. The assistants in the astronomical team were overwhelmed with excitement, while Jane remained focused on Thor. Thor, can you defeat this monster? Jane thought anxiously. Brother, this is merely a misunderstanding. Thor remained undeterred and sought to persuade Loki further. However, the malevolent Loki, growing impatient, commanded the destruction of Thor. Now you shall die. The red glow in the Destroyer's eyes intensified, fixating on Thor. The machine lunged towards Thor, its massive hands reaching out to seize him. Yet the warriors of the Celestial Palace would not allow the powerless Thor to be captured. Together, they pulled Thor away, retreating to safety. The Destroyer retaliated with a beam of energy directed at Thor. Hogun, one of the Celestial Warriors, raised his shield to block the incoming energy, protecting Thor. Though his shield, specially crafted in the Celestial Palace, absorbed the blast, the subsequent force sent Hogun and his shield crashing to the ground, severely injured. Sif cried out, akin to a Valkyrie of myth, and hurled her spear at the Destroyer. But the machine merely swept her aside with a flick of its hand, leaving Sif incapacitated. In just 2 exchanges, half of the celestial warriors had lost their fighting capability. The remaining 2 warriors gritted their teeth, steadfastly guarding Thor. Enough, do not harm them. Is it not me you wish to kill? Come then. Thor pushed past his allies, confronting the destroyer. Thor, the remaining warriors called out, their emotions swirling within them, rendering them speechless. Chapter 214. Fragments of memory. Countless worlds exist within the cosmos, some akin to small realms, while others resemble the universe of American comics. These worlds are not fixed. A select few can traverse and collide freely. Of course, this movement follows certain immutable laws. For now, let us divert our attention from the aftermath of the battle between the Destroyer and Thor, focusing instead on the enslaved god, Lin Yun. Lin Yun manipulated 2 worlds, steering them towards collision and fusion. Yet, how could such worlds converge in a mere instant? This was destined to be a protracted process. While Lin Yun lingered in the water realm, he suddenly heard the long-awaited notification from the system. System fragments detected. Memory retrieval is in progress. A cascade of information and images flooded Lin Yun's mind, transporting him to an entirely new world, where he experienced unprecedented adventures. This was a realm of memory illusion. Here are the retrieved memories. Si-Ning lay dejectedly on his dormitory bed, engulfed in sorrow. The dormitory was eerily quiet. Everyone else had either found employment or returned home to inherit family legacies. Only Si-Ning remained without a job or inheritance, resigned to languish in bed. If only I had known, I would have acted differently. Si-Ning sighed heavily, lost in thought. If heaven could grant me another chance, I would cherish it dearly. As soon as he uttered these words, it seemed heaven had heard him. From afar, a streak of light pierced through walls and struck Si-Ning. In shock, Si-Ning widened his eyes, but before he could react, he disintegrated into ashes. The following day, a newspaper reported a university student, despondent over unemployment, committed self-immolation. In his unconscious state, Si-Ning envisioned a vast world unfolding before him, teeming with vibrant life and boundless power. In an alternate realm, in a suburban area of New York, lies a small town populated by Chinese residents. This town is named Bama Town, a name bestowed by its inhabitants, who have long forgotten its original English name. Within a casino, in a clandestine room, a group of imposing muscular men, led by a sinister middle-aged man, surrounded a disheveled youth. The middle-aged man seized the youth's collar fiercely and declared, Si-Ning, remember this. Repaying debts is an absolute duty. You actually want to play tricks? The young man struggled awkwardly as he spoke. Pengyu, you set a trap for me. I thought you was a friend. The middle-aged man seemed to have heard a rather amusing joke. He released his grip on the young man, pointing at him with a sneer. Haha, did you really think that I considered you a brother because I believe in your talents? No, you are merely a hopeless gambler, possessing a vast fortune and a beautiful wife. I was merely interested in your entire estate. After Zhao Peng uttered these words, those around him wore expressions of excitement. Boss, you are truly astute. Indeed, this Si-Ning is nothing but a fool. Upon hearing their remarks, the young man's face turned ashen, as if struck by lightning. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gambled. But it was too late now. Zhao Peng coldly produced a slip of paper and read aloud, word by word. You owe a total of $2 million from last night's gambling. You must repay it within 3 days, or else do not blame us for being ruthless. Upon hearing the amount and seeing Zhao Peng's menacing expression, Si-Ning succumbed. 2 million? I can't possibly repay it in just 3 days. Could you grant me a little more time? After hearing Si-Ning's feeble plea, Zhao Peng's eyes gleamed with a sinister smile. Of course, as long as you lend me your beautiful wife for a day, I'll grant you an extension of 1 week. The numerous muscular men nearby erupted into lewd laughter upon hearing Zhao Peng's words. Yes, I've heard your wife is stunning. After the boss has his way, perhaps we might even share a drink. Ha. Si-Ning fell into silence, his gaze wandering as he contemplated. Zhao Peng's reasoning seems plausible. If I lend him my wife, I could buy some time. Then I could borrow money and settle the debt. Oh, the plight of a man who falls into despair, struggling to maintain his integrity. Thus, a gentleman always admires those who uphold their virtue in perilous circumstances. Si-Ning remained oblivious to the fact that no one would lend him money in his situation. Even if he sold his assets, he would barely raise around 1 million, leaving a significant shortfall. Zhao Peng, noticing S.H.I.E.L.D's conflicted expression, realized he had breached S.H.I.E.L.D's defenses. Thoughts of S.H.I.E.L.D's wife stirred a wicked desire within him. Thus, Zhao Peng continued to manipulate S.H.I.E.L.D. Rest assured, your wife will not suffer here. We will take good care of her. Besides, a wife is unimportant. Preserving oneself is paramount. Seeing their boss actively persuading S.H.I.E.L.D., the muscular henchman chimed in eagerly. Indeed, self-preservation is the most crucial. You can always remarry if you lose your wife, and we won't harm her. We will treat her well. S.H.I.E.L.D's hesitation deepened as conflicting thoughts clashed violently in his mind. Letting my wife endure this for a while shouldn't matter. How can you do this? Do you have no conscience pushing your wife into the abyss? Zhao Peng's expression grew impatient as he signaled to one of his muscular henchmen. This henchman, named S.H.I.E.L.D, was his trusted confidant and loyal lackey. S.H.I.E.L.D understood Zhao Peng's intent, stepped forward, and seized S.H.I.E.L.D by the collar, impatiently declaring, "Our boss is being kind, yet it seems you desire death." With that, S.H.I.E.L.D struck S.H.I.E.L.D squarely in the face. S.H.I.E.L.D felt as if a hammer had smashed into him, his eyes sparkling with stars as his skin swelled. S.H.I.E.L.D, stand down. Zhao Peng feigned concern as he spoke. S.H.I.E.L.D, raising his massive fist, growled, "I'll let you off this time for the boss's sake." S.H.I.E.L.D, observing the expressions of those around him, felt a surge of fear. He dreaded another beating. The agony was unbearable. "Did you hear what the boss said?" S.H.I.E.L.D barked again at S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's enormous fist, S.H.I.E.L.D ceased his thoughts, gritted his teeth, and uttered, "I agree." Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Zhao Peng's face broke into a lewd smile, envisioning S.H.I.E.L.D's wife in his embrace, at his mercy. But perhaps fate intervened. At that moment, an imperceptible ray of light emerged from afar, penetrating the walls and entering S.H.I.E.L.D's mind. S.H.I.E.L.D's mouth gaped open, frozen, unable to utter the word agree. Then, with a sudden convulsion, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. What? Zhao Peng stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his mind racing with confusion. What just happened? Chapter 215. Fragments of Memory Scene 2. Zhao Peng's confidant S.H.I.E.L.D approached, placing a finger near S.H.I.E.L.D's nostrils to check for breath. He seems to have fainted. Perhaps he's pretending. S.H.I.E.L.D lifted S.H.I.E.L.D's eyelids, noticing the whites of his eyes, and concluded that S.H.I.E.L.D had indeed lost consciousness. Boss, he has truly passed out. Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's report, Zhao Peng let out a cold snort. Useless. Lock him up here. S.H.I.E.L.D, you stay and keep watch. Inform me when he awakens. Everyone else, follow me. Zhao Peng was deeply dissatisfied. He was so close to obtaining S.H.I.E.L.D's wife. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D fainted at the last moment. One of his lackeys seemed to sense Zhao Peng's frustration and suggested, "Boss, why don't we just kidnap S.H.I.E.L.D's wife?" Before the words were fully uttered, Zhao Peng slapped the lackey across the face. "Fool, do you think the police wouldn't come after me for that?" The lackey's cheeks swelled from the blow, and he fearfully replied, "Boss, I was wrong." Seeing the lackey obediently concede, Zhao Peng felt somewhat appeased. He ignored the lackey's thoughts and returned to managing the casino's affairs. As the ray of light entered S.H.I.E.L.D's consciousness, a space roughly the size of a dormitory descended into his awareness, consuming his original soul and transforming it into the essence of the space. A soul from Earth then occupied this consciousness, becoming its new master. Memories flashed before this soul like scenes from a film, and he quickly grasped the unfolding events. "Ah, I see. Although my name is the same as the original owner's, the original owner was truly despicable, with a palpable disdain for the former inhabitant." S.H.I.E.L.D's fingers twitched slightly as he awakened. However, he refrained from opening his eyes, feigning unconsciousness while quietly observing his surroundings. This was a quintessential Chinese room, and he was the sole occupant lying on the cold floor. Outside, he could discern the presence of someone moving about, drawing from the original owner's memories. S.H.I.E.L.D surmised that the individual was likely a guard dispatched by Zhao Peng. What am I to do? As he lay on the frigid ground, he pondered his predicament. The small yet enigmatic space left him unable to communicate actively. He only knew that it was this realm that had transported him to another world. Though this new world bore a striking resemblance to Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D could not deny that it was indeed an alternate reality. While he was lost in thought, a melodious voice resonated within his mind. "Beep, your system is now online. Welcome, host." Upon hearing this delightful voice, S.H.I.E.L.D nearly sprang up in excitement from the ground. In his previous life, he had been fond of online literature, where the most powerful element was the system. "System, please Please elucidate your origins and functions. The system, responding to Si Ning's inquiry, answered in a mechanical tone. This system is formed by the rules of space, designed to manage the development of this realm. As the saying goes, without a proper name, words lack order. Please provide a name for the system and the space. After hearing the system's prompt, Si Ning began to contemplate thoughtfully. Let us name them the Supreme Deity Space Management System and the Supreme Deity Space. Beep. The names have been recorded. Reminder to the host. Si Ning interrupted the system's notification, saying, from now on, please refer to me as the Supreme Deity. Understood, Supreme Deity. Reminder to the Supreme Deity. The Supreme Deity Space grants one ordinary level wish per day. Ordinary level wish? What does that entail? Curiosity piqued within Si Ning, as he sensed that this wish could be of paramount importance, perhaps his key to success. Spatial power is an immensely versatile force, and wishes are the means through which the Supreme Deity Space utilizes this power to manifest your desires. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Si Ning felt a surge of exhilaration. A plan began to form in his mind, though it still required a solid foundation. Beep. Reminder to the Supreme Deity. Due to your novice status, the Supreme Deity Space has graciously awarded you an additional ordinary wish opportunity. Currently, you possess 2 ordinary wish opportunities. 2 wish opportunities. This is a stroke of fortune, Si Ning exclaimed, nearly rising in astonishment. He quickly calmed his racing heart and collected his thoughts. In order to escape this predicament, I require formidable strength. Thus, one of my wishes must pertain to enhancing my power. To eliminate my gambling debts, the most effective strategy is to return the favor, which necessitates improving my gambling skills. No, the casino will undoubtedly resort to deceit, so I also need a method to cheat. Let me think. The legendary ability of X-ray vision. Lying on the cold floor, Si Ning maintained his facade of unconsciousness while rapidly devising his desires. System, I wish to make a request. Received. Awaiting command input. A panel, visible only to Si Ning, materialized in his consciousness, displaying the words awaiting input. Enhance my strength and grant me X-ray vision. Both of these should be feasible. Si Ning eagerly awaited the system's response. The panel's lower section revealed written descriptions of his wishes alongside a progress bar. The progress bar advanced swiftly at a rate of 1% per second. Si Ning simply wished to bide his time until the progress bar filled, at which point he would devise his next move. However, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from a distance, leading Si Ning to deduce that numerous individuals were heading toward his room. Zhao Peng is coming again, he remarked coldly, glancing at the progress bar, which was nearing completion. The footsteps drew closer, and he could hear Zhao Peng's voice. Is the person awake? Presumably yes, replied Jiao. Si Ning observed the progress bar, which had reached 90%. The door swung open, and Zhao Peng entered with his sycophant in tow. Jiao stepped forward, intending to check on Si Ning, but unexpectedly, Si Ning sprang to his feet, leaving everyone astonished. You little rascal, daring to feign unconsciousness. He raised a fist the size of a sandbag in a menacing manner. Si Ning's gaze surpassed Jiao and landed directly on the main figure, Zhao Peng. As he calmly stated, I have a word. I implore you all to listen. Why did this kid faint? Only to awaken as if transformed. Zhao Peng scrutinized Si Ning's demeanor, perplexed by the change. He remained nonchalant, eager to discern the boy's intentions. I wish to gamble with you once more. Chapter 2:16. Fragments of Memory Scene 3. What? You wish to gamble with me again? Zhao Peng exclaimed in astonishment, his face betraying both disdain and greed. What do you have left to wager? Zhao Peng retorted with a scoff. Of course, you could also offer your wife as collateral. He leered, eyeing Si Ning like a predatory wolf. Are you not a loan shark? Could you not lend me some money once more? Si Ning contemplated with shrewdness, ultimately proposing his idea. He believed that Zhao Peng's avarice and self-assurance would compel him to agree to another loan. What do you have to offer as collateral? Zhao Peng inquired disdainfully, viewing Si Ning as a delusional gambler attempting a comeback. He intended to crush any chance of Si Ning's resurgence. My life is the best collateral, is it not? Upon hearing Si Ning's assertion, Zhao Peng felt a surge of delight. As long as Si Ning is in debt to me, he will undoubtedly obey my commands. I can then use Si Ning to threaten his wife, and bliss ensues. Zhao Peng almost unconsciously acquiesced, his desire for Si Ning's wife intensifying, causing his body to tremble with anticipation. What are we playing? Zhao Peng inquired. I suddenly remembered that gambling is illegal. Si Ning exclaimed dramatically. Then why waste words with you? Si Ning retorted, angrily lunging forward to deliver a punch to Ajio's face. You dare to strike me? Your audacity knows no bounds. Ajio felt as if a hammer had struck his face, stars dancing before his eyes as he collapsed, rendered powerless. You dare to lay a hand on him? Kill him. Zhao Peng seethed, commanding his lackeys to surround Si Ning. In his view, Si Ning's previous remarks were mere mockery. Straying from the righteous path, you choose the wicked. Prepare to meet your end. Si Ning spoke with an air of righteousness, causing the sycophants, including Zhao Peng, to be infuriated by his words. What are you waiting for? Attack him. I will rip out your tongue. Zhao Peng pointed an accusing finger at Si Ning. Filled with resentment, one of the sycophants lunged forward, attempting to wrap his arms around Si Ning's waist to prevent him from evading. However, having achieved two of his aspirations, Si Ning's physical abilities had greatly improved, and his reflexes had sharpened significantly, augmented with the gift of X-ray vision. To him, the movements of the sycophant appeared exceedingly slow, as if time itself had decelerated. The legs are the weak point. He swiftly sidestepped the sycophant's charge and delivered a powerful kick to the sycophant's calf. With a sickening crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed, and the sycophant collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing in agony. Yet, Si Ning felt no sympathy, for these were scoundrels unworthy of compassion. All of you surround him. Zhao Peng watched in terror as Si Ning displayed his formidable strength. He realized that Si Ning was no longer the gambler he once knew, leaving him bewildered and commanding his subordinates with urgency. In his mind, he believed that if they all charged at once, even a flurry of punches could be fatal. The remaining individuals, upon hearing Zhao Peng's command, suddenly understood. Charge! They advanced slowly, attempting to encircle Si Ning. Do you think I cannot handle a crowd? Si Ning scoffed, casting a stern gaze at Zhao Peng. Capture the leader first. He seized the still wailing sycophant from the ground and hurled him towards Zhao Peng. The weight of nearly 100 pounds hurtled through the air, prompting Zhao Peng to instinctively evade. However, one of his subordinates standing in front was struck by the flying body and collapsed to the ground. With a resounding crack, Si Ning distinctly heard a few ribs snap within the sycophant's chest. Using his X-ray vision, he observed the fractured ribs, white bone with cracks appearing in the middle. Their positions distorted. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhao Peng felt a surge of relief for having dodged in time. How is it possible for one person to possess such strength? A thought flashed through Zhao Peng's mind, and he turned to one of his subordinates. Quick, go fetch a gun. Si Ning, now acutely aware of Zhao Peng's command and having significantly enhanced physical capabilities, knew that even if he were a modern-day warrior, he could not withstand several bullets. The subordinate, hearing Zhao Peng's order, hurriedly made his way outside, but Si Ning would not allow him to escape. Thinking of leaving? Not on my watch. He swiftly advanced, shoving aside those who obstructed his path, and pursued the fleeing man. Those he collided with fell to the ground, momentarily rendered incapable of fighting back. Stop right there. Si Ning seized the fleeing man's collar, stating firmly. With his X-ray vision, he clearly saw the concealed knife at the man's waist. The man, with a fierce expression, drew a small knife from his belt and lunged it backward towards Si Ning. Anticipating this, Si Ning extended his other hand, grasped the man's knife-wielding hand, twisted it forcefully, and yanked it away. A scream erupted as the man glared in horror at the knife embedded in his thigh, howling in despair. Si Ning coldly released him, allowing him to crumple to the ground, then turned his attention back to Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng stood frozen in terror, muttering incessantly. This is impossible. With an indifferent expression, Si Ning approached step by step, exuding a terrifying aura that made Zhao Peng unable to meet his gaze. Where's the IOU? You dare. Zhao Peng attempted to threaten Si Ning, but Si Ning merely grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall with force. Bang! 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 Soon, Zhao Peng's face was covered in blood, transforming his appearance into that of a demon. I'll tell you. It's in my pocket. Zhao Peng, terrified and defeated, realized that Si Ning showed no mercy and seemed intent on killing him. Si Ning reached into Zhao Peng's pocket and retrieved the IOU and a lighter. Before Zhao Peng's eyes, he ignited the lighter and reduced the IOU to ashes. If you come looking for me again, it will mean your death. Si Ning threatened Zhao Peng fiercely before swiftly departing the scene. Damn Si Ning, I will definitely kill you. Zhao Peng, observing his injured companions. Could not help but entertain thoughts of assassinating Si-Ning. On his way out, using his X-ray vision and enhanced abilities, Si-Ning safely exited the casino without incident. The matters at the casino are temporarily settled. Next, I shall return to meet my wife in this world. Si-Ning contemplated as he walked along the road. But just as the scene concluded, Lin Yun awoke from the vivid illusion as if it were reality. Why does it feel like that Si-Ning is the protagonist of a novel? Truly peculiar. Countless questions swirled in Lin Yun's mind. Chapter 217. Fragmented Memories. Scene 4. Just when he thought the transmission of these images had concluded, Lin Yun's body trembled once more, and a more immense stream of information engulfed him, causing him to slowly close his eyes. Accompanied by the flow of information, he found himself in a world that blurred the lines between reality and illusion, embarking on an adventure alongside the protagonist. What follows is the experience. A sudden pain pierced through him, as if something were tearing apart within. Junzheng felt a wave of disorientation, finding himself seemingly paralyzed in the grass, struggling to gaze around. The sky was overcast, and rain poured from the heavens like a deluge. The cold rainwater splashed against his face. In the distance, he heard the sounds of commotion, vaguely catching phrases such as, "Quick, find that little brat. He is seriously injured. He cannot have gone far. Look, there are bloodstains. He is nearby." Lightning occasionally illuminated the sky, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. The dancing silver bolts intermittently lit up the ground, allowing Junzheng to catch a hazy glimpse of men clad in raincoats, searching for something. His instincts told him they were after him. Why? Junzheng pondered, desperately trying to sift through the answers in his mind, but his head throbbed painfully. They were drawing closer, ever closer. Among the group, a short man with shifty eyes approached, seemingly having discovered something. Junzheng's mind was still clouded, and he had yet to comprehend the situation. However, his instincts warned him that these men were definitely coming for him. If they found him, it would spell disaster. As the short man approached, Junzheng's heart raced, and his headache intensified, just when he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. A delightful rabbit burst forth from the grass beside him, darting away. The approaching short man greedily pursued the rabbit, and this sudden twist startled Junzheng, causing him to black out. In the depths of his darkened dreams, Junzheng experienced two peculiar visions. In a dream, I found myself as a promising young man of the new century, brimming with vitality. In another dream, I was a resident of the Zhao Kingdom in the Star Martial continent, orphaned at a young age, living in Origin Town, unperturbed by the world around me. My tranquility was shattered when I witnessed the local tyrant, Zhao Wuli, bullying the weak. This led to me being pursued by Zhao Wuli's chief henchman, Zhao Xiong. Despite my lack of cultivation in the Star Soul, and even though these bullies were also untrained, their brute strength rendered me powerless. Thus, I fled to the mountains, only to be overtaken by my pursuers, leading to my demise. It was then that a soul from another realm took possession of my body. Avenge me. This was the last wish of the original soul before it faded away. I shall make it so, I vowed resolutely. Sunlight cascaded down upon me, enveloping me in warmth, akin to resting in a cozy bed. Gradually, I awakened from my slumber, finding no marks of battle or bruises from stumbling upon stones. The only reminders of my plight were the tattered clothes I wore and the muddy, damp ground beneath me. Initially, I pondered if the previous night had merely been a dream. Regaining my composure, I considered my next steps. Returning to Origin Town was out of the question. Zhao Wuli was merciless and would undoubtedly seek vengeance. My only viable course was to join a sect and acquire the strength necessary for revenge. I had heard whispers that the prestigious North Polar sect was recruiting disciples at the Origin Pavilion, located 50 miles from Origin Town. Once I became a disciple of the North Polar sect, Zhao Wuli would be of no consequence. With this thought igniting my spirit, I yearned to soar to the recruitment site and join the sect, honing the legendary Star Soul. Rising from the ground, I oriented myself and made my way toward the Origin Pavilion. The pavilion could accommodate dozens of people, and outside, a vast open space teemed with individuals. Some stood, others crouched. All had come to participate in the recruitment for the North Polar sect. Inside the pavilion, tables and chairs were set up, and several disciples clad in white robes surrounded a large table at its center. Additional disciples were stationed around to maintain order and prevent any disturbances during the assessment process. Upon the central table rested a square stone, divided into 9 sections, each adorned with a star. One by one, individuals queued to place their hands upon the stone, which emanated various celestial lights. Some laughed maniacally, while others wept or struck their chests in despair. I finally arrived just before sunset, only to discover that the North Polar Sect disciples were preparing to leave. "Wait, I haven't tested yet," I called out from a distance. My voice captured the attention of many. Some whispered amongst themselves, surprised that someone had yet to undergo the test. "Did you not see he just arrived?" One remarked. "Is there still a chance for him to test?" Another questioned. "The leading Star Soul Master seems to have a good temperament," someone noted. "I doubt a mere boy can pass," grumbled a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. The chief examiner of the North Polar Sect selection was named Lim Yun. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to grant me this opportunity, reasoning that with only one person left, a little extra time was inconsequential. Furthermore, it would be prudent to leave a favorable impression for future encounters. He instructed a nearby disciple, "Bring him in." A disciple then signaled to a young attendant to escort the sweating me into the pavilion. Seizing the opportunity, I inquired of the attendant, "How does the sect select its disciples?" The attendant replied, "The sect chooses disciples based on their innate talent." I pressed further, "What types of talent are there?" The attendant responded, "There are 9 stars. The more stars one possesses, the stronger their talent. Generally, most people hover around 4 stars. And what is the significance of this talent?" I asked. "The stronger the talent, the faster one can cultivate the star soul," he explained as we walked further into the pavilion. Lim Yun scrutinized me, noticing my unkempt appearance. Although my attire was humble, my eyes shone with determination. As I approached the testing stage, my heart raced with excitement, thinking this is the moment of truth. Behind the disciples of the North Polar Sect stood a group of individuals, already having passed their tests, awaiting the return to their sect as outer disciples. Among them were some unsavory characters, led by a menacing figure whose scowl conveyed malice as he listened to the crude jests of his companions. At this moment, a diminutive man with shifty eyes navigated through the crowd and leaned in to whisper to the leader, "Brother, that brat is still alive." "What? He is not dead?" "Zhao, what kind of incompetence is this?" The leader bellowed in anger, directing his ire at Zhao, who stood aghast. Having presumed that my disappearance that night meant I had either fallen to my death or been devoured by a beast. To his dismay, not only had I survived, but I was also there to take the assessment for the North Polar Sect's outer disciples. Failing to prevent my successful selection would surely tarnish his reputation. With a cunning glint in his eye, Zhao devised a nefarious plan, leaning close to the leader to share his sinister scheme. Upon hearing this, the leader's face lit up with delight, proclaiming, "Now I can rest easy." As I extended my right hand to place it upon the stone, a voice from the crowd interrupted. A shifty-eyed man shouted, "Hold on." Instinctively, I halted my movement. The disciple guiding my test, Zhang Ping, voiced his displeasure. "What is the meaning of this? Do you have business here?" The man, identified as Zhao Huai, smirked and retorted, "Do you know who this young man is?" "What do you want? What are you trying to say?" Zhang Ping snapped, harboring no fondness for this unexpected interruption. Zhang Ping remained calm. "Let him speak," commanded the chief examiner, Lim Yun. In that moment, I recognized Zhao Huai, the very scoundrel who had chased me that fateful night. A searing hatred surged within me, compelling me to rush forward and rend Zhao Huai to pieces. Yet, I restrained myself, understanding that his emergence was undoubtedly part of a scheme, and I must not act impulsively or give my enemies any leverage. Simultaneously, I recalled the countless vile deeds Zhao Huai had committed in Origin Town, which fueled my fury. He had been a notorious troublemaker, and once, upon spotting a young girl, he had stalked and brutally assaulted her. Eventually, his parents discovered his heinous acts and urged him to confess to the authorities. Instead of heeding their advice, Zhao Huai callously murdered his own parents. Subsequently, he sought refuge with the town's most notorious bully, Zhao Wuli. These were tales recounted to me by the townsfolk. With this in mind, I cast a hate-filled glare at Zhao Huai. If looks could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Zhao Huai laughed heartily, seizing the moment to draw everyone's attention. He then pointed an accusatory finger at me, declaring to the crowd, "He is a spy from the kingdom of June." "A spy? What does that mean?" A bewildered, old farmer shouted. "A spy is someone sent by enemy nations to sow discord in our realm," a well-meaning bystander clarified. "An undercover agent. Impossible, right?" Such a young lad could not possibly be a spy. I find it quite plausible. The last spy I encountered was a beautiful young woman who met a tragic end. Surely he is wrongfully accused. I'm absolutely not a spy. Do you possess any evidence? Mere words hold no weight. Jun Zheng immediately retorted. Zhao Huai, please elaborate. How did you come to the conclusion that this young man is a spy? The examiner, Lian Yin, inquired with a knowing glance. On that day, my companions and I were traversing Origin Mountain. Due to the numerous wild beasts roaming at night, we were compelled to forego our midday rest. While on the path, we overheard a group of masked individuals conversing. We caught fragments of their words, Junghua, infiltration, and Beiji Zong, among others. Unfortunately, we were soon discovered, and after a scuffle, I managed to strike one of their masks off. He now stands before us. Zhao Huai's detailed account convinced many in the vicinity. This is merely your word against his. Where is the corroborating evidence? Jun Zheng coldly remarked. My companions can attest to this. Upon saying this, Zhao Huai called out to the crowd. A path opened in the throng, and several unsavory characters emerged, led by Zhao Xiong. Examiner, we can vouch for this matter. Zhao Xiong and his companions declared in unison. Jun Zheng sensed an unfavorable turn of events. He recalled the adage about the power of public opinion. Even if he were innocent, the overwhelming testimony against him would tarnish his reputation. Examiner, on that day, I inflicted a wound on the spy's back with my blade. We can have it examined. Zhao Huai added another piece of information. Zhang Ping, take a few brothers to inspect this young man, Lian Yin commanded. Having already been swayed to a degree, Zhang Ping summoned a few disciples while subtly signaling for them to encircle Jun Zheng. Jun Zheng was a loss for words. He truly was not an agent of Junghua. However, given the circumstances, he could only acquiesce to their inspection. Zhang Ping approached Jun Zheng, lifted his shirt, and examined his back closely, eventually reporting back to Examiner Lian Yin. Examiner, Zhao Huai's claims are erroneous. It seems they must have made a mistake. Lian Yin mused inwardly. Jun Zheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, pondering, there is indeed a scar on my back from Zhao Huai's pursuit. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, all wounds had miraculously healed. How peculiar that I awoke fully unscathed. Impossible. I distinctly remember seeing a scar on his back. You must be up to something. Zhao Huai exclaimed in a panic, pointing accusingly at Zhang Ping. Enough of this nonsense. Zhang Ping, angered, kicked Zhao Huai to the ground without waiting for the examiner to intervene. Zhao Huai was about to unleash a tirade when Zhao Xiong hurriedly covered his mouth, saying, Examiner, it appears we have made an error. We sincerely apologize to this young man. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiong's mind was racing with curses. You wretched creature. Just wait. I will find an opportunity to eliminate you. Of course, those around were oblivious to Zhao Xiong's malicious thoughts. For his part, Jun Zheng simply wished to pass the test and had no time for the antics of fools. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Xiong and his companions departed in disgrace. All right, enough of this. Do not dwell on it, Zhang Ping said, concerned that Jun Zheng might feel disheartened. Now, calm your mind and place your hand upon the stone. Following Zhang Ping's guidance, Jun Zheng steadied himself and gently placed his right hand on the stone. The stone felt icy to the touch, but under his perception, it gradually warmed. The stars engraved upon the stone emitted a soft yellow glow, illuminating the faces of those around. Count them, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. 6-star talent, a rare find. Someone exclaimed enviously. What does 6-star talent matter? The path of star soul cultivation relies not only on talent, but also on one's own effort, another remarked disdainfully. Why was it not me? Someone else glared at Jun Zheng with envy. I passed. Jun Zheng could not contain his excitement, his voice ringing out. Junior brother, hurry and register your information with the examiner, Zhang Ping reminded him, noticing Jun Zheng's exuberance. Right, you're correct, Jun Zheng replied, hastening to the examiner, where Lian Yin inquired, and Jun Zheng responded. Finally, Lian Yin patted Jun Zheng on the shoulder, approvingly stating, well done, lad. You remained composed under pressure, exhibiting the demeanor of a true leader. Jun Zheng smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Afterward, Lian Yin sent Jun Zheng to familiarize himself with the other outer disciples of the same cohort. Chapter 219, Fragmented Memories. Scene 6. Jun Zheng, a solitary figure, had lived a lonesome existence since childhood. During his solitary days in Origin Town, He learned resilience and adaptability. Now, standing not far from his fellow disciples, he felt a wave of discomfort. For at this moment, Junjung's soul resided in that of an introverted individual from Earth, one who abhorred social interaction, particularly with men, preferring instead to immerse himself in his own world. As he pondered how to greet his fellow disciples, he felt a gentle tap on his back. Who? Junjung instinctively turned to inquire, still lost in his internal musings. Once he collected himself, he scrutinized the individual before him, offering a greeting. To his surprise, standing before him was a young girl, her cheeks flushed like a sunset, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her earnest gaze fixed upon him. What is it? Nervously, Junjung managed to utter, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the girl. With a shy smile, the girl took Junjung's hand and began to communicate through gestures with her other hand. Junjung was taken aback. Throughout his 2 lifetimes, he had never held the hand of an unfamiliar girl. Curious onlookers turned their heads, but Junjung paid no heed, for the girl was conveying something to him through sign language. As she gestured, Junjung's connection with the girl deepened. He learned her name was Junyu, and that she was mute. Why had Junyu approached him? It was because she felt a sense of familiarity and warmth from him, prompting her to disregard the perceptions of others and reach out to him. Such an action was rare for her. You cannot speak. Who looks after you? Junjung asked. Intrigued, Junyu blinked, using her hands to convey, Uncle Li Yun takes care of me. Junjung contemplated this. It implied that Examiner Li Yun was Junyu's uncle and that he typically looked after her. Of course, it was unlikely that Li Yun personally attended to Junyu, as there were boundaries between genders. Therefore, Junyu must have a personal maid accompanying her. This thought briefly flitted through Junjung's mind. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, Miss, where are you? Junyu waved her hand in response. Soon, a young maid clad in vibrant attire rushed over. Who are you to dare to take my lady? The maid demanded aggressively upon arrival. I am Junyu, a friend of your lady, Junyu replied with calm dignity. Do not touch my lady's hand. You country bumpkin. The sharp-eyed maid quickly swatted away Junjung's gentle hold. At this point, Junyu shot an indignant glare at the maid. The maid, feeling aggrieved, murmured softly, Miss, I'm only looking out for your best interests. This fellow before us appears as unrefined as a rustic, clearly not of our caliber. Junyu cast an irritated glance at the maid, expressing her discontent through her eyes. Junjung, having traversed through time and space, possessed heightened senses. Although the maid's words were spoken in hushed tones, they reached Junjung's ears. A surge of indignation welled up within him. Despite his impoverished circumstances, he still held onto his pride and saw no need to stoop to the maid's level. However, he realized he could not linger there, lest he provoke the maid's ire further. With this in mind, Junjung said, Junyu, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Junyu nodded, reluctantly waving goodbye. Without hesitation, Junjung turned to depart, only to hear the maid's incessant chatter behind him. So you're Junjung, huh? My name is Xiao Yun. As long as I'm here, you shall not dare approach the Mississippi. As he walked away, a fleeting thought crossed Junjung's mind. If only she weren't a mute. Then, he self-mockingly mused that this was merely a chance encounter. Once immersed in the crowd, Junjung's keen ears captured a multitude of whispered tidbits. Have you heard? The highest talents this time have achieved a 7-star aptitude, and there are as many as 5 of them. 5? Last year, there were only 3. What about those with 6 stars? It is said that there are at least 20 with 6-star aptitude. It feels as though our 5-star talents are insignificant. Don't be disheartened. Aptitude can be enhanced through diligent practice. Really? Why would I deceive you? Upon hearing this, Junjung felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the very least, he had a head start compared to others. Look, the ship is arriving, someone exclaimed. In the distance, a massive warship descended from the sky. The vessel was entirely white, enveloped by a shimmering blue aura. A large flag at the bow proclaimed the name of the Northern Polar Sect. The warship landed on a clearing away from the pavilion, stirring up a cloud of dust, which the disciples of the Northern Polar Sect quickly dispersed using their star energy. From the side of the ship, a sloped staircase descended, comprising dozens of steps. Chief Examiner Li Yun instructed his disciples to guard the staircase and register the number of individuals boarding. Junjung successfully passed through and received a disciple's token along with a pristine outer sect disciple's uniform. A disciple responsible for communicating room assignments informed Junjung that he had been assigned to room 38. After learning his resting quarters, Junjung was escorted by an outer sect disciple to his room. On the way, Junjung curiously inquired, "Where is this ship headed?" The outer sect disciple, named Lita Bai, replied, "You're new here, aren't you?" Without waiting for Junjung to respond, he continued, "This ship will be flying for several more days to pick up other disciples who have passed the assessment." Picking up other disciples? Are there many? Of course. There are over 1,000. The Northern Polar Sect is a major faction in Zhao country, not some minor sect. As they continued walking, they encountered two individuals approaching. Junjung recognized them as Zhao Xiong and Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai spotted Junjung and halted, nudging Zhao Xiong while pointing toward him. The two then glared menacingly at Junjung. "I didn't expect you to survive, but you still crossed paths with me. Today, I intend to teach you a lesson," Zhao Huai said with malicious intent. With that, he cracked his knuckles, producing a sound reminiscent of bones grinding. Zhao Xiong, grinning insincerely, added, "I'll help you loosen your muscles." "How audacious! Do you dare cause a ruckus on this ship? Are you not afraid of losing your outer sect disciple status?" Lita Bai, who had remained silent until now, was enraged by their disregard for him. Junjung scoffed. "Countless lives have been ruined because of your family back in Origin Town. Today, I cannot retaliate due to the constraints of this ship. But once we return to the sect, I shall annihilate you at the first opportunity." Zhao Huai and Zhao Xiong exchanged glances, realizing that they could not fight on the ship. Should they be discovered, they would face expulsion from the sect. Reluctantly, they turned to leave. But not before Zhao Huai spat, "You little brat, you'll pay for this once we return to the sect. You will experience the agony of being flayed alive." With that, they departed, filled with murderous intent. The scene abruptly shifted, and Lin Yun, perplexed, opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Could the missing fragments of the system be related to powers of space, wishes, and reincarnation?" Chapter 220. Fragmented Memories, Scene 7. Before he could ponder further, another remnant of memory surged forth. The memory unfolded as follows. In the ensuing days, Junjung remained ensconced within room 38, preferring solitude to any encounters with Zhao Xiong and his ilk. He wished to conserve his energy to deal with them decisively upon entering the sect. Days later, while Junjung was still lost in slumber, he felt the ship tremble violently, as though it were landing. He quickly rose to dress, and shortly thereafter, someone called for him to disembark. It was none other than Lita Bai, who had guided Junjung before. Upon seeing him, Lita Bai smiled and asked, "How has your rest been these past few days?" Junjung reciprocated the smile, replying, "The ship has been stable. I rested quite well." He then inquired, "What tasks await us upon entering the sect?" "Nothing too arduous, just training, expeditions, and competitions," Lita Bai shrugged. "Your words make it sound rather unexciting," Junjung admitted, feeling somewhat disenchanted. "Rumor has it that we are in one of the most civilized nations in the world, where life and death struggles are rare. Unlike some savage regions where killing is commonplace." Lita Bai began to enlighten Junjung about the civilized world. He explained that the Star Marshal continent was vast, with barbaric nations overseas, where poverty and suffering were the norm. Junjung absorbed this information quietly, realizing he knew little about this world and must gather more knowledge. Before long, Junjung and Lita Bai arrived on the deck, where a throng of disciples bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon reaching their destination, Lita Bai halted and informed Junjung, "Every new disciple is assigned a master, and your master will be senior brother Lin. "Is he a master or a senior brother?" Junjung asked, slightly confused. Seeing Junjung's bewilderment, Lita Bai clarified, "In terms of entry into the sect, Lin is your senior brother. In terms of age, he is also your senior brother. As for cultivation, he has reached the pinnacle of the star spirit level, making him an elite among us. Regardless of how you view it, he is indeed your master. However, you may address him as senior brother, as he is quite amiable and does not take offense at titles." After hearing Lita Bai's explanation, Junjung curiously asked, "Is being at the pinnacle of the star spirit level impressive?" "Absolutely. Star Soul Masters are categorized into 6 stages: Star Apprentice, Star User, Star Spirit, Star General, Star King, and Star Emperor. Our Northern Polar Sect has only a few Star Emperors. The Elders are all Star Kings and seldom intervene. Those who roam about are Star Generals. and senior brother Li Yun is on the verge of becoming a star general. So, would you say he is impressive? A hint of envy flickered in Li Dabai's eyes. What about you? Jun Zheng asked with a playful smile. Li Dabai's face flushed, and he retorted, Go find your master. With that, he departed, somewhat dispirited. Putting the matter aside, Jun Zheng scanned the crowd, his peripheral vision catching sight of senior brother Li Yun and his companions. They stood at a disembarkation point, surrounded by a throng of people. The group comprised approximately a dozen individuals. Jun Zheng mused, These must be my future classmates. As he contemplated, he continued walking until he reached his senior brother, Li Yun, and called out, Master. Master Li Yun looked at Jun Zheng with a smile before adopting a serious demeanor and said, Everyone, please be quiet. Now that everyone is here, I will take attendance. The surrounding disciples fell silent, all gazing up at Master Li Yun. Li Yun began to call out names. Jun Zheng, Lin Hai Zhao Huai. Present. Jun Zheng responded, and to his surprise, he discovered that Zhao Huai was also part of his small group. Turning his head, he noticed Zhao Huai standing not far away. Zhao Huai caught sight of Jun Zheng, his triangular eyes glinting with a hidden malice, as if he intended to strike when Jun Zheng was least prepared. While Jun Zheng was preoccupied with a rivalry among his classmates, Master Li Yun, having completed the roll call, expressed his satisfaction with the disciples' performance. He continued, in the Star Martial continent, during ancient times, humanity was feeble and lacked the ability to protect itself, suffering from the oppression of star beasts and other races. Eventually, our great ancestors of humankind invented the cultivation of star souls, which enabled us to change everything. Applause erupted from the disciples, and Jun Zheng joined in. Not far away, other masters were also addressing their students. Without further ado, I will now take you to our future training grounds, Master Li Yun said, swiftly retrieving a small white jade boat from his waist. He tossed it into the air, and it expanded in the wind, transforming into a magnificent white jade vessel, which settled onto the deck. Master, what is this? It is truly marvelous, exclaimed a disciple named Lu Run, though Jun Zheng recalled that this name was ominous, as those who bore it often met with misfortune. Li Yun blushed slightly and replied, This is the S.H.I.E.L.D. standard star vessel, the white jade boat, which can accommodate around 20 people. Let's set off quickly. Master Li Yun urged the disciples. Consequently, everyone boarded the boat in an orderly fashion, finding their seats. On the white jade boat, the disciples engaged in small conversations, and Jun Zheng settled into a seat. He surveyed his surroundings. The boat's windows were crafted from transparent, sturdy material, allowing him to see the scenery outside effortlessly. He could clearly see the enormous warships gradually receding into the distance, the words North Pole sect becoming increasingly blurred. It feels as if the boat is flying through the sky, Jun Zheng murmured, gazing at the towering mountains in the distance. Of course, the North Pole sect possesses vast lands, and these mountains belong to the sect, someone replied. Jun Zheng looked to the speaker, a handsome young man whose eyes sparkled with intelligence, as if he anticipated everything. This is a remarkably confident individual, Jun Zheng thought to himself. He glanced down at his own attire. Although they both wore disciple robes, he felt a twinge of insecurity. A fleeting sense of inferiority washed over him, leaving him somewhat discontented. The handsome young man perceptively caught Jun Zheng's change in emotion and chuckled. Why trouble yourself, brother? I see that your appearance is exceptional, and your demeanor is quite distinctive. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. The young man's words brought a smile to Jun Zheng's face. He learned that the handsome youth was named Zhuang Wuji, descended from generations of star diviners. Although Zhuang Wuji did not elaborate further on the nature of star divination. As their conversation flourished, Jun Zheng also became acquainted with several other classmates. One was named Peng Yu, a short, dark-skinned individual affectionately nicknamed Black Charcoal. There were also two disciples, Zhang San and Li Si, who were cousins. From the gathered information, Jun Zheng and his companions were headed to a place called Star Dragon Ridge. The scene abruptly halted, and Lin Yun couldn't help but murmur again, do these memories involve spatial power, wish power, reincarnation power? Chapter 221. Fractured memories ate before he could dwell on it further. Fragmented images surged forth again, startling Lin Yun, who exclaimed, More? After an indeterminate amount of time, Jun Zheng gradually awakened from his stupor. He found himself in a room reminiscent of an ancient farmhouse, rather simple in its furnishings. containing only a bed and an old wooden table. Lying on the bed, Junjong felt waves of pain coursing through his body as he awkwardly turned his neck. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, exacerbating his injuries. He noticed a significant gash on his chest, bandaged with a white cloth, revealing glimpses of a jagged wound beneath. Though it had been treated with a peculiar ointment that emitted a fragrant aroma. I've returned to being human. I wonder what has become of the little sparrows. Junjong mused aloud from his bed. Someone must have rescued me. I wonder if they are male or female. He curiously glanced at the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of his savior. Before long, a gentle fragrance wafted into the room. It was a subtle scent, delicately reminding one of its presence while also seeming ethereal and elusive. The source of the fragrance appeared, a warm and charming woman with a fair complexion and captivating, autumn-like eyes. You're awake? Please drink this medicine, she said, holding out a bowl of rich, brownish-gray medicinal soup to Junjong. Junjong attempted to reach for it, but his body felt weak and unresponsive. He uttered, helplessly gazing at the woman before him. I forgot, just a moment, she said, hurrying in and out, setting the bowl of soup gently on the table before departing with a lightness in her step. What is your name? Junjong called after her, a pang of disappointment rising within him. Such a beauty! How wonderful it would be if she were mine. Yun. What a lovely name, Junjong thought, his eyes sparkling with interest as he silently committed the name to memory. Before long, Yun returned, this time holding a wooden spoon. Drink up. Thank you, she said as she gently helped Junjong sit up and offered him the bowl. He took the spoon, scooping up the fragrant soup and drinking it down. The soup had a bitter taste, yet to Junjong, it felt extraordinarily sweet. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Yun. Her family did not seem to be well off, as she wore patched, coarse clothing, yet nothing could diminish her innate beauty. Yun seemed to notice his scrutiny and offered a faint smile. Junjong was momentarily entranced, as if the entire room faded from view, with all beauty converging upon Yun. Is this what it feels like to fall in love? Junjong felt his heart racing, akin to a startled deer. Can you tell me where you found me? He asked, suppressing the fluttering in his chest, eager to learn where she had rescued him so that he might investigate further. That day, while I was gathering yam on the mountainside of Dakingshan, I saw a streak of red light fall from the sky, landing at the foot of the mountain. I found you there, Yun replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she recounted the tale. Junjong noticed that he was dressed in women's clothing. Could it be that I was? Junjong speculated inwardly, though he kept the thought to himself. After all, Yun is a young lady and must maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. I wonder what is wrong with the little sparrow, sigh. Upon hearing this, Junjong lowered his head and continued sipping the medicinal soup. From Yun's description, Junjong seemed to comprehend that he had entered an entirely different realm. Do you know of those independent, walking monstrosities? They resemble this. Junjong inquired once more about the events he had encountered that night. Having finished the soup, Yun tidied the bowl and spoon, placing them on a nearby table. She gently helped Junjong lie back down on the bed and began conversing with him. Through their dialogue, Junjong gradually grasped the customs and culture of this new world. On the star-martial continent, the strong abound. Here, two systems of power prevail, stellar force and martial soul. Stellar force is derived from the vast energies of innumerable stars in the cosmos, allowing individuals to cultivate their abilities. Practitioners are known as stellar force masters, classified from the 1st to the 6th tier, with the powerful enjoying privileges unattainable by ordinary people. Martial soul, on the other hand, is harnessed by extreme training to awaken latent inner power, thus forming a martial soul. Practitioners are referred to as martial soul masters, also ranked from the 1st to the 6th tier, with the strong reaping benefits beyond the reach of common folk. Indeed, this world is originally structured with strict hierarchies, where stellar force masters and martial soul masters wielded power, establishing a regime of oppression. Scientists among the commoners, unable to endure the oppression, conducted dangerous experiments, inventing external armors and biochemical potions to counteract them. However, they still find themselves at a disadvantage. Why are you telling me all this? Junjong interrupted Yun, voicing his curiosity. Because I need you to play the role of my boyfriend, and I do not wish for you to reveal the truth before others. Yun explained with a smile, justifying her actions. Play the boyfriend? Why? A look of confusion crossed Junjong's face, for he sensed there was more to this than he understood. You will know soon enough, Yun replied, her smile fading as she gazed out the window. Ignoring Junjung, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Goody Yun's face and accentuating a hint of melancholy. Junjung felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He yearned to reach out and comfort her, but hesitated, realizing their relationship was still quite distant, leaving him in silent contemplation. In the distance, a cacophony of voices emerged, prompting Junjung to lean in to listen. It seemed a large group was hastily approaching. Faintly, he discerned phrases like "young master" and "congratulations on your success." Where are you?" A young man's voice rang out as the group arrived. Upon hearing the young man's call, a look of distaste crossed Goody Yun's face, yet she remained silent, sitting still beside Junjung. "Who are they?" Junjung gently tugged at Goody Yun's sleeve, inquiring. Goody Yun, with disdain, replied, "They're the scoundrel and his old steward, along with a throng of subordinates." At that moment, outside, voices were raised intentionally. "Young master, the place where Miss Yun resides is far too humble. Perhaps we should have these subordinates demolish it and construct a new one. The steward speaks with reason. Young master, you truly are wise and mighty," chimed in the sycophants surrounding them, eager to flatter their young master. Chapter 222, Fractured Memories. Scene 9. Not at all. "Heaven knows my unwavering loyalty to Yun'er. I should first hear her opinion," the young man stated as he stepped inside, covering his nose with one hand, his face contorted in an expression of nausea. "So, you are here," he exclaimed brightly upon entering the room where Junjung lay, followed by a throng of people that enlivened the atmosphere. "Jibahu, what brings you to my abode this time?" Goody Yun stood, her expression cold and indifferent. "Miss Yun, I am sincere in my affections for you. Why do you disregard me?" The young man, Jibahu, with dark circles under his eyes and an unsteady gait, leered at Goody Yun's chest. "Who is this? Why is he lying in your room?" Jibahu's gaze fell upon the ailing Junjung, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossing his eyes before vanishing unnoticed. "Your friend is injured. Allow me to have the steward fetch some medicine for you." "Indeed, the young master is correct. I carry a miraculous elixir that guarantees a swift cure," an elderly servant, emerging from the throng following Jibahu, said with a smile. With that, he produced a greenish pill from his robe and approached the bed, reaching out to grasp Junjung's neck. Caught off guard by the elder's sudden movement, Junjung could only watch as the gnarled hand reached for him. Jibahu stood with arms crossed, a smile on his face as he observed the scene unfold, though glimmers of thought flickered in his eyes. "Enough! Halt at once. He is my fiancé," Goody Yun exclaimed, a surge of pink light emanating from her hand. Petals of pink peach blossoms bloomed within the room, enveloped in a palpable aura of danger, locking onto the elder's steward, Ji-Hu. The elder's previously jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a grim expression as he glared at Goody Yun. "Stand down." Ji-Hu, Ji-Bahu, who had been enjoying the spectacle, waved his hand, signaling Ji-Hu to withdraw. Ji-Hu complied, stepping aside while keeping a watchful eye on Junjung. Junjung felt a rush of heat to his face as the words of salvation he had been about to utter caught in his throat. "He is your fiancé? Ridiculous. Truly laughable." Ji-Bahu stepped forward, laughing boisterously. "Is this waste, who hasn't even reached the first tier, truly your fiancé? How absurd," Ji-Bahu sneered, casting a derisive glance at Junjung. Lying on the wooden bed, Junjung clenched his fists, nails digging painfully into his palms, igniting a fire of rage within him that threatened to erupt. "Yet you're only at the second tier yourself," Goody Yun retorted with a smile. "Am I not entitled to choose someone I like?" "Oof. Our young master is the most suitable for Miss Yun. Other waifs should not approach her," interjected the elder steward. "Ji-Hu." The other servants chimed in. "The young master is the most handsome in the world. No one else should dare approach the one admired by him." No one cared for Junjung. Even those he cared for regarded him merely as a shield. "One day, I shall see you all kneeling at my feet, singing my praises," Junjung silently vowed, determined to succeed. Ji-Bahu cast a triumphant glance at Goody Yun, thinking, "You will ultimately fall into my grasp. But this fellow beside you remains a potential threat. Very well, since today does not seem auspicious, I shall visit Miss Yun again tomorrow. Your grandfather has stated that once you agree, we shall be wed immediately. This outsider shall be of no consequence. Tomorrow, I will come to visit you and invite you to explore the scenery," Ji-Bahu declared, choosing not to press the matter further. "Let us depart," he said, striding away with his entourage of servants. Once Ji Bahu and his group had retreated, Goody Yun turned to face Junjong. Thank you for today. However, our relationship is merely one of collaboration. I save your life, and consider this a token of gratitude for that. From now on, we shall go our separate ways, said Gu Dongyun with a smile. Yet her words bore a frigid tone. Understood, Junjong replied with a wry smile. Indeed, I am but a toad. How could I possibly deserve her? Junjong buried his disappointment deep within his heart. I am weary as well. It is best to rest early. The night is drawing near, Gu Dongyun remarked, observing Junjang's poor condition before departing. The sky had begun to darken as a faint golden light streamed through the window. Junjong lay motionless on the bed, aware that any movement would aggravate his bandaged wounds. The girl-esque attire he wore remained conspicuously noticeable. Sigh. Junjong let out a deep breath, closing his eyes. Sleep is the best remedy. My body is far too weak, he thought as he gradually drifted into slumber. Mountains loomed high, while waters surged forth, creating tumultuous waves. With 72 transformations and 18 martial arts, Junjong soared above the vast ocean. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Junjong awoke, his forehead slick with sweat. Night had fallen, enveloping the surroundings, with distant insect calls echoing. It was evident that there were few nighttime entertainments in this new world, as all had succumbed to slumber. Turning over, Junjong gazed out the window, barely able to discern the twinkling stars. The starlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the ground. I wonder if I shall ever return to Earth, he mused, lost in thought as the surroundings fell silent. The insects ceasing their chirping. Strange, something feels amiss. Just a moment ago, I could still hear the insects. Junjong instinctively looked toward the window. A figure clad in black slipped through the window, landing soundlessly. By the time Junjong noticed the intruder, it was too late. The figure had already scattered white powder towards Junjang's face, causing him to struggle for breath. He opened his mouth to cry for help, but the next moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon seeing Junjong faint, the black-clad figure retrieved a prepared sack, hoisting Junjong from the bed and placing him inside. The figure then tidied the bed, collected the scattered powder, and left behind a note. With Junjong secured in the sack, the figure deftly exited through the window. Outside, a stone staircase led downward, yet the figure chose not to use it, instead disappearing into a nearby thicket, navigating through thorns. With swift movements, the figure leaped over the thorns and soon arrived at a secluded spot by a river, concealed by dense trees. Several others in black awaited him there. Chapter 223. Fragmented Memories. Scene 10. The black-clad figure approached the group, who seemed to revolve around one individual at the center. Well done. You shall be handsomely rewarded upon your return. Junjong remained unconscious, but the voice unmistakably belonged to the malevolent Ji-Ba. Ji-Ba removed his black face covering, revealing a menacing visage, his eyes seemingly ready to devour. Steward, awaken him, commanded the black-clad figure, as one of his companions departed for the river to fetch water. The others removed their face coverings, revealing themselves as Ji-Ba's subordinates. Among them was Ji-Ba, the one who had captured Junjong. Ji-Ba placed the sack on the ground and untied it, dragging Junjong out like a lifeless dog. Junjang's eyes remained shut, his face dusted with powder. Motionless and at the mercy of Ji-Ba. Ji-Ba, tie him to the nearby tree. I intend to punish him severely, Ji-Ba seethed, his anger boiling as no one dared defy him in this vicinity. Today, this brat dared to intrude. I shall beat him nearly to death and toss him into the river to feed the fish. Ji-Ba grinned maliciously, his fierce expression making Ji-Ba shudder. Ji-Ba and a few others swiftly bound Junjong to a nearby tree, their knots so secure that even without supervision, he would be unable to free himself. At that moment, the steward returned with a large vat filled with river water, which was no ordinary water. This river was known as the Yellow Spring, its murky yellow water exuding a chilling aura that could corrode human skin, not melting the body but rather causing death through its insidious chill. Splash! A torrent of yellow spring water cascaded down upon Junjang's head, awakening him as if doused in cold water, the chilling aura invading his being. Junjang's eyes shot open, his face already marred by red welts. It hurts, ah! Junjong gritted his teeth, fists clenched, attempting to move, but he found himself bound tightly. A droplet of yellow spring water fell from above, landing in Junjang's eye, igniting a searing pain that blurred his vision. rendering the surroundings chaotic and indistinct. Unexpectedly resilient, aren't you? A young man's voice reached him as Jun Zhang's hazy vision began to focus on Ji-Ba, recalling the day's events. It's you. Why? I bear you no grudge. Why do you seek to harm me? Jun Zhang stared incredulously at Ji-Ba, who he had presumed merely arrogant, but now revealed to be ruthless. Enough of your prattle. Ji-Hu, take the whip and teach him a lesson, Ji-Ba snapped, his ire rising at being questioned by a mere commoner. The steward, Ji-Hu, produced a metal whip, its surface lined with sharp barbs that would make anyone shudder at the sight. This whip would rend flesh from bone. And Ji-Hu's gaze was filled with a bloodthirsty glint as he looked upon Jun Zhang. At that moment, Jun Zhang's mind was a battlefield, pain coursing through him. The earlier yellow spring water's chilling essence already permeating his body. His complexion turned pale, body trembling as the corrosive effects took hold. Countless small red blisters emerged across his body, causing not only pain but also an unbearable itch, compelling him to scratch, yet leaving him powerless, despair enveloping his heart. Am I to die here tonight? He lamented, recalling the events of the past days, desperately wishing this was but a vivid dream, albeit a cruelly realistic one. Yet the pain reminded him of the brutal truth. Crack! The whip lashed out, striking Jun Zhang directly on the wound that had yet to heal from his fall. With a tearing sound, the wound burst open, blood oozing forth and staining his clothing. The garment, adorned with lotus flowers, now bore the stark contrast of crimson, enhancing its haunting beauty. I warned you to show respect to the young master, you wretched commoner. You foul scum. I said to show respect to the young master. Surrounded by shouting servants, Ji-Ba gazed upon the scene drenched in blood, a smug smile spreading across his face. Jun Zhang had originally been a university student on Earth, a model of decorum who never harmed others, yet he had also been a victim of bullying. He recalled a time during his middle school years when his parents, fearing he would go astray in their local environment rife with drug use, sent him to what they believed was a reputable school. Those years were among the most unhappy of his life, memories that remained etched in his mind. He remembered arriving at the dormitory where his roommate brutally tormented him. Sleeping on the upper bunk, he was subjected to kicks from the lower bunk for the slightest provocation, causing the bed to sway precariously, filling Jun Zhang with terror. That tormentor was no different from Ji-Ba. Yielding to such cruelty would only invite further violence. Thus, Jun Zhang confided in his teachers and parents, who could only offer criticism and advice, unaware of the deep emotional scars inflicted upon him. Jun Zhang recalled weeping in despair, feeling utterly powerless and cowardly. Had he not spoken up, he might have been trapped in a cycle of violence forever. His gaze dimmed as a singular thought resonated in his mind: never yield. This conviction was the very reason he refused to surrender. While life is precious, dignity must not be sacrificed for its sake. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like mere tiles. Ji-Hu, exhausted and bloodied, glanced at Jun Zhang, who seemed on the brink of death. Young master, this fellow is nearing his end, Ji-Hu reported to Ji-Ba. Then let us place him alongside the stone in a sack and cast him into the river of yellow springs. Ji-Bahu's words dripped with coldness, chilling the air around them. Why are you all still standing there? Move. Yes, steward. Ji-Hu directed the surrounding servants to untie Jun Zhang from the tree and stuff him into a sack like a lifeless dog. A large stone was thrown in with him, crashing against Jun Zhang's body, producing a sound akin to cracking bones, though he could no longer utter a sound. Was he on the brink of death, or had he already succumbed? With a splash, Jun Zhang sank into the vast depths of the river of Yellow Springs. Chapter 224, Fractured Memories, Scene 11. Even in death, I will return for revenge, Jun Zhang thought as he struggled to breathe, gradually losing consciousness. The river of Yellow Springs, profound and murky, concealed its depths, rendering it difficult for mortals to discern its true nature. The turbid waters enveloped Jun Zhang, guiding his lifeless form to the riverbed. Above the surface, one could see a dark vortex swirling ominously, its destination unknown. The sack that contained Jun Zhang was ensnared by the vortex, drifting slowly into the abyss. In this boundless, dim world, Jun Zhang floated silently in the void, surrounded by an eerie silence. He marveled at his presence in such a place, considering it might be the afterlife as spoken of by many. Yet, why do I see no one? He pondered, moving his feet to traverse the emptiness, walking for what felt like an eternity without change. As fatigue overcame him, He felt an overwhelming desire for sleep, but he feared that slumber might lead to eternal oblivion. What is that? A flame suddenly ignited in the dark void, flickering and scattering embers in every direction. Curious, Junjung stepped aside to observe the fire. Beep, beep, beep. System repair successful, beginning host binding. Binding complete, initiating data transmission. The void reverberated with electronic synthesized sounds, relaying information unfamiliar to Junjung. He gasped in astonishment, realizing, is this not the coveted system everyone speaks of? Have I been granted one? At that moment, the flame surged toward him. Before he could ponder further, it struck his forehead. Instinctively, he shielded himself, relieved that the imagined burning sensation did not materialize. In the next instant, an avalanche of information flooded his mind, clarifying the situation. Joy surged within him as he exclaimed, I have attained the coveted golden finger that everyone envies. From this point, I shall ascend the pinnacle of life. Yes, I must return for revenge. Calming himself, Junjung inspected the system's name in his mind. Transcendent Metamorphosis System. This system seems quite remarkable, he mused, then probed deeper, seeking a connection with the system. System, who created you? He inquired, wary of becoming a pawn in someone else's game. Junjung recalled reading a novel where the protagonist possessed a system capable of creating others, controlling individuals with them. Reporting to the host, I am a treasure created by a certain Deluo immortal, designed to assist the host in transformation and cultivation. Sounds impressive. Who is this Deluo immortal? Junjung pressed on. Beep. Querying database reveals abundant information on the Deluo immortal. Though data loss is suspected, the system responded in its mechanical tone. What information is incomplete? The Deluo immortal's name is not fully recorded, but I can confirm that the creator is deceased, the system replied. Junjung chose not to dwell on this matter, recognizing he possessed little of value that others might covet. System, how can I transform? He inquired, eager to uncover the method. Transformation requires energy and a transformation catalog. Energy can be acquired through various means, including consumption. The transformation catalog is stored within the system database. With practice and focus, you could transform using your will. How much energy do I currently have, and what can I transform into? Junjung asked, enthusiasm bubbling within him. The host currently possesses 100 energy points. The transformation catalog includes various animals from Earth and mythical figures, such as dragons, celestial beings, and the Calabash brothers. However, I regret to inform you, host, that you lack sufficient energy to transform into them. Junjung felt perplexed, but did not press further about the energy deficit. Understanding it must be a staggering amount, as dragons, celestial beings, and the Calabash brothers were indeed mythical entities. As Junjung began to envision himself transforming into a dragon, he recalled the mythical creature's descriptions, its antlers resembling those of a deer, its head akin to that of a camel, its eyes like a rabbit's, its neck akin to a snake, its belly reminiscent of a sea monster, its scales resembling fish, its claws like those of an eagle, its paws akin to a tiger's, and its ears similar to a cow's. The dragon possessed the ability to grow large or small, to ascend or conceal itself, to swallow clouds and breathe mist, with its exhalations capable of transforming into water or fire. In that moment, he imagined himself capable of stirring tempestuous seas and wielding unimaginable power. However, what truly irks me is how the weaker dragons are often relegated to being mere mounts or forced into labor as draft animals. It is indeed quite disheartening. Should anyone dare to provoke me, I shall render them half dead. Junjung mused with satisfaction. Simultaneously, he contemplated the idea of becoming a gourd baby. The first sibling possessed immense strength. The second had keen eyesight and acute hearing. The third had a head of bronze and arms of iron. The fourth could breathe fire and absorb flames. The fifth could drink and expel water, unleashing lightning from his mouth. The sixth mastered the art of invisibility. And the seventh wielded a magical gourd capable of capturing beings and weapons. The gourd baby was indeed appealing, yet seemed to bear its own flaws. How wonderful it would be if there were no shortcomings, Junjung sighed regretfully. System, is there a way for me to shed these original imperfections when I transform into such figures? Junjung inquired of the system. Report, host. The multiverse transformation system primarily assists the host in transformation and teaches the host how to master it. The system replied in a cold, synthesized tone. Ah, that is true. After all, this is merely a transformation aid. Then, system, please impart to me the method of spiritual preservation, Junjun requested. Essentially, it involves constructing the essence and image of the object you wish to transform into within your mind, then guiding your consciousness to instantly envelop your entire being with the created model. The specifics are as follows. Oh, I see. The system can provide me with the models of essence and image, and even assist in constructing them. This is exceedingly convenient, Junjun realized, enlightened. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds resonated through the surrounding void. Beep, beep, beep alarm. The body is awakening. The host's soul will return to the real world. Scan indicates an individual is approaching you. The opponent poses a significant danger. Ah, who is it? Junjun exclaimed in shock. Yet, these fragmented memories came to an end. Lin Yun also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, as the sudden transmission of images had startled him. He surmised that these scenes must pertain to the power of space, the power of wishes, the power of reincarnation, and the power of transformation. By the way, it appears that some names among these characters are identical, he noted before shifting his focus to contemplate his next course of action. Chapter 225, Odin's Conspiracy Previously. It was mentioned that Lin Yun recognized these images involve 4 extraordinary powers. If I could possess these 4 marvelous powers, he mused, my strength would increase tremendously. But where should I go to seize these powers? At that moment, the system coldly interjected. Detection indicates that most of these system fragments have lost energy and entered a dormant state. Their locations lie within a wondrous dimensional realm. The system can expend a substantial amount of energy to open a pathway to these dimensional worlds. Lin Yun felt a stirring of excitement, yet after contemplation, he decided to forego venturing into the mystical dimensional realm to collect system fragments for the time being. Instead, he turned his attention to the world of Iron Man with the aid of his connection to his subordinates. A follower lay not far from the fierce battle between Thor and Loki, gathering intelligence. Sent by his superiors to monitor the movements of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, he was not the only one of his kind in the small town. Lin Yun effortlessly entered the follower's mind, observing the situation through the follower's eyes while perusing the information stored within. The follower was not merely Lin Yun's devotee, but could also be regarded as his slave. For Lin Yun had claimed the title of the god of slaves. At present, Loki had already defeated 2 of the 4 warriors of Asgard. Thor, determined to prevent Loki from killing his 2 warrior friends, bravely stepped forward. Witnessing this, the malevolent Loki felt his jealousy intensify. Very well, since you insist, I shall grant you your wish. Loki's voice twisted with malice as the eyes of the destroyer, under his control, blazed with fiery intensity. 2 colossal beams of energy shot forth from its eyes, striking Thor's form. Thor's body was sent hurtling through the air like a discarded doll, helplessly colliding with structures before crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha! With Thor dead, I shall be the king of Asgard, Loki proclaimed, relishing the sight of the 4 warriors of Asgard, who wept in anguish. Sif crawled helplessly across the ground, striving to reach Thor's side, yearning to see him once more. The remaining 2 uninjured warriors rushed to Thor's side, cradling his lifeless body and calling out in despair. Thor, wake up! Jane Foster, kneeling beside Thor, noticed his closed eyes and could not help but shed tears. A wave of sorrow washed over her, rendering her speechless. Yet, through the eyes of the follower, Lin Yun distinctly witnessed the moment Thor was struck by the energy beam. A golden light flickered across Thor's skin, absorbing the blow. Thor is not dead, Lin Yun realized. Odin would never allow Loki to slay his son. This is all merely Odin's scheme, he concluded. Poor Loki is but a pawn in Odin's game. Thoughts raced through Lin Yun's mind as he quickly pieced together the truth. Thor was Odin's biological son, while Loki was merely his adopted child. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Odin's arrangement was likely designed to use Loki as a stepping stone for Thor's character development. As the creator of the war machine known as the Destroyer, how could Odin be unaware that it had been covertly appropriated by Loki? Perhaps at that very moment, Odin was observing Loki's actions. Chapter 226. The return of Thor. Upon further contemplation, Lin Yun became increasingly convinced of his theory. Odin would undoubtedly wish for his own son to ascend as the future king of Asgard. After all, in most cases, an adopted child would not compare favorably to a biological one. If Odin intended for his son to become king, he would need to suppress Loki. However, Overtly doing so might dishearten the inhabitants of Asgard. Thus, he needed to create opportunities for Loki to err, and the larger the debacle, the better. This way, the people would abandon their support for Loki, ensuring Thor's ascendance as king. The pretense of slumber was merely a ruse devised by Odin, just as Lin Yun had surmised. In a concealed chamber within Asgard, Odin stood before a luminous screen, observing Loki's actions with an expression of discontent, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of cunning, revealing the turbulence within his mind. For various reasons, Odin harbored a profound disdain for his adopted son, now that his scheme had reached fruition, awaiting the return of Thor, the god of thunder, and the four valiant warriors of Asgard. Loki found himself with no refuge. To attempt the assassination of an Asgardian prince was a grievous offense, and with such a charge, Loki's prospects of ever ascending to the throne of the gods were dashed. Even though Loki was indeed a prince of Asgard, the possibility of ruling was now beyond his reach. At that juncture, should Odin choose to display magnanimity and pardon Loki, he would undoubtedly win the hearts of the denizens of the celestial realm. Odin contemplated this, having meticulously orchestrated every detail. Upon witnessing Loki strike Thor down, he realized his plans had reached a critical juncture. Awaken, Thor, Odin murmured softly. Just as the malevolent Loki believed he had succeeded in slaying Thor and was preparing to eliminate the four warriors of the celestial palace to secure his victory. The skies above the town transformed dramatically. Dark clouds materialized from an unknown source, enveloping the heavens. Without warning, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Loki felt an ominous foreboding stir within him, as he was well acquainted with Thor's command over lightning. The flashes across the sky intensified this sense of dread. Could it be that Thor is still alive? As if to vindicate Loki's fears, a massive bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking Thor. Remarkably, neither of the two warriors beside him nor Jane Foster sustained any harm. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the dancing electricity, a flicker of hope igniting within their hearts. In their eager anticipation, Thor slowly opened his eyes, enveloped by arcs of lightning, resembling the legendary god of thunder. A surge of joy swept through the crowd. Thor is alive. Marvelous. Hearing their exclamations, Thor felt a warmth blossom within him. He silently vowed to protect his companions from any harm. Moreover, he sensed a resurgence of divine power coursing through him. He was once again the invincible Thor. S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor called, extending his right hand. As his voice resonated, a hammer imbued with the essence of lightning soared towards him from afar. It was adorned with swirling blue electricity, racing towards Thor. However, Lin Yun, who was observing this spectacle, felt a sudden inclination. The hammer S.H.I.E.L.D is said to be forged from the power of a white dwarf star. As a weapon, I must attempt to siphon its energy. With this thought, Lin Yun acted swiftly. He activated his energy absorption ability on the rapidly approaching S.H.I.E.L.D. An unseen force locked onto the hammer, drawing forth energy that flowed invisibly from S.H.I.E.L.D into Lin Yun's form. He utilized the connection between his disciple and himself to transfer the energy to his corporeal self in the distant realm of water. Admittedly, such a long journey would incur substantial energy loss, yet Lin Yun was indifferent to this, for S.H.I.E.L.D was not his own. As S.H.I.E.L.D neared Thor, Lin Yun decisively severed his connection with the hammer. In his perception, he had siphoned off a third of S.H.I.E.L.D's power, dimming the surrounding electricity. Thor, the hammer's longtime wielder, immediately sensed something amiss with the weapon upon grasping it. However, he could not pinpoint the cause. At that moment, the malevolent Loki beheld the resurrection of Thor. His fury erupted. Ha ha ha! Thor, you have survived. Then let me send you to your demise once more. This time, he was disinclined to engage Thor in further conversation, for in his eyes, Thor was already a dead man. The destroyer's eyes ignited with fierce energy, unleashing two thick beams of crimson energy toward Thor. The intensity of these beams instilled a sense of peril within Thor. He gripped S.H.I.E.L.D tightly, conjuring blue lightning to counter the red energy beams. Incredibly, the beams were deflected, yet the blue lightning dissipated. The redirected energy struck a distant structure, causing it to collapse. With no survivors, yet all blame would fall upon the malevolent Loki. Before the destroyer could launch another assault, Thor raised his hammer once more, drawing the lightning from sky. In this dramatic scene, The swirling electricity offered immense support to Thor. Bolts of lightning danced around Mjolnir, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day, making Thor appear as the sovereign of thunder. Loki, your end is nigh. It is time to confess your wrongdoings, Thor commanded, harnessing the colossal lightning gathered from the environment. This is truly your demise. Observing the vast expanse of electricity, Loki, even while remotely controlling the formidable destroyer, felt a growing sense of trepidation. Knowing the devastating might of Thor's lightning, Loki understood that there was no way he could withstand such a storm. Thor, seeing Loki's apprehension, had no choice but to unleash the vast amount of lightning at his disposal. The colossal bolts struck the destroyer like divine retribution, coursing over its surface and wreaking havoc upon the formidable weapon. As the brilliant arcs of electricity faded, the destroyer crumpled to the ground, its metallic sheen extinguished, and its once unstoppable crimson eyes dimmed. It is over, Thor sighed wearily, witnessing the outcome. In a concealed corner of the celestial palace, Loki's countenance darkened. Moments ago, he had lost contact with the destroyer, indicating that it had been vanquished by Thor. Cursed be this fate, Loki seethed, his head bowed as he plotted further schemes. I will ensure your demise. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus back to Thor, whose revival filled his companions with unbridled joy. Marvelous! Thor, you have returned. Thor, the god of thunder, hurriedly assisted the injured warriors of the celestial palace. A convoy of off-road vehicles approached, and Coulson along with Black Widow disembarked, their expressions grave. They had just witnessed the fierce battle between Thor and the destroyer, immediately recognizing the god of thunder. We are S.H.I.E.L.D, Coulson stated. We specialize in managing supernatural incidents. This time, you have caused quite a disturbance. Coulson, ever the strategist, quickly established rapport with Thor and inquired about the situation. Are you saying this incident was instigated by your brother? Indeed, I apologize on behalf of my brother, Thor replied, expressing his regret. Through their conversation, he gleaned the myriad changes that had transpired on Earth over the past millennium. S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed from Coulson's words that he harbored some resistance towards the Celestial Palace's dominion over Earth. With this thought, Thor lost his desire to continue the dialogue. He was eager to return to the Celestial Palace and inform Odin of these developments. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yun observed everything with keen clarity. The Celestial Palace of Asgard presented itself as an appealing target for invasion. Lin Yun contemplated. He planned to send a fragment of his consciousness into Asgard when Thor returned. In the following days, tranquility reigned. After spending a few days on Earth and witnessing the recovery of his companions, Thor promptly summoned Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard. Heimdall, ever vigilant by the Bifrost, swiftly activated the Rainbow Bridge, casting a beam of prismatic light from Asgard to Earth, thereby creating a passage. Though Thor felt a pang of sorrow at parting from Jane Foster, he bade her farewell and stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, journeying back to the Celestial Palace. Unnoticed, a peculiar fragment of consciousness followed them through the bridge, returning to Asgard. Asgard appeared ethereal, seemingly suspended upon clouds, with an endless expanse of white below. At its heart stood a towering mountain, home to the majority of the celestial deities, including Odin, the most esteemed of them all. Although Lin Yun's fragment of consciousness had entered this realm, none perceived his presence, further diminishing his regard for the denizens of Asgard. The combat prowess of Asgard's inhabitants was commendable, yet their capabilities in other areas were rather mundane. Even Heimdall, blessed with the sharpest sight, failed to detect Lin Yun. First, I shall remain concealed, Lin Yun mused. In due time, I shall initiate my plans. He soon spied a patrol of Asgardian soldiers, selecting one to which he would attach his fragment of consciousness. Chapter 229, Lin Yun's State of Mind and System Upgrade. The merging of worlds was a far more intricate endeavor than anyone had anticipated. It could not be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Thus, Lin Yun would have to persist in his post for an extended duration, awaiting the convergence and eventual amalgamation of the two realms. Unless Lin Yun expended a considerable amount of his energy to expedite this process, the benefits he would reap from such a merger would be minimal. Moreover, due to his previous enslavement of numerous individuals from New York, a collective subconscious awareness of peril had emerged, prompting a forced integration with another plane, one that harbored the legendary Ancient One. However, the amalgamation of these two realms would take decades at the very least, allowing Lin Yun to set aside concerns regarding the Ancient One's arrival. At most, a few subordinates might be dispatched to probe the situation, but they would invariably fall to Lin Yun's minions. Thus, Lin Yun recognized that the timeline for this realm's integration would span years. System, I require a powerful slave to assist in guarding this domain, he commanded. Responding to the host's request, the long-dormant system projected a luminous panel before Lin Yun. The interface retained its previous aesthetics, yet bore subtle differences. Detecting the host's world permissions and container system. Would you like to access the system panel? The system's cold, electronic voice inquired. Lin Yun nodded in agreement. Harboring no doubts about the system's integrity, he understood that his current existence was not solely a product of his own endeavors, but significantly bolstered by the system's assistance. Without it, Lin Yun would not be where he was today. The system had ushered him into this wondrous world, for which he was profoundly grateful. Should one inquire if Lin Yun wished to relinquish everything and return to his former life, he would resolutely declare that he had no desire to return to that existence, marked by ignorance, gloom, and despair. Lin Yun resolved to dismiss such thoughts. He was now the god of slaves and could not afford to reveal any semblance of weakness. He must embody strength and ruthlessness. With that, Lin Yun instructed the system to connect. Upon receiving the host directive, the system's blue panel dimmed, its text flickering before vanishing entirely, transforming into a progress bar reminiscent of a digital game download. System upgrading. A lengthy progress bar materialized on the panel, indicating a mere 1% completion. Beneath it, a line of smaller text read, estimated time remaining for system upgrade: 1 day, 3 minutes, and 51 seconds. Observing the prolonged upgrade, Lin Yun found himself ensnared in contemplation. What should I do next? What's the purpose of my arrival in this world? He lowered his head, sifting through his memories to unearth the reason behind his presence in this realm. Ah, I remember now, he mused. I came to this world to transform all Marvel heroes into my slaves. A flicker of joy ignited within him as he recalled his objective. No longer adrift in uncertainty, Lin Yun resolved that his next course of action would be to enhance his strength and capture more Marvel heroes to serve him as slaves. He prepared to patiently await the completion of the system upgrade. Chapter 230, A New Panel and Intelligent Management. 8 days swiftly passed, and Lin Yun eagerly called upon the system. System, open the panel for me. Heeding the host command, the system projected a luminous panel before Lin Yun once more. The hue remained a soft blue, yet the content had undergone significant transformation. Previously divided into 4 sections: attributes, storage space, marketplace, and tasks, the panel now comprised 5: attributes, tasks, storage space, marketplace, and slave management panel. Lin Yun curiously clicked on the character attributes page, and he noticed that the values displayed had changed, differing from what they were previously. His curiosity piqued. He examined each entry meticulously. It remained as follows: name, Lin Yun, ability value, 30,000, ability rank, divine level, number of slave coins, calculated based on ability value. Beyond these 4 items, there was nothing else on the character attribute panel. Upon seeing this, Lin Yun became increasingly intrigued by the newly introduced content. Thus, he inquired of the system, what is the distinction between this new ability value and the previous energy? In response to Lin Yun's inquiry, the system elucidated the former energy was overly simplistic, requiring calculations based on the energy returned by slaves daily, rendering it rather complex. The current streamlined value retains only a unified figure derived from multiple calculations. Ability value not only reflects the energy value, but also integrates the host's other capabilities into its calculation. It signifies not just the host's energy, but also their combat prowess. Naturally, there will be fluctuations during actual combat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun comprehended that the ability value essentially represented both energy and combat metrics. What then is this newly revealed ability rank? Lin Yun queried further. Host, you may have already discerned this, the system replied. At times, when observing enemies, it can be challenging to gauge their strength based on comparative values. The ability rank allows you to swiftly ascertain whether your adversaries are weaker or if you are superior. I see. Lin Yun nodded, grasping the system's intent that the ability rank aids in quickly determining the disparity in strength between himself and his foes. Moreover, this upgrade also introduces the capability to scan enemies, the system added. Lin Yun took note of this feature. What categories does the ability rank encompass? He asked. The ability ranks are classified as ordinary, heroic, legendary, and divine, the system explained. Each tier has a broad range of upper and lower limits. For instance, within the heroic tier, ordinary superheroes pale in comparison to exceptionally powerful ones. Characters like Hawkeye cannot be compared to the Hulk. Similarly, among divine entities, some may be weak, others average, some moderate, and some remarkably powerful. After listening to the system's clarification, Lin Yun understood that even within the same rank, there could be significant differences in strength. Why, then, is the number of slave coins calculated based on the ability value? Lin Yun inquired. In response, the system stated, because the host's current power has reached the divine level. Divine beings can freely exchange for items in the shop as long as they possess sufficient energy. With the new algorithm, energy has been incorporated into the ability value. Therefore, slave coin quantity is determined by ability value. Chapter 231. A brand new task panel and store. Having previously reviewed the character attributes panel, Lin Yun proceeded to open the task panel for examination. The task panel appeared largely unchanged from before. Currently, it contained only a single main quest: become the eternal god of slaves and subjugate all heroes within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Permanently valid. Aside from the main quest, there are no side quests available. Compared to before, the simplicity of the task panel now rendered it more streamlined. Next, Lin Yun turned his attention to the storage space. The transformation of the storage space was indeed remarkable. It had expanded from a standard 8-person dormitory size to an area equivalent to a football field, leaving him astounded. However, Lin Yun held no particular demands regarding this change, as he primarily relied on his own strength rather than external possessions. Thus, he seldom utilized the storage space. Nonetheless, he welcomed the enlargement of the storage area with great enthusiasm. Then, Lin Yun proceeded to the next item, the store. The changes within the store were also substantial. All previous items such as slave bugs, slave electric rods, and slave balls had vanished, replaced by an array of new offerings. Sensing Lin Yun's curiosity, the system elaborated, host, your current strength has attained the divine level. Consequently, you no longer require such lowly items as slave bugs. Moreover, your divine power now possesses formidable corrosive properties. By radiating your strength over a wide area, you can effortlessly amass a multitude of ordinary human slaves. After hearing the system's explanations, Lin Yun found them to be quite reasonable. He continued to explore the new items in the store, discovering a plethora of novel offerings. Setting aside these fresh items for the moment, Lin Yun recalled a design blueprint for a divine artifact he had obtained during a previous battle, the Sword of Annihilation. The materials required are crimson crystal and a stellar energy source. It seems I could use the sun as a material for the stellar energy, he mused, but I currently lack the means to harvest the sun. With this thought, Lin Yun decided to temporarily suppress his desire to collect the sun as a material. As for the potential repercussions on the survival of humanity following the sun's extraction, the merciless god of slaves, Lin Yun, remained utterly unconcerned. I shall first peruse the new offerings in the store, he declared. Body of Kwafu, Titan's form, body of the Buddha. World of Chishan, pure land of Lioli. Such dazzling names flooded Lin Yun's mind, leaving him profoundly shaken. After casually reading a few names, he paused. For the list contained not only the aforementioned items, but countless other awe-inspiring artifacts from mythology available for exchange. In addition to powerful bodies, there were also entire worlds available for selection. Furthermore, an extensive array of weapons, armor, techniques, elixirs, mounts, slaves, and miscellaneous items awaited his exploration, truly a cornucopia of choices. Lin Yun found himself exhilarated beyond measure. This is the store I have longed for. Chapter 232. The elusive divine and demonic forms. Lin Yun scrutinized the items in the store, which no longer required slave coins for redemption as in the past. Given the current circumstances, where slave coin quantities were calculated based on ability value, Lin Yun needed only to focus on his own ability value. From where do these exchangeable items originate? He pondered aloud, seeking clarification. After all, an item cannot simply materialize from thin air. It must be based on something tangible. Upon hearing Lin Yun's query, the system provided an explanation. In truth, the redeemable items do not exist as tangible entities within the system. However, the system has recorded the rules governing these objects. Thus, when the host directly provides energy, it can directly manifest these formidable divine and demonic forms. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Lin Yun finally grasped the underlying rationale. The reason was that the system had documented the principles of these divine and demonic bodies, and as the host, he merely needed to supply energy to bring them into existence. Reflecting on this, he could not help but glance at the required prices for redemption. The body of Kwafu requires 100,000 for redemption. The body of Buddha requires 100,000 for redemption. The body of Titan requires 100,000 for redemption. Upon seeing this, Lin Yun couldn't suppress a wry smile, for his current capabilities were merely 30,000, while acquiring these coveted divine and demonic forms demanded 100,000 energy each. It seems I am unable to redeem these divine and demonic forms for the time being. He reluctantly abandoned the notion of obtaining these forms and turned his attention to the world page beneath the shop. Each of these worlds was a tantalizing prospect, their names resonating with grandeur, such as the world of Chishan Paradise and the world of Lioli Pure Land. The names of these worlds were intricately linked to those spoken of in myth, evoking an irresistible allure. I shall check the prices, Lin Yun mused as he surveyed the energy costs for these worlds. The required energy is merely 200,000. Yet, Lin Yun noticed a line of small text below. The worlds redeemed are only initial small worlds, requiring further development by the World S Master. Well, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. It is impossible to obtain a complete and powerful world all at once, Lin Yun remarked with self-deprecating humor. Now, I shall see if there are any new changes in the slave management panel. As he spoke, memories of his arrival in this world resurfaced, recalling the slave panel that had appeared. Back then, that panel was merely a solitary display window. Now, it had become a distinct item, making it more accessible. Previously, when opening the system, Lin Yun had also received a notification about integrating the world core and container system into the management. He found this development exceedingly intriguing. With his consciousness, the system promptly revealed a brand new slave management panel before Lin Yun. The panel displayed not only the data of the slaves he currently possessed, but also that of the reincarnators. It featured a warm yellow orb of light, accompanied by a newly operable touchscreen interface. Everything was so remarkably intelligent. Initially, Lin Yun had created a warm yellow orb as a terminal container, linking it to the client used by the reincarnators. Now, the system had integrated the warm yellow orb into the slave management panel. This meant that Lin Yun could directly manage the reincarnators through this panel. Chapter 233, Intelligence, Automation, and Guardians. Moreover, the current slave management panel enabled Lin Yun to engage in intelligent development. What is intelligence? Previously, Lin Yun had to rely on the warm yellow orb for management for an extended period. However, he could not constantly monitor the reincarnators' conditions, making the emergence of intelligence exceedingly necessary. Additionally, Lin Yun discovered a toggle button on the slave management panel. A line of text appeared on the system screen. Would you like to enable automated management? It seemed the system had sensed Lin Yun's thoughts and explained, automated management is a new feature introduced by the system. The objective is to empower the host further. Under this objective, automation will autonomously assign tasks to the reincarnators and instruct them to carry out certain actions. It will also reward the reincarnators with minor abilities from his shop. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Yun felt immense joy. With the implementation of this automated management, he would find his responsibilities considerably alleviated. Thus, he clicked the button to activate it. As Lin Yun made this move, a target for the reincarnators was swiftly generated and dispatched. Create the urban legend of the cabin in the woods. Reward: 1 week of lifespan. Reward: either a basic weapon or a foundational technique. Modify task frequency to once a week. Lin Yun observed as new commands flowed from the warm yellow orb, linking to the system panel. This warm yellow orb had been created after Lin Yun defeated Alessa and seized her world, serving as a terminal for the reincarnators to connect. Let us temporarily set aside how the tasks assigned to the reincarnators are developing. Instead, we shift our focus back to Lin Yun. Previously, we noted that Lin Yun wished to create a powerful slave to guard his current endeavors, allowing him to pursue other matters. Now, after reviewing the panel once more, Lin Yun recalled his desire to fabricate a formidable slave. He opened the system panel and navigated to the shop page. He noticed a familiar search button in the commerce section. Thus, he entered the term Guardian, and a plethora of results emerged. Doomsday Guardian, War Guardian. Upon seeing these Guardian names, Lin Yun furrowed his brow. for these guardians were inclined towards warfare rather than the work-oriented guardian he envisioned. System, refine the search criteria. Focus on those related to work. Upon hearing Lin Yun's request, the system swiftly refreshed the list, presenting him with guardians that met his specifications. Insomniac Work Guardian. A mindless guardian endowed with formidable combat and labor capabilities, capable of faithfully executing the Master's tasks. You are the one. Lin Yun chose this guardian. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, please specify the amount of energy to be input. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yun pondered for a moment. To avoid unforeseen circumstances, he reluctantly allocated 10,000 points of energy, which left him weakened by 1/3. Please define the appearance. The system's indifferent voice inquired. Chapter 234. Lucifer, a demonic visage? Let me think. I recall that a demon's head is typically that of a ram intertwined with a human visage, rendering its countenance exceedingly terrifying. The surface of the body is covered in molten lava, with countless plumes of heat and sparks emanating, instilling a sense of dread. And the body is that of a ram, complete with hooves, tubed brownish-yellow orbs that could instill fear in anyone. Lin Yun enthusiastically sketched the image of the demon in his mind. Before long, he had roughly designed the figure he desired. The design is complete. Please proceed with the creation immediately, consuming 10,000 energy points, commencing manufacture. Manufacture complete. With the system's proclamation, a terrifying silhouette materialized before Lin Yun. This creature stood an imposing 8 meters tall, possessing the body of a goat, the face of a human intertwined with that of a goat, and 2 dread-inducing brown eyes. Remarkably, these eyes bore no hint of emotion, resembling those of a cold machine. The heat radiating from the demon's form, accompanied by sparks, scattered into the surroundings, rendering the air around it scorching. Great Master, please bestow upon me a name. The demon lowered its head, comparable in size to a small cart, and knelt respectfully. I grant you the name, Lucifer, Lin Yun declared after a moment's contemplation, a mischievous glint in his voice. Thank you, Master, for the name. I shall eradicate all your enemies. Lucifer spoke in a low, sinister tone, his brown eyes gleaming with treachery and malice. Lin Yun entrusted Lucifer with his authority in the water realm, instructing him to continue monitoring the integration of the worlds. He then summoned Dagon, the leader of the deep divers, to inform him, Lucifer is my new subordinate. Upon learning this, Dagon notified the other deep divers. However, having divided 1/3 of his energy, Lin Yun soon felt waves of weakness wash over him. The long-lost sensation of sleep overtook him, and he fell in a slumber beside Lucifer. This sleep lasted for 2 years. Yet, the events that transpired in those 2 years warrant a more detailed account. Earlier, we mentioned the automated management system, which had introduced a new task. The reincarnators were to create the urban legend of the cabin in the woods. The Cabin in the Woods is a film. The plot follows a group of boisterous college students who venture into a secluded grove, intending to spend a wild, joyous, and unforgettable weekend. They discover a small cabin deep within the woods and prepare to initiate their party there. However, a series of events unfolds, orchestrated by a vast organization that surveils their every move. As for the reincarnators, who exactly are they? It appears that after Lin Yun temporarily recruited test subjects last time, the number of participants has not increased. Who are these individuals? Initially, there were 10. The scientist Sane Iron Man Tony, Congresswoman Cheney, the delinquent Zhang Ming, 3 students, 2 young women, an elderly lady, and an old man. In truth, Lin Yun had drawn in 1 additional person, thus totaling 11. During the first survival mission, 2 individuals perished, a young woman and an old man, leaving 9 survivors. Yet, with such a limited number of reincarnators, how could Lin Yun acquire more treasures? Hence, the system issued the task regarding the cabin in the woods. This task primarily aimed to select and create new reincarnators. The Cabin in the Woods would undoubtedly become a name synonymous with terror. Chapter 235. The Cabin in the Woods. Let us now shift our focus to this group of reincarnators and observe their endeavors. Iron Man Tony remains diligently working in his home laboratory. As a successful individual consumed by scientific research, Tony channels his efforts not only into romantic pursuits, but also into his experimental endeavors. His laboratory boasts an array of the latest equipment he has procured, alongside rare metals unattainable through conventional channels. Standing before his beloved suit of armor, a 3D representation of it is displayed to his right. The 3D model is adorned with countless intricate data points, each attesting to the advanced technology embodied in the armor. Previously, Lin Yun had assigned a task to Tony to develop a universal mech and submit it. Now, Iron Man is engrossed in fulfilling this assignment. What defines a universal mech? A universal mech must be accessible to even those lacking formal education. As the saying goes, even a fool can learn. But how can one ensure that even a fool can comprehend and operate it? Linking thought directly to the armor, Tony mused, considering it the best solution. Once connected, a person's thoughts would allow direct control of the armor. However, establishing such a link poses a formidable challenge, one that the entire era has yet to solve. Naturally, Tony too struggles with this predicament. However, his fervor for science keeps him engrossed, rendering him oblivious to the passage of time. Beep. A cold electronic voice echoed in Tony's mind, heralding the emergence of a new task. Task: create the urban legend of the cabin in the woods. Task duration: half a month. Task completion: calculated based on actions. Rewards: 1 week of life extension. Rewards: either a basic weapon or a foundational technique. Note: remaining life days will pause during the task period. Upon hearing the system's notification, Tony paused his work, deep in thought. What does the great deity require of me? Tony pondered, recognizing that as a servant of the divine, all his actions were for the deity's contemplation. He quickly called his loyal assistant, Pepper Potts. Pepper, an intriguing name has suddenly emerged in my mind. The Cabin in the Woods. Could you conceive some storylines based on that title? Preferably leaning towards the horror genre. Horror stories are far more captivating, enticing one to uncover the hidden truths. Upon hearing her beloved's request, Pepper meticulously contemplated. As Iron Man's girlfriend and capable assistant, Pepper is far from a mere decorative figure. She possesses considerable talent. After thoughtful consideration, she quickly devised a prototype for a horror story. How about this? A group of high school students yearn for thrilling adventures, and one day they decide to throw a party. They learn from a friend about an abandoned cabin in the nearby desolate mountains. Thus, they plan to spend the weekend vacationing at the cabin. Little do they know, a series of eerie happenings will unfold during their stay. Hearing Pepper's proposed narrative, Tony nodded in satisfaction. That's a splendid story. Chapter 236. The Cabin in the Woods 2. Why don't you, Pepper, direct a film? Direct a film? Why? Pepper queried, puzzled. Tony scratched his head, responding, I believe our group should not only develop the arms industry, but also venture into the entertainment sector. By doing so, our group will flourish even more, replied Iron Man Tony, who couldn't help but inquire further. Pepper, how about we establish a new film company? What do you think about you becoming the CEO of this company? Upon hearing Tony's suggestion, Pepper was taken aback with delight. That sounds wonderful. Then remember to prioritize the production of a film titled The Cabin in the Woods. It would be best to have a teaser ready within a week. Make sure to turn it into a series. Listening intently to her beloved Tony's instructions, Pepper committed them all to memory. Thus, Tony called the president of the group, urging him to mobilize the company's resources and manpower to set up the new enterprise. The company shall be named Iron Man Arms Film Company. Tony whimsically named his film venture. Pepper, however, was less concerned with the name and more focused on the film's content. To attract an audience, the quality of the film is paramount. The film's quality is often heavily influenced by its storyline and visual effects. By the way, Pepper, Tony continued, it would be beneficial to incorporate some real elements into the film, such as names and locations that blur the line between reality and fiction. That would be ideal. As Tony's loyal assistant, Pepper diligently noted all of his requirements. I'll head to the office now, she stated. Now, let us shift our focus to other reincarnators. First, there's the small-time thug Zhang Ming. Being a thug, whether he likes it or not, he inevitably embodies the essence of one. Zhang Ming, during his last capture mission, chose not to return to the slave world, but instead returned to his residence. In recent times, he has been quite busy, embroiled in a conflict with a group of delinquents. The narrative of a crime syndicate could easily be applied to Zhang Ming. He is a quintessential seed of a gang leader. Do you yield? Zhang Ming, with a fiery glare, knocked down a thug attempting to ambush him. I yield, I yield, the thug shouted, quickly submitting to Zhang Ming. A few days later, Zhang Ming lounged comfortably on the bed of a hotel attendant, indulging in physical pleasures. However, a long-forgotten electronic voice soon echoed in his ears. Mission: create an urban legend about the cabin in the woods. Mission duration: half a month. Completion level: calculated based on actions. Reward: 1 week's extension of life. Reward: either a basic weapon or a foundational technique. Note: Remaining days of life will be paused during the mission period. Upon discovering the new task, Zhang Ming was elated, his interest in the hotel attendant significantly waning. Despite his rough demeanor, he understood the gravity of his situation. That is, the mysterious system and the perilous slave world. Noticing Zhang Ming's distraction, the hotel attendant attempted to rekindle his attention. Yet, Zhang Ming was no longer in the mood. He hastily donned his clothes and made his way to one of his hideouts. Indeed, it was a hideout. Recently, he had established dominance over a bar through force and had recruited a few underlings. Chapter 237. The bar. Zhang Ming soon returned to the bar he had claimed as his own. At the entrance, a few tattooed delinquents greeted him. "Boss." Zhang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief discussion with his subordinates and confirming that everything was in order, he felt at ease and retreated to the back room of the bar. This was his designated dwelling, arranged by the bar staff. Zhang Ming lay down on his bed, which was adorned with a cozy quilt. A wave of comfort washed over him, prompting a satisfied sigh. This bed is truly delightful. I have no desire to go anywhere. However, he soon remembered the task he had just received and began to ponder. The cabin in the woods. That name evokes a sense of eeriness. Urban legends tend to revolve around terrifying ghost stories. As he contemplated, he picked up his phone and called for two of his subordinates to come to him. The two delinquents, marked by their dubious tattoos, hurried to his side upon receiving the call. One of them had a glint in his eyes reminiscent of a venomous snake, while the other exuded a somewhat lecherous demeanor. They knocked on the door to announce their arrival. "Come in, S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D." As he spoke, Zhang Ming sat up from the bed, waiting for their entrance. "S.H.I.E.L.D, I know you two are the brightest among us. I need your help. Craft a terrifying story about the cabin in the woods." Upon hearing their boss's request, S.H.I.E.L.D and S.H.I.E.L.D began to brainstorm. Before long, S.H.I.E.L.D proposed an idea. "Boss, we could devise a chilling ghost story related to the cabin in the woods. Then we can casually share it with the patrons at the bar, thus spreading the tale." Not wanting to be outdone, S.H.I.E.L.D quickly added, "We could also claim that the cabin in the woods is located on that ominous mountain nearby." At S.H.I.E.L.D's words, a shiver ran down S.H.I.E.L.D's spine, and even Zhang Ming appeared taken aback. The mountain had gained its eerie reputation due to several disappearances occurring there this year. Authorities had searched in vain, but rumors of ghostly sightings began to circulate, leading to its ominous moniker. "Indeed, you both have great ideas. Let us proceed with this plan," Zhang Ming affirmed. Seeing the confusion in S.H.I.E.L.D and S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes, he continued, "There is a secret involved. This secret is of monumental importance. If given the chance, I will lead you down a different path." Inspired by Zhang Ming's words, S.H.I.E.L.D and S.H.I.E.L.D eagerly set off to act on his instructions. As they departed, Zhang Ming resumed his contemplation. From the literal interpretation of the mission, my actions should count as a completion, right? Next, I shall await the story's dissemination in the day of task assessment. Chapter 238. Zhang Quanling's endeavors. Now, let us turn our attention to the next reincarnator. This reincarnator is none other than our adept manipulator of fat, Zhang Quanling. Previously, it was mentioned that Zhang Quanling opted to return to the slave world. Indeed, his decision to return was a fortunate one, as he had the opportunity to meet the sorceress Alessa and became her subordinate. Embracing a golden opportunity, he not only secured an invaluable ally, but also gained profound insights into the power dynamics and circumstances of the small town. Eventually, Zhang Quanling discovered that he could teleport once a week. The option to return to the real world brought him to the brink of tears, as he had feared he might never return to reality. This, however, was a miscalculation on the part of the enigmatic puppeteer, Lin Yun. After Lin Yun automated the management of the system panel, the error was rectified. Initially, Zhang Quanling intended to utilize the teleportation feature of the system to make a swift escape. However, he soon realized that he might need to revisit the world of slaves and potentially encounter Alessa again. Thus, he resolved to inform Alessa of his departure. If she intended to harm him, he would immediately use the teleportation feature to return to the real world. Upon hearing Zhang Quanling mention his departure, Alessa contemplated and nodded in agreement, for she understood that these reincarnators were, in fact, the slaves of the so-called god of slaves, Lin Yun. Consequently, she was cautious not to act recklessly. Moreover, during this period, the entire world had been incessantly vibrating, which caused her considerable unease. Was he truly doing? Alessa pondered day and night as she yearned to escape this realm. She realized that the god of slaves had not left his mark upon her, granting her autonomy. Yet, She understood that this self-proclaimed god of slaves would soon remember this oversight, filling her with silent dread. Suddenly, she felt a searing heat envelop her, as if flames were igniting from within, inflicting excruciating pain. Most terrifying of all, a peculiar eye symbol emerged on her left arm, fixating its gaze upon her. In that moment, Alessa comprehended. He has already branded me. Indeed, this strange eye symbol was identical to the one associated with the so-called god of slaves. Resigned to her fate, Alessa abandoned her escape plan and opted to remain compliant. With the disappearance of her rebellious thoughts, the sensation of burning vanished as well. In the distant realm of water, a fragment of Lin Yun's consciousness slipped back into slumber. Although his awareness had momentarily awakened due to a sense of impending danger, it soon sought out Alessa. Utilizing his dominion over the world, Lin Yun established a tenuous connection with Alessa and inscribed his mark upon her left arm. With the threat alleviated, his consciousness once again succumbed to sleep. He reminded himself that in the future, anyone who bore his mark or succumbed to his divine power would inevitably become his loyal servant, regardless of their desires. Zhang Quanling returned to the real world, overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of bustling shops in the distance. A world devoid of the internet and delicious snacks is truly unbearable, he lamented. Oh, and I brought back some trinkets from that desolate town. Chapter 239. Zhang Quanling's trinkets reflecting on the items he had salvaged from the slave world. Zhang Quanling couldn't help but smile with pride. Schindler Town had become a mere ruin, where the most valuable commodity was not currency but sustenance. Survivors often clashed over food. Precious dollars and gold lay abandoned like refuse. Zhang Quanling hesitated to take any dollars, fearing scrutiny from certain institutions. But he believed acquiring some gold and diamond jewelry would pose no issues. With this in mind, he retrieved several pieces of gold jewelry he had found in the dilapidated town. He was cautious not to take anything that appeared overly extravagant, opting instead for a few modest pieces. I recall there's a shop nearby that specializes in gold jewelry, he mused. He planned to return home, take a shower, and cleanse himself of the unpleasant odor that had clung to him during his time in the slave world. Upon accessing his phone from the storage space in his watch, he was bombarded with numerous notifications and missed calls. Oh no, I've been absent from school for over a week. Zhang Quanling's expression morphed into one of distress. Will I be expelled? Anxiety gnawed at him as he hastily dialed his best friend's number. When the call connected, his friend hurriedly reassured him. I've been covering for you this week, telling everyone you were sick. Grateful for his friend's support, Zhang Quanling vowed to bring him into this wondrous world once he had established a solid foundation. With school temporarily smoothed over, he considered his parents, who worked long hours away from home and were only mildly concerned about him. After deliberation, he decided to call them. As soon as the line connected, his parents bombarded him with questions. Where have you been for the past week? Even if you're skipping school for leisure, you should inform us. They exclaimed, clearly worried. You scared your mother and me to death. Remember to return to class promptly. Complying with their guidance, Zhang Quanling ended the call. Now that I've addressed matters with both school and my parents, he thought. Let's see what date it is. Checking his phone, he noted it was Friday. Since it's Friday, I shall forego attending class today. I'll return on Monday instead. As he spoke, he made his way home to recharge his phone, which had barely survived the week. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, he packed a few pieces of gold jewelry into a backpack and set out with his phone. Guided by memory, he arrived at a jewelry store named Luo's Gold Shop. The sign at the entrance proclaimed that they conducted all business related to gold. Peering inside, he was greeted by a dazzling array of golden jewelry and the elegant saleswomen, exuding an air of affluence. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Quanling boldly stepped inside. It was his first visit to such an establishment. Chapter 240. Exchanging for currency upon entering, Zhang Quanling approached a saleswoman at the counter. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? She inquired, noticing his lack of interest in the gleaming jewelry displayed in the transparent glass case. I have some gold jewelry I wish to sell, he replied softly. Upon hearing his request, the saleswoman responded, Please, follow me. She swayed her body, leading Zhang Quanling deeper into the shop. An elderly man welcomed Zhang Quanling with a warm smile. Just call me Old Zhang, he said. I hear you wish to sell some gold jewelry. Is it from a bygone era? It is modern. Things have been a bit tight at home, so I thought I might sell. Zhang Quanling fabricated an excuse and retrieved 3 pieces of jewelry from her backpack. The 3 gold items consisted of 2 bracelets and a ring, appearing rather ordinary. Old Zhang's eyes flickered with disappointment. I had hoped for a significant transaction, but it turns out to be this commonplace merchandise. As Zhang Quanling presented the items, she anxiously observed old Zhang. These gold pieces seem somewhat tarnished, suggesting they've been used for quite some time, and they lack additional value. Let us calculate based purely on the gold's weight. As he spoke, old Zhang lifted the jewelry and placed it on the weighing scale nearby. The numbers on the scale fluctuated wildly before settling at 55 grams. That totals 55 grams. The current market price is 8,625 yuan per gram, which amounts to 15557, 4,375 yuan. At our Luo's gold shop, we prefer to foster goodwill, so we'll round it to 15,558 yuan. While speaking, old Zhang handed a receipt to a nearby attendant, instructing, "Please take this gentleman to the cashier for his payment." Zhang Quanling suppressed her excitement and promptly followed the attendant to the cashier. Upon arrival, she eagerly inquired, "Can I receive the payment via Alipay?" She was reluctant to carry over 10,000 yuan through the streets, fearing loss or theft. Though she possessed the ability to manipulate her own fat to attack foes, she felt ill-equipped to withstand bullets. Our gold shop supports immediate transfers via Alipay. After the attendant's repeated assurances, Zhang Quanling opted for the Alipay transaction. Soon, accompanied by the vibration of her phone, she was thrilled to see a new transfer notification. Luo's gold shop has transferred you 15,558 yuan. With the attendant's warm send-off, Zhang Quanling floated out of Luo's gold shop. A gust of wind swept by, momentarily calming her exhilaration. Yet, she still felt as if she were in a dream. Utterly surreal. Did I truly sell those gold pieces for over 10,000 yuan? Contemplating this, Zhang Quanling opened Alipay once more. A glaring transfer notification confirmed that this was no mere illusion. Over 10,000 yuan. As she mused, she walked home, recalling the abandoned gold trinkets in the dilapidated town of Schindler. Chapter 241. Online dissemination in that decrepit town. Many gold ornaments lay forsaken. Regrettably, Zhang Quanling could not endlessly sell them. Selling once or twice might be manageable, but selling dozens of times would surely attract attention. After all, even if she claimed they were from her home, it would be implausible to sell items from her household repeatedly without raising suspicions. Thus, Zhang Quanling intended to sell a few pieces occasionally to improve her living conditions. Her parents provided her with a monthly allowance of 1 to 2,000 yuan, and this sale of 15,558 yuan equated to nearly a year's worth of living expenses. Zhang Quanling also recalled the new task issued by the system. Task: create the urban legend of the cabin in the woods. Task duration: half a month. Task completion: based on actions taken. Reward: 1 week of life extension. Reward: either a basic weapon or a foundational skill. Note: the remaining days of life will be paused during the task period. Upon seeing the system's newly assigned cabin in the woods task, Zhang Quanling pondered as she made her way home. She contemplated how to accomplish this task. Before long, she arrived home. As an avid gamer, she possessed a high-performance computer. Zhang Quanling pressed the power button, awakening her computer. She operated on the latest Windows 10 system. Equipped with an i7 CPU, a 1068GB graphics card, and 16GB of RAM. Once her computer was up and running, Zhang Quanling opened Baidu for a search. According to a piece of information on Baidu Baikey, urban legends typically contain bizarre narratives that evoke negative emotions such as anger, fear, and disgust. Upon reading this, Zhang Quanling thought, isn't this just crafting ghost stories? The scarier, the better. Thus, she opened a text file and began to write haphazardly. Near every city lies a mysterious cabin in the woods. It is said that those who have stayed in the cabin at night have vanished without a trace. People are unable to find any evidence of their existence. Often, days later, the mysterious cabin itself also disappears. After composing a few hundred words, Zhang Quanling posted her fabricated tale in various Baidu forums, the horror, strange, and urban legend sections. She believed this constituted the propagation of an urban legend, thus fulfilling her task. Her concocted story garnered immediate responses. Are you joking, Opie? Third floor is mine. Seriously, I've seen it. Opie is an idiot, firmly established. In summary, after Zhang Quanling's post, a flurry of replies ensued, some insults, some passing comments, and others claiming to have witnessed the phenomenon. Zhang Quanling, bemused by the reactions, soon closed the forum and shared her content on several other platforms. As she was about to close her browser, The phrase cabin in the woods suddenly came to mind. She decided to search it on Baidu. However, the results yielded only travel-related content. Disappointed, she quickly shut the page. It's been a while since I played a game. Perhaps I should indulge myself first. After a moment's thought, Zhang Quanling grabbed a bag of snacks and settled into her recluse lifestyle. Chapter 242. The Cabin in the Woods. 3. Zhang Quanling possessed the ability of fat manipulation. This ability had a significant drawback. It required the consumption of her own fat to launch attacks, since it necessitated the depletion of her fat reserves. She had to ensure she gained sufficient weight. After all, only a person with ample fat could wield such an ability, as typical individuals lack sufficient reserves. Consequently, to utilize her power, she needed to eat frequently and abundantly. Yet, excessive fat accumulation would render her physically cumbersome, diminishing her agility. In the context of gaming, it can be said that while physical attributes have been enhanced, agility has diminished. Furthermore, an individual with excessive body fat would inevitably draw the attention of others upon venturing outside, prompting immediate wariness. Hence, Zhang Quanling yearned for a skill that would allow him to conceal or obscure his fat. Naturally, compressing the fat would also suffice. Let us now shift our focus to another character. The world is not a static entity. Every individual inhabiting it exerts some degree of influence, albeit varying in magnitude. Previously, we neglected to mention an important figure, scientist S.H.I.E.L.D, and the continuation of his tale. During the capture of the electric whip Ivan Vanko, scientist S.H.I.E.L.D was teleported from the S.H.I.E.L.D holding chamber. He was acutely aware of S.H.I.E.L.D's suspicions regarding him. Thus, upon the mission's conclusion, he refrained from returning to his place of residence, which happened to be S.H.I.E.L.D's prison cell, as he wished to avoid incarceration. Moreover, at that time, S.H.I.E.L.D employed a neurotoxin in an attempt to extract S.H.I.E.L.D's recent experiences. However, the system awakened S.H.I.E.L.D, shattering any remaining illusions he held about S.H.I.E.L.D. As an accomplished scientist, S.H.I.E.L.D could not tolerate any harm to his intellect, no matter how minuscule. Consequently, he fully aligned himself with the enigmatic system. Following the successful capture of Ivan Vanko, S.H.I.E.L.D promptly chose to return to the realm of slavery, where he fortuitously encountered the Tian Nual warrior. This warrior, being superior to Alessa, was also less malevolent, thus providing S.H.I.E.L.D with protection. At that juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D also encountered other reincarnators. Most of these individuals had met with misfortune, as they were forcibly teleported and subsequently spotted by others. Those who witnessed the teleportation naturally reported it, leading to investigations that placed them in precarious situations. However, the reincarnators remained tight-lipped, often claiming ignorance regarding the events that transpired. Generally, those investigating would not impose severe consequences upon them, yet they would find themselves ensnared in a state of surveillance, an exceedingly vexing predicament. This oversight had not been considered by Lin Yun when he forcibly recruited individuals for the slave god's purposes. Nonetheless, with Lin Yun now delegating management to an automated system, such unexpected occurrences would be taken into account. During the task release for the cabin in the woods, the other reincarnators diligently sought ways to fulfill their objectives, none daring to shirk their responsibilities. The allure of rewards, particularly the legendary techniques, captivated everyone's interest. This was not solely due to the rewards. The terrifying consequences of failure loomed large. Failing to accomplish the task would result in a significant reduction in their lifespan. If one had a relatively lengthy life, they might endure until the next mission. Conversely, those with shorter lives risked succumbing within days. Chapter 243. The legendary infinite space, as the Buddhist saying goes. A flower represents a world, a leaf embodies enlightenment. This illustrates the existence of myriad mysterious worlds and spaces within the universe, as well as the presence of exalted entities. Upon awakening, Yichio received a cascade of information flowing into his consciousness. Beginning entry into the world of the cabin in the woods, a group of boisterous college students arrived in a secluded grove where 5 friends intended to indulge in a liberating, joyous, and unforgettable weekend. Guided by directions, they discovered a small cabin deep within the woods, preparing to commence their festivities. Initially, all appeared normal. However, as night fell, the cabin became a stage for a series of bizarre, supernatural, and inexplicable occurrences. The lives of these 5 students hung precariously. for they remained unaware of the malevolence they faced, which was under the watchful eye of a vast organization. The second trial scene has commenced. Narrative world, the cabin in the woods. Difficulty index, B. Player identity, member of the Earth Guardian's American Base Maintenance Department. Total player count, 8. Main task 1. Assist the organization in ensuring the 5 students endure torment and ultimately perish in the sequence of child, athlete, sage, fool, virgin. Task completion. Reward 3,000 exchange points. Task failure. Erasure. Main task 2. Aid the 5 students in escaping the traps set by the Earth Guardian organization. Each surviving student earns 200 exchange points, while each death incurs a deduction of 1,000 exchange points. Should the exchange points fall into the negative upon return, erasure will occur. Failure occurs if the death toll exceeds 3, resulting in a deduction of 3,000 exchange points. Surviving 3 or more is deemed successful, yielding a reward of 1,000 exchange points. Current exchange points, 6,000. Note, Main Task 1 and Main Task 2 are mutually exclusive. Only one may be selected. As you are a seasoned player, you are compelled to complete Main Task 2. As the captain of the Six Realms team, your members will also be obliged to accept this task. Players who eliminate monsters in this world will receive varying exchange points, contingent upon the strength of the defeated creature. Successfully completing Main Task 1 allows for an immediate return to the Shadow Theater. Accepting Main Task 2 will unlock optional tasks. Optional Task 1. Monster Rampage. Eliminate over 70 of the uncontrolled monsters in the base for a reward of 2,000 exchange points. Failure incurs no penalties. Optional Task 2. The Wrath of the Ancient Evil God. Your actions have disrupted the sacrificial rites, provoking the wrathful evil god to emerge from the abyss to annihilate this world. If you possess confidence in your strength and wish to be a savior, bravely intervene. Survive for 30 seconds beneath its grasp for a reward of 2,000 exchange points. Endure for a full minute for 4,000 exchange points. As for surviving beyond 1 minute, frankly, I do not believe such a miracle will transpire. Furthermore, this world does not feature faction divisions. Each elimination of another player will result in a deduction of 1,000 exchange points. At that moment, however, an alert resonated within his mind. Warning, warning, world arrival error. Warning, warning, world arrival error. What? World arrival error? Ichio's expression turned to one of alarm. Chapter 244. The legendary Infinite Space 2, simultaneously with the assistant's voice echoing in his mind. A flood of information regarding this cinematic world was forcibly implanted into Ichio's consciousness. Although the influx of information was substantial, akin to cramming nearly 2 hours of film into his mind, Ichio's mental fortitude surpassed the ordinary, rendering him relatively untroubled. Having never seen this film, he swiftly grasped the overarching narrative after absorbing the information. It bore resemblance to the typical American horror film, featuring a group of college students embarking on a retreat to an isolated forest during their holiday. During his journey, he encountered 2 seemingly ordinary middle-aged men, unaware that this would mark the onset of a nightmare. The narrative unfolds as a simplistic horror story set within a secluded cabin nestled deep within the mountains. Within the cabin, they stumbled upon a basement filled with various antiquated furnishings and peculiar trinkets. Among these were a music box, a bride's wedding gown, a unique circular cube, and an ancient diary written partially in Latin. Each object served as a means to summon different monsters. The premature activation of any single item would ultimately dictate the gruesome demise of the individuals involved. However, unlike other horror films, this particular story possesses a significant subplot. An organization operates behind the scenes, orchestrating events. As this organization intervenes in the deaths of the group, the truth gradually reveals itself. Beneath the earth lies an ancient evil god, dwarfing the grotesque creatures, zombies, and vengeful spirits confined within the base. To placate this malevolent deity, 5 young individuals must be selected annually as sacrificial offerings. The criteria for these sacrifices demand that they be promiscuous individuals, physically robust athletes, erudite scholars, woefully ignorant fools, and chaste maidens. The order of their demise must also adhere strictly to this sequence, from the libertine to the virgin, with no room for error. Should the sequence falter, the ancient god would unleash devastation upon the world. To ensure that the 5 endure torment before their deaths, the self-proclaimed guardians of the earth have meticulously devised this trap, ensnaring the protagonists within their own web. The diary was the first item to be activated. In a moment reminiscent of classic horror films, the female lead, lacking in intellect, audibly recited a Latin incantation, awakening the hillbilly zombie family buried nearby, leading to a gruesome zombie massacre. Initially, the outcome seemed inevitable. The 5 protagonists fell victim to the zombies' merciless slaughter, their blood seeping into the soil to satiate the insatiable hunger of the evil god. Subsequently, the organization dispatched agents to recapture the zombies and confine them back within the base. Another year passed peacefully, and the world basked in tranquility. Yet, the film took a dramatic turn when the fool, who was supposed to perish, miraculously survived, infiltrating the base headquarters alongside the female lead, the Virgin. Confronted by the approaching security team, the female protagonist activated the mechanism imprisoning the monsters. Consequently, an array of creatures familiar from other films surged forth, ravaging the base in a bloody rampage. Amidst the chaos, the duo narrowly escaped to the lowest level of the base, where they encountered the chief administrator, a middle-aged woman. She disclosed the entire sequence of events and presented them with a choice. With the sun set to rise in 8 minutes, they could either sacrifice themselves for the salvation of the world or drag everyone else on Earth down with them. The fool, without hesitation, chose to kick the administrator down. Forget self-sacrifice. If death was inevitable, they would face it together. Thus, the two merrily indulged in their vices, awaiting the world's demise. However, Yichio's expression turned to one of alarm as he found himself in a new world. Has the world descended into chaos? What shall I do? Chapter 245. The conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D. He gazed down at the newcomers sprawled on the ground, puzzled by the prolonged silence. Typically, even in a new world, 1 or 2 individuals would awaken swiftly. Yet, none stirred, a foreboding sign that filled Yichio with unease. Approaching closer, he scrutinized the situation of each individual. One newcomer, a striking beauty with delicate features, lay still, her face devoid of the expected smile. Instead, her eyes remained tightly shut, dark blood oozing from her orifices as if she had been deceased for some time. What horrified Yichio further was the eerie silence that accompanied her death. In shock, he moved to examine the next individual, only to find the same grim condition. Eyes closed, dark blood trickling from her orifices, suggesting a long-standing demise. All the newcomers are dead. I am the only one left. After assessing all those who lay motionless, Yichio discovered that they were all lifeless, sharing the same characteristics, closed eyes and dark blood flowing from their orifices. Overcome with dread, his voice trembled as it echoed through the dense woods, resonating like the wails of lost souls. Indeed, Yichio had descended into a deep forest, where the daylight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting an ominous shadow over the surroundings. Infinite space, respond to me, what has transpired? Infinite space, respond to me, what has transpired? In desperation, Yichio called out to the omnipotent system within his mind, yet it remained eerily silent. Before he could ponder further, his instincts screamed a warning, as if a great danger approached. Trusting his instincts, Yichio rolled away from the ground just in time to evade a hail of bullets. The sharp sound of bullets penetrating flesh filled the air. With remarkable clarity, he observed a golden bullet strike the very spot he had occupied moments before, obliterating the head of a nearby corpse. The aftermath was gruesome, with blood and matter splattering in all directions, leaving behind a gaping wound the size of a fist. Goodness! Yichio marveled at the bullet's devastating power. Had it struck a living being, it would have surely created a fatal cavity. Following the trajectory of the bullet, he spotted a helicopter hovering in the distance, its rotor blades whirring ominously. With enhanced vision granted by the infinite space, he discerned the sniper and pilot aboard the helicopter. Chapter 246. The promised encounter let us not dwell solely on Yichio's misfortunes, for he is not the only one to find himself in a world gone awry. Titans, or Titan giants, are a race woven into the fabric of myth and legend. In lore, Titans are ancient deities who once held dominion over the earth. They possess colossal forms, boundless strength, and a heart that knows no mercy. Each Titan is akin to a god, having once wielded nearly limitless power. According to myth, the Titan race was vanquished by the Olympian gods and subsequently imprisoned deep within the underworld. Promises had always regarded these tales as mere myths, and indeed, the most absurd of fables. From both the perspectives of physics and biology, the existence of a being, such as a Titan, on this planet seemed utterly impossible. However, the mission assigned by the ring could not deceive Promises, as it held no semblance of meaning. The task was to slay a Titan, which implied the undeniable presence of at least one Titan within this realm of duty. The mere thought of the terror and might attributed to Titans made Promises involuntarily draw in a breath. He was uncertain of his ability to vanquish such a godlike entity. Yet, contemplating the consequences of failing the mission made him itch with anxiety. Failure to complete the task would mean an inability to return home, and that was something Promises could not endure. To ensure his return, he would dare to slay without mercy, be it a Titan or a true deity. As if disturbed by some unknown force, the ring ceased its intermittent communication after delivering the mission, leaving Promises in silence. He called out several times, but received no response, indicating a distinct difference from the previous worlds he had encountered. The blood-red sun on the horizon finally sank beneath the earth, and the dark night enveloped the land. The surrounding stillness made Promises furrow his brow. Such a lifeless quietude was far from the norm of a vibrant world. Taking a deep breath, he stepped towards the nearby rustic wooden cottage, while mentally sifting through cinematic references related to Titans. He sought to discern his whereabouts and the nature of this world. The ground was carpeted with dried yellow leaves, rustling under the night breeze. Towering trees loomed closely, their broad leaves producing ominous sounds as they swayed in the wind. The entire scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the settings of horror films that elicited shrieks. Faced with this naturally eerie film set, Promises squinted and ascended the few steps to the door, reaching out to push open the cabin's entrance. The creaking of the ancient wooden door echoed sharply in the dim silence, a sound that would surely send chills down the spine of anyone traversing these grounds alone. He extended his hand to turn on the light, instantly illuminating the previously shadowy room. The tattered curtains danced in the wind. The old floorboards creaked ominously. The oddly patterned wooden sofa, the dark and oppressive wooden walls, and the peculiar lamp above, though casting light, emanated an unsettling aura. All these elements led Promises into deep contemplation. Chapter 247. Promises' mission since the task is to slay a Titan. It follows that this world is not normal. Unfazed by the scene before him, Promises stood at the threshold, his hand idly stroking his chin. His gaze penetrated the room, and he mused. The arrangement of the furnishings suggests some modern civilization. The environment, the layout, it closely resembles that film. At this moment, Promises reached a preliminary conclusion. Yet he still lacked a crucial element for certainty. After pondering, he disregarded the surroundings and proceeded towards the entrance to the basement that lingered in his memory. Indeed, this is the world. Pulling open the entrance to the basement, he gazed down at the dimly lit space adorned with numerous bizarre decorations. At this point, Promises was confident that this mission world was indeed the forest cabin, home to numerous monsters, with the ultimate boss being an ancient Titan. The forest cabin, a realm of madness. As Promises descended the dimly lit wooden stairs into the basement, outside in the woods, several grotesque arms, marred by decaying flesh and ghastly wounds, suddenly emerged from the layer of fallen leaves. Indeed, is the forest cabin. Upon entering the basement, he flipped the switch, illuminating the space filled with decorations symbolizing ferocious monsters. From pianos to notebooks, from film reels to peculiar photographs, from phonographs to strange spheres, Promises made his final determination. Is this the beginning of sacrifice, or has something gone awry below? Observing the minuscule objects representing monsters, he refrained from touching them, instead leaving the basement after a thorough examination. The forest cabin was a world inhabited by deities, with an eerie underground base concealed deep beneath its surface. Within lay numerous formidable monsters, and at the very bottom resided an ancient Titan, to prevent the Titan from breaching the surface and wreaking havoc upon humanity. The local authorities periodically organized sacrificial events, offering the lives of young men and women as tributes to keep the Titan confined in the depths. Logically and narratively, this made little sense. Yet, since Promises had arrived in this place, he resolved to fulfill his mission, treating even the most unreasonable as rational, for existence itself renders reason. He was aware that the cabin housed numerous surveillance systems, and perhaps many personnel below were closely monitoring his actions. Disinterested in this game of cat and mouse, he decided to head directly towards the path leading outside to the underground base. For Promises, who yearned to complete his mission and return home, anyone obstructing his path, be they human, ghost, demon, or monster would face total annihilation. Without lingering, Promises strode towards the door to exit the cabin, but paused suddenly upon grasping the doorknob. He lowered his gaze slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Nodding, Promises turned the doorknob. For a change awaited him outside. Chapter 248. The Hidden Hand, a grotesque visage, a decaying body, a gaping maw reminiscent of a blood bowl, and a stench that was utterly repugnant. As Promises swung open the door, he was met by the sight of the sadistic Buckner family. This family of zombies reveled in the brutal torment of the living. They were robust, impervious to ordinary weapons, and possessed an immense brute strength capable of tearing human limbs asunder. To the average person, this family of zombies would be the stuff of nightmares. Harbingers of death from the abyss. In the chilling, dark, and frigid night, an ordinary individual opening the door to behold such terrifying figures, with hollow eyes boring into them, would likely succumb to a heart attack. Yet Promises was not so easily cowed. Even if he had once been susceptible, his body had now been so fortified that he could be deemed invulnerable to ailments. Gazing upon the repugnant faces before him, Promises subtly recoiled. This was not out of fear of the zombies, which posed little threat beyond their unsightly appearance. Rather, it was the odor emanating from them and the viscous fluids that prompted his discontent. He had no desire to make contact with such entities. The fleeting Promise evaded the dark claws that swung toward her face, coldly observing several zombies jostling to enter the room through the doorway. With a deft flick of her wrist, she summoned the shoulder cannon that had been disassembled from the Mark VII, firmly grasping it in her hand. This weapon, designed specifically for the Predator, could also be modified to function like a handgun. Previously mounted on the shoulder of the Mark VII, it had been removed prior to her departure, as the repairs on the Mark VII were not yet complete. Now was the moment for the shoulder cannon to prove its worth. With a resounding boom, a shot of energy struck the first and most robust zombie to enter the room. In the face of the high-energy projectile, these zombies were scarcely more resilient than ordinary humans. In a single shot, the upper half of one was obliterated. The shoulder cannon's immense power was sufficient to even overwhelm formidable aliens, let alone these zombies. As she continued to pull the trigger, multiple energy blasts erupted, reducing the shrieking zombies, along with the door and a portion of the wall, to a gruesome pulp. Afterward, she lifted her hand to blow the smoke away from the glowing, heated muzzle of the cannon, shaking her head as she approached the wall that had been blasted apart. Rubbing her temples, she recalled the location of the underground base entrance depicted in the movie. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Aside from the flickering flames from the burning wooden structure behind her, visibility was virtually nil. The area remained eerily silent, just as it had been upon her arrival. Apart from the crackling sound of the fire, there was no other noise. Even the rustling of leaves stirred by the night breeze had vanished. This truly is an ideal location for filming a horror movie, she sighed as she walked toward the lakeshore. No need for set design, just roll the cameras. However, she soon grew vigilant of her surroundings. Behind her, the wooden structure that had been ablaze had vanished, replaced by a deep, tranquil forest. What on earth is happening? She gasped, swallowing hard as she scanned her environment. The lake before her had also disappeared, and she found herself surrounded by dense woods. What is this? No one shall impede my journey home, she declared with a flicker of fierce determination in her eyes. Chapter 249. The Hand Behind It All. She took a moment to reassess her surroundings. She distinctly remembered being in the cabin nestled within the woods, preparing to enter the so-called underground base, yet she had unexpectedly been transported to this unfamiliar place. What was going on? Who was behind this? Her heart raced with mounting frustration. All signs indicated that the unseen force capable of transferring her from one realm to another was an unfathomable entity. She attempted to connect with the mysterious ring in her mind, but remained silent, now merely an ordinary piece of jewelry. Pausing in place, she sensed the distant sounds of battle. Several Black Hawk helicopters flew above the forest, accompanied by armed soldiers, engaged in frantic communication. A glint of ferocity crossed her gaze as she activated her shoulder cannon without hesitation. A searing energy blast erupted, striking one of the helicopters mid-flight. The hit helicopter erupted into flames, transforming into a fireball that violently exploded in the air, sending twisted metal debris plummeting to the ground. The pilots of the remaining Black Hawks, witnessing the assault, cursed and ascended to a higher altitude. The snipers aboard began searching for the assailant's location, preparing to retaliate. Meanwhile, some soldiers contacted their superiors. Captain, we've come under attack. 2 assailants have been identified, both armed with heavy weaponry. Black Hawk 03 has suffered casualties. Nearly all personnel are deceased. As the soldiers relayed their reports, more Black Hawk helicopters arrived, laden with numerous American soldiers. These imposing figures swiftly descended via ropes into the forest, converging toward her position. After her initial outburst, she refrained from further attacking the helicopters, hoping to communicate with the approaching soldiers and gather intelligence. However, to her dismay, these soldiers viewed her as a dire threat, intent on eliminating her at all costs. Hello. She attempted to engage in conversation, but was met with a hail of bullets aimed at her life. Fury ignited within her. She resolved to eliminate these soldiers, believing it would draw out their commanding officers for negotiation. Previously, in another realm, she had employed a similar tactic, and it had proven effective. Thus, she intended to instill fear in these soldiers so she could lure their superiors into a dialogue. An invisible telekinetic field enveloped her surroundings, halting the incoming bullets mid-air. She regarded the soldiers with a sense of superiority. Generally, mere mortals could only halt a few bullets, not an entire barrage. She anticipated their astonishment, yet to her surprise, the soldiers appeared unfazed, as if such phenomena were commonplace. Some soldiers even brandished rocket launchers, aiming them directly at her. Such an affront was intolerable. After all, the destructive force of a rocket launcher far surpassed that of ordinary bullets. Chapter 250. The disappearance of hundreds with a deliberate intention. The bullets rebounded under her telekinetic influence, whizzing back toward the soldiers, creating a series of horrific blood splatters. "Ah, curse demon!" they cried. The soldiers emitted anguished cries. Yet this was merely a localized skirmish. As several bullets returned, they struck down the soldiers wielding rocket launchers. "Kill him!" some soldiers shouted, charging forward to engage her in hand-to-hand combat. But she would not allow them to succeed. Observing their fierce expressions, she leaped backward gracefully, distancing herself from the soldiers. Simultaneously, her shoulder cannon targeted the foremost soldiers, unleashing a brilliant energy blast. In an instant, those at the front were torn apart by the energy shot, their charred limbs and shredded flesh scattering about, filling the air with a grotesque aroma of burnt meat. Yet, the bloodthirsty soldiers, consumed by rage, showed no signs of fear as they pressed forward, continuing to fire their weapons at her. Unfazed, she recharged her shoulder cannon, the temperature of the barrel rising once more as she prepared to unleash another energy blast against the advancing soldiers. Amidst the chaos, scorched and charred flesh lay strewn about, while severed limbs rolled across the ground. The battle involving Sun Nuo and the soldiers was relayed in real time to the Urgent Affairs Hall of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the hall, a one-eyed black man observed the unfolding scenes of combat. Why does the shoulder cannon resemble Iron Man Tony S. shoulder cannon so much? Nick Fury inquired of a nearby weapons manufacturing expert. The expert explained, according to our preliminary analysis, this shoulder cannon indeed bears a striking resemblance to Iron Man S. Could it be that Iron Man is involved in this matter? Nick Fury pondered aloud. Impossible, the expert replied. Though Tony Stark has refused to collaborate with the military, he would never casually allow anyone to wield a weapon such as a shoulder cannon, especially not someone who is human. Tony would never partake in this affair. Nick Fury concluded resolutely. Recently, an unusual phenomenon had emerged in New York and several other cities, leading to the mysterious disappearance of hundreds of individuals, a number that continued to rise, inciting Fury's immense ire. Local police and self-defense forces had searched for the missing persons without success, though they had uncovered some leads. The missing individuals predominantly belonged to the teenage demographic, both male and female, with their disappearances occurring in dense forested areas. These individuals shared a common penchant for thrill-seeking, many having heard of various terrifying urban legends. Some of these legends were long established, while others had recently surfaced. "Cabin in the woods," Nick Fury muttered, as the disappearances in the dense forest reminded him of a haunting tale he had recently encountered. Following an investigation by S.H.I.E.L.D, it became apparent that someone had been disseminating this story, yet when they summoned the informant, no substantial findings emerged. Moreover, as time passed without any trace of the missing persons, many ordinary citizens had become aware of the alarming reports of individuals vanishing while exploring the woods. Chapter 251. Tony's shoulder cannon. The Congressional Committee expressed their frustration with the police, deeming them utterly ineffective, and subsequently handed the case over to S.H.I.E.L.D D. Nick Fury, feeling the weight of the pressure, recognized that the case seemed to harbor supernatural elements. Thus it fell to S.H.I.E.L.D. to address it. Due to the high priority assigned by his superiors, Fury promptly dispatched skilled agents into the forest for search operations. He understood that the perpetrator behind these occurrences was likely not an ordinary individual, instructing his soldiers to eliminate any threats should they be unable to apprehend them alive. After all, possessing a corpse could serve as a temporary solution to appease his superiors' inquiries. Whether by sheer luck for S.H.I.E.L.D. or misfortune for the two otherworldly visitors, they soon located Yi-Chio and Su-Nuo. The numerous lifeless bodies surrounding Yi-Chio intensified S.H.I.E.L.D. esas suspicions. Some agents had already concluded that Yi-Chio was the murderer, possibly engaged in nefarious activities within the dense woods. Su-Nuo, with his distinctly foreign attire and sudden appearance in the forest, also emerged as a prime suspect. In Nick Fury's eyes, the dead could not speak. Furthermore, he sought to extract valuable information from these two, believing them to harbor secrets unknown to him. However, witnessing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents being overwhelmed by them on video, Fury could not help but sigh. S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel are utterly inadequate to confront these audacious outlaws, he mused, increasingly focused on the formation of the Avengers. With this thought in mind, Nick Fury picked up his phone and dialed Tony Stark's number. Is this Tony? Indeed. I presume you take immense pride in the technology of your armored suit. Of course, I'm the only one in the world capable of creating this suit. Have you heard about the recent string of disappearances of individuals who ventured into the woods? I have. Are you suspecting me? No, that is not my intent. I merely discovered that a suspect is wielding your shoulder cannon while slaughtering my soldiers. After a brief silence of several seconds, Tony replied, "Give me the address. I'll head over immediately." Fury relayed Su-Nuo's location. Soon, under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance of Stark's residence, a figure soared into the sky, heading towards the address provided by Fury. Tony was filled with confusion. His shoulder cannon was a unique military weapon he had never sold to anyone. Why, then, did Nick Fury claim there was a suspect wielding it? Lost in thought, he increased the output of his suit, soaring through the air like a white wave. Onlookers marveled at the flying figure, speculating amongst themselves. Who is this superhero? Don't you know? This is the renowned Iron Man, Tony Stark. What is he up to? Isn't it obvious? He is out to combat crime. Meanwhile, Su-Nuo maneuvered through the forest, unscathed, while the S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers suffered significant losses. Yet, he was astonished that they continued to hold their ground despite the dire circumstances. Chapter 252. Tony's fierce battle with Su-Nuo. It appears that those attacking me are no ordinary soldiers, Su-Nuo mused, sensing a familiar energy approaching rapidly. Stirring his curiosity, a warrior, brimming with technological prowess, flew not far from him, adorned with elements he recognized. Is that Iron Man Tony? How can Iron Man exist in this dimension? Confusion swirled within Su-Nuo. Simultaneously, Tony Stark recognized the shoulder cannon on Su-Nuo's person, a style only he could have crafted. Why does he possess something I created? Tony's mind raced with questions. However, upon witnessing the devastating scene surrounding him, a fiery anger ignited within. You shall pay. As he spoke, an energy blast erupted from his armored palm, hurtling towards Su-Nuo. In response, Su-Nuo's shoulder cannon charged instantaneously, retaliating with a blast of its own. The two energy blasts collided in mid-air, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the surrounding trees, creating a spectacle that left the nearby soldiers in awe. Su-Nuo, having lost his patience, advanced forward. Even if the shoulder cannon was a gift from Tony during a previous mission, what of it? He lunged closer, his body moving like a phantom, swiftly closing the distance to Iron Man Tony, and swung his fist towards him. Despite his frequent reliance on shoulder cannons to assault adversaries, this is merely a FA-Ade. The true foundation of his strength lies within his formidable physique. He once bathed in the blood of dragons in a certain realm, an act that significantly enhanced his physical capabilities, allowing him to be likened to a dragon slayer. The legendary dragon slayer is not merely defined by their weaponry, but also by their exceptional physical prowess. After all, how could one succeed in slaying dragons otherwise? A hint of disdain flickered in Iron Man's eyes. His armored suit housed an array of martial arts techniques, capable of real-time analysis and counteraction. However, he was unprepared for the overwhelming force emanating from Sun Nua's seemingly unremarkable palms, which propelled him into the air uncontrollably. He was launched away, crashing into multiple trees, each as thick as 3 men embracing, much to the astonishment of the soldiers nearby. Sun Nua nonchalantly retracted his hands behind him, gazing proudly at Tony. Yet, no one noticed the subtle tremor in his palms, indicating he too bore some injury. "I was careless," he mused. "I never expected this Iron Man to be so formidable." Tony quickly regained his composure despite being forcefully struck down. His suit was equipped with a gravity buffering system, ensuring he sustained no significant harm. Nevertheless, being knocked away was a profound humiliation. As Iron Man, Tony deemed himself the mightiest among superheroes. Allowing someone to overpower him was an affront to his pride. "Eliminate this individual and restore my honor," he resolved. His armored hands expelled searing jets of air, propelling him forward like a specter towards Sun Nua, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 253. A battle on all fronts. Sun Nua's pupils dilated as he perceived Tony's approaching form, which seemed to slow down considerably in his vision. This was not due to Tony's speed diminishing, but rather a unique effect of Sun Nua's sight. He witnessed Tony's iron fist rushing towards him, unable to respond with his own hands still tinged with numbness. He could only retreat with the swiftness of lightning, evading Tony's inevitable strike. Tony's fist met only empty air, and in his fury, he swung his iron fist, shattering a nearby tree into splinters before launching another assault on Sun Nua. Meanwhile, another world had descended upon this realm, featuring the newcomer S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially startled by the presence of deceased newcomers, he soon fell victim to a sniper from a Black Hawk helicopter. A golden bullet sped towards him, aiming for his demise. However, as a seasoned veteran of numerous worlds, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not so easily vanquished. After dodging the incoming bullet, he observed soldiers descending from the helicopter, armed and intent on his capture. The soldiers advanced with murderous intent, weapons at the ready. "Flick of the finger," S.H.I.E.L.D. murmured, grasping a golden bullet and flicking it towards an approaching soldier, creating a sanguine wound. The soldier froze in shock, collapsing and inadvertently knocking down those behind him, sparking a momentary chaos. S.H.I.E.L.D. had honed skills from the legendary Peach Blossom Island martial arts, akin to those of the mythical Huang Yaoshi from Jin Yang's novels, a craft he stumbled upon during a prior mission. With precision, he collected more golden bullets from the ground, employing the same technique to unleash them upon the advancing American soldiers, each shot creating gaping wounds. "Kill him," shouted a soldier, driven into a frenzy by the death of his comrade, rushing towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfazed, S.H.I.E.L.D. adeptly maneuvered through the dense terrain, his movements ghostly and elusive, inciting further rage among his pursuers. Both factions found themselves embroiled in intense combat, unable to yield a decisive result. Meanwhile, far away in the water world, Lin Yun opened his eyes, devoid of emotion, yet profoundly deep, shrouded in pure darkness. With a slight movement of his lips, he commanded, "Lucifer, descend to earth. Dispatch those 2 interdimensional visitors and showcase our might, so that the world recognizes our name." The towering behemoth, Lucifer, lowered his massive head before Lin Yun, responding with a voice that resonated with power akin to ancient dragons. Chapter 254. Lucifer's descent upon Earth after assigning Lucifer to the earthly realm. Lin Yun closed his eyes once more, sinking into a profound slumber. Lucifer's sinister eyes rotated ominously as he exhaled flames imbued with sulfuric heat into the void before him. The intensity of the flames was unparalleled, reminiscent of the fabled demon's fire, wielding immense power. This infernal blaze erupted from Lucifer's colossal head, rending the fabric of space itself. A vast barrier began to expand outward, consumed by the searing flames. However, Lucifer deemed the expansion too sluggish and, with a tremor of his massive form, unleashed an even fiercer torrent of hellfire. The flames surged forth, accelerating the barrier's expansion until a 10-meter-high opening materialized, revealing glimpses of the earthly realm beyond. From this vantage, it resembled a view from great heights. Lucifer advanced through this portal, stepping into the world of the living. The battleground where S.H.I.E.L.D., Sun Nua, Iron Man Tony, and the American soldiers clashed was situated within a dense forest near New York. At that moment, both the combatants and the citizens of New York and surrounding areas gazed in astonishment as a profound black portal, 10 meters in length, unfurled above the mountain ridge. The surface writhed with undulating darkness, emanating a terrifying aura. "Oh my!" exclaimed a woman on the street, snapping selfies with her Huawei phone, suddenly captivated by the bizarre phenomenon in the sky. "What is that?" Her voice drew the attention of those nearby, prompting many to whip out their phones and cameras. "Oh, could it be an alien invasion? I surmise that the American military is experimenting with clandestine weaponry," remarked a group of youthful individuals, their faces alight with excitement. For it was their first encounter with such a spectacle. "No, it must be the demons of hell that have manifested," interjected an elderly Christian, furrowing his brow. The venerable man then clasped his hands in prayer and murmured, "God bless me." The young men promptly distanced themselves from the devout elder, unwilling to inadvertently join his congregation. Not only were the citizens of this city witnessing the extraordinary sight, but people from other towns also beheld the strange phenomenon emerging from the distant mountains. "Oh, what on earth could that be? Could it be the arrival of demons?" Various speculations echoed throughout the city, but soon they would no longer need to conjecture. A colossal hand of a demon emerged from the cave, its red sinews starkly visible, revealing the immense power of its master. Following the hand, the creature's body began to inch its way out of the opening, although the entirety of its form had yet to be revealed. A terrifying head protruded from the cave's mouth. This head was unusually large, possessing two vicious, brownish-yellow eyes and spiraled horns atop its crown, unmistakably signaling that it was a formidable and fearsome demon. The multitude of citizens in the city gazed on from a distance, feeling an oppressive weight upon their chests. Meanwhile, Yichio, Su-Nua, Tony, and the American soldiers in the mountains sensed an overwhelming, terrifying aura pressing down upon them. "What is this?" The elderly Christian, who had previously claimed that a demon from hell had appeared, felt his legs weaken at this sight, nearly collapsing to the ground. "My God, it truly is a demon." Chapter 255. The People's Response, Heavens Above. "A demon has emerged," exclaimed a flamboyant young man, feigning exaggeration. "God will surely vanquish this demon. It will descend into hell." The devout Christian trembled as he spoke. No one paid heed to the exchanges among the crowd. Their attention was wholly captured by the demon that had descended from mountains. This demon's form was as massive as the mountains themselves, its eyes resembling the size of buildings, engulfed in flames reminiscent of hell, akin to a legendary deity of darkness. "I, Lucifer, descend upon the earth at the behest of my master, the god of slaves, to proclaim his might." The immense demon's lips moved, and a voice like thunder reverberated from its mouth, striking terror into the hearts of those who heard it. Those closest to this dreadful being, nestled within the dense forest of the mountains, were the American soldiers made up of ordinary men. Upon hearing the thunderous voice, they instinctively covered their ears, their faces contorted in agony. Some, unable to shield themselves in time, felt their heads explode under the pressure, blood streaming from their features, leading to their untimely demise. This was the legendary death by shock. Yichio, a seasoned individual in the realm of infinite spaces, was taken aback by the terrifying demon, particularly as it had fixated upon him, instilling a profound sense of dread. His fear was not solely of the demon itself, but of its overwhelming strength and the god of slaves that lurked behind it. What manner of demon was this? How dare it claim the name Lucifer? It was inconceivable. If Lucifer were to descend upon the earth, why had no angels accompanied him? What kind of world was this? A multitude of questions surged within Yichio, a foreboding sense that he might perish during this mission taking root in his mind. Meanwhile, Su-Nua felt an intense shock, his spiritual senses picking up on Lucifer's unabashed killing intent directed at him. This demon's power was tremendous. Yet, even if this demon were powerful, so what? No one could obstruct my path home, not even the demon king Lucifer. A glint of madness flickered in Su-Nua's eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. Tony, witnessing Lucifer's emergence, was initially taken aback, contemplating strategies to confront the gargantuan demon. Though uncertainty loomed, for it was his first encounter with such a massive demon, he remained unaware of what actions to take. However, upon hearing Lucifer invoke the name of the god of slaves, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him, no longer daunted by the colossal figure before him. After all, he too served the god of slaves, aligning him with Lucifer. No wonder I felt a flicker of familiarity upon seeing Lucifer. It seems we are kindred spirits. At that moment within S.H.I.E.L.D, the expressions of everyone, particularly director Nick Fury, darkened like charred coal. He extended his hand, gesturing angrily as he spoke. What is happening here? Previous reports indicated that there were no demons in the world. How could a demon named Lucifer suddenly emerge? Moreover, one of such colossal size? Upon hearing director Nick Fury's inquiries, a supervisor responsible for investigating mythological beings stepped forward, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead as he met Nick's gaze. Director, after years of global investigation, I have indeed found no evidence of mythological creatures. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that these beings reside in another dimension, similar to the so-called Thor, who should be regarded as an extraterrestrial being living on the so-called Asgard. The so-called Rainbow Bridge likely functions as a form of super long-distance transportation. Hearing the supervisor's explanation, Nick's expression softened slightly. These demons and similar entities must be extraterrestrial beings. However, they must not disrupt the peace of Earth. Otherwise, they will face dire consequences. Director Nick Fury's demeanor grew stern, tinged with a hint of ruthlessness, setting the tone for the meeting. Contact Congress and local authorities to monitor any actions taken by this extraterrestrial demon named Lucifer. If it poses a threat to humanity, we will resort to nuclear strikes. Upon hearing Director Nick Fury's declaration, the assembly collectively gasped in shock. Everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. grasped the director's unwavering resolve to preserve human peace. Meanwhile, outside, particularly in the chaos-stricken New York City closest to the demon, pandemonium reigned. Not due to any conflagration, but rather the tumult caused by the demon's emergence. Ordinary citizens, while aware of the existence of so-called superheroes in their lives, understood that these heroes typically relied on technology to attain their powers. Iron Man, for instance, was a superhero, frequently visible among the masses. Yet Iron Man, despite his formidable combat prowess, was merely a product of advanced technology, devoid of any mystical or enigmatic qualities. The enigmatic allure of UFOs and extraterrestrial beings has long captivated the imagination of the populace. However, these otherworldly entities remain elusive, lacking the eerie familiarity that demons possess. Figures steeped in lore and legend, their capabilities well known to the people. The emergence of demons evokes notions of immortality and invincibility, thrilling the ordinary citizenry as they witness the legendary Lucifer. The palpable might of Lucifer instills a profound understanding among the masses. He is no mere atmospheric phenomenon, but a formidable demon in flesh. When Lucifer's voice booms like thunder, the excitement among onlookers intensifies. Journalists, trembling with anticipation, strive to capture his image on camera, only to find their efforts thwarted by a blurring force that obscures his form. Indeed, a demon of his stature possesses a dignity that forbids the trivial recording of his visage by mere mortals. Yet, some astute individuals have resorted to sketching the terrifying likeness of Lucifer, a method he regards with indifference. Meanwhile, arcane societies hidden within New York, particularly the emerging mystical group led by Anthony, are keenly attuned to Lucifer's arrival. In a matter of moments, news of the powerful demon has spread throughout the nation, shattering the credibility of the authorities who had sought to suppress such revelations. Fools! How could you allow word of the demon to circulate so freely? The president of the nation seethes, demanding immediate control over the media. Yes, Mr. President, replies an official, we shall act swiftly to regulate the news. We will assert that this is a bioweapon devised by the nefarious nation, aimed at striking against our great country. The president breathes a sigh of relief, recognizing the advantage in deflecting blame onto a nation for this chaotic situation. As Lucifer traverses the veil between realms, he magnifies his form, understanding that only a colossal presence can convey his immense power. In the realm of water, he had maintained a height of 6 meters to embody humility. Yet this is the smallest he can manifest, for he is inherently crafted as a weapon of war, possessing both formidable stature and ruthless capabilities. No longer suspended in the air, he descends into the mountains, a natural movement that astonishes the ordinary soldiers below, who perceive it as if a mountain itself were plummeting from the sky, accompanied by a violent gust of wind. The collision of his immense body with the earth resonates like an earthquake, uprooting precious trees beneath his feet and incinerating small creatures caught in his searing presence. Sensing the existential threat, the instinctively aware beings flee in terror, while sparks of fire and sulfur emanate from Lucifer's visage, igniting small fires in his wake. Emerging from the smoke and flames, he appears as a resurrected deity from myth. Amidst this chaos, Yichio feels an overwhelming sense of dread. Instinctively, he races towards the distant city of New York, determined to survive. The sheer magnitude of Lucifer, with his terrifying ochre eyes, instills fear in all present. A sniper aboard a distant Black Hawk helicopter, unable to contain his growing anxiety, redirects his aim towards Lucifer's colossal iron fires. Yet, as the bullet approaches, a spark erupts from Lucifer's nostril, incinerating the projectile into ash. What? How can he possess such power? The sniper laments in disbelief. Lucifer's fierce gaze shifts towards him, and the sniper feels an oppressive force weighing down upon him. As Lucifer opens his gaping maw, the sniper realizes the impending doom and screams in panic. No. A massive column of flame erupts forth, resembling a fiery serpent that engulfs the surroundings in flames. The inferno spreads rapidly, consuming forests and igniting a conflagration that blankets the sky in smoke. A wave of fire engulfs the Black Hawk, sending it spiraling to the ground in a catastrophic explosion, scattering debris like a fiery meteor. Yushu watches in astonishment, his heart racing with a newfound resolve. So what if you're the legendary Lucifer? He vows silently, I will slay you. None shall impede my path. Demon. Su Nuo bellowed, and the shoulder cannon on his body charged instantly, its power reaching its maximum capacity. The formidable energy within it made Su Nuo acutely aware of its potential. A silvery wave of energy surged forth from the dark muzzle, striking towards Lucifer and leaving a gleaming trail in the air. This energy wave, laden with peril, hurtled toward Lucifer. Though Su Nuo did not believe it could vanquish the demon. However, upon impact, the result astonished him. He had anticipated that the energy wave would at least inflict a wound upon Lucifer, yet it merely left a small white mark on the demon's scales. How can this be so powerful? A hint of bitterness flickered in Su Nuo's eyes as he realized his miscalculation. Lucifer's strength surpassed his wildest imagination. It seems I must fight with all my might. From his storage space, Su Nuo retrieved a vial containing a bubbling, magma-like solution. The blood of the great strength demon ape. Upon consumption, one can assume the form of a great strength demon ape, wielding the full power of its mature state for 15 minutes. The user will be left exhausted for 2 months. This reagent was a serendipitous find during his missions, serving as his trump card. Though the user will be weakened for 2 months, I possess another vial that can negate the exhaustion. Chapter 259. Let the battle begin. Demon Su Nuo extracted yet another vial from his storage space. This one, encased in transparent glass, shimmered with a blue luminescence reminiscent of the ocean, offering a soothing balm for mental fatigue. He returned the azure vial to his storage, leaving only the one bubbling with molten liquid in his grasp. Gritting his teeth, he uncorked the vial. Let the battle commence. Demon, Du no murmured, tilting his head back and gulping down the potent mixture. The reagent scorched his mouth, as if he had swallowed boiling water, inflicting a painful burn. How hot! The searing liquid coursed through his body, igniting within him the sensation of a burning sun nestled in his abdomen. Energy erupted from his core, flooding his limbs with vitality. Vessels beneath his skin became pronounced, writhing beneath the surface. His eyes underwent a strange transformation, suffused with a bloody aura that rendered them terrifyingly fierce. From his skin, it appeared as though writhing creatures were emerging. However, they were merely strands of black hair. Moreover, a serpentine force seemed to writhe along his spine, amplifying his size dramatically. 1 meter, 2 meters. His form expanded, enveloped in dark hair, his visage becoming rugged, revealing only 2 blood-red, frenzied orbs. Kill, kill, kill. Su Nuo struck his chest with tremendous force, unleashing a thunderous roar of primal fury. A formidable bloodlust consumed him, and his gaze was fixated solely upon the mountainous figure of Lucifer. Now, as a great strength demon ape, his stature was colossal, rivaling that of the demon itself, merely a head shorter. Meanwhile, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, observing from afar, wore expressions of growing discontent. What is happening? Another monster has appeared? Nick Fury's countenance darkened. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, realizing that in this extraordinary contest of power, S.H.I.E.L.D had become a mere spectator. Director, we've pinpointed the cause. Coulson, accompanied by several agents, reported, presenting a device to Fury that contained their findings. It appears one of the suspects consumed a vial, transforming into this monstrosity. As Coulson explained, Fury scrutinized the footage. Chapter 260, S.H.I.E.L.D. In military response, a glimmer of insight sparkled in Nick Fury's eyes as he recognized the hidden black technology possessed by these unknown suspects. A single vial can transform a person into a creature of mountainous proportions. Fury was filled with fervor, eager to obtain the vial for S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists to decipher its mysteries. By the way, Director, we've noted that one suspect has fled to New York City. Coulson informed Fury of this development. Upon hearing it, Fury's mind raced through possibilities. One suspect drank a vial and transformed into a monster, attempting to battle Lucifer, while another fled to New York City, indicating that this individual is likely weaker. With this realization, Fury's expression softened slightly. It was the best scenario he could envision at present. After a moment's contemplation, he issued his orders. Go, capture this suspect alive. Remember, it is imperative that you bring him back alive. This suspect is codenamed Great Strength Demon. Fury articulated his decision with measured resolve. Coulson, Black Widow, you must ensure his capture. He harbors many secrets. Understood, Director. Responding to Fury's directives, the two swiftly departed from the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters aboard the aircraft carrier. This vessel soared not upon the waves of the sea, but through the skies of the world, aptly termed the Sky Carrier. They assembled their team and armaments in the operations room, boarding the unique phantom jets of the Sky Carrier en route to a covert S.H.I.E.L.D. airfield in New York City. With military spies embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., the news of this development swiftly leaked. The suspect, known as Great Strength Demon, has fled to New York City. In a clandestine military base, soldiers moved about with purpose. In a room deep within the base, a stern-faced, middle-aged general received a phone call, listening intently to the report from a spy assigned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Understood. Exercise caution and maintain your cover, General Ross instructed before hanging up. As a prominent figure among the radical factions of the U.S. military, General Ross aspired to establish America as the preeminent global power, necessitating formidable military strength. He harbored an intense disdain for any force not under government control, particularly individuals like Iron Man Tony and organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D. Hence, the radical faction within the U.S. military fervently supported him, providing substantial backing. Of course, should anything go awry, he would be the first to shoulder the blame. However, the astute General Ross was unconcerned with such matters. He recognized the imperative to take action. Secretary, summon these individuals for a meeting. Upon hearing Ross's command, his secretary promptly set out to contact those invited by General Ross. I have received intelligence. A notably formidable terrorist has fled to our city of New York. This terrorist possesses terrifying power, capable of hurling bullets with such force that the impact rivals that of high-caliber rifles. His hands are already stained with the blood of dozens. We can only speculate about his other lethal methods. Yet, that is of little consequence. What matters is that we must prevent him from harming our citizens. Chapter 261. The astonishment of the mighty ape General Ross spoke gravely, projecting an aura of unwavering resolve against the enemy before his subordinates. Let us assemble our forces immediately, armed and ready to deploy. Triple X will lead the 1st Battalion. Triple X will command the 2nd Battalion. General Ross pondered briefly before naming individual after individual, each called upon rising hurriedly to prepare for departure. Though they maintained a facade of composure, those summoned were internally elated. For this mission promised the opportunity to earn military accolades, which in turn opened avenues for advancement within their ranks. It is worth mentioning that earlier, Su Nuwa had ingested the blood of the mighty ape, an event that transformed him into a figure reminiscent of the legendary creature, tall and robust. Kill, kill, kill. Su Nuwa struck his chest with tremendous force, unleashing an ear-splitting roar that reverberated through the mountains, startling flocks of birds into flight. He propelled himself forward, racing towards Lucifer's location. With each movement of the mighty ape incarnation of Su Nuwa, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, sending numerous animals scattering in fright. The nearby American soldiers were equally unsettled, stumbling about as if intoxicated, struggling to maintain their balance. The mighty ape is a mythical creature known for its immense physical strength and extraordinary regenerative abilities. In essence, it possesses a tough exterior and resilient flesh. Lucifer remained motionless, observing the mighty ape with an air of disdain, akin to a person surveying mere insects, a hint of amusement in his gaze. The mighty ape bellowed, stomping down on a cluster of trees before charging towards Lucifer. With a colossal hand, he swung at Lucifer's face, attempting to intimidate him with overwhelming might. In response, Lucifer extended his crimson arm, effortlessly blocking the mighty ape's strike. The impact was akin to two massive iron pillars colliding, producing a cacophony that reverberated through the vicinity, causing nearby animals to perish from the shockwave. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D's formidable form, the collision with Lucifer's arm felt like crashing into a mountain, forcing him to stagger backward, narrowly avoiding a fall. Even S.H.I.E.L.D, whose mind was consumed with bloodlust, momentarily regained clarity, a fleeting thought flickering through his mind. Almost embarrassed myself. Yet, soon, his consciousness was once again overshadowed by the inherent aggression and brutality of the mighty ape, his eyes igniting with a fervent crimson rage. Kill! 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 The mighty ape resumed, pounding his chest furiously, swinging his massive fists at Lucifer. Each blow was powerful enough to shake the ground and fracture cliffs. A terrifying force indeed. However, to his astonishment, the mighty ape found that each of his ferocious strikes merely left a faint darkened imprint upon Lucifer's red scales. Chapter 262. A single strike to obliterate Lucifer squinted slightly, seemingly relishing the mighty ape's attempts at offense. To him, the mighty ape's self-proclaimed powerful punches were akin to mere scratches. "And your strength is little more than an irritating tickle." After a moment of enjoyment, he opened his eyes, now gleaming with malice, and mockingly declared. Beside him, the once formidable mighty ape began to falter, hesitating in its advances. "Alas, the divine edict commands your demise. Otherwise, I might have considered taking you as a servant." The demon Lucifer's thoughts flitted to this notion, and he extended his enormous claw towards the mighty ape's crown. Though Lucifer's form was only slightly larger than the mighty ape's, S.H.I.E.L.D felt an overwhelming dread as the demon's claw loomed like a celestial decree, leaving him no avenue for escape. S.H.I.E.L.D attempted to raise his colossal hands to withstand the seemingly divine grasp. Yet, he was met with an insurmountable force. Watching in horror as the so-called invincible mighty ape's arms were shattered. Roar! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from S.H.I.E.L.D, akin to the anguished cries of a slaughtered beast. Then, the demon's claw descended upon the mighty ape's head. A cruel smile flickered across Lucifer's face as he tightened his grip, forcibly tearing the head from the mighty ape's body. The severed head remained tethered to the body by frayed blood vessels. Yet, with a final squeeze from Lucifer's claw, the faint remnants of life within the mighty ape's head were obliterated. Utterly savage, Lucifer paid no mind to the grotesque remains of the mighty ape, nor did he regard the gruesome head crushed in his grip, instead calculating silently within his mind. One of the divine targets has been eliminated. There remains another fleeing towards the city. Lucifer turned his gaze towards New York City, deep in contemplation. What does this demon intend to achieve? In the heart of New York City, several agents of S.H.I.E.L.D observed the actions of Lucifer through their telescopes, their astonished cries echoing in the air. They were all taken aback by the brutality displayed by this formidable figure. "This is truly akin to the tales of old," one murmured. "Demons are inherently savage," another remarked. Not only the S.H.I.E.L.D personnel, but also members of the U.S. military and the local government were equally astonished by Lucifer's deeds. This demon is utterly ruthless. What does this fiend intend to do? Does he plan to invade New York City? A watcher speculated, his face whitening in alarm as he turned to his companion. "Hurry, report to the superiors," he shouted. "That demon is approaching New York City." As the news spread, an atmosphere of panic enveloped the city. Meanwhile, the demon Lucifer approached without any pretense, leaving a path of devastation in his wake, as if trampled by a colossal beast. He chose to walk rather than fly, a deliberate act to proclaim the dominion of the enslaved god and his own might. Vehicles equipped with loudspeakers traversed the streets, disseminating a terrifying message. A bioweapon known as Lucifer is en route to New York City, intent on assaulting it. Citizens, for your own safety, please remain quietly at home. Chapter 263. Yichio's poisoning. Upon hearing the government's broadcast, some of the more tranquil citizens hastily retreated to their homes, arming themselves to defend against potential threats. Meanwhile, A band of young delinquents seized the opportunity to loot, plunging the city into chaos, filled with screams. The police were overwhelmed, struggling to maintain order. In a secluded corner of New York, Yi-Chio wiped the sweat from his brow, desperately hiding behind a pile of refuse in an alley. His body curled tightly, his expression a tumult of emotions, and he endured excruciating pain in his abdomen. Although he could not transform, like his ally Su Nuo, into a powerful beast, as an experienced traveler of infinite realms, Yi-Chio possessed exceptional physical strength, far from impenetrable but robust nonetheless. He considered himself resilient to various toxins, capable of consuming them without consequence. Yet, to his dismay, he had unknowingly ingested poison at the hands of the locals, rendering him nearly powerless. He recalled the moment he had frantically fled from the dense forest, distancing himself from any potential danger. Having rushed into New York City, fatigue and thirst overwhelmed him. He donned a ring that concealed his presence, emitting a faint glow to diminish his visibility and divert attention. He had once possessed a far more potent ring that could alter his appearance entirely, but it had been damaged in his last mission. Thus, he resorted to this lesser ring for concealment. Entering a restaurant, he took advantage of the ring to enjoy a meal without paying, as the waitstaff subconsciously overlooked the transaction. As he dined, he gathered information about this world, which left him lamenting in despair. Is this truly the legendary Marvel multiverse? The Marvel multiverse, renowned throughout infinite realms, is rife with peril and opportunity. Yet, even seasoned travelers like Yi-Chio risk their lives with every misstep. However, a silver lining emerged. This realm was merely an inconsequential fragment of the Marvel multiverse. With a sigh of relief, he soon felt a wave of unease wash over him. I'm poisoned. A sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, and he quickly retrieved a special silver needle from his storage space, inserting it into his meal. As the needle transformed into an ominous green hue, it revealed the presence of deadly toxins. Suddenly, the sound of doors being kicked open echoed through the restaurant, as several fierce U.S. soldiers stormed in. The ordinary staff and patrons shrieked in terror, but complied under the soldiers' guns, crouching and falling silent. Yi-Chio understood he had been ensnared in a trap. Due to his poisoning, he was in a weakened state, and fearing further machinations from the locals, he decided to flee immediately. Chapter 264. A brush with death. Yi-Chio produced a smoke bomb from his belongings and hurled it to the ground. With a resounding bang, green smoke billowed forth, obscuring his figure. Patrons and staff inadvertently inhaled the noxious fumes, erupting into fits of coughing. The soldiers, witnessing the green haze, hastily donned gas masks. However, by the time they were ready, Yi-Chio had vanished without a trace. After him barked the lead soldier, quickly dividing the unit into smaller groups to pursue him. Yi-Chio dashed away from the restaurant, sprinting with urgency, but he had barely moved when bullets whizzed past him, akin to specters of death. These projectiles, specially designed by S.H.I.E.L.D. to target individuals with protective layers, were fired from formidable weaponry. Yi-Chio, lacking any energy shielding, was oblivious to the true danger of these bullets. Yet his enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to perceive their approach, and he leaped aside just in time. The bullets struck the ground, kicking up dust and leaving varying depths of indentations. Before he could celebrate his narrow escape, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Instinctively, he turned his head sharply, feeling a sharp sting as a bullet grazed his cheek. He touched his face, finding crimson blood staining his fingers, sending a jolt of fear through him. That bullet nearly cost me my life, Yi-Chio muttered darkly. His expression soured, for this was the first time he had come so close to death in this world. From a concealed balcony in the distance, an unassuming middle-aged man swiftly packed away his specialized S.H.I.E.L.D. sniper rifle. He is Simon, the ace sniper of S.H.I.E.L.D., and also a sniper instructor. In response to the suspect, known as the Mighty Demon, S.H.I.E.L.D. specifically summoned Simon to handle the situation. When Simon observed that his meticulously prepared shot had failed to hit the target that S.H.I.E.L.D. hoped to capture, he did not feel disheartened. His decades-long career in marksmanship had taught him that a momentary failure is not something to be ashamed of. After all, he had risen from being a mere sniper to becoming the pinnacle of snipers, a testament to his remarkable psychological resilience. Understanding the necessity of vacating his original position after a missed shot, Simon promptly made his escape, aware that lingering could lead to dire consequences. Shortly thereafter, Yi-Chio, with a grim expression, arrived at Simon's last known location, intent on exacting revenge on the person who had just injured him. However, to his disappointment, he found the area deserted. The assailant had long since fled. Cursing under his breath, Yi-Chio felt an intensifying pain in his abdomen. As the toxin began to take effect, he realized he needed to find a safe place to detoxify. With this thought in mind, he hastily departed. Chapter 265. Yi-Chio's surrender. Regrettably, as Yi-Chio fled onto a road, he spotted several suspicious individuals. He deemed them suspicious because they brandished gleaming firearms and were accompanied by hunting dogs. As the pain in his abdomen escalated, he instinctively sought refuge in a nearby alley. Noticing a pile of trash deeper within the alley, Yi-Chio quickly concealed himself beside it, curling his body tightly in an attempt to evade the ongoing search. At that moment, he could only hope that these suspicious figures had not detected his presence, and that he could regain his strength in due time. However, fate was not in Yi-Chio's favor. As he hid in the depths of the alley, he listened intently to the sounds outside. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. "Jack 2, take your men and search this alley. Be cautious. Do not overlook any suspicious individuals." "Understood, Captain." A sergeant of the U.S. Army, accompanied by a German shepherd and several soldiers, approached the alley where Yi-Chio was hiding. The sound of their footsteps echoed ominously, tightening the knots of anxiety in his heart. Yi-Chio dared not breathe, silently lamenting his poor choice of hiding in an alley instead of seeking refuge in a nearby residence. Truly a miscalculation, he thought, wearing a white ring on his finger. He strained to amplify its effects using his mental energy. "Come on, ring, dear part. Confound these intruders." As his heart raced with anxiety, the soldiers advanced deeper into the alley, inching closer to Yi-Chio's hiding spot. "Do not see me. Do not see me." Yi-Chio engaged in a self-hypnosis, desperately wishing to remain undetected by his pursuers. The soldiers, appearing like wolves, seemed unaware of his presence, continuing their casual banter as they moved forward. "The higher-ups ordered us to search for a suspect. What does he look like?" "I'm not sure. Word has it that the operation is led by General Ross." "General Ross? Is that true? Would I lie to you?" "I saw General Ross in an armored vehicle. He looked unwell." As the soldiers became increasingly engrossed in their conversation, they unwittingly moved closer to Yi-Chio's location. Yi-Chio felt a wave of relief wash over him as the soldiers remained oblivious to his presence. Yet, just as he began to relax, the German shepherd, previously calm, suddenly barked furiously in the direction where Yi-Chio was concealed. "Woof, woof, woof." Instantly, the soldiers, who had been chatting lightheartedly, tensed up, quickly taking their positions and drawing their weapons, aiming at the trash pile where Yi-Chio hid. "Who's there? Come out, or I will fire." Yi-Chio, initially considering remaining hidden, felt the urgency in their threats and slowly replied, "Do not shoot, I surrender." His voice was hoarse and low, as if he were gravely injured. In truth, he had chosen to surrender because the toxin was coursing through him, and his internal energy was barely suppressing it. Chapter 266. Yi-Chio's second surrender. Come out now. Immediately, the soldiers, fierce as wolves, barked their commands. Under their intimidating gaze, Yi-Chio reluctantly exerted himself to emerge from his hiding spot. As he revealed himself, the soldiers' tension escalated, recognizing him as the suspected target. The squad leader exchanged glances with his comrades, and one soldier cautiously retrieved a device to verify the suspect's identity. That S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing this confirmation, the soldiers' vigilance heightened. Their gazes fixated on Yi-Chio. "Do not make any sudden moves, or I will shoot." The threats echoed from the soldiers, who feared that this dangerous suspect might retaliate. "Put handcuffs on him," the squad leader instructed a nearby comrade, handing over a pair of special handcuffs. The soldier, grumbling internally, complied with the order and approached Yi-Chio with the handcuffs. Yi-Chio's expression fluctuated, for he had managed to temporarily suppress the poison within him, contemplating the possibility of swiftly eliminating these soldiers and escaping. Yet, he recalled that the operation was overseen by General Ross, someone he had previously encountered. "Even if I can eliminate these soldiers, I would then face relentless pursuit from you. Yes, military under General Ross. Let us not forget that the individuals responsible for my poisoning were likely from S.H.I.E.L.D, renowned within the Marvel Universe. I must integrate myself into one of these factions. S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. conducts thorough vetting of its personnel. General Ross, however, is a different matter. With these thoughts in mind, S.H.I.E.L.D. refrained from making any movements that might raise suspicion, allowing the soldiers to place the handcuffs on him. As the cuffs were fastened, he felt they were not ordinary handcuffs, but rather a unique contraption. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. chose to remain silent. With the mastery of the Peach Blossom Island's secret technique, he possessed not only formidable skills, but also the internal cultivation methods of the Peach Blossom lineage. Although it may not be the pinnacle of internal martial arts from Peach Blossom Island, it is nonetheless a commendable technique, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has cultivated it to a considerable degree. Thus, he harbors no fear of the handcuffs that bind him. As long as I desire to leave, few can truly hinder my escape. The squad leader, witnessing S.H.I.E.L.D. submissively restrained by his comrades, exhaled a sigh of relief. The specialized handcuffs he possessed were specifically issued for this mission. Crafted from material harder than ordinary steel, these handcuffs contained a potent electric current, which would discharge upon any attempt to break free, incapacitating the perpetrator. Furthermore, from various whispers, he learned that the threat posed by the so-called mighty demon far exceeded that of ordinary individuals and special forces. Thus, the squad leader dared not act recklessly. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. remain still with the handcuffs, he promptly signaled for reinforcements. Soon, a battalion of soldiers, equipped with formidable heavy weaponry, surrounded the alley. A higher-ranking officer emerged, took command from the squad leader, and escorted S.H.I.E.L.D. into an armored vehicle. Chapter 267. Preparations for War. S.H.I.E.L.D. submitted to the soldiers as they escorted him into the armored vehicle, which was filled with soldiers eyeing him warily. He found himself seated in the center, surrounded by vigilant soldiers. It seems General Ross is quite determined to secure his prize, S.H.I.E.L.D. mused. Rather than feeling intimidated by the soldiers' hostile gazes, he observed the interior of the armored vehicle with keen interest. As a seasoned individual who had faced far more perilous situations in various realms, he remained unfazed, ignoring the apprehensive expressions of the soldiers. He contemplated his next course of action. Without a doubt, my immediate objective must be to devise a means to approach General Ross and earn his trust. As he plotted, the armored vehicle transporting him departed from New York City, heading towards a clandestine military base on the outskirts. Meanwhile, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. scoured the city in search of S.H.I.E.L.D., but to no avail. In the interim, their informants within the military relayed crucial information. General Ross has apprehended the criminal known as the Mighty Demon and is transporting him to a military base on the outskirts of New York City. Upon receiving this news, Nick Fury, the one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., wore a grim expression. He picked up the phone to contact General Ross. The call was swiftly connected, and Fury articulated his request for the transfer of the prisoner to S.H.I.E.L.D. Naturally, General Ross declined, leading to a contentious end to their conversation. Meanwhile, the demon Lucifer advanced toward the city, and the American government, elected by the people, could not remain idle. Promptly, under the directive of the president, a temporary task force was assembled. Within this task force, the military wielded considerable strength, and soon the deliberations yielded a decisive plan. Our 29th Division will coordinate with the elite 28th Division to intercept Lucifer. The 19th Division will work in tandem with the elite 18th Division to form a secondary defensive line. Our 1st and 2nd Elite Divisions must steadfastly guard the final line of defense to protect New York City. The president sat in the makeshift operations room, observing as General Henry Arnold, a 5-star general, commanded the assembly. He refrained from intervening, aware of his own ignorance in military matters and the potential disastrous consequences of mismanagement. A 5-star general represents the pinnacle of military rank in the United States, akin to a marshal in ancient China. General Henry Arnold, possessing extensive combat experience and seniority among his peers, was appointed commander for this operation. Arnold, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, employed every strategy at his disposal. Under the mobilization of this war command, rapid trains laden with soldiers sped toward New York, a testament to the modern railway's capability for swift troop deployment. Chapter 268. The onset of war. As Lucifer traversed the countryside, he passed through numerous rural fields, indifferent to the houses built by human hands. With a single step, he crushed those who failed to react, leaving behind a trail of devastation. Some bold farmers, emboldened by desperation, brandished firearms, attempting to shoot at Lucifer. Yet, he merely exhaled a stream of hellfire, incinerating these futile assailants, leaving charred remains scattered across the ground. Lucifer harbored no desire to consume these farmers. In his eyes, they were as insignificant as insects, lacking any substantial value. At that moment, a barrage of tomahawk missiles sliced through the air, leaving trails of white vapor in their wake. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions erupted around Lucifer, reminiscent of a series of fireworks. He gazed at the detonations with confusion. What is this? Before a missile could strike, Lucifer caught it mid-air, perceiving it merely as an irritating insect bite. Curious, he looked skyward, spotting dozens of tomahawk missiles approaching. Wishing to avoid further entanglement, he opened his gaping maw and unleashed a thunderous roar, which detonated the incoming missiles. Shrapnel scattered through the air, inadvertently claiming more innocent lives among the farmers. Amid the chaos of war, the plight of these innocents went unnoticed. In a makeshift camp far away, rocket artillery units were deployed, their barrels adjusted and ready to unleash destruction. Fire! At the command, the prepared rocket launchers ignited, unleashing thousands of rockets that cascaded like rain upon Lucifer's position. This overwhelming barrage of rockets surged toward Lucifer, reminiscent of the mythical meteor showers, evoking awe and terror alike. As the rockets soared, clouds of smoke enveloped the camp, obscuring visibility. Lucifer gazed at the approaching storm of fiery projectiles, his confusion deepening. What is this? But the meteor shower fell mercilessly from the heavens, striking Lucifer with a cacophony of crackling sounds, as the once devastating artillery failed to rend flesh from bone. Lucifer extended his hand, perplexed by the rockets swirling around him. He sensed a multitude of tiny figures scurrying on the ground in the distance. However, his interest in toying with these minuscule beings had waned. He opened his mouth wide, aiming at the area teeming with small figures. A massive fireball erupted from his maw, descending upon the target like a comet. With a resounding boom, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, accompanied by black smoke, sparks, and an eerie scent. The first line of defense has been utterly annihilated. Chapter 269. The turning tide of war. News of the breach in the first line of defense swiftly reached the temporary command center in New York City. The expressions of the generals darkened as they realized they had underestimated the so-called demon, Lucifer. Regrettably, we have received word that many soldiers of the first line have perished. Lucifer's power exceeds all expectations. Amidst the barrage of rockets and missiles, our intelligence officer has delivered unfortunate news. Lucifer emerged unscathed, not a single scale damaged, intoned General Henry Arnold, his voice heavy with despair. What? How can that be? The generals in the conference room gasped, suddenly aware that their current firepower was inadequate to harm the demon Lucifer. What are we to do now? Inquired a seemingly frail general. At his words, the others began to ponder. Indeed, what shall we do now? Are we to resort to that ultimate measure? The room fell silent, the gaze of the generals inadvertently shifting toward the president. As the leader present, General Henry Arnold understood the unspoken thought of the assembly, the use of the ultimate weapon, nuclear bombs. Yet, no one dared to voice this grim proposition, leading to a heavy atmosphere in the command center. With a sigh, Henry Arnold addressed the president. Mr. President, our current military might is utterly incapable of slaying this fearsome demon. I propose we deploy nuclear weapons, delivering to this demon a grand display of fireworks. Upon hearing Arnold's suggestion, the president's brow furrowed in contemplation. Is there truly no alternative? He questioned. Bear in mind, even if the nuclear bomb were to vanquish the demon, that land would become uninhabitable. This is, after all, in America. Shaking his head, General Henry Arnold persisted in persuading the president. Mr. President, we have no other recourse. If Lucifer were to enter New York City, he continued, the losses would far exceed mere territory. Just as the president wavered, leaning increasingly toward the notion of employing nuclear strikes against Lucifer, an officer rushed in, breathless, to report. The second line of defense is complete. However, it appears the demon has altered its course. Henry Arnold was the first to react, demanding, what did you say? Repeat that. Report to the generals. Our forces have observed that Lucifer is turning away, no longer heading toward New York City. Upon hearing this news, elation spread through the room as voices erupted in celebration. Excellent. New York City has averted disaster. The president and General Henry Arnold both exhaled in relief, having temporarily sidestepped the need to deploy nuclear weapons and spare the land from cataclysm. Where's this demon headed now? It won't wreak havoc on other cities, will it? A robust general posed the disquieting question, causing the room to exchange anxious glances, the air growing heavy once more. Chapter 270. The Devil's Acolyte. Dante quickly. Continue monitoring that demon. General Henry Arnold bellowed, sensing the morale of those around him was waning. The sound of his voice roused the spirits of the assembled officers. They began deliberating on their next steps, considering what else could be done beyond mere surveillance. Since ancient times, there have existed those who venerate demons. These worshippers seek to harness demonic power to fulfill their desires, whether for prolonged life, immense power, or irresistible beauty. To achieve these ends, they often strive to commune with demons, offering sacrifices to win their favor. Such actions are deemed profoundly wicked by the average person, leading to the relentless pursuit of demon worshippers by worldly forces throughout history. Yet, the allure of the mysterious realm of demons ensures that such devotees have persisted through the ages. In a high-rise building in New York City, within a dimly lit room where the curtains are seldom drawn, a disheveled young man named Dante diverted his gaze from the video game on his monitor. His spirits seemed weary, having indulged in gaming for 2 days and nights straight. Outside, the streets were alive with noise, yet he paid it no mind, as his focus remained solely on his virtual escapades. For once he ceased playing, painful memories would resurface. At that moment, his phone, resting on the desk to his right, began to ring. The previously dull screen illuminated, revealing the name of the caller. It's Gadden. The sight of that name filled Dante with hesitation. Gadden had been a close friend from long ago, their bond having faded into estrangement over time. I wonder what Gadden wants, Dante mused, his head pounding, reluctant to engage with anyone. Ultimately, he pressed the answer button and spoke. Hello, Gadden. It's been a while. On the other end, a voice that felt somewhat familiar responded. Is this Dante? I know you have a keen interest in demons. I have some information regarding demons. Would you care to visit? Upon hearing Gadden's words, Dante's previously scattered thoughts began to sharpen. From a young age, Dante harbored a profound fascination with demons, but faced ostracism from devout Christians. Consequently, he concealed his interest deep within, ceasing to share it with anyone. However, Gadden was one of the few who knew of Dante's passion for demons, as he too found them intriguing and considered them rather cool. Where's the location? At the XXX factory. Upon hearing Gadden's response, Dante could hardly contain his surprise. It was an abandoned old factory on the outskirts of New York City. Why the XXX factory? He inquired. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Gadden replied, It's a secret, and it will not harm you. Chapter 271. Dante arrives at the abandoned factory despite his lingering skepticism regarding Gadden's assurances. Dante's desire to uncover all there was about demons was insatiable. After a brief pause, he declared, All right, I will be there shortly. The line went dead with a beep as Gadden hung up. Though Gadden's words provided some semblance of comfort, they were mere empty promises and could not guarantee the truth of his claims. After a moment of contemplation, Dante resolved to arm himself, just in case. He retrieved a dagger from his weapon cabinet, concealing it within his sleeve. Noticing that his attire felt somewhat inadequate, he donned a trench coat to better obscure his concealed weapon. Once clad in the trench coat, Dante felt reassured that he could easily hide the dagger. Nevertheless, he deemed it prudent to carry a firearm as well, and thus secured a handgun at his waist. After preparing himself, he descended from his dwelling and stepped onto the street. Upon reaching the street, however, Dante was struck by an eerie atmosphere, previously bustling with noise. It was now eerily quiet, with only a handful of hurried pedestrians. Something seems amiss, he pondered as he observed the nearby shops. He noticed that some glass doors and windows had been shattered, with a brown, paint-like substance smeared on the ground near the curb. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that the substance was not paint, but dried human blood. What on earth has transpired? He mused. Yet he did not linger on the mystery. Remembering his agreement with Gadden, he hastily sought out a shared motorcycle. After paying the deposit, he rode toward the abandoned factory on the outskirts of New York City. Along the way, he observed indifferent police officers patrolling with German shepherds, their presence suggesting a terrorist threat in the city. Additionally, he witnessed a jewelry store being robbed, though the thieves were swiftly apprehended by responding officers. As time passed, Dante drew closer to his destination. He found Gadden's choice of location perplexing, yet he could not discern any ulterior motives, so he chose to set aside his concerns. Upon arrival, he would uncover the truth. Dante reached his destination, which indeed was an abandoned factory. He parked his motorcycle outside and dismounted, taking in the scene. The factory's exterior walls were dilapidated, with remnants of paint long weathered away, leaving only faint traces of its former color. The sharp glass shards that once adorned the walls had mostly vanished, deciding it prudent to scale the wall rather than enter through the main gate, which might attract unwanted attention. Dante felt that Cadden was already aware of his arrival, given the unmistakable sound of the motorcycle. Chapter 272. The last room on the second floor. Without further deliberation, Dante donned a pair of gloves and climbed the wall, carefully avoiding the glass shards. He descended with caution. The factory had been forsaken for quite some time, having been abandoned a few years prior, leaving it untouched by visitors. As he surveyed the desolate factory, he pondered where he should search. Just then, a voice echoed through the air, reaching Dante's ears. "Dante, continue forward. I will guide you." Surprised, Dante recognized the voice as Cadden's. There was no mistaking it. But how is it possible for Cadden's voice to resonate directly in my ears? He wondered, bewildered by the phenomenon. Cadden seemed to sense Dante's confusion, and once more, his voice permeated the silence. "Do not be afraid. This is one of the abilities granted to us by demons." Dante felt a surge of excitement at Cadden's words, quickly realizing the implications. It was evident that Cadden's extraordinary abilities were linked to demons, and he suspected that others were present as well. However, his desire to comprehend the situation outweighed any concern for the presence of others. Following Cadden's guidance, Dante strode purposefully forward and soon entered the factory's interior. The expansive space within was vast and empty, and as he observed his surroundings, he awaited further instructions from Cadden. Before long, another voice reached his ears. "Dante, head to the right. There is a staircase leading to the second floor." Dante turned his gaze and soon spotted the staircase, clearly marked on the right side of the spacious area. Approaching the staircase, he noticed cobwebs adorning the walls, with spiders crawling about. However, the web blocking the staircase had been torn apart, leaving only a few strands fluttering in the breeze. It was evident that someone had passed this way before, most likely Cadden or his companions. Dante ascended the stairs, and shortly thereafter, he heard Cadden's voice once more. Once on the second floor, proceed to the farthest room in the corridor. I will be waiting for you in the last room. With Cadden's directive echoing in his mind, Dante quickened his pace toward the last room on the second floor. As he traversed the corridor, he noted that all the rooms had long been abandoned, with doors beginning to rot. A pungent odor of decay permeated the air, prompting Dante to shake his head and dismiss the dismal surroundings. As he arrived at the final chamber, Dante observed that the entrance was a sturdy wooden door, unlike the other decaying entrances, suggesting it had been recently repaired. He noted that this room was significantly larger than all the others he had encountered on the second floor, owing to its unique position and layout. Chapter 273. Introduction of Companions. Dante pondered no longer and approached the door, gently rapping on it. A voice emanated from within, unmistakably that of Cadden. "Our friend, Dante, has arrived. The door is unlocked. You may enter." Dante pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately spotting 4 figures. 3 men standing and 1 slumped on the floor. "Dante, welcome," exclaimed a man who stood up, greeting him with a broad smile. Dante recognized familiar features on the man's face. "You're Cadden. It has been quite some time," Dante remarked, noticing 2 men standing beside Cadden. One of the men appeared even worse for wear than Dante, as if he had long hidden in the shadows, leading to a haggard appearance. The other man had a dark complexion, his eyes radiating a menacing aura, clearly not one to be trifled with. As Dante scrutinized them, both men smiled, attempting to convey their goodwill. Seeing Dante's gaze linger on his companions, Cadden took Dante's hand and said, "Come, let me introduce my 2 companions. This gentleman here is Mr. Dis, and this one is Mr. Ziggy's. Both are trustworthy friends of mine. You need not worry, Dante." Upon Cadden's introduction, both men stepped forward to greet Dante, who reciprocated politely. From Cadden's introduction, Dante learned that the man with the poor complexion was Ziggy's, while the seemingly sinister man was Dis. This fellow named Dis resembles a bandit from a Western film I once watched, and the one appearing so haggard has an uncanny resemblance to the legendary vampire. After the greetings, Cadden clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and declared, "Gentlemen gathered here are all friends I can rely on. Moreover, we share a common passion, the admiration and reverence for demons. These hypocritical Christians, along with their pretentious deity, have perpetually spun their deceitful tales to ensnare the masses. Demons, however, transcend humanity. They possess formidable physiques and supernatural abilities. For centuries, supernatural forces have seemed to vanish, with many proclaiming the non-existence of demons. I nearly succumbed to the belief that demons were mere fabrications, but just days ago, through a sacrificial rite, I established contact with a demon and acquired supernatural powers. At this point, Gadden paused, his eyes ablaze with fervor and his complexion flushed. His companions, electrified by Gadden's words, appeared utterly convinced. Dante, however, remained skeptical. Although he had heard mysterious voices earlier, the nature of such phenomena was still uncertain to him. Yet, observing the enthusiasm of Gadden's companions, his doubts began to wane. Chapter 274. The Ritual of Sacrifice to Demons. Suddenly, Gadden's voice echoed around the room. Dante, I sense your skepticism, but the evidence is before you. Listen closely to my words. Dante suddenly realized that Gadden's speech was not emanating from his lips. The two men beside him regarded Dante with knowing glances, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He looked again at Gadden, whose lips were firmly sealed. Yet the voice continued to resonate. Now, do you believe, Dante? Dante nodded, indicating his newfound belief in Gadden's assertions. To assure Dante, Gadden maintained this extraordinary mode of communication. Previously, while researching texts on demons, I discovered a method of sacrifice. This method involves drawing a magical circle and placing a statue of the demon, then employing mystical incantations to connect with the demon. Initially, my attempts bore no fruit. However, just days ago, I realized my error lay in the statue itself. It was incapable of summoning a true demon. You are aware of the battle that transpired far from New York City a few days ago? Seeing Dante's bemusement, Gadden patiently elaborated. During that battle, I learned from others that one side was purportedly a genuine demon. With a mix of doubt and hope, I gathered information and crafted a new demon statue. This time, I successfully contacted a demon and gained an ability related to sound. Gadden recounted his experience, while his companions listened in rapt attention, even though they had heard it before. Yet, the tale retained its captivating allure, further embedding itself in their minds. Dante found himself awestruck by Gadden's journey, already surmising the intentions behind Gadden's words. What must we do to acquire the demon's powers? The man named Dis inquired impatiently. His question resonated with Dante's own thoughts. He had intended to ask, but decided to observe the unfolding dialogue. It's quite simple. We must offer a sacrifice, Gadden replied, his voice chillingly devoid of warmth, laced with a hint of brutality. The ritual to connect with demons fundamentally revolves around sacrifice, and at its core lies the offering. The offering is ideally a life. As he mentioned life, Dante caught a glimpse of a sinister smile at the corner of Gadden's mouth, imbued with an eerie quality. Regarding life, animals can suffice, as can humans. The group listened intently to Gadden's explanation, diligently committing it to memory. Upon hearing Gadden mention humans as potential offerings, S.H.I.E.L.D displayed a flicker of discomfort and remarked, "Isn't using humans excessively cruel?" This sentiment echoed Dante's own reservations as he quietly regarded Gadden, awaiting his response. Chapter 275. Explanation of the demon's magical circle. Yet, Gadden appeared prepared, countering, "Not at all. We shall only select the dregs of humanity as our sacrifices. These scoundrels are utterly despicable, fit only to serve as sacrificial offerings. There is no cruelty in this assertion. Take a look at the individual lying beneath our feet. He is indeed a prime example of such filth. Thanks to Didi's assistance, we were able to apprehend this wretch. His crimes include the heinous act of assaulting a minor, theft, and drug trafficking. He is beyond redemption. Using this man as a sacrifice is not cruel in the slightest." Upon hearing Gadden's explanation, the man named S.H.I.E.L.D no longer felt any sympathy for this scoundrel and ceased to dwell on the matter. Dante also found Gadden's approach commendable and continued to listen intently. "We already possess the sacrificial offering," Gadden stated. "Now, we must draw the magic circle. The creation of this magic circle is rather intricate. It necessitates the use of fresh blood." The three listened closely as Gadden elaborated, diligently committing his instructions to memory. The drawing of the magic circle is quite cumbersome and requires the warm blood of a living being. Furthermore, the completed circle must be utilized promptly, otherwise, it will lose its efficacy. I recall that on the floor above us, the third floor, there exists a room larger than our current one. "We shall draw the magic circle there," Gadden declared, casting a glance at the man lying on the ground. Dante had already noticed the individual sprawled on the floor, the very scoundrel Gadden had mentioned, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. "I have saved the design of the magic circle on my computer. Come and take a look." Gadden said as he approached a desk housing a computer. He awakened the dormant laptop with a flick of his hand. He skillfully opened an image file and beckoned the others to gather around. There are 4 of us. I have divided this magic circle into 5 segments. I shall take 2, and each of you will take 1. Dante, you will handle the first segment. Didi, you take the second. Ziggies, you are responsible for the third. The remaining segment will be mine. I have also prepared the tools for drawing the magic circle. We will use a quill dipped in human blood to inscribe it on the ground. Everyone expressed their approval of this method, finding it quite suitable. Dante agreed, appreciating the ancient, mystical essence of such a sacrifice. Since we have our sacrificial offering and the magic circle, and I have conveyed all pertinent details, Gadden continued. Let us commence the task of drawing the magic circle. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Upon hearing Gadden's words, Didi and Ziggies prepared to take action. Yet, at that moment, Dante recalled a potential oversight. We are 4, but with only 1 sacrificial offering. Will the demon find this insufficient? Upon hearing Dante's concern, Gadden smacked his forehead, regretting his oversight. You make a valid point. I had not considered this aspect. I was so focused on the sacrifice that I forgot we should capture a few more scoundrels. Ziggies, you stay here to keep watch. Didi, Dante, and I will go out to capture more individuals. Thus, the group set their plans into motion. Chapter 276. The capture of sacrificial offerings begins. Gadden pondered. Let us split into 3 groups, each person tasked with capturing 1 individual. This way, we can expedite the process of acquiring our targets. Dante responded to Gadden's proposal. But whom shall we pursue? Gadden smiled mysteriously, producing a list from his pocket and handing it to Dante for review. Curious, Dante took the list and discovered it filled with names and associated addresses. What is this? He inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion. These are names of scoundrels I intended to capture for future sacrifices. However, given our current shortfall of 3 offerings, this list has become quite fortuitous. Dante breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Gadden's explanation. He had feared he would need to conduct extensive research to locate suitable individuals for sacrifice. Now, with the list in hand, he simply needed to seek out these individuals to proceed with the captures. Dante felt no aversion to the notion of capturing individuals for sacrifice. Rather, he found himself yearning for the power of the demons. Moreover, the targets were scoundrels, which alleviated any moral qualms he might have harbored. Let us proceed. 3 of the scoundrels are in close proximity: Henry Lucas, Fury Damo, and Ted Bundy. We will each select 1. I choose Henry Lucas. Dante, you'll take Ted Bundy, leaving the last for Didi. Once captured, bring the individuals back to the factory. Is that agreeable? Gadden inquired after outlining the plan. The group nodded in agreement, indicating their compliance. Gadden then handed over the relevant documents pertaining to the targets to Didi and Dante. Take good care of these. I've spent months gathering this information. The group then parted ways, each embarking on their quest to apprehend the designated scoundrels, preparing them as offerings for the demon. Let us first follow Gadden's actions. After parting ways with the others, Gadden arrived at a shadowy corner of the factory, where a small car waited. He entered the vehicle, striving to minimize the noise, and drove toward the location of the scoundrel he had previously investigated. As he drove, he silently recalled the details he had gathered. Henry Lucas was a quintessential scoundrel, deriving pleasure from murder. However, due to the police's lack of concrete evidence, he had been released without charge. Gadden felt a surge of anger, yet his desire to transform this scoundrel into a sacrifice for the demon prevailed. Given Henry Lucas's proclivity for violence, he posed a significant threat, compelling Gadden to choose this target, as he feared for the safety of his companions. Prepared to embrace death, he murmured, as he found himself on a highway, pressing the accelerator to gain speed. Before long, he arrived at a street's end where a solitary house stood, its yard strewn with fallen leaves. Gadden approached the yard, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, before brazenly scaling the wall. His lips moved silently, producing an odd yet subtle tone. This technique was one he had learned from the demon's knowledge during his previous sacrifice. It involved utilizing the power of sound to bewilder others' minds, achieving temporary control. Chapter 277. The capture of sacrificial offerings to this wicked sound, conceived by demons, possessed a potent ability to captivate. A large dog, white with black spots, emerged from an unknown location. It weighed at least 60 pounds and stood about 50 centimeters tall. Clearly, this dog was a vicious guardian kept by the scoundrel Henry Lucas. At this moment, the dog had already fallen under the malevolent spell cast by the sinister sounds emanating from Jaden's mouth, its eyes gazing at him with an unsettling clarity. Quickly, take me to your master. I am a dear friend of his. Jaden fabricated an excuse casually. The malevolent hound seemed to comprehend Jaden's intent, writhing its body as it led him into the house. Before long, Jaden successfully traversed the courtyard and entered the interior of the residence. Inside the grand hall lay a stout man sprawled upon the sofa, his visage swollen, with piercing small eyes obscured amidst the folds of flesh, occasionally flickering with a glint of ferocity. Yet at that moment, those small eyes were filled with a dazed expression, as if he had lost all awareness. He exhibited no reaction to Jaden's presence, akin to an unattended automaton. However, Jaden was aware that this scoundrel had succumbed to the nefarious sounds produced by his own voice, thus ensnared in a state of confusion. Upon spotting his intended target, Jaden spoke to the nearby hound. Find a place to rest. You are oblivious to your master's disappearance. Upon receiving Jaden's command, the bewitched dog swiftly departed, retreating to its den for slumber. Henry, come with me, Jaden instructed the entranced Henry Lucas. Responding to Jaden's directive, Henry Lucas rose and silently followed in Jaden's wake. Jaden continued to emit peculiar murmurs as he guided the bewitched Henry out of the room, through the courtyard, and into the vehicle. Once inside, Jaden commanded Henry to sit obediently before accelerating away from the location. Soon, Jaden arrived at the abandoned factory, parked the car, and, accompanied by the entranced Henry Lucas, ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the upper level, Jaden quickly summoned the remaining member, S.H.I.E.L.D, to securely bind Henry Lucas before ceasing his odd vocalizations. I feel somewhat fatigued mentally, Jaden mused inwardly, and then the two continued to await the return of the others. Meanwhile, Dith, the man whom Dante perceived as possessing a bandit-like demeanor, had been tasked with capturing the scoundrel, Fury Damo. He parked his vehicle on the opposite side of the abandoned factory, adjacent to Jaden's. Noticing Jaden's departure, he set off himself. Having previously collaborated with Jaden in capturing a scoundrel, he felt no discontent at the prospect of another pursuit. He merely wished to ensnare the villain swiftly, offer the sacrifice, and gain extraordinary power. The instrument of his previous crime still resided in the compartment of his vehicle. Jaden has acquired a degree of extraordinary power. Capturing an individual should be relatively effortless for him. Though I lack extraordinary abilities, my strength is considerable, making the capture of a person far from daunting. Chapter 278. The Capture of the Offering, Part 2. Indeed, Dith took great pride in his physical prowess. His natural strength far surpassed that of an average individual, and with age, it had increased to roughly double that of a typical person. What pleased him even more was that his stature was not particularly imposing, his appearance merely average. This provided him with a significant advantage in concealment, leading many to overlook him and the potential threat he posed. However, Dith desired to employ his intellect to outmaneuver his adversaries. For individuals endowed with great physical strength often possess only average intelligence. Alternatively, those with considerable strength may lean towards the use of cunning to earn the admiration of others. In this endeavor to capture a person, Dith also intended to rely on his intellect to prevail. He began to recall information regarding the scoundrel, Fury Damo, a self-proclaimed consumer of human flesh. Though the veracity of such claims remained unclear, nonetheless, it was evident that Fury Damo had committed numerous other vile acts, embodying the essence of a true scoundrel. I shall employ cunning, Dith contemplated while driving, formulating his strategy. He remembered that Fury Damo frequently frequented a bar, often becoming intoxicated, and he might exploit this opportunity. Thus, he resolved to wait for the night to find a chance to lure Fury Damo into his vehicle. Dith navigated into New York City, making turns until he arrived beside a hotel, patiently awaiting the setting sun. As Dith endured the prolonged wait, night fell, and throngs of disheveled individuals poured into the bar, embarking on their wild evening. Most exhilarating for Dith was the sight of Fury Damo, as described in the dossier, accompanied by a group of dubious companions. Suddenly, Dith questioned whether he had erred, for even if Fury Damo were inebriated, it would likely take considerable time for him to depart. However, if he did manage to capture the scoundrel, it would probably be well into the night, causing delays in the sacrificial ceremony. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Dith hesitated, grappling with inner turmoil. Should I charge in and seize him? But they are armed. Just as Dith pondered his next move, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, elated to see that the caller was Jaden. Upon answering, he heard Jaden's voice. Where are you? Do you need assistance? Yes, I'm at Triple X. Dith, casting aside any notions of pride, promptly conveyed his location to Jaden. After approximately an hour, Dith spotted Jaden's car approaching and quickly revved his engine. Drawing nearer, your speed is rather slow. However, I realized you lack extraordinary abilities, so I came to assist you. Jaden exited his vehicle and entered Dith's car, and the two engaged in conversation. Shortly thereafter, Jaden was apprised of the latest developments by Dith and instructed, "Wait here for me. I will enter. Utilize my abilities to bring the individual out, and then we shall return in your vehicle. I shall leave my car here for now." With that, Jaden disembarked and strode purposefully into the chaotic bar. Only Dith remained in the car. Chapter 279, Bewildering the Target, Part 2. As Jaden descended from Dith's vehicle, he made his way toward the bar. At the entrance, two scantily clad bunny girls stood, their ample bosoms exposed, casting flirtatious glances at passers-by. Upon sighting Jaden, they attempted to engage him, yet he merely handed them a few dollar bills, dissuading further advances. With an air of confidence, Jaden strode into the tumultuous bar, where he beheld swathes of intoxicated men and women. Couples embraced in passionate displays, oblivious to their surroundings, while on stage, provocatively dressed women performed suggestive dances, some engaging in striptease. Beneath the stage, men and women were fervently shouting, unleashing their primal desires, some even resorting to carnal acts in the shadowy corners and on the sofas. What a scene of debauchery, murmured Gadden, his eyes filled with contempt for these individuals. As a devotee of demonic worship, he looked down upon their base pursuits, while his own aspirations revolved around the sophisticated allure of the dark powers belonging to demons. Lost in such thoughts, he continued to move through the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the patrons of the bar. Soon he spotted his target, Frida, engaged in jovial banter among a group of women. Gadden observed the scene with a hint of disdain, but refrained from approaching directly, aware that doing so would attract unwanted attention. As previously mentioned, his abilities revolved around sound, its transmission, and its beguilement. He may possess other skills, yet they remained unexposed. This time, Gadden opted to intertwine the transmission of sound with its beguilement. Lowering his head, he emitted a low, peculiar tone, akin to a worm wriggling its way into Fridamore's ear, momentarily startling him. Fridamore, dismiss these women around you and head outside to a vehicle with a license plate XXX. Upon hearing the directive within the sound, a glimmer of recognition flickered in Fridamore's eyes before he succumbed to the enchantment. He roughly shoved away the group of scantily clad women, tossed some dollars onto the ground, and made his way outside. The women, oblivious to Fridamore's sudden change in demeanor, scrambled eagerly for the money, indifferent to his departure. Indeed, in such a hedonistic environment, individuals were preoccupied with their own pursuits, each striving for monetary gain. Not far from Fry, a few of his acquaintances were also mingling with a group of provocatively dressed women, indulging in their revelry, and merely assumed that Fry was off in search of amusement. Thus, giving it little thought, Gadden trailed at a distance behind Frydamore, subtly manipulating his lips to continue beguiling him. Chapter 280. Capturing the target. As Frydamore exited the bar, Gadden silently followed at a discreet distance until they reached the outside. Throughout their journey, no one paid heed to Fry's actions. Everyone was absorbed in their own pleasures, lacking the inclination to notice others. Fry arrived at a vehicle with the license plate XXX. His eyes brightened, and he approached, knocking on the door. Inside, a driver noticed Fry's gesture and inquired, "Is that you, Frydamore? Please take the back seat," came the reply. Fry nodded, opened the rear door, and settled in without questioning his motives for boarding this vehicle. He complied obediently, closing the door behind him. At that moment, Gadden, having seen Fry enter the car, approached and joined him inside. He left his own vehicle behind, intending to retrieve it later, locking the door securely. Gadden recognized the necessity of employing his sinister voice to maintain Fry's enchantment. Thus he resolved to accompany Dish, ensuring the mission's success. "Let us go," Gadden said as he took a seat beside Fry, addressing the driver Dish. Upon hearing Gadden's words and sensing that everything was nearly in place, Dish pressed the accelerator, steering toward their destination, the abandoned factory. Meanwhile, Gadden continued to emit strange sounds, infiltrating Fry's ears and sustaining the beguilement. Gadden pondered the efficacy of his skill, feeling it somewhat cumbersome. While capable of deceiving foes, it required constant vocalization, rendering it tedious. He began to lose interest in further developing this ability, sensing it lacked immediate combat potential. Moreover, he felt confined to beguiling only one person at a time, uncertain of the parameters that governed this enchantment. Having possessed this skill for a brief period, he had yet to conduct thorough assessments. However, soon they would commence a new sacrifice, potentially acquiring new skills and powers, leading Gadon to reflect introspectively. What kind of ability should I choose? What abilities could foster deeper developmental potential? These are matters that warrant careful contemplation. As Dish and Gadon, along with Frydamore, traveled in the vehicle, time elapsed, bringing them to their destination, the abandoned factory. They escorted Fry inside, ascending to the second floor, ultimately reaching the last room. Upon their arrival, the waiting sieges produced a thick rope already prepared to firmly bind Frydamore. They then shoved Fry alongside two other miscreants they had previously captured, awaiting the return of the final accomplice. Chapter 281. Dante's capture operation now. Let us shift our focus to Dante, observing how he intends to capture his target. The individual Dante aims to apprehend is Ted Bundy, a notorious scoundrel whose heinous acts are well known. There is no need to delve into his misdeeds. His very existence as a villain suffices. Typically, a scoundrel remains unconfined due to the absence of concrete evidence leading law enforcement to their capture. Dante meticulously reviewed the details, discovering that his target resided in a particular house. I shall simply take him by force, he contemplated, subsequently deciding to incapacitate him and carry him away. With this resolve, Dante rode his motorcycle to a hardware store, procuring a brown burlap sack, followed by a baseball bat from a sporting goods shop. Knock him out, then bag him, he mused. I also need a rope. With that thought, he visited a store specializing in ropes to acquire a sturdy length. Equipped with his supplies, he rode a shared motorcycle toward Ted Bundy's residence. Before long, he found himself in the vicinity of Bundy's home. Fortune smiled upon him as he observed a delivery person approaching, seemingly en route to Bundy's residence. Seizing the opportunity, Dante approached the courier. Is this a delivery for Ted Bundy? The courier, upon hearing Dante's inquiry, replied, Yes, sir. With the courier's response, Dante smiled and said, That's wonderful. I am a friend of Ted Bundy, and I was just about to visit him. Please hand me the package. I'll deliver it for you. After a moment of hesitation, the courier agreed, All right. Then I will entrust you with this delivery. Consequently, the courier handed the package to Dante, who was to deliver it to Ted Bundy, after which the courier swiftly departed. As for the courier's thoughts during this encounter, Dante had no desire to know. All he was aware of was that he had obtained the package, providing him with an excuse to approach Ted Bundy. He took the package, got into his vehicle, and drove to Bundy's residence. Upon arriving, he exited the car, package in hand, and shouted, The courier has arrived. Mr. Ted Bundy, please sign for your delivery. His voice carried far and was shouted with vigor, ensuring that Ted Bundy, within the house, heard him. Bundy, stationed on the second floor, rose and approached the window, pushing it open to see a man standing at his doorstep with a package. My delivery has arrived. Shortly after, a hawk-eyed man emerged from the house. Seeing someone exit, Dante glanced and confirmed that the individual was indeed his target, Ted Bundy. Feigning ignorance, Dante asked, Is this Mr. Ted Bundy? That's me. Then please sign here. Dante extended the package, and Bundy took it, examining the information on the delivery, momentarily lowering his guard. In that instant, Dante abruptly pushed Bundy with force, causing him to stagger, and before Bundy could react, Dante had drawn a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Bundy. Chapter 282. Gathering the last sacrifice, don't move, or I will shoot, Dante stated calmly. As Bundy regained his composure from the shove, he was startled to see the so-called courier aiming a gun at him, inciting both surprise and fury. It was shocking that a man of his notorious reputation could find himself threatened by a stranger posing as a courier. His anger stemmed from the realization that, as a ruthless individual well-versed in psychology and criminal behavior, he had failed to perceive the strangeness of this courier. Turn around, or I will shoot, Dante said coolly, pretending to pull the trigger, which alarmed Bundy. Madman. Though he was a ruthless individual, the threat of the gun compelled Bundy to comply and turn his back. At that moment, Bundy sensed a blow to the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him. As Dante instructed Bundy to turn away, he struck Bundy hard on the back of the neck, rendering him unconscious. Seeing Bundy collapse to the ground, Dante scanned the surroundings and noted the absence of any onlookers. He quickly returned to his motorcycle, retrieving a sack and thick rope, and approached the unconscious Bundy once more. You brought this upon yourself. He twisted Bundy's hands behind his back and bound them tightly with the coarse rope, tying a secure knot that would prevent Bundy from escaping even if he regained consciousness. The rope was thick and sturdy. Even if Bundy awoke, he would be unable to bite through it. In no time, Dante had secured Bundy firmly. Next, he stuffed Bundy into the sack with considerable effort and tied the opening securely. This sack was specifically chosen for its durability, easily capable of containing a person. Of course, Bundy, trapped within, was oblivious to this, as he had succumbed to unconsciousness, and for a man of his nature, his feelings were of no concern. Dante secured the sack containing Bundy to the back of the shared motorcycle, mounted it, and set off toward the abandoned factory. After a monotonous drive, Dante returned to the derelict factory. Along the way, he encountered some individuals resembling law enforcement, but chose to take a detour, not wishing to leave a lasting impression on them. The detour only cost him a bit more time without any significant incidents. Even passers-by failed to notice Dante's suspicious behavior. If they did notice the sack tied to the motorcycle, they would never suspect it contained a living person. Upon arriving at the abandoned factory, Dante unloaded the sack from the motorcycle and carried it inside. He found the sack remarkably heavy, a natural consequence of carrying a living person. He entered the factory, ascended to the second floor, and approached the final room. The others, having noticed Dante's return, were equally pleased. Thus, all 4 sacrifices have been gathered. Chapter 283. Commencing the ritual in the last room on the second floor, Gadin, Dishes, Sages, and Dante had gathered, with 4 individuals bound tightly by thick ropes in their vicinity. Gadin surveyed his companions with satisfaction before glancing at the individuals destined to be sacrifices. We have successfully gathered the sacrifices. Now we shall proceed to the large room on the 3rd floor to draw the magical array. However, it is already nighttime. To avoid detection, we should refrain from using flashlights or similar devices. Let's utilize night vision goggles instead, Gadin suggested. The light had dimmed considerably, and Sages lit a candle in the room, grateful that it was sealed tightly, preventing the candlelight from escaping. Gadin had been well prepared, producing the night vision goggles he had arranged beforehand and distributing them among his companions. Dante donned the goggles, experiencing a significant change in his field of vision. The world transformed into shades of gray and blue, yet remained distinctly visible. Observing that all his companions had equipped their night vision goggles, they began to move the tightly bound sacrifices. The individuals designated as sacrifices gradually regained consciousness, attempting to struggle or scream. Yet, they were met with ruthless blows, rendering them unconscious once more, while cloth strips were stuffed into their mouths to silence any outcry upon awakening. As the 4 worked together, they transported the sacrifices to the 3rd floor and laid them on the ground there. The expansive room on the 3rd floor was laden with dust. Yet the assembled crowd paid it no heed, their eyes fixated intently on the laptop that Jaden had produced, which contained the intricate diagrams of the magical array. Originally, the diagrams resided within Jaden's laptop, and as he unveiled it, a wave of excitement surged among the onlookers, signaling the commencement of their task. Here, we serve merely as a temporary base, he began. There are numerous aspects I have yet to consider. Fortunately, I had the foresight to print the array diagrams in advance. In a display reminiscent of magic, Jaden produced a stack of meticulously crafted diagrams, distributing them among the group. These illustrations, however, represented only a fragment of the entire array. This distribution had been prearranged, and thus, there were no objections from the assembly. Upon witnessing the diagrams in their hands, Jaden declared, "Our task is quite straightforward. First, we must ascertain the precise proportions. How large must the array be when transferred from the paper to the floor? I have already calculated these dimensions, so you need not worry." He then proceeded to relay the necessary proportions to the group. In a moment, we shall draw blood from these individuals and use their warm blood to inscribe the magical array upon the ground. Following this, Jaden outlined several important considerations and instructed them to commence their work. He also presented a collection of tools, including sharp knives. "Let's begin," he urged. Dante selected a sharp knife from the assortment and approached the captured individual, using the blade to slice into the wretch's fingertip. Crimson blood oozed from the wound, rapidly staining the finger a deep red. Chapter 284. The process of inscribing the magical array, Dante hurried to retrieve a quill and a small dish, returning to the unfortunate soul's side to collect the blood that flowed from the finger. The intense pain roused the wretch from unconsciousness, and he beheld a surreal scene. A spacious room filled with figures donning night vision goggles, wielding quills dipped in blood, engaged in some arcane ritual. Blood. It hurts. The other captured souls stirred, their muffled cries barely audible due to the cloth binding their mouths. But the demon worshippers paid them no mind, engrossed in their task of inscribing the magical array. Once the dish brimmed with the deep red liquid, Dante applied gauze to staunch the bleeding from the wretch's finger. He then returned to his designated spot for array inscribing, dipping the quill into the warm blood. As the quill became saturated with the crimson liquid, he knelt and placed the diagram on the ground, beginning to etch the intricate symbols in the blood. Strange patterns emerged, each line infused with the essence of the life force from which it was drawn, and Dante became wholly absorbed in the act of creation. Soon, the dish was empty. Dante stood and approached the trembling figure once more, disregarding the terror in the wretch's eyes as he unwrapped the gauze from the finger. With a bloody knife, he made another incision, reopening the wound to let fresh blood flow. The wretch's muffled protest fell on deaf ears as Dante gazed at the dripping blood with a smile that could only be described as demonic. Once again, he filled the dish with the warm blood, reapplying the gauze to stem the flow. With the dish replenished, he returned to the magical array's location, resuming his work. The other 3 participants mirrored his actions, inflicting wounds upon their captives to procure blood, all opting for the fingers to prolong their victims' lives for the duration of the array's creation. Dante glanced at his companions before continuing his labor. Hours passed, and gradually, the magical array began to materialize upon the ground, rendered in vivid blood red. Chapter 285. The 5 Types of Humanity. This magical array bore strange motifs, its design a testament to the toil expended by the group, imbued with a sense of mystery that evoked awe. All done, Jaden announced. Now that the array is complete, allow me to handle the final touches. Observing the fatigue etched upon their faces, he stepped forward to connect various points of the array with additional lines. Not only did he meticulously inspect the group's work, correcting any errors he encountered, but he was fortunate to find only a few minor mistakes, allowing him to swiftly conclude his task. After completing the revisions, Jaden retrieved an eerie and fearsome demon statue from his belongings. This figure bore a striking resemblance to a particular demon. Any member of the S.H.I.E.L.D. would recognize it as a miniature representation of the fearsome demon Lucifer. I previously mentioned that our inability to contact the demon stemmed from using the wrong statue. Failing to reach the true demon, he explained. This statue represents a terrifying entity known as Lucifer. At this moment, a fervent zeal akin to that of a devout follower shone in Jaden's eyes, a reflection of the joy that accompanies a sudden turn of fortune. He carefully positioned the statue at the center of the magical array, its placement harmoniously aligning with the surrounding lines that ultimately converged upon this ominous figure. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Upon ensuring the 5 organs were appropriately arranged, Gadden instructed everyone to take their designated positions. The magical array featured 4 corners, accommodating 4 individuals and the 4 sacrificial offerings. Once all had settled into their places, the terrifying statue of the demon loomed ominously in the center. Gadden signaled for silence, reverently clasping his hands together, and began to intone the mysterious and arcane incantations. Dante, unable to comprehend the esoteric phrases, furtively observed his 2 companions, discovering that their eyes mirrored his own confusion. Gadden, oblivious to the expressions around him, fervently recited the incantations he had gleaned from an ancient tome, purportedly linked to the demon. His gaze was fixated on the grotesque statue, striving to capture a fleeting moment of its enigmatic essence. Just as the other 3 grew impatient, Gadden finally perceived that elusive instant and a miracle unfolded. The fearsome demon statue's facial expression appeared to shift. Chapter 288. The revealing demon. To be more precise, it was the demon's nostrils that quivered. Blood then surged from the 5 organs arranged on the ground, snaking into the demon's nostrils like serpents. A look of satisfaction spread across the demon's visage. Meanwhile, the drained organs transformed into ashen remnants, seemingly aged beyond recognition. The entire spectacle was utterly horrifying and bizarre. My lord Lucifer, we beseech extraordinary powers, Gadden implored respectfully. Yet, Dante felt increasingly discordant witnessing the scene unfold. Gadden had previously described Lucifer as immensely powerful, but Dante sensed no such strength emanating from the demon. A formidable demon should merely symbolize the consumption of blood. Yet this one audaciously absorbed it, wearing a satisfied expression. This was no powerful and ruthless demon, but rather a charlatan in disguise. However, a possibility lingered. This demon might share a connection with Lucifer. Dante's mind churned with myriad thoughts, yet he skillfully concealed his emotions, ensuring that those nearby remained unaware of his inner turmoil. Simultaneously, Gadon harbored deep confusion, recalling that during his last sacrificial ritual, the statue's eyes had emitted a crimson glow, resulting in his acquisition of supernatural abilities. Yet this time, the demon's nostrils consumed the sacrificial blood, displaying a look of contentment, which perplexed Gadon immensely. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Gadon reiterated, "My lord Lucifer, we require extraordinary powers." Upon hearing Gadon's request, the demon surveyed the four individuals, donning a troubled expression as it replied, "You four are a bit excessive. Moreover, the offerings provided are insufficient. They only suffice for one person's acquisition of power." Upon hearing this, Gadon sprinted toward the demon statue, chanting an eerie incantation. The suddenness of Gadon's action startled everyone, including the demon statue itself. In a panic, it exclaimed, "Stop your incantation at once. I will grant your request." Yet Gadon remained undeterred, continuing his strange recitation with unwavering resolve. As Gadon's incantation grew increasingly urgent, wails of anguish emanated from the demon statue. Suddenly, before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, a massive, smoky entity erupted from the statue, coalescing into a 3-meter-tall, misty creature. This creature bore marks of scorching flames, with 2 swirling orbs of mist serving as its eyes. Everyone could palpably sense the malice radiating from it. "I will kill you," the creature hissed, its voice dripping with venom. Just as the onlookers grappled with the creature's emergence, the eyes of the demon statue ignited with fiery crimson flames. An overwhelming will descended upon the room. Chapter 289. The flatterer the entire chamber felt as though a tempest had swept through, with countless objects swirling chaotically about. These items spun like a tornado, creating a striking spectacle. The 4 individuals struggled to maintain their footing, unable to focus on the surrounding chaos. A colossal will weighed heavily upon their hearts, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. Both Gadon and Dante found themselves unable to resist, collapsing to the ground in a state of weakness. As they knelt, they observed the smoky creature that had emerged from the statue sprawled on the floor, its misty form roiling restlessly, reflecting its inner turmoil. In Dante's perception, the once unremarkable demon statue now emanated an unfathomable and terrifying power, sending shivers down his spine. The immense will persisted in the room, curiously contained within its confines, as if this formidable essence existed solely within these walls. Yet within the hearts of the onlookers, a tempest of emotion swirled. Dante thought in horror, this terrifying will and power must be the true essence of the demon known as Lucifer. The magnitude of this power is truly appalling. The mere intangible force is enough to overwhelm us all. Meanwhile, Gadon reveled in exhilaration, affirming his earlier beliefs. His readings on demon summoning had clearly stated that truly powerful demons required no actual consumption of blood. Their act of doing so was merely symbolic. Moreover, genuine powerful demons were not easily summoned. Often, only a fragment of their consciousness was contacted. When a demon's full awareness descended, it inevitably brought forth overwhelming authority. Due to the unpredictable nature of a demon's arrival, malevolent spirits often occupied the statues used for summoning, engaging in trickery and blood collection. Yet these spirits never met favorable ends. When these malevolent entities inhabited established statues, they could be harmed by certain incantations or expelled. Thus, as Gadon contemplated these matters, he suspected that the occupying force was indeed a malevolent spirit. In truth, Gadon had inadvertently harmed the spirit with his incantation, as evidenced by the burn marks adorning its ethereal form. However, once the spirit emerged from the statue, its unique ethereal body rendered it immune to physical harm, causing Gadon considerable frustration. Meanwhile, both Disun and Ziggy's remained in a state of bewilderment. Yet, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The formidable will of Lucifer descended, rendering the malevolent spirit paralyzed in fear. Now, although Gadon comprehended that the will of Lucifer had descended upon him, there were still notable distinctions from the last encounter. Thus, he could only respectfully address the demonic statue, uttering, "O great Lord Lucifer, your power is unparalleled. I beseech you, bestow supernatural abilities upon my 4 feeble servants." Gadon, setting aside his shyness, articulated words that bore a tinge of embarrassment, for he had gleaned such knowledge from tomes concerning demons. It seems that powerful demons revel in flattery from humans. In essence, one must become a sycophant. Chapter 290. The first successful fusion, the demonic statue, appeared to heed Gadon's words, its crimson flames flaring intensely within its eyes. Those blood-red orbs seemed to perceive something, scanning the surroundings and alighting upon 4 individuals. It became apparent that the statue understood something profound. For beams of crimson light emanated from its fiery gaze, cascading down upon the 4 present. Before they could ponder the implications, the formidable will and power embedded within the statue dissipated entirely. The once mystical statue reverted to its original form. The 4 beams of light enveloped the individuals, making them appear as though bathed in divine radiance, nay, rather, engulfed in malevolent luminescence. Witnessing this spectacle, the smoky evil spirit was overtaken by jealousy. It had observed clearly that the immensely powerful entity had conferred upon each of the 4 a beam of sanguine light. Undoubtedly, within that sanguine glow resided something extraordinary. Upon this realization, the dim-witted spirit could no longer restrain itself. It lunged towards Gadon, who stood nearest. The spirit unleashed its most potent force, transforming its right hand into a colossal claw infused with the might to cleave through anything. Gadon, filled with both trepidation and rage, felt himself enveloped by the sanguine light. As profound and arcane information flooded his mind. At that moment, he found himself immobile, unable to evade or retaliate. A wave of despair washed over him, for he sensed a terrifying strength concealed within the spirit's claw. Just as he braced for inevitable injury or death, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. The ominous claw, seemingly formidable, was gently rebuffed by the thin veil of sanguine light encasing Gadon. Upon witnessing this, Gadon erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Did you not anticipate this?" He taunted. The spirit, drawn in by Gadon's mockery, fixated on him with an insatiable desire to obliterate him. It hurled itself against the thin barrier of light, attempting to shatter it and extinguish Gadon's existence within. Initially, Gadon feared that the tenuous light would falter, yet to his astonishment, it remained steadfast, offering unwavering protection. However, he perceived that the arcane information he was receiving had begun to slow. As Gadon wrestled with his thoughts, a loud cry from Dante resounded nearby. The group turned their gazes, witnessing Dante's shirt burst open, revealing his muscular torso. His hair had transformed to a pure white, and one hand grasped a pistol fastened at his waist. This firearm had undergone a peculiar metamorphosis. Its once pristine exterior was now encrusted with rust, adorned with intricate crimson patterns that resembled blood. Before anyone could process the situation, Dante, having fully integrated the sanguine light, took decisive action. His target, the spirit looming near Gadon. He shouted, as a spiraling bullet, aflame with fury, struck the malevolent entity. The bullet's force was akin to that of a small grenade, tearing away a substantial portion of the spirit's smoky form. Chapter 291. The spirit's thoughts. As the spirit's smoky essence was shredded, the bullet's true power erupted, sending nearby debris flying and momentarily stunning the onlookers. Even Dante, the one who had fired the bullet, marveled at its might. "Is this truly me?" he pondered. "I am no longer an ordinary human." Various thoughts flickered through Dante's mind as he quickly fortified his resolve. The others, astonished that Dante was the first to complete the fusion, had not anticipated this outcome. They had presumed Gadon would surely be the first, given his prior experience with supernatural abilities. According to certain beliefs, those who fused successfully at a quicker pace possessed greater inherent talents. These reflections flitted through their minds before their focus shifted back to the infuriated spirit. Although the spirit's intellect was lacking, it seemed to sense the disdain directed at it by the group. If it possessed the capacity for emotion, it would undoubtedly express, "I am the true boss. Why do your gazes not rest upon me?" Its fury intensified as it realized its presence was overlooked, a notion that incensed it further. "You shall perish," it bellowed, targeting the peculiar mortal wielding the strange firearm. The spirit once more swung its massive claw, wreathed in smoke, towards Dante with tremendous force. Dante, undaunted, was no longer the ordinary human he once was. Having undergone the transformative experience of the sanguine light, he evaded the spirit's assault with a roll. The spirit's claw soared overhead, crashing through the wall beyond, astonishing all present. As Dante lay on the ground, he readied his unique pistol. Though small, the weapon appeared as a ferocious beast to the onlookers, unleashing bullets with the force of small grenades. These projectiles instantaneously tore through the spirit's claw, exploding and sending residual force splattering against a nearby wall, leaving a gaping hole. The once immaculate wall was now marred by the devastation wrought by Dante's bullets, eliciting gasps of disbelief. The spirit, now consumed by rage, would surely have exclaimed, "What is this? How can it be so powerful? Do I still possess any semblance of dignity?" The malevolent spirit attacked Dante, its entire form passing through the wall as it furiously charged back from the adjacent room. Initially, its ethereal body was impervious to conventional bullets, rendering it seemingly invulnerable. Chapter 292. The pitiful malevolent spirit, however. The spirit was unprepared for Dante's specially crafted handgun, imbued with extraordinary properties that could easily harm its spectral form. Enraged, the spirit returned to the room, its right hand now appearing tattered and torn, with billowing smoke emanating from it, evoking a terrifying visage. The spirit emitted anguished sounds, a testament to the pain inflicted upon it by this detestable human. Previously, while possessing the demonic statue, it had already suffered from Gad's curse. Subsequently, during its attack on Gad, it was struck by Dante's bullet. Then, as it attempted to eliminate Dante, it faced yet another blow from him. This time, its once mighty claw was shattered and rendered useless. The spirit's fury intensified, and if its emotions could be articulated, they would surely exclaim, "How infuriating! I'm the ultimate antagonist, yet I am being so thoroughly humiliated." Regrettably, the others could not hear the spirit's lament, perceiving it merely as an enemy. Just as the spirit prepared to unleash its attack, the scene shifted once more. The blood-red aura enveloping Gad had dissipated, indicating his successful integration of the information from the demonic Lucifer's crimson glow. Making him the second among the four to achieve this feat, however, Gad's expression remained neutral, neither sorrowful nor joyous, and unlike Dante, he did not undergo any significant transformation. "My ability is that my voice serves as the blade that guards me," Gad declared, striding toward the malevolent spirit with an air of arrogance. An invisible aura emanated from him, signaling to all that he had seemingly harnessed a formidable power. This newfound strength even caught Dante's attention, who contemplated. "The voice is the blade that guards me? What could that imply?" Dante recalled Gad's earlier demonstration of sound-related superpowers. Could it be that his abilities have evolved? He pondered. But the scene was shifting again. The malevolent spirit, now consumed by frenzied howls, appeared to be torn apart by unseen blades, its form racked with agony. These invisible blades were imperceptible to the naked eye, audible only by the sounds of tearing. What once seemed like a fearsome spirit now resembled a slaughtered pig, subjected to relentless torment. It was clear that the spirit was in excruciating pain, feeling as though it were being sliced by countless knives. Gad's newfound ability was undeniably terrifying, capable of launching intangible assaults, leaving everyone vulnerable to its effects. Even a spirit of considerable strength found it unbearable, as the attacks were invisible and thus difficult to anticipate. Yet Dante did not envy Gad's powers. He was confident that his own abilities would only grow stronger with time. "I will undoubtedly match Gad's prowess," Dante thought to himself. Chapter 293. The malevolent spirit known as the buffoon. At this moment, Gad was filled with rage. His ritual had nearly been disrupted, which would hinder the completeness of the information received. Incomplete information would result in a lack of fluidity when utilizing his abilities, akin to being stuck. Such a predicament would not only diminish Gad's strength, but also lower his standing among the four. As a proud individual, Gad could not tolerate being the weakest among them, a fate he found intolerable. Moreover, Gad had summoned the four to form a team, positioning them as the core members. Thus, he needed to demonstrate that he possessed the greatest strength and wisdom among them to earn their respect. Earlier, while the spirit attacked his protective blood aura, Gad experienced no harm. However, the speed of the aura's transmission had slowed, leading to potential issues. Consequently, Gad's anger intensified, and he resolved to mercilessly annihilate this spirit to assert his dominance. "May the malevolent spirit meet its demise," Gad proclaimed. His ability transformed sound into blades that could strike the enemy. The optimal method was to produce sound himself and, through mental focus, control the hidden attacks. His words served as a catalyst. Gad envisioned that as he perfected this skill, he could harness all sounds in the world to become his own protective blades. With this thought, Gad felt a surge of satisfaction. After uttering those words, invisible blades formed from the unseen sound, targeting the malevolent spirit. The spirit sensed an ominous presence surrounding it, though it was oblivious to the source of the impending danger. It felt as though this threat could lead to its annihilation, prompting it to let out a wild roar. "You mere mortals," it bellowed. How dare you treat me this way? I will slaughter you all. Gad scoffed, replying, You are nothing but an ordinary malevolent spirit. Do you truly believe you possess the might of the formidable Lucifer? We could slay you as easily as one would a pig. The spirit's fury erupted upon hearing Gad's derisive words. Although its intelligence was limited, it recognized the disdain in Gad's tone. Once more, it unleashed a furious roar, declaring, I shall kill you all this instant. As its emotions surged, the yellowish-brown smoke swirling around it began to churn wildly, as if it were preparing to unleash a potent ability. Gad was no fool. He could not allow the spirit to unleash such a formidable skill. If he failed to defend adequately, his three companions might suffer injuries from the malevolent spirit's attack, further jeopardizing his standing among them. Gad would not allow such a scenario to unfold. He was determined to eradicate this fearsome spirit, though, in truth, it lacked the formidable power of Lucifer. It was not terrifying. It was simply a buffoon that he needed to eliminate swiftly. Chapter 294. The third successful fusion before Gad could contemplate his next move. A new shift in the scene has emerged. Not far from him stood his two companions, one of whom was Dis. The sanguine glow enveloping Dis began to gradually fade, indicating that he, too, had successfully merged. Indeed, his companion Dis had achieved this fusion. Thus, their team now boasted 3 members endowed with extraordinary powers. Dis's appearance underwent a significant transformation. Although he was not particularly imposing before, he now possessed a remarkably robust and towering physique. His body was adorned with crimson, blood-like patterns that coiled around him like a fearsome serpent. These markings covered him entirely, and the spaces formed by their interweaving resembled the flesh of a demon. Unfortunately, with this transformation following the fusion of the sanguine light, all of Dis's clothing had been torn asunder. The remnants of his garments revealed powerful muscles, now embellished with those red patterns. Dante observed this spectacle, and a conjecture formed in his mind. Dis's newfound extraordinary ability must pertain to his physicality. Yet, upon merging with the sanguine light and acquiring this ability, Dis appeared somewhat lost, as this power did not align with his aspirations. Although he was aware of his innate strength, he preferred to rely on his intellect, while his newfound ability was predominantly physical. This left him in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, the extraordinary power had been conferred upon him, and there was no means to discard it. After all, extraordinary abilities belong to the realm of the exceptional. Even if it was not to his liking, it was still a formidable power. Hence, Dis chose to embrace this extraordinary capacity. At that moment, upon witnessing Dis's acquisition of extraordinary power, Gadon felt a surge of joy. This brought him one step closer to his ambition of establishing a demonic faction. In his vision, the foundation of this faction comprised 4 individuals, and now 3 of them had obtained extraordinary powers. Did this not signify that he was nearing his goal? He chose to divert his attention from Dis, who still seemed somewhat dazed and unprepared to launch an assault against the malevolent spirit. Instead, Gadon resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate this bothersome entity. Earlier, it was noted that the malevolent spirit sensed an impending crisis. Initially, it intended to strike at Gadon, but Gadon would not afford it that opportunity. With a mere thought, countless blades of sound surged forth, targeting the malevolent spirit. As if struck by a devastating blow, the spirit, enveloped in a misty shroud, fell victim to Gadon's relentless assault. Were the spirit capable of expressing emotions, it would surely be thinking, what is happening? Am I not the boss? Why am I being vanquished by this insignificant minion? In truth, the malevolent spirit possessed a rather low intelligence. As it faced such a catastrophic onslaught, it began contemplating escape. Chapter 295. Has the malevolent spirit fled? Gadon quickly discerned the spirit's desire to flee. However, since he had nearly failed his own inheritance due to this very spirit, he would not allow it to escape. Moreover, vanquishing this spirit would bolster his own reputation and demonstrate his prowess to his companions. Feigning authority, Gadon shouted, Halt! Where do you think you're going, malevolent spirit? Submit to your demise. Upon hearing Gadon's words, the spirit's fury intensified. If it could display emotion, it would convey, what is this? I can't even make my escape. Yet Gadon was not preoccupied with speculating on the spirit's thoughts. His sole focus was on annihilating it. The spirit, however, was not inclined to make this task easy. Being a unique form of life, it possessed a powerful instinct for survival, and the malevolent spirit was no exception. No longer wishing to masquerade as the formidable demon Lucifer, the spirit yearned only for a quiet escape to recuperate its losses. But Gadon had no intention of permitting its flight. The spirit seemed to grasp this predicament. Its massive form, resembling a brownish-yellow mist, fragmented into countless smaller entities. This disintegration rendered each fragment remarkably diminutive, and in an instant, the room was filled with a multitude of tiny malevolent spirits. These minuscule spirits scurried toward the walls and crevices, employing a potent escape technique that allowed them to transform into numerous smaller versions of themselves. These diminutive spirits moved with swiftness surpassing that of their larger counterpart and were difficult for enemies to target. In terms of evasion, their capabilities were significantly enhanced, and even if a portion of the smaller spirits were lost, their escape would render those losses negligible. Gadon was taken aback by this development. Although his sound could manifest as blades to protect him, it was primarily an offensive capability. Now, with the original large malevolent spirit fragmented into countless smaller ones, Gadon could only exert all his strength to unleash these blades against the diminutive spirits. Invisible blades sliced through the air, cleaving one tiny malevolent spirit after another. Those severed spirits writhed on the ground, striving to reassemble themselves into a singular entity to flee once more. However, Gadon, witnessing this struggle, steeled his resolve and channeled all his power into his extraordinary ability. The blades transformed into even sharper instruments, viciously tearing at the small spirits. Although these tiny spirits might have had the potential to reform, Gadon's blades rendered that possibility futile. Thus, those he had slain could never be resurrected. Yet, a small fraction of the diminutive spirits managed to escape through windows and crevices in the walls. Upon witnessing this, Gadon withdrew his ability to transform sound into invisible blades and, in a fit of frustration, stomped his foot, lamenting, "Alas! It is regrettable that some of those residual spirits have escaped. I suspect that once this spirit regains its strength, it will return to seek retribution. However, by that time, we will not fear this spirit, for our strength may surpass its own." Chapter 296. The Blood-Sucking Demon. At this juncture, another change seized the attention of all present. Among the original four, three had successfully merged with the sanguine essence, leaving only the final one, Ziggy's. But now, the sanguine glow surrounding Ziggy's has completely vanished. This indicates that he has successfully integrated his powers. Moreover, Ziggy's appearance has undergone a remarkable transformation. In Dante's perception, he initially resembled a vampire, characterized by a pallid complexion, striking handsomeness, and an air of nobility. Now, however, Ziggy's visage has changed dramatically, his pallor intensified to an extraordinary degree, tenfold compared to before. Additionally, he has become even more handsome, and his demeanor has improved significantly. Dante observed this transformation with a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that Ziggy's has truly become the legendary vampire? Gadon and Dis also turned their gaze towards Ziggy's, equally astonished by his profound metamorphosis. Sensing their unspoken questions, Ziggy's addressed them. "I have not become a vampire. I merely possess extraordinary powers akin to those of a vampire." Upon hearing his words, the group began to comprehend the situation. At this moment, Ziggy's continued, "Are you concerned about the malevolent spirit seeking revenge upon us? Worry not. I shall eradicate all remnants of that wicked entity." The others gazed at Ziggy's in astonishment, taken aback by his confidence. He chose not to elaborate further. With a slight movement, a shroud of black mist enveloped him, dissipating to reveal a swarm of bats that emerged from his form. These bats were not corporeal, but appeared to be composed of the same dark mist. They flitted through the crevices of the doors and windows, soaring into the distance. It dawned upon the group that Ziggy's had acquired a means of escape similar to that of the malevolent spirit they had encountered. Thus, he was assured in his ability to eliminate the remaining fragments of the wicked entity. After all, tracking down the remnants of a spirit requires formidable abilities. Otherwise, one would be unable to locate the fleeing entities. The other three present lacked such potent tracking skills, yet each possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Before long, they began to hear distant, inhuman screams that resonated through the air, those of the malevolent spirit. Shortly thereafter, the swarm of bats, transformed back from the dark mist, re-entered through the openings. They coalesced into a single mass of black fog, which then reshaped itself into Ziggy's. Once all eyes were upon him, Ziggy's proclaimed, "The malevolent spirit has been vanquished, without a trace remaining." The group was left astounded by Ziggy's remarkable speed and tracking prowess, their regard for him heightened further. Thus, all four had acquired extraordinary abilities, no longer mere mortals, embarking upon an enigmatic path. Chapter 297. The Establishment of the Demon Academy. Gadon paused for a moment before speaking. Now that we have obtained extraordinary powers, I wish to share my next idea. I propose that we establish a demon academy, a place for mutual exchange and support. Dante, having heard Gadon's suggestion, responded, I find this idea quite appealing. I wholeheartedly support Gadon's initiative. The other two, upon hearing Gadon's proposal and noticing Dante's endorsement, nodded in agreement. For them, participation in the Demon Academy was not of paramount importance. However, since Gadon was so fervently inviting them, they decided to join. It was evident that Gadon was highly enthusiastic about power, and the gradual formation of this academy would inevitably cultivate some authority. As for Dante, he had no desire to manage an academy of demons. Rather, he sought to explore and research abilities within this framework, which made him amenable to the establishment of the Demon Academy. Gadon was elated, seeing that Dante, Dis, and Ziggy's had all agreed to his proposal, ensuring the Academy's formation would proceed without issue. Since you all concur with the establishment of the Demon Academy, let us officially announce its inception. Our Academy's primary responsibility will be to seek out new demon worshippers and regularly conduct sacrificial ceremonies to connect with the demon Lucifer, thereby acquiring extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, the highest governing body of our Academy will be the Demon Council, composed of 4 members responsible for overseeing our institution. We must also delineate our respective roles. Given Ziggy's powerful tracking abilities, he shall oversee intelligence gathering, a matter we will discuss further. Gadon shared many of his thoughts with the other 3, which we shall not detail here. Additionally, we must expedite the establishment of a new base and devise new communication methods to ensure the safety of our members to the fullest extent. Having outlined these overarching points, Gadon engaged the others in a discussion of the finer details of these rules, a process we shall not elaborate upon. The formation of the Demon Academy resembled a budding sapling, destined to grow into a towering tree that would eventually exert influence over its surroundings. Unbeknownst to agencies like S.H.I.E.L.D. and American intelligence, a formidable Demon Academy was taking shape right beneath their noses. Now, let's turn our attention to the U.S. military, particularly the radical faction led by General Ross. Previously, we noted that General Ross had captured S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he also recognized S.H.I.E.L.'s extraordinary nature and ordered his subordinates to transfer him swiftly from the outer military base. Not fully reassured, he commanded his team to expedite S.H.I.E.L.'s relocation to a more secure and clandestine military facility. General Ross, of course, had received word of the impending demonic assault on New York City, yet he remained under the impression that his actions were unbeknownst to the demons. Chapter 298. The turbulent American political landscape. Little did he anticipate that Lucifer had long since pinpointed S.H.I.E.L.'s existence, trailing him from a distance. Moreover, Lucifer did not resort to flight. He merely traversed the earth silently. Many locations lay desolate in his wake, transformed into ghost towns. Countless villages and fields lay in ruins, despite the desperate attempts of some to defend their homes with firearms. But in the end, it all culminated in failure. Lucifer merely exhaled a tiny spark. It reduced the entire mountain village to ashes, leaving no survivors. In the expanse of American soil, the spectacle he created rendered the government hesitant to act rashly, for they had previously experienced Lucifer's formidable power. Tens of thousands of elite troops were effortlessly annihilated by Lucifer, and now, as the government convened a press conference, they conveyed the message to the world. This is the wicked weapon of the Russians. We demand an immediate cessation of its use. Otherwise, war shall ensue. The government found itself in a quandary. Lucifer's emergence had already devastated multiple cities, displacing countless individuals, and now they were compelled to find a scapegoat. However, the public was not oblivious. In several cities, throngs of citizens took to the streets, brandishing placards and vociferously protesting. The government must provide us with an explanation. We demand to know the truth. Across America, protests erupted, and a multitude of cultists began to emerge from the shadows. In this chaotic atmosphere, countless cultists, who had long been concealed, seized upon the government's inability to manage the situation, openly proselytizing in the streets. Among the most influential were sects associated with the demonic. This is the Truth Revealed television station. I know many viewers are currently glued to their screens, eager to uncover the truth behind these events. We shall now revisit the occurrence of the incident and its latest developments. Once a mere purveyor of gossip, the television station named Truth Revealed experienced a meteoric rise in viewership as it delved into interpretations of demonic occurrences, with revenue projections soaring. However, this brief period of prosperity was short-lived. The government swiftly severed the station's transmission lines and confiscated its equipment. The plight of this station was not unique. Numerous others that mentioned the demonic events faced similar fates as the government relentlessly shut down broadcasts. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury was summoned by his superiors and subjected to a severe reprimand. Numerous high-ranking officials expressed that if S.H.I.E.L.D could not produce anything of merit, it would be better to disband immediately. With a grim countenance, Nick Fury returned to the helicarrier. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he had never felt so powerless. He sensed an invisible hand manipulating the strings behind this series of events. I have no leads. Not a single clue. Alone in his office, Nick Fury lamented helplessly. Could it be that I am mistaken? He pondered whether these events were truly devoid of a puppet master. Chapter 299. Nick Fury's thoughts after an extended period of contemplation in his office. Nick Fury found himself at an impasse and chose to abandon his speculations. Reflecting upon the demands of his superiors, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Logically, there should have been superheroes to confront this demon. Yet the current situation was exceedingly awkward. The superheroes, who typically gallivant in the city, seemed inexplicably absent. Of course, some superheroes had attempted to vanquish the demon Lucifer, but they were easily crushed in the process. This left Nick Fury profoundly disheartened. He had never encountered such overwhelming despair. Not even during the zenith of Nazi Germany in World War II. Unable to combat or expel Lucifer, Nick Fury felt an acute sense of discomfort. In truth, he yearned to test the might of the atomic bomb, but as he was not the president, he lacked the authority to command its deployment. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to cease pondering these matters, finding them unbearably distressing. Seated at his desk, he momentarily lost his motivation to act. Yet, he was no ordinary man. He soon regained his composure and returned to his duties. From a cabinet, he retrieved a green notebook and placed it upon the desk, opening it to reveal the words Avengers Initiative inscribed within. Indeed, this notebook contained the long-cherished plan for the Avengers Initiative. As he perused its contents, he noted the names inscribed within, including that of Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Nick Fury had chosen Black Widow as a member of the Avengers because he believed she was exceptionally suited for the role. Although the Avengers primarily consisted of superheroes, Nick Fury envisioned incorporating some ordinary individuals, lest the team be rebranded as the Superhero League. Moreover, Black Widow was not only a striking beauty, but her allure would likely render her acceptance among the other members unquestioned. Conversely, should Nick Fury propose an ordinary male for the team, the proud superheroes would undoubtedly ostracize him. These superheroes, with their inflated egos, would shun even a lead agent if he were merely an ordinary man. Thus, Nick Fury resolved to include Black Widow in the Avengers Initiative. Not only was she a captivating beauty, but her physique was undeniably enticing, making it difficult for the superheroes to resist. Beyond her beauty, Black Widow possessed remarkable cunning, having successfully defected from the malevolent Russian regime. In sum, Nick Fury was confident that with Black Widow and the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D would retain control over the team. As he concealed the notebook once more, he began to contemplate additional candidates for the Avengers Initiative. Chapter 300. The Circus of Distortion. Currently, the atmosphere in New York, America, was highly unstable, giving rise to a multitude of bizarre circuses. Among these chaotic circuses, only a select few were legitimate. The remainder harbored peculiar ulterior motives. Some promoted the imminent apocalypse, others touted dubious deities, while others still were criminal factions seeking to exploit the chaos. In a nondescript town in Iowa named Waverly, the community felt the repercussions of the Lucifer incident, its once thriving essence now diminished. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, their faces devoid of expression as they toiled for their livelihoods, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, no one could assist them. Most lacked the capacity to help, while those who could were indifferent to their plight. At that moment, a group of children dashed down the street, their faces alight with joy, their voices ringing out in cheerful exclamations. The circus has arrived. A new circus has come. Some idle individuals, upon hearing the children's exclamations, swaggered along behind them. Others approached one of the children to inquire about the location. It's in a vast open space to the east. The once quiet little town seemed to buzz with life after the arrival of the new circus. As some townsfolk gathered in the eastern open area, they were greeted by a plethora of tents, from which the occasional roar of wild beasts could be heard. "I can hardly wait for tonight's circus performance," someone exclaimed with eager anticipation. "Not like we haven't seen it before," another retorted dismissively. This provoked discontent from a nearby individual, who chimed in. "The last circus was several months ago, and this is a new circus. Surely there will be fresh acts." The crowd buzzed with chatter, the majority expressing their excitement for the evening's performance, while a few, finding it tedious, chose to leave early. As the circus prepared its tents, some staff began constructing the stage and ushering away unrelated individuals. Others ventured to the outskirts of the crowd, distributing pamphlets that detailed the evening's acts. "Interesting circus," one person read aloud from a pamphlet, their voice brimming with curiosity. "What a lovely name." "No, I find it quite odd," another countered. The audience debated the circus's name, momentarily diverting their focus from the performances themselves. Of course, there were those who were solely interested in the acts rather than the name of the circus. The circus offered a multitude of performances, most of which were standard fare for such events. Impatient spectators quickly turned their attention to the featured acts. "Featured act, Eagle and Arrow," someone noted, and more. These unique features certainly captured the audience's attention, intensifying their anticipation for the night's spectacle. Chapter 301. The circus performance nightfall arrived swiftly. The little town, once illuminated by sunlight, now lay shrouded in darkness, leaving many devoid of the will to work. Most had returned home or sought leisure, with only a handful choosing to continue their studies. Those who opted to study felt a fervent passion for learning, believing they were born for it. Others thought learning was inescapable. They might as well embrace it. Some argued that with society advancing so rapidly, one could not afford to neglect education, so they resolved to learn diligently. Many of the leisure seekers flocked to the circus, while others, uncertain of what to do, simply followed the crowd. Outside the circus, wooden barriers had been erected to keep out the uninvited. At the entrance, ticket sellers stood ready, flanked by several robust security personnel to ensure safety. Some idle individuals had initially planned to sneak in without paying, but the circus had anticipated this, erecting barriers to deter such trespassing. Additionally, staff patrolled the area with guard dogs. Seeing this, the idle onlookers abandoned their plans to sneak in, unwilling to risk confrontation with the formidable dogs. The crowd gathered at the entrance, purchasing tickets before entering the venue. The stage had been set, and numerous seats awaited, each clearly numbered, allowing attendees to easily locate their places. Soon, the seats were nearly filled, and the audience eagerly awaited the commencement of the show. The circus staff wasted no time. A handsome man took the stage with a microphone. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's program includes the following acts. Program 1-1. Tiger sitting 2. Tiger crossing the bridge 3. Tiger saluting the audience 4. Tiger rolling program 2-1. Lion sitting 2. Lion crossing the bridge 3. Lion saluting the audience 4. Lion rolling program 3-1. Bear kicking obstacles 2. Bear jumping obstacles 3. Bear parallel bars 4. Bear rings 5. Bear teeter-totter 6. Bear jump rope 7. Bear vaulting 8. Bear somersaulting and special acts, among others. After outlining the program, the handsome man declared, "I know you've all been waiting," before announcing the show's commencement. With that, he exited the stage, and a trainer carrying a whip stepped forward to center stage. The trainer, with a warm demeanor, called out, "Come forth, my dear." As the audience heard his gentle words and observed his gaze fixed upon the back of the stage, they sensed something extraordinary was about to unfold. Suddenly, a colossal tiger emerged from behind the curtain, crossing the red carpet. The tiger, the king of beasts, retained its regal aura despite having been raised by the circus. Its amber eyes scanned the audience before locking onto the trainer. The crowd felt a shiver of fear as the tiger's gaze swept over them. "I thought it might pounce on me. Yes, I feared it was going to attack. It terrified me," the audience murmured, sharing their startled reactions to the tiger. Yet, some found the thrill exhilarating. At that moment, a voice whispered in astonishment, "What? The tiger isn't chained? Can it really be controlled? This is a wild beast." Yet, others shot disdainful glances at the speaker, dismissing their concerns. "You are here for the first time, aren't you?" Only a highly experienced animal trainer would dare to allow a tiger to perform. After this explanation, the man added, "Of course, One should never provoke the tiger recklessly. The tiger recognizes only the trainer it is familiar with. This was merely a brief interlude. As soon the audience's attention returned to the stage, the trainer approached the tiger, made several gestures, and the magnificent creature seemed to comprehend, slowly settling down into a meditative pose. "Remarkable!" exclaimed an audience member, thrilled at witnessing a tiger's performance for the first time. This tiger appeared to have undergone numerous performances, remaining calm under the gaze of the many spectators. Had it been frightened, it might have reacted violently, thus it was wise not to incite it. Following the trainer's commands, the tiger executed additional movements, eliciting cheers and applause from the audience. Eventually, noticing the tiger's fatigue, the trainer ceased the performance and exited the stage with the animal. Understanding that a tired tiger might not be in a good mood often leads to unfortunate incidents. However, the trainer, being well acquainted with the tiger, would likely remain unharmed, while the audience could be in grave danger. Next, amidst the audience's anticipation, the second beast made its entrance. This creature was the illustrious lion. With a robust physique and a majestic mane, the lion exuded an air of regality. Accompanying the lion was another trainer, who had raised it from a young age. Only under such circumstances could a lion be tamed. Otherwise, it would have devoured the trainer long ago. The trainer issued commands, prompting the lion to perform various tricks, such as sitting and traversing a bridge, which garnered rapturous applause from the audience. Time passed slowly, with one act following another. Yet the audience began to feel drowsy, despite the quality of the performances. And so, as one act concluded, another began, leading to the much-anticipated special performance. The special act is here. Everyone, stay alert. Chapter 303. The appearance of the Hawkeye. What special act? Did you not see the previous announcement? It involves an eagle catching an arrow. What a peculiar name for such a feat. Have you ever witnessed something like this before? No, we have never seen it. What exactly will it entail? I believe it must be related to eagles. Indeed, it seems to involve arrows as well. My anticipation grows for the upcoming performance. The audience buzzed with excitement. At that moment, a young man, bare-chested and armed with a bow and arrow, emerged from behind the stage. Upon closer inspection, the young man appeared somewhat weathered, despite his youth. However, his piercing eyes were unforgettable, resembling those of sharp-eyed hawk. Those who dared to meet his gaze found it difficult to look away. Who is this individual? Do you know? No, I'm unaware. The audience realized that this young man was likely the main performer of the special act. With hawk-like eyes and powerful arms, he exhibited strength. A closer look at his hands revealed robust joints, indicative of frequent exertion. Additionally, he wore protective finger rings designed for archery. Clearly, he was an exceptional marksman. Without uttering a word, he raised his fingers to his mouth and produced a sharp whistle. At the sound, an eagle soared onto the stage from behind. This eagle, with a strong body and sleek feathers, radiated wildness. The audience collectively marveled at the bird's beauty. The eagle landed on a young man's shoulder, but he subtly shifted, allowing it to take flight. Then, he drew an arrow from his quiver and shot it into the air. As if triggered, the eagle flapped its wings vigorously and pursued the arrow like a bolt from a crossbow. Just as the arrow was about to descend, the eagle caught it in its beak. It was truly a miraculous sight, causing some spectators to clap in delight. Moreover, the audience exclaimed in unison, "Wow, that was incredible! I've never seen such a beautiful performance. Indeed, I've never experienced anything quite like this. Absolutely, this is my first time witnessing such an impressive display." In summary, the audience was effusive in their praise for the performance, as an eagle catching an arrow was a rare spectacle. After completing his archery display, the young man exited the stage, and the circus continued with the next act. One performance followed another until the circus eventually drew to a close that evening. With time slipping away, as dawn broke, the lives of ordinary people remained unchanged. Yet beneath the surface, the currents of the world were shifting and evolving. We turn our attention to the young archer, whose name is Clinton. Chapter 304. A mundane meeting at S.H.I.E.L.D. Within a lavish office aboard S.H.I.E.L.D's helicarrier, senior officials gathered for a meeting. At the helm was Nick Fury, the highest-ranking among them. He rapped his fingers on the table, urging everyone to quiet down. As the officials fell silent, Fury began, "Today, we shall continue our discussion regarding the formation of the Avengers." One official interjected, "Director, where shall we seek out these superheroes?" "Indeed, Director, where do we begin our search for these extraordinary individuals? And now we know a demon has emerged. What shall we do about this demon?" Isn't it our duty at S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle such threats? As the mention of the demon Lucifer sparked a heated discussion among the officials, Fury sighed inwardly at the chaos unfolding before him. He quickly gestured for silence. Numerous officials, upon noticing Nick Fury's gesture, once again ceased their discussions. Observing the expressions of panic on their faces, Nick Fury calmly addressed them, urging, "Let us not panic. Since the founding of our nation, we have encountered countless adversities, some even more severe than our current predicament. Yet we must not surrender. Even if this moment proves to be our darkest hour, we must remain resolute." Upon hearing Fury's words, the officials' emotions began to stabilize slightly. With the room now quiet, Fury declared, "I have decided to recruit Black Widow into the Avengers." Some officials, taken aback, voiced their concerns. "Director, Black Widow a woman? How can we allow a female to join the Avengers?" Nick Fury retorted, "Are you suggesting that women cannot be part of the Avengers? Should they merely return home to bear children?" A low murmur of dissent echoed from one official. Noticing the lack of further opposition, Fury turned his gaze to the others. "What do you all think about Black Widow joining the Avengers?" The other S.H.I.E.L.D. officials responded in unison, "Absolutely. Black Widow's inclusion would help mediate the emotions of the other members. Indeed, her presence would enhance the team's cohesion." Satisfied with their agreement, Fury proclaimed, "Very well. Since everyone concurs, I hereby authorize Black Widow's membership in the Avengers." With the meeting effectively concluded, Nick Fury engaged in discussions regarding weaponry and supplies with the S.H.I.E.L.D. officials before departing the venue. After settling into his office, he was soon visited by Black Widow, who reported, "Director, our informant has discovered an archer in a nearby state. I believe we should recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D. "Oh, an archer, you say?" Nick Fury responded upon hearing her report. "Yes, Director. Our sources indicate he possesses remarkable skills, capable of hitting targets with pinpoint accuracy," Black Widow elaborated. After contemplating her words, Fury instructed, "Then it is your task to bring this archer into our fold." Chapter 305. Recruiting Hawkeye. Upon receiving Nick Fury's command, Black Widow replied affirmatively and promptly exited. Meanwhile, in a quaint town, a circus continued its performances, unaware that a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had infiltrated their midst. Black Widow arrived in a S.H.I.E.L.D. provided vehicle, alone, having chosen not to enlist the help of her colleagues. Reflecting on the information she had gathered from her informant, she deduced that the archer was part of the circus. Stopping a passerby, she inquired, "Excuse me, where is the circus performing?" The passerby, delighted to assist the striking beauty, pointed her in the right direction. After acquiring the needed information, she eagerly drove towards the circus. Upon arrival, Black Widow parked her vehicle by the roadside and patiently awaited nightfall. As evening descended, the circus commenced another round of performances, showcasing the same acts as the previous day. Purchasing a ticket, she took her seat among the audience and soon witnessed the archer's act, eagle catching arrow. Observing the archer's keen, eagle-like eyes, Black Widow recalled the dossier stating that he possessed a gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. Convinced that this young man was indeed the archer she sought, she committed his image to memory. As the night wore on, the circus concluded its performances and staff began to return to their designated areas for rest. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow sprang into action, stealthily approaching the perimeter. Earlier, she had noted the presence of guard dogs patrolling the area, but had come prepared with items to pacify them. With confidence, she slipped past the fence, and the dogs, recognizing her scent, lazily ignored her. With an air of assurance, Black Widow ventured to the rear of the circus, where several tents housed performers. Concealed in the shadows, she soon spotted the archer entering a solitary tent. This indicated to her that he held a significant position within the circus, having his own private space. Observing for a moment, she determined that no one else was near the archer's tent and boldly entered. Inside, she discovered the archer tenderly caressing his bow, much like one would a beloved. Noticing her presence, he immediately adopted a defensive posture. "Who are you?" he demanded. With a playful laugh, Black Widow replied, "I am an envoy from a covert government organization, seeking to recruit individuals with exceptional talents like yours." The young man regarded her with an incredulous expression. Chapter 306. Black Widow's demonstration. "You claim to be from a secret government agency. What proof do you have?" The archer queried skeptically. Black Widow reassured him. You need not worry. S.H.I.E.L.D is a formidable organization, and we possess credentials. Surely, you've heard of our reputation. Upon hearing the names, H.I.E.L.D, the archer's eyes widened in astonishment. Am I hearing correctly? You're from S.H.I.E.L.D? Indeed, I am, she confirmed. The archer, known as Clint, had heard whispers of S.H.I.E.L.D's renown through discreet channels. S.H.I.E.L.D was recognized as a powerful entity combating the escalating threat of global terrorism, bolstered by the support of the U.S. government. The information had reached Clint through secure means, and he was taken aback to find himself face-to-face with a purported S.H.I.L.D operative. Yet, despite Black Widow's assurances, a flicker of doubt lingered in Clint's mind. Are you truly a member of S.H.I.E.L.D? He pressed again. With a hint of irritation, Black Widow responded, I assure you I am. If you doubt me, look here. She produced her S.H.I.E.L.D credentials, confirming her affiliation. A newcomer, yet to join the S.H.I.E.L.D was granted the opportunity to observe freely, hence the Black Widow presented a special credential from a state-affiliated organization. Upon seeing the document, Clinton's skepticism began to wane. In his mind, he believed that S.H.I.E.L.D would not overtly reveal its identity, but would rather operate under the guise of various organizations. Noticing Clinton's lingering doubts, the Black Widow expressed her dissatisfaction. Are you still uncertain? Why not accompany me now? I shall introduce you to the might of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a moment of hesitation, Clinton acquiesced to the Black Widow's proposal. Thus, she stealthily led him out of the circus, their movements unnoticed by anyone. Once outside, the Black Widow inquired about Clinton's experiences at the circus. He recounted his story, revealing that he had lost his parents at a young age and was sent to an orphanage, but refusing to remain there. He ran away to become an apprentice at the circus, where he fortuitously honed his exceptional archery skills. Upon hearing Clinton's narrative, the Black Widow was convinced, as her informants had provided similar descriptions of him. They entered a vehicle, and she directed him towards the local police station. In no time, they arrived at the precinct, where the Black Widow confidently strode in with Clinton, making their way to the reception area. A bored officer sat there, idly surveying his surroundings. Clinton and the Black Widow approached directly, producing their credentials. The officer, upon recognizing the special department insignia, was taken aback and promptly notified the chief. Soon, the police chief hurried over, greeting the Black Widow warmly and inquiring if she had any business in town or if she required assistance. The Black Widow replied that she was merely there to observe and check on operations, noting that the officers seemed to be performing admirably, thus deeming her visit unnecessary. Chapter 307. Hawkeye Clinton, the police chief, elated by her words, thought to himself that a superior had come to inspect their work. Fortunately, he had not engaged in any misconduct, allowing him to feel at ease around the Black Widow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she and Clinton departed the precinct. Once outside, Clinton remarked, I truly believe now that you are indeed part of a state special department, which must be a subdivision of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Black Widow playfully replied, Of course, I would never deceive you. I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, the Black Widow seemed to recall something and asked, You possess exceptional talents. I would like to witness your skills. Clinton, upon hearing her request, responded, Certainly. However, this place is not suitable for demonstrating my abilities. Thus, they drove to an open area outside of town. Upon arriving, the Black Widow stated, This location is perfect for you to showcase your prowess. Clinton replied, All right, just watch. With that, he transformed, narrowing one eye while the other became sharp and focused like that of an eagle. He drew an arc in the air with his hand, marking a small circle, then moved away from his original position and sprinted into the distance. After running over 100 paces, Clinton announced, Now, observe closely. The Black Widow widened her eyes, intent on scrutinizing his archery technique. Dissatisfied with his standing, Clinton ran back another 100 paces, placing himself over 200 paces from the tiny circle he had drawn, which was barely the size of a thumbprint. Hitting such a target from that distance would be a true test of his archery prowess. Moreover, a gust of wind swept across the barren land, further challenging Clinton's skills. Yet, he remained composed, firmly anchoring himself, lifting his beloved bow and knocking an arrow from his quiver. He aimed at the distant circle, releasing the string with precision. The arrow struck the minuscule circle with astounding accuracy. His archery skills were nothing short of extraordinary. In ancient tales, the ability to hit a target from 100 paces was legendary. Clinton had surpassed this, achieving a remarkable feat from over 200 paces away. The Black Widow was left in awe, having been an agent for decades. She had never encountered such unparalleled archery talent. It was beyond impressive. It bordered on the supernatural. Yet, on the other hand, she felt a surge of joy for Clinton's abilities, for his membership in S.H.I.E.L.D would undoubtedly bolster their strength. A premonition arose within her that Clinton would become a remarkable ally in the future. Though modest, Clinton felt a sense of pride upon witnessing his own accomplishment, declaring, "I am Hawkeye Clinton." Chapter 308. Let us collaborate. The Black Widow approached Clinton and stated, "I never anticipated your skills would be this formidable. Your induction into S.H.I.E.L.D is assured. I shall take you back to complete the necessary formalities." Thus, they returned by vehicle. In a parallel narrative, S.H.I.E.L.D was actively recruiting talent nationwide to enhance its capabilities. Meanwhile, General Ross had brought S.H.I.E.L.D back to a base situated within a military exclusion zone, far removed from urban life and nestled in rural fields. This base concealed numerous soldiers and weaponry, surrounded by barbed wire to deter any intruders. It served as one of General Ross's more clandestine establishments. S.H.I.E.L.D was swiftly escorted to a solitary, transparent glass chamber, where he found himself confined. The glass was crafted from specialized materials, impervious to ordinary means of escape. However, S.H.I.E.L.D, upon realizing his confinement, refrained from attempting to shatter the glass, understanding that General Ross would likely soon approach to speak with him. Little did he know, the general was more fearful than he anticipated. He merely instructed a soldier to bring in a monitor placed behind a glass wall. This monitor was connected to the communication circuit in General Ross's room. General Ross intended to use this device to establish contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D silently harbored disdain for General Ross, maintaining an outward calm demeanor. Soon, the communication circuit was activated, and General Ross's image appeared on the monitor. He regarded S.H.I.E.L.D with a serious expression and demanded, "Stranger, please reveal your identity." S.H.I.E.L.D's mind raced as he concocted a response. He spoke, "Esteemed General, I am merely a medium returned from the depths of hell." "A medium returned from hell?" General Ross murmured, caught off guard. Shouldn't such beings be mere legends? How could one return to reality? Hearing Ross's inquiry, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, "The gates of hell have reopened, and the demon Lucifer is merely the vanguard of an invasion. I escaped during this upheaval, as Lucifer seeks to eliminate me to prevent the revelation of hell's secrets. Moreover, he carries a mission to invade the mortal realm." Even S.H.I.E.L.D found himself believing this narrative, truly convinced he was a medium returned from hell. Yet, in reality, it was a fabrication of his own making. Nevertheless, his facade was so convincing that General Ross found himself partially swayed, especially considering the devastation wrought by Lucifer across America, which resembled an invasion. After pondering, General Ross articulated, "I find it improbable that a medium returned from hell could be so easily captured by my soldiers. You must have something of significance to convey." S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and responded, "Esteemed General, I seek to collaborate with you." Chapter 309. The base S anomaly. General Ross was taken aback by S.H.I.E.L.D's proposal and incredulously asked, "Did you say collaboration?" "Indeed, esteemed General," S.H.I.E.L.D affirmed. "That was precisely my intent." Ross fell silent, contemplating the implications. He soon realized that collaborating could yield more advantages than disadvantages. S.H.I.E.L.D, as a visitor from another realm, possessed information unknown to General Ross. Conversely, as a native, Ross could gain insights by aligning with S.H.I.E.L.D. After a brief contemplation, General Ross concluded that the proposed collaboration would be highly beneficial, especially since S.H.I.E.L.D claimed to have returned from hell, suggesting he possessed substantial intelligence about that realm. Ross was eager to learn more about hell and, ideally, how to counter Lucifer. Before Ross could dwell further on this thought, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing items within the room to slide chaotically. Dust cascaded from the ceiling, indicating the severity of the disturbance, which drastically altered the atmosphere within General Ross's quarters. Astounded, Ross sought refuge beside a piece of furniture, quickly realizing this could not be an earthquake, as the base was constructed to withstand seismic activity. What could it be? Ross pondered when suddenly an officer rushed in, disheveled and bloodied, his face etched with terror. The officer's eyes were filled with fear, resembling a startled rabbit, easily frightened by the slightest noise. Ross, deeply alarmed, urgently inquired, "What have you discovered? What is happening?" Upon hearing the general's questions, the officer, trembling, responded, "General, we must flee. The demon is here." "What? You say a demon is attacking?" Ross exclaimed, fear gripping him at the mention of the word. "Yes, General. The demon has just assaulted our base. For now, we are in a temporary safe position, as our soldiers are diverting its attention outside. But you must escape immediately." The officer's warning filled Ross with panic, especially after receiving news of the complete collapse of the New York defense line against Lucifer. He was already deeply afraid of the demon's power. Even more troubling was the realization that he believed his base to be well hidden. How then had Lucifer managed to locate it? As these thoughts raced through Ross's mind, he could no longer engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. Just then, several soldiers rushed in, bloodied and battered, immediately addressing General Ross. Chapter 310. The Last Victim. "General, we are here to escort you out," they urged. Yes, General, please ensure your safety," they pleaded. Seeing the dire state of his soldiers, Ross recognized their lack of combat readiness. He felt a deep sense of dread, but knew he had no choice but to comply. "Let us depart at once," he commanded. A group of soldiers surrounded Ross, preparing to escort him from the base. In that moment, Ross recalled S.H.I.E.L.D. confined behind the glass and their earlier discussion about collaboration. He could not abandon S.H.I.E.L.D. without a second thought. He instructed one of the soldiers, "Find a team to escort the captive back to me." The soldier, albeit reluctantly, acknowledged the order and hurried off. Ross, now preoccupied with his own escape, rushed out with his entourage, while S.H.I.E.L.D. sensed the ground tremble beneath him and observed the chaos unfolding around the soldiers. Panic-stricken, he fled the place, a wave of ominous feelings surging within him. Could it be that the demon had come for him? No, he must escape this place. S.H.I.E.L.D. began to channel the internal energy he had amassed from the teachings of Peach Blossom Island, preparing to shatter the surrounding glass to facilitate his escape. However, before he could make a move, the door to the room was suddenly flung open. A group of fierce soldiers burst in, their faces a reflection of the dire situation at hand. They swiftly approached S.H.I.E.L.D. and opened the glass door. Observing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. wondered if they were sent by General Ross. One soldier, spotting S.H.I.E.L.D. in a daze, hastily shoved him, exclaiming, "Hurry! The general has ordered us to escort you out of here." At that moment, a deafening crash reverberated through the room. The ceiling above them collapsed under immense force, sending debris raining down. "Take cover!" a soldier shouted. The group scrambled to evade the falling rubble, but the suddenness of the incident left several soldiers vulnerable, and they were tragically crushed beneath the stones. The glass house was effectively sealed off, blocked by the remnants of the fallen debris. The remaining soldiers, filled with dread, gazed at the source of the calamity, where a massive hole had been created. A colossal, red finger, adorned with intricate and sinister patterns, reached through the opening. This enormous hand of the demon emerged, akin to an eagle seizing a chick, capturing S.H.I.E.L.D. before he could evade. Desperately, he summoned all his inner strength, attempting to wriggle free from this demonic grasp, but it was futile. A crushing force enveloped him, and he let out a scream as he was reduced to a mere pulp. Thus, the extraterrestrial visitors to this world met their demise. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the horror of their charge being swiftly snuffed out by the fearsome demon, abandoned their mission and hastily fled. Chapter 311. The new command of the god of slavery, General Ross, escorted by his loyal soldiers, fled the devastated base in disarray. As he rode away in a vehicle, he couldn't help but glance back at the ruins that had once been a thriving stronghold. There, a colossal demon, as large as a Mitsubishi, stomped about, reducing the entire base to rubble. Even more insidious was the sight of the demon's enormous hand, capturing soldiers and crushing them like insects. A profound rage surged within General Ross. He could not bear to watch any longer. He feared that if he continued to look, he would feel compelled to return and confront the demon himself. His fury was not without reason. He had invested over a decade into the establishment of this base, which housed a wealth of equipment and resources. Yet, with a single act, the demon Lucifer had turned decades of effort to ash. Could one blame General Ross for harboring such hatred? Regardless of Ross's feelings towards Lucifer, the latter dutifully executed the commands of the deity. Lucifer observed his soldiers, faced with his overwhelming might, ceased their resistance and chose to flee. He paid them no mind, for his sole concern was fulfilling the divine directive. My task for the deity has been accomplished, Lucifer declared as he prepared to return. He unleashed a torrent of searing flames that scorched the very fabric of reality, tearing apart the space before him. This fiery rift expanded rapidly, birthing a new portal. With determination, the demon Lucifer stepped through the opening, returning to the realm of water. To his surprise, the world remained unchanged, a tempest of colossal waves surging forth, reflecting the extraordinary nature of existence. Before him stood the great will of the deity. Lucifer approached the divine presence, shrinking his form in reverence, and bowed, stating, "I have fulfilled your command." Lin Yun, awakened from slumber, nodded in acknowledgement. "Well done. You may depart." Upon receiving the divine command, Lucifer quietly withdrew, taking his place as the deity's protector. Lin Yun, the god of slavery, closed his eyes once more, sinking back into slumber. It was unclear how long he remained in repose, but eventually the diligent deity awakened again, opening his eyes to bestow new orders upon Lucifer. "My loyal warrior, Lucifer, venture forth to the realm of lava and seize it for me." Upon hearing this new command, Lucifer respectfully accepted, affirming, "I shall fulfill the destiny of the five." He then departed, while Lin Yun sent relevant information to Lucifer before once again succumbing to sleep. Lucifer meticulously examined the message from the deity regarding the world of lava, a realm dominated by molten rock, inhabited by fiercely volatile creatures. This world was steeped in fire, home to many beings that could be deemed demonic. Lin Yun's command was clear: conquer this world and present it to the god of slavery. Chapter 312, Re-entering the Lava World. As previously mentioned, the narrative of the lava world unfolded during Lin Yun's time, disguised as a priest. During this period, he ventured to the town of Schindler, where he fortuitously discovered a passage to another realm. Lin Yun traversed this portal, arriving in the lava world, where he encountered a demon tribe. Without hesitation, Lin Yun exterminated every demon within the tribe, soon afterward facing a demon sorcerer, whom he also dispatched with ruthless efficiency. Now, contemplating future confrontations with more formidable deities, Lin Yun recognized the necessity of amplifying his own power. Acquiring a world would significantly bolster his strength. Thus, Lin Yun turned his attention to the lava world he had previously visited. Having created Lucifer, he had fallen into slumber. In this context, he could dispatch his capable general, Lucifer, to conquer this realm. Once more, the demon Lucifer unleashed his terrifying demonic flames, a bizarre amalgamation of green and red. As he expelled this dreadful fire, the space before him warped and twisted. This distorted passage gradually stabilized, forming a conduit to the lava world. Fearlessly, the demon Lucifer stepped into this portal, undaunted by the prospect of combat. In the realm of molten lava, there lies a small, forsaken structure. From the remnants of this ruin, one can faintly discern that it was once a dwelling, possibly constructed by demons or the indigenous beings of this land. However, they all perished in Lin Yun's terrifying assault, reduced to ashes and transformed into his source of energy. This desolate site has long been abandoned, yet at this moment, a spatial portal gradually materializes above it, expanding larger and larger. Subsequently, an imposing demon emerges from this gateway. It is Lucifer. With great effort, he supports the portal while straining to pull himself through. The distance from the molten world appears considerable, causing Lucifer to exert immense strength, rendering his essence somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, he soon emerges from the portal, this time not as a colossal demon, but at a size akin to that of an ordinary human. He descends upon the aged ruins, murmuring, "I sense the presence of a deity." Indeed, this is the very area where Lin Yun once tread, having slain numerous indigenous beings and seized their energy. Lucifer detects a life force emanating from the northeast and promptly teleports himself in that direction. There, he finds a small tribe inhabited by the native beings of this world, demons. The majority of life forms in this molten realm are demons, though there are also various other peculiar creatures, all of which could be classified under the same term. Recalling the divine command to conquer this plane, Lucifer swiftly arrives at the location of the life force. As he gazes down from the heights, he observes numerous crookedly constructed houses below, unmistakably a settlement of demons. Thus, Lucifer resolves to commence his grand undertaking of conquest from this very place. Chapter 313, The blood of the mighty demon ape let us momentarily divert our focus from Lucifer's conquest to the activities of S.H.I.E.L.D. During the days of Lucifer's descent into the mortal realm, devastation swept across numerous locales in America, leaving many citizens displaced. These matters necessitate action from the American government. While certain incidents have drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., for instance, in the battle atop the desolate mountain, an extraterrestrial promised to transform into a mighty demon ape to combat Lucifer, but was swiftly vanquished by the demon. Following this, Lucifer carelessly discarded the remnants of the mighty demon ape's corpse, pursuing S.H.I.E.L.D. instead. Consequently, the remnants were left behind, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D. to dispatch personnel for investigation. They successfully retrieved traces of the mighty demon ape's blood and a storage ring left behind by S.H.I.E.L.D. This ring possessed unique properties, containing various items. All these discoveries were brought to a secret chamber within S.H.I.E.L.D., where Director Nick Fury discreetly instructed the agency's scientists to unravel the profound mysteries held within the blood of the mighty demon ape. He harbored the notion of recreating specimens from this blood, knowing that the current era boasts advanced technology capable of cloning. As the custodians of such cutting-edge science, S.H.I.E.L.D. envied S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable abilities exhibited during his transformation into the mighty demon ape. The prospect of forging a vast legion of mighty demon apes instilled terror. For this endeavor, Nick Fury meticulously selected a team of trusted scientists, fully aware that other organizations might have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Hence, he maintained strict vigilance. Under his directives, a clandestine assembly was formed, comprising reliable scientists tasked with the utmost confidentiality in their research of the mighty demon ape's blood. Meanwhile, agents of Hydra secretly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., plotting to undermine it from within. In a laboratory designated for the study of the mighty demon ape, a multitude of scientists busily engaged in analyzing the genetic material within the blood, attempting to clone it or even integrate it into human subjects. One scientist, in the midst of analysis, exclaimed, "Look, this gene possesses remarkable regenerative capabilities. I suspect it's this segment. No, perhaps it's this other segment." Their discussions grew fervent, yet none noticed a particular scientist quietly documenting all the invaluable information. This individual was, in fact, an undercover agent of Hydra, meticulously archiving the precious data to relay back to the organization. Thus, all of this transpired in secrecy, undetected by anyone. Chapter 314. The Hydra Base. Hydra, an insidious organization birthed from Nazi Germany during World War II, was established amidst the remnants of that dark era. The Hydra met with failure, and at that time, people believed that it had been completely eradicated. However, unbeknownst to them, some members of Hydra had escaped and continued to rebuild their organization. Deep within the ocean of the Pacific, where tranquility should reign, an enormous underwater base emerged seemingly out of thin air. This base served as Hydra's secret stronghold beneath the sea, where they conducted various nefarious scientific experiments. At this moment, a colossal submarine approached the base, gradually drawing nearer. Once its emitted signals connected with the base, it arrived at a lower section where an entrance was accessible. The submarine entered and quickly docked, allowing personnel to disembark. Among them were individuals carrying precious samples of super soldier serum, which had been secretly pilfered from S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, they had stolen some of the valuable serum and, under a clandestine operation in the United States, had arrived at this secret base in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. These Hydra operatives swiftly delivered the vial of serum to the base's commanding leader. This leader, a figure of great notoriety and malevolence, handed the serum to the most infamous scientist within the base, a man named Rudolph. Rudolph, driven by madness, often utilized living subjects for his horrific experiments, dismembering them and extracting their hearts to study their secrets. Even the Hydra leader harbored fear of Rudolph. Nevertheless, the organization depended on the scientific advancements he had developed, which could be transformed into military applications. Thus, Hydra turned a blind eye to Rudolph's gruesome methods, as the organization was inherently wicked, rendering Rudolph's malevolence inconsequential in comparison. Rudolph's sinister inclination for experimentation, particularly involving live subjects, was deemed a commendable trait within this malevolent organization, albeit it was profoundly vile. This time, Hydra's agents had brought forth the terrifying super soldier serum. They escorted the precious serum to Rudolph's laboratory, where they encountered the frenzied scientist. The operatives, feeling trepidation towards Rudolph, hastily relinquished the serum and departed. Upon discovering that the blood they had delivered was the coveted super soldier serum, Rudolph was overcome with exhilaration, his mind racing with thoughts of experimentation. He recalled the data he had previously obtained from S.H.I.E.L.D, which detailed the immense strength and resilience of the super soldier. If he could transfer those remarkable attributes to ordinary soldiers, could he not create an army of super soldier warriors? Chapter 315. The demon warrior level. As Rudolph pondered the possibility of bestowing the super soldier's traits upon regular soldiers, he contemplated the subsequent analysis of the serum using his instruments. Meanwhile, in the skies above a small tribe within the lava world, the figure of Lucifer appeared. He had been dispatched by the slave god Lin Yun to conquer this realm. Upon his arrival, he sensed the significant presence of life not far away and swiftly propelled himself towards it. Suspended in midair, he surveyed the scene below, which revealed a vibrant habitat teeming with various creatures of the lava world, predominantly demons and peculiar beings, both of which could be collectively termed as demons. In this gathering place of life, demons had constructed numerous crude wooden or stone shelters. Given their rudimentary construction skills, these abodes were far from well-built, often leaning or incomplete, with many bearing gaping holes. The demons led a primitive existence, their intelligence limited, with notable prowess only in reproduction and combat. Some demons engaged in vigorous mating rituals in the center of their makeshift homes, while others frolicked in open spaces, their roughhousing often resulting in injuries. A few demons wandered aimlessly, seemingly devoid of awareness. Typically, a demon gathering is led by a powerful demon chief, supported by an assistant responsible for other affairs within the group. The leader, named Anson, remained in his enclave, meditating and attuning himself to the omnipresent fire elements of the lava world. To attain such a position, Anson not only possessed superior combat skills, but also harbored cunning ambitions. Unbeknownst to him, a demon with far greater strength had set his sights on his territory. Lucifer materialized above the small gathering, openly observing without concealing his presence. A few astute demons noticed the dark figure hovering above and speculated about its nature. "What is that?" one asked, bewildered. "Could it be a demon sorcerer?" Another, more knowledgeable demon trembled as he spoke. In a state of panic, he rushed to inform the chief's assistant. The assistant maintained a facade of calm, yet internally, he was alarmed. Unlike the ordinary, dim-witted demons, he understood that a demon capable of sustained levitation was at least a sorcerer, while their chief was merely a demon warrior. In this world, there existed two primary vocations: demon warriors and demon sorcerers. Chapter 316. The demon sorcerer level. Even the weakest demon sorcerers surpassed the might of the most feeble demon warriors. Unless a demon warrior launched a surprise attack on a sorcerer, the latter could easily vanquish the former under normal circumstances. In this gathering, the chief was merely a demon warrior. Ordinary demons lacked any formal vocation. Only through awakening could they attain either the warrior or sorcerer class. The majority of awakened demons became warriors. The hierarchy of power in this world of lava is categorized into several levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Within this gathering, the demon leader is merely a black iron-level warrior among the demon soldiers. Thus, when the leader's assistant received the alarming report from a demon, he was filled with dread. He promptly dismissed the demon and rushed to the residence of the demon leader, knocking forcefully on the door. "Leader, there's an unknown demon sorcerer outside," he declared. Normally, he would not dare to knock so aggressively, but the shocking news compelled him to disregard protocol. The demon leader, immersed in the elemental flames that permeated the world, was abruptly interrupted by the loud knocking at his door. Anger flared within him, and his brow furrowed deeply. "Did I not instruct that no one should disturb me while I am in meditation?" Just as the demon leader was about to unleash his fury upon the one at the door, a voice echoed, dousing his rage like cold water. "Leader, there's an unknown demon sorcerer outside." Upon hearing the term demon sorcerer, Anson, the demon leader, felt a chill wash over him. He recognized that he was merely a black iron-level warrior, the weakest among demon soldiers, while a demon sorcerer, wielding potent magic, could easily overpower him. In the face of such a formidable foe, it was virtually impossible for a demon warrior of the same rank to defeat a sorcerer unless they could close the distance. Anson's mind blanked as he approached the door and opened it to admit his assistant. "Where is the demon sorcerer?" Anson's voice was hoarse, as if he had been struck down, and his assistant mirrored his despondency. "Leader, the demon sorcerer is in the sky." Hearing this report, Anson's heart sank further. He understood that any sorcerer capable of hovering in mid-air was at least of bronze rank, far beyond his own black iron capabilities. With this realization, Anson's last shred of hope evaporated. Let us surrender. A voice within him screamed incessantly. Meanwhile, the demon Lucifer, sensing the tension, descended from the heavens in a blaze of flames, landing before the demon leader and his assistant with an imposing presence. Submit or perish. A formidable aura emanated from Lucifer, causing both demons to tremble in fear. Anson felt death looming ever closer, and without hesitation, he called out, "My lord, I surrender. Please do not kill me." Chapter 137. The cowardly demon. Had Anson not encountered the demon sorcerer, he might have hesitated. After all, he had invested considerable effort in establishing this gathering, and the arrival of the sorcerer implied an intent to seize his dominion. Anson, embodying the brutality inherent in demons, was reluctant to relinquish it easily. However, upon witnessing the sorcerer, he quickly recognized the potential threat to his life and chose to submit. This duality of brutality and cowardice is a characteristic of demons. They display cruelty when in power, but cower when faced with greater strength. This is not unlike the principle of the strong oppressing the weak. Certainly, in this world of lava, where survival of the fittest prevails, Anson's actions are not surprising. Upon witnessing their leader capitulate, his assistant eagerly echoed, "My lord, spare me. I too surrender." Lucifer found amusement in the swift submission of these minor leaders. He proclaimed, "I am Lucifer, a demon sent by the slave god to conquer this world." Anson and his assistant were momentarily entranced by the powerful demon's words. Slave god? Conquer the entire world? As these phrases ignited a fire within them, the two demons felt a surge of combativeness. Observing their newfound fervor, Lucifer recognized their potential as excellent soldiers. He sensed the inherent aggressiveness of the world's inhabitants, who were quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Thus, when Lucifer uttered the call to conquest, their fighting spirit was instantly awakened. Following his master's command, he continued, "You two, assemble an army at once. I expect to see it ready for battle by tomorrow." In response to Lucifer's orders, the two demons nodded earnestly. They swiftly departed to the center of their gathering, a spacious area featuring a raised platform. Anson, accompanied by his assistant, hurried to the platform, where a large drum crafted from demon hide awaited them. Anson gestured for his assistant to strike the drum. The assistant stepped forward, grasping a wooden mallet, and began to beat the drum with vigor. The resounding sound echoed far and wide, ensuring that every demon within the gathering heard the call. "What is happening?" One demon, unfamiliar with the sight, inquired of another. "Prepare for battle," came the explanation from a more seasoned demon. Regardless of their understanding, all demons sensed that something significant was afoot. Those who recognized the drum's meaning felt their blood surge, a thrill of impending violence coursing through them. A multitude of demons converged toward the heart of the gathering. Chapter 318. The arrival of Eagle-Eye Clinton. In this small gathering, preparations for war were underway. Meanwhile, high above Earth, in a realm unseen by ordinary eyes, a colossal spacecraft glided freely through the skies. This vessel transmitted countless invisible signals, relaying information to every branch of the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization on Earth. Within a luxurious office aboard the spacecraft, high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. officials sat in solemnity, gazing at their leader, Nick Fury. Observing the seriousness etched on their faces, Nick Fury spoke up. "At our last meeting, we deliberated on the formation of the Avengers. Today, we shall continue our discussion regarding the assembly of the Avengers members." Upon hearing Nick Fury's remarks, one official interjected, "Director, do you have any new superheroes to recommend?" "Director, we are eager to hear your insights," another official chimed in, flattering him. Observing this display, other officials quickly followed suit, ensuring the director remained focused on them. Nick Fury sighed inwardly at the scene before him and promptly gestured for silence. As the officials ceased their flattery, Fury addressed their expectant faces. "The demon Lucifer poses a significant threat to us. Since the founding of our nation, we have faced numerous adversities, some even more dire than our current predicament. Yet, we must not surrender. Even if this moment is the most perilous, we cannot yield." Upon hearing Fury's words, the official spirits stabilized slightly. Once the room, fell silent, Fury announced, "I have decided to enlist Hawkeye, Clinton Barton, into the Avengers." Some officials, taken aback, questioned Director, "Who is Hawkeye, Clinton? How can he possibly join our esteemed organization, S.H.I.E.L.D's most elite team, the Avengers?" Fury, sensing their skepticism, clarified, "Hawkeye, Clinton is a superhero of impeccable integrity and a proud American. His archery skills are beyond the ordinary, and his vision is akin to that of an eagle, hence the name Hawkeye." With Fury's explanation, the inquiring official fell silent. Noticing the absence of dissent, Fury directed his gaze to the others. "What are your thoughts on Hawkeye joining the Avengers?" The S.H.I.E.L.D. officials responded in unison, "Yes, having Hawkeye in the Avengers would be beneficial for maintaining team morale. Indeed, Hawkeye's presence would serve as a vigilant eye for our squad." With the consensus clear, Fury declared, "Very well. Since all of you agree, I hereby approve Hawkeye's induction into the Avengers." With that, the meeting effectively concluded. Following discussions regarding weaponry and supplies, Fury departed the venue. With Hawkeye's addition, the Avengers' strength significantly increased. Chapter 319. Hydra's Rudolph S.H.I.E.L.D. has consented to Hawkeye's entrance into the Avengers. Upon receiving this news, Hawkeye was elated, realizing he would no longer be a wanderer. He promptly resigned from the circus, opting instead to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, in Hydra's clandestine base deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, Hydra, an insidious organization birthed from Nazi Germany during World War II, had vanished after the Nazis' defeat. The world believed Hydra had been extinguished, unaware that for each head severed, multiple others remained. Moreover, the heads that fell would regenerate, showcasing Hydra's formidable resilience. Thus, while many presumed Hydra was no more, it continued to thrive, merely lurking in the shadows. The shift from overt to covert operations allowed Hydra to regain some strength, leading to the establishment of an advanced underwater facility. Radical scientists, shunned by society, were recruited by Hydra to explore terrifying projects, biological modifications, and viral transmissions among them. Among these was Rudolph, a leading figure engrossed in biochemical transformations. His fervor for science elevated him to the forefront of the facility's researchers. Yet, Rudolph's ambitions extended beyond mere research. He aspired to apply his findings to himself. Cognizant of the need for caution, he awaited the opportune moment to produce suitable results. In a room filled with state-of-the-art scientific equipment, each device valued at millions, the total worth of the laboratory exceeded $100 million. This reflects the exorbitant costs associated with scientific research and the financial demands placed upon scientists. Within this laboratory, Rudolph remained solitary, mistrustful of others, particularly wary of fellow scientists who might resort to unethical practices for the sake of advancement. Consequently, his lab was devoid of assistance. Save for a robot he had programmed himself, loyal and reliable. This robot, unadorned by human-like features, bore a bare steel structure, as Rudolph feared the implications of artificial intelligence. In recent days, Rudolph had made progress with the blood of the mighty ape, successfully isolating a segment of its DNA. Under his careful manipulation, this genetic fragment remained stable. Chapter 320. Clones. Rudolph's laboratory was impressive, particularly in one corner where several human-shaped glass tubes stood ominously. Within these tubes lay individuals with closed eyes, clones. Given Hydra's obsession, manufacturing clones posed no ethical dilemma. They could be produced and utilized at will. However, to employ clones, they must first undergo brainwashing to prevent existential doubts. Currently, the tubes housed living clones, suspended in liquid that maintained their life and nutritional systems. The sole drawback was the exorbitant cost of producing this liquid. The production of liquid is not only costly, but also yields low output. Thus, in Rudolph's laboratory, there are merely 3 glass tubes, each containing a dormant clone. The purpose of inducing this dormancy in the clones is so that Rudolph can utilize them for live human experimentation. Rudolph approached one side of the laboratory and pressed a button. A small platform rose from below, revealing a transparent test tube containing the newly extracted genetic fragments of the demon gene. These fragments appeared as a melted, blood-colored solution, an odd sight indeed. Satisfied, Rudolph entered his fingerprint and retrieved the vial of solution. He brought the vial before the glass tubes containing the clones, scrutinizing them with a smile. "My dears, I shall commence now." Within the glass tubes were 3 clones, 2 males and 1 female. The 2 males varied in stature, one tall and the other slender. "It shall be you," Rudolph decided, recalling that he had previously used the taller male clone for experimentation. This time, he opted for the slender one. As he contemplated this, he approached the control panel of the glass tubes. With deft movements, he initiated the operation, and a sharp needle slowly emerged from the tube containing the slender male, locking onto the clone's spine and injecting a substance. This was not an ordinary anesthetic, but a special drug designed to temporarily paralyze the clone's nervous system, rendering it unconscious. Once the injection was complete, Rudolph monitored the extent of the drug's effect on the clone from the control panel. Soon, it indicated that the clone was fully under the drug's control. Rudolph then pressed another button, causing the liquid within the glass tube to be rapidly expelled. Next, he pressed yet another button, releasing a special gas that further induced neural paralysis. This gas, too, was capable of rendering the clone unconscious, allowing Rudolph to manipulate it like a puppet. Rudolph exercised caution in his procedures, for within this facility, some scientists had bypassed steps, resulting in the clones, in their terror, eliminating those unfortunate scientists during experimentation. Chapter 321. Fragments of New System Memories. Let us not dwell on the malevolent Rudolph, but instead turn our attention to the slave god, Lin Yun. Previously, it was mentioned that he fell in a slumber due to the creation of the demon Lucifer, accompanied by a familiar sensation of falling. Lin Yun found himself in another memory scene, observing quietly. The following is the memory. Where am I? The scene before him appeared to be within a carriage, where he lay on the cold wooden floor. Pain coursed through him, particularly at his head, which felt as though it had been opened, causing him to gasp in agony. Peering around, he noticed several young boys and girls seated nearby, their expressions indifferent, as if they paid no heed to him. Lin Yun realized he was lying on a frigid board and instinctively sought to rise and find a more comfortable position. However, at that moment, a severe pain struck his head, plunging him into darkness once more. Time passed, and Lin Yun vaguely heard someone calling his name. "Mo Wuji, wake up! Mo Wuji, wake up!" He opened his eyes, only to be met with a whirlwind of fragmented memories flooding his mind. Have I traversed into another realm? He pondered, recalling that his last memory was of the brilliant explosion of a powerful bomb. It was inconceivable that a human body could withstand such a force. In that critical moment, survival seemed impossible, thus confirming his suspicion of having crossed into another world. Lin Yun began to organize the memories in his mind, seeking to comprehend the story of the body he now inhabited and the circumstances surrounding it. Gradually, he grasped that he now occupied the body of Mo Wuji, the son of a county magistrate. Due to the revelation of possessing a martial soul, he was being sent to the Martial Soul Academy, facilitated by his father, Mo Wentian. Lin Yun turned his gaze to the boy who had roused him. He was a tall youth with prominent eyebrows and eyes, boasting a robust physique and a mane of thick black hair. Though youthful in appearance, he was already well-muscled, exuding a sense of masculinity. Upon seeing Lin Yun awake, he broke into a joyful smile. "Ha! Mo Wuji, you're finally awake. If you hadn't woken up, I would have gone to dinner without you." Lin Yun lowered his head, recalling the boy's name. "Chu Feng, thank you." En route to the Martial Soul Academy, these youths were all endowed with martial soul potential, though they were yet unaware of the nature of their powers. Chu Feng was the favored son of a regional governor, known to be highly cherished by his father, who invested considerable resources to ensure his education in martial arts. Reflecting on his own situation, Lin Yun wondered how his father managed to secure his admission to the academy. He recalled a particular evening spent in a dimly lit basement, where the remnants of his family's possessions gathered dust, untouched for ages. His father, Mo Wentian, ignited an oil lamp and retrieved a dark ring from a hidden compartment, solemnly presenting it to Mo Wuji. "Child, this is a family heirloom. Long ago, our ancestors aided a martial soul master who bestowed this ring upon us, promising that any descendant with martial soul potential could gain free admission to the academy. I hope you become a formidable martial soul master and elevate our family's legacy." "Yes, father, I will surely become a powerful martial soul master," Mo Wuji vowed, clutching the ring tightly. The past resurfaced vividly in Lin Yun's mind, prompting him to recall the ring. Anxiety gripped him as he discreetly reached for his pocket, feeling the hard texture beneath his fingers, which brought him a sense of relief. Fortunately, the ring remains, As long as I don't lose it, all will be well. Lin Yun felt reassured. In this world, martial souls represented a mystical force. In his previous life, Lin Yun had been a scientist intrigued by various mysterious powers. Thus, he did not resist this new world and identity, for it signified a second chance at life. To live was indeed a blessing. What are you pondering? Chu Feng asked as he helped Lin Yun to his feet. Nothing, Lin Yun replied, shaking his head while still feeling the lingering pain atop his head. Gazing intently at Chu Feng, Ji Bahu inquired, Chu Feng, why have I been lying on the ground for so long? Noticing the sharpness in Ji Bahu's eyes, Chu Feng felt a pang of anxiety and replied, You have drawn the ire of every man aboard the vehicle, which is why I now have the opportunity to awaken you. I must inform you, Miss Lin is my goddess. Do not dare to offend her again. Chu Feng had a decent rapport with Mo Wujia, which was why he had come to rouse him. Yet, he was compelled to ponder the peculiar transformation in this fellow, though he dismissed it as mere sensitivity on his part. Offend? Goddess? Ji Bahu recalled the circumstances that had led to his beating. It all stemmed from a girl named Lin Wanqing, who despite being merely 17 or 18, had developed quite alluringly. Her bosom was prominent, and her waist was slender, rendering her irresistibly enticing to the lecherous Mo Wujia. The former Mo Wujia was no paragon of virtue himself. He had lost his virginity at the tender age of 12 and had subsequently entangled or coerced countless young women, wreaking havoc throughout the county. Realizing this, Ji Bahu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. No wonder I felt weak upon waking. It must be due to the excesses of previous nights. Evidently, Mo Wujia had been overly attentive to Lin Wanqing, but it was clear that his efforts had borne no fruit. Thus, the frustrated Mo Wujia had resolved to employ forceful tactics. However, he had failed to ascertain that Lin Wanqing was a princess from small kingdom, leading to an inevitable thrashing by her protectors. Injured and bewildered, Mo Wujia had subsequently met his demise, and Ji Bahu had then traversed into this body. His death seems rather suspicious. There must be a conspiracy at play. It appears Lin Wanqing is quite astute, Ji Bahu mused coldly. Now that I inhabit your body, I shall henceforth be known as Mo Wujia, and I will seek vengeance on your behalf, Ji Bahu vowed silently. At that moment, the carriage had come to a halt, and the surrounding crowd had dispersed, leaving only Chu Feng and Mo Wujia. Apologies for the trouble. Regardless, I must thank you. Mo Wujia smiled, stretching his limbs. Though he still felt soreness in various parts, he was now able to move freely. Now that you can move, I shall take my leave. I have no desire to be implicated in our association and subsequently ostracized, Chu Feng remarked, hastily departing like a thief in the night. Is that so? It seems this group wields considerable influence. Mo Wujia sighed as he disembarked from the carriage. In the distance, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, suffusing the atmosphere with a palpable sense of life. How wonderful it is to be alive, Mo Wujia declared, extending his arms and inhaling deeply, his voice resonating with fervor. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a temporary encampment had been established, bustling with young men and women engaged in lively chatter. Recalling the location for food distribution, Mo Wujia made his way there, only to be met with suppressed snickers from the nearby youths. Look, it's that pathetic loser. If it were me, I would have retaliated immediately. Useless. Mo Wujia paid no heed to their derision, calmly proceeding to queue at a square table designated for food distribution. The individuals ahead shot him disdainful glances. Hurry up and get your food. Then move aside to eat, urged the servant in charge of distribution. Why yes, stammered a boy in front, hastily grabbing his food and scurrying away, prompting the others to quicken their pace as well. Beep, beep, beep. Danger alert. Danger alert. You are too close to the source of danger. Please evacuate to a distance of at least 1 kilometer. Chapter 322. New System Memory Fragment 2. What is happening? A cold, synthetic electronic voice suddenly echoed in Mo Wujia's mind, startling him. Isn't this my previous auxiliary intellect? How could it have followed me into this new realm? This is inconceivable, Mo Wujia exclaimed, incredulous, though the voice had seemed too genuine to dismiss. Beep, alert activated. You are too close to the source of danger. Please evacuate to a distance of at least 1 kilometer. The alarm resounded again, urging Mo Wujia to act swiftly as he mentally scrutinized the situation. The alert materialized before him in a blue glowing projection, presenting a report-style display. Danger alert. Threat target. A glance revealed that the threat was the very servant who had dispensed the food. The data indicated: name unknown, male, strength 4. 3. Agility 3. 5. Constitution 4. 2. An average of 4. 0. This would classify as a minor superhuman on Earth. M.O. Wuja marveled, aware that only enhanced individuals could achieve such metrics. Individuals with such statistics typically possessed physical attributes 3 times that of an average human. M.O. Wujia's astonishment only intensified his desire for strength. Closing the alert with a thought, he instructed, Intellect, scan my body in 3-dimensional format and present the data. Beep. Scan complete. M.O. Wujia. Strength 0. 5. Agility 0. 6. Constitution 0. 6. Condition: multiple soft tissue contusions, impaired blood circulation. A series of electronic sounds accompanied the emergence of a 3-dimensional representation, depicting a blue-tinged figure with accompanying data. The interface appearing impressively sleek. M.O. Wujia was untroubled by the prospect of others viewing this, as the imaging was directly projected onto his retina and invisible to anyone else. To think the intellect truly accompanied me across realms. With this intellect, my survival in this foreign world is assured. Confidence surged within M.O. Wujia. The intellect was a high-tech device originally designed to assist scientists in their research. It possessed 2 fundamental functions: analysis and storage. The analysis function involved collecting data as per the host requirements and simulating predictions. The storage function involved cataloging all experiences encountered by the host in a dataized format. With an immense capacity capable of retaining information spanning 100,000 years. Thus, in this extraordinary world, equipped with artifacts from the technological era, my life shall surely be anything but mundane. A smile crept on M.O. Wujia's lips as he faced the future with newfound optimism. However, upon reviewing the 3-dimensional data of his physique, he couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. This body is exceedingly weak. Surely, the excessive revelry has taken its toll. According to the data from his previous life, an average individual's statistics hovered around 1. Yet his current body fell short of even that standard. Intellect, scan the surrounding environment. Collect various data and establish a model. Beep. Task initiated, commencing environmental scan. Taking advantage of the intellect's scanning process, M.O. Wujia observed the servant. The individual bore an impassive expression, his face marred by a multitude of red, bulbous growths, leaving one to wonder how such a condition had come to be. However, the sight would undoubtedly startle the average person. M.O. Wuji accepted the food handed to him by a servant and turned to leave. As he walked along, he consumed the food, making his way back to his dwelling. The sustenance was a dark, dense bread. After taking a bite, M.O. Wuji nearly retched. Is this truly edible? It's as hard as a rock. Complaining about the bread's toughness, he reluctantly continued to eat. It was evident that the journey had been fraught with wind and dust, making resupply difficult, hence the reliance on dark bread. Only in the last 2 days of the week could one indulge in the luxury of truffle white bread. How I long for the truffle white bread of the weekend, he mused, suppressing his discomfort as he chewed on the black bread. Well, if it isn't M.O. Wuji, I heard you were knocked out. 2 youths approached, each brandishing truffle white bread, laughing derisively at him as they ate. These 2 were from the same locality as M.O. Wuji, sons of the county lieutenant. Given the rivalry between the lieutenant and the magistrate, they reveled in tormenting M.O. Wuji, seizing the opportunity to mock him in his current state. M.O. Wuji merely smiled faintly, ignoring them as he walked past. The 2 boys, feeling foolish, spat in disdain at M.O. Wuji's retreating figure, saying, "What are you pretending for? A lustful fool, well deserved of a beating." Along the way, many youths cast him murderous glares. I never imagined Lin Wanqing would be so popular. It seems I've been isolated by these people. M.O. Wuji thought with a wry smile as he finished the last of his bread. Did you see that? Be careful. That guy's a lecher. Stop talking. He is coming this way. As he passed a group of girls, each exuding youthful vitality, their faces contorted with disdain upon seeing him. M.O. Wuji sighed inwardly, lamenting the tarnished reputation left by his predecessor. According to his memories, as night fell, many young men and women would set up tents to rest. However, in the face of such isolation, it appeared he would have no choice but to seek refuge in the carriage. Reaching the carriage he had previously occupied, Mo Wuji entered the compartment and found a comfortable position to lie down. It's best to rest early. We have a journey ahead tomorrow, he decided, closing his eyes and forcing himself into a slumber. Gradually, he drifted into a hazy sleep, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, someone seemed to enter the carriage, stirring a sense of confusion within him. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through, a sweet and distinct aroma that stirred him from his dreams. Mo Wuji, are you all right? A melodious voice, soft and unforgettable, reached his ears. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a beautiful young girl, her skin as white as milk, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her exquisite curves. However, having been educated by countless images in his previous life, Mo Wuji maintained his composure and merely replied, "It's you. Thank you for your concern." Lin Wanqing was taken aback by Mo Wuji's demeanor, the word she intended to speak slipping away. She then said, "I'm sorry, I must take my leave." The girl bowed slightly in apology, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, which stirred something in Mo Wuji's heart. Chapter 323. New System Memory Fragments 3. Well, I shall take my leave, Lin Wanqing said, her cheeks flushed, resembling a startled fawn as she quickly retreated, leaving only the lingering fragrance in the air. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Wuji felt a flicker of confusion, soon replaced by acceptance. This woman is quite charming. I wonder why my predecessor was so ruthless, forcing his advances upon her, he mused, feeling a strong interest in Lin Wanqing. Nevertheless, I should focus on acquiring the means for self-defense. Mo Wuji recalled his frail physique. Encountering bandits on the road could spell disaster for him. I've heard the competition at the Martial Spirit Academy is fierce, with everyone vying for resources to cultivate their skills. I must ensure I possess a certain level of strength before arriving at the academy, he resolved, clenching his fists in determination. Glancing at the night sky, he estimated it was around midnight. The surroundings were quiet, with only the distant chirping of insects, indicating no one had returned. Mo Wuji reclined once more, issuing a command to the intelligence system in his mind. Intellect, establish a task for self-defense capabilities. Commence computational analysis. Beep. Task established. Initiating database scan for data extrapolation. The intellect possessed formidable capabilities, capable of recording every experience of its host, even memories the host had forgotten. In this moment, it scanned Mo Wuji's mind, analyzing feasible strategies. Beep. Analysis complete. A total of 28 strategies identified. Streams of data scrolled across a blue holographic screen before Mo Wuji, displaying various options. Such an abundance. It's unfortunate that most are impractical. Mo Wuji scrutinized the names and success rates of strategies, dismissing the majority, including one that suggested gathering herbs to enhance physical attributes. Given his current circumstances, this option was utterly unrealistic. After all, with the constant travel, when would he find time to forage for herbs? Moreover, the comparison of herbs in this otherworldly realm to those on Earth raised further questions, rendering this option unsuitable. Intellect, please present the viable strategies, Mo Wuji contemplated before speaking. Beep. Filtering complete. One strategy remains viable. Strategy name, Warrior Training Method. Ah, this looks promising. I wonder what it entails. I hope it does not disappoint. Mo Wuji was intrigued by this potential strategy, for in his previous life, he had been a scientist, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He murmured to himself before issuing a new command. Intellect, organize and transfer the memories regarding the warrior training method into my consciousness. As the intellect commenced the memory transfer, an array of knowledge about the warrior training method flooded Mo Wuji's mind, illuminating the essence of what it meant to be a warrior. In this world, the strong held dominion, enjoying privileges that ordinary folk could only dream of. Thus, the pursuit of strength was a universal desire, leading to an ever-expanding array of cultivation schools, with the path of the martial spirit being the most populous. However, not everyone could cultivate as a martial spirit master. One had to possess the requisite talent. In contrast, the warrior training method was accessible to all. Through rigorous training, anyone could awaken their inner biological energy, transforming into a warrior with extraordinary physical prowess. A formidable warrior boasted physical attributes many times that of an ordinary person and mastered various hand-to-hand techniques and weaponry. The most elite warriors even harnessed their life energy in explosive attacks against their foes. Of course, Those blessed with martial spirit aptitude would find the warrior training method even more effective, yielding significant results with less effort. In the materials organized by the intelligent brain, it is revealed that Mo Wujia's father, Mo Wentian, was a formidable warrior. In his memories, there is a vivid recollection of a particular morning when a young Mo Wujia was taken by his father to their family training ground. Dressed in warrior attire, Mo Wentian wore a serious expression and instructed Mo Wujia to stand still and not move about. He then began, "In this world, many dangers lurk. You cannot always rely on your father. You must learn to depend on your own hands. Today, I shall teach you the fierce tiger sword technique and the fierce tiger breathing method that I learned from the army. Focus and do not get distracted." However, at that time, Mo Wujia preferred to indulge in leisure and play, thus failing to master the techniques, yet the memory remained etched in his mind. With the aid of the intelligent brain, Mo Wujia could once again learn the fierce tiger sword technique, a distinct advantage of the intelligent brain. As ordinary individuals often possess gaps in their memory, unless they are prodigies with photographic recall, the fierce tiger sword technique is straightforward and unpretentious, focusing on swift and decisive movements rather than intricate forms. The techniques include vertical slashes, horizontal sweeps, direct thrusts, and diagonal cuts. Let's first examine the breathing method. For the essence of the fierce tiger sword technique lies within it. This is the crucial aspect for enhancing one's physical capabilities. Mo Wujia calmed his restless heart and meticulously studied the breathing method. He discovered that this so-called warrior breathing technique bore a striking resemblance to the Qigong practices from Earth, utilizing breath to adjust the body's internal circulation, subsequently stimulating the body through sword techniques to effectuate physical changes. With the assistance of the intelligent brain, I am confident that I can become a master warrior within a mere fortnight, Mo Wujia thought joyfully. At this pace of training, he would leave even the so-called geniuses astounded. Now that I have training methods, I can begin practicing the breathing technique immediately. As for the weapon, since I do not possess a bronze sword, I shall seek to borrow one from Chu Feng once dawn breaks, Mo Wujia contemplated. Intelligent brain, establish a training model based on my data. Beep. Task received. Commencing the establishment of the training model and executing simulations. As the system reported, a three-dimensional silhouette appeared before Mo Wujia, demonstrating the breathing technique with red lines indicating the timing and methods for optimal practice. Then the intelligent brain reported, each training session requires 30 minutes, which can enhance various metrics by 0.075. This effect will gradually diminish. It is recommended to practice 4 times daily. Exceeding this may lead to stagnation of energy and blood within the body. I wonder if there is a remedy for this stagnation. Mo Wujia mused, recalling how his father often experienced minor aches and frequently purchased medicinal herbs for relief. Beep. Detected that the breathing method's pathway can be optimized. Proceed. To my surprise, the intelligent brain possesses such capabilities affecting the warrior breathing technique in this world. Mo Wujia commanded, initiate optimization immediately. Beep. Optimization commencing. Estimated time, 65 minutes. Very well. I shall wait for 65 minutes, he replied, feeling slightly restless as he awaited the completion of the task. At last, after the duration elapsed, the intelligent brain delivered its report. The optimization of the breathing method is successful. The stagnation of energy and blood has dissipated. Excellent. Mo Wujia expressed his satisfaction with the intelligent brain's work. It is known that procuring medicinal herbs to alleviate stagnation is quite difficult during travel. The optimized breathing method would enable Mo Wujia to swiftly enhance his self-defense capabilities, aiding his survival in the journey ahead. Intelligent brain, transmit the revised breathing method, Mo Wujia eagerly commanded, ready to commence his training. Upon receiving the command, the intelligent brain faithfully executed the new order, embedding the revised breathing technique within Mo Wujia's mind. Intelligent brain, designate the new breathing method as modified breathing technique, Mo Wujia mused, rubbing his head. To facilitate future reference, he decided to distinguish the original method from the new one. Beep. Naming successful. At this moment, Mo Wujia's mind was flooded with numerous scenarios of practicing the breathing method. By following this path, he could evolve into a powerful warrior. Such is the might of the intelligent brain. While ordinary individuals may seek knowledge through teachers or books, The latter often leaves questions unanswered. Although having a teacher simplifies the learning process, it cannot rival the convenience of the intelligent brain, which is available around the clock. Mo Wujia exclaimed with excitement. With the intelligent brain's guidance through simulated analysis, I can follow its prompts and progress along the most accurate path. I shall attempt the training now. Mo Wujia adopted a comfortable position and began his practice. Gradually, he entered a state of focus, becoming immersed in the training, and soon, black beads of sweat began to form on his body, sticky and viscous. Whoosh, he exhaled, immediately noticing a foul odor emanating from himself, glancing down to see his body smeared with a dark, viscous substance. Could this be the legendary cleansing of sinews and marrow? Mo Wujia pondered thoughtfully. Intelligent brain, display my data enhancement figures, he commanded. Beep. Compared to before, various metrics have increased by 0.085, the intelligent brain dutifully reported. It appears that the initial training session yielded significant results. The enhancements are indeed quite apparent, Mo Wujia thought to himself, resolving to persist in his training. At that moment, the unpleasant odor returned to his nostrils, prompting Mo Wujia to furrow his brow. It seemed he needed a bath. He recalled a nearby stream with relatively clear waters. After washing up, Mo Wujia returned to rest, spending the night in silence. A few days later, on a night when most had succumbed to slumber, sounds echoed from a corner not far from the camp. Clang, clang, clang. Two bronze swords clashed repeatedly, producing a series of crisp sounds. Chu Feng, gripping the sword hilt, laughed heartily. Mo Wujia, you are still no match for me. Concede defeat. I am far from conceding, Mo Wujia replied calmly, his feet in constant motion as he launched another attack on Chu Feng. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Feng swung his bronze sword, the sound of the fierce wind accompanying his strikes. Mo Wujia deftly parried, blocking Chu Feng's onslaught. Good. Your blocking skills have improved considerably. Now I shall target your right side, Chu Feng declared, thrusting towards Mo Wujia's right. Mo Wujia stepped back to evade, successfully blocking Chu Feng's attack once more. We should stop. You're growing stronger by the day. In a few days, I may not be able to defeat you, Chu Feng said, halting his movements with a self-deprecating tone. He then expressed his confusion. Mo Wujia, your progress is remarkable. If I weren't aware that you had previous training, I might mistake you for a genius. Indeed, I have trained before, but it has been quite a while. I am merely reacquainting myself, Mo Wujia smiled, secretly pleased with the intelligent brain's prowess that had swiftly transformed him into a competent warrior. Intelligent brain, scan the attributes of the individual before me. Ding. Name, Chu Feng. Strength, 1. 8 agility, 1. 8 constitution, 1. 9 condition, healthy. Mo Wujia observed the attributes, indeed noting the formidable strength of Chu Feng. However, he too was nearing such prowess, thanks largely to the assistance of the intellect and his own diligent efforts. Let's practice once more, and then I shall return the sword to your friend, Hao Run, Mo Wujia suggested. All right, let's practice again. Afterward, I'll return it to Hao Run, who has been incessantly urging me these past few days, Chu Feng responded, somewhat resigned. Mo Wujia carried only a few essential items, having left behind any burdensome objects, for he found them too heavy and cumbersome. Thus, during their training, Chu Feng had to borrow a bronze sword from Mo Wujia's friend, Hao Run. This time, I shall not hold back, Chu Feng declared, eager to assess the extent of Mo Wujia's training. Not an issue. Do your utmost, Mo Wujia replied while positioning himself, simultaneously issuing a command in his mind. Intellect, establish a task. Analyze the opponent's strength and the surrounding environment, simulating the optimal defeat strategy. Task established. Commencing detailed analysis. Simulation results indicate no harm to the subject. Target subdued. Shall auxiliary vision be activated? Activate. With Mo Wujia's command, the world around him transformed. Chu Feng appeared outlined in countless lines, his figure morphing into a translucent blue model. Numerous annotations emerged, indicating the points of impact that could incapacitate his opponent. Surrounding Chu Feng's figure were prompts for subsequent actions, derived from the analysis of how Chu Feng wielded his strength. Various data indicators appeared, instilling a sense of calm within Mo Wujia. I shall begin, Chu Feng announced. Alert! The target is set to attack the host's left arm. Optimal countermeasure. Sidestep and strike forward. A virtual model of an attacker emerged in Mo Wuji's vision, launching an assault on his left arm. "I am coming," Chu Feng proclaimed, swinging his sword to initiate an attack, precisely as the intellect had forecasted. Mo Wuji sidestepped the attack and surged forward, his bronze sword aimed ferociously at Chu Feng. Chu Feng deftly evaded, but after a series of exchanges, his expression shifted dramatically. How can this be? Mo Wuji seemed to anticipate every one of his strikes, causing cold sweat to bead on Chu Feng's brow. "This is impossible. How does Mo Wuji know my moves?" "Stop. Let us conclude for today," Chu Feng said, seizing an opportunity to exit the fray, feeling disheartened. He recognized that continuing would surely lead to his defeat, and it was better to halt. "Very well. Then we shall end here for today," Mo Wuji acquiesced. Curiously, Chu Feng inquired, "How did you anticipate my strikes?" "Quite simply. Every swordsman possesses unique habits. I observed closely and recorded your habitual techniques. Ultimately, it was a matter of strategic response," Mo Wuji explained with nonchalance. "Ah, I see. You truly are a genius." Chu Feng marveled. Chapter 325, New System Memory Fragment 5. After their sparring session, both Mo Wuji and Chu Feng felt a sense of fatigue. "Good night, Chu Feng." "Good night, Mo Wuji." Mo Wuji handed the bronze sword back to Chu Feng before bidding farewell and returning to his own compartment. In the dimly lit carriage, Mo Wuji found himself alone. Others had expressed disdain for him, opting instead to camp outside. The interior of the carriage was unpleasantly odorous, a nauseating blend of various scents. However, Mo Wuji was not particularly fastidious, and thus he tolerated the conditions. Outside, especially during the night, many wild ducks were active, making it more favorable for Mo Wuji to rest inside the carriage. Lying down, Mo Wuji took a moment to calm himself. Intellect. Display my physical data chart. Ding. Mo Wuji strength. 1. 9 agility. 2. 0 constitution. 1. A condition. Healthy. Nearly a month had passed since he began his warrior training, and Mo Wuji's physical capabilities not only matched those of his peers, but even surpassed some. When facing Chu Feng, he exuded an air of composure, having concealed some of his true strength, leading Chu Feng to misjudge his actual abilities. "It is time. I shall commence my training now." Mo Wuji prepared himself, gradually entering a meditative state, adhering to his daily training schedule, which had become a habit, ensuring he would not neglect his practice. After a period of training, Mo Wuji paused to review the Intellect S report, only to find the increments in his abilities were not as substantial as before. It appeared he had reached a plateau. Future improvements would require persistence and gradual enhancement. As time progressed, the gains would likely diminish, with even a year of training yielding only minimal increases. "Let us train once more," Mo Wuji mused, gradually sinking back into that profound state of practice. In the course of the past month, the caravan traversed numerous landscapes, passing through several small kingdoms before entering the desolate wilderness of the desert. In this arid expanse, human life was scarce, with stretches of endless yellow sand and the harsh existence of wild beasts and bandits. Since entering the wilderness, the caravan had faced numerous dangers, yet they had navigated them safely. This only intensified Mo Wuji's longing for formidable strength. After a day's travel, the caravan arrived at dusk. "Dinner time. Begin your meal," the caravan servants called out. "Is it already time for dinner?" Mo Wuji stretched and stood up, noticing the other youths in the carriage retreating from him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Unperturbed, Mo Wuji remarked, "After all, excellence breeds jealousy." Descending from the carriage, Mo Wuji collected his portion of food and, with his head bowed, returned to his compartment, entirely oblivious to the group of youths trailing behind him. "Stop, Mo Wuji. At last, we've caught you." A muscular youth with arms like tree trunks blocked Mo Wuji's path. Upon hearing the irritating voice, Mo Wuji raised his head. "It's you, Wang Hao." Mo Wuji recognized the youth before him, recalling that he was the one responsible for his previous incarnation's demise. Wang Hao, his physique imposing, stood with arms crossed, a derisive grin plastered across his face, flanked by a few others who echoed taunts. "Indeed, how dare you provoke Brother Wang Hao? Brother Wang Hao, make sure to teach Mo Wuji a lesson." "Absolutely. Brother Wang Hao is the strongest." Throughout this exchange, Mo Wuji maintained a calm demeanor. The atmosphere grew tense, and Wang Hao, feeling his pride wounded, clenched his fists and declared, "You have offended my goddess without offering an apology." Mo Wuji was left speechless. It seemed Wang Hao had erroneously claimed Lin Wanqing as his exclusive possession. "Then allow me to apologize now," Mo Wuji replied, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, if Wang Hao persisted even after his apology, he would not shy away from avenging his former self. "I'm sorry, I should not have provoked Lin Wanqing," Mo Wuji said sincerely. "Then let us conclude our matter here," came a reply. "Not so fast. Hand over your soul stones, and I'll let you go. Otherwise," Wang Hao sneered, revealing a greedy glint in his eyes as he sensed Mo Wuji's apparent weakness. "Soul stones," Mo Wuji murmured, a surge of anger bubbling within him. From his recollections, soul stones served as the universal currency for soul masters, both rare and invaluable, also utilized for cultivation. Suppressing his rage, Mo Wuji reached into his pocket and asked, "Are you certain about this?" "Of course. You not only owe me your soul stones, but you must also kneel and bow to me 10 times, calling me grandfather," Wang Hao declared, cracking his knuckles as he advanced toward Mo Wuji with a sense of overconfidence. "Go to hell," Mo Wuji shouted in fury, unleashing a powerful kick that struck Wang Hao's unguarded waist. Caught off guard, Wang Hao felt a tremendous force hit him, causing him to lose control and fall to the ground. Thud! Wang Hao hit the ground, pain radiating from his waist, and his eyes turned crimson. "You dare strike me? I'll end you." With a fierce roar, Wang Hao sprang to his feet, charging at Mo Wuji like an enraged bear. Mo Wuji's pupils constricted. This man possessed remarkable resilience. The kick he delivered had utilized 2/3 of his strength, yet Wang Hao appeared unfazed. Intelligent brain scanned the physical attributes of the surrounding individuals. "Activate auxiliary vision," Mo Wuji ordered while evading Wang Hao's onslaught. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's companions watched intently. Upon witnessing Wang Hao's unexpected defeat, they began to whisper among themselves. Could it be that Brother Wang Hao was actually bested? One remarked, disbelief evident in his tone. "It must have been an accident." Another suggested uncertainly, wary of intervening, knowing they lacked Wang Hao's physique. Beep. Wang Hao, strength 2. 0, agility 1. 8, physique 2. 2 beep. Name. The remaining boys were merely there for numbers. Dealing with them was as effortless as an adult reprimanding a child. Beep. Auxiliary vision activated. Suddenly, the world around Mo Wuji transformed into a tapestry of lines and information, pinpointing Wang Hao's vulnerabilities. At that moment, a virtual enemy figure lunged at Mo Wuji, who deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Wang Hao's furious punch. The intelligent brain then alerted Mo Wuji the enemy's foundation is unstable. Target his legs. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Wuji advanced rapidly, striking Wang Hao's legs amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Wang Hao, taken by surprise, fell once more. As he attempted to rise, Mo Wuji unleashed a barrage of strikes to his abdomen, rendering him unable to get back up. Is this still the Mo Wuji we knew? How could he possibly be this powerful? The surrounding youths gasped, utterly incredulous at the unfolding events. Chapter 326, New System Memory Fragment 6. You are finished. "Once I gather my strength, I will ensure your demise," Wang Hao groaned from the ground, his eyes bloodshot and voice lacking conviction. "Oh, is that so?" Mo Wuji replied coolly, following up with a kick to Wang Hao's abdomen, prompting another agonized cry. "Do you believe I should refrain from punishing you?" Mo Wuji asked, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as they bore into Wang Hao. Wang Hao opened his mouth to retort, but was met with Mo Wuji's fierce gaze, sending a chill down his spine. He truly intends to kill me, Wang Hao thought, a mix of fear and astonishment overwhelming him, rendering him speechless. Once a beautiful maiden, now a thief, Mo Wuji sighed inwardly. He was neither a saint nor a villain. Yet his previous incarnation's bloody demise was intricately linked to Wang Hao. Slap, slap, slap. Mo Wuji raised his hand, delivering several heavy slaps to Wang Hao's face. Wang Hao felt the forceful blows against his cheeks, his face ablaze with pain, his head spinning. Brother Wang Hao has been beaten. Brother Wang Hao looks like a pig's head. This is... The surrounding youths murmured in astonishment. their whispers filled with a mix of fear and awe at Mo Wuji's prowess. Have you come to realize your mistakes? Mo Wuji asked once more, his voice flat as he stared coldly at Wang Hao. Though Wang Hao's head swam, he quickly replied, I was wrong, extremely wrong. Mo Wuji, please spare me. I swear I will never provoke you again. Then let us settle on you compensating me with soul stones and offering an apology, Mo Wuji suggested, contemplating the potential consequences of killing Wang Hao and opting instead to let bygones be bygones. Should Wang Hao dare to approach him again, he would deal with him accordingly. Soul stones? Wang Hao's pupils constricted, reluctant to part with his meager supply, aware that he possessed only a limited amount. Fearing further punishment, he begrudgingly extracted 50 soul stones from his wallet, knowing he had scarcely 500 in total, with tuition alone costing 100. By the way, all of you must compensate me for the injuries I sustained earlier, and Mo Wuji turned to address the surrounding youths. Realizing they were no match for Mo Wuji, they reluctantly complied, some contemplating resistance, but quickly succumbing to his overwhelming presence. After Wang Hao compensated and apologized, he had no desire to linger. Retreating with his companions in defeat, Mo Wuji returned to the carriage, a brand-new mechanical watch adorning his wrist, beside which lay a small package filled with azure soul stones and a bronze sword sheathed in its scabbard. I cannot help but marvel. Without the grass of the night, one cannot fatten the horse, and without windfall, one cannot prosper, Mo Wuji mused to himself. Another night passed. I must say, ever since the tale of my decisive victory over Wang Hao spread, the attitudes of those around me have shifted dramatically. Truly, this is a world that reveres the strong. Days had passed since the incident, and many had come to recognize Mo Wuji's formidable power, deterring any foolhardy youth from provoking him. Hey, Mo Wuji, would you care to join me? A noble girl nearby invited, clad in a pristine outfit that accentuated her figure, her long legs adorned with black stockings. Exuding an air of subtle allure, Mo Wuji noted how this society seemed to idolize strength, as numerous young women had sought his company in the days following his display of might. Gazing at the girl's exquisite features and alluring form, his interest was piqued. However, events took an unexpected turn as Chu Feng approached boldly from a distance, saying, Mo Wuji, there are matters I must discuss with you. Very well, I apologize, but I must confer with Chu Feng, Mo Wuji said apologetically to the girl beside him. The girl's face revealed a look of disappointment as she said, Then perhaps I shall invite you next time when I have the opportunity. Seeing her depart, Chu Feng pulled Mo Wuji aside, inquiring, Is something the matter? You seem quite anxious. I have heard disturbing news. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the final stretch through dense jungle. It is said that bandits frequently roam these paths, and each year, many martial spirit apprentices meet their demise along this route. Chu Feng disclosed a frightful tidbit. What is the cause of this? Mo Wuji asked, his expression tinged with astonishment. It appears that the sheer number of wild beasts assaulting the caravan overwhelms the leading martial spirits, leading to the unfortunate loss of a few lives. Chu Feng replied with a resigned smile. Thus, we must collaborate. You surely do not wish to become one of those unfortunate few, do you? You are absolutely correct. We will need to look out for one another. Mo Wuji contemplated before agreeing, recognizing that unity enhances survival in perilous times. Excellent. I shall reach out to our other companions, Chu Feng remarked, grateful for Mo Wuji's agreement before departing to seek out their fellow travelers. Upon returning to the carriage, Mo Wuji reflected on the general composition of this world, drawing from the memories of his previous self. This realm is known as the Star Martial Continent, where martial spirits serve as the mainstream of cultivation, albeit there exist other, lesser-known schools of practice. Their journey leads them westward, away from the bustling coastal hub, across arid deserts, with their ultimate destination being the esteemed Tianmu Academy nestled within the heart of the dense jungle. As they traversed, the yellow sands began to thin, revealing clusters of flora sprouting from the ground. We have entered the jungle, Mo Wuji remarked, gazing through the carriage window at the distant landscape. Apprentices, as we venture into the jungle, be wary of the numerous venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Heed the commands given. Do not wander aimlessly. A black-clad attendant shouted as he patrolled the area. Thus far, we have only glimpsed the martial spirits from afar. Seldom do they make their presence known. Perhaps to maintain an aura of authority. Mo Wuji pondered thoughtfully. Owu, owu. The distant howling of wolves echoed through the air, causing a shift in Mo Wuji's demeanor. Was it not true that wolves only howled at night? Why then did they raise their voices in daylight? Could it be that the habits of wolves on the Star Marshal continent had altered, permitting them to howl during the day? Owu, owu. The wolf calls continued to rise and fall, and Mo Wuji felt a weight settle in his heart. The number of wolves seems rather excessive. I hope I do not become one of the fallen. Chapter 327. Fragment of New System Memory 7. Will the wolves consume us? A girl sitting not far from Mo Wuji trembled, her pallid complexion betraying her fear. Jiang Xiaoro, fret not. The caravan's attendants and the esteemed martial spirits will protect us. Mo Wuji reassured her, while also noting that Jiang Xiaoro possessed an enchanting allure. True to her name, Jiang Xiaoro's visage resembled a freshly bloomed flower in spring, with a delicate figure and a slender waist devoid of any excess. She appeared exceedingly fragile, in dire need of a man's protection. Why do I find myself feeling rather infatuated? Mo Wuji mused, realizing he was likely influenced by his predecessor's disposition. I shall protect you, he boldly declared, thumping his chest to showcase his masculinity. And what about me, Wuji-ge? Another girl beside him voiced her discontent. She was Baiji, the one who had previously invited Mo Wuji to enjoy an outing. Yet Mo Wuji remained indifferent toward her, eschewing any further development of their relationship. Fear not. Anyone standing behind me will be safeguarded, he proclaimed, rather uncharacteristically confident. However, once the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, for he knew all too well that misfortune often followed careless speech. At that moment, the gazes of most of the girls in the carriage turned toward him, while the other young men glared at Mo Wuji with resentment, yet none dared to voice their objections. Mo Wuji, you're truly kind. Indeed, Mo Wuji is quite admirable. Unlike those insufferable lads beside us. A girl of acceptable appearance cast a disdainful glance at the nearby boys as she spoke. Jealousy began to brew among the other apprentices, their thoughts racing. Why am I not the one receiving such attention? After a considerable time had passed, the wolves had yet to appear. The sun began its descent towards the horizon, casting only a faint golden glow upon the earth. Apprentices, it is time to disembark for dinner, called the attendants clad in black. Mo Wuji, hearing this, felt a twinge of curiosity. It seemed mealtime had arrived once more. I believe the presence of martial spirits within our caravan will deter the wolves from approaching. A pale-faced boy on the carriage seized the opportunity to speak. Indeed, I too feel that the wild wolves are unlikely to approach. Another boy concurred, causing a sense of relief to wash over the others. What are we waiting for? I must get out. It is suffocating in here, one boy exclaimed, jumping off the carriage. It is mealtime. The wolves may very well launch an ambush now. Mo Wuji thought to himself, choosing not to voice his concerns as he exited the carriage to collect his meal. Once he had secured his food, Mo Wuji returned to his compartment, eating as the surrounding youths engaged in playful banter, utterly oblivious to their peril. The intelligence system is conducting an automatic scan. The system in Mo Wuji's mind diligently continued its work, recording the environmental data around him. Mo Wuji harbored a degree of uncertainty regarding the intelligence system, recalling that in his past life, it was implanted within his mind. But now, in this new existence, where was it located? He speculated that it had perhaps fused with his soul, becoming an integral part of him that could be utilized with ease, much like one's natural limbs. With the intelligence system monitoring the surroundings continuously, Mo Wuji felt a sense of calm. It was this assurance that alleviated his fear of danger. After all, in the face of peril, he would undoubtedly be the first to escape. Warning! Warning! Dangerous creatures approaching. The system suddenly blared within his mind. A holographic display appearing before him, revealing a wolf charging toward them. It was a wolf with a glossy coat, its jaws agape, drool dripping onto the ground as it bared its sharp teeth, its blood-red eyes fixated on the young men and women of the caravan. According to the database comparison, the approaching creature is a wild wolf. Estimated individual power, 23, agility, 34, constitution, 34. Current host strength, power, 2, 0, agility, 2, 1, constitution, 2, 0. A significant advantage is unattainable. Mo Wuji assessed the intelligence report and resolved not to confront the beast directly. Doing so would surely spell disaster. Help! Someone save me. A disheveled girl stumbled toward the caravan, crying for aid. Just behind her, several wolves lurked hungrily. Damn it. Why didn't T.S.H.I.E.L.D listen and stay close? A disgruntled attendant in black muttered as he dashed toward the endangered girl. But it was too late. A wolf, stronger and more robust than the others, lunged forward, its blood-red jaws snapping shut on the unfortunate girl, its razor-sharp fangs piercing her delicate flesh. Beast, the servant, nearing the scene, could not help but shout in anger at the sight before him, attempting to intercept the wolf in hopes of saving the young girl. However, another wolf lunged forward to obstruct the servant, forcing him to engage in combat. The wolf that had clamped onto the girl continued to feast without a care, blood pooling around them as the girl's cries grew weaker. S.H.I.E.L.D. M.O. Wuji turned away, unable to bear the horrific scene, his desire for power intensifying. Wolves. So many wolves from all directions, a young boy exclaimed in panic. The sight of the girl dying had already unsettled everyone, and the alarm only heightened their fear, causing some to scatter like headless flies. M.O. Wuji tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, vigilant of his surroundings. Silence, do not panic. Apprentices, form a defensive circle. The caravan's officers will guard the perimeter, boomed a tall, robust man, calming the frenzied apprentices. That S.H.I.E.L.D, Sheng, one of the 3 sole masters of the caravan. M.O. Wuji murmured to himself. A dozen servants clad in black rushed to the forefront, engaging the wolves in a fierce battle, blood splattering as they fought for their lives. Kill! The servants roared, wielding their bronze swords like an impregnable barrier against the advancing wolves. Yet, amidst the chaos, a few cunning wolves slipped past the front line, detected by the enhanced vision of the intelligence brain, charging towards M.O. Wuji. A woo! A woo! The howls of the wolves sent chills down his spine. Fatefully, one of the wolves had set its sights directly on M.O. Wuji. Chapter 328. Fragments of New System Memories, Ada Wu. The wolf lunged before M.O. Wuji, its fierce eyes fixated on him, instinct telling it that a leap forward would bring the flesh within reach. Intelligence brain, activate auxiliary vision and devise a kill strategy. Task established, initiating auxiliary vision and simulation. A virtual world of blue lines unfolded before M.O. Wuji, depicting a wolf charging at him. Counter, sidestep, and deliver a powerful thrust to the wolf's abdomen. A wolf. The wolf let out a howl, baring its teeth as it leaped towards M.O. Wuji, a foul stench wafting through the air. Ha! M.O. Wuji summoned all his strength, leaping to the right and positioning himself beside the wolf, its abdomen now exposed before him. D. He forcefully drew the bronze sword from his waist, thrusting it into the wolf's belly. Thud! The weapon plunged into flesh with a dull sound. M.O. Wuji felt as though the wolf's muscles were clamping around his sword, an immense force attempting to wrest it away. Ha! With a fierce shout, M.O. Wuji pulled his sword free, showing no mercy, for this was a struggle for survival. A woo! A woo! The wolf emitted a chilling cry, blood gushing from its wound, soaking its fur. Yua! The wolf retreated slowly, fear evident in its eyes, before fleeing. M.O. Wuji made no attempt to pursue. The wolf, gravely wounded, would not escape for long, destined to fall within the perilous line of servants. I wonder how Chu Feng is faring. I recall he resides in the vehicle ahead of mine. M.O. Wuji pondered briefly before deciding to seek out Chu Feng, hoping to lend a hand after the assistance he had previously received. Chu Feng gripped his bronze sword tightly, swinging it forcefully at the wolves before him. A woo! The wolf yelped, a shallow gash appearing on its body, blood trickling from it, prompting the creature to attack once more in a frenzy. At that moment, another wolf rushed in to join the fray, overwhelming Chu Feng with pressure. Ha ha! He gasped, his chest heaving, sweat soaking his back as despair began to creep in. Though he had not yet sustained injury, he knew that if this continued, he would eventually exhaust himself. Distracted by this thought, his movements faltered. Rip! A wolf, seizing the opportunity, slashed at his back, drawing blood. Big brother, hold on. I'm coming. A boy rushed from a distance, wielding a bronze sword to assist Chu Feng. Joy surged within Chu Feng. This was his good friend, Li Yi, known for his formidable combat skills. Looks like there's hope. Chu Feng exhaled in relief. But his heart sank the very next moment. Big brother, save me. Big brother, hurry. Out of nowhere, a wolf pounced on Li Yi, bringing them both to the ground in a tangle. This Chu Feng felt helpless. His once reliable friend seemed utterly unprepared for real combat, leaving him lamenting. Is this where I meet my end? Chu Feng despaired. Beast, how dare you? A calm voice resonated, yet it felt like a heavenly melody igniting Chu Feng's will to survive. A flash of sword light erupted, blood spraying into the air, drenching Li Yi, who found himself inexplicably holding a wolf's head. The creature's blood-red eyes remained fixed on him. I've been saved. Li Yi stared in disbelief before hastily discarding the wolf's head and rising. Where's the person? Wiping the blood from his face, he searched for his savior. Ha! I have not yet met my fate. Chu Feng laughed heartily, joining forces with Mo Wuji to subdue the two wolves that had been attacking them. Finish this quickly to avoid further complications. Mo Wuji urged, his voice calm, yet urgent, as he flicked his wrist, his bronze sword slicing off one of the wolf's ears with precision. Whoa. The wolf, now missing an ear, became even more frenzied in its assault on Mo Wuji. Such speed and accuracy in his swordsmanship, Chu Feng marveled, his eyes widening with admiration as he too attempted to slice at the ear of the wolf before him. Missed. Mo Wuji truly is a genius. Though Chu Feng's sword merely grazed the wolf's head, leaving a shallow wound, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. With the aid of the intelligence brain, Mo Wuji's sword became a lethal instrument, imbued with a fierce intent to kill. The power of the auxiliary vision was truly terrifying. Mo Wuji declared calmly, severing a large chunk of flesh from the wolf, blood cascading around him. You, unable to endure the excruciating pain any longer. The wolf turned and fled, howling in agony. On the other side, Li Yi and Chu Feng united to vanquish the last remaining wolf. Look, that apprentice named Mo Wuji is quite impressive. He possesses a resolute character and a solid foundation, remarked Lu Sheng, one of the spirit masters, to his two companions. Standing beside him were two individuals. One was a man with a cold demeanor, while the other was an unremarkable-looking woman. This child indeed shows promise. The others are commendable as well, spoke the ordinary-looking woman, her physique more robust than that of an average woman, exuding a somewhat masculine aura. The cold-faced man interjected. You two may continue your conversation. I shall proceed to disperse the wolf pack, as the servants ahead are struggling to hold their ground. With that, he began to levitate slowly, as though an invisible current was lifting him into the air, allowing him to glide gracefully. I truly envy the wind-type spirit masters. They can glide a considerable distance with the omnipresent winds at their disposal, Lu Sheng remarked, observing the man soaring above. This is the power of a spirit master, Mo Wuji thought, watching the spirit master glide over the heart of the wolf pack, where he suddenly conjured a slender, swirling green vortex of wind, and a gentle breeze began to stir around him. Alert! Energy radiation detected. Please exercise caution, the intelligent brain notified Mo Wuji, who contemplated the implications of the spirit master's manipulation of energy. The wind vortex was unleashed, plunging into the center of the wolf pack and swiftly unleashing a torrent of chaos. A tornado, 3 meters wide and 4 meters high, formed, continuously spinning under the spirit master's command, drawing in the surrounding wolves before reducing them to a mere pulp under the immense wind pressure. The wolf pack, now thoroughly intimidated, retreated in haste. This is the might of a spirit master, wielding non-human forces through the vessel of humanity. Mo Wuji observed the tornado with fervent admiration in his eyes. Hurry, clear the battlefield. The injured, come to me for treatment, the woman spirit master called out as the cold-faced spirit master dispersed the wolves. It seems this woman named Yuro is responsible for healing, Mo Wuji pondered thoughtfully.